Lost you. Ha ha ha. In order to prove that even a licking dog can counterattack. At a popular singer's concert, you sang an original song that directly moved all the audience to tears, even causing the superstar to voluntarily step down and ask for your contact information. As a legendary singer, you were supposed to reach the peak of your life, but you were swept away by a flood while trying to save a little girl who fell into the water, leading you to directly cross over to this parallel world. The original owner was a top student since childhood, winning all kinds of scholarships effortlessly. However, 3 years ago, you fell in love at first sight with the school flower, Li Wei, and pursued her for 3 whole years. In order to pursue her, you not only spent all your scholarships on buying Li Wei an iPhone 18, but also saved money in every possible way to buy her luxury brand products. A few months ago, Li Wei expressed her desire to see the concert of the Asian superstar. In order to fulfill her wish, you have been eating instant noodles every day for the past few months, and delivering takeout until 3 a.m. every night, sleeping only 2 to 3 hours a day. Finally, a few days ago, you managed to save enough money to buy 2 front-row tickets for the concert of the little superstar. However, halfway through the concert, she pulled you aside and said she had something to tell you. You thought it was your sincerity that finally moved the school flower and she was going to accept your pursuit. But you didn't expect her to say that she signed with a talent agency last month and is about to debut. You two are destined to be from different worlds, and she asked you not to contact her again after the concert. You were already tired and malnourished from trying to raise money to buy tickets. After hearing Li Wei's words, you felt even more discouraged. When you returned to your seat, you couldn't catch your breath and felt like you were about to lose your life. Thinking about this body and the memories in your mind, you shook your head with a bitter smile. It's really pathetic to be a sycophant, to end up with nothing in the end. Since I have taken over your body, rest assured, I will take this opportunity for you. Wipe away your tears and enjoy the concert. After all, the original owner also sacrificed a lot for this concert, just for a woman like Li Wei. It's not worth it. Since heaven has given him a second chance, he will strive to reach the top step by step. This world is similar to the previous life, but the entertainment industry is a bit behind. Lingu couldn't help but smile. Since the entertainment industry in this world is behind compared to the previous life, it's a perfect opportunity for him to promote the songs and movies from the previous life. After seeing you cry, Li Wei has been paying attention to you. Not out of concern but out of fear that you might do something detrimental to her reputation. She is going to be a star in the future, and any negative incident now could become a scandal later. If you weren't somewhat handsome, she wouldn't even consider you as a backup option. The concert on stage is nearing its end. With only half an hour left, the superstar on stage announced that he would randomly select 3 lucky audience members to sing with him and receive his upcoming autographed album. The audience erupted in excitement. Lin Ji, the dream lover of countless women, was going to sing with them up close. As Lin Ji began selecting the lucky audience members, the first 2 numbers were 2 and 5. Li Wei, sitting to your right, stood up excitedly because your seat numbers were 2500 and 2501. As the third number, 0, appeared on the big screen, even you were slightly moved. Could it be that you were really chosen? Li Wei beside you was breathing rapidly with excitement. This is the concert of the little king Lin Ji. If she can go up and show her face, it will be very beneficial for her future entry into the entertainment industry. Not to mention that Lin Ji is her favorite singer. You should know that there is only 1 number left now, so the probability of her being selected is as high as 1/10. She looked at Lingu sitting on the left. If he is selected, she will let Lingu give her the opportunity, so she will have a 1/5 chance to step onto the stage and start her first step on the road to enter the entertainment industry. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but clench my fists. When the last number on the screen stopped at 0, a beam of spotlight shone directly on your face. A handsome face suddenly appeared on the big screen, and all the audience looked over in unison. Oh, he's a handsome guy. He's quite handsome, but compared to our Xiuji, he's still a lot worse. Li Wei sitting next to you clenched her fists even tighter. Originally, she wanted you to give up the opportunity to go on stage for her, but the photographer directly focused the camera on you, so naturally she couldn't take your place. Li Wei's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. Damn it, it's only 1 count away. Lin Ji on the stage laughed. Still a handsome guy, yo. Let's applaud and invite this 2500th handsome guy to the stage. Seeing that Lingu was still frozen, Wang Lei hastily patted Ling Ji's shoulder. Go quickly. Lingu stood up and quickly made his way to the stage to stand next to Lin Ji. He was 1 meter and had handsome features. Standing next to Lin Ji wasn't too far off. The original owner was a handsome man himself, or he wouldn't have been a fish in Li Wei's pond. Only his not-so-good haircut somewhat detracts from his face value. Standing on this kind of stage with tens of thousands of people for the first time and looking at the black-packed heads underneath the stage, this kind of feeling still caused Lingu to be a little excited for a little while, but it quickly calmed down. In his previous life, He had been a minor star and had a lot of stage experience, so he didn't have stage fright. While Wang Lei on the stage at this time was suddenly remembering something. That's Linga the girl's pentatonic ah. Once their dormitory roommate's birthday to go to the KTV together to let Ling sing songs. The results of Ling's singing that called it difficult to say. Wang Lei shook his head. It looked like this good brother of his was going to make a fool of himself later. While looking at Lingu on the stage, Li Wei was very happy to see Lingu make a fool of himself. Who let Linga steal the opportunity to go on stage that belonged to her? The staff member brought Lingu a microphone. Lin asked as he began to chuckle. How does it feel to be on stage? Handsome? Looking at the blacked out crowd under the stage, Linga smiled. It feels good. He's never organized a concert of this magnitude before. So which song does the handsome man want to sing with me next? Lin Chi asked. Which song is the chorus? This question directly froze Lingu, because he realized that the only thing he could remember was the line "The Rainy Season When I Was 17" sung by Lin Chi. The original owner wasn't even a fan of Lin Chi's songs, so naturally he wouldn't sing Lin Chi's songs. The original owner knew this line still because it was Lin Chi's hit song and was often played on the school's radio. Lingu thought for a moment, then said, I want to sing original song for my mom by myself. Is that okay? Original? The crowd froze, then burst into cheers. Original doesn't come along very often these days. Wang Lei off stage stared wide-eyed when he heard this, his face full of disbelief. You can't even pronounce the alphabet and you're still original? It's not like Look at the Moon. It's big and full or something. Li Wei was similarly wide-eyed in disbelief. Lingu will be original? This licking dog has been licking her for a year is a virtue. She knows exactly what it is. How could Lingu write a song? They, Mordor University, are a polytechnic, not some arts and crafts college. A stuffy person like Lingu would still write songs? What kind of international joke is that? It killed her to believe it. This guy couldn't be pretending on purpose just to get her back. Thinking like this, Li Wei was looking down on Lingu more and more in her heart. No power. What are you pretending for? Lin Ji on the stage was also slightly stunned. Are his fans actually this talented now? Original? He'd like to hear and see what original song this fan would write. Spinning around, he said, sure, but since it's an original, there's no accompaniment but only clean singing, so I'll leave the next 3 minutes to you. He was also tired of singing and just took the opportunity to rest for a while as well. Lin Ji wasn't too formal and walked straight to the edge of the stage and sat down looking at Lingu curiously. Ding! The host's pentatonic voice has been detected. A novice reward is issued, rewarding the host with intermediate singing skills. Ling Ji's eyes lit up slightly. Intermediate playing skills? That's a good one. The song he was about to sing next didn't have a lot of tricks that were too difficult to play, and an intermediate level of singing was perfectly adequate. This song, too, came to mind because he had just seen in his memory that the original owner's mother actually looked exactly like his own mother, who had long since passed away after a long illness. Singer Ling held the microphone in his hand and lowered his head slightly to recall the song in his head. Luckily, the song was supposed to be a particular favorite of his from the past, so he remembered every word of the lyrics. The audience on stage looked at him curiously. These days, it's not often that you have the ability to write your own songs. I wonder how well this lucky audience member wrote the song. With the audience watching, Lingu opened his mouth and sang. The low voice suddenly resounded throughout the gym. Sunrise and sunset deep and deep again. A small square table with one meat and one vegetable. A figure bustling about calmly. Only opened his mouth to sing a few lines, instantly silencing the entire stadium. The song. What a strong picture. Those few sentences alone instantly put a picture in one's mind. In the tiny room, there was a small square table. On the table, there was a meat and a vegetarian dish. While in the kitchen next to it, a figure wearing an apron was busy. The whole room was shocked. Everyone's mouths were open. Why? Is it such a graphic song? The man on the stage continued to sing. A pair of hands makes this time warm. He's too young to be satisfied. Stubbornly unwilling to stop traveling. Looking at the high sky and walking a long way. Forgot to look back to see if she was crying. These lines remain graphic. It was as if the crowd saw themselves. To make a living, one has to leave home and head for the city of lights. At the doorstep of the house, a figure looks on reluctantly as his child leaves. The second segment begins soon after as well. The moon is bright and the wind is light. But you're tapping on my window pane. Don't worry about that. Actually, I'm doing okay. The moon is bright and the wind is gentle. Have you ever come to my dreams? You must have been too careful on your way here. You know I'm a light sleeper. You must have been too careful on your way here. I'm afraid I'll think of you again. There are no rousing high notes and not much in the way of ups and downs. Very rustic song. But it's the kind of song that seems to go straight to the heart. The way is simple. Back to basics. The song is over. Quiet. The whole place was dead silent. But most people, long ago, were in tears, eyes red. Someone was caught up in the memories. Some thought of their moms back home. Some thought of their grandmothers who had passed away. And others thought of their fathers who worked so hard for their families. Many people have that person in their hearts. Someone like that who gave selflessly for his family and for himself. Wang Lei's eyes were red and his mouth was wide open. Isn't Ling Gu a pentatonic? How come she's suddenly singing so well? And the song? It's too good. Li Wei, on the other hand, was holding her cell phone and was frantically searching on Chidu, sliding through the pages. No, not on this page, either. Still nothing. She couldn't find the lyrics to the song at all even after rummaging around on the internet. Could this really be an original song by Ling Gu? She stared blankly at the drop-dead gorgeous boy on the stage. So strange, as if she had never known it. Lin Chi, who was seated at the edge of the stage, was stunned. He is a professional and naturally knows that this song is a rare and good one. The main thing is that this fan's singing ability is not inferior to him at all. Even that voice, it was even more picture perfect. It is like a slowly unfolding landscaping painting scroll. He stood up, then led the applause. The audience then applauded as if in a dream. Thank you everyone, and thank you Xiaoji for giving me the time for this song. Ling Gu thanked him and was ready to move on. Wait, Lin Ji called out to Ling Gu. Lin Ji came to Ling Ji's side with a smile on his face. This handsome man, let's leave our contact information. Your song is written so well, maybe we can have a chance to cooperate in the future. Ling Gu nodded. It would be nice to make good karma with little heavenly king Lin Ji. After leaving a phone number with Lin Ji's manager, Ling Gu returned to his seat. Wang Lei hammered Ling Ji's shoulder and laughed. Old Ling, did not expect 3 years of college. You are so deep, actually so talented, compared to the fat master, but also just to throw away. It's okay, Ling Gu replied with some tears and laughter. At the moment, some people around his seat were taking pictures of Ling Gu. Ling Gu knew that this was because he had just sung a song, and these watching spectators were just trying to be fresh and wanted to send a friend circle or something like that. On stage, Lin Chi drew another lucky audience member to sing the chorus on stage. By this time the concert was almost nearing its end. Ling Gu felt a little tired, so he called on Fatty to leave with him. After all, the concert was about to end, and with so many people at this site, if they really waited until the official end, I'm afraid the car wouldn't even sit. So the two got up and prepared to leave. Li Wei, who was on the side, said, "Are you guys ready to go? Ling Gu, you're not waiting for me?" Ling Gu looked at her, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, seemingly smiling. Didn't we say that we are strangers? In fact, you're right. We are not from the same world. Wang Lei watched from the sidelines and only felt bullish. His brother finally got a hard-on today, which time in the past wasn't hating on Levi's knees. Their dormitories would get in a hurry with them if they said a little something bad about Li Wei Ling Gu. Did you get dumped so you came to your senses and stopped licking? Thinking about this, Wang Lei felt a sense of relief. There is nothing better than knowing your mistakes and correcting them. What's so great about women is that they're not as reliable as games. Ling Gu didn't wait for Li Wei to say anything else when he finished speaking to her and directly left the gym with Wang Lei. Looking at Ling Ji's departing back, Li Wei only felt that something had been lost, and she felt empty inside. That's typical scumbag mentality. She loves it when people lick her. Instead, she felt frustrated inside when the others stopped licking. The two walked out of the gym. There are many cabs parked outside at the moment. These cab masters are old drivers and naturally know that there are many passengers at the stadium at this hour. After the two of them stopped a cab, they were ready to go back. Wang Lei was a resident of the school, while Ling Gu rented a small single room inside the old neighborhood near the school, so the two went by way of the road. Cab. Wang Lei grasped Ling Ji's shoulder and said with a smile, "Old Ling, did the sun come out of the west today? Did you just leave Li Wei there?" Ling Gu, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders in a carefree manner. "I'm no longer related to her. She's such a big person. Can she still be lost?" Wang Lei, on the other hand, became curious. "You're okay with it? Could it be that she took you aside earlier to say something?" Ling Gu nodded with a look of indifference. "She said she was a woman who was going to be a big star, and that I was not of the same world as her, and said that from now on, I'm a stranger to her." "What?" Wang Lei exclaimed with a look of indignation. "This woman is also to that. Since all do not want to be with you, she still let you buy her concert tickets? This is even, and it is also too desperate. Even if you are not together, it is not like a stranger." Ling Gu laughed. "Isn't this human nature? She's going to enter the entertainment industry in the future, so she'll be in two worlds with me in the future. It's best to clear the air with me at this moment." Wang Lei skimmed his lips. "To be honest, you may not like it. With Li Wei's face value and singing skills, even you can't compare to her, and she still wants to catch fire? It's simply thinking about farts. I think she just hasn't experienced the poisonous beatings of society and doesn't know how deep the waters of the entertainment industry are. She has no strength and no background. What makes her hot? Is it just based on her KTV caliber singing? Wang Lei was very disdainful. Is show business that easy? Li Wei's face value was barely above average. A whole lot of the entertainment industry is better than her for this kind of existence. You're still dreaming day after day. You think you're going to be hot just because you're signed to an entertainment company. It's just whimsical. Ling Ge shrugged his shoulders. Non-committal. In his previous life, he was also considered handsome. But after mixing in the entertainment circle for so long, he was still a small singer of the 18th line. He naturally knows that the entertainment industry is not that good. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the entrance of Mordor University. Ling Ge went back to his rental house. After going to the bathroom and taking a shower, he took out his old cell phone that he had been using for several years, then logged on to the Summer Music Network to apply for the copyright to the song he had sung earlier. A meat and a vegetable. After all, copyright is a very important thing. After registering, Ling Ge laid back on the bed. He was going to study this perfect life system. System, are you there? How may I help you? What's your function? The perfect life system, dedicated to creating a perfect life for the host. On the way to the peak of life. Unlock the prestige mall after the prestige value reaches 1 million. The host can redeem the item by gaining reputation value, or it can be drawn by lottery. The host can query its own data through the attribute panel. Ling Ge's eyes lit up slightly. Query attribute panel. Then, an attribute panel consisting of a light blue curtain of light appeared in front of him. Name, Ling Ge. Physical condition, sub-healthy. Reputation value, 5,000. Occupation, singer. Singing level, intermediate. Face value, 75. Remaining number of draws, 1. Is the body sub-healthy? No wonder he died suddenly at the concert. It seems that I have to exercise my body properly in the future. Or else I'll accidentally burp my ass one day and that would be too bad. There is one remaining draw. Ling Ge remembered that this was a benefit given to newcomers. According to his general experience of playing the game, the chances of winning something good in the lottery were the greatest if he was a newcomer. So, use this sweepstakes opportunity today. System, draw. Okay, it's being drawn for you. Congratulations to the host for obtaining peak level face value. The song Wish You a Safe Journey, and master level guitar playing. Seeing the reward drawn, Ling Ge's eyes instantly lit up. Then, Ling Ge only felt the full version of a song in his head, as well as the ability to play the guitar. His guitar playing ability makes him seem like a natural guitar playing master. Various playing techniques and fingerings are well blended. Peak level face? There's also a song to play with the guitar. That's a nice reward. Ling Ge immediately came back to the bathroom. He stood in front of the mirror. Instantly his whole body was stunned. The guy in the mirror was too handsome for his own good. It's almost as if the sky is the limit. He touched his face incredulously. The original owner of this body was originally considered to be relatively handsome, but due to the long hours of staying up late and lack of sleep, his complexion was a bit dull. But at the moment everything has changed. His skin was excessively good. Porcelain white. Like polished white ceramic. Not even a single coarse pore could be seen. And his eyes, too, were enlarged a bit. At the moment these eyes were just the right size. Eyes as clear as amber. As if stars lived in them. The nose, too, is a little more upright. The overall change wasn't that big, but it was the small changes that combined to make his entire face flawless. Such a face is as if it is not real. If he could have had such a face in his previous life, how could he not be so puffed up in the entertainment industry? Back in his room, Ling Ge was really tired and fell into a deep sleep. It was almost 11 o'clock at night. Even though Ling Ge had already gone to bed, the nightlife had actually just begun for many people. After the concert, Guo Xiaomei began to prepare for the release of the Circle of Friends. She started by posting some photos in her Circle of Friends, then uploaded a video to the most popular short video app Teasing Sound above. This app has been popular in recent years throughout the summer country, and almost all men and women, young and old, are playing it. That's why the foot traffic is exceptionally high. Guo Xiaomei uploaded it and then left the video alone. Then she went to a hot pot with her best friend. After a busy day, many people spend their evenings relaxing and unwinding by brushing up on their teasers. Wu Hao is an engineer working in the IT industry. Over the years, a lot of daily coding has led him to work overtime almost every day. As a result, he had lost a few hairs over the years, even though he was actually only 29 years old. In reality, however, he looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. His daily way of relaxing is to brush up on his teasing voice. Today, he lay down on his bed after washing up and began to brush up on his teaser. The first video I clicked on was of some third-rate singer XD being caught in. Self-inflicted. He had no sympathy, he despised such people greatly. It went right over. then swiped on a video of a female webcam girl twerking around there. Wu Hao shook his head, nutritionless. This video was flipped on him again. The next thing to brush up on is a segment. In it, it's about a man driving to a broken down house in the countryside to deliver rice and oil to an old man. Or something like that. This kind of video he had swiped before. At first he would give credit to these types of videos. But then he learned more about them and realized that they were fake and nothing more than hype videos with a team taking advantage of the goodness of the viewers. Because he used to follow such a video blogger. Turns out it didn't take long for that blogger to start live streaming bandwagons after gaining a hit of followers. And he's even bought things from the live stream that turned out to be pressurized fakes. Hey, this teasing voice also feels less and less interesting. He slid this video through. Then came a video of a concert. The video is of a boy standing on a stage. And standing next to the boy is the now explosive young phenom, Lin Chi. The video is blurry and you can't really see what the boys look like. When Lin Chi asked the boys which song they wanted to sing in chorus, the boys replied that they wanted to sing an original song for their moms. This instantly made him a little curious. His mother, who had died 10 years earlier. Even mom's likeness is a little fuzzy in my mind these days. He wondered what kind of a song the boy would sing. Then the clean singing of the boys in the video came on. The voice was low, but magnetic and nice. Sunrise and sunset. Deep and deep again. A small square table. Another meat and a vegetable. One figure. When these lyrics came out, they immediately shocked Wu Hao. Images of his old days in the countryside instantly appeared in his mind. The scene shows a middle-aged woman with tattered clothes and an apron burning wood in the kitchen. She brought the finished dish to the small square table. The table was set with one meat and one veggie. Instantly, the memories of the past were fully activated. The face that had faded in memory was becoming clearer and clearer. A figure bustling about with ease. A pair of hands to make this time warm. He's too young to be satisfied. Stubbornly unwilling to stop traveling. Looking at the high sky and walking a long way. Forgot to look back to see if she was crying. Wu Hao remembered the time he left home to work in Linhai when he was a teenager. By that time mom was suffering from very bad gout and was walking with a limp. But the day he left, mom still took him to the station herself and watched him get on the bus. Wait until the boy in the video clears the entire song. Wu Hao was already in tears. It's been a few years since he basically dreamed about his mom anymore. Ah, you must have been too careful when you came. Knowing I was a light sleeper. Wu Hao cried for a long time. A big man cried out in pain like that. He didn't pick up his cell phone until a long time later. He felt he had to write something. So he clicked on the comments section of this video. Good lord. It's been hundreds of comments in a while. So many people in the comments said they cried through listening to this song. He wrote in the comments. I was really touched to hear this song tonight. There's no doubt it's a great song. And my mom died 10 years ago. Her face was fading in my mind. But when I heard this song, the strong image directly reminded me of those days when I was a child. Moving. By the way, I hope this little brother comes out with a single of this song. It was only after Gua Xiaomei went back from eating hot pot with her roommate that she realized she had a bunch of messages in her phone notifications. She tapped the teaser on and froze straight away. The number of fans actually went straight up by 5,000 plus. And the number of likes for that short video she posted of Ling singing a song even reached 50,000 plus. You know it's only been a few short hours. She'd been playing tease for so long that the most likes she'd ever gotten on a video was just over 200. This short video is 50,000 plus in 2 hours. The short video, without a doubt, exploded. The number of likes is definitely going to reach a very scary point early tomorrow morning. Fire. She rushed to call her best friend to share the good news. All of this Ling Gu did not know. Ling Gu woke up only when the sun rose the next day. It was a good night's sleep for him. Today is still a holiday. And there are no classes yet. He got up and picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Good lord. That fat guy actually called him 5 or 6 times. He was so tired these days that he slept soundly. The ringing phone didn't wake him up either. Ling Gu felt a little strange. What was Fatty doing calling him so much in the morning? It's not going to be anything, is it? Thinking of this, Ling Gu called back. The phone dialed and the other side picked up quickly. Fatty, why are you calling me so much this early in the morning when you're not sleeping? Wang Lei on the other end of the phone froze as he listened. Early in the morning? Then he laughed and scolded. You're sleepy and confused. I called you at 10:30. It's 12 o'clock now. You won't be waking up just now, will you? Ah, it's 12 o'clock already? Ling Gu froze. He hadn't looked at the time earlier. He looked at the time on his cell phone. It's really 12 o'clock already. Nice guy. Actually slept until noon. No it didn't. How could I have slept that long? Fatty didn't dwell on the matter of how long Ling Gu had slept, but said with great excitement, Old Ling, you're on fire in teasing sound. Teasing sound? Ling Gu froze slightly. He knew it with a slight thought in his head. This teasing sound is similar to the short video that burst into flames in his previous life, and almost everyone has one installed in their phone. It is a very hot software at the moment. Just fire yourself? Why am I on fire? He asked a little strangely. Fatty hurriedly said excitedly, I played 2 games of King this morning and ended up losing, so I thought I'd play again later, so then I swiped the teaser sound. Good guy. As a result, once I opened it, it was the video of you standing on the stage and singing, and the likes had already reached more than 500,000. The comments below have even reached more than 70,000. You know, the average video with 100,000 likes has basically only thousands of comments. Many people don't like comments. However, the number of likes and the number of comments under that singing video of yours is almost 8:1. After hearing what Fatty said, Lingu realized that it was the video of him singing that was on fire. But it's not like it was a video posted on his own account. I think it was during a Lin Chi concert when he was singing and was videotaped by the audience on stage and uploaded to Tease. So that's how it is. Then Fatty, I won't talk to you for a while. I'm going to go and check on Tease Boys first. After the call with Fatty ended, Lingu turned on the teaser sound. After swiping through a few videos, it swiped on the one that exploded all over the teaser. The video is exactly the same image of himself standing on stage and singing, though the image is blurry. He clicked the comments section open, and then sure enough, he saw a lot of comments. In this moment, the comments in this teaser have reached 100,000 comments. Many people in the comments are talking about their loved ones. More were on their knees begging for the full version of the song to come out. This song is so good, but why isn't there a full version online? Searched all over the internet and couldn't find the song. Upstairs, this song is an original by this little brother, and it's certainly not available online. I can't see what little brother looks like, but I think he must be very handsome. Just the clean singing alone is already so good. So how would it sound if it was accompanied by an accompaniment? Kneel down and beg little brother to release the full version. Kneel down and beg little brother to release the full version. I want to ask, does little brother have a teaser number? I want to follow. Woo woo. Turning off the teasing sound, Lingu touched his nose. He didn't realize that he sang a song in a moment of emotion yesterday and it actually caught fire like this. Sure enough, the music in this world is much more backward than in the previous world. The song wasn't even a big hit in his previous life. He just liked it better himself. Since he's on fire online, what's his reputation value now? Lingu immediately became a bit agitated. It's the reputation value that counts. Leave the properties panel open. Name, Lingu. Physical condition, sub-healthy. Reputation value, 1,000,000. Occupation, singer. Singing level, intermediate. Face value, 100 plus. Remaining number of draws, 0. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The reputation value had actually reached 1 million. Congratulations to the host. The prestige value has reached 1 million. Unlocking the prestige mall. The system alert tone sounded. Ling Ji's eyes lit up. Then he hastily opened the prestige mall. There were songs, novels, TV scripts, and movie scripts in the prestige mall. There are even some many special props. Special skills. Anyway, it's extraordinarily full of stuff in there. However, Lingu couldn't help but secretly smack his lips when he saw that price. Songs and such are basically 100,000 prestige value to start. Like those classic good songs in the past, life price will only be higher. Although Lingu possessed memories of his previous life, a person's memory was limited no matter how good it was. He still remembered very few lyrics, and very few song scores now. Many of the songs I used to listen to are even more long forgotten. Therefore it was impossible for him to restore those songs from memory alone. He could only rely on the system mall. Now that he had 1 million reputation values, what should he exchange first? Lingu frowned and thought, and just as he hesitated, the system gave advice. The system suggests the host to raise the singing level first. The higher the singing level, the better the host's singing skill is, and only when the singing skill is better, the prestige value gained through singing will be higher. Lingu nodded as soon as she heard it. A good song is only as good as the vocals to convey the meaning of the song perfectly. As a singer, vocals are the most important thing. System, how much prestige value is needed to raise the singing level? Ding, checking for you. Inquiry successful. Raising the singing level from intermediate to advanced requires 880,000 prestige values. Lingu immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Raising the singing level actually required 880,000 prestige values. This was simply horrible as hell. Keep in mind that the current video about him gained 1 million likes to gain 1 million popularity. It's very difficult for a vegetarian to get more than 1 million likes on Tease. Videos with 1 million or more likes are considered explosive. Only those super popular top streamers can just post a video with several million likes. Ordinary people, they just can't even think about it. If the average person reaches a few million likes, that person is almost an overnight sensation. It's a little internet sensation straight away. Such people are not unheard of, but they are very few. Lingga didn't think that he could fire just by posting a random video. This is unrealistic, after all. Teasing relies on big data algorithms that are filled with too much chance. Of course, if it's charged, that's a different story. After all, ordinary players and RMB players, that is simply not comparable. But right now, Lingga was just a super poor guy. All the money earned from working hard at a part-time job was given to Li Wei to buy gifts, as well as concert tickets. He doesn't have the money for teaser traffic. Hey, it's just a matter of stabilizing the development. So far, his song A Meat and a Vegetable has been an okay online hit. Gotta get out there and record the song and upload it to the internet. The current amount of downloads for a song in Xia is $2. If there are a lot of downloads, then you can still make a small profit. By then, it might be time for a new place to live. The condition of this house he is living in now is really a bit poor. And it's about to expire. And on the school side, he is already a junior this year. Their engineering classes are almost at the end of the year. As for the so-called senior year, Mordor University requires a full year of externships. Thus, at the end of this semester, his career as a student is essentially over. Just wait until this time next year to go back to school and get a diploma. Magic City was one of the 4 first-tier cities in Xia, so Lingga was naturally prepared to stay here directly after graduation. So, accommodation and all that can start to be considered. But he doesn't have any money right now. He has to find a way to earn it first. All we have to do for now is record the song first. Lingga looked online. It's about $800 to record a song in a studio in the Magic City. A studio like that with a good mixer would be like $1,000 to record a song. Looked at the balance in the mobile bank. Nice guy. 258 blocks. If this keeps up, I'm afraid eating will be a problem. This original body is really desperate to lick Li Wei. Almost all the money was spent on Li Wei. It resulted in a good guy card. Get the song recorded and then get a job to earn some money. It's hard to beat a hero for a penny. Lingga lamented in his heart. After thinking about it, I just had to call my best friend. Fatty, I'm going to record that song yesterday and post it online. Do you know where there's a recording studio? By the way, lend me some more money to record the song. I only have about $200 left in my hand. Fatty was very forthcoming. Okay, Weishin will transfer $2,000 to you. Recording studio. I have a relative just opened a. I'll bring you there directly later. Not long after the call, Lingga had an extra $2,000 in his cell phone. See, it's better to be a good friend. What kind of relationship? Wash up and look in the mirror. Lingga felt a little reluctant to avert her gaze. The man in the mirror had a long brow, sexy lips, a polished chin, and a well-defined jawline. A smile can tug at the heartstrings. It's so handsome. It's perfect. It's almost as if he's an exiled immortal. Thinking that Fatty was going to come over to him later, this made Lingga feel a little difficult. After all, he's so handsome now, compared to before, although the details have not changed much, but the face value is incomparable. How should I explain it when Fatty asks later? Looking at the messy hair on top of his head, Ling Ji's eyes lit up slightly. Got an idea. So, after putting on a white sweater and a mask, Lingga went out. He found a barbershop and got a gradient broken cap and a textured perm on the top of his head. It took a total of 2 hours. It cost $288 to get this haircut, but it was worth it in Ling Ji's opinion. After all, if you're going to be a star, you must be meticulous in your appearance. Fatty was close to Linggu because he was at the school. Because of Linggu getting her hair done, the two of them agreed to meet at 2:30 p.m. in front of the school. Linggu headed to school after getting her hair done. Wang Lei arrived at the school entrance first because he was at the school itself. Not a moment too soon. He then saw not far away from a white sweater, upright figure, wearing a gradient broken cap hair, elegant and clean temperament, porcelain white skin, wearing a mask of the boy toward the school door style. This guy, so handsome. This temperament is absolute. See that guy? Wang Lei's eyes showed envy. Although the man was wearing a mask, but just by looking at that temperament, those eyebrows and starry eyes, he knew that this man was definitely a super invincible handsome man. Along the way, many girls turned around to look at the man frequently. If you have this face value, then the girl god horse, not a lot of pounced on it. The all-consuming face-reading society. Wang Lei said indignantly. It was a man he didn't recognize. He just assumed it was one of the schoolboys. However, that person actually came to him very quickly, and stood in front of him. Wang Lei was slightly surprised. This brother, what's the matter? Did you come to ask for directions? Fatty thought this in his heart. Then the boys were heard laughing softly. The voice was nice and somewhat familiar. Fatty, I just changed my hairstyle. You can't even recognize me? Ling Ge directly hammered Wang Lei. Wang Lei was stunned. Then his eyes widened. He said incredulously, "Old Ling?" Ling Ge nodded. The fat man was filled with incredulity. "How did you get so white?" Ling Ge. He didn't know how to answer the fat man's question for a while. "You can't say. It's the system that's skinning him." After a moment's thought, he answered, "Didn't I go to see the studio today to prepare for the recording of the song? And I was looking for a barbershop lady to paint my makeup." The fat man nodded. "So it is." He still felt a little weird though, because Ling even seemed to be a different person in terms of temperament, mostly because of lost love. I guess, that must be it. After all, Lao Ling was just dumped yesterday. Thinking like this, the more certain this guess became in Fatty's mind. So they didn't think much of it. Just casually, I asked, "So what are you doing with the mask on?" Ling Ge stroked his hair. "That, and I have a bit of a cold, so I'm wearing a mask," he replied thus. After all, he couldn't say that it was because he was too handsome for fear of causing a riot. Wang Lei said with some worry, "That voice is okay. If not, we will not record today. Can you catch a cold and then record?" Ling Ge waved her hand. "It's fine. Don't worry. It's not like he really has a cold. If it's a real cold, then surely you have to recuperate before recording a song. When you're making music, it's only natural to treat it in the best possible way in order not to dishonor a good song." The two took a cab to the end of a street. "There's a store here that says Rock Recording Studio." Doorway. A man with long hair in his mid-30s was sitting in a chair with his hands on his cell phone flying. "That's playing the game." He looked agitated and full of anger. "Shit. Stupid fork blind did not see I was surrounded it, actually still there to play wild. Hot chicken fielder." The man turned on his voice and cursed angrily. Just now, the Shangguan Wanner he operated failed to fly to the sky, and then he was chased by the opposite side's shooter and auxiliary. The home run hitter was right next to the chickens and didn't respond at all to the results, so he just turned on his voice and sprayed it. Only after spraying did he raise his head to look at the two fat men. Ling Ge also finally got a good look at the man. "It's more lean." Fatty walked over. "That, cousin, this is my buddy Ling Ge. I told you on the phone earlier that I was bringing him over to record a song." Fatty then introduced Ling Ge. "Old Ling, this is my cousin Xiefeng." Ling Ge took 2 steps forward. Very humble. He removed the mask. At once, the flawless face unfolded. "Hello Feng." Xiefeng got a good look at Ling Ge's face, and instantly, his previous calmness completely disappeared. Straight away, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Crap, crap. 2 crap sounds came out from Wang Lei and Xiefeng's mouths respectively. Fatty was not expecting Ling Ge to be so handsome just by changing his hairstyle and putting on some makeup. It's almost too handsome to be scientific. Only, what he doesn't know is that, Ling Ge didn't wear any makeup at all. Rather, his skin was already this way. Porcelain white and flawless. Not even a pore to be seen. It's as if a 100% dermabrasion effect has been added. Xiefeng was also shocked. How in the world can there be such good-looking boys? Even he, a man, looked at it as if he was going to deer in headlights. Mind you, he was originally in music. Opened this recording studio again. Many popular male stars in the entertainment industry come to him to record their songs. So handsome he's seen a lot. But, looking around the entire entertainment circle, it was also absolutely impossible to find a face value that could compete with the boy in front of him. That face is stunning. With a face like that, if you debut, you can definitely become a top stream even if you don't have any works. Countless men, women and children would be willing to pay for that face. I'm afraid, isn't there a saying on the internet, face value is justice? Xiefeng had a thought in his mind at this moment. That is, I'm afraid the world of entertainment is about to change. The mind pondered this. He opened his mouth and asked, "Did you get the accompaniment?" Ling Ge nodded. "Got it." The accompaniment was one that he had spent 10,000 prestige values to exchange at the system. Xiefeng didn't look at his phone again without asking more questions. "Make yourselves comfortable, and you can start recording as soon as I'm done with this one." After saying this, Xiefeng continued to play the game. Ling Ge and Wang Lei didn't care. The 2 men went in and sat down in the chairs. After a few minutes, Xiefeng's handful of games were finished. Then he led Ling Ge into the recording studio. Then he took a deep breath and made an okay gesture towards Xiefeng outside. And so the recording began. Sunrise and sunset. Deep and deep again. A small square table. Another meat and 1 veggie. When Ling Ge's voice rang out in the headset, Xiefeng instantly felt as if images from the past were unfolding before his eyes. The voice is extremely graphic and the vocals, definitely top-notch in the entertainment industry as well. "You must have been too careful when you came. Afraid I'd think of you again." After the song, Ling Ge ended. He didn't sing it a second time, because he felt that he sang it perfectly. No need to sing it a second time. That's what advanced singing brings. Xiafang's eyes reddened slightly. He slowly removed his headphones. The heart is full of emotions. This kid, he's just bullish. You know, a lot of top-tier singers come in to record their songs and sing them several times. But this kid, I can't believe it was sung perfectly in one take. Good-looking and a top-notch singer. It's a proper future top stream, as long as you don't die too much. Coming out of the recording studio, Ling Ji's attitude was still very humble. I'll trouble Brother Feng in the later stages. Xia Feng shook his head inside. Where's the trouble in your kid singing? You don't even need to tune your voice. It's really the latter waves of the Qinjiang River pushing the former waves forward. And one wave is even stronger than the other. If I had to describe it in one word, then Sheffield would say horrible as hell. The man is so handsome and speaks well. The bottom line is this. And be a man. This son is simply a heavenly king. You really can't compare people to each other. Lingo added Xiafang's prestige after a few polite words with him. After transferring the money for recording the song and saying goodbye to Xiafeng, he then went back to the house he rented with Fatty and the two of them. The two had dinner together in the afternoon. Then Fatty went back to the school dormitory to play games, while Lingo prepared to go find a job with fast money. After all, his current rental was about to expire. If you want to rent a better house in a place like Magic City, you can't get it without a few $1,000s a month. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to get a bar residency. Bars, after all, can get revenue from guest bounties and such, and that income is daily. Just right for his current situation. So Lingo searched the internet for a nearby bar. Then he was ready to head to one of the bars called the Blue Lotus. Think of the name of the bar. Lingo instantly thought of a song. Then he found the system to redeem a song. Nightfall. The lights are on. The Magic City is a blur of lights everywhere. As a first-tier city in Xia, Magic City is very famous for its night scenery. The nightlife is also extremely varied. It's also super rich. For the sake of exercise, Lingo directly swept a shared bicycle and rode it to the Blue Lotus bar. After all, he would not forget the fact that this body was sub-healthy. The Blue Lotus bar, located just a few kilometers away from Magic University, is located on the river. After riding for an hour or so, the time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. The nightlife has officially begun. Lingo parked the shared bicycle in a spot not far from the bar's entrance. Casually, he walked into the Blue Lotus bar. At the moment he was still wearing a mask. There was really nothing he could do about it. He tried not wearing a mask. Earlier when he went back from Lu Feng's recording studio without wearing a mask, he directly turned back 200% along the way. There were even girls who accidentally tripped and cracked their heads walking to see him. That's the power of a 100+ face value. It's almost like the male version of $1,000,000. The Blue Lotus bar has a nice atmosphere and the guests don't have that loud noise. The bar wasn't playing any of that awesome music, and no one inside was bobbing their heads. Lingo had already checked on the internet when he arrived, and the reviews of this bar on the internet were quite favorable. Most of the guests here are more cultured and generally of a higher caliber, but there are exceptions to everything. After all, this is still a bar at the end of the day, not a coffee shop or anything like that, because there will still be some less than appealing customers out there. Lingo just came in and heard, on the stage of the bar, a short-haired girl singing a song. I love you so much. You're like the moon in the sky. The girl's voice is one of those thinner voices, and she sings this kind of song in a softer way. A large tattooed man at a table offstage stood up and slammed the table. What the fuck is that singing? It's soft. Get off and get someone else to sing. He was full of anger. It causes a lot of noise. He was already in a bad mood today, and now that he heard this song he was suddenly in an even worse mood, so he just burst out. There was a moment of silence as the whole room looked at him. Zhang Kuo on the stage was also not expecting to encounter such a thing. She quickly stood up holding her guitar and apologized. Sorry, I'll change the song. The big man was still not satisfied. No need to change the song. Change the person. I don't want to hear this lovey-dovey song. Zhang Kuo also did not expect to encounter such a thing. She sang the song he wrote himself, yet at the moment it is so unrecognized. Are your own songs that bad? When she thought of this, her eyes reddened and tears fell from her eyes. And she's the only singer in the bar these days. So how does that change? Ding dong. The mission is released. The host goes on stage and shocks everyone by singing a song. Mission accomplished. Reward the host with a bank card of $100 million for the purchase of a house. Remarks, the bank card cannot be withdrawn for cash, and can only be used for the purchase of a house, and will automatically disappear after one use. Even Ling Ji's determination slightly widened his eyes. Good man. This system was actually so generous, directly giving him a mission reward of $100 million for purchasing a house? Although this bank card can only be used to buy a house. Yet, nowadays he's just in need of finding a place to live again. Now he was missing something and the system came to him. Lingu was overjoyed in his heart. System, you're really my sweetie pie. He was going to sing in this bar to earn money to rent a room. Nowadays it seems that you don't have to worry about the house as long as this task is completed. He just needs to make some money enough to cover his living expenses for the month and then make some extra money for kryptonite. Lingu thought about it and decided on kryptonite. His song Meat and Vegetables has been recorded, but I guess many people still don't know the name of the song. If he has another wave of kryptonite to promote it on Tease, then that song might be able to maximize its earnings. Thinking like this, Lingu instantly felt that this was a very good idea. The whole thing was in a better mood. He took the mask off and walked to the stage. Missy, can you lend me your guitar so I can sing a song? Zhang Ku, who was at a loss for words, suddenly saw a boy in a white sweater standing in front of her. Most importantly, the boy's face. It's simply the face of God. How can there be such good-looking people in this world? Is this face real? And what's even better is that breathtaking, spring-like air. For a moment Zhang Ku froze, staring blankly at the face in front of him. Missy, can I borrow your guitar for a song? Lingu spoke out again with a smile on his face. That smile was like the warm winter sun, cozy and warm. All the aggravation he had just received seemed to have disappeared at the moment. This time Zhang Ku finally came back to his senses. Her cheeks were a little red. I can't believe I just looked at this boy in a daze. It's too humiliating. Okay. She hurriedly took the guitar off and handed it to Lingu. Lingu picked up the guitar, and his slender white fingers gently strummed it twice to test the tone. Then he turned to face the crowd at the bar. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Long eyebrows, a high nose, and a knife-edge face. This is simply divine. Some of the middle-aged women in the bar had their eyes directly glowing with infatuation. Men love beautiful women and beautiful women love handsome men. It's been that way since the beginning of time. An original song Blue Lotus for everyone. When he finished speaking, his fingers quickly plucked the strings. Zhang Ku, who had already stepped down from the stage, directly stared with wide eyes. What a great playing technique. A calming prelude sounded. Then the boy's magnetic and nice voice rang out. Nothing can stop you from wanting to be free. Your heart is free from all the distractions of a career in the sky. Through the dark years I've felt lost. And the other side. Long before the strong man made a scene, a member of the bar staff immediately headed to their boss's lounge. Wu Guangpeng, the owner of Blue Lotus, didn't sleep well yesterday and is currently catching up on his sleep. But soon there was a knock on his lounge room door. He sat up from the couch with some displeasure. Come in. A waiter said with some urgency. Boss, it's not good. Wu Guangping frowned. What's all the panic about? The waiter returned. It was someone who caused trouble at the bar. That person disliked the softness of Sister Zhang Ku's song and demanded that someone else sing it. Wu Guangping got up and hurriedly headed outside. Then to the barroom. Where are the other troublemakers? At this point, no one spoke or even made a sound. The crowd was listening to the song in peace and quiet. It's only in the moment when you look down that you realize the path beneath your feet. The free world in my heart is so clear and lofty. The blue lotus flower that never fades. The words Blue Lotus entered Wu Guangping's ears, immediately causing his mouth to open slightly. This song, so fitting for the name of his bar. And it's a good song. Although the tune has no ups and downs, and the whole song is sung in a calm and peaceful tone, it is exceptionally soul-stirring. It sings of an obsession with ideals, not giving up and persevering. Wu Guangping had a thought at the moment, and that was, he wanted this song. This song fits his bar theme so well. He hastily took out his cell phone and searched online. He came out halfway through Ling Ji's song, so he didn't realize it was Ling Ji's original song. He checked the internet and the song wasn't there. Could it be that this song is the original song of this young man on stage? That's too much to believe. If that's exactly what it is, this young man is too talented for his own good. Wu Guangping made a decision at this moment. He wanted this song for the Blue Lotus Bar's promotional song. Soon the song ended, but the stage remained quiet. Thank you everyone. Lingu bowed slightly towards the stage in appreciation. There was a sharp round of applause in the bar. Zhang Ku looked at Lingu adoringly. This dude's original song is too good to be true. I didn't realize that in this world, there really are people who can have both face value and talent. It's almost as if it's uniquely God's favorite. Waiter, I'll reward this little brother with a dozen white whites. The burly man who had made a scene earlier spoke. He was in a bad mood before, but listening to the song made his heart feel as if it had been cleansed. Along with the mood, it's as if all the inner grumpiness, the anxiety that was there before has been smoothed out. I'll reward this handsome man with 10 dozen white ways. Another woman in her 30s with wavy hair spoke up. After her reward, she threw a wink towards Lingu. Handsome guy, sister likes you. Oh, can you add a prestige? Get lost you wavy hoof. Don't steal someone from my old lady. A bejeweled middle-aged woman scolded the wavy curly woman. Apparently, she also had her eye on Lingu. How nice it would be to hide a handsome man with this kind of face at home and enjoy him by himself every day. Ha! The wavy woman sneered out. This fat bitch looks like a pig. How does she deserve to compete with her? Yo sister Zhang, aren't you afraid that he's not good looking? If he's this good looking, he's probably not good in one way or another. A middle-aged male patron of the bar said in a rather sour tone. The fat woman known as Sister Zhang looked at the middle-aged man with a face full of unconcern. Just be good looking, even if you can't in one way. It doesn't matter. Then she also looked at Lingu. Little brother, go with sister. Sister will definitely not treat you badly. She will definitely love you well. Yo. For a while, Lingu actually attracted two middle-aged women to fight over him. He cried a little. These women, they must be craving his body. That gaze was as if it was going to eat him up. A woman of that age can be as young as a wolf. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. And he's not a fan of soft food. Lingu wore a smile on his face, like a warm spring breeze brushing through the heart. Thank you two sisters for your love. But little brother, I'm not selling my body yo, Lingu said half-jokingly. His smile was so nice that it made both women sway. Sorry Sister Wang. Sisterly, this is a guest I invited over. He came over to talk about things with me, not a singer from my bar. At this time, Wu Guangping came over to relieve Lingu. He spoke to a few more people before bringing Lingu to the restroom. The lounge has a coffee table with a couch. There was also a tea set on the coffee table. Wu Guangping made tea and poured a cup for Lingu, and then got down to business. I wonder what the name of the song that little brother just sang is. Lingu smiled. It's called The Blue Lotus. The moment Wu Guangping heard this name, his breath shortened a few points. It's a song that really fits his bar perfectly. He knew the lyrics of the song from just hearing them. When he first started this bar, he named it Blue Lotus, which has the meaning of light and lofty. And that's exactly the spirit of the song. If he had to describe it in one word, then he could instantly think of one. A match made in heaven. Well, was it your original when the song was written? He asked rather eagerly. Lingu naturally nodded his head very cheekily at this. After all, there is no such song in this world as there. He's doing it all to carry forward those classics from his previous life. To tell you the truth, old man, I want to buy this song of yours as a promotion song for my bar. I wonder if old man is willing to part with it. Lingu was very calm, and his cloudy appearance made Wu Guangping unable to guess what was going on in his mind. After a few moments, it was only then that Lingu spoke. Since old brother thinks so highly of this song, it's also an honor for this song. I'm naturally willing. When he heard Lingu say this, Wu Guangping was overjoyed. He smiled and said, since old brother is so quick, then old brother will say it directly. One price. 50,000. How about it? 50,000? Lingu froze slightly. He thought the song would sell for $10. 000 tops at best. As a result, this bar owner actually asked for $50,000 directly. This greatly exceeded Ling Ji's expectations. After all, he was still a newcomer with no reputation, and the price was already very high. However, Wu Guangping did make a request, which was for Lingu to record the song and pass it on to him afterward. He would then use the song to promote his bar, because Ling Ji's voice condition, as well as his singing skills, were just impeccable. Other than Lingu, he felt that no matter who else was asked to sing, he couldn't get that feeling. What's more, Ling Ji's own temperament went very well with the mood of the song. Later on, even he could get Lingu to collaborate again on a promotional MV or something like that. But that's all for later. Let's wait until the song is released and then record a bar video to see how it goes. Lingu naturally agreed to record it. The two added each other's prestige. Lingu stood up and shook hands with Wu Guangping. Boss Wu, happy cooperation. Wu Guangping was in a great mood when he got this song. Good cooperation, old man. By the way, old brother, I don't know. Are you willing to come to my bar as a resident singer? If you are willing, don't worry. You will definitely not be treated badly in terms of treatment. Wu Guangping threw out another olive branch. Originally, Lingu did want to be a resident singer, but judging by tonight, let's just forget about it. Didn't see all those women acting as if they wanted to eat him, and he sold the song for $50,000. It's enough to spend for now, and then you don't have to worry about living expenses or anything like that. After bidding farewell to Wu Guangping, Lingu went back to his place. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, rewarding one bank card of $100 million. Remarks, this bank card can only be used to purchase real estate, and can only be used once. Ling Ji's eyes lit up slightly. The rewards arrived. 100 million should be able to buy a nice house in Magic City. Back home. That night, Lingu transferred the money he owed to Fatty. The next day, he had gone to see Xiefeng and recorded Blue Lotus. Xiefeng also handed Lingu the song A Meat and a Vegetable, which was recorded and post-processed yesterday. Linga went to find an internet cafe and then posted the song on top of Penguin Music, which was currently a very hot music platform. Of course, he chose to pay for the download. It would have been possible to price the average song up to $2 a song. The price he set over Linga was $1 a song. The first song. At present he has not much fame. Just think of the thin profit and sell more. Right as the opening will be active again. After uploading the song, Linga left the internet cafe. Linga decided to go ahead and buy the house again. First of all, the food, clothing, housing and transportation aspects of the things solved. No worries before planning the development. After taking a bus and getting off, Linga rode a small yellow bike to the largest real estate sales department in Magic City. However, when he was on the bus earlier, the clothes he was wearing were accidentally hung on the door and cut a big gash right through it. But he didn't really care. He's been wearing this sweatshirt for a year now, when he bought it for $50. Therefore, the quality is definitely not comparable to those big brands. Linga didn't feel much heartache. After all, I just made $50,000 yesterday. It's still acceptable for a $50 dress to break. You know, he was after all the man who was going to be the king of the showbiz world. Ignoring the big gash in his body, Linga walked straight into the sales department. The sales department is very luxuriously decorated, worthy of being the largest real estate sales department in Magic City. At the entrance of the sales department, 4 or 5 sweet-looking young ladies stood there, with a sweet fake smile on her face. The sweet voice rang out instantly when she saw someone come in. Welcome. Linga walked through the door wearing a mask. As soon as he walked into the sales department, he was seen by the property consultants inside the sales department. However, when some people saw the miscellaneous sweatshirt with such a large gash cut into Ling Ji's body, their original desire to come over and receive him was immediately lost. A few moments of contempt appeared in the eyes of these property consultants. People like that can't even throw away their torn clothes and wear a mask. How can you afford a house in the Magic City? You know, Mordor is an inch of gold. And this is the biggest sales department in Magic City. Properties here don't go below $100. 000 PSF at the lowest. Looking at Linga, it seemed that he was still a student. And it's kind of a poor student. Press can't afford to buy a house here. I guess I came in just wanting to have a good time or get a part-time job or something like that. After all, they do have a permanent part-time job recruiting flyers here. $100 a day. For these people, Linga is obviously not a potential customer. So there's no point in wasting time hitching a ride. And not long after Linga walked in, another couple walked in behind him. The man was probably in his 40s, while the woman was only in her 20s. Look at the age of that man. He could be that woman's father. The man wore a fairly expensive watch on his armlet and a large gold necklace as thick as a small thumb around his neck. A rich man at first sight. The woman was not very old, but she was heavily made up and dusty. The smell of perfume on his body was very pungent, and Linga was irritated by the oversprayed perfume on the woman's body as he sneezed from a distance with his mask on. However, for these two people, the attitude of the real estate consultant here is very different. The sales director here even greeted them personally and warmly. It was a slightly chubby middle-aged man. He was full of smiles. Hello sir and ma'am, how may I help you? The middle-aged man with a big gold necklace and a big belly full of thug temperament raised his head high and said very arrogantly, I'm buying a suite for my baby. You guys introduce me. The woman laughed coquettishly and leaned her head into the man's arms. Her voice whiny. Darling, you're so nice. People love you so much. The sales executive asked, may I ask what kind of house you two would like to know about? The man thought for a moment and replied, a 40 or 50 square foot apartment will do. Sales executives are human beings. One look at these two and I knew these two wouldn't be a couple. This woman is probably a mistress that the man keeps. Buying a condo to hide a woman in a golden house. He didn't see many people like that. The sales executive nodded, then replied, yes, please follow me this way. The two followed the sales executive as he passed by Lingu. The woman glanced at Lingu, then saw Ling Ji's scratched up sweatshirt and a pair of somewhat old throwback shoes on his feet. But, the woman laughed outright. After laughing she made a pretense of apologizing. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. Lingu frowned slightly. He knew the woman was laughing at herself. He didn't say anything though. He really had no words for this kind of woman. But while he didn't speak, the middle-aged man beside the woman spoke up. He had a senior-like demeanor. Kid, you're here for a part-time job. Young man, work hard. I think I've taken it one step at a time. Ling Ji's face did not change. In his previous life, he was originally an 18th line singer. And he had already seen more than he knew how many of these slights, so the heart didn't fluctuate much. There is no need for people to get angry over irrelevant people and add to their troubles. He laughed softly and said in a cloudy voice, you're right. The sales supervisor on the side looked at Lingu. You're here to look for a part-time job, aren't you? We're full up here these days. Come back later. Ling shook his head. No, I'm looking at houses. The middle-aged man wearing a gold necklace smiled. You're here to see more. It's good to see more. After all, the houses here, even the apartments, cost several $1,000,000. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to live in a house like this in your lifetime. Hey, this is life. The middle-aged man was quite emotional. The sales executive was clearly getting a little impatient. This poor boy is simply interrupting him from making money. You know, all he has to do is sell the house, even if it's a cheaper condo, but that's still a $3 million price tag. $3 million. He gets 2%. That's $60,000. That's a lot of money for him, too. He frowned. That one called May to greet the young man. He rushed to the other sale. Then it was off to the other side of the country to look at apartment developments. May is the new salesperson here. It is still an internship. She's been interning for 2 months now, and this is her 3rd month. And for the first 2 months she didn't have any performance. This was mainly because even though she had received customers before, she soon had those old employees running out to take them away from her. As a result, she has not been able to perform. And this month is the last month of the internship, and if she still doesn't perform this month, then she'll be fired. The thought made her a little sad. She doesn't have a high education, so she simply can't find one of those well-paying careers. At home, on the other hand, her mother was seriously ill. Surgery is required. Need $200,000. No one in the family is willing to lend her money at the moment either. If she doesn't come up with enough money this week, then she'll have to take out a loan. But that's a loan that needs to be paid back. That's why she had a hard time getting into this sales center. This is the largest sales center in the Magic City. Has the most expensive real estate in the entire Magic City. If she could get away with selling an expensive house, then she might be able to get the surgery paid for. But ideals are beautiful and reality is cruel. Those seemingly quality customers were snatched up long ago by the older employees here. She couldn't receive it at all. So much so, that after almost 3 months of being here, she hasn't sold a single house. Taking 2 months of guaranteed paychecks is a long way from coming up with the medical bills. At the moment, she was even arranged to organize information and do odd jobs inside the office. Her eyes reddened slightly at the thought. She gritted her teeth and told herself to be strong. At that moment, a saleswoman stood in the doorway of the office. May, the supervisor wants you to greet the customers. May froze. Let her greet the customers? How is that possible? The supervisor didn't even let her receive them before, saying she was inexperienced and afraid she'd lose the customers. Seeing May still froze, the saleswoman was a bit impatient. Hurry up. May snapped back. Oh, okay. She put the information down in a hurry, then followed the female employee out. Come outside to the hall. The female employee pointed at Lingu. The supervisor asked you to receive him. May looked in the direction of the female employee's finger. Then he saw a boy with a bamboo-like, juvenile figure standing there. But the boys had a big rip in their sweatshirts. But the temperament is still very calm and relaxed. In an instant, she understood why the supervisor had asked her to come to the reception. I guess the supervisor thought the little brother couldn't afford a house at all. The clothes are too torn to throw away. And how can you afford to buy a house in the Magic City that is every inch a house? For a moment, May felt as if she had run into the same person as herself. Everyone is at the bottom of the social ladder. That's the way it is in this world. Some people put their best foot forward to live nothing more than the most mediocre of lives. She felt that Ling was the same kind of person as him. However, as a sales, it is your duty to serve every customer well, even if the person doesn't buy, but you have to be enthusiastic about the service. So, she straightened the collar of her lady's suit slightly, a genuine smile on her face. She pulled out her most professional side. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Lingu. Soon, she arrived at Ling Ji's side. She looked to this peer. Hello sir, may I ask if you're looking at a house? Lingu looked toward Xiaomei. Well, quiet temperament and very light makeup. The features are delicate, with a girl next door demeanor. It gives a very comfortable feeling. The smile on his face was also very genuine. Lingu nodded. Yes, I heard that your house here is the best in the entire Magic City, so I wanted to come over and take a look. Hearing Ling Ji's words, Xiaomei only thought that Lingu had come over to gain some insight, but she didn't take it lightly. She thought it would be good to get a rise out of it. Maybe it would even spur the boy on to get angry too. Sir, would you like to see an apartment or a house? May asked very professionally. Look at the housing. Lingu returned. Xiaomei then led Lingu to a sand table model surrounded by glass. Look sir, this is one of our main properties and the best selling. This is considered a school district housing, although the location is a little far from the city center, but close to the University of Magic City, and the cost effectiveness is also the highest. The price here is $80,000 a square foot to start. Of course, $80,000 is for the poor floors. And the better floors are still around 100,000. Ling Ge nodded. $100,000 a flat. That means 100 square feet is $10 million. Yet he had $100 million in his hand that he had to spend. This house is clearly out of place. Originally, according to Ling Ge's personality, is not going to be that extravagant. In his opinion, it's not good to have a house that's too big. Getting a 100 square foot 3-bedroom would be enough. However, this 100 million is as a one-time reward given by the system. It can only be used once. He also quietly asked the system if he could buy many sets at once. The system's answer is no. That is, he can only buy one set. That is, he can only try to choose a house that is as expensive as possible, and preferably close to and not exceeding $100 million. And Ling Ge's rental is about to expire. That's why it's important to buy a home that's still well furnished. So he asked directly, Missy, is there any kind of room that's been finely decorated? That is, one that you can live in straight away. May froze slightly. I don't know why Ling Ge asked that, because actually even she didn't think Ling Ge would buy it. The middle-aged man and woman from before were not far from Ling Ge. They naturally heard Ling Ge's words. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man and the woman both burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, the middle-aged man said, Little brother, your words are too funny. Those who don't know, they really think you're in a hurry to buy it to live in. That's right, with such an expensive house, not many people in the entire Magic City can afford it. The woman concurred. Young people still should not be overambitious, but take one step at a time. Maybe in the future you can buy a toilet after working hard for decades. Darling is right. Money isn't so easy to come by these days. Not everyone can be as successful as you. The woman fawned over the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was contentedly enjoying the woman's flattery. A few people were there laughing, but Ling Ge didn't bother with them this time. And May is still a great service, directly leading Ling Ge to another sandbox. The houses in this neighborhood are well furnished and the houses are fully furnished with all the appliances. You can move in straight away, but the price is naturally much higher. Going for 200,000 square feet. Ling Ge did a little calculation in his mind. $200,000 a square foot, and 100 square feet is still only $20 million. Ling Ge shook his head. That's still too cheap. If anyone knew what he was really thinking at this moment, I'm afraid a mouthful of old blood would have to be spat out. Your damn $20 million house, you actually said it was too cheap. How can those who can't even afford a toilet live there? But of course, no one knew what Ling Ge was thinking at the moment. When Xiaomei saw Ling Ge shaking her head, she thought it was because Ling Ge thought the house was too expensive. So it was comforting. You just have to work hard, sir, and you might be able to afford it in the future. In one's life, one goes around in circles, and one might just wind up in the scenery. Ling Ge smiled and didn't make a defense. He asked again, what about the other houses? What's the price of the most expensive house you have here? Xiaomei knew that Ling Ge was afraid that she was just here to see the world. After all, the immediate opening was to ask for the most expensive house. So she brought Ling Ge to the sandbox of a high-end property. Sir, this is the most luxurious Riverview house in Magic City. Thompson First Class. There is currently a penthouse duplex left here, a total of 400 square feet. Deluxe decoration. $300,000 per square foot. Total price $120 million. Originally, Ling Ge sounded quite satisfied, but it turned out that the total price was actually $120 million. Hey, he sighed faintly and inaudibly, but May quickly continued. The total price is $120 million, and there will be a $20 million discount for the full price. $100 million if you total the price. Her tone also showed yearning and envy. $100 million house. She couldn't even think about it if she didn't work here selling houses. You know, their hometown. The most expensive suite in the city center is only 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. A house for 700,000 or 800,000 dollars is a dream that has been out of reach for her all her life. Not to mention the $100 million house. $100 million. If they were all converted to $100 apiece in cash, I'm afraid it would have to fill the whole house. However, Ling Ge's eyes lit up when he heard Xiaomei's words. Nice guy. That's not too much for that price. It's just right. Not even a single point will be wasted. Totally spent to the hilt. This house is great, and not far away. The sales supervisor said to Xiaomei. Alright Xiaomei, you finished introducing this little brother as well. You can go back and organize the information. This little brother, please go back when you're done enjoying yourself. After all of us still have to go to work. No one can play along with accompanying you. His words could be said to be without qualms. It's a straight-up eviction. He felt that it was enough to keep May company for so long with this poor boy's antics. Mind you, it's still a vacation. There were a lot of people looking at the house. If it wasn't for the fact that there were quite a few customers in the lobby and they were afraid of bad publicity, he would have kicked people out a long time ago. Who the hell has time to give you a guided tour? Think this is a tourist attraction. Other tourist attractions at least have to charge a fee. Right. Ling Gu frowned slightly. The tone of his voice was a few degrees colder. Is this how you treat your customers? Are you thinking that I'm the one who can't afford it? The sales executive frowned. He was tempted to say you damn well just can't afford it, but after all, there were a lot of people there, so he couldn't say that. If he really said that and it got out on the internet, he might not even have his job. The middle-aged man with the gold necklace from before laughed mockingly. Young man, don't be a hero. They've done a good enough job showing you the rooms for so long that you've grown up. Just don't toss it. People are still working. The rest of the guests in the hall were gathered around to watch the show. That's right. This young man, and does not buy a house. How can he be so kind as to let the other young lady introduce him for so long? That's right. He can't even afford to buy the clothes he's wearing when they're torn. Can he still afford to buy a house in this magic city? This young man, it looks like he hasn't experienced the beatings of society. Young people nowadays can be so, hard to say. It's as if he feels like he's the center and everyone has to revolve around him. There was a lot of chatter in the hall. Straight out loud. Oh, Ling Gu sneered in his heart. He didn't care about the crowd's comments, directly calling out to May, who was ready to continue back to organize the information. Missy, I bought that house just now. He opened his mouth. The crowd of onlookers froze, and then so many people just burst out laughing. Little brother, you can't be talking about the $100 million Townsend 400 square feet duplex that the young lady just introduced to you. May had a worried look on her face. She also thought that Ling Gu was talking big. That's when the sales executive spoke up again. Xiao Mei, since this little brother said he wants to buy it, go ahead and prepare the contract there. He wanted to see the scene where Ling Gu was reduced to a laughingstock later on. When that happens, he'll have to just call security to kick them out. This kid clearly belongs in the troublemaker category. I'm sure no one can say anything against him even if he rushes people. Ling Ji's eyes that were unperturbed and wan as pure as amber looked at Xiao Mei. He nodded. Mei somehow felt that the boy wasn't the type to fool around. Is he really here to buy a house? But the year had just risen and been thrown off by Mei. How is this possible? $100 million house. How many people in the whole of Xia can afford it? That's all. Xiao Mei took the contract over with a muddled forehead. She didn't know what was wrong. Obviously reason told her that Ling Gu couldn't afford it at all. But she inexplicably had a kind of trust in Ling Gu. Is this the legendary charisma? Ling Gu and Xiao Mei came to a customer resting place on the side. There are many coffee tables, sofas, etc. set up here. Customers can sit and talk to sales consultants about houses, contracts and other things. The two men sat down, and at this moment, many of the people watching had already come over. They wanted to see how this inexplicably loaded lad was going to end up. You know, it's the stage where you're ready to sign the contract. Once this contract is signed, it's legally binding. This is no joke. They felt sure that Ling Gu would find an excuse not to sign. Therefore most people looked at Ling Gu with a playful attitude. However, next moment, Ling Gu, however, directly picked up a pen and signed the contract very dashingly. In a few moments, the places that needed to be signed were done. He stunned the others with this maneuver. This kid has too much guts. I can't believe I actually signed it. It's a contract. Someone shook their head. Still too young. It's true that he's a poor boy who's just starting out, daring to sign without knowing anything. Is it just for the sake of pretending? But it's a contract. It has legal effect. You can't just sign it. How dashing you act now. How lousy you'll be later. Everyone thinks this kid, he's overplaying his hand. But if you ignored the raggedy clothes he was wearing, he kinda looked like an upper-class person. Because this kid, since the beginning, has been very cloudy. Don't you know you're in a hurry? Mei gulped hard as she looked at the words signed on the contract. She didn't expect Ling Gu to actually sign it so lightly. She didn't know exactly what Ling Gu had in mind. There was nothing she could do about it. Can only be somewhat in accordance with the process of stuttering again. Asked, Sir, you are to pay directly? Ling Gu nodded. Swipe your card. He directly took out the bank card rewarded by the system and placed it on the table. I don't think there's any money in this bank card. $100 million. How is that possible? I guess later on when the swipe fails this kid is going to find an excuse to say he took the wrong bank card or something like that and take advantage of the opportunity to slip away. These people are very certain. They didn't even think about the fact that the card could really have $100 million in it. A young student look-alike. Someone whose clothes are too torn to change has $100 million on his card. This is clearly unrealistic. Therefore, to this day, they still felt that this was Ling Gu pretending here. It will be revealed later when you swipe your card. They just wait and see what happens. Xiao Mei shivered and went to bring a POS machine. Then the amount of 100 million was entered and double-checked. Then she took the bank card on the coffee table into her hands as everyone watched. Insert your bank card into the POS machine. Next, Mei inquired about Ling Ji's password. Ling Ge faintly said, "There's no password." Then, under the gaze of the crowd, clicked to confirm. The card was then swiped and the ticket was successfully printed out. Mei froze outright. All the onlookers also had their mouths wide open at this moment. How is this possible? The middle-aged man wearing a gold necklace exclaimed in shock. The sales executive's face changed slightly. "I can't believe I actually looked away this time." They had always thought the lad was just a clown in general. As a result, it was not expected. The clowns are actually themselves. A teenager in rags can swipe 100 million straight from his card. Boy, this is too much of a stretch. That's 100 million, not $1. What happened here directly alarmed the manager of the sales department. The manager rushed over with a smile on his face and complimented Ling Ge. Ling Ge, on the other hand, said, "There's something wrong with your service attitude here. Only Miss Zhang Xiaomei who just explained the house to me is the most professional." "Ah, I'm sorry sir, it was our training that wasn't done properly." The manager apologized in a hurry. Then an instant decision was made. That would be to promote Mei to supervisor and demote the previous male supervisor to team leader. After the handover of the house, Ling Ge took the key and was ready to go back. Xiaomei personally escorted Ling Ge out of the gate to where Ling Ge had parked his shared bike. Ling Ge was ready to sweep the car and leave straight away, but it was called back by Mei. "Mr. Ling." Ling Ge turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Mei had a complicated look on her face and a strange glint in her eyes. Ling Ge bought this house and she was able to get a commission. For $100 million house, her commission is over $200,000. That's because she didn't convert. If she did, the commission would be higher. "Thank you," Ling Ge said indifferently. "What's wrong with that? It's your professional service that made me decide to buy it." "That, Mr. Ling, is it okay if I make a request?" Mei said a little less kindly. "It's fine." Ling Ge nodded. Mei looked at him and took a deep breath then spoke. "I want to see what you look like in person. Okay?" It wasn't that she had anything against Ling Ge, because she knew that Ling Ge was not from the same world as her. Ling Ge was at a level that was out of her reach. She simply felt that Ling Ge was her benefactor. Trying to remember what a benefactor looks like. Although she had seen Ling Ji's ID photo before when she handled the contract, she still wanted to see what Ling Ge really looked like under the mask. Feeling that this wasn't much of a request, Ling Ge placed his slender hands on the elastic cord of the mouthpiece behind his ears. Then the mask was removed. Next moment, a handsome, cast-like, peerless face was presented directly in front of Xiaomei. The little beauty's eyes were streaming. The pink lips were slightly open. She finally realized why Ling Ge always had to wear such a mask. Only because, under that mask, hiding a stunning face, the style is as magnificent as an exiled immortal. Mei froze directly in place. By the time she responded, Ling Ge had already swept a shared bike straight away. His figure faded to the end of the sunlit street. There was a long silence. It was only then that Mei reluctantly walked back. "Mr. Ling, will I ever see you again in this life?" Thoughts ran through Mei's mind. There are some people who turn around and it's a lifetime. She felt that she was afraid that it would be hard to see Ling Ge again in the future. The two were simply two worlds apart. It's hard to cross paths again. Only, what Mei didn't know was, soon after, she would see Ling Ge frequently. Only, that's on various hotspots on your cell phone. After Mei walked back lost in thought, the room was swarming with co-workers. Because the manager had announced in public earlier that he was promoting Mei to supervisor. Therefore these people, no matter how they were before, had licked their faces and flocked over at this moment. "Supervisor Xiaomei, did you send Mr. Ling out and see what kind of car that Mr. Ling drove just now?" A female employee asked curiously. At this point, Ling Ge had become Ling Xiao in their mouths. A tycoon like young Ling should be driving a super luxury car. After all, he's the one who spends $100 million on a house without blinking an eye. Yeah. Does he drive a Rolls-Royce or a Maserati? Rolls-Royce? Maserati? Thinking of Ling Ji's figure that disappeared at the end of the street in the sunlight as he left, she shook her head after a small smile. "Neither. None of it? What kind of limo is that?" "He rode a bike share." Mei gave this reply. "Ha?" The group was speechless. The guy who buys a $100 million house without batting an eye actually rides a bike share? Is this the world of the real bigots? Ling Ge left the sales department ready to go to a pedestrian street near here to buy clothes. After all, it is at least the person who is going to be an entertainer, and it is better to dress cleanly. All those clothes of the original owner of this body, Ling Ge no longer wanted them. The wardrobe is just awful. It's basically a dress you buy online for no more than $100. Many of the clothes are of poor quality as well. It's not uncommon for colors to fall out in pill and such. This torn white sweater was still the slightly more presentable one that Ling Gu had picked out from all of the original owner's clothes. Riding a small yellow bike to the very busy Nanjing Road pedestrian street in Magic City, Ling Gu parked his bike on the side of the street at the entrance to the pedestrian street, then stepped into the very busy pedestrian street of this metropolis of Magic City. It has a wide range of clothing brands. Luxury and affordable are available, but Ling Gu didn't have the money to buy those extravagant brands. He only has about $40,000 on him right now. If you go to a big-name clothing store, it might not be enough to buy an outfit, so he had to go with the brands that were a bit more affordable. And, previously acquired guitar playing skills. He's still missing a guitar. As an original singer, it's not right to be without a guitar. Playing music is very expensive. Like a better guitar, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars outright is possible. Ling Gu naturally couldn't afford it at the moment. In his mind he was just going to buy a handful or two for starters. You can change it when you make money. Ling Gu didn't take a few steps when he suddenly saw a stage set up in front of him. The backdrop on the stage reads the grand opening of the Moon Routine Society. There were a lot of people gathered in front of the stage at the moment. It looks very lively. Ling Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Good lord. It's still exactly but what goes around comes around. He had planned to buy a guitar, but it just happened to coincide with the opening of the piano club for an event. Since it's an opening event, it's only natural that there will be discounts. Ling Gu got excited and was ready to go to the Chin Club to take a look. Only he wasn't quite sure why there were so many people around for just the opening of a zither club. And what is this stage setting for? Is this stage for a show? He came to the end of the crowd, tapped a boy in front of him on the shoulder whose hair looked like it hadn't been washed in a few days. The boy turned around in disbelief. He had acne all over his face and wore thick black framed glasses. Apparently, he was a typical geek. Dude, I want to ask what's going on here. Why are so many people gathered here? Ling Gu asked with some curiosity. After all, it is unlikely that a normal amount of piano store openings have so many people. It's not a good idea to have so many people at the opening. Can't you see there are hundreds of people gathered here now? There's no way these guys are hired drags or anything like that. But there was no performance on the stage now either. So how could so many people be gathered here? The geeks looked at Ling Gu with a you haven't seen the world gaze. Don't you know who runs this piano club? Ling Gu froze slightly. Who opened it? What does it matter who owns this piano club? Is the owner of the piano club famous? Does some famous person run a piano club? Ling Gu asked. The geek nodded, and then began to fall into some kind of self-absorption with a blissful look on his face. The complexion of those yellowish cheeks had changed. A blush began to swirl away. There was even some drool coming out of the corners of his mouth. A demented look. Ling Gu. Seeing the otaku in this state, he was really a bit speechless. What's this dude got in mind? Such a strong imagination? Is it because of the owner of the piano club? Ling Gu came to be a bit more interested. What kind of person would be the owner of a gin club that could make an otaku show such a demented look? Looking at the state of the geeks, Ling Gu wasn't in a hurry. He waited very patiently. The geek was probably mesmerized for a minute or so before he snapped out of that arcane state. He reached up and wiped the drool from the side of his mouth with his sleeve. Somewhat apologetically, he said, I'm sorry brother. I just thought of my wife. So I fell into a state of ascension. Ling Gu was very understanding and nodded. It's fine. By the way, is your wife the owner of the piano club? Ling Gu already had a few guesses. After all, that boss must be an attractive person to make a geek show such a piggy look. I just don't know if the owner of this piano club is a man or a woman. Not that he took it for granted that the owner of the piano club would be a woman. After all, these days, maybe the dude just likes guys too. This kind of thing is also very possible. Hearing Ling Ji's words, the geek smiled very happily. That smile was huge. Yeah, the owner of the Moon Routine Club is Lu Yuru. You know Lu Yuru, don't you? The geek looked at Ling Gu and asked. Ling Gu froze, then searched through the memory and came up with, he wasn't really impressed, and shook his head. The geek was amazed. What? You don't even recognize Lu Yuru? Ling Gu nodded with certainty. It was true that he didn't know any Lu Yuru. Bro, are you from the countryside? Lu Yuru is the dream girl of countless geeks. She debuted at the age of 15. And her song Lovers Clinging to Each Other in the Moonlight became a hit. 8 years after her debut, she is now even being hailed as the successor of the diva. Of course, those accomplishments aren't the main thing. The main thing is that she's pretty. By other doesn't even begin to describe a thousandth of her looks. She was voted by the Ricetime magazine as the #1 beauty in the great summer country that is hard to come by in 5,000 years. Many people on the internet are even calling her the dream of 900 million teenage boys. The geek was very proud to give Ling Gu a generalization of Lu Yuru's glorious deeds, but then the geek sighed softly, with some emotion. She said, however, in the past 2 years, she has rarely appeared in front of the public, and her works are few and far between. and although she has been hailed as the successor of the diva, she has never been able to make more of a step to impact on that position. Ling Ge nodded. He sort of finally understood why there were so many people around here. It turns out that the owner of this Moonruchin society is actually a star, and it's one of those very good-looking stars. It's no wonder. Right. The geek added as if he remembered something. Today the piano club is opening. There is a self-playing and singing competition being registered. It is said that the person who wins the first place will receive a Martin guitar worth $30,000, and it is possible that Yuru will also personally give the first place an award. Ling Ge secretly nodded. So it is. He sort of realized that these people were gathered here for fear that they weren't here to see any activity. Instead, it was to meet Lu Yueru. However, what does Lu Yueru have to do with him? Can he be as good-looking as he is? He's a man with 100 plus face value. But well, Ling Ji's eyes turned, and there was a radiant light flowing within them. He got a little excited. The first place winner of this contest actually gets a $30,000 guitar. He was worried about money, just missing a guitar. As a result, this Lu Yuru sent him the guitar. That's good people. Lu Yuru left an extremely strong favorable impression in Ling Ji's heart at the moment. This kind of warmth delivery. He likes it. That would be very nice. Ling Ge looked ahead. There was a table set up in the front with the sign-up desk written on it. Ling Ge squeezed right through. Hello, I'd like to sign up for the contest. In charge of enrollment were two people, a man and a woman. The man frowned slightly when he saw the clothes on Ling Ge that had a large tear in it. Asked, Sir, may I ask if you play the guitar? A big reason for this campaign in their store is naturally to promote the store's instruments. Therefore, this impromptu singing contest is requiring the contestants to play and sing on their own. And just as naturally, it's not for everyone. Those who can play and sing by themselves must be at least at a high amateur level, or an art student who specializes in music. There are two schools in Mordor that are more famous. One is Mordor University, and the other is the Mordor Conservatory of Music, which is known as the Mecca of Music. Many of the singers in the entertainment industry today are from the Magic City Music Academy. It was a holiday, and most of the people who signed up for this talent contest they were organizing were students from the Magic City Music Academy. After all, how many of the general public are capable of playing and singing to themselves? And the students who are able to study music basically have the kind of families that don't have much money. It is well known that learning music costs money, but judging by Ling Ji's dress, he really didn't look like a rich lord. So the man asked. Ling Ge nodded. It's no problem. The man exchanged a glance with the woman, then added, then play something at random for us to hear. He held out a guitar that was sitting next to him to Ling Ge. In the crowd, a boy in a black leather jacket with a 2/8 center-parted haircut was currently looking absently at the registration desk. He is Su Cohen, a recognized outstanding student of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. A while back he created the internet song Chicken Too Beautiful, which was a hit for a while. At the time, many people on Tees recorded videos with his songs. His family was naturally not short of money, so he could not afford to enter this kind of competition just for a guitar. But he learned something from someone he knew. That is, the person who won the Martin guitar in this competition can get Lu Yuru's recommendation to directly skip the audition to enter today's summer country's very hot program, The Voice of Tomorrow, general election site. The Voice of Tomorrow is a variety show that has started to gain popularity in the past 2 years. 2 sessions have now been held, but many of the contestants in it have now made it big as first or second tier singers. To be able to skip the auditions directly into the general audition scene of this show, that's certainly a very good opportunity. Keep in mind that this audition alone will take place over a month. The top few from each province in the country are selected to enter the general selection site. Thus, Su Cohen came. For this match, he was determined to win. Could he, an outstanding student of the Magic City Conservatory, not be able to take such a competition? What a joke. So he doesn't give a damn about these contestants. He has that capital. At this moment, Ling Ge, who was standing in front of the enrollment table, already had his guitar in his hands. It was a guitar called Martin, sort of a very famous brand. Although Ling Ge was an 18th line singer in his previous life, he didn't know how to play the guitar. He had gotten the guitar playing skill through the system a while back, hadn't tried it yet. With the guitar in his hands at the moment, he immediately felt like a fish out of water. I know exactly where every string on the guitar is located, and even what kind of sound it makes when you strum it. It's as if he's a master who's been playing guitar for decades. A slight search for feeling. The next moment Ling Ge moved. His long fingers plucked the strings. Duong. Immediately afterward the fingers began to flick nimbly. A beautiful melody came out from the guitar in his hands. The notes are pleasant and inexplicably soothing. It's like a sitting on a hill with a fresh breeze, ethereal and cozy, listening to the beautiful melody. Su Cohen narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes filled with surprise. There was a feeling in his heart. That is, the boy with the mask and tattered clothes is extremely uncomplicated. At least the guitar playing was very good. He studied music and his favorite instrument is the guitar. So he was able to tell that Ling Ji's knowledge of music theory was very mature. He knew the trigger finger like the back of his hand. And he was also comfortable with all the tonal syllables. The guitar standard is definitely not worse than his own professional music studies. But Saikuin wasn't worried. Because it's a pop-up contest. The main thing is to sing. The guitar is just an aid. Just be able to play the melody of the song. While Ling Gu was playing, the two staff members in charge of enrollment were currently caught up inside the melody of this beautiful tune. But Ling Gu quickly stopped. He played the melody City in the Sky from a movie from a previous life. But he only remembered the melody. The rest had long been forgotten. So just play a little bit. Originally, listening to Ling Ji's playing, many people even squinted their eyes in appreciation. But who knows, the next moment it's gone. It feels like you're just getting into the groove of getting ready for that, only to come to a hard stop. It doesn't feel like it's on or off. It's too damn hard. Now can I sign up? Ling Ji's nice voice rang out. The two people in charge of enrollment gave him a somewhat sultry look. That'll work. Name, contact info filled out. The man took a pen to Ling Gu after turning the registration form around. After Ling Gu finished filling out the form, the man added, "The match officially starts at 5 p.m. Ling Gu nodded and prepared to leave. But at this time the girl next to him kindly reminded, "Right, little brother. Your clothes better be changed. Otherwise it might somewhat affect the singing effect." Ling Gu nodded in agreement. "Okay, thanks." Ling Gu turned to leave. He hadn't gotten very far when a man stopped him. The man had a 2/8 center parted haircut and was wearing a black leather jacket full of cyberpunk. "Boy, you play the guitar well." Ling Gu nodded. "That's a great truth." Su Kuan was directly speechless. For a moment he froze, not knowing what to say back. According to the normal situation, shouldn't you be modest and say where or general? How direct and so cheeky. How does that make for good conversation? Ling Gu looked at Su Kuan with some confusion. "Is there anything else? I'm hungry and want to go eat first." He was really hungry and had gone to look at houses today after an early breakfast and then a long bike ride. Physical exertion is a bit much. Su Kuan directly choked. After thinking about it, he said, "You're a good guitar player, but you're still so far behind me. I'm determined to win this tournament." Su Kuan tilted his head condescendingly and looked at Ling Gu with his nostrils. "On top of the immortal, proud of the world. With me, Su Kuan, there is heaven." Ling Gu, where did this middle-aged guy come from? This IQ made Ling Gu feel that if he stayed with him for a long time maybe his own IQ would be pulled down to the same level. He nodded. "Oh, well, cheer up then. Yo." After saying that, he took off. Watching Ling Gu leave, Su Kuan rushed at his back. "Hey, I'm not done yet." Ling Gu ignored him and walked straight away. He was starving. How could he have time to listen to the crap of a middle-aged teenager? Looking at Ling Ji's departing back, Su Kuan clenched his fists. "Good, man. You managed to get my attention." Ling Gu went to a nearby alley to have a simple lunch. It's a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 hours to go before the game starts. Ling Gu was going to casually stroll around and buy an outfit. In some clothing store deep in the alley, a girl wearing a long-sleeved green plate buckle with a clear and elegant face is now at the table holding a cell phone and talking to someone on the phone. And on the table in front of her was placed a white Republican Chinese mountain jacket. A lifelike golden dragon is embroidered on the left shoulder to the front hem of the Zhongshan dress. The scales on that golden dragon's body were all clearly visible, glowing a light golden color in the sunlight. The store was small and didn't have many clothes, but the clothes in it are all Republican style or hanbok. Ling, just listen to mom and dad. Don't hold on to that store anymore. Close it down and find a factory to work in. Look at you. You can't sell more than a few dresses a month. What's the point of driving? Who else in this day and age likes those old antique-like clothes? The young girl pursed her lips stubbornly, her eyes reddening. No. This is the only thing that grandma left behind, and now that grandma is gone, I should keep this store in her place. And it is also grandma's dying wish to continue running this store. She hopes that one day I will carry forward the shoe embroidery. I promised her. Then I must stick to it. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a moment. A woman's voice continued. But you can't even earn a living. What's going to happen in the long run? Mom and dad can't keep supporting you. Moreover, your brother has reached the age of 20. And should get married in 2 years. Your father and I are going to sell this store to buy him a suite. You continue to open it for another half a year. Half a year if it doesn't take off. Then listen to mom and dad. Go on a blind date and get married. Then find a factory to work in. So said the woman on the other side of the phone. No, you can't. Zhang Ling was in tears. However, the caller had hung up on the other side of the phone. All that came out was a beep beep beep. Zhang Ling was in utter despair. This store was originally left to her by her grandmother. Since she was a little girl, she had been very fond of those patterns that her grandmother had embroidered on her clothes, and she was very talented at embroidering things. Grandma had wanted to pass the skill on to her dad, but he didn't want to learn it because he thought it was a woman's thing. Then there was her. And Grandma saw that she was genuinely likable and talented, so he taught her everything he had learned in his life. And she has been learning from her grandmother since she was 10 years old, and is now in her 10th year. Last year, Grandma passed away. Before she passed away, her grandmother took her hand in her hospital bed. Nui nui ah. In the future, shoe embroidery will be in your hands. You can't let it break the inheritance ah. Recalling the past, Jiang Ling felt even more grief and sadness. I'm sorry Grandma. I'm sorry. I can't keep your store anymore and I can't carry forward the shoe embroidery. I'm sorry. And just at this time, a nice magnetic male voice rang out from the doorway. That's sorry to interrupt. Wang Ling also didn't expect there to be a boy with a mask standing at the door. She hastily wiped her eyes. Once again, he looked at the boys in the doorway. Although the boy's clothes were torn with a big hole, the boy's figure was straight, and he vaguely revealed a light and elegant temperament. Those eyes, in particular, were unusually good-looking. A pair of eyes were clear and bright. So much for the most beautiful star in the world. The girl stood up and walked over in a hurry. Excuse me little brother, are you looking at clothes? Ling Ge nodded. He'd found the family store when he'd been wandering around earlier. Very old store. It wasn't even remodeled inside, but it was clean. He came in because he saw the dress the girl had laid on the table. It was a white, Republican-era midriff. Especially the golden dragon embroidered on the clothes even reflected golden light under the sunlight. Simply lifelike and full of dimension. He liked it instantly. So he stood in the doorway. Only the girl had been there on the phone, so he hadn't ventured in. Instead, he waited very patiently for the girl to finish typing. Wang Ling welcomed Ling Gu in. Ling Gu went straight to the table. His eyes looked at the dress on the table. Does little brother like this dress? Looking at Ling Ji's gaze, Zhang Ling asked. At the same time there were a few snickers in her heart. The pattern on this dress was embroidered by her for a full month. Just today. It was just finished. It's also one of her favorite pieces. She was naturally very happy to have her work recognized by others. Ling Ge nodded. Then the word. It's marshmallow embroidery. Shoe embroidery has formed its own unique flavor with bright and clear colors and exquisite and delicate needlework. It has a long history, dating back as far as the Sang Singui period. Zhang Ling nodded. I didn't realize that little brother actually knew so much. She took the dress in her hands and looked at Ling Gu again. The size of this dress is estimated to be about the same size as little brother's size. Does little brother want to try it on? Ling Ge nodded. Then took the dress and went to the humble fitting room in the back. After changing into his clothes, he thought about it. Then the mask was removed. After all, it's disrespectful to wear someone else's work and wear a mask. He opened the curtain in the fitting room and, from the somewhat dim light of day, that dress fit extremely well on his body, as if it had been customized for him. Zhang Ling's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. In fact, she had fantasized about such a person in her mind back when she was making the dress. He is elegant and calm, as if he is an immortal who does not stain the red dust. No defilement in this world of men can stain him. He's clean and uncluttered. Ling Ge stepped out from behind the cloth curtain. Wang Ling only felt as if he was slowly walking from the fantasy world in his mind to reality. Although the dress is her work, but at this moment she felt that Ling Ge was the owner of this dress. Only such a magnificent character deserves this dress, right? At this moment, she felt that she would be willing to let her give this dress to Ling Gu. Looking at Wang Ling's dumbfounded appearance, Ling Ge smiled slightly. It was as if the spring breeze of March had brushed his cheeks. Unusually comfortable. I think the dress kinda fits me. Wang Ling sighed back with the same exclamation. It fits so well. So, how much does the dress cost? Ling Gu asked. Wang Ling thought about it. In fact, she felt that any talk of money would be an insult to this dress with this wonderful person. However, she also knew that Ling Gu was never the type of person who liked to take advantage of others. Looking at the clothes Ling Gu had worn earlier, she felt that Ling Gu didn't have any money either, so she pondered a suitable price in her head. Why don't we just ask for the money for the material? She thought to herself. If Ling Gu had known what was going on in her mind, she would have said, please insult me quickly. But he knew the girl was having a hard time too. Life wasn't easy, so he really isn't going to take advantage of that. Tell you what, $20,000, what do you think? Ling Gu also guessed the girl's thoughts when she saw her still meditating there, so he opened his mouth and gave a price. You know, in the previous life, shoe embroidery was worth a lot of money. What's more, it must have taken a lot of time to get such a large pattern on the dress. The price was still given because Ling Ge didn't have any money, but he was advertising for the girl by wearing it. When he's on fire, Won't the girls' dress store be on fire too? Wang Ling's eyes widened, stammering, 10,000? Mind you, she actually pondered the cost price of the dress. She was ready to not even pay for the handiwork. She wanted a price for the material, but I didn't expect Ling Gu to actually give such a price directly. Even if she were to sell this dress, she hadn't actually thought of selling it for so much money. Just like that, while Wang Ling was in a daze, Ling Gu paid her the money, and Ling Gu also asked for her contact information, saying that he would look for her to order clothes in the future. Ling Gu had already decided that from now on, this little girl would be his royal costumer. I'll order more sets later when I'm making money. It's a style of dress he loves. Only, at this moment, Wang Ling was even more unexpected. In a few days, her clothing store would follow Ling Gu and set the country on fire. In order to match this dress, Ling Gu went back to buy white slacks, as well as a new pair of white shoes to change into. The whole thing was white all up and down, even with the mask on. His turnout was horrendous. Ling Gu jammed a bit back to the previous match. Then he was going to perform a song he remembered from earlier later. As it turns out, it seems like he only remembers bits and pieces of every song now. None of the songs are remembered in their entirety. That's what's going on. System, did you do this? Ling Gu asked directly in his head. However, the system replied to, that's right, it's this baby. Ling Gu. He winded up on the spot. He gritted his teeth. Do you just want me to be unable to remember a single song so you can overpay for it at your place? This system is to spur the host on, to make the host work harder for the prestige value. I'm doing this all for the good of the host. This system is a piece of good intentions. The host cannot let down. To work harder to earn reputation value, yo. Thank you pro support, yo. Traitor, Ling Gu angrily rebuked in his heart. Then he went straight to the temporary preparation room next to the competition venue. In the competition room, Ling Gu also saw Su Koen, the middle-aged teenager from before. Su Koen gave him the middle finger, but Ling Gu still ignored him. This kind of middle-aged teenager he's going to pick up is descending wisdom. Kid, why do you wear a mask all the time? Is it too ugly to see people? Su Koen was originally speaking casually. However, just after he finished speaking, he felt that his casual remark made perfect sense. If it wasn't too ugly to be seen, why would it keep a mask on and not take it off? There was some smugness in his mind. So what if you can play the guitar well? You're still an ugly bitch. God would only have exclusive favor with someone like him. Good-looking and talented. He can be so good. Su Koen drifted a bit as he thought about it. Laughed outright. It caused a group of people to look at him as if they were looking at a retard. After the person who had signed up earlier gave them a roll call to make sure everyone was in order, the game officially started. Just see the stage. A male host in a full suit walked on stage. Good evening, viewers. After his greeting, a loud applause erupted from the scene. It wasn't just the 200 or so seats in the protective line that were filled at the moment. Those who hadn't grabbed a seat were standing around the stage. The site was popular with at least another 500 or 600 people. This is very scary. Keep in mind that this is, after all, just an opening event for a piano club. But it was surprising that it could make so many people gather around. It is evident that the popularity of Yanuki Ru, although Lu Yueyu has rarely appeared before the eyes of the audience in the past 2 years, her popularity is still very beatable. Welcome to the opening of the Moon Ruchin Society today. I'm glad you can support it. I wonder who we are all gathered here for today. Lu Yue are you? 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 The crowd chanted very enthusiastically. The host laughed. Ha ha, everyone is so enthusiastic. Then I hope everyone will also support Boss Yuru's Zither Club more. Yo! The host saw that the scene was almost alive, and then he continued. Today, the winner of the competition will be awarded by Yuru herself and also get to enter the general selection scene of The Voice of Tomorrow. The crowd of spectators applauded fiercely. Maybe today we will witness the rise of a future superstar. Is everyone excited? The host asked loudly. Excitement. People responded with enthusiasm as well. Su Koen looked at the stage, a blazing fire burning in his eyes. The quota. He, Su Koen, wants it. And the rest of the meal participants were filled with shock, revealing an unbelievable expression. They had no idea that the first place winner of the day would be given such an opportunity. This is, without a doubt, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Maybe, with this, you can enter the general selection of tomorrow's voice and become famous. Every one of them had gotten excited, trembling heart, excited lips. Originally, they just wanted a reward, but they didn't realize that there was such a huge surprise waiting for them. Well, they'll definitely have to pull out the stops and put on a good show today. Ling Gu wasn't too excited. With his current face value as well as strength, it is not a matter of time before he becomes popular. so instead he was the most calm one of the group. Tonight, he thought, let's set a small goal. Let's fire up the whole internet first. As for the voice of tomorrow, you may or may not participate in it. And with that game being 2 months away, it's still too early to tell. Just like that, Lingo looked at the stage very leisurely. It didn't take long for the first player to take the stage. It's a boy. Appears to be an amateur though. As soon as I opened my mouth to sing for a short while, my voice broke. The whole room burst out laughing outright. Then the boys got off the stage red-faced. Next was a girl with short hair. The girl looked like a student, and is studying music, has great intonation and talks well on the guitar. And so it went on until the fifth man. That's Seo Cohen. Hello everyone, I'm Soo Cohen. Soo Cohen opened his mouth to introduce himself. There were cheers from the stage. It's the original singer of the song Chicken Too Beautiful a while back. I can't believe it's so handsome. Yeah, I thought that all netizens die in the light of day, but it turns out that he has resisted this iron law. I'm going to focus on his teasing voice. Soo Cohen played and sang on stage. He played and sang a rock song. It's nice. However, in the opinion of Ling Gu, who was at the level of master singing, it was only slightly stronger than average. Sort of his previous vocals that hadn't been enhanced by the system. Junior singing, but that's far better than the rest of the players. 2. Wait until Soo Cohen is off the stage. He rushed at Lingo and said proudly, how's that? Brother's stage is infectious, right? Lingo faintly said, it's okay, it's just that the whole time it's roaring without much beauty. It's quite rowdy. I don't like it. Soo Cohen stumbled and almost didn't fall. It's okay? He's so strong that in Ling Ge's mouth he's just okay? He grimaced ironically. Alright, I'd like to see what level you are at again. If you convince me, I'll recognize you as my big brother. But if you lose, then you'll be my little brother. How about it? Ling Ge shook his head. What? Can't afford to lose? Soo Cohen asked as condescending as a peacock. Ling Ge, on the other hand, said indifferently, that's not the way. I just want to change the blockage. If I get first place, then you loudly call me, Dad, on this Nanjing walking street? A smirk flashed across Ling Ge's eyes. So what? Dare you bet? Soo Cohen thought for a moment, then said, if you don't get first place, call me Dad. Ling Ge nodded. No problem. Good. Then it's a deal. Soo Cohen said without a care in the world. He felt that with the strongest strength on the surface like his, how could he lose to Ling Ge? He was the winner of their school's top 10 singers on campus competition. How could such strength lose to a guy who didn't even dare to show his face? Soo Cohen didn't think Ling Ge could beat him, nor did he think about what would happen if Ling Ge won. He only felt that Ling Ge was bound to lose. The thought of bringing Ling Ge to shout out to him as his father on the pedestrian street made him feel inexplicably happy. The mood was also soothing. Let this girl has been a picture of cloudiness. Let the girl be invisible and pretend. He wanted the facts to show Ling Ge that pretending would be struck by lightning. That would be very nice. There weren't many participants, and it quickly came to Ling Ge. I only heard the host on stage say with passion, this next contestant he is very mysterious. How so? Because he was wearing a mask the whole time. We didn't know what he looked like. He was all white. So let's bring him on next. Okay. The crowd on stage answered in unison. Good. The crowd was also a bit piqued by the host. Wear a mask throughout. Wouldn't that be an ugly face under that mask? After all, in everyone's perception, unless it's a celebrity. Otherwise the average layman wears a mask, and that serves the purpose of covering his face. It was after 7 o'clock in the evening, the infinite shroud of night. At this time the stage was already lit up, illuminating the entire modest stage unusually brightly. The end of the crowd. A woman in a long beige trench coat and a mask stood there. She wore a hat with the brim pressed low. The waist-length hair that was soft and smooth like a waterfall was casually draped behind her exquisite figure, and a pair of peach blossom eyes that were so beautiful that they were gazing at the stage curiously. At the moment the crowd was already attracted to the stage and no one noticed her presence. Lu Yuru was the party that appeared here. She naturally didn't dare to stand here so ostentatiously during the daytime before, but it was dark at the moment, and the crowd was drawn to the stage, so no one noticed her. At the moment the stage was flashing with neon light, illuminating the stage as bright as day. At the sidewalk steps to the side of the stage, a silhouette dressed in white with a dusty temperament came from the light. The five-clawed golden dragon embroidered on his shoulder reflected sparkling light in the light. It was as if the scales on that golden dragon were real. Wow! Little brother's clothes are so stylish. It's actually a Republican-style Zhongshan suit. I didn't realize that Chinese mountain clothes actually look this good. Little brother has beautiful almond eyes. As the crowd murmurs, Ling walks onto the stage holding his guitar. The staff extremely quickly brought a stool and placed it in the center of the stage. After adjusting the height of the microphone on the stage, Ling Ge slowly sat on the stool in the center of the stage. crossed his legs and leaned his guitar against his lap. A nice magnetic voice came out. "Hello everyone, I'm Lingu. I wrote this song this afternoon when I passed by a clothing store. The clothing store was left to a girl by her grandmother before she died. I'm giving her this song, Granny says, but also to everyone else." After speaking, Lingu removed the mask with one hand and placed it in his pocket. Picturesque eyebrows, lips as thin as flower petals, and a knife-edge face. Hiss! The room erupted in a chorus of backwards breaths. A gasp of surprise ensued. "Ah! So handsome! How in the world can someone be so good-looking? Mommy, I saw fairies." In an instant, the crowd took pictures. Recording video for recording video. Sukoan naturally saw Ling Ji's true face value under the mask at this time. At the moment, he only felt that burning pain on his face. He had always thought that Lingu was an ugly comparison. Results: the Lingu with his mask off was clearly a guy who was so handsome that he was angry with the heavens. Sitting up in his deathbed, the clown was actually himself. My heart was filled with a strong feeling of both you and he Shengliang. Looking down at the excited crowd below the stage, he was so jealous in his heart. Why is this guy more popular than he is? Repulsive. Stage. Long, white fingers plucked the strings. A pleasant and calming intro plays. The crowd that had been so jubilant quieted down, as if he was afraid of disturbing that wonderful painted boy. A nice voice rings out. "Nui Nui, don't be naughty. Sit down and listen to Granny. It's the season of cooler weather and more rain on the ground. Don't panic, honey. Come and listen to Granny. You can watch the clouds after you sleep through the thunder. Don't be afraid, baby. Don't cry, baby. Go to sleep now. You listen to a song. Crickets are lighter. Rest quietly. The moon is full. Be a good boy and hug Grandma." It was like a beautiful picture of time unfolding in everyone's mind. The memory of the soft gaze of the loving old woman seemed to look back at her. The wind chimes are ringing softly. The birds are singing softly. And who's singing in the distance? Kissed the rainbow and scared the clouds. "I've come back. Nui Nui, you'll get tired when you grow up and walk a long way. Just remember how to say Granny in Hawa. Nui Nui, you're confused. Slow down and don't forget. Slowly you'll realize what you've lost. The path of life is a choice between gain and loss. When you're lost, think of what Granny said. Look back. After the rain, lots of clouds. Come on, Granny. I'll pick one for you. When you're old, Grandma's gone. You have to remember. Teach the children how to say it in their native tongue. Teach your daughter the accent. Look back. After the rain, less apathy. Come on, Granny. I'll wait for you in that village." The song is over. The crowd, however, had tears on their faces long ago, especially those whose grandmothers or grandmothers have passed away are in tears. Woo-woo, Liu Ru's eyes were also filled with tears at this moment. When she was a child, her grandmother loved her the most. A lot of reasoning with her every time. This is why she has developed her bland nature. Over the years, in the entertainment industry, she has never hyped or fought for anything. Variety is also barely on. Very Buddhist. Just that old lady. But one afternoon last winter, fell asleep sitting on a park bench in the sun. This sleep, and never woke up again. Su Koan was dumbfounded. Original. Lingu actually sings original songs, and the songs are so good. That singing ability is even more than I know how many streets away from myself. Look at these lyrics from Lingu, and then look at the song he wrote himself. Chicken too beautiful. He instantly wanted to find a crack in the ground. It's not in the same league at all, okay? The corner of Su Koan's mouth twitched slightly. He only felt his face hurt more at the moment. It's like getting slapped left and right in a savory way. And it was he himself who took the initiative to stick his face out and beg Ling Gu to hit him. Taisha is dead. Ling Ji's vocals, this level of guitar playing. First place didn't run. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the truth was the truth. Later on, he was going to yell, "Dad," loudly at Ling Gu in this square. That's too shameful. At this moment, Su Koan wanted to run away. He thought maybe he should just run away immediately. So Su Koan quietly stepped back. He had to run away in a hurry. He couldn't let Ling Gu find out. "Host, your cheap son is running away." Ling Gu had just gotten off the stage when he heard his own system's voice ringing in his head. Ling Gu froze slightly. Cheap son? Then he realized that the system was talking about the kid who had bet with him. Look up. Sure enough, Su Koan, who was dressed in a black leather jacket, had already walked out several meters away by now. And then he looked back. Then Su Koan saw Ling Gu looking at him with a smile on the corner of his mouth at the moment. Su Koan instantly froze as if he had been struck by lightning. Originally, he wanted to continue to run away directly, but as soon as he remembered the seemingly mocking smile at the corner of Ling Ji's mouth, he didn't want to go again? Did this guy think he couldn't afford to lose, so he was silently mocking him? He's not like that. As a future international superstar of fine quality, He was willing to gamble. He gave a vicious look towards Lingu before resigning himself to his fate and slinking back again. Entering the backstage of the impromptu concert, Su-Koen was like an eggplant struck by frost. Backstage at the show, several of the contestants were inside. They were previously aware of Ling Ji's bet with Su-Koen. I had thought that Su-Koen would run away, but I didn't expect that he would actually come back at this moment. That was a high point for them. At the moment, Su-Koen was staring at him in full view of everyone, and his face was hot and burning. You know, quite a few of the contestants in this competition are from their Magic City Music Academy. In the past, which time had he not been the man of the hour in front of the students of the school? At that time, people would only look at him with envy and admiration. Of course, there was also jealousy. It was the same as when he looked at Lingu, but here and now, the crowd stared at him as if they were staring at a joke. The stare annoyed him. Lingu also looked at Su-Koen at this moment. He wanted to see if this Su-Koen would really shout at him in front of so many people. Before, he said that letting Su-Koen shout in front of all the passers-by on the pedestrian street was just a deliberate attempt to knock Su-Koen. After all, who let this kid have a posture of old man first in the world? At the moment, if this kid had called out to him right here, then he would still be high on Su-Koen. This at least shows that Seogon is a man who can bend the rules. Su-Koen's face was on fire. However, for Lingu, if he had said that he looked down on him before, then at this moment, he actually already admired Lingu in his heart. Good looking, and even the original songs are so good. If he were a female, he'd probably love it straight away. He gazed at Lingu, gritting his teeth. Good. Worthy of the man he had in his sights. This man could be his lifelong nemesis. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Finally took a deep breath. Dad. Looking at this kid's stifled face and reddened face, Lingu couldn't be happier in his heart. He realized he had a bit of a bad taste in his mouth. He reached out his left hand and deliberately put it next to his ear, then said, "What? I can't hear you." Su-Koen's eyes widened, then filled with indignation. The boy was too much. "Don't you go too far, little me." Lingu shrugged. "What? Did you want to call me outside in front of all those people?" As soon as Lingu said this, Su-Koen's mind instantly thought of the image of him calling Lingu dad in front of all the people outside, which caused him to instantly shiver. It's horrible. It would definitely be a lifelong stain if he came out later, so he thought to forget about it and bear with the wind. In the future, he would definitely trample this hateful guy under his feet. There's got to be a day. Su-Koen gritted his teeth. Dad. Lingu didn't give him a hard time this time, but gently nodded. The children are teachable. He walked over to Su-Koen and patted his shoulder and said, "Kid, study hard and come work for me when you graduate in the future." Su-Koen. Crap. He was speechless for a moment. Working for this kid? Nice try. Poof. He grunted coldly, and then he simply left. Anyway, he knew that the winner of this match couldn't possibly be him. What was the point of staying here? Was it to watch Ling Ji's scenery when he received the award? He doesn't want it. Lingu laughed outright. This kid was quite interesting. Thought he'd let the kid come work for him when he started his company. Squeeze this kid's labor. Make this kid make him money. Not long after that, the singing was done. The host reappeared on stage, then spoke. It was a great race today. Who do you think is the first place winner today? As soon as the host asked this question, the audience underneath cried out, especially some female viewers. Their cries could almost pierce one's eardrums. Little brother. It's little brother. God-faced little brother. It's my husband. What's your husband? But anyone who eats some peanuts isn't drunk like that. That's my husband. The host looked down cheerfully. Ha ha, it seems that little brother is very popular. That's right. Today's first place winner is our little brotherling. Congratulations to little brother for winning a Martin guitar worth tens of thousands of dollars from the Moon Routine Society. Next, let's have our little brother come up to the stage to receive his award. Pa 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 pa. There was a round of applause that was as loud as it could be. Lingu walked onto the stage once again with the crowd's anticipation. The host laughed. Little brother is very popular. What are your thoughts on winning first place today? The host passed the microphone to Ling Ji's mouth. The crowd only saw Lingu smile. That smile was gorgeous and eye-catching in the extreme. Ah, that laugh. I'm so okay with that. I feel like I've been hit in the chest with an arrow that was shot by Cupid, the goddess of love. Some of the girls were sighing. I only saw Lingu say next, "I'm surprised to get this first place today. And I'm also surprised that everyone was able to pick me. But I'm worthy. I'm worthy of taking this award." The crowd first froze when they heard Ling Ji's words. A hearty laugh ensued. Ha ha ha, God TM, I'm worthy. Ha ha ha, man God, can you be a little more modest? That's right. Where's your persona? Man God, beware of the collapse of your persona. Ha ha, I love it even when a male god's persona falls apart. The host stared, then smiled, thinking to himself that you are not modest. He then proceeded to find a topic of conversation. Little brother sings really well. Obviously professional level singing. May I ask what little brother's profession is? Linga smiled back. I am a singer. Oh, I think there's a song many of you should have heard before. The host followed Ling Ji's words and asked, oh really? How about little brother using the prize he won tonight, the Martin guitar, to sing us another song as an adjournment song? Linga nodded. He begged for it. It's just a great time to give him a song. Then next hand the stage over to little brother to bring us one last great song. By the way, everyone who buys a musical instrument, please recognize the Moon Routine Society. The host was very dedicated and continued to advertise the Moon Routine Society before getting off the stage. Linga didn't sit and play this time, but stood directly on the stage. This song, a song I wrote for my mom, is called A Meat and a Veggie. You may not be familiar with the title, but many of you should have heard it. Currently this song has landed on Vin Express Music. Please support it. Then, Ling Ji's slender fingers began to pluck the strings. The look was handsome and dashing, like a prince who walked out of a comic strip. Sunrise and sunset, deep and deep again, a small square table, another meat and one vegetable, a figure bustling about calmly. Upon hearing the song, someone on stage instantly reacted. Ah, it's that song on Tease. I can't believe it's this one. I've been all over the internet before and I couldn't find it. I didn't realize it was an original work by a male god. The boy god seems to be the little brother from Lin Chi's concert. I can't believe I've landed on Vine Music. I'll have to hurry up and download it then. Me too. My sister-in-law loves this song. I'll tell her the title in a minute. The man is so talented. Love, love, love. The audience on stage exploded straight away. They didn't realize that this god-faced little brother was the one who cried to thousands of viewers with a song at the Lin Xiao Tian Wang concert. It's just that the boyish little brother seems to be singing even better this time. Is this singing improving so fast? And at the very back of the crowd, shallow ripples rose in Lu Yuru's watery eyes. Ling Ji's song had touched her once again. She was in the music circle, so she naturally knew that singing this kind of slow song was actually not simple. It was impossible to sing the delicate emotions without solid singing skills. Moreover, Ling Ji's voice was equally outstanding. There would definitely be a place for Lingu in the future music scene. She was very convinced of this. At the end of the song, the popularly expected Moonryu did not show up to present the award on the live stage. And the so-called award presentation was actually just a video that Lu Yuru had recorded. The video was projected on top of a backdrop on the stage. It was a very pretty girl. A white face, light ink-colored eyebrows, a straight nose, and light red lips, a pair of soft peach blossom eyes, ebony hair like ink, skin like jade. The whole person exuded an air of purity and dust. Lu Yuru in the picture was seen smiling and waving with the crowd. Hello everyone. It's been a long time. I'm sorry I couldn't come to the scene. I hope you don't mind. Next, let's congratulate this contestant for winning first place in this competition. Let's give him a round of applause. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the stage of The Voice tomorrow. Go for it. See you next time. Viewers. At this point, the screen goes out. Many people felt regret because they hadn't seen Lu Yuru in person, but there were also people who were already satisfied. After all, it had been a year since Lu Yuru had appeared in front of the public. Even Weibo hadn't updated. Lingu got his guitar and then quickly and directly left the scene, because there were actually a lot of people gathered around and wanted to take a picture with him, to which he rushed to take a taxi on the excuse that he had something else to do. He was going to ride his bike, but the sight of all those crazy female fans put him off the idea. The driver was a middle-aged, somewhat chubby older man and very talkative. After Lingu got into the car, the driver uncle smiled and asked, "Where is the young man going?" "Go to the Townsend." Lingu replied indifferently, yet the driver uncle's pupils shrunk slightly. The Thompson First Class. That is a very luxurious super high-class residential area in Magic City. A home would cost at least tens of millions of dollars. The driver uncle looked at Ling Ji's looks through the rearview mirror, because he had left in a hurry earlier. Lingu didn't wear a mask. The driver scowled for a moment. Well, very handsome looks. More handsome than any of those famous stars on TV. And there is a kind of breezy temperament. And then looking at the body, there was a guitar on his back. The driver's uncle asked tentatively, "Young man, you're a star, aren't you?" No. That I have a daughter who is 18 years old this year." "Young man, do you want to consider it?" The driver's uncle is naturally playing a small plan in his heart at the moment, to be able to afford to live in a place like the Thompson place at such a young age. This kid's family must have some assets, although I know that this kid most likely will not agree. But try. It's like buying a lottery ticket, knowing that it's basically impossible to win the jackpot. But what if it does? Lingu cried and laughed a little. "Uncle, I'm still a student now, don't want to fall in love yet." Oh, the driver uncle was obviously quite sorry. This young man, by the looks of him, had a righteous face, such a good young man, actually can't become his son-in-law. And just as Lingu was sitting in a cab heading to his newly purchased house, many of the spectators who had been there before were already busy and mad at the moment. Sisters, I saw a god-faced little brother on Nanjing Pedestrian Street today, and that face value is absolutely amazing. It's simply unrivaled. I'll send you the photo right now. There are also a lot of people's circle of friends as released a then of the video and with the text, Nanjing intersection first met. A sealing a mistaken life. As soon as the circle of friends was sent out, soon below was a whole bunch of comments. What kind of divine face value is this? Is such a face value real? That voice is so good. 2. That the ears are instantly pregnant. Others had already uploaded a video of Lingu singing above the teaser, with the caption, amazing. So he's the singing god that people were looking for. Surprised by the appearance of god-faced little brother. I'm his brainchild from now on. The internet has quickly turned over, and the video about Lingu soon began to spread rapidly on the internet. The heat skyrocketed, but all of this Lingu didn't know at the moment. Not long afterward, Lingu arrived in front of the gates of Townsend. Then he set up a facial recognition at the gatekeeper to enter the neighborhood. This is worthy of being called by the Magic City human high-quality male living in the neighborhood. The inside is very elegant and atmospheric. Lingu was a bit tired today and now he hadn't even eaten dinner yet. He hurriedly found his building, then took the elevator up to the top floor. Take the key out and insert it into the keyhole. There was a click and the door was opened. Step inside and turn the lights on in the room. Inside is very clean. It seems to be the sales department side of the people came to clean a short time ago. After all, such an expensive house will certainly be often cleaned. Bring guests to see can also leave a good impression on the guests. The room a modern minimalist style. Looks although not Phoenix Luangwang, but the materials inside, as well as tables, chairs, benches and sofas, all the top brands. Lingu opened the porcelain white shoe cabinet, which was thoughtfully prepared with multiple pairs of summer and winter slippers, changed the shoes and walked in to take a look. Nice pattern. The living room on the first floor is very spacious. There is no TV in the living room. It is the holographic high-definition projection equipment used. You can enjoy a small movie theater-like audio-visual feast at home. I rode my bike so long today that I didn't feel it in the afternoon. The after effects are coming to the fore at the moment. Lingu only felt that his thighs and calves were sore and painful, and with every step he took it felt as if someone was pounding on various parts of his legs with a hammer. He couldn't help but sigh that the physical quality of this body was still a little too poor. It seems like it's time to get a daily workout on the agenda. Lingu came to the sofa and sat down, picking up the curtain remote control on the marble coffee table. He pressed it, and the curtains over there automatically opened, revealing the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Lingu had a smile on his face and was satisfied. Such a house was his ideal. In his last life, he had never been able to own a house of his own, renting a small, cheap, single apartment every day. He stayed for years in a place that was only a little bigger than the palm of his hand. Everything at this moment, as if it was like a dream, made him feel somewhat unreal. This peak of life, how can it be realized so easily? Ordinary people can't afford to buy a mansion like this for several lifetimes, right? It wouldn't be so bad if you could just lie flat for the rest of your life. Lingu lay on the soft sofa feeling a bit adrift. First, the host is not dreaming. Secondly, is the host so devoid of ambition? One sweet and you're gone. Third, the host is warned not to have the idea of lying down. Otherwise, all the system gives everything. Bring it to you. Lingu. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but be a little speechless. Well, he just remembered that there was still the system that relied on him to earn reputation value to eat in. Hey, he was still a laborer. Sighing, then he perked up again. A working man. A working soul. A working man is a human being. After giving himself a pep talk, Lingu leaned against the soft sofa and lay on his side. He looked at the clothes on his body and remembered that it was better not to wear them at home. After all, they were at least $20,000, so it was better to put them on when there was some kind of event or performance. It's better to wear casual clothes at home as well as in general. But at the moment, he didn't want to go shopping for clothes, so he just took out his cell phone. Well, some casual, at-home clothes go straight to online shopping. As for those old clothes from the house you rented before, well, throw them away. After choosing a clothing store on his cell phone that supported Mate 1 delivery, Lingu directly picked it out. Sweatshirts, pajamas, underwear, panties, socks, jackets and whatnot. He directly bought a bunch of them. But it's all about picking out clothes that aren't too expensive but are of decent quality. He's still a bit poor now. After all, after spending $5,000 to buy all of his living attire, Lingu logged on to music.com to register the copyrights of Granny Says as well as I Wish You a Safe Journey. which was gifted to him from the system. After completing this he closed his eyes and rested. After squinting a little, the doorbell rang. The sound is crisp and clear, and the sound quality is exceptional. Ling Gu sighed. It's worthy of being a high-grade residence. Even the doorbell sounds so good. Getting down from the sofa and putting on her slippers, Ling Gu went to open the door. Then he saw the delivery boy panting and holding a very large paper box standing at the door. One hand was still propped up against the wall, obviously tired enough. The courier boy was also curious about what kind of lazy person would buy so many clothes and shoes and other things at once. Even if you shop online, you can't buy this much at once. This is just super duper lazy. Even if such a lazy person lives in a mansion like Thompson's, he's still a rich deadbeat at best. However, when Ling Gu opened the door, the little brother tilted his head and looked at the tall and straight figure. Then he directly had a demented look on his face. I'll be damned. What is he seeing here? I'm afraid this isn't some big star. That's too handsome. It turns out that there really is a kind of person in this world who is so good that you can overlook their gender. Ling Gu smiled and said with some apologies, I'm sorry little brother. I didn't have any clothes to wear for the move in the past 2 days, so I just bought more at once. After Ling Gu finished speaking, she was ready to move the large box at the door. The courier boy rushed back to stop him. I'll. The little brother very enthusiastically picked up the large cardboard box letting then put the clothes into the living room of Ling Ji's mansion. Looking at little brother's enthusiastic back, Ling Gu sighed. Look, this is service. How enthusiastic and helpful this little brother is. He'd be sure to give the little man a 5-star review later. Sha put the stuff on the floor and said, sorry. I'm sorry for trampling on your floor. Ling Gu shook her head. It's fine. And thank you for helping me carry my clothes in. When the little brother left, Ling Gu took out the clothes inside and one by one got rid of the hang tags then put them inside the washing machine. He took a pair of pajamas and put them on first, then threw the rest of his clothes inside the washing machine. The house is well stocked, with new slippers, new shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent and such. Ling Gu reckons these things are all sales disposal offices. This is well thought out and these things don't cost a lot of money, but they increase the satisfaction of the home buying customer. Wash these clothes once and they'll be ready to wear tomorrow. He had a slight case of OCD, and even though he was already tired from the day, he wouldn't feel good inside if he didn't get what he needed to do done today. Get everything done and tomorrow go straight to bed at noon and then have a rest day at home. How wonderful is that? After washing the clothes, Ling Gu ordered some more food online. After making a tomato scrambled egg, as well as shredded pork with green peppers and eating it, he took a shower, and then only then was Ling Gu satisfied and went up to his room on the second floor of the duplex. A little tired today, he sighed for a moment before he lay down on the big soft bed. It's so cozy. On the other side, after Lu Yuru left the piano club she went to a private room in a private restaurant with her manager Zhang Qin. At this moment, Lu Yuru after a few cups of beer down after the white delicate face has been flooded with redness. Pink lips also look more and more delicate. There was a misty look in her pure eyes. A moment later, she smiled ruefully. Ha ha ha, Sister Qin, I'm relieved. Finally, she laughed and yet the laughs went straight to tears. The pearly blossoms are so beautiful to see. Zhang Qin rather compassionately patted Lu Yuru's shoulder. She had been Lu Yuru's agent and naturally understood her feelings very well. 3 years ago, Lu Yuru's career had once reached its peak, crowned by the music industry as a little diva. At that time, her popularity could be described as sky-high. However, at that time, she was spotted by Zhang Tianhao, the young master of Canstar Entertainment. Zhang Tianhao had explicitly and secretly hinted to Lu Yuru to accompany him for 1 year. If Lu Yuru agreed, then the company would do its best to cultivate Lu Yuru and help her to ascend to the throne of diva. Lu Yuru was originally a cool and Buddhist person, and naturally, she would be even less likely to become a man's plaything because of her resources, so she directly refused. This caused Zhang Tianhao, the young proprietor of Canstar Entertainment, to become furious and directly ordered that no more resources would be given to Lu Yuru. And when the house fell apart, Lu Yeye found out that she had a heart condition at that time. This disease was very difficult to cure with the medical conditions in China at that time, so Lu Yueru went to the United States for surgery and recuperation. Lu Yueru used to have a good sister, Li Qi. At that time when she was on fire, the company wanted her to bring Li Qi, relying on her popularity to raise Li Qi's curiosity. At that time, Lu Yuru treated Li Qi with her heart and soul, treating her as a sister. Whether it's a concert or any other activity, they all take Li Qi with them. Just like that, Li Qi's popularity opened up. Together with some packaging from the company she became a second-tier actress. However, what I didn't expect was that after Lu Yeye offended Zhang Tianhao, Li Qi climbed up to Zhang Tianhao, and then also relied on the company's relationship to snatch away Lu Yeye's endorsement. Since then, the relationship has officially broken down. In the years after Lu Yuru was frozen out, lychee was heavily cultivated by the company. Resources were smashed one after another, and the company even spent a lot of money to buy a few good songs from the famous lyricist Wang Shi. Lychee quickly rose to fame after singing, and is now a top-tier actress. It's not that far from the diva position. While Lu Yuru has been abroad for the past few years to recuperate, her popularity is slipping fast. Although there were still a lot of people who still liked her, she knew that those people liked nothing more than her appearance, because she didn't have many good songs. During her most popular years, although people called her the little diva, she knew that she was actually far away from that position. With no resources, Lu Yuru naturally had no income. That was why she had taken up a side business and opened a zither club to make money. Her current assets were actually not much. The most valuable thing was a mansion that she had saved up to buy during her peak. At first, the contract she signed with the company was for 8 years. If you want to terminate the contract, it is an astronomical amount of liquidated damages. At that time, she spent a lot of money on medical treatment and going abroad to recuperate, and she could not afford to pay the astronomical liquidated damages of Canstar Entertainment, so she could only remain in hiding. Until today. Today is the last day of the contract with the company. The 8-year period has expired. Once today was over, Lu Yuru would be completely liberated. So how could she not be happy? That's because she debuted early, at the age of 15, and she's only 23 now, or else her youth would have passed right by without a single chance of flopping. But now, at least she didn't have to be limited by Cancer. Friendship is precious, love is more expensive. If it is for freedom, both can be thrown away. You can see how important freedom is to a person. Today was a day of relief for her, so naturally it was worth celebrating. Alright, don't cry. The 8-year period has passed. You should be resurrected with full blood, Zhang Qin said comfortingly. Lu Yuru also nodded. Who knows the pain in her heart? Growing up, she was brought up by her grandmother, who was the only family member she had. Even her grandmother passed away last year. She's the only one left in the world. The only person who could still be considered a friend was Zhang Qin. Thank you, Qin. Lu Yuru gave thanks to Zhang Qin, who had helped her a lot over the years. Zhang Qin shook her head. Thanks for nothing. Right. What are your next plans? Zhang Qin asked Lu Yuru. She wanted to know what plans Lu Yuru had after the contract with Canstar Entertainment ended. After knowing her for so many years, she deeply knew that Lu Yuru had never been a person who was defeated in her bones, and would definitely not be defeated so easily. She wouldn't be Lu Yuru if she was so easily defeated. A touch of bitterness appeared on Lu Yuru's flourish face. Now although the contract with Canstar was over, she could go to another entertainment company. However, she was not too willing anymore. She knows the power of capital. It was simply eating people without spitting out their bones. Even if she relied on re-signing with an entertainment company to regain her fame. But she wasn't too willing anymore. She didn't want to be so capricious to work for someone, to become a tool for capital to make money, to be squeezed and trampled on in all sorts of ways. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuru's white and slender hand slightly held her chin. I'd like to save some money and start a solo studio, or, if someone wants to sign me to that kind of free contract I'll agree. Hey! Zhang Qin sighed softly. Although Lu Yuru's idea was good, but how could it be that easy? To set up a personal studio? First of all, you must have a first-line reputation, so that others may cooperate with you. After all, now there are all kinds of interests and so on. The water here is too deep. A free contract, on the other hand, means working together at your own whim and splitting. It's more like a cooperative relationship, where the other party can't bind you and has no right to control you. This kind of uncontrollable artist, what company would be willing to promote it? After a few moments of silence, Zhang Qin gave another piece of news. A message about lychee. I heard rumors that the company hired lyricist Wang Shi to create an album for lychee, wanting to make a run at the diva throne. Lu Yuru clenched her hands when she heard this news, her beautiful primary-colored nails almost sinking into her flesh. If there was someone she hated the most, it wasn't even Wang Tianhao, but lychee. This person, who she had once treated genuinely as her own sister, was actually stabbing her in the back. The person who could only follow behind her and be carried away by herself in the beginning had now reached the point where she was going to hit the diva's throne. She hated it so much. So much. She wanted so badly to defeat lychee and trample him under her feet. But what can she do today? She wasn't a master lyricist, didn't have that ability to create great songs, and she wasn't familiar with the bigwigs in the lyrical world. She herself was a Buddhist nature, and simply didn't have that kind of four-faced, condescending ability to please. So, even at the height of her popularity, her connections amounted to almost nothing. There was no one to help her when she was down and out. Everything, only on her own. And as for the ticket to the general selection of The Voice of Tomorrow that she had won, It was just that she had a distant cousin who worked in the production team of this program on JZTV. Getting a general election entry is the limit. Lu Yuru drank one glass of wine after another, and soon the drunkenness had surged up. Whoops! A sudden wave of nausea ran through his stomach. She rushed straight to the bathroom and threw up. After vomiting, she washed her face. The self in the mirror was a bit haggard. She came back from the bathroom and had to pour herself some wine, but she was stopped by Wang Qin. Wang Qin snatched the wine from her hand. "Yuru, you're drunk. Stop drinking. I'll send you back." "No, I want to drink. Let me drink. Give me the wine." Lu Yuru's face was pink. Drunkenness surfaced on her face, adding a bit more flavor to her exquisite and stunning face. She stood up and tried to grab the bottle of wine in Wang Qin's hand. However, her body was a little shaky and she could barely stand. Wang Qin hurriedly helped Lu Yuru. She put the hat and mask on the side back on Lu Yuru, then helped Lu Yuru out of the private dining hall. "Stopped a cab outside." "Master, Townsend," Wang Qin said. She knew that Lu Yuru had once bought a mansion in Thompson, and that had almost spent most of Lu Yuru's money at her peak. However, she hadn't been there yet, as Lu Yuru had only recently moved in. The master driver 10 middle-aged men, hearing Wang Qin's words faintly, muttering in a low voice, "Why are there so many going to the Townsend today? There was an impossibly handsome young man going to the Thompson before, and now there are 2 beautiful women going. When did Thompson's become so popular?" You know, he had never pulled a guest who went to Thompson's in the past. After all, people who could afford to live in that kind of luxury neighborhood, how could they not have a car? Basically, they all drive their own cars, right? "What did you say, master?" When she heard the driver's underestimation, Wang Qin asked. This driver couldn't have recognized Ruyu Eru, could he? However, she looked down at Yuru who was wearing a hat and mask, then thought it was impossible. "Ooh, nothing, I just thought going that there were quite few customers who usually go there." "You're done, let's go." As soon as the driver's words fell, he stepped on the gas and the car took off. When they reached the neighborhood, Wang Qin helped Lu Yuru walk in. After asking for Lu Yuru's building, the 2 of them went into the elevator to the top floor. "Yuru, is your room on the left or the right? There are only 2 homes on this penthouse, left and right." With a confused look, Lu Yuru pointed in the direction of the left child. Wang Qin led her to the door of the room, and when she took the key out of Lu Yuru's bag and prepared to open the door, it was an unexpected discovery that the door was actually unlocked and slightly open with a gap. "Is that so careless?" Yuru went out and actually didn't even lock the door. "I was going to remind them, but looking at Lu Yuru's appearance, I couldn't listen to them either." So he pushed the door open and turned on the light in the doorway. She opened the shoe cabinet ready to take a pair of slippers out, but she was the one who realized that in the shoe cabinet, there were actually several pairs of men's shoes. They are basically new, and there is one pair that is worn, but still new and obviously only worn a short time ago. Why are there men's shoes in Sakuru's house? Zhang Qin bowed her head and contemplated for a moment. She was smart enough to understand the point of it with just a little bit of that thinking. This was afraid that Yuru had a boyfriend, but she hadn't told her yet. Since Yuru didn't say anything, she didn't ask much. Now that Yuru's boyfriend was at home, then Yuru's boyfriend would take care of her. She didn't have to worry about it. So Wang Qin, who thought she knew the truth, changed Lu Yuru's slippers. "Yuru, go up by yourself. I'll leave first," shutting the door behind her. Wang Qin left. Lu Yuru, on the other hand, was in a daze as she helped herself up the stairs to the second floor. She herself was staying in the first room upstairs, so she just walked in the dark, and then she just laid down on the bed. Just like that, she was actually falling asleep straight away, without paying any attention to the fact that there was actually someone else in the bed who was lying under the covers on the other side of the bed, sleeping soundly. Lingu was riding a bike and singing in a competition today, and returned home to cook and do laundry, has long been exhausted. So at this moment someone suddenly lying on the bed did not wake up, still sleeping very well. The night was late and even the moon seemed to be hiding in the clouds. The night, however, was a stormy and extremely lively one online. Nowadays, most people are night owls. It's only 10:30, so it's a great time to relax. May from the sales department. Oh no, now it's Supervisor May. She was lying on her bed in her rental house after a shower, ready to brush up on her teasing voice to relax and unwind. Today was a day of big ups and downs for her exactly. It was expected that she would be fired after doing no performance this month. As a result, Linga suddenly appeared, and she was asked to host it. This kind of good thing wouldn't normally fall into her lap. However, it was those co-workers and even the previous supervisor who thought that Lingu couldn't afford to buy a house, so they asked her to receive Lingu. As a result, who knew that Lingu actually bought the most expensive set of mansions straight away? Because of Ling Ji's words, She was directly promoted from a trainee to the head of the sales department. In the past, those who did not even look at her in the eye have now changed their faces, and all of them are flattering her. It was all because of Ling-gu. Ling-gu had also indirectly solved the problem of her mother's surgery costs. Ling-gu was her honorable man. She opened the teaser and swiped a few. Then it swiped to a little brother in a white Chinese mountain suit with a golden dragon embroidered on his left shoulder sitting in a chair with his legs crossed and his guitar leaning against his leg strumming. The person shooting the video was far away, so she couldn't see what this little brother looked like. Just heard the song. The road of life is a choice between gain and loss. And when you get lost, think about what grandma said back then. The songs are catchy and great. But she hadn't seen grandma and all that amount of time since she was a kid, so she didn't feel much for the song. After watching the 15-second video he paddled upward. As a result, the next video is still of this little brother singing on stage. This video already has 1 million likes. Still, the person who took the video was far away and didn't get a clear shot of what the little brother looked like. But this time the little brother was standing straight up and playing. Sunrise and sunset. Deep and deep again. A small square table. Another meat and one veggie. The song had only begun to sing a few lines when May broke her defenses. She thought of the way her mother used to be always busy in the kitchen, and the haggard way she looked now that she was lying in a hospital bed waiting for an operation. Instantly the tears stopped falling. She watched this video several times before flipping away. The result was that all at once her eyes widened. Because this video is so close to the stage, it clearly captures the stunning face of the little white brother on stage. That turned out to be her benefactor, Ling-gu. So little brother is also a singer? Xiaomei stared blankly at the upright and dusty figure on the screen. After watching for a while, she clicked on the comments in the video. At this moment the video with more than 1 million likes surprisingly already had more than 80,000 comments underneath it, and it was still increasing in a steady stream. My god, how in the world can you have a face like that? Where did little brother buy his clothes? They are so nice. I'm going to buy one for my boyfriend. Is this face real? I announced that this is my new husband. I'm sorry fan, I'm going to betray you. This song is such a tearjerker. I'm going to go download it for an infinite single loop tonight. Unfortunately, there's only one song online, Meat and Vegetables, and the other one, Granny Says, wasn't released. Most of the comments were sentimental and complimentary, but there were still so many bad ones. What a shit face value. You Philistines are blowing up so much. But don't forget, this is teasing how powerful teasing voice's beauty face is. What's a god face on screen may be a loser lookalike in reality. The song is just average. Is it worth bragging about? Xiaomei was furious when she saw the comments that denigrated Ling-gu. Her hands danced quickly, leaving a trail of residual shadows on the keyboard on the screen. Bullshit. I've seen little brother before. He's even better looking in real life than inside the video. Such a great song. It's called Average. You're good then you're on? Xiaomei directly disliked each other with people. Isn't it just being a keyboard warrior? Who wouldn't? Eventually seeing a group of people being sprayed by her to stop speaking she only revealed a confident smile. Who else? Bunch of battle scum. Because of the reason that many of the internet's videos posting Ling singing songs have caught fire, many people have also taken notice of the youngsters. Certain live stations and entertainment companies then had an idea. This little boy was an overnight sensation. Not only is he handsome, but he's also talented. It's a proper cash cow. It's as if they see big bucks beckoning them. So they all started inquiring about Ling Ge's contact information. Early the next morning, as soon as Wang Ling, the owner of the clothing store, opens her door, many people come to her store to buy clothes. Not only those of the Republican style, but also hanbok and other costumes were snapped up. There are even many people who are willing to pay for customization. Business suddenly boomed, and at first she was confused, but this is good after all. When she questioned a customer, she realized that it was all because a little brother who bought clothes from her was on fire all over the internet. She looked it up on the internet before recognizing that this person was the same little brother who had bought away her masterpiece. I didn't realize that this little brother is also a singer. No words, must support in the future. As a result, Ling-gu had another brain-damaged fan. After a night of fermentation, the number of downloads of the songs uploaded by Ling-gu on Fujisun Music had actually reached 3 million times. The following day, the sky was high. Warm sunlight shone through the window on a handsome face. Curly lashes like ink feathers fluttered gently, and a pair of obsidian eyes shone brightly. Ling-gu sat up and stretched. He was in a good mood when he saw the warm sunshine pouring down on him. Soon, though, out of the corner of his eye, he swept over something on the bed to his left. Yeah, by the disc. He let out a wide-eyed gasp of surprise. When did he have another person in his bed? And a woman. He hurriedly clutched his shoulders to prevent getting naked. Mind you, he sleeps at night without pajamas. His eyes surveyed the woman sprawled on the surface of the quilt. Well, wearing a beige coat, a hat, and a mask still hanging from the other ear. Dark, ink-like hair lay loose on the quilt. He hurriedly put his dress pants back on, then came over to the woman. Hey! He reached out and poked the woman's shoulder with his index finger. Yet the woman didn't respond. Lingo was a little scared in her heart. This couldn't be a female corpse. Last night, a female corpse inexplicably appeared in his bed and then shared a wonderful night with him? Thinking of this, Lingu inexplicably shivered. This image is so weird and creepy. He was so tired yesterday that he actually didn't even know when there was an extra contraption in the room that he didn't know if it was alive or dead. The woman's face was pressed sideways against the quilt. Linga shifted his position to look at the woman's half-exposed face. Aha! Her face was a little pale. Her lips were a little white, but her eyelashes were long and her face was small and delicate, like a porcelain doll. It's not really a woman's body, is it? He reached out and carefully probed the woman's nose. He wanted to make sure the woman was still breathing. Luckily, women do breathe. As the hand retracted, it accidentally touched the woman's forehead. Hot, as if touching a hot water bag. Hey, wake up, wake up. Linga called out a few times, but the woman still didn't wake up. Looks like it burned unconscious. System, what's going on? Why did a woman show up in my room? Lingu asked the system in his mind. China. He felt sure that the system knew about this. The host left the door open last night after ordering takeout, and then this woman came in when she fell asleep at night. This woman's name is Lu Yuru. She's the host's neighbor. She got drunk last night and went to the wrong room. System mission released to create a singing diva. Linga slightly widened her eyes. A pair of clear eyes were filled with an unbelievable color. Lu Yulu? It's the owner of that piano club from yesterday, and the goddess of geeks. And now this geek goddess slept in the same bed as herself last night? What about this mission? System, you don't release tasks to me without authorization. Ah hey. Ling Ji's cry didn't get a response from the system. Looking at the woman on the bed, Lingu sighed. Hey, yesterday he got someone's guitar, so naturally it was not good for him to leave them here unattended. What if something really happens? Taking out his cell phone, he called an internet taxi, then he put on a pair of shoes and returned to his room to carry Lu Yuru on his back. Aha! The body is limp. Carrying Lu Yuru on his back, he went out the door. And when he went out, Lingu double-checked that the door to the room was closed. He didn't want any more strange people entering his new home. Although this body of Ling Ji's wasn't strong at the moment, it was good that Lu Yuru's body was still in good shape and weighed no more than 100 pounds, so he was still able to carry it. But his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat as he carried such a large man to the entrance of the neighborhood. The middle-aged security uncle at the entrance of the neighborhood looked at him and said somewhat reproachfully, "How did you put people in a coma? Be gentle, Lingu. Jussie, have you misunderstood something?" There was no time to explain to the security uncle. The car had already arrived at the door. Lingu brought Lu Yuru to the car before rushing towards the nearby people's hospital. After informing the driver uncle that his girlfriend was unconscious with a high fever, the driver uncle nodded his head in understanding. The reason he said it was his girlfriend was just to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Don't worry, young man. Uncle is a 30-year-old driver. Today I'll let you see Uncle's extreme speed." So it was that the scenery out the car window flew backwards. The driver, true to form, drove fast where there was no speed limit. The sections with speed limits were driven with pressure on the critical point of the speed limit. Lingu was not in a good mood. Today was his last day of vacation, and he was going to go and tidy up his previous rental house and return the keys to the landlord and then stay home for a while. He sighed slightly inwardly as he glanced at the unconscious emaciated beauty leaning against his shoulder. Today's vacation, it's gone. The car was still speeding along, and it didn't take long to arrive at the nearby people's hospital. Lingu paid and carried Lu Yuru into the hospital, where several doctors and nurses sent her to the emergency room. Lingu wiped the beads of tired sweat from his forehead and took a long breath. It really wore him out today. Lingu went to pay the money and then waited on a seat outside the hospital's emergency room wearing a mask. It wasn't long before the doctor came out. Lingu hurriedly stood up to welcome them. "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Your girlfriend just fainted with a high fever. We've already checked it out. There's no big problem. Just stay in the hospital for a few days and get some fluids." Lingu nodded and thanked the doctor. He didn't bother correcting the doctor's so-called girlfriend designation. In a short time, it was seen in the emergency room. Lu Yuru lying on the hospital bed had already hung up. The drip was pushed out. When Lingu followed, she saw them push Lu Yuru into a separate ward and put her on a hospital bed. That's when a young nurse spoke up with a gleam in her big eyes. "This is Luna, isn't it?" Someone nodded their head. "That's right, although a bit haggard. It's hard to hide that stunning beauty. Only goddess Yu has such beauty. I didn't realize fairies could get sick." Lingu. "It's not like fairies are really from the sky. so how could they not get sick? He wondered how these little nurses would feel if they knew that the fairy they spoke of had even inexplicably entered a strange man's room last night and slept in a strange man's bed for a night. Take good care of Suzuki. A nurse even barked at Lingo before she left. Lingo cried and laughed a little. He was tempted to say that he actually didn't know Luyuru well at all, except that last night, well, together they slept in the same bed for a night. When the girl wakes up later, let her call her family so they can come and take care of her. After all, the two of them were not relatives, and she was a girl, so she couldn't let him, a strange big man, take care of her. Cuckoo. Lingu, who was thinking about the problem, suddenly had a sound of his stomach ringing. He then remembered that it was almost noon, yet he hadn't even eaten breakfast yet. Looking up at Yunuki Ru's 4. Well, there's a lot more of it. He's going out for a while to get a lunch. After speaking to the nurse in charge of this ward, Lingo went to the restaurant in front of the hospital to have a light meal. He also packed a bowl of thin rice when he returned. He thought to himself that the girl should at least eat something light when she woke up later. So he went back to the hospital with a bowl of thin rice. By the time he walked into the hospital room, Luyuru had already woken up. Only the delicate face still carried a few points of haggardness. It looked a bit weak. You're awake? Luyuru looked at Lingo somewhat strangely. She had already heard from the nurse before that it was a boy who sent her to the hospital, but after thinking for a long time in her head, she couldn't figure out which boy she knew, and how did she get to the hospital. Those watery eyes looked at Lingo with suspicion. Excuse me? Why am I in the hospital? I remember I obviously went home last night. The voice carried a bit of confusion and disbelief. Looking at that 6cc sure-like face, Lingo was laughing in her heart, thinking to yourself that you are home, but you are back at my house. Not your own. He placed the diluted rice on the cabinet next to the hospital bed and then uncovered the mask. The handsome face sealed by the mask appeared in front of Luyuru's eyes. Hello beautiful, introduce yourself. My name is Lingu. Luyuru froze slightly. Lingu she naturally recognized, the boy who won first place in the strumming competition held by her zither club yesterday. Last night she had only seen it from afar, and now she realized up close just how good-looking Lingu really was. Better looking than all the male artists I've come across in the entertainment industry over the years. But why would Lingu be the one to send her to the hospital? Seeing the incomprehension in Luyuru's heart, Lingu was ready to tell her the truth of the matter. Think about last night. Did you go home? Lingu asked. Luyuru frowned and thought for a while, then nodded. She did go home last night. Zheng Qin sent her home, and she got home and went to bed and fell asleep. Looking at the confusion on Luyuru's delicate little face, Lingu sighed. What a little confused. I'm your neighbor, and last night, I ordered takeout and forgot to close the door, and then you didn't go back to your own house. You went back to mine. When Luyuru heard Lingu say this, her face turned a few shades paler. It was full of tension. Lingu thought to herself that this is scary. Later on, if you know that you slept in my bed all night, I don't know how scared you will be. The heart suddenly came to a point of mischief. Lingu continued amusedly, I was too tired yesterday, so I slept like hell. As a result, I woke up this morning. And guess what I found? Luyuru had a nervous look on her face. What was found? It couldn't be herself, could it? Lingu mysteriously said, found you were lying on my bed, motionless, cold but could not wake up. I thought it was a female corpse. Good guy. Scared me enough. Pust. Hearing Ling Ji's description, and then thinking about that scene, Luyuru didn't know how, but she actually laughed outright. The sound was very pleasant, like the sound of a wind chime being blown by the wind, but soon she reacted. It didn't seem right to laugh. She's a girl who ran away to sleep in a boy's bed all night. That's creepy enough. However, she didn't know how, but she actually didn't feel much fear. She somehow felt that the boy in front of her was a good person, wouldn't do anything bad to her. She wasn't sure where the idea had come from. Was it because Lingu didn't look like a bad guy? Looking at Luyuru's reaction, Lingu was instantly somewhat speechless. This isn't quite what it looks like. Shouldn't you panic and fear for your chastity when you run off to an unnamed man's bed in the middle of the night? How can you still laugh? That's a lot of heart. He looked at the pretty-looking girl with a curious face. Aren't you afraid? Shouldn't something so horrible be feared? And cried out. Such a good-looking girl must look good when she cries, right? Lingu was taken aback by this thought of his. Boy, there wasn't a demon living in his heart, was there? How could he have such a thought? Quickly shaking his head to get rid of this horrible thought, Luyuru pursed her lips. The porcelain white earlobes were pinkish pink, like the color of a blooming peach blossom. I don't know. Maybe it's because you seem to give off a solid vibe, an inexplicable sense of security, she added mentally. Lingu froze, thinking to myself, I'm not as good as you think I am. Last night was just because I slept too much, if nothing else. Lingu didn't say anything else, but handed the thin rice to Luyuru. Eat something. Luyuru nodded. Then her slender white hand took it. Taking a spoon, she ate it one spoonful at a time, eating quite elegantly. Lingo wondered if she was like this in private. By the way, beautiful, do you want to inform your family about your illness? Lu Ru's hand holding the spoon gave a slight lurch, her mood suddenly a little low. I don't have a family. Lingo. I'm sorry. Lu Ru shook her head. It's nothing. My parents died in a car accident when I was very young and I only have a grandmother who raised me. But she left last year too. Linga nodded his head in sort of understanding. This girl is a little bit more miserable than myself. She at least has a mom in her life. But this girl, she was alone in a sea of people. Linga somewhat dared not imagine what kind of loneliness that would be. I was actually there yesterday. I heard you sing, and it was so good. Especially the song Granny Says. I especially liked it. When she said this, she looked at Linga somewhat expectantly, her peach blossom eyes watery and churlish. Can you, sing it again for me? Linga froze slightly, then nodded in agreement. It's just singing. It's not that hard. It's a very good thing if one song can empower people. He only sat down on the couch next to the hospital bed. Speak softly. A soft, warm male voice rang through the hospital room. Nui, don't be naughty. Sit down and listen to Granny. It's the season of cooler weather and more rain on the ground. Wind chimes ring softly. Birds sing softly. Who's singing in the distance? Kissed the rainbow and scared the clouds. I've come back. The handsome little brother was singing tenderly and the pretty young lady was listening carefully. The scene looked very beautiful, very harmonious, very romantic. Not long after, there were already many nurse ladies standing at the entrance of the ward. They watched the beautiful and cozy scene in the ward with fascination. They didn't make a sound, nor did they want to disturb it. When you're old, grandma's gone, you have to remember. Teach the children how to say it in their native tongue. Teach your daughter the accent. Look back, after the rain. Less apathy. Come on, Granny, I'll wait for you in that village. Linga quickly finished the song, but at this moment, Lu Ru was already in tears once again. It's a song that always conjures up images in my mind of my past life with my grandmother, as if it's like a paintbrush with magical powers. Do you like the song? Lingu asked. Aha. Lu Ru nodded her head. She loved it, loved the picture painted in the song. So do you want to sing this song? Lingu asked again. Lu Ru froze. Immediately, her name blanked out Ling Ji's meaning. She got a little agitated. What do you mean? What did Linga mean by this? Did he mean to take the song to her? That's why Lu Ru got excited. Because she really liked the song. Linga nodded, confirming Lu Ru's thoughts. We can work together. I know your situation. After the system released the quest earlier, Linga learned about Lu Ru's situation from the system. He realized why Lu Ru, who was so popular in the beginning, suddenly faded out of the entertainment industry. It turned out that she had offended the capitalists and was snowed under. If one wanted to complete this task of the system, then one would inevitably have to first retrieve the lost fame for Lu Ru, and then a record tailored to Lu Yeye that sells over 10 million copies. At the end of the year, get another Music.com Golden Song of the Year award for Best Vocalist. This is how you can become a diva of this era. So Linga continued, I can create a customized album for you, with all the songs in it written by me personally. Lu Ru's big beautiful eyes opened even wider at this moment. Why did Linga know about her situation? And there's talk of producing an album for her, with all the songs all written by myself. Why is that? Linga continued, but I have a condition? Lu Ru was a bit agitated. What conditions? In her opinion, it was only right that Linga was in a position to do this. Otherwise, there is no free lunch in the world. Why should they help you for no reason? And she didn't want to owe people favors. Conditioned, rather better in her opinion. I want a 50-50 split of the money you make from your album sales, Lingu said. Anyway, the system mission had already been released, and he was going to help Lu Ru ascend to the position of Heavenly Empress. Why not take the opportunity to make some money? Lu Ru didn't think that Ling Ji's strength could reach the point of creating a Chinese music diva, but she also knew that Ling Ji's creative strength was very uncomplicated. She simply didn't have a master lyricist who would help her nowadays, and if she wanted to get back on her feet in the entertainment industry, then she could only rely on Lingu. Therefore, not to mention that the album Lingu wanted to split the profits 50-50ths. Even if the profits Lingu wanted to take all of them, she would still agree. Therefore, on the contrary, Ling Ji's conditions weren't even considered conditions in her eyes. Okay, I promise, Lu Ru said firmly. The opportunity had come, and she'd be a fool if she didn't take it. This opportunity gave her hope. Challenge Leech's hopes. At this moment, Lu Ru's heart lit up with a burning fighting spirit. A look of determination filled his face. Linga watched and secretly nodded. Sure enough, the saying that confident women are the most beautiful is not true at all. The two agreed to this. Linga spoke to Lu Yuru again. Let me hear your voice so I can judge the direction of creation. Of course, it is actually good to judge which songs are appropriate to copy for the best results. Just sing what I just sang, Granny says. Wookie nodded. Then it opened its mouth and sang. Ling Ji's eyes lit up. This vocal line, very similar to Fei Wong in her previous life, ethereal and ethereal. Linggu already had some ideas for songs in his mind at the moment. Lu Yueru is indeed a good seed. The looks and temperament were similar to Lu Yifei, who was at the peak of her face value at the age of 16 in her previous life. But the proportion of her features was a little more perfect. The voice, on the other hand, was similar to Wang Fei. This is simply God's reward for food. That Canstar Entertainment actually suppressed such a talent with diva potential. Leaving the jewel in the dust is really short-sighted. Linga was thinking in his mind that he could sign this Lu Yuru to his studio in the future. He's thinking long-term and has already thought about opening a studio in the future. With a hang like the system in place, how could he still go to another company to work for someone else? That's impossible. In his previous life as a small 18-line singer, he knew that capital are all masters who eat people without spitting out bones. So it is impossible to work part-time. Not in this lifetime. Then he thought that he seemed to be thinking a little too far ahead. With just a few tens of thousands of dollars in your pocket at the moment, what else do you think about the studio? Figure out how to make money first. That previously released song won't clear earnings until next month. So what else can he do at the moment that will come in quick money? Linga frowned in contemplation. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host's reputation value has reached the reputation value of 5 million. Rewarding the host's novel Tomb Raider's Notebook. Tentacle monster skills. Please continue to work hard to get more reputation value. Lingu immediately brightened up. He was worried about finding a way to make money. And here it is. Tomb Raider's Notes. This novel was serialized on the Tianya bar, and it was followed by countless people. Later, the author even went straight out of the circle with this. And once the book was published, it sold tens of millions of copies. The author of the book is with this book ate a lifetime of old money. Various TV series, movie rights sold to receive money received soft. This is a phenomenal tome. It was just that Lingo was a bit confused as to how he had gained so much more prestige value overnight. It was only after asking the system in his head that he realized that the video of him singing yesterday had been posted online by the audience. And at this moment it had swept across the entire internet. The video about his singing on the other hand already has several million likes. The thought of gaining so much prestige value made Lingo instantly happy. Even the corners of his mouth were slightly curled up in a very good mood. Lu Yuru, who was on the hospital bed on the side, was a bit confused as to how Lingo suddenly launched into a daze, and then also had the corners of her mouth hooked up in a very good mood. Was he so happy because he had agreed to his terms? But shouldn't she be the one who should be happy? She gets Ling Ji's help to write songs for her, and she finally gets a chance to step back into that circle. After Lingo came back to his senses, he continued, "You can record and release this song Granny says online first, and I'll create another, better song for you, so that you can regain your popularity. As for releasing a production album, at the moment I don't have the money or connections, and besides, your popularity isn't working right now. Even if you release it, you won't be able to sell a few copies without publicity, so it'll have to take a while. We can add a wiki and then I'll send you the lyrics to the song sheet music first." Lu Yuru nodded in agreement. She also understood that an album should have at least 10 songs. 10 songs, naturally, are not that easy to create, and you have to contact the producers. There even has to be publicity and stuff like that. The publicity alone is not a small amount. Lu Yuru's pretty eyebrows furrowed in contemplation. If there was really no money, then maybe she could sell that house and throw her life away. This was her last chance. She had to take a gamble. Otherwise, she would never be able to catch up with that green tea lychee. In the evening, Lingdu asked the doctor. The doctor said that Lu Yuru has no big problem. Even the fever has basically gone down, so he said goodbye to him and went straight back. When I got home, the fat man's call came back. Good guy. Old Ling knew the hell these 2 days is hot search possessed, is it? How every other day on the hot search Linggu replied with a smile. Accident. After talking to Fatty on the phone, Linggu had a dinner and wrote down the lyrics of Granny Says, then also spent 100,000 prestige value in the system to exchange a legend to write down the lyrics in Word and then passed it along to Lu Yuru. Over there, Lu Yuru, who was sitting on the hospital bed, was watching the entertainment news. She saw that Licky had already begun to publicize it online. Popular singer Li Chi will be released in 6 months after the release of the new album Sea of Man. This album hit song Sea of Man by the lyricist Wang Shi. I do not know whether it will be able to top the throne of the Queen of Heaven in one fell swoop. We'll see. Li Chi. Lu Yuru clutched the quilt. That's when the cell phone Wilson message came in. It was from Linggu. She hastily opened the message to take a look. That's the lyrics to both songs. One is Granny Says and one is Legend. Granny said she had already heard it and focused on the song Legend that followed. Although she couldn't compose, she didn't have the slightest problem reading the lyrics of the song. Looking at the opening lyrics, her eyes had widened. This song, definitely, is a particularly good one. Just because I looked at you one more time in the crowd, I never forgot your face. She looked at the sheet music and hummed it softly, and the more she sang, the more alarmed she became. This is a song that has the potential to be a phenomenal song. He felt that this one was even better than the two songs Lingo had done before. What an awesome talent to be able to write a song like that. However, Lingo didn't even sing it himself, but he gave her this song. Obviously never met her. Why should he be so nice to her? Lu Yuru's eyes were dense with a slight mist of water. The delicate and exquisite little face was filled with emotion. Her dainty lips parted. Thank you, Lingo. She decided in her heart that she would give Lingo all of the proceeds from the release of these two songs, 1 cent at a time. Tender white fingers typed 2 words on the phone. Thank you. Then clicked send. Lingo naturally saw Lu Yuru's reply and replied back, since I'm thankful, should I give my body to you? After replying, he was thinking about the netbook of this world. The net writing in this world is still in a relatively backward period. Most of the world is filled with martial arts or historical type novels. It's like one of those protagonists falls off a cliff, then comes across a secret book of martial arts left behind by a supreme master, and from then on begins to rise against the odds. Not even immortal yet. Not to mention alternative titles like Tomb Raider. There are 8 parts of Tomb Raider, which are Tomb Raider 1 7-star Lu Wang Palace, Tomb Raider 2 Qinling Divine Tree, Tomb Raider 3 Henteing Heavenly Palace, Tomb Raider 4 Serpent Zephyr Ghost City, Tomb Raider 5 Mystic Sea Returning to the Tide, Tomb Raider 6 Ancient Building of Yinshan, Tomb Raider 7 Xianglong Stone Shadow, and Tomb Raider 8 Grand Finale. Lingo decided to serialize Tomb Raider 1 7-star Lu Wang Palace first. In this world, there are not many novel websites. The most famous is the Qidian Chinese website. This place brings together most of the current readers, the largest number of webmasters, and is known as the graveyard of new authors. Nowadays, many of the TV dramas in the entertainment industry are from the web articles here. The main reason why Lingo chose this place is because the copyright of this website belongs to the author. The website can only sell the copyright with the author's consent, and the royalties from the sale are split 30/70ths with the author. If the author does not agree to sell, then the website does not have the right to sell the author's copyright. This was the point that Lingo valued the most, because he knew that the most profitable thing about Tomb Raider was definitely the royalties, not the subscriptions. Lingo came to the study and turned on the computer. He first logged on to the Qidian Chinese website and opened the author registration interface. What's a good pen name? Looking at the registration interface, Lingo fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, he entered a pen name, King's Landing. In the future, he's the man who's going to be on top of the entertainment industry, and the name goes well with him. After registering his author account, Lingo created new books. He then began to code. 50 years ago, Dark Ridge, Changsha, for Tufos were squatting on a mound, all of them silent, staring straight at the Luoyang shovel on the ground. The shovel still carries earth freshly brought out of the ground, and strangely enough, this cup of earth is oozing a bright red liquid outward, as if it had just been dipped in blood. Because of the tentacle monster talent, Ling Ji's writing speed was very fast. It's almost 20,000 words per hour. You have to realize that the average god-level author can only do 5,000 words an hour, and that's the top of the heap. Some newbies may only be able to write 1,000 words per hour, but Lingo is actually at 20,000 words per hour at the moment. His white fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, leaving only a trail of phantom shadows. Surprisingly, the rhythm of his fingers was no longer visible even to the naked eye. In the end, 5 hours later, Lingo directly finished coding 100,000 words. This speed, simply throw those big god-level writers end street. After creating the first volume of 7-star Ruwang Palace, Lingo directly uploaded 50,000 words up. He used a large chapter of 5,000 words a chapter, so he uploaded a full 10 chapters. With something like Netflix, you need to line up recommendations, which are followed by shelves, so it's not the time to explode for more. After uploading 50,000 words, Lingo shut down the computer, still waiting for tomorrow's editorial review since it's already nighttime. As it happens, the National Day holiday passes tomorrow as well, and the editor just got back from his vacation. At night, Lingo had a dream. He dreamed he was back in his previous life. The host on stage announced, the winner of the most influential diamond record of the year and the most popular top stream supreme heavenly king of the year is Lingo. Then, under the envy of a certain Edward, a certain Hakyao and other veteran heavenly kings, he slowly went up to the stage to receive the award. Thank you everyone, I was really surprised to win this award. First of all, I want to thank my mom, and then I also want to thank my fans. Without you guys, I wouldn't be where I am today. In the light gray grunge room, Linda lay on her side with a happy smile on her face. It's like dreaming of something wonderful. Yet the next moment, ding, 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 the alarm clock on the nightstand rang, and Linga was forced to wake up from her beauty sleep. Sleepy-eyed Linga reached over and turned off the alarm clock, then felt a little sorry for himself. He'd only finished his acceptance speech in his sleep and hadn't even received his trophy yet, only to be woken up by the damn alarm clock. He was not in a pretty mood about it. Abominable. This damn dream. Why don't you hand out the trophies before you say your acceptance speech? When clearly the correct order would have been to take the trophies, hold them up in your hands and then say your acceptance speech. It made him a little sorry. The envious glances of those bigots in the dream were simply wonderful. Get up and wash up. Put on a light gray sweater, a pair of light blue jeans, face on a black mask. Linga then went out the door. Outside, the sky is high and the sun is gentle. The neighborhood where Linga lived was a distance away from Mordor University, so he could only go there by subway. When he's rich, the first thing he should do is buy a car. That way, it's easy to get anywhere. The subway is very crowded and it's rush hour. Linga stood in the crowd and was so squeezed that he felt like he was almost a piece of paper. This strengthened his resolve to buy a car. After getting off the subway with great difficulty, Linga rushed to the school, and it was less than half a month before they left school. In half a month, they will leave this school to go out for internships, and the seniors will come back to get their diplomas one last time and throw a party. Of course, the evening was a send-off for the juniors as they prepared their performances. 9 o'clock in the morning. Chu Bingbing had then sat down at the computer desk in the office. She was wearing a black lady's suit, a black lady's skirt, and black stockings. Her delicate and mature face was covered with a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, and a tear mole at the corner of her eye added a bit of charm to her cold temperament. She was the editor of Chidian Chinese website, and was responsible for reviewing the works uploaded by online writers every day, as well as determining whether or not the works had the conditions for signing a contract. If the works applying for signing have the quality of signing, then she will send an electronic contract to the author. Contracts can be finalized as early as the same day. However, she actually had another identity. That was the daughter of the chairman of Chidian Chinese Network. She did the editor's position is not dead experience familiar with the experience of the workplace only. This is more convenient for her to manage the whole Chidian Chinese Network. She made herself a cup of coffee, then sat down at her computer desk and took a sip. One hand began sliding the mouse to review the newly uploaded novels in the background. After clicking on a few and looking at them, there were no irregularities and they were given a pass for review. She didn't find any books with potential, though, like the one she was flipping through now. The opening scene is that the protagonist is being chased by his enemies and comes to the edge of a cliff. The enemy then knocks him off the cliff, and then the protagonist accidentally falls onto a naturally formed step, and there is a cave in front of him. So the protagonist enters the cave and sees the corpse of a former master, and a secret book of martial arts was found. The old standby, she lamented in her mind. 8 out of 10 of the books reviewed each day were like this. This leads to severe aesthetic fatigue on her part. Giving it a pass, she moved on to the next book. This one is about a dark and windy night when the protagonist was 4 years old, when the protagonist's family, except the protagonist, was killed by bad people. Then the protagonist embarks on a journey to learn the art of revenge. Well, there's no path of violation. Click through. The next one is about the protagonist to take revenge, and then recognize the thief as his father. The next one is about the protagonist who wants to take revenge and then recognizes a thief as his father. He lurks around his enemy and waits for the opportunity to take revenge as his son. No violation. Keep going through. In this way, Chu Bingbing read more than a dozen books in a row. Basically all of them are killing fathers hatred, polygamy hatred, extermination hatred and so on. It feels like a mold for a change. Reading these texts every day made her head spin. Reaching out with both hands, he gently rubbed his temples. She went on to read on. The name of this story? Somewhat unique, as most of the names on their site currently are names like biography, memoir, and sword. But the title of this novel was in a genre she had never heard of. Tomb Raider. A grave robber's notebook? Can grave robbing be written as a novel? Isn't it just digging up the tomb and stealing what's inside? What's there to write about? Chu Bingbing rose a hint of curiosity at the moment. She wanted to see exactly what the class lineup was in this one, so she read the blurb. 50 years ago by Changsha Tufuzi, grave robbers, unearthed the Silk Book of the Warring States, recorded the location of a peculiar ancient tomb of the Warring States. 50 years later, the grandson of one of the Tufuzi in his notes found this secret, gathered a group of experienced grave robbers to go to find the treasure. No one thought that this ancient tomb has so many bizarre things. The 7-star suspected coffins, the green-eyed fox corpses, and the nine-headed snake cypress. Who is the mysterious owner of the tomb, and can they find the real coffin or not? As soon as she finished reading this synopsis, Chu Bingbing only felt that her breathing had gotten a few points thicker. A strong curiosity rose in his heart. What is the seven-star coffin of doubt? Is the green-eyed fox body a fox body? Why is it green-eyed? Nine-headed snake cypress. Is it a nine-headed snake? It was as if all this was showing her a mysterious world of immense wonder. A world at the bottom of a tomb. She couldn't wait to click in. 50 years ago, Chansha Dark Ridge, for Tu Fu Zi are squatting on a mound. All of them silent, staring straight at the Luoyang shovel on the ground. The shovel still carried earth freshly brought out of the ground. And strangely enough, this cup of earth was oozing a bright red liquid outward, as if it had just been dipped in blood. This is now a big problem. The old smoker knocked his dry cigarette on the ground. The following is a bloody corpse GA. Or we have this point when the dang are going to be put down below the O. How can I say said wrong? The old ancestors did not say it. That blood corpse is a good thing. The following treasure is certainly a lot. Not go down. Go GA a stovepot of soup. Chu Bingbing was already completely caught up in it. She follows the protagonist into that magical and mysterious underground world. Shortly afterward, she saw that all the people around the protagonist had disappeared, leaving the protagonist alone with a seven-star coffin. And at a critical moment, the protagonist's torch was actually going out. Chu Bingbing immediately felt goosebumps all over her body. Yet she was ready to scroll down to see what exactly the protagonist would encounter alone when it was gone. No, how come it's gone when it matters? She muttered. Then as if I had picked up a treasure, I gave the text a pass and sent an invitation to sign. In addition to applying for a signing on her own, the editor could also send a direct invitation to sign when he saw a good work. She had a hunch that this piece of work would usher in a new era. This is a piece that personifies the times. She had a premonition that the pattern of online writing and blossoming was about to come. Thinking of this, Chu Bingbing directly found the operation. Let the operation make an exception and put this article directly to the website homepage on the seal push. The big seal push for Chidian Chinese is to go through 4 Luan PKs. After 4 rounds of PK, the 3 books with the best data were selected to be displayed in turn on the top banner on the homepage of App and WAP. The effect of this sealing push is extremely impressive. A 3-day closed push ends with the best results basically going up 300,000 favorites. You should know that the daily activity of Chidian Chinese website is only a few million. Originally, Chu Bingbing was only an editor and did not have this authority. But who made her the chairman's daughter? The chairman's daughter and will be the successor in the future. The operation naturally wants to give her face, so it directly puts a 30,000 word work that hasn't been signed yet on the cover tweet. Su Zhenhua is one of the platinum god authors of Chidian Chinese website. His writing is known for its simplicity and boldness, able to inspire the strongest sense of immersion in the reader with the shortest words. His writing style is deep. His work The Sword of Mandarin Ducks and Butterfly is now on top of Chidian's big seal push. Every so often, he would click in to see how many favorites had gone up. This collection was updated in real time. He clicked on it and looked at his Mandarin Ducks Butterfly Sword. Well, it had totaled 500,000 favorites. It was an extremely scary number, the highest collection he had ever written. After looking at his collection, he exited his book interface with satisfaction. This book, 10,000 booking steady. However, suddenly he realized something was wrong. When, again, is there a cover push? In the past, there were only 3 seats, but today there are actually 4. He knew the other 2 books on the cover push and the authors were ones he knew. Both were veteran authors. He clicked on the extra novel, and then it just froze. This is a joke, right? This is a cover push. But this novel doesn't even have a cover. It's straight up an original cover with a few words hanging above the original cover. Tomb Raider, by King's Landing. His pupils shrunk slightly. The title of this book. So unique. Curious, he clicked on it and saw the blurb. And then, inexorably drawn in. Then he clicked in. The content was more of a netbook genre he'd never seen before. It was as if the author had experienced an underground adventure of the ages. Soon he finished reading it. Then his eyes widened and his breath caught. This novel, to seal the deal. It's simply a transgressive work whose imagination is heavenly and unparalleled. Su Zhenhua clicked on the reward, and he directly rewarded 100,000 Chidian coins. That is, 10,000 yuan. Chidian Chinese website will rotate so-and-so rewarded most books 100,000 starting point coins on the homepage if someone rewards the amount reaches $10,000. Su Zhenhua is the platinum god of Chidian Chinese website, and his fans reach several 100,000. Soon this one of his bounties was discovered by the bookworms. Then both curiously clicked into Tomb Raider. Once you're in, you can't get out. Crap. A masterpiece. Look at my scalp. No wonder the tomato god wants to reward. This book is absolute sana. Such a good book. Why don't you reward it? But I'm rather poor, so I'll just reward 1,000 book coins. The author quickly tried to update it. So much that I want to tie the author to a chair. And more, give the old man a good hard shove. The kind that knocks your fingers to the floor to get them swollen. In addition to those who were attracted in by the tomato god's reward, there were also those who saw the sealed push and were curious to come in. For example, at this moment, Fatty Wang Lei, who was sitting beside Lingu. Wang Lei is a heavy fan of novels. According to his words is that girlfriends and other things are not important. Novels and games are his girlfriend. Their class was an engineering class, but Wang Lei usually hardly ever listens to the lectures. According to what he said is that he is not going to go into the engineering field in the future when he graduates, because he is not interested. Since I've already decided not to do this area of work, there's therefore no point in studying it properly. Might as well read more novels. In normal times, he likes to catch up on legitimate novels. That's why he's all about catching up on updates at QIDN.com. His favorite authors were Qin Long and Tomato from Qidian, but one person's book is definitely not enough to read. So he also pokes around some other authors' books from time to time to see if there are any favorites that he will also catch up on. As a longtime reader of QIDN.com, he naturally knew about the Qidian rotation seal push. He's added all 3 of those books to his bookshelf, though, and has read the latest updates. He was about to paw through the book when he realized, instead, that the cover pushed up to will out a book that didn't even have a cover. What the hell? You can call it a cover push without a cover? Tomb Raider? What kind of title is that? Is it a notebook? So with curiosity he electrocuted in. Good lord, there were already thousands of comments in there, and the reward had reached a terrifying 100,000 Qidian coins. A bunch of bookworms below begging for updates. Wang Lei looked at the word count of this novel, and it was actually only 30,000 words. When did a 30,000 word novel actually have such horrible numbers? This couldn't have been swiped by this author, could it? But he soon dispelled that doubt, because he saw that in the fans displayed below this novel, there was a person in the first place who had rewarded 10,000 yuan worth of Qidian coins, and this person is also the big god-level author Tomato that he also often read. Crap tomatoes are rewarded. I didn't realize that even the Qidian Platinum God had rewarded this book. This made Wang Lei even more curious about this novel. He hastened to read the blurb. 7 stars suspicious coffin, green-eyed fox corpse, Hydra cypress. Waiting for a fresh term instantly made his heart pound, so he clicked in with intense curiosity. The more he looked, the more excited he became, and every now and then, goosebumps rose up all over his body, so much so, that he was directly mesmerized. When the 30,000 words were finished shortly afterward, he directly exclaimed out loud, "Crap, why is it gone?" It was during class and the teacher was analyzing engineering mechanics for the class. The result was screaming and shouting, straight out of a loud voice in the classroom. At once, he stopped. The whole class, who had been listening to the lesson, also stopped. Then they all turned their heads to look at Wang Lei, who was sitting at the last row of scum positions. Fatty realized that the crowd was looking at him, then rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Sorry guys. Only after the crowd had resumed their lessons did Fatty bump Lingu, who was sitting beside him, with his shoulder. Old Ling, let me tell you Master Fatty has just discovered a divine work. Lingu, who was resting his eyes, looked at the fat man's mysterious appearance and asked, what divine work? Fatty handed his cell phone to Lingu to look at. He pointed to the novel's homepage on the screen. Just this, a novel that no one has ever read before. A masterpiece, Tomb Raider. Let me tell you it's mainly about the protagonist and his party going down inside the tomb and experiencing a series of magical and fantastical adventures. Lingu, isn't the masterpiece that Fatty is talking about the Tomb Raider's notes that he stayed up late last night to code and upload? This author is so awesome to come up with such a heavenly work. It's simply my idol. Oh, yeah. I wonder what Fatty's face will look like when he realizes that the book is actually his. But the fat man, this character, this looks like, with the book of the King Fat Man is not very different, and can even be said to be the King Fat Man this fat. In the future, when he has the funds, will be arranged into a TV series. Then you can let the fat man to play the role of Fatty Wang. After all, this role, even not too much need for acting, Wang lay on the line in his own color. I think it should work very well. Guess we'll have to build up our funds sooner rather than later. I'll go back and upload 100,000 words today. At present, the works of Qidian Chinese network are generally not more than 1,000,000 words, so the shelves are also very early. 100,000 words will be able to hit the shelves. I'll upload a few tens of thousands of words tonight. Contact the editor and get it on the shelves straight away. I should be able to make a quick buck while it's currently on top of the closed push. Ling Gu thought in his heart. Then he thought of Fatty again, wondering what was in Fatty's mind and whether he would like to move towards the entertainment industry side in the future. Fatty, we're leaving school at the end of this month. What are your plans? He wanted to know Fatty's plan. After all, Fatty was his best friend in this world at the moment, so he couldn't watch Fatty just play games all day long. Although playing games can also be, but the fat man that level, that is not expected to rely on playing games to get ahead. The fat man was slightly silent. I don't know. Engineering really doesn't interest me, and I don't know what I'm going to do in the future. Maybe go home and inherit one of my dad's apartment buildings. There are over 3,000 units in that building. I'll probably just lie at home and play games every day, then collect the rent at the end of the month. Ling Gu. No wonder Fatty's clothes are all high-end stuff and he's always in the game for all sorts of kryptonite on weekdays. Moreover, in the face of this aspect of money, the fat man showed that he didn't care very much. On weekdays, whoever needs money in their dormitory looks for Fatty to borrow, and Fatty is generous. So this guy has a building at home? How dare you think that? A building? Where is that building located? Ling Gu was quite curious. It's right here in Mordor, the fat man said without a care in the world. Ling Gu. He literally sucked in a breath of cold air. A place like Mordor, where every inch of land is gold, owns a building. There are more than 3,000 households inside. Apartments in Mordor start at several thousand a month, then 3,000 homes. That is, Fatty can net over $10 million a month doing nothing but collecting rent. How can people be so different from each other? Sure enough, some people, as soon as they are born, are already at the end of the line where no one else can reach in their lifetime. What does your dad do? Ling Gu was instead curious about Fatty's dad. What kind of wealth it would take to be able to buy a building? He was in the seafood business in the early years. When he was young, he made some money. He bought a building. A few years after the seafood business is not doing well, he did not do anything to rely on the building to collect rent to lie flat. What about you, Ling? What are you going to do? I see you sing so well. Are you going to develop in the entertainment industry? Ling Gu nodded. Well, probably start as a singer first, and later, maybe try acting, directing, something like that. Ling Gu was honest, because he already knew from the system. The system there allows you to exchange prestige values for things like acting skills, directing skills, and so on. Since this was the case, it was necessary for him to take those things from his previous life and carry them forward in this world. So, he'll try them all in the future. The fat man's eyes lit up. Old Ling, why don't I come and be your agent? The entertainment industry is quite interesting to think about. Think about it. If there is a paparazzo taking pictures of you in the future, I will block in front of you, so he won't be able to take pictures of you. Ling Gu. Well, that's quite a role for you. Fatty can be his agent if he wants to be, but agents aren't that good. Got to get busy. But since Fatty wants to try, let him. After a day of fermentation, Tomb Raider's notes on Chidian Chinese Online has quickly topped the 10th position of the new book click list. You know, it's been less than a day, and a lot of people who read the novel read it in the evening, which is not even close to the peak of this novel's daily hits. Looking at this achievement, Chu Bingbing nodded her head in satisfaction. Then she found Lu Hong from the artwork group. Read, you create a cover for me. For the future chairman's words, Xiao Hong naturally would not refuse, and hastily nodded her head in agreement. Eventually, after an hour or two of tinkering, the cover was finished. It was a bronze coffin with an ancient shape and a pattern on it, manifesting a mysterious color. Chu Bingbing was satisfied with this cover and directly used her permission to upload it to Tomb Raider. After noon, a phone call came in. Ling Gu picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Ling Gu? Well, I am, Ling Gu replied. We're here to tease the sound, and I'd like to ask if you're thinking of signing up for a live platform as an anchor? Ling Gu also didn't expect it, but it turned out that Teasing Sound wanted to sign him up as an anchor, but he simply refused without even giving it a second thought. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking of being an anchor for a while. That's a real shame. If Mr. Ling changes his mind, then we at Teasing Sound are always welcome. Although it was true that being an anchor was able to make money in the short term, Ling Gu didn't want to be an anchor, because once you become an anchor, it gives the impression that you are a network anchor. The compulsion directly drops several notches. Have you ever seen any diva-quality person live streaming every day, or bringing in the goods? Ling Gu returned home after school in the afternoon. After a short time, the doorbell rang at the house. Look through the cat's eye toward the outside. A stunningly delicate face came into view. It was none other than Lu Yuru. Ling Gu opened the door to her room and smiled. You're discharged today. Ha? Lu Yuru nodded. Her innocent little face was slightly red. So, I made dinner at home and I wanted to buy you dinner and thank you for driving me to the hospital yesterday. Linga touched her stomach. It just so happened that he was also a little hungry, so he nodded in agreement. This was the first time in Ling Ji's 2 lifetimes that he had gone to a girl's house. The layout and style of Lu Yuru's home was similar to Ling Ji's. As soon as you walk in, there is a light scent that smells very nice. Lu Yuru poured Ling Gu a cup of brewed jasmine tea. Sit down, Mr. Ling. I'll get the dishes. Ling Gu nodded. Then Lu Yuru tied her apron and headed for the kitchen. The vegetables are already cut and placed there, so just saute them. Ling Gu sat on the sofa and watched the dusty figure in the kitchen busying herself. As it turns out, when people are good looking, even cooking is a beautiful sight. Ling Gu watched quietly as he thought to himself that it would be quite a nice thing to have someone cook for himself every day like this. Lu Yaya moved pretty fast. Add the vegetables to the pan and toss. It didn't take long for the strong scent to start spreading. Shredded pork with red peppers, sliced boiled pork, beef with potatoes, pork rib soup with winter melon, as well as 1 hollowed-out cabbage and 1 lotus white. After Ling Gu picked up a chopstick of shredded red pepper pork and put it in her mouth, Lu Yuru looked at her a little nervously, and there was a slight uneasiness in a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. Is it good? Well, the flavor is sweet and tangy, and it's even better than the ones made in restaurants out there. It's very good. I didn't realize that Xiao Yu's cooking was so delicious. Little Luna? Lu Yuru's face slightly reddened and she pouted. What little moon? I'm a couple years older than you. Okay, ha ha ha. Looking at Lu Yuru's appearance, Ling Gu directly laughed. This little ninny, she's quite interesting. In his previous life, he was over 30 years old. Lu Yuru was only 23 years old. Naturally a little ninny in his eyes. By the way, why are you called Yuru? Why aren't you called Linger? Ling Gu asked curiously. Obviously, Lu Yuru's temperament and looks were more similar to Linger. Spirit? Lu Yuru's stunningly beautiful little face was filled with doubt. After Ling Gu left for dinner, she was still thinking about what Linger was. Is it some new internet stunt? But when she searched the internet in various ways she still couldn't find what this was about. Ling Gu was in a great mood after eating a big meal that was hand-cooked by Lu Yuru. This feeling of not having to cook your own food and not having to do the dishes is simply wonderful. At this moment, he felt that Lu Yuru was simply a model of a good wife and mother. Cooks well, has a nice voice, and is pretty. Simply a standard wife candidate. Humming a little tune, he returned to his study. Ling Gu then turned his computer on and entered the author's backstage. At this moment, the message inviting signings was seen on the backstage. He filled out the instructions on it and submitted the contract, then clicked on the book's front page again to read the reviews inside. Sure enough, this new and hooky title has already caught fire as soon as it was released. The collection at the moment has come to 200,000, and you know, it's only been a day. One day's collection went up by 200,000. What a terrifying concept. Even those platinum gods couldn't reach this figure, right? The book review section below, on the other hand, already has thousands of comments. It's full of messages urging more work. After taking a look at it, he then returned to the middle author's backstage and followed the system message to add the social account of the responsible editor. Bing bing. He then uploaded his 70,000 word deposit. Then it was back to coding. With the saved manuscript uploaded, the word count of Tomb Raider has reached 100,000 words. When the signing is completed tomorrow, that's when it will hit the shelves. However, there are actually a lot of people waiting for an update from King's Landing at the moment, because they were already completely caught up in the plot, eager to find out what would happen to the protagonist next. Fatty is currently lying in the school's dormitory. In fact, he could have gone back to his own home to live, but for one thing, he hated the hassle of traveling back and forth every day, and for another, he felt that college life was incomplete without living in a college dormitory. He hadn't thought that Tomb Raider would be updated, but he opened the app out of habit after playing a few games. It was his habit to read a novel for a while before going to bed. As a result, as soon as he opened it, he saw that the bookshelf showed that Tomb Raider had been updated. Then he clicked in less than eagerly. Good lord, this took hours to watch. It was a straight-up pleasure to watch, but he was even more curious about what was going to happen in the later episodes. After reading it, he directly rewarded 100,000 book coins. Then he looked at the word count and it had actually come to be 100,000 words. I can't believe I updated 70,000 words tonight. Bull. He typed a few words directly inside the book review section. King's Landing greatly and forever drops God. People want to have monkeys with you. Then he went to sleep contentedly. There are few people in the same situation as Fatty. So many people stayed up straight through the 70,000 word update and went to work and school the next day with panda eyes, pain and pleasure. At night Ling Gu had coded 40,000 words, which took 2 hours, and then went upstairs to his room to sleep. When you open your cell phone, saw the message on the social account. Hello King's Landing greatly. Your book is so well written. I am your editor-in-chief Ice Ice. Please take care of more in the future. There are any questions you can directly ask me. I will be the first time to deal with. If someone saw Chu Bingbing send such a message, they would definitely be shocked to drop their jaws. Because Chu Bingbing usually had the image of a cold mountain beauty in the company, coupled with the fact that she was the future chairman of the board. It could be said that she was the standard female president. Quite a few of the male co-workers in the company actually have a crush on her. However, she usually has a cold look and rejects people. Therefore, those male colleagues can only be seen from afar but can't be played with. The reason why she had this attitude towards Linggu was because she was also fascinated by the book and became a fan of Ling Ji's book. Linggu read the message and thought about it before replying. I've updated the book to 100,000 words today, so the editor-in-chief will help me set it up on the shelves tomorrow. Chu Bingbing froze when she saw this message. Tomb Raider at 100,000 words? She hastily opened the app to catch up, and while this subject matter is inherently novel, she lives alone in an apartment she bought herself, so she watched at home with her scalp tingling and the hairs on her body standing up in sweat. Didn't sleep well all night. The next day she put a thick layer of powder around her eyes to hide the dark circles. Linggu realized when he wore a mask to school the next day that so many people were sleeping on their desks. 2/3 of the entire class was mentally drained. Linggu was puzzled in his heart. What is this? Did they all go stealing cows last night? Coming to sit in the last row of seats, Linggu looked at the listless and drowsy Fatty and asked, Fatty, what's wrong with you? These dark circles under your eyes are a bit heavy. Fatty replied, last night stayed up late to read the novel. You are not aware of that Tomb Raider notes is too good to look at. The most important thing is that last night, King's Landing, greatly directly exploded more 70,000 words. I stayed up late to finish reading it. So it is. So what's going on with the other students? The fat man laughed triumphantly. After I read it, I shared the link with my class group and then posted a synopsis of the book. They all went and couldn't resist reading it. I guess, after I highly recommended it. Linggu. Not long after, the teacher came to the class, and he, likewise, had 2 big black eyes. This class, study hall. Then when he finished, he fell asleep on the table. Thus, the entire class came to a picture where 2/3 of the students, plus the teacher, were actually sleeping. And at this moment, Zhang Qin had already arrived outside Ling Ji's room. She rang the doorbell there several times, only to have no one come out to answer it. Zhang Qin frowned. Did the little ninny fall asleep again? But it shouldn't be. It was clearly Lu Yuru who called her to come over. Besides, this is indeed Lu Yuru's house, isn't it? She was here 2 days ago, so she called Lu Yuru. Soon the other side of the phone was picked up. Hey, are you there yet? Qin? Zhang Qin returned. Of course I'm here. And I've been ringing the doorbell at your door for ages. Oh, wait. I'll open the door in a minute. Then Lu Yuru opened the door to her room. It turned out that there was no one at the door. Suddenly her eyes widened as if she had thought of something. Last time, when Zhang Qin sent her back, she went straight to the wrong room because she was drunk. It was estimated that Zhang Qin was treating Ling Ji's house as if it was hers. What a misunderstanding. She hurriedly walked out and turned a corner. And sure enough, she saw Zhang Qin standing in front of Ling Ji's house. Qin, here. Zhang Qin looked at Lu Yuru behind her with a puzzled expression. How it came out from behind? Didn't you say it was in the house? Seeing that Zhang Qin was still in a daze, Lu Yuru came over and took her into her own home. Zhang Qin was obviously still puzzled. Yuru, this is your home? Lu Yuru nodded. Exactly. Zhang Qin still couldn't figure it out. So the last time I took you in? Lu Yuru. She couldn't just be honest and say that she'd gone into a strange man's house and gotten into someone else's bed. And then slept in the same bed as that strange boy for a night? And the next day you were in a coma with a fever because you didn't cover up? This kind of social death is obviously something she won't talk about. Lu Yuru smiled awkwardly. Last time, I was mistakenly directed into the wrong room, but I reacted quickly and then went back to my room. So it is. Zhang Qin nodded her head. She finally understood. What did you call me over this time? Zhang Qin asked. Lu Yuru then said, I got 2 songs. And I want you to help me listen to them to see how they are. By the way, we'll discuss another publicity matter. Zhang Qin became interested at the sound of it. Oh, you got 2 songs? Willow Moon nodded her head. She then brought her guitar over to play and sing. It's just that I took one more look at you in the crowd and never forgot your face. Dreaming of chance to meet again someday. I've been alone with my thoughts ever since. The more Zhang Qin listened, the more her eyes glistened. Finally, when Lu Yuru finished singing, she directly said in surprise, Good. What a great song. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd. I have never forgotten your face since then. How wonderful this is. With this song recorded and released, and a slight wave of publicity, and spending some money on a hot search, it's estimated that you'll soon be able to regain your former popularity. Zhang Qin knew that Lu Yuru's most popular song was not as well written as this one. This is a song that has the potential to be a big hit and take home awards. Yu-Ru, which songwriter wrote this song? Zhang Qin was in the business and naturally knew that someone who could write such a good song was definitely not a silent and unknown person. Could it be that Yu-Ru knows some big shot in the songwriting business? Lyricist? When she thought of Ling Ji's handsome, castless face, her face brought on a few smiles. No, Jin, the person who wrote the song, is my neighbor, the one you rang the wrong doorbell before. He's still a student. He's gone to school now. Ah, Zhang Qin's mouth opened wide at his words. A student? What is this? A student can write such a good song? Is this world already so fantastical? Looking at Zhang Qin's dumbfounded appearance, Liu Ru laughed out softly. Why wasn't she so shocked when she first got the song? A college student, actually able to write such a good song. You said that if this college student is studying music, it would be just fine. But Liu Ru had already learned when she had dinner with Lingo that Lingo was not a music major. Instead, he was a science student, studying civil engineering. This is simply interprofessionalism at its most outrageous. Civil engineering, when heard, conjures up an image of a construction site, wearing a helmet and looking at construction drawings. But it's such an image that he writes songs. Zhang Qin opened her mouth and finally sighed. The young people nowadays are really marvelous. Is he a student at the conservatory? Lu Yu shook her head. It's Mordor University. Studying civil engineering. Zhang Qin was once again dumbstruck. An engineering student writing such a poetic song. This is outrageous. Ha ha ha. He's but very talented. Moreover, he's a thief handsome. Lu Yu complimented. Oh, Zhang Qin was a bit curious instead. It was the first time she had heard Lu Yu praise a boy for his good looks in all the time she had known her. It should be known that Lu Yu's treatment of boys has always been very high and cold. And with those so-called male gods in the entertainment industry, they have always maintained a certain distance to prevent being rumored. But now it's actively complimenting a boy on his good looks. Then there is only one possibility. That is, this boy is really handsome. And looking at this little ninny's appearance, it's obvious that she has a good feeling about the rhythm of others. The two crossed the subject. Then Zhang Qin asked to hear the second song. When Lu Yu played the second song, Zhang Qin was slightly stunned. It was a song that she had just heard last night when she swiped her teaser. Last night, the teeming sound was swept away by that god-faced little brother. Even though she's 30 years old, she can't even hold on to her face when she sees that kind of face. Is this, like, that little brother's song from the contest your piano club held? Zhang Qin asked curiously. Willow Moon nodded her head. That's right, he wrote both of those songs, and he's already sung them for me on this one too. That's good. With these two songs, you'll definitely be able to return to the top, and maybe, even surpass the achievements of yesteryear. Zhang Qin exclaimed. But do you have savings in hand now? Although the song is good, but in order not to bury such a good song, to maximize its use, then at least it should be properly operated and publicized. The publicity cost of this will not be a small amount. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult in Lu Yu's situation today. Although she knew that Yu had opened a few more zither clubs in the past 2 years, she was afraid that these two songs alone would both cost a lot. Is there money for publicity and promotion? Now without the entertainment company to promote the package, all the expenses will have to be borne by oneself personally. This was not a small amount for today's Lu Yu. Lu Yu frowned slightly. Sister Qin, how much does this promotion and publicity cost? At least? Zhang Qin made a slight calculation in her mind. I'm afraid it's going to be at least $500,000. And if you don't have any money, then I've saved up some money over the years, and I can take it out first and lend it to you to tide you over this difficult time. Lu Yu shook her head. No need, Sister Qin. If I had paid for these two songs, then I wouldn't have been able to get the money to publicize them. But I didn't spend any money on these two songs. But I'm planning to give Lingo a share of the sales of both of them. After all, without him I wouldn't have had a chance at all. Zhang Qin nodded her head. That's good. Let's go book a studio recording now. You can reveal the date of your song release on Weibo to let your fans know. Lu Yu nodded. Then she logged into her Weber account that she hadn't logged into in a couple years. The number of her followers on it has gone from the 20 million she once had to over 8 million. Popularity is still in serious decline. And I wonder how many live fans are left now. After thinking about it, she finally posted a dynamic. The new song will be online soon. You've been waiting for it. I'm back. After posting this message, she silently put down her phone. Yao Lan is now a self-published media personality, and today her fan following has reached the magnitude of 1 million. And she has another identity, that of the Lunar One. Lunar One, says the title of the fans of Ryu Tsukuru. At first, when she was still in school, she had fallen deeply in love with that untainted fairy-like girl. Although that girl hadn't appeared in the public eye for a long time, her first love hadn't changed. And as a loyal Iron fan of Lu Yuru, she knew very well what had happened to her in Lu Yuru's body. Today, she had just finished posting a self-published article when her cell phone alert rang. She didn't have much to do, so she casually clicked on Weber's notification. Then she saw a web. The new song will be online soon, so wait for it. I'm back. And the owner of this Weber certified is singer Yueyu Lu. Yao Lan's eyes widened. It's you. You is back. She hurriedly took a screenshot of this Weibo and posted it inside the Lu Yuru posting. As for Lu Yuru's posting bar, most of them were Lu Yuru's most loyal fans. They often post some of Lu Yuru's previous beautiful photos and so on, or discuss some topics inside. Comrades, our Yu is back. Yao Lan posted such a thread with a picture. It didn't take long for the post to be noticed by people inside the posting. Ah, the goddess has finally returned. Release a new song and I'll definitely download and support it. The goddess is my youth. Upstairs, people are only 23 too. They just debuted early. Support +1. Support +2. Support +10,086. Support +1008611. Magic City. A certain luxury villa. A sexy woman in a bright red nightgown with a proud figure and big wavy hair was reclining on a sky blue couch. A pair of long, slender, large white legs were interlocked in a sexy way. Fingernails coated with bright red nail polish. A lady's cigarette clutched in her long slender fingers. Her red lips like flames gently exhaling a smoke ring. She and Lu Yuru were completely on opposite extremes of the line. One is as pure as an untainted fairy, and the other is as beautiful and sexy as a siren. She is none other than Kiki Lee, a popular top-tier female singer today. At that moment, the cell phone resting at his side rang. It was her agent, Lu Mei, who called. What is it? Earlier, Lu Yuru sent out a tweet that her new song will be released in a few days. Manager Lu Mei said. Oh, Li Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Release it, release it. There is no lyricist to write a song for her. She nowadays is no longer worthy to be put in my eyes. Me and her, we are no longer on the same level. There is no need to report her news to me in the future. A mere loser, now long out of her sight. Not to mention, what waves could the current Lu Yuru, who didn't even have a company, make? At best, he'll bounce around like a clown twice. And herself, about to hit the diva position. Evening. Many of them have converged under the Tomb Raider books. After a day and a night of fermentation, the book's collection has now reached 1+ million favorites. Countless fans converge on this book review section. They totally chatted up the place like it was a community forum. I can't believe the dog author isn't updating today. That is, my big knife has been long ago. It looks like Boss June's novel is going to hit the shelves today. It's only right that it's on the shelves, and a great book like this should be strongly supported. Later, when it hits the shelves, I'll reward it with a silver ally. This dog of an author is actually quite long. It just updates so late that it always keeps me up late to catch up. That is, hey, you're not right upstairs. A group of book lovers chatted directly inside the book review section. This is a situation that makes the other authors at starting point so envious. What is popularity? That's what popularity is. The direct comments section is in the tens of thousands and growing fast. Some flop authors look at the pathetic 2 or 3 comments in their comments section and weep silently. Fatty, as the most loyal Thief fan, also came under the book review section of Tomb Raider early. He enjoyed the gag. The feeling of bragging with those netizens from all over the world made him feel comfortable. He's even been playing games a little less lately. He edited a message ready to send and it showed a send failure. Your current connection has been disconnected. Please try again later. Crap. What the hell? He muttered. Did the server crash? At this moment, Wang Bo, the manager of the technical department of Qidian, was hugging his wife on the bed after taking a shower. He had been about to take the next step. The cell phone rang. Manager Wang is not good. Qidian app crashed. Now can't even log in. The above said to let our technical department hurry back to work overtime to fix it. Wang Bo was speechless. Fuck. My pants are off. It turned out that he actually had to go back to work overtime. And he was in tears. After getting dressed, Wang Bo went downstairs and drove to the company. When he arrived at the company, a group of single dogs in the company immediately greeted him. Boss. Wang Bo frowned slightly. What's going on here? Why is the server crashing when it's fine? It's not scientific. The server has never crashed in all these years. His subordinates immediately told him the truth of the matter. When he learned that the reason why the Qidian app server crashed was actually because of a novel, he was shocked. A novel actually crashed the server. How many people must be chatting online at the same time? When had such an awesome book appeared? And how was he completely unaware of it? Normally, As employees of the technical department, they have to maintain not only the website, but also the app, so they are naturally busy with their work. So on weekdays, I don't pay attention to the novel stats. That's an editorial thing. Is it a new book by any of the gods? He was a little curious. No, it's a newcomer. Yesterday, as soon as his book passed the review, it was immediately put on sealed tweets by Bing Bing Sister. And then in a day's time, the collection broke 1 million. When his fans saw that the book hadn't been updated, they chatted in the comments section. And since we're not a specialized social software, our server crashed. Wang Bo was secretly surprised in his heart. A novel is just a novel. How horrible that it can cause such a big battle. He must take a good look at what kind of novel it was. A group of people, caught up in the hustle and bustle. Tonight, it looks like they'll be working late. And at this moment, some authors who were ready to update realized that the background actually couldn't be accessed. There was a great deal of wailing from many of the floundering authors. Somewhere in a group of authors. It's over. The service ran out. My full time, gone. Full attendance bonus is the basic welfare of Chidian authors. If you update 6,000 words a day, you'll get $600 a month for full attendance. This reward was not even as much as their 1 day's draft fee for many great authors, but to a puffer that's a different story. The puffers are counting on this $600 to improve their lives after a month of hard work updating. I heard that this is because the Toon Raider Notes book review section was too hot, so it caused the server to crash. The website crashed at the same time as the app. Terrifying as hell. This boss June is simply going to seal the gods. More than sealing a god. I think it's to become a supreme god. People have broken 1 million collections in 1 day. Don't you dare believe it. I wonder what his first booking will be. A group of authors in the authors group were talking. Of course, most of them are flop authors versus bottom of the barrel authors who can barely put food on the table. Their biggest hobby is the water group. The real big brothers rarely water group. Basically all in the code word and conceptualization of the plot. And because of what happened with the server crash at Chidian, it quickly hit the hot seat. The netizens were amazed. What? The Chidian server crashed because a web novel was too hot? Shocked that Chidian actually crashed its servers because the novel was too hot. The name of the novel is Tomb Raider, and it's about the adventures of a magical world at the bottom of a tomb. Some netizens find these headlines unbelievable. Others think it's a marketing strategy for the site. In order to publicize a novel, do you have to find a way to buy a hot search? Do you have enough money to buy hot searches? Will you lose money? These people issued a challenge, but some pirate fans have begun to explain that it was indeed a masterpiece. Apparently, though, a lot of people don't believe it. They have to see it for themselves to believe it. Just like that, invariably, it absorbed a large number of fans. The technical department of Chidian, moreover, directly opened a separate channel for Toon Raider to prevent the server from crashing. Lingo went back home and prepared to update his novel after dinner. Turns out it actually won't open. So a message was sent to his editor-in-chief, Ice. Only after getting Ice's explanation did he realize that it was actually because his novel was so hot that it crashed the servers of People's Chidian. This instantly left him somewhat speechless. Tomb Raider is really worthy of being a masterpiece, especially in this world. Lingo inquired about Ice and asked if he still wanted to update today. Ice gives a direct reply. Of course we will. Won't those fans of yours curse us to death at Chidian if we don't update? By the way, your uploading is done. The chapters you upload directly later will be VIP chapters. Lingu replied, well, let me know when the server is done and I'll go update it. There's nothing to do right now. After thinking about it, Lingu turned on the teaser sound. Then the direct teaser voice was applied for certification. If there's any news in the future, or if he's going to release a song or something, he can just release a video to announce it. After the teaser was certified, he opened up Weber and applied for certification likewise. After thinking about it, Lingu decided to give his old mom in this life a call. It had been several days since he came to this world, and he hadn't even called his mom yet, mostly because he didn't know what to expect. Although this body's old mom looked, sounded, and even had a personality similar to that of his previous life, he understood that the two people were not the same person after all. So he's a little scared to confront this. But, eventually, it's time to face it. Lingu picked up his cell phone and dialed the number. It didn't take long for Mom's voice to come through on the other side of the phone. Is that Ling? When the familiar voice came, instantly Ling Ge's eyes reddened. Sure enough, it sounded exactly like his own old mom in his previous life. Lingu was silent for a moment, and his voice had a few chokes in it. It's me, Mom. He said Mom as naturally as if it was meant to be. He himself had received the memories of this body, so it was also his mother. Mom's voice on the other side of the phone is very kind and gentle, like the fresh wind in the mountains. You don't have any money, son. Mom will go to town tomorrow and call you. Ling Gu hastily refused. No mom, I just miss you. Ling's mom snapped. Silly child. How old are you? Don't be afraid of others laughing when you say it. Ling Gu laughed and laughed like a child. Mom, when I make money in a while, I'll pick you up and bring you to Magic City. Okay. Ling's mom was less than willing. What's so good about the big city? Everything is expensive, and the air is not as fresh as in the countryside, and everything costs money. Ling Gu didn't try to persuade her any further. As far as he could remember, Ling's mom didn't like the city. She liked to grow her own small vegetables and grow some food for self-sufficiency. However, if mom didn't want to come for the time being, forget it, just call back more when he got paid next month. It wasn't long after the call with his mom ended that Bing Bing sent him a message, telling him that the Chidian server had been repaired and that it had been upgraded at his expense, allowing him to upload VIP chapters. In fact, the reason she wants Ling Gu to release it tonight is because of her readers, but also because of her willingness to do so, because she's also waiting for an update. That plot was so good, she couldn't stop watching it. Even though she was too scared to turn off the lights in the house after reading it, she still had to watch it. It's called Pain and Pleasure. As soon as the Chidian officials fixed the server, they immediately released a notification using the app. The server has been repaired, and tonight Tomb Raider will be updated as usual. The bookworms who were still a little angry saw this notice and their anger went down. The crowd soon arrived at the Tomb Raider book review section. Stolen fans come to report. 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 The comments section was cleared of swipes. It's far more than just these fans who follow Ling Gu. There are many authors as well. They all wanted to know how many first orders would actually come in for Tomb Raider with such an unbelievable score. In one of the author groups at the starting point, guess how many first orders Tomb Raider will get? I think it should be able to be 100,000 if we go with a 10:1 conversion rate. I'm guessing 80,000. No matter how many, it's definitely going to be a record anyway. This book is really awesome. It feels like it's left us behind for an era. Numerous authors have exclaimed. Among the many concerns, Linga started uploading chapters. He uploaded 40,000 words directly in one breath, using all his saved manuscript. Anyway, he's got the tentacle monster talent and can type 20,000 words in an hour. Once he had uploaded all 40,000 words, he went to wash up and lay in bed. And at the moment, his stats, which began to rise wildly, it quickly shot up to the top 10, then top 3, then number 1 in sales on the new book list. That wasn't the end of it, and it wasn't long before the total sales went straight to the top 100 on the overall charts. By the time the next day rolled around, the many authors were outright dumbfounded. It was because Tomb Raider had firmly hung onto the number 1 spot on the total sales list, and the sales results directly left behind the books by a large margin. And his collection, it came right up to 2 million. Exploded. And it's a big blast. When Chu Bingbing came to the company and saw the sales in the background, she also sucked in a breath of cold air. Tomb Raider reached more than 5 million renminbi in sales in a single day. What a horrible achievement. You know, even before, the highest total sales of The God Tomato had only reached 3 million in sales, and it's still a book that's close to 1 million words. But this Tomb Raider book by King's Landing is only 40,000 words in paid chapters. 40,000 words actually sells $5 million and it's only for one night. Can you believe that? Quite a few Chidian authors looked dumbfounded when they learned of this achievement. 5 million daily sales, and almost everyone who collects has paid for a subscription. The conversion rate is equal to about 100%. One was so jealous that his face was turned away and his mouth was watering with envy. I hate to think that I am that supreme god. The results were reported directly by the Kickstarter website. It's been on the hot seat for a long time. Tomb Raider hit the shelves for one night and broke 5 million in daily sales. The news caused an instant uproar online. More people got curious and went to read the book, thus making Linga's back-end sales keep going up. On this day, a miracle of online literature was born. A newcomer came out of nowhere, and the sales of a single day on the shelves directly broke the historical record of network literature. The total sales of people's big god authors who have been finished for a long time were rubbed on the ground. On this day, the author Jun Ling Tian is directly like his name. Jun Ling Tian. Chidian officially gave him an author certification. Supreme God. When Ling Gu got up in the morning, he used his phone to tap on the author's backstage to check the daily sales of Tomb Raider. After seeing that long string of numbers, even Ling Ji's two-life mind was slightly shaken. He fingered the numbers one by one. There's no way around it. It's just too long and you have to count it carefully. Individual. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Total sales were over 5.42 million. Ling Ji's eyes widened. He thought about how the book would definitely have a very good sales record once it came out. Because of this world's Qidian Chinese network, the anti-theft system is doing very well. The network simply cannot be found on the pirated version. Therefore, want to continue to chase the text is the only recharge. And according to the reader's feedback, most people also feel that this book is worth spending money to see. So Linga felt that the book wouldn't do too badly on the shelves. But I didn't expect it to blow right up like this. With total sales of $5.42 million, split 50/50ths, he netted over $2 million in one day. Happiness is like a tornado. It comes as a surprise. To think that when he first came to this world, he was still almost out of living expenses. At this point, there are millions of dollars in assets. And on Tingshuan Music, his song A Meat and a Vegetable had reached 3 million downloads and was in the 5th position on the new songs chart. With a good mood, he shuffled off to his school class, and so the days went by. He took classes, coded, and worked out every day. After a month's time, his physical fitness had risen to 80 points. It's out of the realm of suboptimal health. And is a month. Lu Yuru spent money to hire many big V publicity. Many people know the news. Lu Yuru is back. Her song will be released soon. A lot of people in the entertainment industry are also keeping an eye on her. They all want to see whether this former little diva is actually coming back strong or not to her former glory. November 1st. A new song by Ryu Tsukuru is online at Vine Music. 2 songs in all. A song called Granny Says and a song called Legend. Many people went ahead and auditioned at the first opportunity. The netizens who auditioned for Granny Speak instantly reddened their eyes when they heard Lu Yuru's ethereal but sad voice with memories ringing out. The moment that voice rang out, it took them back to the good old days of childhood colors. Audience members who have listened to Granny Speaks leave comments below. Patrick, when I hear this song and think of my grandma, so many wonderful memories of my childhood come back to me. This song is great. Season Does Not Live 1996, heard a tearful story. When I visited my grandmother's grave on the Qingming festival, my grandfather made a lot of cannons and tanks out of paper. And we all laughed at him. But he said with red eyes, she told me in her dream that she was bullied over there. Green Peaks whisking soda, life is always filled with too many regrets. Not enough people to see and not enough chatter to hear. Wuwatizi, since I was a child, I have been living with my grandmother, and was brought up by my grandmother. When I was a child, I was very thin and my grandmother retired early to cook for me. And I was fed to a chubby. And now I've also reduced my meat, but also has been and Granny lived together every day and she watched TV series, eat her cooking, really feel very happy no matter what conflicts. Ultimately, as long as I go to hug her can be dissolved, whether it is a child or now. I hope the days can still go on like this. Zhang Menghop, my grandmother died when I was 5 years old, and my family didn't have enough money to pay for her medical treatment. I always remember her last days. She called me to her bed and said, "Take this money and buy snacks." I miss her so much. And those who listened to Legends left a comment. SpongeBob SquarePants, May 27, 2021 took a plane from the mountain city to fly to Tianjin. Flight number PN 6237. Sitting in the 17B. Little girl, do you know that you slept all the way against me, you know? Getting off the plane you left too fast, didn't have time to ask for your contact information. If you happen to also be listening to this song and see this comment, please reply to me. I'm 17A. SYYYYIF_. I used to dislike Lu Yuru, but now I realize it's because I'm not old enough. Young's business, I have not seen the deceased for 2 years, but today I have met her and she is already a mother. Remembering the past with laughter and tears in my eyes. Talking about today's things are different and there are many stories. Before I finish my speech, the wine is already dry. I hope to see you in the next year and talk about the changing world with a smile. Sending you the moon of 16. The whole family will be reunited. Cool Pai to Shing primary school 6th grade that year's lantern festival on the street to see the lanterns. Childhood naive me to the hustle and bustle is always very curious. So much so that I forgot to look at the road. Walking into the arms of a beautiful woman. Felt so ashamed. Looked at her and ran. 8 years later in her city met a deja vu. Asked her whether she stayed with us 8 years ago. She replied 8 years ago our highway was involved in building it. And instantly tears wet her eyes. Sister, I found a treasure song. Listen to it. A certain girl listened to Legend and hurriedly shared the song with her best sister. Brothers, this is Goddess Yuru's new song. It's too good. Her voice is too great. Hurry up and listen to it. Both songs have been festering by word of mouth ever since they landed on Vine Music. The heat is growing. The 2 songs quickly made their way to the top of the new songs chart, with Legend quickly reaching the #1 spot straight away. In colleges, pedestrian streets, alleys, everywhere you can hear just because in the crowd to look at you more than a glance. Never forget your face. Legends is on fire. Straight out of the gate. Lu Yuru's ethereal and misty voice resounded throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. 10,000 people. With her 2 songs, Lu Yuru announced to the entire entertainment industry that she, Lu Yuru, the former music diva, had made a strong return. Her Weibo originally only had 8 million followers left, but since Legend caught fire in Xia, her followers kept growing. It went straight up to 40 million. And Li Qi, who originally didn't care about Lu Yuru in the slightest, directly slapped her assistant's face after learning of its fire in Xia. Why didn't you tell me earlier that she got such a great song? The assistant covered her reddened face in inner aggression. It was you who said that Lu Yuru was not worthy of being your opponent. You yourself said that she is not on the same level as you, so we don't need to report her news. That day, Li Qi directly blew up a bunch of expensive vases and teacups in the villa. Her sultry face became livid. So what if you're on fire for one song? In 6 months at most, I'll be on that position. You and I are no longer on the same level after all. And more people in the music industry are focusing on the person who wrote the song for Lu Yuru. They understood that apart from her unique ethereal voice, a big reason why Lu Yuru was able to burst into flames again was also because of the person who wrote the song for her. It's the man who turned a bad situation into a good one. I wonder which one of the big names in music that person is. Wang Tong, or Lin Shi? They were dumbfounded when they opened the music interface to view the lyricist's information. Lyrics composed by Ling Gu. Ling Gu? Who is this man? They hadn't even heard of it. As the crowd dug deeper, they finally realized that the lyricist, Ling Gu, was one of the vegetarians whose singing videos had been on fire a while ago in the teaming sound. And this vegetarian is also a junior studying civil engineering at Mordor University. This immediately shook up the music scene. It's amazing that a non-music major can write songs like this. This is simply unheard of. For a while, many entertainment companies approached the door. They wanted to sign Lingo because they had already discovered that whether it was Ling Ji's own talent or his unrivaled top-notch face value, he was a surefire hit. It's a cash cow. But all the invitations were declined by Ling Gu. Naturally, it was impossible for him to sign up with any entertainment company. It's easy to sign up, but once you do, then you can't help yourself a lot of the time. At night, Ling Gu sat on the sofa and looked at the huge picture projected by the projector. It's a program on Southern TV called Ren Yu Yu. It's a talk show. The host sits on a couch with a guest and chats. Of course, questions like the ones to be asked are usually discussed with the guests beforehand. The host will not ask questions that the guest is not willing to answer. The reason you watched this program was because it interviewed Ryu Tsukuru. This little ninny. She's been exploding in popularity lately. I've been doing a lot of interviews, commercials and the like. I've been flying all over the country all day. He hadn't seen her in a long time. Well, mostly he wanted to eat the little ninny's cooking. Picture. A Rinyu wearing a small black suit with a white shirt inside and a wraparound skirt on the lower half of her body sat there with her legs crossed. Good evening everyone. I'm your old friend Rinyu. The audience on stage was very facetious and applauded. She smiled. What about this guest we have today? She's been a hit this last month. After saying this, she opened her mouth and sang softly. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd, I never forgot your face. Dreaming of the chance to meet again someday. I've been alone with my thoughts ever since. She lives up to her reputation as a famous presenter. Even her singing skills are very good. There was a lot of excited applause from the stage. It was both a round of applause for the host of the song on stage, but also for the one guest who was about to come out. Ren Yu on stage continued. I'm sure you've all heard this song. It's been playing in the streets for a while now. You can imagine how popular this song is. What about the singer who sang this song? On the other hand, disappeared from the entertainment circle for a long time. Originally, everyone thought that she wouldn't appear again, and even thought that she had quit the entertainment industry. But unexpectedly, a month ago, she returned once again, and it was in the form of a king. Next, let's welcome today's guest of honor, Miss Lu Yuru. When the host called the name from the stage, there was thunderous applause. Then he saw, from the passageway at the back of the stage, a girl wearing a plain white dress, with long hair reaching her waist, and with exquisite and absolutely beautiful features, walk slowly from there. She was quiet and beautiful, the wind carried by her walk blowing her long silky hair slightly. It's almost like a national first love face. Goddess, goddess, ah, Luna, I love you. South of the sky, the moon is the most beautiful. The stage lights went out, and then a beam of light shone on the quiet, out-of-this-world girl on the stage. Under the illumination of the light, her face was absolutely beautiful and her eyes were clear. The music played at this time. As the intro ended, the girl took the microphone. It's only because I saw you in the crowd. I'll never forget your face again. Dreaming of the chance to meet again someday. I've been alone ever since. When I think of you, you're in the sky. When I think of you, you're in front of me. Thinking of you when you're in your head. When I think of you, you're in my heart. I'd rather believe we had a past life. The love story of this life will never be the same. I'd rather spend my life waiting for you to find out. I've always been there for you. Never far away. End of song. The audience off stage was a ghostly mess, too excited for their own good. Good evening to everyone in the audience and good evening to the hosts. Lu Yuru greeted the audience, came to the stage and sat down quietly on the couch. Hello Tsukuru. Welcome to Rin Yu's Got a Date. Rin Yu smiled and greeted Lu Yuru. Lu Yuru also agreed with a smile. Hello Rin Yu-san. The two men exchanged a few pleasantries. Rin Yu asked Lu Yuru many questions, including why she had left the entertainment industry before and such. Then he also asked how Lu Yuru and lyricist Ling Gu met. Lu Yuru smiled and replied, he's my neighbor, a very talented boy. Rin Yu smiled and asked her, so do you like him? Lu Yuru's face slightly reddened. Who wouldn't like a boy like that? Looking at Lu Yuru's somewhat shy appearance in the picture, the corner of Ling Ji's mouth couldn't help but slightly hook up. After finishing the program, Ling Gu picked up his phone and sent a message over to Lu Yuru. It's getting cooler. Remember to wear more clothes. Over there, Lu Yuru, who was sitting in the dressing room and letting the makeup artist do her makeup, picked up her phone and saw Ling Ji's message. She was instantly warmed inside. Okay, you too, take care of yourself and eat on time. Yo. Ling Gu didn't chat anymore after looking at Lu Yuru's reply. He knew that Lu Yuru had been very busy lately. Come into the den and turn the computer on. He began to code, and after an hour of coding uploaded 20,000 words. For a while now, he's been updating 20,000 words a day. At first, his readers complained that he was getting shorter and shorter, but in response Ling Gu said he was trying to craft a plot. In the face of this talk from him, the bookworms finally acquiesced. After all, Ling Gu has actually been updating a lot. Other authors only update a few thousand words a day. And ever since Ling Ji's book Tomb Raider's Notebook caught fire out of the ring, there have started to be a lot of books on the topic of tomb raiding in the category on Chidian. Novels with this theme have now become a genre of their own and are known as tomb raiding genre novels. But those books were definitely a huge difference compared to Ling Ji's books. Time flies, and in a flash a few days have passed. Seniors are graduating and juniors are leaving campus to begin their year-long internship journey. Time shows no mercy, and before you know it, it's graduation season again. Each year, Mordor University hosts a graduation party for the senior class, which is planned by a performance by the juniors who will be stepping out of their internships on campus. Ling Gu was in the same dormitory as Fatty when he hadn't moved out of the dormitory before. Although he had a mute personality before, he had been living together for several years, so he had a good relationship with his roommate. At noon, a few people met at a dry pot in front of the Magic City University for one last get-together. This gathering is a long way off, and I'm afraid we'll only see each other again when we get our diplomas. Other than Ling Gu and Fatty who were going to stay in Magic City, the rest of the two actually would all go home to develop. There are 4 people in the dormitory: Ling Gu, Wang Lei, and a guy named Shen Yi and a guy named Wang Jichao. Ling Gu wore a mask and came to Old King's Dry Pot restaurant. This Dry Pot restaurant is not a particularly fancy restaurant, just a small eatery, but the flavor here is many times better than all those big restaurants outside, and the price is still cheap. It is the preferred place for students to get together in Magic City University. Here carries their youth. The place is full at the moment, right at mealtime. A black pressurized mass of heads. Ling Gu stood there for a while without being able to find Fatty and the others. Fatty and the others were close to this store because they lived on campus, so the 3 of them have arrived. Upon seeing Ling Gu appear, the fat man sitting at a small square table not far from the edge of the room hurriedly stood up to greet him over. Come over here old Ling. The fat man was tall and fat, standing up like a bear. Ling Gu saw him right away and walked over. Come and sit down next to the fat man at the table. These guys are teaming up to hack. We've already ordered the food. Old Ling, you sit down for a while. We'll be done with this one soon. Fatty was operating Shangwan Waner at the moment. A group battle is about to start at the Big Dragon. Ling Gu was also watching Fatty operate with interest at the moment. This game was called King's Canyon, and it was basically similar to the previous life. In his previous life, Ling Gu, as an 18th line singer, usually didn't have much work most of the time, so he relied on the game to pass the time. So his gaming standard can even be said to be at the level of a professional player. But crossing over to this world he didn't play, and the original owner of this body doesn't usually play games. At this moment the group battle had broken out. Fatty went straight for a 2-1-3-3 and then, without flying, charged into the crowd and was seconded. Shit, Fatty, is your damn one air afraid of heights? The already hungover fat man scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. A mistake, a pure mistake. A group battle was lost, and his side was directly destroyed by the opponent's group and lost the dragon. Wang Ji looked at Fatty speechlessly. Fumble, you damn near flew up once the whole time. Qian Yi also sighed. This one's gone. The opponent was quickly ready to push the last defense tower in the middle of the road. Fatty was resurrected at this time. Linga smiled. Fatty, operate for me for a while. Fatty held the cell phone out to Linga, willfully. I thought you didn't play games? Linga picked up the cell phone with both hands, and a familiar feeling instantly flooded his heart. He thought back to the years when he reigned supreme in the King's Canyon. Quickly, he switched his equipment to a resurrection armor. Linga directly maneuvered one air to unleash a 2-1 skill to maim the enemy who was pushing the tower. The enemy clearly wants to take the tower down quickly though, so they just take the damage and continue to demolish the tower. Linga once again unleashed a 2-1 skill to partially clear the troop line and only half of the enemy hero's blood was left. He waited a while for the skill. Then when all the skills are good, charge straight into the crowd in 2, 1, 3, 3. A few back and forth rushes and one air flew straight into the air. By the time it fell, the only thing that could be heard was a 4-kill alert coming from his cell phone. The enemy only had one bloodied Kai left, and Kai turned on his big move to directly kill Lingu. However, Linga still had resurrection, and he immediately changed his name Blade in seconds. The sharp maneuver looked at the fat man in disbelief. After resurrecting, a flash pulled away from Kai, followed by a 1-2 skill that was released almost instantly at the same time. K was instantly spiked. Q5 kills straight away. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The other 3 roommates just exploded. It's so awesome. That maneuver, that positioning, and that hand speed. It's almost comparable to the pros. Across the room the enemy Kai sent a direct message. Did Wani change? Lingo was about to reply, but then his opponent surrendered. A game that was going to be cold was directly turned around by Lingu. Wang Jichao gave him a thumbs up. Show. Ah. Flower brocade. To flower show. The creation of the bells and whistles. This wave of resurrection armor seconds for the famous knife, and flash to pull away from the operation show my scalp numb. Old Ling, you're not generous. Playing a game so awesome actually doesn't bring me. Ha ha. Linga smiled, and that handsome face was on the verge of blinding people's eyes. I've only recently started playing too. That was all he could explain. Qian Yi and Wang Jichao on the opposite side of the room exuded envy. How come I didn't realize you were so handsome before? Is this the legendary, I'm going to quietly become handsome and then amaze everyone? The two men were overwhelmed with emotion. Although Lingo was still handsome in the past as well, it was just a little bit handsome. Where can you be as handsome as you are now? The kind of handsome that even a straight man might be able to bend. Too envious. A few people chatted and talked about their future plans. Wang Jichao exclaimed, I'm going to go back to Rongqing to open a small supermarket and be a small boss. Qian Yi, on the other hand, smiled. I've already been contacted by a company that sells wine before, and I'm ready to go over there right after I graduate to be the head of the South China region. Qian Yi was the vice president of the student union of Mordor University. A very outstanding person, often working part-time outside and dealing with some company executives. He was spotted early on by the president of a famous wine company. What about you guys? Fatty old Ling? He inquired. Linga thought for a moment. I'll write a novel or something after I graduate. The two of them, Qian Yi and Wang Jichao, didn't play teasing voice. One was usually busy playing games to score points, and the other was busy running around outside. Therefore, the two of them didn't know about the fact that Ling sang songs. Qian Yi nodded. Writing novels is fine. It's more free and fits your personality. After saying that he looked at Fatty again. The fat man shrugged. I'll graduate and go back to lying around collecting rent like this. Wang Jichao and Qian Yi both didn't believe it at all. Fatty usually liked to joke around. So Wang Jichao and Qian Yi didn't realize that Fatty was actually telling the truth. If he hadn't planned to follow Lingu to see the entertainment industry, he really would have gone back to collecting rent and waiting for death. However, if these two know that Fatty's family owns an entire building in magic and can collect tens of millions of dollars in rent in a month, I'm afraid they won't be so calm. Just at this time, Qian Yi's cell phone rang. He picked up. Then his face turned ironic. What? Zhang Timo isn't coming to sing at the party? Good, I know. What's wrong? Fatty asked when he saw Qian Yi looking extremely pale. Qian Yi spilled the beans. Qian Yi is one of the main persons in charge of this graduation party. Originally the program of this party has already been organized. And also in the school also made a big fuss about inviting the netizen Zhang Timo to come over for the finale singing. As a result, I didn't expect that Zhang Timo had taken a commercial show with a higher price, so he let them loose on Mordor University today. Fatty and the others directly clenched their fists in anger when they learned of this result. With a pained look on their faces. How could Zhang Timo do this? Letting Mordor University off the hook. Has she forgotten that she also walked out of Mordor University? Wang Jichao was also indignant. At the expense of her as my goddess, so many of my lonely nights were dedicated to her pictures. He used to regard Zhang Timo as his goddess all the time. Even on the wall above his bed there was a picture of Zhang Timo. Moreover, Jung Timo is a sister who graduated from Mordor University. Even if she has been doing well in the live broadcasting world in the last 2 years, she can't forget her roots as a human being. A few people were outraged. Ling Gu recalled this person in his mind. Jung Timo, 2 years older than him, with innocent looks, beautiful voice and a live broadcast platform to mix a lot of people. Annual salaries reach the tens of millions of dollars. Qian Yi, who was beside him, was bitter and somewhat anxious. Now won't I screw up the seniors last night? He was the creator in charge of this party, and he was the one who suggested inviting Jung Timo. I didn't expect this to happen at this moment. Now it seems that a joke is really going to be made. You have to know that for today's graduation party, they had publicized it early in the school, saying that they had invited the big netizen Jung Timo. Therefore, in addition to the seniors of the senior year, and some of the younger siblings who had gotten admission tickets, many people were very excited about Jung Timo. Fatty looked at Ling Gu and suddenly looked as if he had thought of something. To perform the show, isn't there a ready-made, super awesome original singer here? He gave Qian Yi an idea. Old Qian, why don't we let our old Ling Gu on? Qian Yi looked at Fatty suspiciously. Put Ling Gu on? He remembered a certain dormitory get-together when a group of people went to a KTV to sing, and asked Ling to sing once. As a result, that tune, Running Through the Sky. Thinking of that miserable picture, Qian Yi hurriedly shook his head. Forget it, I'll look for someone else. This time, many people are running to Jung Timo. If we suddenly replace someone up there, I reckon that the person who takes over will have to be sprayed to death. This kind of pot, it's better to let other people take the blame. We can't let our old Ling do it. This time, the party was advertised as the one where Timo Zhan was going to come and sing in the finale. If Ling Gu went up, then the audience under the stage wouldn't buy it. If those people had rotten eggs in their hands, they could probably just throw them at the stage. If he can't find anyone by then he can just go up there himself and take all the slanderous insults. Ling Gu, on the other hand, at this moment, suddenly thought of the song Wish You a Safe Journey that the system had gifted him a month ago. The seniors have graduated and will never come back. It's a long road ahead, so I wish you a safe journey. Doesn't this fit right in with the main theme of the graduation party? Ding! Congratulations to the host, reaching the 10 million prestige value achievement, rewarding the host with a charm value of plus 50%. One of the system's beeps sounded. Ling Gu was not surprised by this. During this period of time, the fame of his novels had grown, causing his reputation value to keep growing rapidly and uninterruptedly. But what's this charisma plus 50% thing? Add 50% to the charisma value, and the host will increase the trust level, causing others to feel a sense of trust from the heart. Hearing the system's explanation in his mind, Ling Gu was immediately delighted. This charisma value seems to be a good thing. When you say something, it increases the trust of others. It's simply a good negotiator. Thinking of this, he was ready to experiment with the effect of this charm value first. Well, just try it on old money for good measure. That old money, do you have the contact information of all the graduating seniors at the student union? Qian Yi nodded. Well, this is naturally there. Then give me a list of previous seniors, preferably the kind with their current occupation labeled. Hearing Ling Ji's words, Qian Yi was a bit curious. What do you want this list for? Ling Gu smiled. Isn't this a solution to your difficulties? I'll prepare a program, and at that time, if you haven't found a suitable program to replace Jung Timo singing, then use mine. Hearing Ling Ji's words, Qian Yi was a bit touched, but he still somewhat didn't quite want Ling Gu to take the blame. This, he still wanted to refuse. However, Ling Gu looked at him with a pair of clear eyes that gave off a feeling of confidence and sincerity. Trust me, it's no problem. For some reason, seeing those eyes of Ling Ji's, Qian Yi suddenly felt that Ling Gu could really do it. A trust arose in his heart for no reason. It was a strange feeling because he wasn't one to trust others so easily. The one he trusted the most had always been himself. But why did he inexplicably feel that Ling Gu was very reliable? Is it because Ling Gu is handsome? Well, that must be it. He thought this in his mind. Okay then, but I still have to come up with a backup plan before I can do that. Or it'll be a disaster if the audience doesn't buy it. The fat man, on the other hand, was there looking like he didn't care in the slightest. Don't worry, old money. Leave it to old Ling. He'll be fine. Qian Yi bristled, thinking, you're that confident that Ling Gu can do it? Don't be spat out by the audience on stage when the time comes. But even though he was spitting like this inwardly, he still sincerely hoped that Ling Gu would be able to solve this time's trouble. You have to know that in the past few years that he's been the vice president of the student council. His work ability is there for all to see. Many students take him as a role model, but not this time to leave the school instead of the prestige accumulated before ruined. It wasn't long before the dry pot chicken and dry pot ribs they ordered were on the table. A couple people asked for 2 beers. After all, there was a party to get in the evening. So naturally, he couldn't drink much. It didn't take long to finish the meal. Then it was back to school. Mordor University deserves to be 100 years old. The trees were lush, with trunks so thick that it took at least a few people to hug them. Walking on the greenstone path gives you a feeling of tranquility and spirituality. Lingu followed Qianyi to the faculty office to get the list he wanted. This time, naturally, he was ready to go on stage and sing the song "Wish You a Safe Journey." But if you want to create the most extreme atmosphere of the song, then it must be accompanied by some sensational images as well as some tear-jerking quotes. This is the best way to get the best results. Lingu got the list, and then also had to ask for many school record photos, which included photos of seniors' military training, practical classes, and all kinds of campus life, as well as some videos. System, redeem editing master technique. Ding dong, exchange successful. Spend 1 million prestige value. Current remaining prestige value 9 plus million. Crap, why is it so expensive? It's going to cost 1 million prestige values to exchange a video editor's skill? Why don't you go grab it? Back to the host. The current price of goods is rising, so the prestige value is becoming less valuable. This is a normal situation. The corner of Ling Ji's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments. The mind is speechless. God damn the price increase. It was obvious that the dog system saw that he had more prestige value, so it increased the price of the things in the system mall. The capitalist of all evil. Paying no more attention to the system, he started making calls as per the contact information on the list. Hey, hello senior, I'm a junior at Mordor University, and I'd like to ask senior to shoot a video of his work for the production of this year's graduation party program. Thank you, senpai. Hello, senior sister, I'm a junior at Mordor University. Lingu made a number of phone calls and then asked for a number of videos of his seniors at work. He then started editing and fusing the videos by utilizing the video editor skills he had redeemed from the system. He's going to take these videos, photos, etc., and make a music video that perfectly fits the mood of the song. 6 p.m., an hour before the graduation party begins. Wu Dahai, the year group leader of the civil engineering department, paced back and forth in front of the stage, looking intensely uneasy. Even the forehead had some fine beads of sweat on it, because just now, the school leadership said that tonight, our Magic City Education Bureau leadership team also want to come over to participate in this graduation party. Also let Wu Dahai make this party. He is the team leader of the engineering department and the main person in charge of the party. The school will recently select an engineering department head out, and the feasibility of Wu Dahai being selected is very large. However, if today's party was messed up, then he would leave an impression in the leader's mind that he couldn't even organize a graduation party. If you can't handle a graduation party, you're not good at your job, are you? How can you get a promotion and a raise if you can't do your job? And earlier, it was only when he inquired that he learned that something had gone wrong at today's party. The original grand finale starring the big netizen, Timo Zhang, is not coming tonight because something came up. This instantly put him in a hurry. What's this Qianyi going to do about it? Why didn't he say earlier after such a big thing happened? You know, several days ago they publicized that the graduation party would feature a song by internet sensation Timo Zhang, and the program schedule for the party had been sent out. So if the students found out later that Zhang Timo hadn't appeared and the program had changed, wouldn't that have to be booed at the scene? Wu Dahai could even imagine the ugly expressions of the school leaders as well as the leaders of the Education Bureau at this moment. The mere thought of it made his scalp tingle and his heart shiver. How can this be? Quickly and hurriedly call Qianyi over to me. He rushed a student council member in charge of the party. Not much longer. Qianyi then came in front of Wu Dahai. Wu Dahai's face was ugly as he began to lecture. How do you do your job? Do you still want to be the vice president of this student council? Qianyi's face did not look too good when he was lectured, thinking that I will soon leave school. The vice president of the student council who likes to do who take it is. Can you blame me? Zhang Timo, she just said she's not coming at noon. What can I do? Wu Dahai clenched his fists in anger. So, have you figured out a solution? Qianyi nodded. There is already a solution. Hearing that there was a solution, Wu Dahai's face looked better. What solution? Finding someone else to take the stage? If Zhang Timo didn't show up, then there was no choice but to put someone else on. I only hoped that the effect would not be too bad. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qianyi nodded. I'm going to put Lingu on. Wu Dahai stumbled and almost fell to the ground when he heard this. Who did you say to put on the stage? Wu Dahai suspected that he had just heard wrong. Qianyi, on the other hand, had a certain expression. Lingu. Ha? Wu Dahai's heart trembled. Lingu. Which Lingu? It should be. It wouldn't be the Lingu he was thinking of, right? At the moment, he was still holding on to a sliver of hope. However, the next moment Qianyi directly knocked this hope of his into the abyss. It's Lingu who was in the same dorm room as me before. Wu Dahai froze on the spot. He naturally recognized Lingu from Qianye's dormitory. As the team leader of the engineering department, it was impossible for him not to recognize Lingu. It was because Lingu was a good student with both good character and good grades. Every year, he was able to win scholarships from the school, and his grades in all subjects were always at the top. Only, good grades are good grades. But the kid is a bit of a hunchback and is a bit of a mute introvert. How can a character like that even perform on stage? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Qianyi was a bit weak, because even he didn't know if Lingu could do it or not. How could he have agreed to Ling Ji's proposal at that time? But there's nothing to be done about it. He couldn't find anyone more suitable either. And I'm afraid whoever goes up there is going to get sprayed in the rhythm. Let's just hope it gets sprayed a little lighter. He gave an awkward smile. Well, it's not like there's no better way to do it, is it? Wu Dahai is furious. His path to promotion. Broken. Nonsense. He ached. With a plop, he planted himself on the ground again. Mr. Wu. Qianyi was alarmed. Oh no. Mr. Wu fainted. A few boys from the student council rushed over and together they worked together to carry Wu Dahai to the infirmary. The time soon came to 7 o'clock in the evening. There was already a long line outside the main gate of the Art Center of Mordor University, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a sea of people, a mass of blackened heads. The Magic City University Art Center was a semi-curved building with a very large space inside. It could hold 5,000 people. At this moment the front row at the entrance of the art center is naturally the senior students. They are wearing bachelor's degree uniforms and bachelor's degree hats, and all of them have confident smiles on their faces. Being able to graduate from a prestigious university like Mordor University, which ranked third in the whole of Xia, they naturally possessed absolute self-confidence, and behind them in line were the juniors. Further back were some of the freshmen and sophomores who had gotten tickets to get in. The graduation party will begin at 7:30 p.m. At 7 o'clock, the men went in. The first to enter the stage was naturally also the senior students, for whom tonight was a bash, a send-off party. When they went in, the rest went in one after another. I will be able to see Goddess Timo tonight. What a blessing. Yeah, I went out of my way to get tickets to this party just to see her. 2. Goddess Timo sings beautifully. I super like it. Just yesterday I listened to Learning Catcalls in her live broadcast. There were a couple sophomores talking about it. They were looking forward to seeing Timo Zhang in person later. After all, they hadn't seen it in reality, and in the past, they had only watched it in the live broadcast room. This time, being able to see the real person, they were naturally very excited. After the students had entered, Wu Dahai followed the school leaders and a line of leaders from the Education Bureau into the art center. They took their seats in the first row. The principal patted the shoulder of Wu Dahai, who was sitting beside him. Dahai, I heard that you fainted from exhaustion in preparation for today's party. This energy is too much. However, it's better not to tire yourself too much. Wu Dahai could only smile awkwardly. He didn't pass out from exhaustion from preparing for the party, because he didn't contribute much to this party at all. It was all organized by the student council. He fainted, only because he was so angry that he fainted. It's not the dryness that makes him dizzy, it's his future. But naturally he couldn't say any of this out loud, and could only bury it in his heart. At the same time, he prayed silently. It would be good if the program Lingu prepared tonight didn't cause public outrage. With trepidation, he glanced at his watch. Well, it's almost 7:30. The graduation party is about to begin. Soon the Hall of Arts was filled with stirring pure music. Then the lights on the stage snapped on. The female host in a purple evening gown and the male host in a white suit came out in the midst of the exciting music. The two men took the microphone and said their respective lines. Dear leaders and guests, dear teachers, dear graduates and friends of the audience. Good evening, everyone. This is the scene of the farewell party for the graduates of the session. I'm the host, Tian Jing. I'm the host, Zhang Tao. Meeting is a song. Remember that summer 4 years ago? At that time, with youthful ignorance and shyness, with firm ideals and beliefs, still envisioning a bright future, we met on the campus of the University of Magic. Time is too thin. The fingers are too wide. Youth is a train that does not turn back. Yesterday, we gathered on the campus of the University of Magic. Tomorrow, we will take up our bags and go north, south, east and west. Here, we have spent the most wonderful 4 years of our lives, paid sweat, but also harvested their own glory. Of course, our growth, out of their own efforts and the support of students, but also inseparable from the leadership of the college. Teachers care. Today we are honored to have them come to our party. In the golden month of November, we usher in hope. In the golden month of November, we let our dreams fly. Yesterday, we have just come out of the pure ivory tower. Today, We are standing at the starting line of life. It is the pelican that should aspire to a high goal, and it is the eagle that must spread its wings in the blue sky. Here is the space for us to show our talents, and here is the blue sky for us to fly our dreams. Tonight the songs are like a tide. Tonight the flowers are like a sea. Tonight is a sea of song and dance. Tonight is our night. Please enjoy the dance presented by the second class of the junior division. Fan dance. There was a round of applause from the stage. Then on the stage a group of young ladies in green dresses, beautifully painted makeup and holding bright red fans walked out neatly from both sides of the stage. The pace is agile and graceful. Soon, one program after another was performed, and Qian Yi, who was backstage at the moment, was getting a little anxious. Why isn't Lingu here yet? There are still 3 more programs to perform before it's his turn for the last one. Is this guy any good? At 8:30 p.m., Lingu arrived at the art center in a white embroidered gold dragon Chinese mountain suit with a guitar slung over his shoulder in a dusty dry manner. He went back inside to edit the video to go with getting his guitar. Coming backstage, Lingu handed Qian Yi the USB flash drive with the edited video. Have them play the video inside later. Qian Yi took the flash drive and told someone to take it and play it later. Then he stretched out his fist and gently hammered Lingu in the chest. Good man, I thought you dropped the ball. You're dressed real nice tonight. And by the way, you play guitar? Qian Yi was a bit curious. He had to know that in the past 3 years, he had never seen Lingu play the guitar. Lingu, who was wearing a mask, touched his hair. It's okay, it'll be 1,000,000,000 points. Qian Yi nodded. Don't stress too much. Relax. Lingu raised an eyebrow. Who says he's under pressure? Soon the stage was down to the last program. There were students on stage who were very excited. Finally, we're going to meet Goddess Timo. While sitting in the front row of the Wu Dahai is on the forehead have begun to emerge fine beads of sweat. The heart is also extremely fast beating, nervous to the point of no return. He reached up and wiped the sweat away. The principal looked at Wu Dahai and said with fake concern, "What's wrong with the sea? And it's not hot how to sweat so much. You have some weakness in this body." He moved closer to whisper quietly in Wu Dahai's ear. "I'm telling you, Lu Wei Di Huang pills. For kidney loss. No sugar." Wu Dahai's face stiffened. "Kidney trouble? You're the one with a kidney problem. Your whole family has a kidney problem." He spat in his mind. However, on the surface, he still had to show a smile to thank the leader for his concern. Smiling on the surface. MMP on the inside. Finally, the program was down to the last one. The male and female hosts retook the stage. Next, please welcome Lingu from the junior class of the Department of Civil Engineering to present the song Wish You a Safe Journey. The students on stage froze when the host finished speaking, then murmured, "What the heck? What the heck is this Wish You a Safe Journey? Shouldn't Goddess Timo's Learning to Catcall be next? Why is it not the same as the program on the schedule? I want to report the student government for false advertising. Oh, I want Goddess Timo, not Lingu. Is it Lingu, that stuffy guy from the 3rd year of college who can't even hold a fart in when he talks to people? He still has the guts to sing?" Li Wei on the stage was also slightly shocked. Lingu is going to be on stage again? The two hadn't seen each other since the last time they parted ways at Lin Ji's concert. Without realizing it, Lingu seemed to have changed. At least the guts got a lot bigger. The host on the stage stepped down after saying that, and then the dazzling lights on the stage went out. Images began to be projected on the projection screen at the back of the stage. 1 office kilometer. A middle-aged man sat at his desk. Subtitles are displayed beside him. Director of the Geological Survey Bureau, Zhang Yuya. He looks ahead. "Schoolboys and girls, here goes wishing you prosperity and a safe journey." Then a strong woman in a suit and a wraparound skirt appeared on the screen. The subtitle next to her reads, "Manager of Forward Group Rongqing, Lu Yen. Schoolboys and girls, have a good trip. Come on." Then, a boy in his 20s with tan skin appeared on the screen. The caption next to him read, "Construction Engineer, Wang Bingbing." He giggled brightly. "Schoolboys and girls, I'll meet you at the construction site." When he said this, the stage erupted in laughter. "God TM, I'll meet you at the construction site. This dude is so funny. Ha ha." Soon a picture appeared on the screen, with a kind of sad musical score. That's a picture of the seniors during their military training. Ah, that's a monkey. That's fat. That was our first hands-on class. That's our commencement ceremony. That's the school's big meat and rice noodle. Oh, my favorite. I won't be able to eat it again. That's cafeteria sausage fried rice, never to be eaten again. It's the school's wolfsbane potatoes, cold noodles. 1 by 1. Photos of their time at Mordor University, from the beginning of the school year, to the time when they went out for internships, surfaced 1 by 1. These scenes seem like yesterday, but today they are graduating. It'll never come back. The seniors were suddenly red-eyed. Why is graduation so soon? They don't want to graduate yet. The scene ends and the credits appear on the screen. Wish you a safe journey. Lyrics by Ling Gu. Music by Ling Gu. The lights of the stage came on and a boy stood in the center of the stage. He was as upright as an aspen, and a Chinese mountain suit embroidered with a golden dragon set him off as if he were not of this era. He had an aura of age-old tranquility, like an untainted lotus flower, slightly slanting sword eyebrows, a pair of clear and bright eyes, knife-like face, sexy thin lips. Everyone froze. No one was thinking about any Jean Timo. Everyone quieted down and silently looked at the man on the stage who was like a heavenly god descending from the earth. As someone who had once released Ling Gu, Li Wei's mouth was open and her eyes were wide. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Is the unattainable man on the stage? Like a holy man. Really the fish she released from the pond? A moment later Ling Gu on the stage moved. His white, slender fingers strummed the guitar gently. An atmosphere of sadness was instantly rendered. Ling Gu opened his mouth, and a voice with a hint of sadness in its magnetism came out. It made everyone's scalp instantly tingle. That day when I knew you were leaving. We didn't say a word. When the clock strikes midnight and the door of parting aches. But I can't open your deep silence. I'll see you to the end that day. We didn't leave a word. When the crowded platforms ache for farewells. But I can't squeeze out my deepest sorrow. Ling Gu was still singing, while a hanging heart of Wu Dahai under the stage finally fell. This show. Steady. Originally, he was worried that Ling Gu would come up with a trashy program to be sprayed by the students. But it turned out that he didn't expect Ling Gu to give everyone such a big surprise. Look at all the Big Four juniors crying at the scene. This kind of heartfelt program is infinitely better than the previously scheduled Learning to Cackle by Timo Chang. The school leaders beside him, as well as the leaders of the Education Bureau, nodded their heads with great satisfaction. The principal turned back and patted Wu Dahai's shoulder. Dahai, this program is very good. In fact, I've heard for a long time that there was a problem with the finale program you prepared, so I wanted to see if your ability to improvise is good or not. Now you seem to be resilient enough to be the head of the engineering department. Hearing the principal's words, Wu Dahai was immediately overjoyed in his heart. The principal's words were equal to announcing that his promotion to department head was secure. Thank you, leader. Wu Dahai thanked him excitedly. At the same time, he was so grateful to Ling Gu in his heart. The more he looked at Ling Gu on the stage, the more he liked him. This kid, he's good. He's a good kid. On the stage, Ling Gu had already sung part of the second verse. When you put on your backpack and unload that honor, I can only let the tears stay in my heart. With a slight smile on his face and a firm wave of his hand. Have a safe trip. When you step on the platform, you'll be alone from now on. I can only wish you well. Deepest blessings to your dearest friend. Have a safe trip. When they came, they followed their families to Mordor University and met one by one new classmates, new friends, new roommates, and even new boyfriends and girlfriends. But when they leave, they can only put on their backpacks and embark on the return journey alone. The school cafeteria's big meat and rice noodles, cold chicken, sausage fried rice, cafeteria ants with shaky hands, snacks, milk tea store, wolf's tooth potato store, library, etc. are never seen again. After graduation, it's hard to find 3 or 2 genuine friends to talk about the future all night long. It's also hard to find a girl who likes you simply because you're a good basketball player. The adult world is full of lucre and deceit. Those were simply good times. Goodbye. Oh my dearest classmates. I wish you a safe journey. The day I sent you to the end, we didn't leave a word. When the crowded platforms ache for farewells, but I can't squeeze out my deep sadness. I know you've got 1,000 words and you've got 1,000,000, but you won't say it. You know I'm worried, I'm upset, but I'm afraid to say it. Under the gaze of all the students' reddened eyes, Ling Ji's song was nearing its end. Below the stage, Li Weiwei's roommate looked at the handsome man on the stage with a look of adoration. Weiwei, is this your dog-licking Ling Gu that you told us about? You turned down such a handsome and talented guy. Is your brain what? Is it filled with shit? Levi had a mouthful. How could she have known that after Ling Gu was rejected by her? It was as if he had opened up the 2 chakras. Not only did he change his hairstyle, but even his face value and temperament had been raised to a level that people could only look up to. That's when she only heard her roommate murmur, well, it's good that you rejected him. You really don't deserve such a man. I'm afraid that only a goddess of Lu Yuru's level can be worthy of him. Her roommate just subconsciously sighed and spoke the truth, completely ignoring Li Weiwei's feelings. Doesn't she deserve it? At this moment, Li Weiwei clenched her fist so tightly that her nails seemed to be set into her flesh. Ling Gu liked her so much before, so if she went to apologize to Ling Gu and get back together, Ling Gu should agree, right? Li Weiwei decided that she would bring the party to an end and go find Ling Gu. The current Ling Gu was the one who was worthy of standing with her, and Ling Gu could write songs, so if she could write a good song for her, wouldn't it be possible for her to become an instant hit? Thinking about this, Li Weiwei got excited. when you put on your backpack and unload that honor. I can only let the tears stay in my heart. With a slight smile on his face and a firm wave of his hand. Have a safe trip. When you step on the platform, you'll be alone from now on. I can only wish you well. Deepest blessings to your dearest friend. Have a safe trip. How come I've never heard this song before? Ling Ji's roommate, Wang Jichao, was a bit puzzled. By all rights, such a suitable song for graduation. He should have heard it before, because the song fits the theme of graduation very well, and it's a good song too. The fat man on the side looked a bit agitated. Didn't you see the subtitles on the screen next to the name of the song? This is the song written by Old Ling himself, his own original. Old Ling is too awesome. Old Ling drops God forever. Finally, the song ended as the last note of Ling Ji's guitar fell. The stage lights go out again, and the back projection screen lit up again. It was a sophomore boy. Thank you to the schoolmate who took me to report to show me the way when I was a freshman. Even though you did it to sell me a phone card. But I want to say that you're really pretty and I like you so much. There was a burst of laughter on stage when this came out. Every freshman had almost experienced being sold a phone card by a senior. The screen then shifted to show a senior boy in a bachelor's uniform and a bachelor's cap looking deep into the camera. Swallow, even though we've graduated, we're going to be a family soon, and I want to say to you, please teach me more for the rest of my life. Off stage, a girl blushed with shame. The scene shifts again, and a cafeteria aunt, a kiosk owner, a milk tea store owner, and a librarian appear. They said the same thing in different voices and tones. Have a safe trip. Have a safe trip. Have a safe trip. Have a safe trip. Finally the scene stops and the stage lights come on. Lingu stood at the center of the stage holding his guitar in an upright position. Those awkward eyes looked down. Seniors, and those who will be interning, have a safe trip. After saying that, Lingu turned around and walked off the stage. Lingu, 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 Lingu. The students below the stage boiled over, neatly shouting Ling Ji's name. The civil engineering students looked like they were proud to be there. One raised eyebrow. In the past, the school said that the civil engineering department is old-fashioned, no talent, and can only move bricks on the construction site in the future. But today, the civil engineering department, how beautiful, a program detonated the whole scene. Who would dare to say that the civil engineering department cannot? In the crowd, some gossipy girls started talking. I heard that Senior Ling was rejected by Li Weiwei. I am not convinced. If Senior Lingu is such an outstanding man, would Li Weiwei still reject him? If you want to reject, it would be Senior Lingu who would reject Li Weiwei, right? I want to say that if Li Weiwei really rejected Senior Lingu, that's a good rejection. A second rejection. Li Weiwei doesn't deserve Senior Ling at all. That's right. I heard that wannabe Hof Li Weiwei is dating several boys at the same time in school. Not only that, let me tell you, the last time I was strolling around the commercial center, I saw Li Weiwei being embraced by a balding middle-aged man. How disgusting. At the top of the stage, after Linga stepped down, the host soon came on stage. Class, was that a good song just now? The host asked. Good to hear. There was a neat reply from the stage. The female host smiled. This song, but Linga composed the lyrics himself. Oh, let's give him some applause, shall we? There was thunderous applause from the stage. So it's a song written by Senior Ling himself. I told you how I've never heard it before. Schoolboy Ling is so awesome. He'll be my male god from now on. It looks like our school is going to raise eyebrows at this year's graduation party. Every year today is a graduation feast for all the universities in the Magic City. Among them, the program of the Magic City Conservatory of Music will get the first place in the netizens voting every year. As for Mordor University, it is basically at the bottom of all universities. After all, Mordor University was only a college of science and technology, and talent was no match for those arts and sports colleges. This year, however, may be different. At least for Ling Ji's show, it's in the top 10. The host on the stage continued, as you know, every year we will choose the top 3 programs to put on Weibo. These 3 programs will be with the rest of the Magic City University tonight for the whole network vote PK. Each person has the right to vote for 5 votes. Everyone remember to vote for our school's program O. But tonight, let's pick the top 3 programs from our Mordor University. Students will now go into the official web of Mordor University to vote. 3 votes each. The students of Magic City University were obviously very familiar with the process of voting, as the host said. As soon as the host's words fell, everyone took out their cell phones and went into the official Weibo of Mordor University. At this point, every program at Mordor University has been compiled and put on web. Each person is entitled to 3 votes. It didn't take long for everyone to vote for their top 3 favorite shows. The moderator quickly got the results of the selection. She began to announce it. The 3rd place program tonight is Fan Dance by the Normal Department. To the applause of the audience on stage, she announced 2nd place, Second place goes to the Computer Science Department skit, Bumper to Bumper. This next program, with a total of 5,000 people in the audience, it received 899 votes. It is Wish You a Safe Journey by Lingu of the Civil Engineering Department. There was another gasp and cheer from the stage. Lingu is also too bullish. There are only 5,000 people in our entire room, and he actually got 899 votes. The male gods are so awesome. Lingu forever drops God. Next, please invite Lu Jun, the president of our Magic City University, to the stage to give a speech. Lu Jun, who was sitting in the front row at the bottom of the stage, straightened the collar of his suit and then walked onto the stage with his head held high. Ahem. He cleared his throat to take the microphone from the host's hand. Comrade Wu Dahai, who is in charge of the program, deserves a lot of credit for making our program so wonderful this time. I heard that he fainted once from exhaustion for tonight's program. What dedication is this? This is the spirit of our Magic City University. Hard work and self-improvement. And Lingu, this student, is also very good. As you all know, there was a problem with the finale of the program, and Lingu was the one who took on the task. And Lingu is also a very good student, gentle, and gets along very well with his classmates. The boy, at an early age, showed musical talent. He once doubted himself for a while, thinking that he shouldn't spend his energy on art. But what kind of school is Magic City University? We encourage and respect children's hobbies and interests. And it's because of our school's humanistic cultivation policy that we've been able to cultivate an outstanding child like Lingu who is all-round in morality, intelligence, physicality, and aesthetics. The fat man on the stage was dumbfounded. When has my old Ling ever doubted himself? And why are you talking like you know Lingu well? Do you really know Lingu? The school board leaders on stage were nodding. Well, Mordor University is very good, worthy of being an old university with humanistic care. Children's hobbies and interests are what should be supported and cultivated. Like this last program of Lingu. So good, I think it can't be buried. The school's publicity department. Operate the school's hundreds of thousands of fans of the teaming sound. Promote Ling's program, Kryptonite on a teaming sound popular or something. Let others see. Our Magic City University students. Every one of them is a talent. Lastly, I would like to say to all of you, by the title of Ling Ji's song, have a safe journey. You still have to work hard in society and become a better person. The principal finished. The crowd of students applauded. And then the curtain officially came down on this year's graduation party. Wang Hui, the leader of the propaganda department off stage, hurriedly went to download the video of Ling Ji singing under the official Weibo of Mordor University. The video was shot with the school's professional video camera and the picture quality is very clear. Regarding the quality of this video and its effect, Wang Hui believed that as long as it was put on the teaser, and then Kryptonite, the effect would definitely not be bad. Maybe it will become popular in one night. After all, it's graduation season, and videos like this are an easy way to get trending. As soon as he said he would do it, the party ended, and Wang Hui quickly and immediately posted the video above the teaser. For Ling Ji's singing video, he split it into 3 videos to post. He captioned it, "At the graduation party of Mordor University, Ling Ji's classmates were ordered to create an original song Wish You a Safe Journey to amaze the audience." Founded 100 years ago, Mordor University respects every student's interests, which is why it is able to produce students of Ling Ji's caliber. Kudos to Mordor University, and to Lingu. After the party, Lingu left the art center with a few roommates and headed outside. Old Ling, today you've done me a great favor, and it's also considered to be for our civil engineering department to raise eyebrows. My treat. Tonight our dormitory and then the last wave of gathering. KTV go up? Xianyi smiled and offered so, and it could be seen that he was in a very good mood. His heart was truly grateful to Lingu, who not only took the pot for him, but also accomplished it so beautifully. It's simply a disgrace to Mordor University. Wang Lei and Wang Jichao both nodded in agreement. Yes, it's the last day. We have to say goodbye. We didn't have a good time at lunch today. Let's not get drunk tonight. Seeing that several people had agreed to Qianya's proposal, Lingu naturally did not feel good about spoiling everyone's fun. It was just that he was a little worried, because he remembered that Qianyi and Wang Jichao had both bought tickets for tomorrow, and if they drank too much tonight, it would be bad if they couldn't catch the train tomorrow. I think we'd better drink less. Old Qian and old Wang, don't you two have to go home tomorrow? Qianyi waved his hand indifferently. No fear, just change the ticket to the day after tomorrow later. Wang Jichao also nodded in agreement. Let's brothers. The next time we meet will be a year later when we get our diplomas. So let's not get drunk tonight. We won't go back tomorrow. I'll go back the day after tomorrow too. After discussing the matter, the group headed for the school's entrance. Ginkgo trees are planted on both sides of this section of the road leading to the entrance of Mundo University. It's fall now, and the ginkgo leaves are yellowing and falling from time to time. Rustling sounds on the golden leaves. Ling-gu. A few people were walking when suddenly a female voice came from behind them. Several people stopped and looked behind them. A slender figure stood under the streetlight. That's Livy. The fat man frowned. Why is this Li Wei popping up again? Didn't she reject Ling-gu? Several people in the dormitory looked at Ling-gu with some concern. They were all afraid that Ling-gu would not be able to think straight and have an affair with Li Wei again. After all, they know how much Ling-gu likes Li Wei. At first, in order to give Li Wei a gift, Ling-gu often relied on eating instant noodles to get through the day. Li Wei said she wanted a Fruit 13 cell phone. Ling-gu took out all the scholarships, and even ate noodles to save money. After a semester of eating instant noodles and sending out an unknown number of flyers, he finally bought a cell phone and gave it to Li Wei. Later, when Li Wei said she wanted to go to see Lin Ji's concert, Ling-gu went off campus and rented a shabby house to live in, just to work night shifts every day to earn money to buy Li Wei front row tickets to Lin Ji's concert. Ling-gu had paid too much for Li Wei. Money, time and that full of love. It's just a shame that Li Wei is a woman who doesn't know what's good for her. She was dating several guys at the same time, treating Ling-gu as a backup or even as a cash machine in general. Old Ling. Fatty worriedly pulled Ling Ji's sleeve. Ling-gu gave him a don't worry look. It's okay, you guys go ahead and I'll catch up later. Fatty wanted to say something else, but he was pulled back by Qian Yi. Let's go. I'm sure old Ling can handle it. When Fatty heard Qian Yi's words and remembered what happened at the concert last time, he immediately felt that Fawn was worried for nothing. What's the matter with this Li Wei? Wasn't it her own personal rejection of old Ling in the first place? How come she's looking for it again at this moment? Wang Jichao laughed. What else could be going on here? But it's just to see that old Ling has become handsome and so talented and excellent. So he regrets it and wants to eat back the grass. The fat man yucked. Don't push your face. Several people continued to walk forward, while Ling-gu, who was at the back, stood in front of Li Wei at this time. He was slender and had a handsome face. It quickly attracted a few girls who were walking around the neighborhood. Ha, isn't that Senior Ling-gu? Is that Li Wei in front of him? What is this Li Wei looking for Senior Ling-gu for? Does she want to confess to Senior Ling-gu? You don't know about this, right? Once Senior Ling was courting Li Wei, but I heard that she was rejected by Li Wei. Some of the girls had an incredulous look on their faces. What? Just Li Wei that face value. Refused to Ling Senior. This how I feel some incredible it. Li Wei that face. How worthy of Ling Senior. This you do not know it. Before, Ling Senior did not now so handsome. Before the top of a pothead, but also a loser temperament. Although the face is also still a little handsome, but with the current completely incomparable well. There was a lot of chatter in the group. Some people even took out their cell phones to secretly videotape it. Li Wei looked at Ling-gu and made a pitiful I feel sorry for you look. She is very good at using women to her advantage and has made many men throw their money away for her with this skill. She pursed her lips. Ling-gu, can you forgive me? I was wrong in the first place. Ever since I rejected you, I regretted it, and often teared up, and I've lost a lot of weight. I realized later that you had already taken root and sprouted in my heart. I actually had already planted deep roots of love for you. Vomit. The girl eavesdropping not far away almost vomited even her overnight meal. Why is this biker? Levi. So disgusting. I wondered if Senior Ling-gu would have believed her bullshit. But apparently, Ling-gu was unmoved. Li Wei's segment was far worse than certain female stars in her previous life. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence would be able to tell the difference between true and false. He believed that the predecessor was definitely able to tell the difference as well. It was just that the predecessor didn't want to think about that after falling in love. People who are in love are the best at deceiving themselves. They tend to deceive themselves. This is why some very successful women in previous generations could even be scammed out of their homes by scammers. Do you think people are really stupid when they can make so much money? This is naturally impossible. Ling-gu once heard a saying, if a guy likes you, then you don't have to lie to him because he will lie to himself. This is very true, as was the case with the original who died suddenly earlier. However, he's not the original. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile as he quietly watched Li Wei's performance. Only after Li Wei finished her performance did Ling-gu faintly speak. I did like someone once, she was all light, but for a moment, suddenly she dimmed and became a speck of dust in the universe. I tried hard to recall the way she was covered in light, but I couldn't. Then I realized that it was the light in my eyes when I first saw her. After saying that, without saying another word of nonsense, Ling-gu turned around and left in a dashing manner. Li Wei watched Ling Ji's slender voice and shadow fade away under the streetlight. She muttered. She was covered in light, but for a moment, she suddenly dimmed and became a speck of dust in the universe. I tried hard to recall how she was covered in light, But I couldn't. Then I realized that it was the light in my eyes when I first saw her. Eyes slightly dulled. So the light in your eyes has gone out, right? She understood Ling Ji's words. However, looking at Ling Ji's back, at this moment she felt that Linggu was covered in haze. She thought back to the time when Linggu ate instant noodles in order to buy her a present and wore a thick doll bear to hand out flyers on the street in the middle of summer. At that time, she only thought that Linggu was stupid. But now she felt that it wasn't Linggu who was stupid. It was herself. Once there was someone who loved her so much she didn't appreciate it, and she didn't regret it until she lost it. A tear ran down the corner of his eye. She murmured, "But you are full of haze in my eyes now." The girls who had been worried that Linggu would re-accept Li Wei were secretly relieved. Then a girl posted Ling Ji's paragraph in the Mordor University's posting bar. Shockingly, Li Wei, who had rejected Senior Linggu, wanted to get back together with him, but Senior Linggu said something philosophical. "I did like someone once, she was all light, but for a moment, she suddenly dimmed and became a speck of dust in the universe. I tried to remember how she looked when she was covered in light. But I couldn't. Then I realized that it was the light in my eyes when I first saw her." Soon this girl's posting was met with a quick response. "You know, Linggu is now the school celebrity. A lot of people watched his performance tonight, and a lot of girls in the school have become Ling Ji's fans. Senior Ling deserves to be a great talent. Even his words of rejection are so rich in depth that they deserve to be savored." Someone sighed back. "I'll take this paragraph from Senior Linggu. It will be my signature from now on. He. That was the light in my eyes when I first saw her." Wonderful. Senior Ling is expressing that he doesn't like Li Wei anymore. A dislike can be expressed in such a subtle and poetic way. Senior Ling is really an interpersonal treasure. Elder brother Ling is absolutely brilliant. Next time I'll take this line and send it to the goddesses I had crushes on all those years ago. Upstairs brother. People won't read it even if you send it. After all, you are nothing in their eyes. Ha ha, upstairs is so solid, I can already feel that despair. He. I happen to be thinking about how to break up with my girlfriend. I'll take this paragraph from Elder Brother Ling and tell the guys when I've successfully broken up. Insert a floor for an advertisement. The video of Linggu singing tonight has already been released on the official teaser account of Mordor University. So everyone go and like it to support it. Laughing to death. I don't know if Li Wei's intestines are repenting right now. Letting Linggu so excellent boy she doesn't want. Have to go to climb what balding middle-aged old man. Really seeking far away from close by. Yeah. With this talent and this face value of Linggu, in the future, there will definitely be a place for him on the summer country's young rich list. Li Wei, this biker, is hopelessly stupid. Li Wei's former relationship with Linggu was exposed by those in the know, and in just one night, she had already become the biggest laughingstock in the mouths of the students at Magic City University. Linggu caught up with the few people in the same dormitory after saying that to Li Wei. Wang Jichao shot him a curious glance. "Brother, you can't. Are you done so quickly? Linggu, this joke of yours is also too cold." Fatty rubbed his nose a little speechless. "Ha," Wang Jichao smiled awkwardly. "I'm just trying to liven things up." The group took a cab towards a nearby volume KTV. This is a pretty good KTV in Magic City, and the sound and other equipment inside is very good. Singing out the sound effect is also more perfect. "Hello sir, have you already made a reservation?" A tall front desk lady greeted her. Qianyi took out his cell phone. "We've already done an online group buy." The front desk lady was obviously very professional, with a decent professional smile on her face. "Okay, please come over here and check the roll." After verifying the group purchase voucher, the young lady brought a few people to a private room. It was a center pack, which was still spacious enough to accommodate about 10 people. The waiter came and turned the display on, then brought a dozen beers and brought up a fruit plate. Qianyi opened the beers, one for each of them. He went out to take a call, then came in and raised the bottle, a happy look on his face. "To tell my brothers and sisters the good news. That is, on this last day of the upcoming departure from school, I, Qianyi, have officially announced that I'm off the hook." Smiling, he informed the crowd of the news. A few people were slightly stunned. "Shit, old money, you're not decent. Said to be single together for a generation paper, but you quietly found a girlfriend." Wang Jichao hammered Qianyi. Fatty also felt incredible. "Old money, when did this happen? Why have I never heard you talk about it?" According to Qianyi's big-hearted nature, if he had found a girlfriend, he would have yelled for the whole dormitory to know about it. So how could he still hide it for so long, and only say it now that he was leaving school? Looking at his housemates with puzzled faces, Qianyi explained. Turns out his girlfriend is in a relationship that was just finalized today. Although Qianyi's looks were only average, his ability was unquestionable. Therefore, there are quite a few suitors in the school, only to be rejected by him, because he actually has a favorite person in his heart. It was just that that person was known as the sixth most beautiful woman in the whole university by Mordor University. So he had some inferiority complex and didn't dare to show his feelings with that person. But after listening to Ling Ji's song tonight, he thought that maybe he should give it a try. At the very least, it can't leave you with regrets inside. So he confessed to the girl called Xiaomin. Xiaomin was also in the student union, and usually the two had actually had quite a few exchanges and knew each other. As a result, I did not expect that Xiaomin was actually very pleased to hear his confession, immediately agreed to Qianyi. Moreover, Xiaomin's hometown was also from Rongqing, the same city as Qianyi. Fate. Sometimes it's just so wonderful. Shit. You guys say that Fat Master should not go to our schoolgirl Yang Shui confession. Maybe Yang Shui also like me? The fat man reached up with a smile on his face and wiped his hair. Wang Jichao, on the other hand, strikes without mercy. Fatty you enough. Why also have to have a degree? Okay, people Yang Shui recognize do not know you. Why like you? Just because you weigh more than 200? Fatty, on the other hand, is very stinky. What's wrong with over 200? Isn't the Fat Master handsome? Black Land Rover. White Audi. Fat Master I'm the millionaire of fat people. Amount. The group of people looked at the mesmerizingly confident fatty with black lines all over their heads. Although in fact, the fat man was not ugly. On the contrary, his facial features were even all very good. If slimmed down, that is definitely the campus 10 handsome have a place for him. It's just that there's a saying, a fat man ruins everything. Often people will see a quote online. If this person lost weight, she would be beautiful. If this guy lost weight, he'd be handsome. But that's just if. How many of you have that kind of perseverance to make the comeback from a big fat guy to a man goddess? Fatty was already boasting there at the moment. He stood up with great bravado. Let me tell you guys, even if it's Yang Shui chasing me back, I won't necessarily say yes. I'm not that casual. Yang Shui is nothing to match with Fat Master. At least it has to be a goddess like Lu Yuru. Fatty was still yakking there, but he ended up seeing Qian Yi winking at him one after another. At this moment, in the direction of the entrance of the private room behind the fat man, two girls with slender figures and beautiful faces were standing there. One of them was none other than Qian Yi's new girlfriend, Xiao Min, and the other, none other than Yang Shui, who was known as the #1 goddess on campus at the school. Today, when Qian Yi asked Xiao Min to come over to drink with him, Xiao Min felt that it would be very embarrassing if she was the only girl at the scene, so she called her good friend, Yang Shui, who is known as the #1 beauty of Magic City University, to come with her, so as to give her a companion. As Fatty was speaking, he saw Qian Yi winking at him incessantly. He was instantly a little puzzled. What's wrong with you old money? Why do you keep blinking? Is there something wrong with your eyes? While on the side, Wang Jichao coughed loudly twice as a reminder. But the nervous fat man obviously couldn't understand Wang Jichao's good intentions. Old Wang, what's wrong with you? Your throat is not comfortable. Is not last night no clothes climbed the window to the next door neighbor's house to find the neighbor's wife caught a cold? I suggest that you go to buy a box of golden throat treasure. That thing, to protect the voice is very good. I give you guys say Yang Shui is actually my horse. Just when I was at home, I lay on the bed to play the game. Yang Shui directly climbed on my bed floor to live in the waist of the fat master. Dainty shout lay brother. I ignored her and kicked her right out of bed. Joking. Fat master is what kind of person? Is that kind of person who is moved by beauty? Women will only affect the speed of the fat master in the game to draw the sword. Fatty got YY high for a moment, and when his mouth was dry from talking, he turned around to get the bottle of wine that was placed on the table. He wanted to have a drink to quench his thirst. As a result, just as he turned around, he saw two people standing in the doorway. Two girls. One was none other than the Yang Shui in his mouth. Only Yang Shui was currently ironing her face. Her face was extremely unsightly. Fatty was petrified on the spot. It just felt like an awkward arrival at a large social death scene. When did Yang Shui come? It couldn't have been before when he was there right? The fat man had an embarrassed smile on his face. That, schoolgirl Yang Shui, what brings you here? Yang Shui ignored him, her little face exasperated. Poof, she grunted coldly, then found a seat in a corner of the couch with Xiaomin. A few people couldn't hold back any longer and laughed outright. Even Ling Gu, who had such good stamina, didn't hold back his laughter. Fatty, this time, is also too social to die. The fat man looked a bit absent, like an eggplant that had been frosted. He sat down next to Ling Gu with some embarrassment. How could he have known that the school beauty, Yang Shui, would even show up at their dormitory's housemates' party? In his opinion, aside from Ling Gu, everyone else was a bunch of losers. How could a bunch of losers get involved with Yang Shui? Is it because of Xiaomin? Fatty instantly figured out the key to this, and immediately glared viciously at Qian Yi. While facing Fatty's gaze, Qianyi shrugged his shoulders somewhat innocently. It wasn't his fault. He only knew that Xiao Min would bring a friend over, but he didn't realize it was to bring Yang Shui. What's more, he didn't expect Fatty to actually YY Yang Shui, and was even overheard by the rightful owner of the house. That's quite a coincidence. It's better to come early than late. Qianyi thought this in his heart. The atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward for a while, and no one actually said anything. Lingu touched the fat man on the side with his shoulder. Don't you like to sing? Go ahead and order a song. Lingu looked at the others again. You all order songs too. Girls, here is a fruit plate. You eat it, don't be polite. Lingu carried the fruit plate over and placed it in front of the two sisters. Yang Shui and Xiaomin hurriedly thanked Lingu. They were still a little nervous about facing a man of the people like Lingu. Yang Shui sneakily sized up Lingu. Tonight she originally didn't want to follow Xiaomin to come, but after hearing Xiaomin talk about Lingu also being there, she then agreed to come alone. It was important to know that after tonight's party, Lingu had directly become the man of the hour at Mordor University in one fell swoop, harvesting countless fangirls. Yang Shui is one of them. To be able to sing with an idol in a private room, when this is set out, it is probably going to envy those little sisters to death. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. After a few glasses of wine had been consumed by everyone, the atmosphere was already buzzing. After Fatty gave Yang Shui a toast and apologized, the two of them put their differences on ice. After all, we are all young people, and they are not small-minded people. After playing a KTV game for a while, the crowd will quickly become a piece. Lingu, on the contrary, didn't play games and fool around with them. He was already a quiet person by nature, and if it wasn't for this housemate friendship, he wouldn't even like to show up at such occasions. At this moment, he opened the attribute panel. A virtual light screen face appeared in front of him. It showed a light blue font. However, this panel was only visible to Lingu himself, and the rest of the people couldn't see it at all, so he checked it out without the slightest psychological burden. Name, Lingu. Physical condition, healthy. Reputation value, 9,000,000. Occupation, singer, writer. Singing level, master level. Face value, 100 plus. Passive skill, charisma plus 50%. Skill description, can increase others' trust in the host. Remaining number of draws, 0. Mission, create a singing diva. Mission in progress. Ling Ji's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Currently, the task he needed to complete was the task of creating a singing diva. The object of his creation was naturally Lu Yuru. Over this period of time, Lu Yuru had already gained quite a bit of fame by relying on the song legend he gave her. And after various variety shows, and various public appearances, Lu Yuru's popularity has recovered quite a bit. As for the original plan to produce an album for Lu Yuru, Lingu planned to place it just after the new year. The kids had money in their pockets at that time, so I'm sure releasing an album at that time could boost sales quite a bit more than usual. And for himself, it was time to reap some fame. After all, who would pay for his work if he didn't have a reputation? You know, he was still preparing to film Tomb Raider's notes and even bring out many other works from his previous life. If you don't have fame and traffic, who grips you? But that's all for later. For now it's a matter of getting your feet wet in the singing world. One step at a time, steady as she goes. And if you want to enter the singing world completely, then the general selection of The Voice of Tomorrow in a month's time is a good opportunity. Collect your mind and close the attribute interface. At the moment the people in the box were all a little uptight with drink. Yang Shui attached her ear to Xiao Min's ear. Minnie, I have some internal urgency. Accompany me to go to the restroom. Shani nodded her head in agreement. She was also a little tempted to take a leak after 2 beers. I'll go to the restroom with Yang Shui. Brothers, drink first. She had completely let go at this moment and spoke in an atmospheric manner. After greeting the crowd, she led Yang Shui out of the box door. At the entrance to the restroom were 5 strong men in suits who appeared to be waiting for someone. Some of these men have tattoos on their necks. They don't look like good guys. Xiao Min and Yang Shui rushed into the toilet with some fear. After going into the restroom to fix it, Xiao Min was the first to come out. She stood in front of the sink outside and took a look in the mirror, ready to wait for Yang Shui to come out and then leave in a hurry. The girl in the mirror's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she looked clean and pretty. Next to it, in the men's restroom, a young man wearing a tweed jacket with a Beta Jade watch on his hand came out a little drunk. He glanced absently at the girl at the sink, a glance that instantly flashed him with amazement. This was followed by a piggy look. What a beautiful woman. If I could crush this woman under my body. Just thinking about it like that, Li Yuqing had a reaction. It just so happened that he had been drinking again, so he was extra bold. When you see a good-looking woman, you go straight for it. Before Xiao Min had time to react, she was directly embraced in the arms of a man who was drunk and smelled of alcohol. Ah! She let out a scream and tried to break free from the man's embrace. However, She was after all just a skinny woman, and was simply not as strong as a man, therefore it was simply impossible to break free. Help! Help! Yang Shui, who had just finished going to the toilet, heard Xiao Min's cries for help and rushed out. She then saw Xiao Min being held in the arms of a man who was struggling. She didn't care that much for a moment and rushed straight over to try to help Xiao Min out of the man's arms. The man was strong, but it was still a bit of a struggle to cope with two people. Let go of Minnie, Yang Shui shouted angrily while reaching out to try to break the man's arm. The man was a bit overwhelmed, and he shouted at the few people standing behind him, "Come and help." Hearing Li Yuqing's words, a tall and strong man walked over. "Young master, quickly knock these two women out for me." The big man hesitated for a moment, but did as he was told. Obviously this big man was a practiced fighter, easily subdued Yang Shui, and then a hand knife struck Yang Shui's back near his neck. Yang Shui instantly fainted. "Yuki," Xiao Min said, her face full of horror, "what are you going to do? If you let Xiao Shui go, I can go with you." She thought of stabilizing this young man first. Later on when Xian Yi and the others saw that they hadn't gone back yet, they would come looking for them. The young man had a rampant look on his face. "Children only choose, both of you. I, Li Yucheng, want both." The tall man in the suit then knocked Xiao Min out as well with a hand slash. The youth licked his lips, a little impatient to try the wonderful taste. Tonight, he was so lucky that he actually met two superb people. "Take them to the car and go back to my villa." Several bodyguard-like men then rushed to take the two fainting women out as instructed. As he walked to the door, the staff hurriedly and humbly greeted him. "Fuck off, don't interrupt my fun." Li Yuqing's heart at the moment was all about that thing with the two beauties later on, and he was completely in no mood to pay attention to the waiter here. The waiters didn't suspect a thing. After all, this Li Yuqing is the old customer here, and his father is a person with great power. Is the whole Magic City a big man? Things like today, taking drunk women back, had happened so many times that they were not surprised. Those women were all volunteers. They couldn't wait to hook up with a cocky guy like Young Li. Putting the two in the car, one of the bodyguards took charge of the car, while the rest of the bodyguards got into another car and followed them back. Quantity KTV. In the box where Lingu was. Lingu frowned slightly. At this moment, 10 minutes had already passed since Yang Shui went to the restroom with Xiao Min, yet she had already not returned yet. Even if girls take longer than boys to go to the bathroom, this is a little too long. It seemed to him that something was wrong with the situation. Lingu got up and went out. He came to where the restroom was and then shouted a few times from the doorway of the restroom towards the women's restroom. "Yang Shui, Xiao Min, are you there?" Yet there was no response. At this time there was a middle-aged woman with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes who was preparing to go to the restroom, and Lingu hurriedly called out to her. The woman had originally revealed a somewhat annoyed look, wanting to curse, but after seeing Ling Ji's handsome face, she swallowed back the angry curses that were about to come out of her mouth. Her face also became gentle. "Handsome, are you trying to get into the restroom with your sister?" Lingu didn't wait for the woman to finish her words before he hastily interrupted. "Miss, can you go in and help me see if there are two girls in the restroom? They said they were going to the restroom, but they didn't come back even though they left for a long time, and I'm afraid something happened." Obviously, she naturally wouldn't turn down a good-looking and sweet-talking handsome guy like Lingu. Hastily, he agreed to go in and help Lingu take a look. When the woman went in, there was no one in the restroom. She came out and then told Lingu about the situation inside. Lingu thanked him and then left in a hurry. These two girls went to the restroom and ended up disappearing. Lingu felt that something must have happened. "System, help me find out where the two of them went?" "Yes, but the host needs to pay 100,000 prestige value." "Pay." Lingu didn't hesitate and immediately chose to pay. Right now, his reputation value was 9 million, and it was continuing to grow. Therefore 100,000 reputation values weren't particularly much to him. After the payment was completed, an image immediately appeared in Ling Ji's mind. That is, in front of a villa. A few big men were carrying the two unconscious women into the house onto a big bed. This situation, it seemed to be a bit of a crisis. By the time he got there, if the man was fast, he might be done. "System, is there any way to stop it?" The host can consume 1 million prestige values to immediately teleport to the vicinity of the villa. The corner of Ling Ji's mouth twitched slightly. There were so many tall and muscular hulks there. Wasn't he teleporting over there to give away food? The host can consume another 5 million prestige values to obtain the martial arts master skill, and then he can easily single-handedly challenge a group of them. Seemingly hearing Ling Ji's tirade, Systematic gave a solution. "Ling Gu, 5 million reputation values. That's too expensive." He always felt that the system was taking advantage of the fire. But the situation was urgent at the moment. He couldn't just watch Qianye's little girlfriend get insulted. "Forget it, you can earn your reputation value back again anyway." Lingo gritted his teeth, teleportation plus martial cleric skill exchange. Ding! Reputation value has been deducted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial arts master skill. Teleportation is open. Lingu only felt a heavenly spin. Then the next moment he appeared near the villa. Lingu hurriedly rushed inward towards the villa's entrance. The two strong bodyguards at the door reached right out and stopped him. Sir, this is a private villa. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. Lingu didn't care about them. The situation was urgent and he knew that there was no way this bodyguard would let him in. Sorry about that, he said in his mind, and then kicked one of the two bodyguards directly out of the room. Seeing his powerful force, Lingu froze. It's true that when the system produces something, it's a good thing. Lingu instantly became more confident. It seems that this martial arts master's skill is still very powerful. Reaching upwards to lift the mask, Lingu was ready to hurry forward to bring the two young shuas back. At this time there were a few more bodyguards surrounding them. But Lingu directly didn't even move his hands and kicked a little kid. A few direct kicks sent him wailing on the ground. The feeling is nothing short of wonderful. He's not bald, but he's still getting stronger. Lingu took his cell phone out and turned on the video function before putting it in his chest pocket. This kind of trespassing is against the law, and he has to keep a piece of evidence to prove his innocence. 3 or 2 steps into the villa and towards a lighted room upstairs. Brightly lit house. Li Yuqing was itching to look at the two beauties at the moment. He actually didn't usually have the guts to be this bold and just take people captive. It was just a spur-of-the-moment thing after a lot of drinking today. He didn't really regret it, though, and with his background he thought his dad would be able to swing it anyway, not just play two women it. Before he ran over people are not alright. In the Magic City, he is the prince of the deserved. However, he had just stripped his dress pants down to just a pair of boxers. Boom! The door of the room was slammed so hard that it opened up and slammed into the wall with a snap sound. Li Yuqing was taken aback. What had been an imposing position went straight down the drain. This annoyed him. Fix your eyes. A tall figure stood in the doorway. He wore a mask and a white embroidered gold dragon Chinese mountain suit. A pair of eyes blazed at himself. Seeing those eyes, Li Yuqing's aura instantly deflated by a few points. But in a whirlwind, he remembered that this was his territory. There are so many trained bodyguards outside. And there's also Yang Wei. Yang Wei is a lay disciple of the Shaolin Temple, and his kung fu is all solid. He stopped panicking at the thought. Kid, who are you? This is no place for you. Get the hell out of here. Ling Ji's figure didn't move, and a pair of clear eyes were colored with some sharpness. Don't you know what you're doing? In ancient times you would have been called forcibly robbing people's women, which is against the law. Li Yuqing was a bit weak, but he still pretended to be hard. My father is Li Gang. What am I afraid of? The one who should be afraid is you. If you dare to disturb my pleasure, I'll break your legs and waste your hands. Yang Wei, where did you dog die? He yelled. The corners of Ling Ji's mouth under his mask lifted slightly as he pulled his cell phone out to stop recording. That's a pitifully stupid thing to do. That Li Gang has such a pitiful son. It's really a family misfortune. Lingu mourned for Li Gang in his heart. He walked directly towards Li Yuqing without further words, one step at a time. However, in Li Yuqing's eyes it felt like there was a flooding beast approaching towards him. Li Yuqing finally panicked. Don't come over. Don't come over. My father is Li Gang. My father is Li Gang. Lingu stood in front of Li Yuqing, towering over him. It's not good enough for your dad to be the king of heaven. With a hand slash, Li Yuqing, a weakling, fainted. Then Lingu grabbed the collars of the two girls with one hand and lifted them up. It felt as easy as wringing a chicken. He screwed the two girls and headed out the door only to be stopped. The man who stopped him was a large man with an inch head. He was 5'9", with a square face and an unusually strong body, with high bulging muscles visible even in his suit. This person was none other than the Yang Wei that Li Yuqing had spoken of. Yang Wei had studied Kung Fu at the Shaolin Temple for more than 10 years and was a real practitioner with real skills. Just now he had a bit of diarrhea and went to the toilet, only to come back to find that his minions were actually all beaten and paralyzed on the ground. It was only after inquiring about the situation that we learned that a master had broken in. This surprisingly created a few moments of joy in his heart. He was very fond of practicing martial arts, but there weren't many people with real kung fu in the modern world. Therefore he had never been able to meet a good opponent. I didn't expect that today he would run into it. Well, he'll have to ask for some lessons then. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a special talent. Name, Yang Wei. Possesses strong directing talent. As long as a little bit of coaching, in time will have the ability to be a major international director. The system's voice rang in his head. Lingu was shocked in her heart. Superb directing talent? With a little bit of coaching, he can have the ability of an international director. This guy is simply talented. Although he was able to redeem the natural skill of directing through his prestige value. But in the future, There were a lot of things he planned to shoot, so he couldn't do every TV series or movie himself. And at this point, it was nest to train a heartfelt director under him. How nice to have such a rare talent working for you. It's simply a great employee in its own right. When he thought of this, Ling Ji's eyes were on fire. It was as if he had already seen a great future for his future company. He stared at Yang Wei with a burning gaze, as if he was a hooligan who saw a beautiful woman. Yang Wei, a 1 m 9 200 pounds full of muscles big man at the moment, looked at Ling Ji's gaze. His body could not help but shiver. The gaze? A little too warm. This guy, he's not a faggot by any chance. It wasn't as if he hadn't encountered such people before. There had been a faggot who saw him and drooled so much that he couldn't walk straight down the road. He even rushed up to ask for his authority and made a move on him. This, then, is annoying. However, in the face of an expert, the etiquette of a Jianghu person should still be present. He withstood Ling Ji's gaze that burned like a blazing fire, clasping his hands together. Shaolin disciple Yang Wei, please teach me more. Ling Gu froze. Then he casually threw the two girls to the side. They weren't his girlfriends anyway, and it was good enough that he spent so much reputation value to save them. Scattered Linga, please instruct me. He had given his name and was not afraid of revealing his identity. This excellent employee, he'll take it. Facing your own people and not being afraid to reveal your identity. Yang Wei attacked with a punch, bringing up a cracking sound. The power of this punch was at least 200 pounds upwards. Linga nodded. This employee's kung fu was not bad. He could star in some martial arts movie or something in the future. Linga had already mapped out in his mind all the paths Yang Wei would take in the future. He dodged the punch. Then Yang Wei's second punch attacked his chest. Linga reached out and directly gripped Yang Wei's fist with a huge force. Yang Wei's eyes glazed over. This guy was really an expert. Just now his fist had a force of close to 300 pounds, and it was caught hard by this guy directly with his hand. Yang Wei no longer holds back and throws out a leg sweep. Linga didn't want to delay any longer as he similarly extended his leg to block it. Although Yang Wei was indeed considered an expert, he was still a whole Pacific Ocean away from his current Zhongshe level strength. A few times, Yang Wei was subdued and then knocked out. This excellent employee, knock out and bring it back first. Looking at the three fainted people on the ground, Linga was a little confused. After thinking about it, it's more important to have your own employees. Lingu first lifted Yang Shui and Xiaomin up, then went to the entrance of the villa and called a cab. Master, these two girls are related to a kidnapping case. You take them to the police station. Lingu said that these two people are related to the kidnapping case. The driver naturally did not dare to move what crooked thoughts. This kind of related to the case. He avoided it. After paying the money, the driver stepped on the gas and drove toward the Public Security Bureau. Lingu came to the janitor's room, which was monitored. It was only natural for him to destroy the surveillance. As a result, he tried to delete the monitoring only to realize that it required an administrator password. He didn't have time to ask the security guards who were lying on the ground and couldn't get up for a while, and directly inquired about the goods in the skill bar of the system mall. Redeemed a hacking skill. The password was then broken a few times, followed by deleting the video of the period just now and turning the surveillance off. After things were done, Lingu went out and took off the suit jacket from Yang Wei, who had passed out on the floor. After all, the clothes he had on himself were so conspicuous that he could easily be recognized by some people. After removing Yang Wei's suit jacket, he put it on himself. A call was made to Qian Yi to briefly explain the situation, so that Qian Yi could go to the Public Security Bureau to pick up the person. Then with just one hand he pinned a big, muscular man of 1 m 9 under his armpit. It's like a clip-on briefcase pose. Only, this briefcase was replaced by a person who looked extremely incongruous and funny, walking out of the villa in a leisurely and relaxed manner. Lingu was in a very beautiful mood. That's for recruiting a great staff. As a boss, it's natural to be in a good mood when you find a competent employee. Lingu hummed a little tune, then went out to get a cab. After getting into the car, the driver sneaked a look at Lingu from the rearview mirror from time to time with a strange look. It's the middle of the night, and there's a mask and a big, muscular man who's not doing anything. But it felt like, this guy didn't seem like a nice guy. The driver was afraid to speak or ask, pulled Lingu to the entrance of the Thompson. Lingu got out of the car, still holding Yang Wei in one hand like a briefcase, and then walked towards the neighborhood. A passerby on the road couldn't help but be secretly amazed at what he saw. A big, strong man of that stature was actually held in one arm. Zhao Xiaowan, an editor in the shot department of a CU browser, was struggling to know what to write for this week's manuscript, so she came out for a walk around the neighborhood. The result is walking to see a cab actually down a man with a mask, and under one arm, there was an unconscious man in a briefcase. As a qualified editor who was good at discovering and digging up news, her eyes lit up. She hurriedly took out her cell phone to capture the scene on film. She's got tomorrow's headline all figured out. It's called, shocked. What does a man with his arm around a muscular man in the middle of the night really want? Is it a distortion of human nature or is it a moral degradation? Zhao Xiaowan seemed to have already thought of the image of this article bursting into flames tomorrow, and her little money counting until her hands went limp. Simply gorgeous. Lingo had been in and out of Thompson's many times, and the doormen at the entrance were already familiar with him. On the night shift tonight is Uncle Wang, a middle-aged man with half 100 hair. Good evening, Uncle Wang. Lingo took off his mask for facial recognition in passing and said hello to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang looked at Lingo and then at the big man under his arm, and suddenly his face looked a little odd. Are all young people so good at this nowadays? Last time, I knocked out a beautiful woman and brought her out, but this time, I knocked out a big man and brought him back? A man and a woman, one after the other. And that's such a big, strong man could be tossed out? Uncle Wang exclaimed in a serious tone. Boy, be moderate. Lingo was slightly stunned. What did Uncle Wang mean when he said to abstain? Could it be that Uncle Wang smelled the odor of alcohol on him so he said to let him drink less? This immediately moved Lingo a bit. It's so healing. Uncle Wang is really a good man. Thank you Uncle Wang. I'll abstain. Lingo was in a good mood and went home with people in a beautiful mood. Back in the room, Lingo directly threw Yang Wei onto the sofa. It was 12 o'clock at night at the moment. The night is late. Lingo suddenly remembered that he hadn't updated today. Secretly, he let out a cry of bad luck. He rushed into his study and turned his computer on, clicking on the book review in the author's back office. Sure enough, the book review section has exploded. Shit, why didn't Lao Jun update today? Did he become immortal? Dog authors don't unikize, do they? It can't be. It's impossible for the book to be unikized when it's doing so well. It's impossible in this lifetime. Did you get tired of writing a book and run off to great healthcare to relax? Lingu hastily exerted his super godlike hand speed, which this time was at its peak ever. Half an hour and 16,000 words straight out of the box. Put a parenthesis after the title. I didn't get a chance to update today with school stuff. Inamorata egging it on, and then uploaded it and posted it. It's amazing how many book lovers are now gagging inside the review section waiting for an update. As soon as Lingu uploaded a chapter, then someone noticed. Crap. The punt author updated. I'll go check it out. It's really updated. Wowzer. What have I found? The dog author is still a student. Holy shit. It's still true. My god. I always thought the dog author was a middle-aged man. After all, the article is so imaginative. And it's as if he's experienced it firsthand. Terrifying as it is. Is this the legendary genius? I don't think being at the school means he's a student. Maybe a teacher at the school. Maybe even an archaeology major. The group of people looked like they had discovered a new continent and went straight to discussing the identity of the author. Some say he's a senior at Great Northern College and speculate that he's a liberal arts major after all. That's a lot of wordsmithing. However, others say that he is not a student, but a teacher at one of the schools. The crowd became curious about his identity. Lingo looked down and didn't continue. He had things to do tonight, utilizing hacking techniques and invading the citizen information system, as well as the databases of the units where Yang Wei had worked. Lingo looked up Yang Wei's information. Being a good leader naturally starts with knowing your people. Lingo combined this information to roughly know some of Yang Wei's experiences. Yang Wei is a man from a small city in a remote area, with an 80-year-old mother at home, as well as a sister. Currently it is his sister who is taking care of his mother and he pays her money every month. Yang Wei's salary is $9,000 a month. He will call home $8,000 every month, leaving only $1,000 as living expenses. Yang Wei is a person of pure nature. The reason why he followed Li Yucheng, because when his mother was critically ill at home, the Li family advanced his salary to him for medical expenses. Lingu secretly nodded. Yang Wei is not wistful by nature and knows his way around. Although there had been some wrongdoings following Li Yucheng, it was inconsequential in Ling Ji's opinion, as long as the essence is not bad. After checking the information, Lingu pondered in his mind for a while on how to convince Yang Wei to work for him. Then he took out the video he had recorded in the villa and intercepted that video of Li Yucheng taking his old man out and pretending. After intercepting it, the corner of Ling Ji's mouth hooked up slightly. There was a flash of anticipation in his eyes. This video, if released, could probably cause a huge wave in no time. Those internet spammers aren't vegetarians, and I'm afraid that if they saw this video, they'd be able to spit this guy out. Lingu inquired about the guy's family again. Not to mention, this guy is really considered a real prince. His dad, Li Gang, is actually a big shot in Magic City. Lingu instantly understood why this guy was so arrogant. Turns out his dad was indeed a big bull. However, the netizens are powerful. If you arouse public anger, no matter how big you are, It won't work. It's the same as water can carry a boat and it can also capsize it. Lingo took his cell phone and directly registered a teasing sound trumpet. Then he also used hacking techniques to set his IP address directly to a foreign country. He also changed his own voice in the video. That way, no one can find him. Then he uploaded the video directly. And with the text, is it because his father is Lee Gang? He can do whatever he wants. Lawlessness can be directly on the street to my sister directly captured a way to destroy its innocence? I implore the general public to seek justice for me. Click upload. With progress at 100%, the upload is complete. In order for this video to spread quickly, Linga directly recharged $5,000 of distribution traffic. Then in order to prevent this video from being disposed of by that second in command of Mordor, he also directly hacked into the official backstage of Teasing Voice and directly set up a protective wall for this video. Even the official staff of Tease Tone couldn't get this video removed. Linga wore a smile on his face. He believed that the netizens were absolutely powerful and could never tolerate such things. When this festered until tomorrow morning, then Li Yuqing and his old man would be finished. After doing this, Linga didn't have the slightest psychological burden, because Li Yuqing's old man wasn't a good person at all either. Otherwise, how did Li Yuqing buy his villa? That villa is worth many hundreds of millions of dollars. Wang Ling is a student at the Magic City Conservatory of Music. She is a night owl in her daytime. She doesn't go to bed until at least 1 o'clock or so at night, and her favorite thing to do before bed is to brush her teaser. Today, she was swiping through short teaser videos as usual. Quickly she swiped the official video from Mordor University. It was a handsome boy in a white embroidered gold dragon Chinese mountain suit singing on stage. The title of the song is called Bon Voyage. Even though she hasn't graduated yet, she still feels that graduation sadness when she hears this song. She watched this video so many times, and finally downloaded it. Then he clicked into the homepage of Mordor University and downloaded and saved all 3 videos of this little brother singing to his cell phone. Then she continued to swipe through the video. It wasn't long before she swiped on a video. A man wearing only a pair of boxers appeared in the video. Then he heard a voice appear. This copy of the voice was voice altered and could not be heard as male or female. Don't you know what you're doing? In ancient times you would have been called forcibly robbing people's women, which is against the law. And the man in the video had a flighty look on his face. My father is Lee Gang. What am I afraid of? The one who should be afraid is you. If you dare to disturb my pleasure, I'll break your legs and waste your hands. Looking again at the bed in the video, 2 young women whose faces could not be seen were lying there, looking unconscious. Wang Ling took another look at the video's accompanying text. Is it because his father is Lee Gang? He can do whatever he wants. Can be lawless? Can be directly on the street to my sister directly captive a way to destroy its innocence? I implore the general public to seek justice for me. Seeing this accompanying text and combining it with the content of the video, as well as the man's arrogant words, in an instant Wang Ling understood what was going on. She was a young girl herself. The video instantly sparked anger in her heart. She commented directly, how can there be such a person in this world? Simply too arrogant and lawless. And it looks like he doesn't seem to be afraid in the slightest. Why is that? Is it because his father is Lee Gang? Then who is Lee Gang? After the comment was completed she also retweeted it directly with the caption, please give justice to the general public. And she also ate an official account. On the internet, there are more and more people like Wang Ling. A lot of people are full of anger after seeing the video. Why should ordinary people be treated in this way? And why should people with backgrounds still be able to get away with their mistakes? Who is this Lee Gang? Why is this man so arrogant? What does he have to offer? Who's his protector? More and more people liked and retweeted it, and it fermented over the course of the night. This thing went straight to the top of the teaser hotness. Early the next morning, Lee Gang, who is sleeping with his beautiful mistress, receives a video sent to him by a subordinate. Then he suddenly panicked inside. This back-time doggy, even gave him again caused such a big trouble. Last time, this son of a bitch just ran over someone and killed them. It was only with great difficulty that he was able to smooth things out, but he didn't think that he would be able to make a huge mess again so soon. Is this bastard destined to be his undoing? Lee Gang had a pang of regret at the moment. When he was born, he should have sat this troublemaker on his ass. Although the regret in his heart was overwhelming, things still had to be resolved. True to form, he quickly thought of a way out. That is, this thing has to be squashed. So he directly used the power in his hands to pressure Teasing Voice to take the relevant videos down and remove them immediately. After being pressured to do so, Tease Voice's content department also acted immediately. The staff found the original video from the very beginning and prepared to delete it. Yet it was the discovery that the video could not be deleted. This video surprisingly adds a protective wall, and so this event festered further. The people of Xia are a fabulous bunch of people. The man in the video was soon revealed to be the son of a big shot in Mordor, and there are also people who found out that this man has also drunkenly drove a car and killed someone before. Now the netizens are even angrier. The phone numbers of one of the departments above are almost bursting with tip-off calls from netizens. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on his body, and Yang Wei on the sofa slowly opened his eyes. The sun is out. Looks like a nice day. No, where is he now? With a slight recollection in his mind, he remembered that yesterday he seemed to have fought with an expert who had broken into Li Xiao's villa, and then was knocked out by the other party after losing. And that master, and quite possibly a faggot? Thinking of this, Yang Wei's heart suddenly thumped. His heart immediately had a very bad feeling. He couldn't have been taken back by that master and then picked up for soap. Could he? In a hurry, he sat up from the couch in shock. The light gray comforter on his body fell to the light gray patterned marble floor. He looked at his body. Well, the clothes and pants were still there. There didn't seem to be any discomfort in his body either. A hanging heart finally dropped. At that moment, the door to the room was opened. A figure in a gray sweatshirt and beige slacks appeared in the doorway. He wore a black mask and carried a large pile of stuff in paper bags and a couple cups of soy milk in his hands. Yo, wake up, the youth's nice voice rang out. This is the same guy who broke into Li Xiao's villa last night. Only the guy changed into a pair of slippers and casually removed his mask, revealing a face that was handsome to the core. How in the world can there be such a handsome man? Yang Wei opened his mouth slightly. With that, he felt ashamed of his previous thoughts. How could such a character look at a brown man like him? Ling Gu placed the meat buns he bought on the coffee table and took out 2 cups of soy milk and placed them in front of Yang Wei. Breakfast? Eat? Yang Wei hesitated, but still picked up his breakfast and ate it. He wasn't worried about what this handsome little brother would do. After all, what to do wasn't already done. Biting into the hot bun, Yang Wei's eyes were slightly red. A brown man is moved to the point of almost crying just because of a breakfast. The main thing is that since he grew up so big, in addition to his family has never bought him breakfast. At Li Yucheng's place, he was also beaten like a dog and called around. Li Yucheng called him off and do not call him by name. Many times it is a mouth a dog thing, but there's no way around it. He only had a junior high school education, and not much else except a lot of kung fu. What can you do out there? You can only be a security guard and get a few $1,000s. As a bodyguard for Li Yucheng, he can at least get $9,000 a month. Moreover, Li Yucheng's father at least gave him an advance on his salary. After finishing a bun, Yang Wei took a sip of soy milk. He's not stupid. Since the other party wasn't after his body, he must be after something else. Why else would they knock him out and bring him home? It's not like there's a psychopath. Can I ask what you were planning to do when you brought me here? I have nothing but this kung fu. The corner of Ling Ji's mouth hooked up slightly. He thought that this child has a strong talent for directing. A little cultivation, in time will be able to have a level comparable to the international director. So excellent talent is what he needs at present. Ahem. Ling Gu coughed softly, thinking that the main event was coming. Pondered the vocabulary of lulls in my head. Then he said in a serious tone, Big brother, I think you are a talented person, so I want to recruit you. Do you want to consider following me? Thank you for looking up to me, but Xiao Li's family has been kind to me, and I don't want to jump ship. Ling Gu said with a straight face. Do you know what you are doing? The behavior of that Li Xiao yesterday. In ancient times it was called forcefully robbing the people's women. You helping him is aiding and abetting. And I heard that he also drove a car and killed someone. Right, you think about the guy he ran over. People also have family. People are also whose husband, whose son. He died. His relatives. How sad. Such a bad character of the boss. You follow him for what? Yang Wei immediately looked embarrassed. He also knows that Li Yucheng is not a good thing. In fact, he has long not wanted to help him do bad things, but the Li family is kind to him. Seeing that Yang Wei's will had already been shaken for a few moments, Ling Gu decided to continue to add another fire. Big brother, stop aiding and abetting. Moreover, Li Yucheng's matter has already been exposed on the internet, and he, and even his father, I guess it won't be long before they all stagger off to jail. Ling Ji's tone was rather grave. This immediately made Yang Wei's heart anxious for a few minutes. Li Yucheng and his father and son are in jail. So won't he be out of a job? So should he say yes to this handsome man jumping ship? Ling Gu tapped his fingers lightly on his own thighs as he spoke while watching Yang Wei's expression. He knew that Yang Wei had basically been persuaded by him. Big brother, join my family. The tenet of our company is that all employees are forbidden to hook up and be a loving family. Ling Ji's words were immediately like a heavy bomb that exploded Yang Wei's heart. Love one another as a family. What a loving company this is. Him, wanting to join. Ling Gu continued to snub. Hey, big brother, do you know how expensive the house prices are in Magic City? Yang Wei shook his head. He didn't know. All he knew was that it was the price of a toilet that he couldn't afford even if he worked all his life. Join my family. In the future I will teach you skills. I believe that in a few years you will be able to buy a house and a car in Magic City, and marry a beautiful daughter-in-law from then on to the peak of life. Yang Wei's gaze suddenly lit up, and his eyes seemed to radiate a brilliant starlight. It was as if he saw houses and cars beckoning to him, and pretty girls bearing him children. Is this the dream? He instantly burst into hot tears. He used to be called around like a dog. His life was like a salted fish. Why is that? It's because there are no dreams. A life without dreams is no different from a salted fish. Yang Wei's breath hitched a few times as he clenched his fists. I, for one, will join your FAMA. Seeing this shortness of breath and dreamy look in Yang Wei's eyes, Ling Ge nodded with satisfaction. Look, what a nice guy he is. Help your own employees find their dreams. He can be a really good boss who does his job. Salary your 9,000 at Li Yuqing's. I'll give you a 6,000 increase. 15,000 a month, starting from today. What do you think, big brother? Yang Wei was instantly more moved. What more could I ask for in this life if I could meet such a good boss? Thanks, boss. By the way, boss, is our company big? How many people are there? Yang Wei was a little curious. Family, he knew, meant family. The boss must be the boss of a big company. Why else would he casually offer him such a high salary? Pust. Ling Ge, who was drinking soybean milk, almost spewed it out. He was a little embarrassed. That our company is currently not established. Well, plus you currently total 3 people. 3 of them? Yang Wei froze slightly. How come there aren't as many people as his bodyguard team? So boss, what do I do at work? Yang Wei was already relating to his new job at the moment. I wonder what the new job does. Ling Ge thought about it and it seemed like there was nothing he needed Yang Wei to do right now. If he wanted Yang Wei to make a movie, it would be something later. Gotta wait until he teaches Yang Wei after he starts making TV shows and movies and stuff. There's really nothing that needs to be done by Yang Wei at the moment. Do you know how to drive? Ling Ge asked. He doesn't have a driver's license yet, but it's inconvenient not to have a car. Therefore Ling Ge decided that it would be better to buy a car first, so that it would be convenient to go wherever he wanted to go then. Yang Wei can start as a driver if he has a license. Hearing Ling Ge's question, Yang Wei hurriedly nodded his head. Will do, boss. Ling Ge nodded, still satisfied with this new employee over. He was going to get a car, and he definitely needed a driver without a license. Today is the 15th, and the 15th is a very important day. That is, today was the day that Qi Dian paid out the manuscript fee. Ling Ge woke up in the morning and looked at the amount in the background. His novel was on the shelves after the middle of last month, and it was on the shelves for more than 10 days in total. The split totaled $23.87 million in manuscript fees. This achievement will set another record for the highest manuscript fee in a single month. It was so good that Ling Ge decided to reward himself with a car. He told Yang Wei to go back first, saying he was giving him a few days off. After all, the car has not been bought back yet, so there will be nothing that needs to be done by Yang Wei. The two left each other's phone numbers and then Yang Wei went back to his own rental house. Ling Ge, on the other hand, headed to a nearby 4S store. On the other hand, in a luxury ward of a hospital in Magic City, dressed in a hospital gown, Li Yuqing woke up leisurely in bed. Originally, he had fainted on the ground, but then those security guards who had been knocked to the ground by Ling Ge slowed down and took him to the hospital. November has been quite cold. Last night Li Yuqing lay on the ground for a few hours wearing only a pair of boxers and caught a cold straight away. It's on and 4 at the moment and my nose is still plugged up. Growing up pampered and spoiled, how had he ever been aggravated like he was last night? Fuck. He slammed the bed in anger. He ended up slapping his palm on the fall-proof iron frame of the hospital bed so painfully that he sucked in a breath of cold air straight away. He spread out his palm to look at it, and the whole thing was red. He covered his hand and gritted his teeth. Damn you. I'm going to make sure you go to jail. He pulled out his cell phone quasi-calling his old man to tell him to teach that guy from last night a lesson for him. It turned out that his old man's cell phone was a busy line. Shit. Li Yuqing was so angry that his cell phone fell straight to the ground. It broke the screen straight away. He was furious. In the back of his mind, he thought, he's going to show that guy from last night what he's made of. However, at this time, a group of police officers rushed into the ward aggressively. Li Yuqing thought that this group of police were helping him to catch the thief last night. As a result, one of the police officers was straightforward, "Come with us." After saying that, several police officers were ready to go and carry Li Yuqing to the police car. Li Yuqing instantly resisted. Shit, what are you dumbasses doing? Shouldn't you be arresting the criminals who knocked me out last night? The middle-aged policeman at the head sneered. You are suspected of rape, as well as hit and run, and we are now legally placing you under arrest. Li Yuqing was still resisting. My father is Li Gang. You can't arrest me or I'll have you all dismissed. The middle-aged policeman said disdainfully, "It's an order from above. And your father will soon come to accompany you." Inside a 4S store in the Magic City, Lingu was wearing a mask and a black and yellow plaid shirt with a white Nita inside. Overall a Korean version of the light and simple style, although the bodywear is not what big brand, but still give a kind of noble and elegant temperament. After all, as long as people look good. Good temperament. That is, the body sets a sack also feel good. He stepped into the store. Immediately a salesperson greeted them. It was a young lady in her 20s, tall and delicate. The sales industry generally requires good looks, especially in automobile sales. The car sales industry generally hires good-looking, handsome men and women. After all, this is a time to look at the face, a handsome man, or a beautiful woman to serve the customer. Obviously more can make the customer have a good mood. The single transaction success rate will be higher. "Hello handsome, may I ask if you are looking for a car?" The young lady greeted her with a smile on her face. Linga nodded. The young lady asked, "And what kind do you want?" "Well, simple, low-key, simple, understated?" The young lady wondered in her mind. Simple, understated, which should mean inexpensive, right? After all, young people these days, who generally don't have much money either, are unlikely to be able to afford a car that's too expensive. The young lady then brought Linga to the side of the country's production area. "What do you think of this car, sir?" the young lady asked, pointing to a small car with a blue shell. "This car is priced at $388,000, and it's made by the first manufacturer that made cars in our country, so there's a guarantee on the quality. Usually driving for 7 or 8 years will not be a problem." Linga looked at the car. Well, the blue one didn't like it, so he shook his head. The young lady thought to herself that maybe the price point was still a little too high for this little man, so she pointed to a small gray car next to her. "How about this one, sir? This block is equipped with the world's said production-only cam phasing system. This system cites the lowest friendly brings more power to the 1.5T displacement has been able to reach the power of 2.0T. This car is priced at $300,000. The young sister looked at Lingu expectantly, but Lingu still shook her head. The car was gray and really didn't fit his aesthetic. The young lady is still very persevering. See, Linga is not satisfied and bring Linga to see another one. "Sir, this car's 2.0T displacement has a maximum power of 171 kilowatts and a maximum torque of 360 Newton meters am, and 233 horsepower. These power figures are equivalent to a 3.0 displacement. This car is priced at $200,000. Do you still feel satisfied?" Linga still shook her head. The shape of the car just doesn't look like it fits his aesthetic. "Sir, you see this one? This car hit in the Intel Apollo Lake processor. Cite a variety of intelligent people interaction. For example, it is able to real-view navigation, face recognition, intelligent voice control, but also can be connected through the cell phone app to realize the control of the vehicle, diagnosis as well as multi-terminal interoperability." Lingu, however, still shook her head. The young lady's saliva was almost dried up. As a result, Lingu was still not satisfied. Could it be that the price is still too high? She thought. But this car is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Suddenly, Missy's eyes lit up. She remembered they had another car in the store. That car was meant to be given away as a giveaway, but it was not given away. Maybe this little brother will be happy with that one. Missy decided to give it one last try. After all, if this little brother still thought even that car was expensive, then there was nothing she could do about it. This scene on the young lady's side was seen by many of her co-workers, who were not only covering their mouths and snickering. Of course, they are still well educated, and they don't smile with their faces turned away. There are two saleswomen standing together, whispering with their ears attached at the moment. The clothes on that little brother are from You Clothes and Pants, and they're just over $100 a piece. I reckon he's just coming in for a look. Do we have fewer people here every day who come to look at cars but don't buy them? The other saleswoman also exclaimed. Yes, there are not that many second-generation rich people in this world. If you are not a second-generation rich, young, just buy yourself to buy a car that is not easy to talk about. You do not see us here in the young people. Basically just look. Full of eyes only. After all, what man does not love cars, cannot afford to buy, can only over the eyes. Over there, the salesgirl who received Lingu has already brought Lingu to a short and small car. This car, it's about the size of those tricycles that carry people. That's a QQ car. Sir, what do you think of this car? This car is small and cute, and the most important point is that it is very fuel efficient, and it's also very cheap. Just $20,000 when the paperwork is complete. Lingu, this car, if it was Yang Wei's figure, it would be hard to sit in it, right? So under the last glimmer of the young lady's expectant gaze, Linga still shook his head. Missy instantly just felt exhausted. This was a best effort inning, and she was really trying her best. Sir, I'm sorry, we may not be able to find the car you like here. The sales lady had a very high emotional quotient. Straight away, they said that they couldn't find Ling Ji's favorite car here. This is a very comforting statement to hear at first glance. Linga looked the other way. Isn't there a car over there? He pointed to the corner near the inside. There were a lot more cars in that area, and the paint looked nothing like the one this young lady had just introduced him to. The texture looks so many times better. Sir, over there. The young lady didn't know what to say for a moment. She wanted to say that over there was the luxury car section, with cars priced over $5 million. But if she said that, it would be a bit of a downer, and she couldn't find the right words for a while. Linga was the one who spoke first. What? Aren't those cars over there for sale? The young lady quickly shook her head. Of course it's for sale. You come with me. She thought that since Linga wanted to take a look, it would be good to take a look. Linga came to the innermost position and stopped. Sure enough, the cars in here are very atmospheric and understated, both in terms of model and paint. Linga looked around, then saw a black car. The body is smooth and subtle, with a black glossy sheen, and the styling feels restrained yet unobtrusive. Linga stopped in front of this car. Missy, introduce me to this one. Linga pointed at the car that was like a dark king and said, oh, okay, sir. This car is Rolls-Royce's latest long wheelbase version of the Tempranillo Collection Limited Edition. The engine is a 6.7T, 571 horsepower, V12, max power 420, 571 PS, max torque 900, 8-speed automatic transmission, 4-door, 5-seat triple compartment. After listening to the young lady's introduction, Linga did not understand, because he doesn't know anything about the configuration of those cars and stuff. But after hearing the young lady talk about it so much, it sounds like it's going to be pretty awesome. Is it a good car? He asked. The young lady smiled breathlessly. You're joking, sir. The car is certainly good. Linga nodded. Why didn't you introduce me to such a low-profile and nice car earlier? Was it because you were afraid I'd buy it? Missy. She laughed dryly. You're a joker. Sir. Of course she couldn't wait for someone to buy the car, preferably through her. Then her commission would be worth many months' salary. How much is the car? Linga asked. The car costs a total of 15 million, sir. Linga nodded. He'd just been paid for his manuscript, and with last month's share of the song download fee, he'd still have close to $10 million left over even after buying the car. And the car is very understated and restrained in both form and color. Linga felt that the car fit perfectly and he liked it. That's it. The young lady didn't react for a moment. She froze there, her state feeling a little dull. Linga frowned. Why is this young lady so unprofessional? She should be a novice, but the attitude was very nice. I mean, I'll take the car, Linga said again. The young lady was dumbfounded. You mean, sir, are you going to buy it? Linga, isn't this the best car for my needs? Understated and restrained. It simply matches his personality too well. Missy, this car is understated and introverted? How did she not see that? You know, when this car starts, the little gold man in the front will also slowly rise. Very forceful. You call that a low profile? In her mind, she thought that, but she went to get the contract and such very quickly, because Linga and Missy had gone into the innermost part of the room. Those other sales didn't see them. At this moment, when she saw the young lady come over, her colleague asked, how is it? Did he buy it? The young lady had an excited nod. Bought it. Seeing her so happy, her coworkers felt strange at once. Not just sold a QQ car. Why are you so happy? That QQ car was originally a gift. You sold out. The commission is enough to pay for a meal. That coworker shook his head. One meal's worth of money makes this little girl so happy. Still too young. The young lady is full of doubts. What QQ car? People buy that limited collector's edition Rolls-Royce. When these words came out, everyone froze in their tracks. Ignoring them, Missy excitedly went over with a contract or something. Linga signed the contract and paid the money. The car still needs to be licensed, as well as go through other paperwork, which will take a total of 3 days. Linga then said, in 3 days, you guys can drive the car to Thompson's. I'll live there. After saying that, Linga took the contract and left, leaving Missy in the wind with a group of coworkers who had gathered around to see what was going on. He actually lives in the Townsend. Geez, why would such a tycoon wear $100 clothes? Shouldn't he be wearing 10,000 or more? Linga returned home and saw that Lu Yuru had sent him a picture and a message. You, like guys? And the picture is a screenshot of a story on CU. Just see what it says. Shocked. Late at night, a man embracing a big man. In the end, what do you want? In the end, is the distortion of human nature or moral degeneration? The caption went down to a photo of Linggu walking towards the neighborhood with Yang Wei under her armpit. And Linggu also realized that the number of messages on this message reached more than 10,000. Linggu, that's pretty much a no-brainer. I don't know which boring editor took the picture and made him shocking news with that headline. What do you mean? Moral degradation and human distortion? He sent a message back to Lu Yuru. Luna, aren't you busy with work lately? You still have time to read these funny news. Little Moon. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yuru, who was resting in the hotel, saw this word and her heart trembled slightly. The word. She hadn't heard it in a long time. It used to be Grandma who liked to call her that. Lu Yuru slightly pouted her pink mouth with a little daughter's arrogant stance. This guy, who was obviously several years younger than her, had the air of being much older than she was. With that in mind, she replied with a direct message. What little you? Call your sister, stinky brother, and don't try to change the subject. Tell us what's going on with that picture. Lu Yuru desperately wanted to know what Linggu had done. Why would he come home at night with his arm around a big man? She didn't know why she herself was so obsessed with this matter. Obviously, even if Linggu liked guys, it had nothing to do with her. It was just a partnership between them. But when she thought of the warmth Linggu had once brought her, the way he had taken care of her in the hospital, she really felt so warm at that time. Could it be that she already had a crush on Linggu without even realizing it? It was clear that the contact between the two wasn't too much. Seeing this message from Lu Yuru, Linggu smiled. Back to the past. That's my new hire. He was drunk that day, so I took him back. Linggu spread a little panic and said that Yang Wei was drunk. After all, he couldn't say that he had knocked Yang Wei out. When she received this news from Linggu, Lu Yuru's delicate little face suddenly overflowed with smiles. The whole person was in a happy mood, and all the fatigue of the past few days seemed to have been swept away. That's amazing. Talking to Linggu has this effect? She continued to type. So how come you're so strong you picked him up with one arm? I was born with more strength. Didn't I carry you to the hospital last time too? Lu Yuru was a little disgruntled. What is it? She is 1.72 m, but her weight is less than 100 pounds. Okay, with that look as 200 pounds a big man cannot be compared. The two of them continued chatting for a while longer. Lu Yuru was getting ready to attend a charity gala which ended the chat. After the chat with Lu Yuru ended, Linggu logged into his mobile banking and transferred $100,000 to his mom. In fact, she was ready to turn a little more, but with this mom's nature, instead of worrying about whether he went on the wrong way, that not only did not fulfill the filial piety but also lead to worry about the mother. Counterproductive, would not be good. Dialed a number for mom. The call went through, and it didn't take long for the other side to pick up. Hey son, have you had lunch yet? Linggu laughed. It's already been eaten. Would your son still starve himself? The voice over there was kind. Do you have any money left on you? I remember you've already left school this month to prepare for a job internship. It's not good to have no money on you. I'll call you some in a couple days. Linggu smiled helplessly while being somewhat touched in his heart. Mom was afraid he'd go hungry every time. He's a multimillionaire now who buys $10+ million cars without blinking an eye. Okay. Mom, don't worry about me. I have money. I just transferred $100,000 to you. You remember to take it out and use it. Don't save it. It's going to be New Year's Eve. The New Year's Eve goods that should be purchased more. On the other end of the phone, Ling's mom, who had been napping her shoe insoles, was instantly shocked. The embroidery needle went straight to the finger, piercing the skin, and a small spot of blood bubbled up. She couldn't be bothered to wipe it off though. Instead, her face was thick with worry. Son, tell mom, did you do something bad? We can't do anything illegal. Hearing the thick concern in Ling's mom's words, Linggu helplessly held her forehead. He knew mom would be blind. Mom, at that age, thought he was just getting out of school and couldn't possibly make that much money. She was worried that he was going down the wrong path. Linggu is a bit of a laughingstock. Fortunately, he only transferred 100,000. If he transferred more, I guess mom can directly give a shock. So he hurriedly explained, Mom, don't you know in your heart what kind of person your son is? How could I do those illegal and disciplinary things? I am a young man of good quality. That money is what I earned from writing novels. Earned by my ability. You can use it without worry. It was only after Ling Ji's repeated explanations that Ling's mom finally believed that Linggu had made a lot of money writing novels. She sighed at once. I knew my son was not an ordinary person. When you were first born, you screamed so loudly that Auntie Zhang, who delivered me, said at the time that this child would definitely have a future. Sure enough, my son just graduated and he's making a name for himself. This is becoming a big writer. Ling's mom's words were filled with pride. Linggu felt a little amused and quietly listened to her mom's nagging. It's actually a blessing to have someone who reads your mind. In his previous life, after his old mom died, he was left alone. That feeling of being the only one in a sea of people. He really disliked it. It was too lonely. And after a day of festering on the internet, the video of Linga singing at the graduation party is getting hotter and hotter. That video uploaded by Mordor University has reached 800,000 likes and counting. In this graduation season, netizens were all moved to hear such a song. The comments under the video have also reached tens of thousands. Hearing a song like this brings me back to when I first graduated Colora. It's really touching. We didn't leave a word for graduation home today. Guys, have a safe trip. Chaos Department Players. Written to the 28th Company. Forever 7 is a lovely elementary school sister, is a set of training team comrades, is a partner with military training with their own heart of the bear heart, embarked on the train through space and time, always have some dreams, have nothing to do with fame and fortune, hope that you're stronger, hope that you are still lovely, hope that you with the heart of the bear heart to overcome the thorns and thistles, wish that there our years can be looked back at. Lulushu Lampaluki, the 28th Company of the 19th Military Training Corps of South Central University wishes Shaoqi a safe journey. The old pocket watch that's not spinning, there are actually some people you've seen the last of. On 1573, the 3rd Platoon, 28th Company, South Central University's class of 19 Military Training Corps wishes 7 a safe journey. We love you. Memory faded light-colored smile, a junior year. Although the high school did not try to go to a junior college, but this year also to go out for internships, should be scattered or to be scattered. Bachelor's degree uniforms are rented, graduation photos are arranged by the school. The internship report is a fake, tripartite contract is a fraudulent employment rate. Everything is fake, only time is real. It tells us every day that youth is finally going to be scattered. In a certain neighborhood, a middle-aged man with glasses was currently sitting on the sofa soaking his feet and swiping the teaser. Not long after, he swiped this video of Lingu at the graduation party. His eyes widened at once. This singing ability, this voice, it's awesome. It's hard to imagine that this is just the singing prowess of a non-music major. His eyes gradually brightened as he listened. His name was Zhang Tao, a program director at Sujiang TV. Over the past 2 years, the variety shows on TV have been occupied by South Lake TV and Jiangsu and Zhujiang TV. Their Sujiang TV ratings are deteriorating. This time, they asked him to create a music program to compete with The Voice of Tomorrow, which will start next month on JZ TV. So he's been struggling a lot lately, though the idea of a new show is already there, and that is to create a show that listens to voices. The contestants can each set up a virtual identity and then compete in singing with exaggerated costume masks blocking their real faces. At the end of each session, the audience will vote for their favorite singers to be ranked. About the show, he's actually basically set. It was just that he always felt as if something was missing. Now he understood that it was missing a pop. The program cannot invite all the famous singers in the music industry because many singers in the music industry who have good singing skills have their own qualities, which can be easily guessed by the audience. Therefore, it was also necessary to invite someone who was unfamiliar to the audience and who was an awesome singer. Imagine if newcomers in the music industry with superb singing skills repeatedly win good rankings. Then the audience will be very curious about the identity of this person, and then frequently speculate. But at the end of the day, after guessing their heads off, the audience simply couldn't guess. The moment this singer was finally revealed was certainly unexpected. What's it called? It's called a sense of anticipation. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao smiled. His smile was wide. He felt that when this program came out, it was definitely expected to compete with JZ TV's The Voice of Tomorrow. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao hurriedly exited his cell phone and found someone in his address book. That person is Wu Dahai. Wu Dahai was his high school classmate, now working as a team leader of the engineering department in Mordor University. Just now when he watched the video, he also realized that the boy called Lingu was a student of the engineering department of Magic City University. He grinned. That's a real godsend. The previous depression was instantly swept away. He must invite this Lingu over to his program. He believed that when this program came out then, it would definitely explode. When he thought of this, he hurriedly dialed Wu Dahai's number. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. Yo, brother Jiang. It's been a long time. What's blowing today that reminds you of me? Your old classmate. Wu Dahai and Zhang Tao relationship is very good, although in different circles over the years, but will still often meet parties and the like. Thus, Wu Dahai's words took on a bit of a flirtatious flavor. This is not to think of old classmates it. Our brother and sister Fengjiang is not far away. Now can come out. Can then barbecue go up? Zhang Tao smiled and said. Wu Dahai laughed. Sure, no problem. Send me the address. Zhang Tao quickly sent him the address of a barbecue restaurant. Wu Dahai's daughter-in-law was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. He rushed his daughter-in-law about Zhang Tao inviting him to a barbecue. His daughter-in-law was knocking on her melon seeds and didn't look back. It's fine to have a barbecue, but it's already nighttime. So you and he don't want to eat your way into a foot bath. Wu Dahai was speechless. Just put your mind at ease. I'm definitely not going to mess around. His daughter-in-law nodded. Also, you can't come if you want to mess around, just your tens of seconds. Are you good enough to go to a foot bath? Woo Dahai's face, which was originally full of smiles, froze. How about this? Doesn't he want to lose face? It's too much of a blow. But his daughter-in-law was really telling the truth. Even if he was allowed to go to a foot bath, he was too embarrassed to go. Tens of seconds. Shame on you. I'd be laughed out of town if I went there. Changed his clothes and then went out with a somewhat depressed mood. Soon after, Woo Dahai arrived at the barbecue restaurant that he had agreed with Jiang Tao. It was a barbecue place on the river. Brother Dahai, this way. Jiang Tao waved at Woo Dahai. Woo Dahai went over and sat down. Come on, Brother Dahai, drink up. Jiang Tao poured a large glass of beer for Woo Dahai. The two men toasted and then they drank. It wasn't long before the ordered barbecue was grilled. The two of them took a bite out of their brothers. After waiting to eat for a while, Jiang Tao finally got down to business. Dahai, I want to ask you for someone's contact information. Woo Dahai frowned slightly. Ask him for a guy's contact info. Whose is it? Realize that the two of them are not in the same circle. A college teacher and a showbiz guy. Those two circles don't really intersect. Whose contact info do you want? Jiang Tao said, to tell you the truth. This time our station has prepared a music program, and I have my eye on the little brother who sang at your school's graduation party. I want to invite him to join my program. Woo Dahai was stunned. Then he realized who Jiang Tao was talking about. The only one who could be favored by Jiang Tao must be Linggu in the entire Magic City University. That kid, he's a real cow. Simply the light of the Magic City University. He nodded. So that's the kid. He's really good. It's a good kid. It was because of Linggu that he had been promoted to become the head of the engineering department at Mordor University. So Woo Dahai was quite fond of Linggu. I want you to ask him for me if he's interested in coming to my program. Jiang Tao said sincerely. Woo Dahai was very forthcoming. I can ask around for you. You can send me the content format of your program later and I'll ask him if he's interested for you. When the two finished, they drank again. Good brother. Fuck. Ling Ji's side of the family at the moment finished updating today's novel, washed up and then prepared to go brush up on the news. After swiping through the news for a while, the phone rang. He looked at the caller ID on his cell phone. It was from Woo Dahai. Wei Wei felt a little strange. What was Woo Dahai doing calling him at such a late hour? Putting the phone through, Ling Gu was very polite. Good evening, Mr. Wu. Woo Dahai's voice came out of the phone's receiver. Good evening, Ling-san. Still up this late? Isn't teacher still awake too? Ling Gu said back. Woo Dahai smiled. Didn't I just finish dinner outside? After a moment of politeness between the two, Woo Dahai explained the purpose of his visit. It's like this I have an old classmate who is a program director of Suzhong TV. He watched the song you sang at the graduation party and felt that you have a lot of potential. So he wants to invite you to participate in the latest program he's preparing. It's called King of Masked Singer. The King of Masked Singer? Ling Ji's eyes stared slightly. The name is somewhat familiar. He came to a few moments of interest. Had Woo Dahai send him the rules of the program's format? Looking at the form on it, Ling Gu felt somewhat interested. The name of the program is called King of Masked Singer, a music competition program created by Suzhong TV to counteract JZTV's The Voice of Tomorrow. The format of this show is that contestants can use a virtual identity with a face and exaggerated costumes to sing in competition with other singers. There are a few other guests on this show, and the guests are the ones who are responsible for saying some critiques down the line, and also for guessing the identities of the contestants. For each installment, a total of 7 singers compete. Starting with the second installment, the last place will be eliminated. At the same time, the eliminators will be revealed. For every elimination, there will be a replacement singer in the next installment, until the 7th installment of the finals. Finals for the King of Song. Ling Gu was very interested in this program. This was because this program was similar to a combined version of I Am a Singer and Masked Singer from his previous world. Combines the best points of both programs into one. Whoever came up with this show is a rare talent. Once this program came out, Ling Gu believed that it could at least be compared to The Voice of Tomorrow, and even had a high possibility of surpassing The Voice of Tomorrow. The corner of Ling Ji's mouth lifted slightly. He was moved. This program, it was great. He preferred competing with the powerful singers in the music industry than piking with a bunch of newcomers in The Voice of Tomorrow. In his previous life, he would have preferred the Masked Singer show to The Voice. The program, The Voice of Tomorrow, which he had also learned about, was in the same format as The Voice in his previous life. The contestant goes on stage and sings, and the mentor turns around and picks someone. But with a program like this, there's usually a big shady deal going on in there. There are rumors all over the internet that 500,000 can be exchanged for a mentor turn. Such a show, naturally, he did not like. The king of Masked Singer, on the other hand, is voted on by the audience, which is very fair. It's up to you to get a high number of votes, depending on whether or not you can get the audience to love you. This is a program that he has agreed to participate in. After Ling Gu read the rules, he sent a direct message to tell Wu Dahai that he agreed. As for the originally prepared plan to go to The Voice of Tomorrow, he naturally cancelled it. Obviously, the show King of Masked Singer is the better fit for him. The next day, Zhang Tao invited Ling Gu to sign the contract. After signing his name, the matter was so settled. The show, which will begin taping in the middle of next month. On the other hand, Zhang Qin, who has now departed from CanStar to join Liu Ru, has likewise received an invitation from King of Masked Singer. However, the show is inviting Yuki Ryu to be a regular guest on stage. It is responsible for guessing and discussing the singer's identity with other singers in the music industry, as well as explaining the difficulty of the songs sung by the singer, and the singer's singing strength and so on. After all, Liu Ru's voice is so recognizable and it's a big hit these days. Many of you may have guessed who she was on first hearing. This would be meaningless, so Liu Yeye was invited to be a regular guest. By the way, it's also a way to build momentum for the show by leveraging the popularity of Ryu Yuki Ru. When Liu Ru learned the rules of the program, then she was also very interested. The mechanics of this show are very interesting and more than likely capable of blowing up, so she took the invitation. During this period of time, she, who originally disliked variety shows, appeared frequently in major programs and her popularity soared. It's almost reached the point of being a national goddess. The reason she worked so hard was to fight for the breath in her heart. She's going to be competing with Licky for the diva position at the beginning of the year. Time passed slowly, and 2 more days passed. The votes are in for the campus party program. This was a competition between several major colleges in Magic City, and in this program selection, the one who accumulated the most votes was Mordor University, with Ling Gu singing Wish You a Safe Journey. When the results of the ballot were announced, the entire campus of Magic City University was in a state of jubilation. Over the years, Magic City University has never had any program get a number 1 ranking. Basically every year it's in the countdown. But today, Mordor University can be considered to be a contender. Ha ha ha. It's so relieving. Our Magic City University has a program that got first place this year too. It's just that, in past years, we've been at the bottom of the list, and our school is literally being crushed in front of the other schools. Thank you, Ling Gu. Ling Gu is truly the light of the Magic University. Yes, yes, yes. Senior Ling Gu is truly the light of Magic University. It's just a matter of looking good, but also so good at singing, and people still sing originals. Just ask you if you're a cow. I really hope that Senior Ling Gu can make his debut. I really want to see his handsome face every day. The people from Mordor University were hilarious. Ling Gu didn't pay any attention to them. At the moment he and Yang Wei were heading to the lower parking lot. Yesterday, he got a call from his editor-in-chief, Big Ice. Bing Bing's voice was that very imperial voice, full of charm, magnetic, mature, calm, giving people a feeling of how to listen to the other party is very noble, Mondi but not demonic, out of the mud but not stained. And the meaning of Ice's call is that it's for the publication of Tomb Raider. QP.com is a partner of Hangtown Publishing. Many of the books under the banner of the company, if they are seen by the Hangzhou Publishing House, then the price of the copyright is negotiated with the author. Because the copyright is in the hands of the author, the website then only takes a referral fee. Of course, this introduction fee is related to the author's publication sales. The better the book sells, the higher the introduction fee will be. Jidian is headquartered in Hangzhou. Today, for the sake of the publication of Tomb Raider's notes, Chu Bingbing and the head of Hangzhou Publishing House specially flew over to discuss with Ling Gu. The reason they came over so voluntarily was naturally because of the potential of Tomb Raider. In other novels, they don't come to the door to talk to the author personally. They let the authors go to Hangzhou to talk to them. Boss, where is your car? In the underground parking lot, Yang Wei asked excitedly. He had been lying flat in the rental house for the past few days, and he had thought that Ling Gu didn't need him anymore. So he's had an apprehensive few days. Today he was finally able to play a role, so naturally he was in a somewhat excited mood. After all, today was his first day at work with his new boss. It's just up ahead. Ling Gu returned. The two walked around the garage for a few minutes before stopping in front of a small, black, atmospheric car. Ling Gu pulled out the key and pressed it before throwing it to Yang Wei. Yang Wei opened his mouth slightly. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. The boss is really ho. Look at them, they're driving Rolls Royces at a young age. Yang Wei had followed Li Yuqing for a good long time, so naturally his insight was not weak. Even Li Yuqing didn't drive a less, but his own boss was driving such an expensive car. when he thought that he would have to drive this car with his own hands often in the future. Yang Wei couldn't help but feel good in his heart. Yang Wei carefully opened the back door for Linggu first and waited until Linggu sat in before he got into the driver's seat. Putting on his seatbelt, the car drove out of the underground parking garage towards Simbak near South Street in Mordor. This car lives up to its reputation as one of the top luxury cars in the world today, with a very elegant and comfortable interior. Linggu gently closed his eyes and began to recuperate. Along the way, the car drove by and was noticed by many knowledgeable pedestrians. Oh my god, is that a Rolls-Royce? It's so atmospheric. I'm so envious. When will I get to drive a car like this? Sleep a lot and dream about everything. The shocked cries of the pedestrians on the road Linggu and Yang Wei naturally couldn't hear. After all, Rolls-Royce has really good soundproofing. Soon after, the car stopped at a parking space on the side of the road. Linggu traveled to Simbak alone, while Yang Wei said he was going to look around the neighborhood. He still had a good eye for the boss talking business, and a driver like him definitely wouldn't follow him there. Linggu put a light gray mask on his face and walked into Simbak. The atmosphere was quieter in Simbak. Some people ordered a cup of Simbak and placed their computers on the table where they were working. Others have a cup of Simbak in hand while flipping through a paperback. An elegant weather. Ice had told him before he came that they were over by the window. Linggu took a look and saw that a woman wearing a small suit jacket, with her hair pulled back in a pill and wearing glasses that made her look very competent, was sitting with a man who was a little chubby. Linggu tried dialing a number, and sure enough, he saw the competent woman pick up the phone. After determining the location, Linggu walked over. Hello, may I ask if it's Chief Editor Bingbing and Mr. Zhang? Chu Bingbing felt a bit surprised all of a sudden after giving Linggu a somewhat curious look. It's us. You're King's Landing? She had seen the ID photo of Linggu signing the contract, and on the ID photo, Linggu had a somewhat disheveled pothead, and his temperament looked a bit shriveled. It seemed completely incapable of being equated with the youth in front of him who stood straight and had a dusty demeanor. On the sidelines, the publisher's T.Y. Chang was also amazed. He was also a big fan of Tomb Raider's Notebook, and had been chasing the updates every day. Originally, he thought that the author who could write such a book with a wild imagination and excellent writing skills should be in his 30s or 40s, but he didn't realize that he was actually a young man in his early 20s. After confirming that these two were the people he was looking for, Linggu uncovered his mask to reveal a flawless face. It's so perfect and so good-looking. Three-dimensional features, long eyebrows, a clean and gentle temperament. Not to mention Chu Bingbing, it was that big man Zhang Tianyu on the side who had already looked at it with his jaw dropped. If they were able to rate this face with a full score of 100, they would at least be able to score 100 plus. Such a divine face. A perfect score couldn't even match it anymore. Alright. Chu Bingbing's heart was shaken even more at the moment, because she has seen Ling Ji's photo ID. That with the person in front of you, although there are a few similarities, but completely incomparable. Right. Is it plastic surgery? But then she denied the idea in her heart. Ling Ji's face. Perfect. Very natural. Plastic surgery is not out of this effect. It's probably just a bad ID photo because it's not photogenic. Hello, editor in charge, Mr. Zhang. Linggu greeted very politely, then shook hands politely with Zhang Tianyu, then sat down. Looking at Ling Ji's courteous demeanor, he only felt that the later generations were fearful. See what it means to be a man of the world. A human being? That's obviously. He is a young man who seems to be 20 years old at the most, with a high level of talent and a look that is better than Pan An's. But his behavior is not at all the same as that of a scholar. However, his behavior is not at all the same as that of the literati, but is instead humble and courteous. How God favors this child. Seeing Linggu, Zhang Tianyu remembered his own son at home. 19 years old and still in his third year of high school. The total score of more than 700 did not even reach 100. The whole day is to ask him for money to go out and pick up girls to get by. He is simply a debt collector. At this moment, he does not know. Linggu is actually the same age as his son, and even not yet full 20. If you know, I'm afraid it's even more shocking. It's true that in this world, some people are just heaven's favorites. If Linggu knew what was in Zhang Tianyu's heart, I'm afraid that he would just faintly smile. Where was he any kind of heaven's favorite? He was only there because he had the system as a plugin. With a system so awesome plugin in him, if he couldn't even succeed, then he could simply go hang himself. I didn't expect Jun Linshur to be so young, to have such achievements at such a young age. It's truly a fearful future generation. Zhang Tianyu had a face of exclamation. He knew how hot Tomb Raider's notes was nowadays. As long as one reads the novel, he has basically read it, and even the reviews are all favorable. Linggu remained modest and moderate, with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang is too kind. A few more people continued to make small talk for a while. At that moment, the waitress lady brought a cup of coffee. Hello sir, your coffee. Linggu gave her a small smile. Thanks. When the young sister saw this gorgeous smile of Ling Ji's, her pretty face turned red. How can there be such a good-looking and clean boy in this world? Is this a star? But stars aren't that good-looking. The young lady's tone was stuttering a bit. No, you're welcome. She left in a hurry as if she had fled. Chu Bingbing's bright red lips slightly hooked up, seemingly smiling. A tear mole more set off her flavor. Yo, you're quite the little girl's favorite. Lingu cried and laughed. Okay. This was the charm of having a 100-plus face. And there was nothing he could do about it. Why else would he normally seal his divine face with a mask? After a few people drank coffee for a while and chatted for a while, Zhang Tianyu began to talk about business. Mr. Ling, let's talk about the issue of manuscript remuneration now. There are two modes of remuneration, buyout and split. If it's a buyout, a normal great god level author is paid around 200 per thousand words. But Mr. Ling is now a supreme god of Qidian point. So how about 300 per thousand words for a buyout? Thousands of words 500. This price is not low. To know, a network novel less also have more than 500,000 words. 50 * 10,000 * 300. This is a very expensive income. However, Linga smiled and shook his head. Zhang Tianyu's face sank slightly. It seemed that this price could not be negotiated, and he had to raise the price. 400 for 1,000 words? He added 100 straight away. However, Linga was still shaking his head. Zhang Tianyu gritted his teeth. 500,000 words? He once again raised the price by 100, but this was also his bottom line. After all, this is just a web novel. Many readers have already read it on the internet. I guess there won't be many people who are willing to spend money on a physical book again. As a result, those web novels will not sell much after publication. The reason he gave that price is simply because Tomb Raider is very well known. However, Lingu wasn't moved by his increase in price. Instead, he still shook his head. He was very confident in this novel that had taken the online literature world by storm in his previous life. In his previous life, Tomb Raider was a super best-selling book. He didn't believe that it would be worse than the previous life in this world where net literature wasn't very developed yet. Looking at Linga still shaking his head, Zhang Tianyu's face turned green. He felt that he had already given the highest price, but he didn't expect Linga to still disagree. Mr. Ling, you have to think clearly. This is online literature. A lot of the readers of your novel have already read it. How many of them would still pay for a physical book? If you're asking for too much, there's no way we can work together. He didn't think Lingu looked like the kind of person who wasn't smart, so how could she be so stubborn? Lingu, on the other hand, smiled and laughed, her attitude still unhurried. Mr. Zhang misunderstood me. I don't want to raise the price, but I don't want to use this buyout method. I think a split way of cooperation is better, so how about we talk about the split method? Only then did Zhang Tianyu's face ease a bit. If you split it 50-50, what do you think of this price? Lingu, however, shook his head. He was aware of how much profit the novel could bring in. Mr. Zhang, I think it's like this. If the total sales of the novel is below 10 million copies, then it's a 50-50th split. If it's above 10 million copies, then it's a 30-70th split. If it's above 50 million copies, then it's a 20-80th split. What do you think? Zhang Tianyu weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He felt that Ling Ji's proposal was very good, and even lowered the risk of their publishing house. But in his heart, he felt that Lingu was a bit foolish. In recent years, no web novel has sold more than 5 million copies, let alone 10 million or 50 million. Thinking about it this way, Ling Ji's proposal had instead given their publishing house an advantage. So he called the editor-in-chief of the publishing house and asked, and sure enough, the editor-in-chief agreed straight away, taking advantage of the fact that they don't agree with it. They're not stupid. After negotiation, Fadi took advantage of the great advantage of Zhang Tianyu heart-happy. He quickly found a print store outside to print a share contract over. Both parties signed and sealed the contract. Mr. Ling, happy cooperation. Zhang Tianyu stood up with a smile on his face. He felt that their publishing house had really taken advantage this time. When he went back this time, the editor-in-chief would surely reward him well, right? Zhang Tianyu was happy in his heart. At this point, he had no idea what they were missing. He still thought that he had taken advantage of a great advantage. Lingu also stood up. His mood was equally as good as Zhang Tianyu's at the moment. He felt that it was obvious that he was the biggest winner of this sharing agreement. After signing the contract, the three of them met together for dinner at a nearby hot pot restaurant. Lingu naturally called on Yang Wei as well, because after all, Lingu was in Magic City and was the host here, and people Chu Bingbing and Zhang Tianyu had come all the way here. So Lingu was the host to treat them to dinner. A few people had a good meal. The hot pot wasn't expensive, and after Lingu paid, it only cost a total of over $1,000. Lingu was now a man of honor, and he already felt cheap at over $1,000 for a meal. After all, $1,000 is not as much as he gets for a day's draft. He's not the man he once was. At the beginning of the year, $1,000 was practically a month's living expenses for him. And just over a month later, $1,000 was already just a meal's worth of money for him. After paying, Lingu just turned around. But suddenly a delicate, soft body crashed into his. A nice fresh scent hits your nose. It was a short-haired girl who bumped into Lingu. Ling Ji's physical quality nowadays was that of a martial arts master. So not only was he fine when he was hit by the girl, but instead, the girl fell straight to the ground. The young girl was carrying a drawing board on her back. The moment she was knocked off balance, Zhao Yan was shocked in her heart. It's over. She can't keep her drawing board. However, just at that moment, a big strong hand directly grabbed her shoulder to hold her body upright. Zhao Yan saw that it was an airy and distinguished boy with a mask. Although he couldn't see his face clearly with the mask on, he was able to see that the boy had a pair of clear eyes, very clean and good-looking. Ah, handsome. I'm sorry, I was in a bit of a hurry so I walked a bit hastily. Lingu shook his head to show that it didn't matter. With his physique, he's now unresponsive to a bump. Alright, it's okay, just be more careful next time in case you break your drawing board. Zhao Yan hurriedly nodded her head, then hurriedly headed outside again. She was there for the International Painting Exchange Conference. Originally, she had come with her companions, but since she was in the team, she didn't have a good relationship with her companions, so it was surprising that her teammates were the first to leave when she just had diarrhea. She was almost running late at this point since her diarrhea was taking quite a bit of time. The International Painting Exchange Conference is held at the convention center, which is still some distance away. If she missed the bus they had chartered, then there was a good chance she would be late to get in. This was one of the busiest pedestrian streets in Magic City, so there was a lot of foot traffic, therefore it would be hard for her to get a taxi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the title of Publishing Big Brother, rewarding the host with a 20% discount on the purchase of ink painting master level skills. The system random task is released. Please go to the convention center immediately, participate in the International Painting Exhibition and Exchange, and shock the master painters of all countries. Lingu, is this mission so ghostly again? System, is it because you saw that I had a bit more reputation value in the past 2 days? So you deliberately found an excuse to pit me against my reputation value? What a randomized mission. He was skeptical that this was a pit set up by the system, just waiting for him to drill into it. Ding, please don't question this system, or next time the direct punishment will be to deduct 50 face value points and have a face full of pimples. Lingu, that's pretty much a no-brainer. He didn't dare to spit on the system anymore, or else it would be disastrous if the system really made him grow pimples all over his face and turn him into an ugly monster. Then he just couldn't stand it. After all, how can someone who has been a handsome man be willing to be an ugly comparison again? Separate from Chu Bingbing as well as Zhang Tianyu at the intersection, Chu Bingbing urged Lingu, update properly, don't have the same situation as last time when you broke off. Lingu smiled and nodded in agreement. Then he and Yang Wei walked toward the temporary parking space on the street next to them, and at this moment, near the Nanjing Road pedestrian street near a small road parking space, a brand new Rolls-Royce Collector's Edition glows eerily in the sun. That atmospheric body, like a mirror-like hood dark, as if the color of obsidian. At the moment he was surrounded by a group of net-faced girls in short skirts and stockings on a cold day in this car. That one and all, with exaggerated eyelids, an excessively high artificial nose, and a snake-like pointy chin. This group of so-called internet celebrities is now gathered around the car. A few people started to get a little distracted after watching the surrounding area for a while. This is a Les Mis. Weekdays in the Magic City is very rare to see the top luxury car. Seeing this kind of luxury car, if you do not take a picture, take a video or so send out is not a pity. This is a better way to take pictures of the car and send it to your friends, than to take pictures of a single meal at a fancy restaurant with a dozen people taking turns taking pictures. That's a much classier, more drawn-out shot. So this group of netizen faces at once discussed the situation, and one by one, they were ready to take turns to take photos and videos. In order to choose who would be the first to take a picture, the group then drew the order by lottery. Several people took out the toilet paper in their bags and then ripped it into several equal portions. Write numbers on them with a signing pen, then knead them into a ball to break up the order. And no one draws one. Soon the extraction was complete. One of the women with big, scary eyelids opened the paper ball and immediately squealed like an old sow in excitement. Yay, great! I drew number 1. I can be the first to take a picture. Today is really a day favored by Lady Luck. Ah, I drew number 2. Ha ha, that's pretty good too. Hey, how did I get so unlucky that I actually drew the last number? This nettlesome face lamented. She was well aware of how time-consuming it was for her plastic sisters to take pictures. It's estimated that one person could shoot for 10 minutes. She's the last one, and I don't know if I'll be able to fall to her. After all, her order was really too far back. By then maybe the owner of the car had come over. When the owner came, she wouldn't be able to shoot. Not being able to take pictures with a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce would be the regret of her life. After all, opportunities like this don't come along all the time. In this way, those who drew the front order were full of smiles, and those who drew the end were full of sadness. Soon enough, the first webcam face started taking pictures. She held the body, the front of the car, and made all sorts of scratchy movements, all sorts of poses. Of course, she didn't take the picture herself. It was taken by her plastic sisters. The plastic sister who took her picture was using her cell phone to adjust the angle in various ways in an attempt to find the ugliest angle. Okay, that's it. Don't move. That's great. A stiff smile hung at the corners of the mouth of the mesh face who was holding a cell phone to help take pictures. Her face had hyaluronic acid, so the smile was extremely unnatural. Obviously. However, this did not affect her good mood, because the angle she just found made her sister look round and big in the face, and a bit bloated in the body. So she told her to hold still and pressed the photo button. Many shots in a row. That first web face to take a picture asked, "How was it? Did you make me look beautiful?" "Of course honey, you are the most beautiful." The one who took the picture with the cell phone replied, but she also added in her mind, "You're the most beautiful of all. I'm the most beautiful of all." One of the faces made a video where she labeled her text, "In 3 years, I went from nothing to a Rolls-Royce." Why is that? Follow me and I'll tell you the answer. One by one, they gathered around Ling Ji's car to take pictures. When Ling Go looked at his car not far away, he realized that a group of Netflix faces were there taking pictures. Actually, he's a very generous person. He thinks it's okay to take pictures. If you want to shoot, shoot. However, at the moment, there was a black silk-clad net face who even took off her shoes and climbed directly onto the front of his car to sit down. Nima, this is too much. It's his new car, and he takes it out for the first time today, and it gets trashed like this? At this time, Yang Wei, who was following Ling Gu, also saw the behavior of these Netflix faces. He rushed over to berate. "What are you women doing? Hurry up and give me the next two." A group of originally blossoming netizen faces were originally filming, but when they heard someone shouting, their expressions became a bit awkward. This can't be the owner of this car coming. They all of a sudden looked towards Yang Wei who was walking towards them, but after seeing what Yang Wei was wearing, he felt that the car shouldn't be this person's. "What's wrong? We're just taking a picture. Are we still in your way? Could it be that this car is yours?" An internet red face asked. Jane Wei returned, "No." That nettlesome face burst out laughing. "Since it's not, what's it to you that we're taking pictures here?" Yang Wei replied righteously, "It's not mine, but it's my boss's car, the one on top of the car. You hurry down." Ling Gu also walked over at this time. When he saw that net face sitting at the front of the car with his cell phone still taking selfies and had no intention of coming down, he just pressed the car key. The car rattled and the lights flashed. The little gold man hidden in the front of the car slowly rises from below and pokes directly at Netflix's face. Ah! The movement underneath her startled her so much that she jumped off the front of the car. It was then that they realized that a tall boy, who had been not far away earlier, wearing only a plain sweatshirt, was holding the key in his hand. A few of the nettlesome faces were stunned. This boy actually owns this car. So young and so rich. If they can develop into their boyfriends, then they will be rich. Ah! A few Netflix faces instantly got up and surrounded towards Ling Gu. "Little brother, leave a phone number, okay? I practice yoga. My waist is super soft. Oh. Little brother, are you short on co-pilots? Little brother, this is my phone number. Can provide home service. Oh. Little brother, do you still lack a pendant for your leg?" A bunch of fake celebrities yakking and making a fool of themselves. You know, the reason why they take photos, send friend circles, send teasing sound, and get up early in the morning and work hard every day to dress up as a celebrity is to get close to the top of the circle of rich people, hoping that one day they can catch a big money. And right now there is such an opportunity in front of them. Even though this boy was wearing a mask, his temperament was still out of this world. And the face under the mask must not be bad. Of course, face or no face doesn't matter to them. Just hoe on the line. There were boys around who were passing by looking at them with jaws dropping. Aren't these women, one by one, self-acclaimed high-flying goddesses? As a result, when they encountered the tycoon, they all transformed into the strongest salesmen in history. And one by one, they tried their best to sell themselves as if they were goods. This, simply, is outrageous. A watching boy was drooling with envy. Look, who the hell said that one of these goddesses is high and mighty? She's high and mighty only because you're poor. His buddy beside him patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Dude, when you drive a car like this in the future, they'll do the same to you. The boy looked desperate. I have $5,000 a month. I can't afford it even if I don't eat or drink for 100 years. The dude next to him nodded in agreement. I'd better say yes to the Tsuehua that my family introduced me to. I have no chance with the girls in the city. Tsuehua, you can wait for me not to get married. With that thought, he pulled out his cell phone and called home. Hey, Mom, I promised to get along with Trisha. Tweety? Which Tweety? His mom asked suspiciously. Just the one you introduced me to at the beginning of the year when I came home. I promised to marry her. The boy's face was determined. Oh, people Tsuehua are married a long time ago. Waifu have. The cell phones fell to the ground without holding them for a moment. The boy's heart was in his mouth. Even that crooked mouth Tsuehua got married. It seems that he, no more. Note the loneliness. This group of women were chattering like a bunch of old hens crowing endlessly, making Ling Ji's brain hurt. He rubbed his temples helplessly. I'm sorry, I don't like women. Get out of the way. Yang Wei is still considered to be very eye-catching, and immediately came over to stop the group of celebrities, waiting for Lingo to get into the car before he hurriedly opened the car and sat on the driver's seat. The car faded away as a group of women looked on. Under the sunlight, the ceramic smooth body reflects dazzling light. A celebrity exclaimed with some regret. I wouldn't have gone to Thailand for a makeover if I'd known he didn't like women. Thailand remodeling? Is there some kind of a big deal going on in their midst? The women froze, then realized what she meant. At once, they adoringly gave her a thumbs up. Bullwinkle the sisters. They are also just all artificial, or at least the gender is natural. The sisters, even their gender is artificial. That's too much effort to be inspirational. Looking at her sister's adoring gazes, she proudly puffed out her chest. And of course, that is fake. That's 2 lumps of silicone. The car just drove to the intersection when Linda saw through the car window a short-haired girl of 18 or 19 years old anxiously beating the car on the side of the road. Apparently the lot wasn't all that great for taxis, though. She waved to try and stop a passing cab, but none of them stopped at all. Zhao Yan was almost on the verge of crying. It was too hard to get a cab in this section, but there was already some time running out, and she couldn't possibly spend too much time running to another section of the road to get a cab. Inwardly, I just had to hope that I could get a cab in the next few minutes. This International Painting Exhibition and Exchange Conference is only held once every 3 years. Not only will many of the world's most famous paintings be on display, but there will also be a large number of great painters and up-and-coming young talents from various countries around the world. Young talents painting and discussing. It is simply a feast of extreme happiness in the painting world, and several media outlets around the world will be live streaming the entire conference. This feast that was only held once every 3 years would have no place to cry if she had saved it. Just as she was on the verge of tears and almost on the verge of despair, a low-profile, atmospheric black sedan pulled up beside her. The window slowly rolled down and a boy wearing a mask was currently sitting down in the back seat. It was the same boy she had bumped into earlier. Little girl, are you going to the International Society Painting Exhibition Exchange? The boy's nice magnetic voice entered Zhao Yan's second middle school. A little curious, she asked. How did you know? Linga smiled, the mask hiding his moving smile. I'm also going to visit the International Convention and Exhibition Exchange. Such a grand convention is uncommon. I'm going to have a long look. I see you're carrying a drawing board. I guess you're going to participate in the Young Talent Drawing Skills Competition, right? Lingu asked. The reason why he knew so much was because he had just asked the system about the International Painting Exhibition Exchange Conference when he got on the car. This is said to be an exchange of painting skills, but in reality it is a competition for face between countries around the globe. Whichever country is deprived of the first prize at the Congress, the next Congress will be held in that country. Zhao Yan nodded her head, and it was as if she had instantly seen the last glimmer of hope after learning that Linga was also going to the conference. She was about to ask for a ride when this boy took the initiative. In that case, why don't you come along? It's not much time and it's not a good place to get a cab. I think you might not make it if you keep waiting here for one. At this moment, Zhao Yan only felt that this boy's entire body was radiating light, like an angel had descended to save her. A mortal. Okay, thanks buddy. She is not as formal as the average girl. Very generously got into the car and sat next to Lingu. She smiled at Lingu, revealing 2 deep dimples. Dude, my name is Zhao Yan. I'm a sophomore at the Magic City Fine Arts Academy. Lingu took off his mask and smiled gently as he also introduced himself. Magic City University, Lingu. Zhao Yan was slightly shaken, but she wasn't like the average girl who was so attracted by the face value that she couldn't speak. She was only surprised by Ling Ji's looks for a moment and quickly returned to her senses before nodding. Good name, but this name, why do I feel that it's somewhat familiar? Zhao Yan was a little puzzled. Even after seeing Ling Ji's face at this moment, she felt that this face seemed somewhat familiar to her as well, as if I've seen it somewhere. What's with the feeling? She frowned slightly in contemplation. Soon, realization dawned on her face. snapping his thighs together. I told you why you looked so familiar and the name seemed to have been heard before. Turns out I'd seen a video of you singing a couple of days ago, when the program you were singing on was way ahead of the vote, so I clicked on it to check it out. Good lord, that song made me, who doesn't graduate for another 2 years, red hot. She slammed Ling Ji's shoulder toward Lingo at this point. Thumbs up. Nyobi ah brother. Lingo was very modest, and compared to Zhao Yan's impassioned speech, he seemed very calm and composed. Oh fluke, just a fluke, Zhao Yan said. Then you're being modest. Your strength is well deserved, but you're an engineering student who plays music, and you're still interested in the art circle? Lingo thought to himself that he wasn't interested. He hadn't been forced by the system. Well yes, I for one am quite interested in quite a lot of things. Zhao Yan nodded thoughtfully. That's pretty good. Having a wide range of interests keeps life from being boring. I'm sorry about earlier at the fondue restaurant. I didn't mean to. I was just in a hurry. Lingo shook her head. It's fine. Zhao Yan continued to ramble on, and she had quite a lot to say. Let me tell you, last time, when the International Painting Exhibition was held, I was only in my second year of high school. At that time, I watched the TV and saw those young talents in the painting circle communicating with PKs from other countries, and I was so excited. At that time, I was thinking, next term, I will also ruthlessly abuse those foreigners who got carried away. Along the way, Zhao Yan rambled on, and Ling Gu just listened quietly. Being an excellent listener, it was a result of his own character that he didn't say much. Just like that, it didn't take long for a few people to arrive at the Magic City International Convention and Exhibition Center. It's very lively here at the moment. To say it was packed would be an understatement. People of all colors and ages were everywhere outside the convention center. Various vendors who took advantage of this popularity to come and do business. Snack sellers, small toy sellers and so on. Sir, please park over here. The receptionist in charge of guiding the parking rushed at the driver, Yang Wei, and said. He respectfully guided Ling Gu as they drove the car into the underground parking garage of the convention center. Naturally, ordinary cars are parked directly in the parking spaces outside. Luxury cars like Rolls-Royce are invited to park in the convention center's underground garage. It's safer that way. After the car drove to the garage and parked, Ling Gu and Zhao Yan both got out of the car. Boss, then I can't read this laborious painting and I don't like it either. I'm going to doze off if I look at it, so I'm not going to go. Just play games and sleep in the car. Yang Wei said at Ling Gu. He was really not into all these paintings and words and stuff at all. Let him go through those, and I'm afraid he'll fall asleep standing up. Ling Gu nodded. He naturally wouldn't advise Yang Wei if he didn't want to go. Everyone has their own interests, and he can't force people to do things that don't interest them. I don't know if Yang Wei is interested in directing. He should be. Otherwise he wouldn't have been judged by the system as a super talented director. Ignoring Yang Wei, Ling Gu and Zhao Yan prepared to take the elevator from the underground garage to the first floor. The International Painting Exchange is held on the first floor. The two walked into the elevator and were just about to press the elevator button. A voice, however, came from a short distance away. Wait for him. The elevator doors were slowly closing at the moment. Ling Gu, who heard the sound, pressed again and opened the elevator door. He looked over and saw that the one who yelled wait was a blonde guy with deep eye sockets and a high nose, who looked to be from the United States. The same rice man was carrying a drawing board on his back. Looks like a student of painting too. Thank you. Can you speak English? Ling Gu shook his head. No, I didn't speak English. David, the MIB, was speechless as his face froze. This girl has a more authentic English accent than he, a MIG, and told him here that he doesn't know English. The hell with it. He smiled a little awkwardly. Are you also here for this International Painting Exchange Conference? He asked in Chinese. Ling Gu gave him a look. He knew that this guy dared to come to the conference alone. Surely he wouldn't be unable to speak a few simple sentences of Chinese. That's not bad for speaking Chinese. It's just that the questions asked were a bit idiotic and made the scene a bit awkward for a while. After all, what else could one be doing here if not attending a conference? Even though the question was a bit awkward, Ling Gu nodded. David as if also perceived this embarrassing problem, and then said to himself, I tell you, I specially rushed to Xia this time, just to come to take back the right to organize the International Painting Exhibition Exchange Conference. Such a painting circles feast should be held in my country's rich and powerful rice country. What kind of thing is Xia? There he was, ranting and raving. Ling Gu and Zhao Yan both looked at each other, and both of them were somewhat speechless. Is it possible that those who study painting have negative EQs and stuff because they're usually too autistic? He was talking himself into a corner, but luckily the elevator soon went up to the first floor. Ling Gu and Zhao Yan then both directly found a direction to leave. It was only after seeing the backs of the two men leaving that David realized. Seems like He's just been spitting on Summer in front of 2 Summer people about Summer being a hot chick. David covered his mouth, feeling embarrassed as an afterthought, but soon he figured it out again. He thinks he's right again. Summerland is hot shit. When it comes to painting, they're the best in the West. They have the Mona Lisa tears, sunflowers, and other paintings that are known around the world. But the Summer country? There was only one Cheshire in Xia, but even Cheshire's most famous paintings are not on the same level as their famous paintings in the Western countries. They're the strongest. Just wait. He will definitely snatch back the qualification of organizing the International Painting Exhibition and Exchange Conference. David thought this before heading in another direction opposite to Ling Ji's duo. Ling Gu and Zhao Yan arrived at a painting display area. At this time, there was still an hour before the young generation painting skill competition, so the two of them were prepared to take a look around first. There are many paintings displayed here. Ling Gu looked at it casually. He saw several middle-aged men gathered around a painting. They were there to marvel. This picture is too good to be true. It's taken from the fairy tale The Little Girl Who Sold Matches, isn't it? Look at the little girl's face. The pale countenance of one who is about to leave this world by the cold is perfectly expressed, and the pallor is extremely layered. The best part is, look at this little girl. She's looking at the sky, but she's got a smile on her face, and her eyes. I think that's the ultimate. That's filled with hope. That look on the little girl's face. This is seeing her grandmother. It's inconceivable that a painting expresses so much. Over the years, Fairy Dan's painting skills have gotten more and more refined. I'm afraid he's going to break through to the master level. Whoever owns this painting, I'll buy this painting. I'll offer $10 million. I'll give you $15,500,000. I'll give you $20 million. A group of middle-aged men actually bid directly on the spot. The painting was eventually obtained by a middle-aged man for $30 million. The middle-aged man took it in his hand and loved it very much. Ling Gu looked at it for a moment. Similar things are happening elsewhere. In addition to being able to display and appreciate paintings, it is naturally possible to buy and sell them here as well. Some businessmen came to buy the paintings themselves as a collector's investment. After all, something like calligraphy and painting might increase in value at some point. After walking around, Ling Gu realized that almost most of the paintings were oil paintings. Only a few of the landscape paintings are ink paintings, and many of these landscape paintings are old. They are not the product of recent years. While stumbling upon 1 or 2 ink drawings from recent years, they are not of high quality. Why have there been so few ink drawings in the last 2 years? Ling Gu was a little surprised in his heart. Hey, Zhao Yan sighed. In recent years, fewer and fewer people are learning our traditional ink painting, and the age of the ink painting masters is gradually rising. So there is already an age gap in the inheritance. We all know that ink paintings are beautiful, although the color is very single, but its white part can give the reader full imagination. So appreciating ink paintings will give people a deep sense of generation. But ink painting also has its shortcomings. Unlike other types of paintings, ink painting, if you want to reach a certain level, you have to accumulate for a long time before you can deeply realize the meaning of the painting. It often takes a good master decades of thick and thin work before he or she can cross over into the ranks of the masters. And because of this, ink painting has suffered frequent crises in this age of fast food. Ling Gu nodded. Ink paintings were indeed beautiful, and they were native to Xia. But it's hard to learn, and how many people are willing to spend decades and years drilling in today's fickle and noisy age? However, what the system had forcefully sold him was the very same ink painting patriarch level skill. Ink painting masters like Cheshire won't appear again after all. Zhao Yan was sighing. She had learned ink drawing once, but she just couldn't learn. The rhymes in there are just too hard to figure out. The two of them wandered around a bit more, also saw some other types of paintings like gouache and watercolor, but these are more niche. The most niche now is oil painting. After all, oil painting has a strong realistic ability. It is able to show space, three-dimensionality, light and so on very well. After another continued round, the hour was finally over. The young generation's drawing circle talent competition has finally begun. The crowd entered Hall 6 and took their seats. Hall 6 is huge, big enough to hold tens of thousands of people. The stage is also very spacious, and the projection screen behind the stage is hundreds of square meters. It's almost like a giant screen. This session of the grand competition was broadcast live on the central station in real time. Officials have also opened a webcast room, optimized the network and upgraded the server, so those foreign viewers can also access the live stream and there's not much of a delay. Is this the Triennial International Painting Exchange Conference? Ha, I love watching the bout sessions. I wonder if Lu Yun will show up for this big competition. Ha, I'm more looking forward to Miss Xiao Yan. Her paintings are famous in the Magic City Fine Arts Academy. She's definitely strong enough. The first to flood into the live broadcast room were naturally the concerned netizens of Xia. There were professionals among them, and there were also amateurs watching. This was followed by an influx of spectators from the rest of the country. The live broadcast room has done special processing. Foreigners posted their country text in the summer over this side will be automatically translated into Chinese. Viewers from other countries, on the other hand, can set their country beforehand, and when they do, what they see becomes their country's voice text. This is a very advanced technology. Ha 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 ha, my Rice's David is the best. No rebuttals accepted. Long live our great island nation. You're all hot chickens. I, the kingdom of the stick, am the strongest on earth. When it comes to painting, I, plastic surgery nation, never fails anyone. The live broadcast room, instantly buzzed with activity. Big B is very simple and brutal. A moderator started with a few token opening remarks. There is no limit to the order in which you can go on stage. It is all voluntary. You can be the first one up or the last one up. Apparently, some of the country's players are very confident, like this one from Plastic Surgery Nation. He had 3/4 length hair, his face was coated in foundation, and his whole body looked excessively white. Wow, Taehi Oba has long legs. Taehi Oba is the best. He must draw the best. Absolutely no one will dare to come on after he draws it. The natural nature of these awkward blowouts in the livestream is basically the netizens of plastic surgery countries. The rest of the internet won't buy it. What Taehi? It's so rare. This face is so white it's almost as white as a ghost movie girl from an island country. A man wearing that thick of powder. Can he really paint? The netizens in the livestream directly disliked each other. Soon another painter came on. He was a young talent from the stick country. Then one by one, more people came on. On the stage, the crowd got their boards of paint ready and began to move their brushes. Because of time constraints, a total of 10 players debuted in each round. Each person has half an hour to paint. The scores are then summarized individually by the judges of the International Paintings Committee. The first round has begun. The half hour is soon over and the crowd stops painting. On the stage, 10 oil paintings jumped on the paper presented in the eyes of the audience of the live broadcast. The painting is finished. Ha! David from Rice drew a giant western dragon. It's a very good drawing. It's amazing that you can draw to this extent in only half an hour. What did the island player draw? Is that a sun? Half an hour to paint a sun? But look at Taehi from Plastic Surgery Nation. Ha ha ha, what's he drawing? A chicken? Laugh it up. And it's a cockeyed one-legged chicken. The live audience was overjoyed. The eventual winner of this round, without any doubt, was David of Rice. The second round has begun. This is the round for Zhao Yan. In half an hour, she drew 2 mandarin ducks and the outline of a pool of lake water. Obviously, she wanted to draw 2 lovebirds playing in the water. Time didn't allow her to paint the water though. You guys, I told you that Miss Zhao Yan draws very well. Stick Country drew an apple. And it was okay, because it's only half an hour. Actually drawing something simple sometimes works better instead. Of course, if the strength is strong, forget I said that. Although Miss Zhao Yan hasn't finished painting the lake, the 2 mandarin ducks have already been painted. And they are quite charming. It's already quite hard to draw like this in half an hour. This round, she is undoubtedly the MVP. The strength of your Zhao Yan from Xia is good, but compared to our David from me, that's still quite a gap. The words of the me audience caused the Xia audience in the live broadcast room to fall silent. Because it's true and can't be argued with. David was indeed strong, drawing a giant western dragon with wings in just half an hour. There were a lot of details that weren't taken care of, but that was because of the time constraints. A lot of people don't draw at his level for hours. Maybe only Lu Yun, who won last term. Little brother Lu Yun didn't compete this time. If he did, he would definitely be able to beat David. Some netizens were very unwilling and sent out such a pop-up. Netizens from other countries laughed instantly when they saw it. Laughing to death. Isn't Lu Yun already 30 years old? This is a sparring match between young talents. He doesn't count anymore. That's right. The Xiaogui are just dying to save face. According to what they said, if Qi Shi came, wouldn't he be able to hang the House of Representatives even more? Qi Shi, I, Van Gogh, am the first to disagree. I, Picasso, am equally unconvinced. I, Da Vinci, request to fight. The pop-ups on the live feed have skewed into a big roundup of deceased celebrities. This round of scoring ends with Zhao Yan getting the highest score. Unfortunately, she still didn't score more than David. David's score is currently in first place, way ahead of the pack. After getting off the stage, Zhao Yan sat down in the seat beside Lingu a bit downcast. Don't be depressed. You're already doing pretty well for your age. That David is almost 30, more than 10 years older than you. According to your talent, you'll be able to surpass him in a few years. Lingu comforted. Zhao Yan was in a much better mood and nodded. He is indeed very strong. But my Xiao Zhao isn't bad either. The 2 men continued to watch the painting world cut up next. The third round soon began again. This round, A boy sitting next to Ling-gu took the stage. He, on the other hand, actually studied ink painting, which is extremely rare these days. He drew a few cuts of bamboo. The appearance and shape is there, but it lacks a few points of bamboo charm and spirit. I didn't realize there were young people learning ink painting. It's really rare. To think that once upon a time, how alive the shrimp of Cheshire were. It's just a shame that ink drawings are dying out now. A group of summer people in the live stream were lamenting the decline of national painting in Xia. The round of scoring is over, and one of the highest scores is this ink drawing. But his score was still inferior to Zhao Yendu's. The moderator takes the stage again. There's one last round coming up. Any more peeps on stage? The host asked the question. If no one else is there, this cut is over. The pop-ups on the live feed floated by again. I suppose that's the end of it. There won't be anyone else who can top David. To finish the painting so well in 30 minutes is as strong as the old crop of painters. Darn it. Damn you, Rice, for taking away my stick country's qualification to host the event. David does draw very well, and it's true that no one under 30 can beat him. Ha ha, I envy you all. And you want to organize exhibitions? Are you worthy? No, you don't deserve it. Only my great Rice country does. Roll you guys. On the stage, after the host finished speaking, no one came on stage for a while. Is no one coming up? If not, then this conference is over. Oh, the host continued. David on stage is a little smug at the moment. He knew that he was the strongest of the younger generation. In the second round, the masters were on stage by the third round, and those masters were defeated by him. Where else would the rest of them dare to go on stage? What is strength? That's strength. In one person, he shocked the young talents of the world and pressed them to lift their heads. He, David, is properly the next Van Gogh. Below the stage, brother, receive your brushes, ink drawing boards, etc. for me to use. Ling-gu rushed the boy beside him. Zhang Hong was slightly stunned. Are you going on stage? Ling-gu nodded. Zhang Hong was a bit hesitant. But I studied ink painting. Do you use brushes with ink for painting as well? Ling-gu nodded. Right. I was in too much of a hurry to go out today and forgot to bring my tools. Zhang Hong, as a painter, it's amazing that you would even forget to bring your food. He had never seen such a talent before. Originally he didn't want to borrow it. Painters, you know, regard painting tools as their second life. But by the sound of this guy, he's also studying ink painting? Seeing as how this guy and he both studied ink drawing, it would be a good idea to reluctantly lend it to this guy. So Zhang Hong reluctantly lent his tools to Ling-gu. Zhao Yan, who was on the side, patted him on the shoulder. Brother, what are you borrowing tools for? Aren't you a singer? This is a professional level stage. You see those sitting in the front row? They are all big names enjoying international fame. You can't treat it as if you're just going on stage for a little game. A playful look rose in Ling Ji's eyes. It's okay. I had experience as a kid in class when I loved to scribble in my books. Zhao Yan, it's not scribbling. Before, it was okay for you to go up there to make up the numbers. But now that no one is going up there, if you go up there, just in case you're the only one, I'm asking you if you're embarrassed? Zhao Yan wanted to continue to discourage her, but unexpectedly Ling-gu gave her a don't worry look. Don't worry, she's worried about a hammer. If the guy hadn't given her a ride before, she wouldn't have cared. Actually, Ling-gu wanted to say that he was helpless as well. This was a task of the system. How could he, a laborer, dare to go against the evil capitalists? Host, please stop spitting. This system is all for the good of the host. This painting skill competition is broadcast live all over the world. This is giving the host a chance to show his face all over the world. Ling Ji's pure eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be an untold amount of small prestige value to show your face all over the world? After thinking about it, he thought the job was pretty good. Ling-gu was instantly in a good mood. Ling-gu thinks that he is the kind of person. Don't talk to him about ideals and draw big cakes. I just want to get money. Oh no. Just want to earn prestige value. The host on stage continued to speak. If there's no one else, then I'll announce the painter with the best score this time. Oh. And wait. The host was about to announce that the winner of this edition was Rice's David when suddenly a voice rang out. It was a male voice. The voice is magnetic and has a kind of inexplicable warmth that gives people a feeling like a spring breeze. It was not a loud voice, but it clearly reached the ears of the crowd. The crowd looked in the direction from which the voice had come. Only a boy in a mask stood up in a certain position. His figure was upright and his temperament was out of this world. He slowly removed his mask to reveal a face that stunned everyone. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. Hiss. There were sounds of cool air being sucked out of the crowd. The live camera switched to the boy at this point. The webcast instantly lost a single pop-up, and everyone went quiet. After a few moments, the pop-up exploded. Crap! Where is this little brother from? This is too good looking. Buy him. Buy him. Screenshot taken. I'm going to lick the screen every day. Someone that good looking must be my little brother from plastic surgery country. Plastic surgery country, get lost. How come there are you guys everywhere? This is my little brother from the country of Dacia. Isn't this the little brother who sang at the Magic City University graduation party? Why is he here? Did they come to be the guest performer and come over to sing? No. You see, he is holding a drawing board as well as other drawing tools. No way. Is he here to paint? Does he even paint? For a moment, everyone was shocked, especially those who had seen Lingu on Shake Shack's hot videos and knew that Lingu was a civil engineering student at Mordor University. A civil engineer can sing, but can he paint? It's not scientific. In front of everyone's eyes, Lingu put the removed mask into his pocket, took the loaded drawing board and other tools and left his seat and walked straight to the stage. The stage host froze, and randomly reacted quickly. Is there anyone else? There was silence after the moderator's question. No one went up there. If before they were afraid to go on stage because they felt that they couldn't win against David at all, then at this moment it was because they felt that they weren't worthy to stand with Lingu. On this stage, it is enough to have this magnificent boy alone. He is the brightest star in that night sky. No one's on stage. This round was a performance that belonged to Lingu alone. It's a one-man show for him. After the host called down the start, Lingu moved. He poured the ink into the cap of the bottle, then picked it up and splashed it toward the drawing board with grace and panache. The white paper on the drawing board was instantly splashed with ink in a sinuous curve. Everyone froze. The aquanauts in the live room also froze. What is little brother doing? Why did you splash ink on the paper? If you're not drawing, why are you splashing ink? And the foreign friends just sprayed. Ha ha ha, laugh to death. Xia has not always prided itself as a great country. How to send out such a comedian. Nice looking guy, but unfortunately a brainiac. Splashing ink on the drawing paper. You think you can turn it into a painting that way? Stupid. This man is as showy as Xia. Outside voices vary. Lingu didn't know what these people were thinking. The next moment he picked up his quill. That grip was extremely standard, like a master who had held a brush in his hand for decades. Then his pen moved on the rice paper. Brush. One stroke of the pen. Brush. Another dashing stroke. Then he moved faster and faster. The speed was so fast that the crowd couldn't see the movement of his brush, because his brush was like a swimming dragon playing with the phoenix. So fast that only a phantom shadow was left behind. The crowd couldn't see it. Only an old man with gray hair on the judges' table saw something. He looked out at the figure on the stage. The hands covered with old man spots kept trembling, and his heart was overwhelmed. His lips trembled slightly in shock as he said, "This is splashing ink into a painting." The waving technique of his brush looks like the top technique in the ink painting technique that only exists in legends. Swimming dragon painting phoenix technique. Swimming dragons and painting phoenixes? Isn't that a brushstroke only used by your Xia ink painting masters? A big brother of oil painting from a meter country spoke in surprise. That's right, the old man nodded. He was none other than Chu Weigua, one of the few masters of ink painting in Xia. He is even recognized as the pinnacle of summer ink painting. Looking at the young man on the stage, he knew that this person's painting skill had long since reached the peak. It's unimaginable. So young to have reached such an achievement. It's unheard of. Ling Ji's pen on the stage was still moving. His movements were domineering yet graceful, like a king dancing with a sword. One stroke of the brush is filled with the rhythm of pointing and waving. The live broadcast room was already boiling at this moment. What to do? Why is this man who paints so handsome? You guys, look at the way he moves. Why he's so chirpy. It's too overwhelming. Although I can't understand his movements, I inexplicably feel so powerful. Hi you guys, the ink that he splashed on the rice paper earlier is smeared away. Lingu continued to put pen to paper. The tip of the pen spun and jumped on the rice paper, dazzling the crowd. Finally, after 10 minutes, an ink-colored dragon that pranced in the clouds appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was pitch black all over, and the scales on its body were rendered eerily cold by the ink Lingu used to contrast the intensity. It's hard to imagine that you can create such a visually striking effect with just one color of ink. Is the painting finished? An Eagle Country oil painting bigwig spoke up and asked. Chu Weigua, the big brother of ink painting, shook his head, his eyes shining brightly. It's just one last step. This dragon, it doesn't have eyes yet. I wonder what an imposing painting it will be when this dragon's eyes are lit. The essence of the painting of all living creatures with eyes lies in those eyes. As long as the eyes are painted well, the whole mood of the painting will be upgraded by an unknown number of notches. Finally, Ling holds his paintbrush like a god who creates all things. The tip of the pen was placed on top of that empty dragon's eye, and a few light strokes outlined it. The dragon's eye is finally a thing. In a flash, the crowd only felt their breath catch. An ink-colored divine dragon prancing in the clouds seemed to come to life. Ah, One close girl even screamed out. She had just felt as if the dragon was looking at her with chilling eyes, so she screamed out with a direct heartbeat. At this moment, this dragon was finally a great success, with a grandeur as if it was about to come out of a painting. Shu Weiguo on the stage looked excited. It's done! It's done! The finishing touch! The finishing touch! I can't imagine that there is such an outstanding person in my Xiaoguoweizing painting course. Ha ha ha! Xiaoguowei was thrilled, while David Me at the bottom of the stage was dumbfounded with his eyes wide open. This can't be right! This can't be right! He muttered something under his breath. He couldn't figure out how ink drawings could actually reach this level. The ink-colored divine dragon, prancing in the clouds, looked as if it was about to come out of the painting. Its eyes were majestic, carrying the air of a pygmy world. It defied everything, like a god on high. David's face was a little red at the moment. The dragon he drew was like a reptile compared to Ling Ji's, totally not in the same class of existence. What Ling Ge drew, that's what creatures from myths and legends are. Zhao Yan and Zhang Hang were also appalled at the moment. Zhang Hong had previously thought that if Ling Ge, as a painter, could even forget to bring his painting tools, it would be purely of a playful nature, and the painting work could not possibly be any better at all. But the truth slapped him hard twice. He's got a swollen face. Ling Ge where is not know how to draw. People that has already reached the peak. Such a character, though the brush is gone from his hand, is ever present in his heart. Zhang Hong thought in a dumbfounded manner. Zhao Yan's mouth was wide open. She hadn't expected the boy who had picked her up on the side of the road to be so awesome. This ghostly painting work was unheard of for her. She had studied ink painting for a while before, so naturally she knew how difficult the path was. It's a road of no return with no end in sight. A little bit of inattention and you can get lost in it. But today, she saw someone do it, taking this path to the extreme. And this guy, he's actually a singing polytechnic student? This is outrageous. At this moment, the live broadcast room directly exploded. Crap. I'm dying. This little brother is simply too absolute son. That dragon. The drawing is so imposing. If it wasn't for the fact that it's still on the rice paper, I'd think he was if he was real. I didn't realize that ink drawings, too, could be drawn with such grandeur. It's really an eye-opener. Did you guys see David's expression? He had a face of pride before, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. But you guys take a look at him now. He's almost about to be shocked silly. Dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. It's really true. David laughed me out of the room with that expression. Honestly, even I didn't expect this divine-faced junior brother to be so strong. I love it. I'm good at school. I'm good at singing. I'm good at drawing. I'm good at painting. I'm good at face painting. I'm just invincible, okay? Some viewers of the live broadcast had recorded a video of Ling Ge painting and posted it online. This video topped the T's short video Hot 100 at a very fast pace. The title is, God's Face Little Brother Splash Ink into a Painting, Pen into a Dragon. Scared silly a crowd of foreign friends. The person who posted the video was obviously aware of Ling Ji's identity and directly at D Ling Gu. The title is very eye-catching. Whether it's the term divine face, or splashing ink into a painting, or scaring a crowd of foreigners, they are all phrases that can easily arouse people's strong curiosity. So with curiosity, netizens who swiped to this video would click in to take a look. As a result, when you go in, you can never come out. In the picture, a handsome boy in a gray sweatshirt. He splashed ink onto the drawing board in a dashing manner, and then carried the brush like a god, the brush fluttering on the rice paper as if the king was dancing with a sword. Finally, the little brother will draw the eyes of the divine dragon on the point. A moment that is in the drawing paper of the divine dragon is like living. Aura of superiority. This is a miracle. Then, as the title of the article suggests, many foreigners were stunned. The so-called young talents, and even the internationally renowned painters, were all dumbfounded. And there are not a few people who record videos. There were also clips of David's expression and arrogance after finishing his painting recorded earlier and David's dumbfounded expression after seeing Ling Ji's finished painting later on. And finally a comparison of the two men's paintings was also put up. This video came out and instantly countless netizens laughed so hard their stomachs hurt. Ha ha ha, no way. It's just killing me with laughter. Why that's so funny, ha ha ha. Look at those international painters who are usually high and mighty. They are the top of the line, and they were actually shocked into this state. Ha ha, I think the funniest one is David, who thought he was a phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens, but turned out to be a worm crawling on the ground when he was compared to the Ling God. David was born in the same era as the Ling God. This is his sorrow. This little brother is simply divine. Called Ling Go right. I'm going to follow. I'll be his brainwashed fan from now on. I'm going to have to pay attention to him. He's going to be my husband from now on. Hey upstairs. I just looked at your homepage. Aren't you a guy? Who says a man can't be Ling Ji's wife? No. You male fans are going too far. Ling-gu is our female fans, not to be challenged one-on-one. One-upmanship is one-upmanship. Who's afraid? Confrontation road or development road? Ling-gu had created a huge wave on the internet he himself did not know. The only thing he knew so far was that his reputation value kept going up and up and up. That would be very nice. Ling-gu revealed a charming and brilliant to the core smile. That one laugh went straight to the live camera of the central mom. Instantly countless fans screamed for more. At the bottom of the stage, Xiaoguo Wei stood up after consulting with several international painting leaders. He bowed towards Ling-gu. Ling-gu froze. Although he didn't know Xiaoguo Wei, he knew how highly respected he had to be an internal member of the International Painting Exhibition Exchange Conference. He hastily and humbly bowed towards Xiaoguo Wei as well. He glanced at the name tag sitting on Xiaoguo Wei's desk. Elder Xia. This cannot be allowed. Why is it so? The kid is sincerely afraid to suffer it and lose his life. Xiaoguo Wei, however, shook his head. Mr. Ling is joking. There is no end to learning. And those who reach the top are teachers. You deserve the title of Mr. Student. I would like to request Mr. to present this painting to the International Painting Exhibition and Exchange Conference. In the future, every session of the conference, this painting will be used as the most supreme cultural treasure for future generations of scholars to observe and learn. Mr. S. name will also be included in the history of painting to let future generations of scholars to be forever praised. Ling-gu froze slightly. Although he was calm on the outside, the sky had already turned upside down on the inside. Okay? He just spent 10 minutes to draw a picture casually, and he actually wants to make it available for future generations of students to observe and learn from? His great name to be enshrined in the history of painting for future generations to remember him by? This is just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But that's what he drew off the top of his head. How does it always feel to be on the receiving end of pushing him into such a high position? Ling-gu eventually left the painting in the International Association for the exchange of paintings and drawings, though he himself felt it wasn't quite worthy, as it was just a casual drawing he'd made with a splash of ink, and he hadn't taken it seriously yet. This painting can only be considered a sketch, but it was such a sketch that was held in high regard by the members of the International Painting Exchange Conference. This, then, is awkward, but he was too embarrassed to say that it was a sketch he'd made off the top of his head. That would make him look like a bit of a pretender. Humbled himself with Xiaoguo Wei for a bit, and then Xiaoguo Wei also invited him to join the association of the International Painting Exhibition Exchange Conference. But this was naturally rejected by Ling-gu. He has no ambition to be the man who dominates the entertainment industry. The painting exhibition ended with Ling-gu sealing the deal with a painting at the exhibition. People in the painting circle called him Mr. Ling. After the painting exhibition, Ling Ji's Weibo account rose 3 million fans, and the fans on the teaser number soared 5 million. Envying a group of netizens who are not allowed to be read for the sake of read. You know, Ling-gu doesn't even have a single entry on his teaser account yet. When you click in to see it, it's just a bare page. There were only 2 words, Ling-gu, and Ling Ji's private messages were closed. This resulted in netizens who wanted to leave comments for Ling-gu having nowhere to play. At the moment, Ling-gu had gained a lot after finishing the trip to the painting exhibition. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Ling-gu. Physical condition, healthy. Reputation value, 20 million. Occupation, singer, painter. Face value, 100 plus. Remaining number of draws, 0. The reputation value had come to the point where it was 20 million, which slightly stabilized Ling Ji's heart. After all, reputation value was everything to him. The prestige value spent on purchasing skills earlier had been fully earned back. Therefore, the previous investment was worth it. After coming to the study and finishing coding today's update, Ling-gu posted a message inside the author's message at the back of the book. 3 days later, the book created by me, Tomb Raider's 7-star Ruang Palace, will officially land in all major bookstores, so please support it. When this author message from Ling-gu came out, the book reviews exploded. Crap, Tomb Raider's 7-star Ruang Palace has actually been published. Brothers, this wave must go and grab it up. Go, 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 let's line up in front of the bookstore in 3 days. I won't see you there. Must grab it up. Such a great book. One has to be perfect on my bookshelf at home. Tomb Raider is finally out in paperback, and I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. The fans in the book review section were basically supportive of the physical book of Tomb Raider's notes hitting the shelves. The vast majority of them have expressed their willingness to buy the collection. But there are also voices of dissent. For example, Mo Aoyu, who is mingling in the Tomb Raider book reviews at the moment. Mo Aoyu is a small fluttering author of the Enlightenment Point. Hard work writing 4 or 5 years to come. The result is still relying on the full attendance award to muddle through. By now he had written a total of over 1 million words. but his grades were a mess. This month, he'll just have $400 for full attendance. Despite the grade punt, he's confident. He felt that his own writing was comparable to the 4 great masterpieces, and that the reason why it was not hot was because the reading bibliophiles were illiterate and did not know how to appreciate his perfect work. Whenever he saw the network Supreme God Kings landing far ahead of the first position in the sales list, not to mention how envious and jealous. So, he simply decided to register a small number, ready to go inside the Tomb Raider's book review section to hack Tomb Raider. It didn't take long for him to register. He registered directly on the Chidian app under the name Tomb Raider is Trash. A small, dilapidated rented house with unusually messy sheets and quilts, and trash thrown all over the concrete floor of the house. There was also a desk in the room, on which a computer sat. Next to the keyboard was a bucket of instant noodles. Mo at this moment took out the fork for noodles and picked a few old-fashioned pickled vegetable noodles and put them into his mouth. After finishing his meal and placing his fork on the paper lid of the bubbling noodles, he began to enter the Tomb Raider book review section with this newly registered trumpet. He hit the keyboard instantly. There was a grimace on his fleshy face as his fingers snapped on the keyboard. I really don't know what's so great about a trashy book like Tomb Raider that deserves your pursuit. Such a trashy book is actually published. I'm not going to buy it. Trash. He's cutting your leaks. Fools. A bunch of dumbasses. Mo posted 3 comments one after another in one breath. Only after the 3 comments were posted did he have a pleasant expression on his face after venting his anger. As soon as these few comments came out, the thieving fans were furious. It's okay to insult them, but it's not okay to insult the masterpiece that is Tomb Raider. So one by one, they copied the keyboard in their hands and fought for the honor of Tomb Raider. Fuck you. Where did you come from, little Yakuza? Who are you? Black for the sake of being black. Interesting? If Tomb Raider is a trashy book, what kind of book can be called a masterpiece? Brothers, I just checked this person's account, and this person is actually a small number that was only registered at level 1. What a wide range of fans of Tomb Raider, and an even wider variety of professions among the fans involved. There are students, teachers, young and old, doctors and nurses. In short, Tomb Raider fans have careers in just about every profession. For example, cyber hacker dudes. Zhang Chao is a network hacker. Once alone infiltrated the official website of the military of the United States, and then returned in one piece. None of the top computer talents sent by the US were able to take advantage of Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao had recently been introduced by a friend to catch up with this online article Tomb Raider's Notebook, which had taken the entire Xia country by storm. The book's wild imagination and old-fashioned writing style captivated him. The text was as beautiful and unassailable in his mind as his first love. I didn't expect that someone would actually dare to denigrate Tomb Raider today under his nose. This is simply intolerable. So, Zhang Chao sat down in front of the computer. He tapped the computer keyboard frantically and quickly, only to see one byte character appear on the computer's display screen. Not long after one of his enter keys was pressed, a fat man in an undershirt and a dirty room appeared on his computer screen. This is none other than Mo. By hacking into Mo's computer, Zhang Chao tuned in the other side's camera and then found out this black sun. Seeing that room full of trash and messy furnishings, Zhang Chao couldn't help but frown. It's so dirty. It's a mess. It's almost like it's going to drive him, an obsessive-compulsive person, to death. The man, with his face full of crosshairs and a silicone doll on his bed, was the dead weight of the fat kids, coddling in reality, heavy-handed on the internet. Such irresponsible people are simply disgusting. Soon after, Zhang Chao continued to invade the other party's computer, and then discovered the identity of the other party in the other party's computer. This dead fat man's name is Mo, and he's actually a contracted punt author from Chidian. Zhang Chao was instantly happy. This person is actually still a net writer, the same writers as the great god of kings landing under the banner of QIDN.com. This author has now serialized over 1 million words, certainly several books combined. Nonetheless, this guy named Mo has been writing for a few years, but he actually hasn't made any progress at all. That's why, after seeing how hot Tomb Raider was, it got jealous. Jealousy makes a man lose his face. Zhang Chao understood, and then he directly exploded this person's photo as well as his pen name and other things inside the book review section. It didn't take long for a lot of old acquaintances who were frequent bubblers in the book review section to pop up. This is the person who cursed Tomb Raider's notes under the noses of our theft fans before? Why is this guy so ugly? Look at his nose. That thick sausage mouth. It's just not too disgusting, okay? What's even better is that this person is actually lazy to this level. Toilet paper in the house, plastic bags and the like have covered the entire floor. There's a doll in his bed. Laugh it up. It's really hard to imagine why this person has the courage to look down on our Tomb Raider. Heavy-handed on the internet, cavalier in reality. In addition to some netizens cursing this guy, There were also some netizens who ran under Moaoyu's books in the first place. Then the crowd realized that Moaoyu had written several novels with a total word count that added up to more than 2 million. The netizens were amazed, because although this person has written many novels, but it is still puffed up, the writing is also incredibly poor. People simply cannot read, not to mention the plot and so on. A group of thief fans ran right in under his books and sprayed them into a dog. In the beginning, this person even sparred with the netizens, but he was only one person in the end, and he was weak. He was soon defeated by the powerful netizens, and the picture about his fat head and house full of trash went straight to the internet in a flash. Many network water friends will make it into a variety of funny emoticons, loved by the young group. Lingu didn't know about all this. He usually went straight offline after he finished changing the text. Today, editor Bing Bing had already called Lingu and told him that the physical book of Tomb Raider's 7-star Luang Palace would land in major bookstores in 3 days. When that time comes, it will be the moment to witness the book make its mark on the physical side. On the other hand, Hangtown Press, the publisher's printer, called in a report to T.Y. Chang, editor Zhang. Tomb Raider's 7-star Luang Palace has already printed 1 million copies. Do we need to keep printing? According to the previous online literature, even the first wave of the new book of the Great God level is only a maximum of 1 million copies printed, and the follow-up depends on the sales to decide to continue to add the number of copies. Well, let's add another 500,000 copies. The first wave totaled 1.5 million copies, so it should take days to sell out, right? He wouldn't think the book could sell 500,000 copies in one day. That's unrealistic. 3 days went by in a flash. Tomb Raider's Palace of the 7-star Ruang first went on sale in bookstores in major cities across the country. Lingu got up at 6 o'clock today with sleepy eyes. He was so sleepy, but he couldn't. Wang Lei bombarded him with life-threatening phone calls early in the morning, simply because today is the first sales day of Tomb Raider's 7-star Ruang Palace. Wang Lei said to Lingu yesterday that he wanted Lingu to accompany him to buy books, and Lingu agreed without much thought. After all, he stopped by the bookstore to see how the book was selling. He had thought that at least Fatty would have to get up at 8 or 9, since the guy was also very sleepy. But it was unexpected that the fat man had changed his mind today. I can't believe I was up at 6 and calling him like crazy. Lingu was woken up by the phone and felt a little helpless after looking at the time. My fat brother. It's only 6 o'clock in the morning. The bookstore opens at least until 9 o'clock. What are you doing up so early? The fat man had a smug tone. What do you know? Today is the first sale of Tomb Raider. First sale? What a memorable day. And I'm guessing that there are definitely a lot of people lining up to buy the book. We can't afford to lose at the starting line. Lingu was somewhat helpless. But since I'm already awake, let's get up and wash up. Who told him to promise Fatty himself yesterday? Getting down from the bed and freshening up slightly and briefly, Lingu changed into a fresh outfit and went out the door. Shortly afterward, came to the place agreed with the fat man. Magic City Xinhua Big Bookstore. This is the largest bookstore in Magic City, which has a wide range of books, whether it's homework problems, cooking guides, high IQ speaking skills, and so on. You can think of books you can buy here. If the book is unavailable here, then it is more than likely unavailable elsewhere. A bookstore of this size naturally contains a wide variety of novels, whether it's young adult romance, urban fantasy, suspenseful horror, etc. There's something for everyone. Lingu met up with Fatty at 6:30. It's very early in the morning. The air is still a little chilly. A layer of hazy fog has not yet lifted, and there are not even a few cars on the road. Lingu met up with Fatty and then rushed to the Magic City Xinhua Big Bookstore. However, when they reached their destination, the two were directly dumbfounded, only to see that the door of the bookstore has been lined up with an endless line at this moment. Hundreds of people were already lining up this early. The fat man stomped his foot in anger. Oops, still a little late. I wonder if it's still available today. After saying that, Fatty then joined Lingu and the two of them had already joined the long queue. In front of Lingu at the moment was a couple. The boys were afraid that the girls would get cold, so they put their arms around the shoulders of the girls in line in front of them. Wow, you actually don't need to queue up. I'll just buy it back for you. It's a cold day. Isn't it good for you to sleep a little more at home? The boy said rather affectionately. The girl, on the other hand, rolled her eyes in utter bemusement. What do you know? As a seasoned fan of thievery, of course it makes sense to buy something like a book in person. My little brother. Naive. Wait until I buy you back. Because there was still a long queue to go through. Lingu realized that many people who didn't know each other well were already chatting at the moment. It seems as if all you have to do is talk about Tomb Raider. Then strangers seem to have temporarily lost all separation between them. What do you guys think? What the hell is little brother? Is little brother capable of living forever? And why has his appearance in the old photos never changed from reality? That said, the author greatly Jun Lin whirled exactly how a person I'm so curious. In the end, what talent can write this kind of cross-century like a masterpiece of the, this novel? It's at least 10 years ahead of the current online literature. Now think of those who read in the past. Kill the father's revenge. Kill the mother's revenge. Take the wife's hatred of the novels or what. My tastes were Tomb Raider notes to feed the fish. Now let me go back to read those novels I cannot see. I really don't know if I'll be able to find books to read if Tomb Raider is finished. The time just passed in a fraction of a second with a group of people talking. The 2.5 hours, which the crowd thought would be quite a long time, passed exceptionally quickly in the midst of small talk. When the owner of the Magic City Shinhwa bookstore came over and prepared to open the door, he was directly shocked to see the long line. He froze outright. What's going on here? It was only after his questioning that he eventually realized that all these people had come to queue up to buy Tomb Raider's 7-star Ruang Palace. This kind of early in the morning before the door is open, so many people come to line up to buy books. He is still the only one he has ever seen. As soon as the door was opened, the crowd entered in turn. Boss, I want 10 copies of Tomb Raider's 7-star Luang Palace. Boss, I want 20 copies. Boss, and me, for 10 books. The owner was instantly a bit helpless. What's one of you doing buying so much? Someone answered. Buy it and give it to someone. A good book like Tomb Raider should be shared more often. I'm sure the person who receives this gift will be very happy. In the end, Fatty managed to buy 5 books as well. Ling Gu, on the other hand, bought a copy. In fact, he did not want to buy it, but since he had come here, and also so early in the morning in such a long queue, it seems that if you do not buy it, you will lose. So we'll just buy a copy. He's definitely not going to buy it for himself, so let's give this one away. Liu Ru's clear face flashed in his mind. I don't know if that little ninny likes to read novels. In a few hours' time, the 5,000 books that the Magic City Shinhwa bookstore had gotten in were sold out. Those who bought the books had joyful faces, while those who didn't were frustrated. I'm sorry, the book is sold out. I'm sorry, the book is sold out. I'm sorry, the book is sold out. Words like these ring out in major bookstores across the country. Thief fans who didn't get one secretly vowed to come early tomorrow to grab one. Shoe boss of the Magic City Shinhwa bookstore saw that the book was such a bestseller, and hurriedly called the publisher's side. Hey, old Zhang, my Magic City Shinhwa bookstore will order another 10,000. No, 20,000 copies of Tomb Raider's 7-star Luang Palace tomorrow. And this continues in major cities across the country. The first few days were apparently the peak season for Tomb Raider's 7-star Ruang Palace, and all the major bookstores were quickly snapped up today. So many bookstores are already preparing to order twice as much tomorrow. In Hangtown Press, Zhang Tianyu picked up the phone calls from major dealers wanting goods. When he had finished answering the phone, he asked Wang, who was responsible for recording the data, how many copies have just been ordered in total? Little King tallied it up. A total of 1 million copies have been pre-ordered. Hiss. Hearing Xiao Wang's words, Zhang Tianyu sucked in a breath of cool air. They had already printed 1.5 million copies, and they thought it would take several days to sell out, but the books were sold out in one morning. Now comes the booking of 1 million copies. This book is really going against the grain. Zhang Tianyu suddenly remembered that contract agreement with Ling Gu again. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he sighed in his heart. It was rash. On the other hand, in a certain car, a stunningly beautiful girl with a face as beautiful as a lotus flower was sitting on the back seat of the car. Only a few points of fatigue were slightly visible on that stunningly beautiful and pretty face. This person was none other than Liu Ru. Her recent work had finally come to an end for the time being, and the next step was to go back to Magic City for a few days of rest. She's been so busy with her work for a while now. She's been too busy to keep her feet on the ground. It caused her to miss the dull days before a bit. However, thinking about it was not enough, but it was not the time for her to enjoy it. At this moment, the car was parked on the side of the road, and Liu Ru asked Zhang Qin to help her go buy Tomb Raider. Recently, she has been very busy, and her free time is spent catching up on this Tomb Raider book. It can be said that she is also a very senior Thief fan. It wasn't long before Zhang Qin returned to the car. Seeing that she was empty-handed, Liu Ru asked, "What's the matter? Is there no such book in the bookstore?" Zhang Qin, on the other hand, shook her head. "It's not that there isn't one, but there was one before, but it sold out a long time ago." The owner said the thieving fans, they were waiting outside the gates at 6 o'clock to snap it up. Liu Ru nodded with some regret. It seems that this book is indeed very popular. If you can't buy it today, then you can only buy it later. The car headed toward the airport. Along the way, Liu Ru's thoughts had drifted away. Drift into your own home. She would be home this afternoon, and at the moment her mind was pondering what she should cook for Ling Gu. After thinking for a while, she couldn't think of any good dishes, so she thought it would be better to just ask Ling Gu what he wanted to eat. By the way, tell Ling Gu that she's back. She hesitated for a moment at the thought. She was pondering if it was okay to just call Lingo for dinner. After all, she hadn't thought of a good excuse yet. Why don't you just say that you've learned a new dish and invite Lingo to taste it? Thinking of this, Lu Yuru secretly nodded her head. She decided that was the excuse to use. So she took her phone out and rummaged around to check out the new dishes. If those otaku fans of Lu Yuru knew that their goddess was actually thinking about how to find an excuse to invite a man for dinner, they would probably all go crazy. In the afternoon, Lingo received a wiki. It was none other than Lu Yuru who sent it to him. I'm going home this afternoon. I've been learning new dishes lately. Can you come and help me try them? Ling Ji's eyes lit up when he saw this message. It's been a while since he's seen this little ninny and he still misses it. Cooking. This little ninny's cooking was very good. It was comparable to the chefs outside. So Lingo, who had a bit of a craving, sent a message back. Well, then I'll be the toolman for this poison test. When Lu Yuru saw this message, she pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. This guy, why is he so bad at talking? It's not like her cooking is bad. Although she thought this in her heart, but Lu Yuru's face raised a smile. Looking aside, Zhang Qin was astonished. Yuru, you're in love? You know, women know best. This expression of Lu Yuru was clearly a look of a young girl in love. This could not be hidden from Zhang Qin, a person who had been there before. That happy smile of springtime thoughts. She could see it at a glance all right. Hearing Zhang Qin's question, Lu Yuru was startled. Hurriedly, he panicked and put his cell phone behind him. There's no such thing. Sister Qin, you're overthinking it. I just saw a joke on my cell phone and found it a bit funny. Where would I find the time to fall in love? You're not unaware of how busy I am every day these days. Where would I find that energy? Zhang Qin nodded. What Lu Yuru said was indeed the truth. Ever since Legend exploded in popularity, Lu Yuru's schedule had increased. Various variety shows, major TV parties, etc. received busy. In the past, Lu Yuru was basically not on the variety show, but now this world has changed. If you don't go on the variety show, there is no exposure, and there is no heat. If you want more popularity, you have to brush up on your face and suck in more fans. During this period of time, it was also true that she did not see any male star that Lu Yuru had gotten close to. On the contrary, there were quite a few male stars who secretly showed their affection, but they were all rejected by Lu Yuru. Just now, that look on Lu Yuru's face, was it really just because she saw a joke on her cell phone? Zhang Qin was puzzled. The group just went to the airport. After this break for a while, the other program they were going to participate in was the recording of King of Masked Singer. Lu Yuru was the resident guest until the end of King of Masked Singer. On the other hand, in the office of the Sujiang TV building, at the moment the staff has finished the teaser promo for the program. Zhang Tao was currently sitting at the computer desk in his office. The chat tool icon on his computer lit up, and he moved his mouse to look at it. It was a message sent by his subordinate, one who was in charge of producing the promotional video for King of Masked Singer. Director Jiang, the promotional trailer for King of Masked Singer has been made. Take a look. Then the subordinate sent him a video file. Zhang Tao clicked the video file open. The video on is animated by computerized special effects, and atmospheric music played, and then some golden shards began to appear. The shards coming together to form a mask with two wings. Immediately after that, several large golden characters began to appear one by one above the golden mask. Eventually these words were arranged to form the words King of Masked Singer. Then, in the picture, several people with masks and microphones appeared. The narrator begins to appear at this point. Masked King of Songs, participate in all the star singers are masked. The audience according to the singer's voice for the consideration of the basis for ranking advancement of the singer and then ranked to determine the King of Songs. The masked King of Songs against the clock. On behalf of its attitude towards music, do not pursue the fickleness and hilarity, and only seeks to give the music of the most primitive sound. In this era of relying on the face to eat, there are a lot of singing promotion type programs to sacrifice the end, relying on sensationalism and competition face value to attract eyeballs, ignoring the essence of the music, and the King of Masked Singer returns to the beginning. Do not look at the face, only listen to the song. It is more fair and suspenseful. Throw away the idle baggage. Remove the star halo, return to the most genuine music stage. Zhang Tao nodded his head. This promotional trailer was well done. It directly stated the core selling point of King of Masked Singer. Viewers would be able to guess the format of the program after seeing this trailer. He immediately called a meeting. Post this trailer on all the major video sites and post it on our Sujiang station's teaser as well. Notify regular guests such as Lu Yueru and ask them to help forward it to Weibo. Zhang Tao ordered it down. Soon a host of staff members began to move in droves. In the afternoon, Lingo received a call from Su Jiangtai. The King of Masked Singer show will officially begin on December 1st at 8 p.m. and in order to increase the interactivity of this show, the planned taped format has been cancelled in favor of a live broadcast of each episode. I have to say, Sujong TV has a lot of guts. You should know that music programs in general are basically recorded. Therefore, the singer's singing skill is not up to the scene without repairing the voice tuning and other processing, and after repairing the voice cannot be compared. What's more, in the form of live broadcast, a small mistake of the singers will be directly exposed to the audience's eyes. Maybe, it will meet the Waterloo of the singer's career. However, Linggu wasn't too worried. With his patriarchal vocals, he can give you a CD-like feel even when singing live. After the resultant call this time, Linggu pondered slightly. After appearing on this show, he would be the equivalent of precisely starting his debut. He doesn't have an agency, so the studio needs to get up and running. Why do many celebrities love to set up their own personal studios? This is due to greater decision-making power and freedom in acting matters. If a contract is signed with an economic company, when the contract comes into effect, the company automatically becomes the agent of the employee. During the period of the contract, the employee will have a manager assigned by the company to organize his/her work and other activities in addition to his/her basic work, with extra pay, usually for a longer period of time. And the record company is mostly a manager company. Once an artist signs a contract with a company, he or she needs to accept the company's constraints related to TA. For example, no love affairs allowed, no private work allowed. There are all sorts of bans on filming. When interviewed, there are some questions that you can't help answering. No freedom in choosing plays and roles. A large portion of your paycheck goes to the company. Inability to engage in certain activities detrimental to the performance of the contract. Some brokers will sign a brokerage contract with the artist to state in the contract that the artist can never have an open relationship with anyone during the contract period. Otherwise it will be regarded as an open breach of contract, and the company will be required to pay a large sum of money for the breach of contract. This type of relationship contract was particularly popular in most of South Korea in the early days of the agency management model, and many artists have said that their companies were very strict about this aspect of relationships. If a star sets up his own studio, he has more control over his personal acting affairs and more freedom. First of all, the benefits that can bring is to have more freedom of work. Investment in film and television drama as well as advertising implantation has greater initiative. Do not need to look at the agency's face acting, their own scripts and endorsements. At the same time, the way of working with brokers has become more flexible. The original star can only earn labor and company share, but also to pay brokerage fees to the agency. After the opening of the studio, you can bring new people with advertising and other forms of cooperation, free of brokerage fees, and increase the proportion of the share of the work with the producer. Artists are keen to set up their own personal studio, mainly because nowadays the voice of artists has increased. The rules of the entertainment industry are more mature. The development of online platforms has given artists super popularity, and the incorporation of capital has made artists a scarce resource. In the past, most of the resources are in the hands of big brokers or big media companies. And as an artist, if you want to make a name for yourself, you have to rely on your agency for resources and exposure. But not anymore. The maturity of the cooperation model within the circle has made the contact methods more diversified and simpler. And because of the development of online platforms and the fan economy, celebrities have more bottom line. Even if they have set up their own personal studios, there will still be a large number of resources coming to them. In short, the stars set up a personal studio, can be more free to choose the future direction of development, reduce a variety of restrictions, so that their own interests are maximized, but also will not be as worried about not receiving resources. Linggu was going to be the boss in the future, so the establishment of this studio was very necessary. Since the establishment of a personal studio was very simple, Linggu had Yang Wei take him to the Commerce and Industry Bureau that afternoon to set up the studio. The name is Linga Studio. In the near future, this small studio will continue to expand and move towards the hair side of an entertainment company. Ling Ji's path to becoming a boss took its first step at this point. Came home and rested for a while. Evening. Ling Ji's cell phone received a message. This is from Lu Yue. Are you? You can come over for dinner. Thinking of Lu Yuru's excellent cooking skills, Linggu immediately revealed a smile. Tonight looks like it's going to be a mouthful. It was too lazy to change his shoes. And anyway, it wasn't a few steps away from Lu Yuru's house. So Linggu went straight over wearing a pair of slippers and holding a copy of Toon Raider's notes. Rang the doorbell. A short time later, a stunning girl in an apron opened the door to the room. The moment the door to the room opened, Lu Yuru's brimming peach blossom eyes instantly lit up. Come in and sit down. Linggu smiled and nodded before walking in. Lu Yuru also saw the book on Ling's singer. You are? She asked suspiciously. Linggu laughed. I can't come to dinner with empty hands every time. This is sort of a gift for my entrance, a novel. I don't know if you like it. Lu Yuru's face instantly raised a happy smile. Of course she loved it. She could be the biggest thief fan out there too. In the morning, she was still regretting that she hadn't bought Tomb Raider's 7-star Rawang Palace, but she didn't expect Ling Gu to give her such a big surprise. She instantly and hastily took the book that into her hands. The cover of the book depicted an ancient and patterned bronze coffin, rusted and full of history at first glance, having existed for hundreds or thousands of years. Flipping the cover of the book, there is a quote written on the top of this page. "Give me my whole life for 10 years of your innocence." Turning the page, it says, "Some masks are worn so long, they can't be taken off." After flipping through the books for a while, Lu Yuru was satisfied and placed the books inside her study. Then she came out of the study and sat down at the dining table with Ling Gu and the two of them. On the marble dining table, there was a pot of pickled fish. It should be because it was only just cooked. The top was steaming hot. A smell of pickled vegetables came out. One couldn't help but have an appetite. Then there was a steamed pork and a small cabbage. "Yo, it looks pretty good, colorful and fragrant," Ling Gu praised. Lu Yuru smiled. "It's okay, I followed the tutorial on my phone." Lu Yuru smiled beautifully, making Ling Gu instantly feel that the phrase "a smile that turns a city into a city" had a concrete image. To be able to make this just by looking at the tutorial shows that you have a great talent for cooking. If you don't become a star in the future, you won't starve to death if you go and open a restaurant, Ling Gu said heartily. However, Lu Yuru's face was dark. Was this a compliment from Ling Gu? How did that compliment sound and feel a little weird somewhere? Ling Gu didn't know what was going on in Lu Yuru's mind, but instead, he caught a piece of fish fillet and put it in his mouth. It is fresh and not fishy, tender and soft, and melts in your mouth. Both were quiet during the meal. It seems to be all in the air. Even if no one was talking, there was still a sense of age. After eating, Ling Gu pulled out 2 paper towels and wiped the corners of his mouth. "Thanks, it's really good. And this time, I'll do the dishes." Lu Yuru had wanted to refuse, but it turned out that Ling Gu had already stood up and cleaned up. It didn't take long for the dishes to be washed. The two of them are bland, yet inexplicably cozy. Just as Ling Gu was about to leave, Lu Yuru called out to him that the download fees for Legend and Granny Speaks last month are out. The total number of downloads was 30 million times, $2 per song, and there's still 30 million left after splitting it 50-50 with the platform. I'll transfer this money to you. It originally belongs to you. Ling Gu smiled. "No need. If you really want to thank me, then invite me to dinner a few more times in the future." Lu Yuru wanted to refuse. She hadn't paid Ling Gu for the 2 songs in the first place, so naturally she should give Ling Gu the download fee. She also wanted to continue persuading Ling Gu to accept it. However, Ling Gu gently stretched out her finger and placed it on her lips in a silencing gesture. "Your cooking is delicious, so you'll be cooking against your debt from now on." After saying that, Ling Gu turned around and left. Looking at Ling Ge's upright back, Lu Yuru somewhat couldn't help but smile, the corners of her lips raised high. This guy, really? With the drop of the teaser trailer for Sujong TV's King of Masked Singer on the internet, a lot of people have already seen the trailer for King of Masked Singer at this moment. Shu Lai is one of them. Her biggest hobby in general is catching up on dramas and watching variety shows. She was a student in Trinity and sat in front of her computer tonight after 10:00 study hall. She flipped to the page on the computer interface about variety shows. She searched for a while and suddenly found a trailer. King of the Mask? The name feels kinda original. Is it singing while masked? So loving music variety shows, she immediately clicked on this preview. Then the trailer played, and atmospheric music played, and then some golden shards began to appear. The shards coming together to form a mask with 2 wings. Immediately after that, several large golden characters began to appear one by one above the golden mask. Eventually these words were arranged to form the words King of Masked Singer. Then, in the picture, several people with masks and microphones appeared. The narrator begins to appear at this point. Masked King of Songs, participate in all the star singers are masked. The audience according to the singer's voice for the consideration of the basis for ranking advancement. Advancement of the singer and then ranked to determine the King of Songs. The Masked King of Songs against the clock. On behalf of its attitude towards music, do not pursue the fickleness and hilarity, and only seeks to give the music of the most primitive sound. In this era of relying on the face to eat, there are a lot of singing promotion type programs to sacrifice the end. Relying on sensationalism and competition face value to attract eyeballs, ignoring the essence of the music, and the King of Masked Singer returns to the beginning. Do not look at the face, only listen to the song. It is more fair and suspenseful. Throw away the idle baggage. Remove the star halo. Return to the most genuine music stage. On December 1st, 8 p.m., King of Masked Singer will be on Sujong TV. It was just a short teaser video, and Ray was already watching it with fervor. The format of this show is really good and original. So unique. Just the sound. Isn't that the essence of music? She decided that this was a show she had to catch. She clicked the teaser back on and watched it again. At this point, her roommate, who had been catching up on the show, looked at her screen and felt a few moments of interest. Ray, is this some kind of variety show? Ray nodded at her roommate. This is Sujong TV's new variety show, King of Masked Singer, which consists of singers singing with their faces masked, and the audience and guests can guess the singers' names based on their voices. Moreover, this King of Masked Singer is also in the form of a live broadcast. This must be a very good variety show. The roommate nodded. Oh, when does the show air? December 1st at 8 p.m. The roommate was slightly shocked. But isn't December 1st the airing time of JZTV's The Voice of Tomorrow? Also at 8 p.m. Shaoli said indifferently. Anyway, The Voice of Tomorrow is recorded law. Let's watch the King of Masked Singer first before going to watch The Voice of Tomorrow. Like Shaoli saw the King of Masked Singer trailer will be attracted to a few people. They also secretly decided to set the alarm clock. December 1st, 8 p.m. ready to sit in front of the TV or computer to watch the live broadcast. And in addition to the teasers on the internet, there's also the official Weeble of the King of Masked Singer. Lu Yuru naturally received a message from Sujong TV that she was going to be a regular guest on this program, so she definitely had to help them forward it. On the night of December 1st, we will not see each other on Sujong TV's King of Masked Singer. It was important to know that Lu Yuru's popularity was now very high after this period of time of bursting into popularity, as well as frequently brushing her face on major programs. Her fans had reached over 20 million, approaching 30 million. You know, her fans are actual people who like her. And all of them are live fans, not the celebrities who buy zombie fans. Some celebrities, who seem to have 30 to 40 million Weibo followers, but as soon as they post a Weibo, they have a few thousand or even a few hundred retweets and comments, which is embarrassing to say the least. That's traffic fakery that many in the entertainment industry are not ashamed of. All of Lu Yuru's fans, naturally, are real. She retweeted Sujong TV's Weibo below as instantly tens of thousands of retweets and comments. Yikes. A new show for the goddess. Must support it. Ha, I can see the goddess's blooming beauty again. Gorgeous. Hey, it's a bit of a shame that the goddess is a regular guest and won't be singing on stage. Ha, it doesn't matter. It's fine to see the goddess sitting there. I'll just lick the screen. Looking forward to the goddess' new show. South of the Sky. The moon is the most beautiful. And besides Lu Yuru, the guests of King of Masked Singer also invited Zhang Wei, Ella, and Wu Xian. Some of these people are funny foreigners and some are veteran singers. Naturally, their fans have said they'll be there to support the show. And about the King of Masked Singer file program selected on December 1st at 8 p.m. with the Jiangsu and Zhejiang satellite TVs The Voice of Tomorrow directly at the same time. Clear-eyed people can see that these two families are to fight the ring. Jiangja TV naturally understood Sujong TV's attempt. However, they did not put Sujong TV in their eyes at all. This was because in the past few years, every time Jiangsu and Zhejiang satellite TV's The Voice of Tomorrow went on air, it would overpower all the variety shows and take the #1 spot in the ratings. As a result, JZTV released a direct Weibo. Maybe you're a king in your own mind, but maybe you're just a clown in other people's eyes. The internet was instantly buzzing when this web came out. The netizens, of course, are most happy to hear about this kind of hilarity. Jiangja TV is blatantly saying that they are the boss and Sujong TV is the clown. 2 major TV networks, 2 major music variety shows PK. It's really quite a sight to behold. The internet was quick. And there were certain hot stories. Shocked that JZTV is openly insinuating that Sujong TV is a clown. Why is Sujong TV so confident that the broadcast time of King of Masked Singer will be picked at the same time slot of The Voice of Tomorrow of Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV? Is it for the sake of eyeballs and hype or does it really have its strength? King of Masked Singer PK The Voice of Tomorrow. Who will win? Will The Voice of Tomorrow continue to be the reigning ratings champion or will King of Masked Singer make a comeback as a dark horse? And the network for the 2 programs' netizens respectively also have different views. I think it's definitely The Voice of Tomorrow that will win. After all, they've been organizing it for several years and the reputation has been good. The Voice of Tomorrow has word of mouth. Are you kidding me? Doesn't that show turn around when you pay a mentor? That's right. What the hell was that singing by the one who won the title at the end of last season? That can also be the winner. All I can say is that her family is really rich. I think the program King of Masked Singer is very interesting. Masked face. Cannot see the face value in singer identity? Just based on the voice to PK, this sounds very fair. Very interesting. Yeah, I also support King of Masked Singer because my favorite goddess, Yu Yu, is a permanent guest on the show. I prefer the voice of tomorrow because this season the goddess Li Chi is the mentor yet. I love her so much. Li Chi? The biker who used to be brought up by my family. You? Hate Leaky. She's a green tea. Bah! My Kiki doesn't need you to like her. A group of netizens from different factions directly quarreled. As for all this, Jiang Tao of Sujiang TV was smiling and delighted. Make noise, make noise, make as much noise as you can. This is the only way to get the heat up for King of Masked Singer, when instead more people will be curious to come and watch. JZ TV is really stupid too. I can't believe I'm advertising King of Masked Singer for free. Ha ha. And at this moment, in the JZ TV, the station manager went straight for the voice of tomorrow's director, Wang Hai, and lashed out. Are you fucking stupid? Aren't you disguised as publicizing for Sujiang TV on Weibo? Wang Hai's lungs were about to explode. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. This Li Ming is simply a pig, an unabashedly stupid pig. Can't you see how far it's taken the King of Masked Singer fever now? The media is now talking about the voice of tomorrow and the King of Masked Singer, which is now as hot as the voice of tomorrow. Li Ming actually didn't expect such consequences. He did just have a brain fart at the time and posted that web. As a result, he didn't expect that it would instead cause a discussion in the media and be treated as hot news. Now the program King of Masked Singer is as hot as the voice of tomorrow. Seeing that the station manager was so angry, he hurriedly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, station manager. I didn't expect that the media would actually keep comparing our two programs. But don't worry, it's impossible for King of Masked Singer to surpass the ratings of The Voice of Tomorrow. When the time comes, when they've been hit, I guess there won't be a next season. Poof. Wang Hai grunted coldly. He had a very ugly face. It better be. If not, you're done as a director as far as I'm concerned. The internet is still buzzing about The Voice of Tomorrow versus the King of Masked Singer. And for a while now, the heat from Ling Ji's Tomb Raider's 7-star Ruan Palace has gradually subsided, because Thief fans have basically already bought it. Now the sales, eventually, are stabilized at the level of 11 million copies. If there were no surprises, the sales of the later volumes wouldn't even necessarily be able to break through this sales yet. However, since there are no accidents, we have to create accidents for him. Lingu decided that he would utilize the show King of Masked Singer to build momentum for his Tomb Raider. As for how to build momentum, Lingu already had a plan in his mind. The show, King of Masked Singer, allows you to wear a mask and play as a variety of characters. Well, he could simply play as a character from Tomb Raider. As for the character to play, Lingu had already thought about it. Play a character that fits the theme this time. The first book of the physical book was called Tomb Raider's 7 Stars of King Lu's Palace, so he just play as King Lu Gotham this time. I'm sure it will drive another set of book sales in time. That would be very nice. So Lingu called Wang Ling and asked her to come and make his performance clothes for this competition. Wang Ling's clothes are obviously made to a very high standard, so a performance suit is not out of the question. He was able to get the show closed by December 1st. Briefly to Wang Ling explained the requirements of the costume after Lingu hung up the phone. The last few days, he will be good at home to code words. Lie down flat. As time continues to move forward, the heat of the King of Masked Singer is growing. It looked like we were about to reach the time for the live taping of the program. After Lingu finished coding, he posted a message from the author in the latest chapter. Brothers and sisters, recently I have nothing to do. I have composed an original theme song for Tomb Raider, which will be sung live by a certain singer on King of Masked Singer on December 1st. So let's stay tuned. Lingu is at least a netizen supreme god now, and there are millions of fans waiting for his updates every day. The book review section instantly exploded when he made this off-topic comment. Junde actually had nothing better to do than write a song? Or is it the theme song from Tomb Raider? Are you that talented? I'll go. Is King's Landing so awesome? He also writes songs? Writing songs and writing novels are not in the same circle at all, okay? Junde crossed the border so easily? Brothers, this wave, I can only say, Junde Jie Zia, the theme song of Tomb Raider. I wonder what kind of song it is. Suddenly there's an inexplicable anticipation. Junde is so talented. The songs he writes won't be bad. I'll be at Sujiang TV on December 1st. The King of Masked Singer? I was already looking forward to watching it. And Junde has written another song to collaborate with the singers in it. So I'm looking forward to it even more. The news about the Tomb Raider theme song coming to King of Masked Singer, as revealed by the author of Tomb Raider, was discussed in the book review section as soon as it was released. It even went straight to the top 10 hot searches in Weber just because of this. The author of Tomb Raider's notes has even created a theme song for the novel himself, and met with you on December 1st on King of Masked Singer. God's novel is well written. How about the song? Let's wait and see. When this hot search came out, the netizens were in an uproar. Some of them may not have read Tomb Raider, but they must know the name of the book. Some may not have read it, but someone close to him always reads it and talks about it from time to time. So many people have definitely heard of the title. An online author who actually composed a theme song for his novel. That's too much of a bullseye. You're a good online author who doesn't write novels properly. What's the crossover you're playing at? And with the King of Masked Singer? Is this the drag you got from the King of Masked Singer? The director of King of Masked Singer, Zhang Tao, was also confused about the news released by the author of Chi Dian's Tomb Raider, King's Landing. A lot of people online are saying that they got King's Landing to cross over for a collaboration to hype the show. But God have mercy. The show really doesn't have one. But that's a good thing. It's another hit without having to spend any money. There's only good and no bad for the program. As for King's Landing writing a song, Zhang Tao guessed that it might be that some of the several debut singers invited knew this online author. It just didn't occur to me that an online author would actually write songs. On the other hand, many netizens on the internet think that although the novel of Jun Linsha is well written, but writing songs is not professional after all. I guess it's just for fun, and the songs I write aren't very good, maybe even very trashy. On the internet, there was a lot of buzz about the online author, King's Landing, writing a song. This naturally spread into the music writing community. A lot of people don't see it that way. Chuafan is an unknown songwriter. He has no other skills. He can't even write lyrics or music, but he just loves to rub it in. You know, the kind of person who will rush up and rub it in wherever there's a hotspot on the internet when they can. This time he saw the hotspot and immediately thought of a way to rub it in. That is, he's going to rub off on King's Landing's fame. As long as he pulled the stomp on King's Landing, he would naturally be able to reap a lot of attention, dabble in more hotspots and create some buzz. Then wouldn't his own hotness go up? What's more, he also felt that it was impossible for a novel writer in Jun Lin Tian to write any good songs. After all, even he himself had been in the lyric world for so many years, and had only written a few songs for some 18th tier singers, and they were still the kind of very trashy mouthfuls. There are no songs that are even remotely catchy, and there are no songs that are even remotely catchy. Apparently, though, he thinks highly of himself. So he lay down on the bed and immediately opened his cell phone Weber into the message editing interface and began to edit it. He had a smirk on the corner of his mouth, and with those triangular eyes he looked like a thieving rat. What is King's Landing? A writer of novels, coming to the music scene? Are you trying to be funny? What kind of song can you write? It must be a garbage song. It must be super huge. On the night of December 1st, let's wait and see. If it's not garbage, I'll run downstairs in the middle of the night, naked, and run a lap. After editing it, he was going to 8 Weibo of King's Landing, only to find out that the guy hadn't even registered Weibo. This instantly had a feeling of powerlessness that he had already drawn his sword out, only to find no enemy before him. But who was he? Dravan? He is known as the king of professional bumper stickers. King's Landing doesn't have Weber, does it? So he just ate the official web from King of Masked Singer. So he then went straight to Weeble from the King of Masked Singer 8. Soon after, the staff of the King of Masked Singer program realized that Chuafan had ate them. The staff immediately told Zhang Tao about this matter. Zhang Tao immediately frowned. This piece of dog skin. Chuafan, is this rubbing off on their show? Shouldn't Chuafan be 8 Junlin? What's he doing 8 our program? Zhang Tao felt a bit strange. After all, according to Chuafan's Weibo, everywhere is obviously targeting Junlin. Obviously want to catch Junlin's popularity to hype his own just. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just 8 King's Landing? It's like this. King's Landing didn't register this pen name Weibo, the staff also said helplessly. Zhang Tao nodded. It turned out to be like this, because King's Landing didn't have Weibo. They sought out King of Masked Singer. After all, King's Landing's new song was going to be premiered on the King of Masked Singer program. Then, Director Jiang, should we respond? The staff asked for instructions. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, shook his head. No need. A dog bites you. Do you want to bite back? For this kind of person, let's just ignore him. Otherwise, he'll bounce around even more instead. The staff member gets a response from the leader and goes down. The King of the Mask show isn't about to take on a jumper. Dravan's web, though, quickly spread the word. After all, it's rubbing off on King's Landing's heat with King of Masked Singer. Fatty Wang Lei had been checking out Weibo on the internet, but he ended up seeing Zhuofan denigrating Junlin's Weibo. He was furious. He was a die-hard fan of the great god of King's Landing. This is the kind of thing he can't tolerate. He immediately winded up exiting Weibo and came to the book review section of Tomb Raider. He made a long direct post. Black Land Rover White Audi Fatty in the middle of a million people. Brothers, someone is defaming our Junda on Weibo, and saying that the song Junda wrote is garbage. There are pictures and the truth. Brothers, follow me to explode this guy's Weibo. The long post was accompanied by a Weber screenshot below. Chidian's backend is very user-friendly and not too far from community postings and the like, and can support image posting. So it wasn't long before a whole bunch of book fans saw the long post he had made. At once, a crowd of fans were enraged. Anger. Who is Junde? That's the god of their hearts. A god who created such a fantastical and mysterious world as Tomb Raider. God. Not to be dishonored. So, a group of people angrily rushed underneath Juefan's Weibo. Damn it, you professional rubbing off on me. This time you actually rubbed off on me here at Junde. Juefan is a big trash. And he said that other people's songs are trash. Why don't you take a piss and look at what you wrote yourself? Even a 3-year-old elementary school student can write a better song than you. Weber still has the nerve to certify himself as a songwriter. Laugh at individuals. You simply change your certification to rubbing it in to best fit your identity. A group of netizens have been engaged in furious cursing. And Juefan, the person in question, ran out to spar with the netizens from time to time. The comments left below to scold him grew rapidly at an extremely rapid rate, with several hundred appearing every minute. And just like that, Draven Web's hotness skyrocketed. Very quickly this Weber directly scolded on the 12th position of the hot search. In response, Juefan, who was lying on the bed, was simply about to go crazy with joy. He's worried that no one will call him out on it. The more people scolded him, the better, and the more people scolded him the happier his heart became instead. It's the more people who call him names that will bring him more heat. Can't you see it's only been a little while now? And his web is already in the top 20 of the Hot 100. He'll take on these brainiacs for a while longer, and he might even make a run at the top 10. It was a good thing that would give him tons of exposure, and he was begging for it. He had a mocking smile on his face. What a bunch of fools, foolishly delivering heat for me. These netizens are so pig-headed that they are directly led by his nose. He can be such a little wit. With that, Juefan happily sparred with the netizens. Juefan, you trash. Didn't you say that if Junda's song is good, you're going to run around naked under your neighborhood? I've already taken a screenshot, so I'll be waiting for you to run around naked. Inwardly, Juefan was very disdainful of this message. He replied directly, oh, I might have to disappoint you. Your Junde can't possibly write a good song. He, in the world of novels, might have a couple of skills, but in the world of lyrics, he's a piece of trash. Juefan smiled and had fun sparring with the netizens. If those stars with poor heart quality were scolded by so many people, they would probably be able to jump off a building in depression. Obviously, though, such a situation would not happen to Juefan. His cheek, however, is thicker than even titanium alloy diamonds. However, soon he found a message. Draven trash. I know where you live, and at this very moment I have come to you with an axe. Seeing this message, Juefan's originally smiling face instantly changed. That heart trembled. This, I don't suppose it's true? It must have been the man's deliberate attempt to scare him. That must be it. He's not scared. However, although Juefan thought this in his heart, but at this moment has no interest in scolding with the netizens, but instead some fear like to raise the quilt upward, wrapped his body, as if that would give him more peace of mind. At that moment, however, there was a knock on the door of the room outside. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. After 3 knocks there would be a pause for a moment, followed by 3 more knocks. However, the usual ordinary knocking on the door. At this moment, it was a shock to Juefan. He was horrified. Could it be that what that netizen had just said wasn't a lie, and that netizen had really come to the door with an axe? It's not like this kind of thing hasn't happened in the past. For example, a previous star was directly disfigured by a certain netizen who threw sulfuric acid causing disfigurement, and then his entire star career was ruined. Since then, that star quit showbiz and struggled to get through the day. The knocking on the door was still ringing. Yet where did Juefan dare to open the door at this moment? What if he does run into one of those radical fans who just takes an axe and cuts his head off like a watermelon? So Juefan didn't move, and he didn't dare to move. Well, at that moment, the cell phone in his hand suddenly rang. Juefan, who already had sensitive nerves, was directly startled. It took a moment for him to come back to his senses. So Draven looked at his cell phone. It's an unfamiliar phone number. His expression was grave, and he was a little hesitant inside. Should I answer this call or not? This call could be from that radical fan from somewhere, right? Answer it, or don't answer it. After a moment of internal celestial warfare, he finally decided to answer it. After all, he hadn't opened the door yet, and even if it really was a radical fan of King's Landing that was fine. He just had to keep the door open. Having thought so, he felt himself instantly safer. So boldly, he answered the phone, but his voice still carried a few heartfelt shudders. Hey witch, bit? It was a man's voice on the other end of the line, and that voice had a bit of fire in it. What's the matter with you? Do you want your takeout or not? I've been knocking on your door for half a day and you don't even come to the door? Are you busy doing some kind of exercise and didn't hear me? The delivery boy outside the door was now on fire. It was really his bad luck to meet such an inky customer. He had an axe to deliver, and if he delayed any longer, he'd go overtime. Delivery, well I'll come and open the door right away. What's the rush? Be careful, I'll give you a bad review. Zhuofan finally put down his heart, then got out of bed and put on his slippers and came to the door. Then he opened the door to the room, and the delivery boy outside the door was now full of rage. This backwoods customer wasted so much of his time and wants to give him a bad review? This is simply intolerable. Thus, what Zhuofan saw when he opened the door to his room was a takeaway boy with a reddish eye holding a takeaway in his left hand and an axe in his right hand. Those reddened eyes were almost on the verge of spitting fire in anger. Zhuofan only felt as if this delivery boy was going to cut him alive. His eyes were wide with horror. This must be the netizen who said he would take an axe to him. I didn't realize it was so sinister that he was posing as a delivery boy. Should have known, he should have just checked through the cat's eye. But now he had the door open. His life is over. Zhuofan inwardly regretted it, and was so shocked that he dropped to the ground, his buttocks green with pain. Help! Help! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I don't dare to talk nonsense anymore, never dare to talk nonsense again. Don't kill me! Beneath him, a fishy odor came out. Surprisingly, he's already pissed off. The otherwise angry delivery boy was confused at the moment. What is this? This guy tried to give him a bad review. He was pissed off, but not so much that he wanted to kill someone. And the guy actually peed himself straight away. Is that so dramatic? Is he that scary? At least he's nicknamed Pang Yuyen, the errand boy. He placed the takeout on the floor, one hand still holding the axe at the moment. He pointed the axe directly at Zhuofan. Calm down. Who's going to kill you now? However, this scene of him holding up his axe and pointing it at Zhuofan was even more direct, causing Zhuofan's pupils to tighten. In Zhuofan's opinion, it was this man pretending to be a deliveryman who wanted to kill him. So the next moment, Zhuofan, who was scared out of his three souls, directly foamed at the mouth and fainted. This one scared the delivery boy straight. He's just delivering a takeaway. That's all. This man isn't scared to death, is he? The delivery boy rushed forward to check, put his hand under Zhuofan's nose. Well, there's still breathing, not dead. So the delivery boy rushed to call 120 emergency. He couldn't tell you how much he was suffocating in his heart at the moment. I can't believe this happened. Looks like the axe delivery order is 100% going to time out. After a while, the ambulance arrived and lifted Zhuofan into the car to take him to the hospital. On the other hand, Linggu was currently lying on his bed, ready to swipe his cell phone to sleep. So he also saw the online hit list. It was a weblog of songwriters blasting him. Says his lyrics are crap. Dravan? Linggu googled it before realizing that this person was simply a jumper. It's not a big thing, but it's pretty good at rubbing it in. Well, it's kind of a skill to be able to rub it in, but there was no need for him to pay attention to such people. A jumping puppy on the side of the road barks at you a few times. You don't have to bark back like a dog usually does, do you? But after seeing the lungs of so many of his supportive fans online exploding with anger, he then decided that he'd better issue a statement. So he logged into the Starting Point app and went in under his books. At this moment the most hot is that Black Land Rover White Audi Fat among the 10,000 fans, posted to go to Zhuofan trouble. Linggu smiled somewhat breathlessly. Fatty is still so impatient in this nature. Black Land Rover White Audi Fatty in the middle of a million people. This ID of course he knows. This ID is exactly the name of his good friend Wan Lei's Chidian network. After thinking about it, Linggu replied in the thread. I'm very grateful to everyone for standing up for me. It's my honor to be loved by so many fans and friends. But let's leave this matter as it is. We don't need to get angry for a jumping clown. Wait until December 1st when the King of Masked Singer comes out. His face will naturally be swollen. At that time you all will naturally be out of anger. Well, that's it. Everyone pro. Good night and good dreams. Oh. As soon as Ling Ji's reply came out, many fans of the book saw it. Wow. It's June De. Look at June Da's pattern. It's just extraordinary. Directly ignoring Zhuofan, that jumping clown. That's right. Wait for December 1st to see our June University's work slapping Zhuofan's face. Sit back and wait for Dravan to get naked and run. Actually, I'm curious about a few of you upstairs. Why do you guys want to see Zhuofan naked so badly? That miserable face. That bloated crotch-pulling body. How can you guys get down? Doesn't it hurt your eyes to look at it? The moment this bookworm's words came out, there was silence below the post. They also remembered Zhuofan's looks as well as his figure, and some of those who didn't know immediately went online and searched away. Then many bookworms learned what Zhuofan looked like. A pair of triangular eyes like a rat's, a big collapsed nose, slightly raised buck teeth, and that bloated, crotch-pulling body. If they watched such a person naked, running around, they would probably be able to spit out their overnight meal, and their dreams at night must be the most horrible nightmares. The post went silent for a while, but soon, the millionaire among the black Land Rover white Audi fatties spoke again. Even if I can't eat after watching it, so what? If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? If you dare to insult June Dae, then you must pay the price. Moreover, this is what Chua Fan himself has Chen promised, so let's just reluctantly enjoy his scandalous behavior. The moment Fatty's statement came out, it instantly lifted the originally supine wariness back up. All of them were quite a bit of overriding ambition to get out. Brother Fatty is right. For the sake of June Dae, what's a little aggravation for our eyes? Fatty said it well. If I don't go to hell, who will? It's fine for our eyes to suffer a little. We definitely can't cheapen this Chua Fan guy. Anyone who dares to hack my junta must die. The book review section is once again abuzz. And time, day by day, crept by. It was probably because Lu Yuru had remembered what Lingu had said about making her cook more often, and had already asked Lingu to go to her house to eat many times in the past while. In no time at all, the day of the 30th day of the month of November had been reached. For a while now, Ling Ji's daily life consisted of staying at home, and he had updated half of the second volume of Toon Raiders Notes, the Divine Tree of the Qinling Mountains. In the morning, he told Yang Wei to drive and took him to the airport with Fatty, because tomorrow is December 1st. The recording of King of Masked Singer was broadcast live from the Sujiang Radio and Television Center in Sujiang City. Sujiang City is still more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Magic City, and the plane has to fly for 4 hours. So naturally he had to rush over a day early. In the car, Wang Lei was secretly surprised. It was his first time in Ling Ji's car, and as a low-key tycoon who could earn tens of millions of dollars a month just by collecting rents, Fatty naturally recognized this car of Ling Ji's. He patted Ling Ji's shoulder with a big grin. If the Lingu of the past had been slapped by him ironically, he would have been bruised and hurt, but now that he was protected by the patriarch-level martial arts mastery skills, his physical qualities had long since been strengthened beyond recognition. This amount of force from the fat man was not enough for him to worry about. Old Ling, good. When did you get a Rolls Royce? How long has it been since I've seen you? You're so well mixed up. Stains. Fat Master can only say a bull on this. Fatty didn't realize that some people were ostensibly an unknown singer who had only released one song, but secretly they were the Kaiju Supreme God King's Landing. If one knew the truth, one could definitely drop the fat man's jaw. The netizen Supreme God, Jun Lin Tian, whom he had always worshipped to the utmost, was actually his good friend. In regards to fat people, Lingo said that he had gotten used to it. He shrugged helplessly. It's nothing. Didn't I release a song before? Here's the money the song made. The fat man looked at him suspiciously. That song of yours? It's a few million downloads. Even if you split it down to a hair over 1 million, that's never going to be able to afford a Rolls Royce. He was already on good terms with Lingu to a certain extent, and Lingu also knew that he had a building at home, so Fatty didn't pay much attention to what he said and spoke casually. If he had been in the past, he definitely wouldn't have said those words because the previous Lingu had a rather low self-esteem, but was strong. If he had shown his cards to Lingu before that he was a billionaire, I'm afraid that what he would get in return would only be Ling Ji's estrangement. Now, he's not afraid. Lingu is so talented. It's easy to make money. How else can you drive a Rolls Royce in just 1 month and even hire a chauffeur? One must know that more than a month ago Lingu could still be in existence that almost starved to death without even having any living expenses. Fatty had confidence in Lingu. Lingu was stunned, not expecting the fat man to be so resourceful, so an excuse was made. Here's the thing. You know Legend, right? Fatty gave Lingu a despicable look. Of course Fatty knows this song. It's the song of Fatty's goddess, and it's been so hot lately, it's already #1 on the new song charts, and it's playing on all the streets, so how could Fatty not know it? The fat man also sang a couple of lines. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd, I've never been able to forget your face since then. I dreamed of meeting again one day by chance, and since then I've been alone with my thoughts. After singing he gave Lingu a smug look. How's that? Master Fatty sang pretty well, didn't he? Lingu nodded. Fatty's voice is not in bad condition and he sings pretty well. So did you pay any serious attention to the songwriter of the song? Fatty thought for a moment and shook his head. He hadn't really noticed. After all, who usually pays attention to who the lyricist is? Everyone remembers basically just the singer himself. Unless it's a lyricist like Lin Shi. Still, he pulled out his cell phone and turned the song Legend on to check it out. Then he noticed the songwriter, Lingu. Fatty's eyes instantly widened. Old Ling, this shouldn't be. For his part, Lingu nodded his head at Fatty's display of surprise. That's right, I wrote the song too, and it's on a co-split model with your goddess. So now you know how this car was bought, right? The fat man nodded his head a bit dumbfounded, obviously shocked. I didn't realize that the songs he usually listened to often were actually written by Ling-gu. This just feels a little unbelievable. Ling-gu naturally lied slightly. In fact, he didn't even ask for the share Liu Ru gave him. The money he spent on this car was still mainly the manuscript fees generated by Tomb Raider's notes, because at this stage, his identity as King's Landing is not quite ready to be revealed. After all, with Fatty's character, if he knew that he was King's Landing, he would probably chase after him every day to ask about the plot. As a good author, this is naturally not to be dramatized, and the joy of catching up is the best part, isn't it? Ling-gu thought this in his heart. The car traveled along. Not long after, Ling Ji's phone rang. The person who called him was Jiang Tao, the director of King of Masked Singer. Ling-gu was a bit surprised. Why would Jiang Tao call him personally? Putting the phone through, a hearty laugh rang out on the other side. Ha ha, old brother Ling, when will you arrive in Sujian City? Jiang Tao's own family is Magic City. Last time with Wu Dahai to eat barbecue together to ask for Ling Ji's phone. That moment he happened to be in Magic City vacation. On weekdays, he works in Sujian City. Although he didn't quite know what Jiang Tao was calling him for, his tone was still very gentle. I'm on my way to the airport. Why is director Jiang free to call a small character like me? Shouldn't you be busy preparing for the program? Ling-gu, however, knew that he wasn't even an 18th line star now, despite releasing a song and having a couple videos that have caught fire online, but he felt it was all a blip and not enough. In the acting world, he didn't have enough fans as well as popularity yet. In the strictest sense, he hadn't even officially debuted yet, or it's worth a personal call from a director to offer condolences. Ha ha, the program has been prepared almost. Equipment, team, stage, scene layout and so on are ready. Tomorrow and then try the sound at night directly on the air on the line. This time there are a lot of strength singers to participate in. Oh, I do not know, old brother. Nervous? Nervous? Ling-gu smiled. The Grandmaster's singing power is added. No matter whether you are a heavenly king or a heavenly queen, all of them have to give way to him. Moreover, Ling-gu didn't really care much about the so-called ranking. As long as he wasn't eliminated and went all the way to the final Song King competition night, it would be fine. It's okay. Did director Jiang specially call over just to care about my state of mind? Head director Jiang laughed awkwardly. He was actually really trying to keep an eye on Ling Ji's state of mind. After all, Ling-gu had never performed on a stage that big again. That's tens, if not hundreds of thousands, of millions of viewers in front of the TV. He was actually most optimistic about Ling-gu. This son had the stature of a heavenly king, and if he played well, he could definitely become a hit on this program. At the very least, he could become a third-tier star. In his heart, he also hoped that Ling-gu could stand out like a dark horse and boost the program's ratings. He didn't have the slightest doubt about Ling Ji's singing ability. He was just afraid that if Ling-gu got nervous and couldn't bring out all of his strength at that time and went straight to a round robin, then it would be hilarious. When will you arrive this afternoon? I've booked a reception banquet. Let's have dinner then. After all, old Wu has instructed me to take good care of you. Jiang Tao was telling the truth. Wu Dahai did ask him to take care of Ling-gu on the show. After all, Ling-gu was a student with no background and could easily suffer in the show business. Ling-gu inwardly realized. So it is. I'll arrive at the Sioux River City Airport around 5 in the afternoon. Jiang Tao had been acting enthusiastically. That's good. I'll pick you up at the airport when the time comes. Then let's see you at the airport? Ling-gu promised. Okay, see you at the airport. The fat man was quite curious. Who are you meeting with at the airport? Ling-gu looked at him. The director of Sujian TV's King of Masked Singer. He asked me out for dinner tonight. Fatty's eyes widened slightly, and then he didn't know what his brain had come up with. His expression looked odd. A director asked you to dinner tonight? Ling-gu nodded. What happened to the dinner date tonight? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that. The fat man, on the other hand, had a stony face, but he had heard that certain directors had a fetish for that. For example, a famous writer who transformed into a male director was said to have taken a fancy to a male actor. So they had dinner together, and even opened a room or something. After doing this, the actor naturally got a lot of good resources, thus gaining a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. His brother? He wouldn't be submerged too, would he? Why else would a not-so-famous, not-yet graduate student be invited to be on a program at the level of King of Masked Singer? You know, the publicity is saying that it's a powerhouse of singers up there. Fatty put his hands on Ling Ji's shoulders and turned Ling Ji's body towards him with a stony face. Brother, tell Master Fatty honestly, did you make a PY deal with that King of Masked Singer director? Pust. Yang Wei, who was sitting in the chauffeur's driver's seat, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Without paying attention, the car almost hit a car in front of it. Luckily he ducked out of the way with a lane change. Fatty's head almost hit the car door. Only Lingo grabbed the chair in front of him in time, his body resolutely unmoving. Shit, bro. You're driving a car that almost killed the Fat Master. Yang Wei hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Also, I didn't hear anything just now. Fatty wasn't that small-minded, and he just blurted it out. Soon he looked at Lingo again, waiting for Lingo to give him an answer. Lingo waved his hand in a very speechless manner. No matter. Fatty, your ability to brainstorm in this area is too rich. Director Jiang is a classmate of Mr. Wu at our school, and Mr. Wu asked him to take care of me, so he asked me to have dinner with him tonight. Oh, Fatty nodded, although this is the case, but when boys go out, they can still remember to protect themselves. Let's do it this way. Master Fatty will go to dinner with you, lest he think ill of you. This kind of thing must be nipped in the bud the first time. Lingo, it's good that you're happy. Yang Wei, who was sitting in the front row, revealed a very speechless expression when he heard Fatty's words. He was aware of his own boss's terrifying strength. Who dared to hit the boss's attention? Unless he didn't want to live. The boss can kick you into oblivion and slap you so hard you can't take care of yourself. It didn't take long for a few people to arrive at the airport. As one of the largest airports in Xia, the Magic City Airport was naturally very spectacular. The Magic City lives up to its reputation as a fast-paced city. People come and go at the airport. All kinds of pedestrians in a hurry with their luggage in tow. The two of them, Fatty and Lingo, were getting ready to go inside, and Fatty was holding his cell phone in his hand and was brushing his teaser, looking at the long-legged young lady inside with a big smile on his face, so did not pay attention. Directly in front of a businessman who was talking on the phone at once knocked to fly, fell four to the sky. Cell phone and briefcase fell out a long way. The man picked up his things somewhat angrily and got up from the ground. Walking up to the fat man, Fatty even some annoyed, you this person will not walk. Walking or not looking at the road of it. The Fat Master's shoulder are hit the pain. Businessman. Nani? The businessman was in a daze at the moment. He's obviously the one who got hit alright. He was knocked out of the way. The cell phone and briefcase fell out of the room. What's wrong with you? You're like a human storm bear. You hit me and you're still evil? The fat man was wearing a brown pelletized fleece jacket, and the whole thing looked pretty much like a bear. He approached the businessman directly and looked at him condescendingly. The businessman is only 5 feet 7 inches tall, and is a puny little man in front of the 5 feet 8 inches, 9-inch fat man, so he shrugged at once, gulped. The voices were a few moments weaker. Humph. I won't bother with you unqualified people. After saying that, the businessman walked away in a hurry. Fatty complained at Lingo. This person is really unqualified. He didn't even apologize for bumping into someone. Lingo. The two of them went to the counter and lined up for their boarding passes, then waited in the terminal for a while until it was time to check in and board the plane. Since it wouldn't take long to travel from Mordor to Suzhou, Lingo bought economy class directly. Actually, Lingo didn't realize that this plane was only flying short distances, so it was just a plane without a first-class cabin. His and Fatty's seats weren't next to each other, so when they got on the plane the two of them went off to find their own seats. Ling Ji's position was not bad. It was near the edge of the window. He still likes it better. After all, there's no internet on the plane, so there's not much to do to pass the time, so I'm just going to look at the scenery. In his previous life, Lingo was just a small 18-line singer, with little activity, and he almost seldom took airplanes. That's why flying was a novelty for him. Not long after, the plane took off, flying into the clouds. Lingo watched for a while, then she felt a little sleepy, so she closed her eyes and fell asleep in a daze. As he fell asleep, Ling Ji's head slowly slid to one side, and he ended up leaning his head against a girl with long hair beside him. The girl had very pretty eyes with curled eyelashes, a small agitated nose, and pink lips. She was very pretty and graceful. If Lingo looked closely at her features, he would be able to realize that she looked very similar to an actress who played Martha Darrell in his previous life. The girl is called Lu Cece. Feeling the person on her shoulder, Lu Cece frowned slightly. The boy actually fell asleep lying on her shoulder. That's a bit outrageous. So she turned her head to try to wake Lingo up, but instead she saw Ling Ji's handsome profile. Although he was wearing a mask, Lu Cece thought that the boy must be very good looking. Even when you sleep, it's as if an angel has fallen asleep. The ink feather-like eyelashes were shadowed, and a pair of sea-sword eyebrows were unusually thick but shaped. For a moment, it seemed she couldn't bear to disturb the sleeping boy. It seemed that waking the boy up became a sin. Forget it, she thought this in her mind. I don't know how long it took, but the plane lurched a few times. Only then did the sleeping Lingo wake up. As soon as I woke up, I smelled a faint scent of hair. Lingo slowed down for a moment before realizing what was going on. He actually fell asleep on a girl's shoulder. This girl was wearing a beige tweed trench coat, and her hair was the very popular big wavy curls. making her look pure with a touch of flirtatiousness. It's very pretty. It was just that the girls, although very pretty, seemed to carry an air of bitterness in their own faces. Moreover, Linga felt that this girl looked somewhat familiar. She looked like an actress from that world in her previous life. I'm sorry, I probably fell asleep because I was a bit sleepy last night since I didn't get a good night's rest. Lingu apologized with great embarrassment. This kind of thing was indeed his fault, although he said he didn't do it on purpose. But he did take advantage of people a bit. Just why didn't the girl wake him up? It's okay, it's normal to fall asleep when you're out and about. Sometimes when you're tired. She didn't mind much. Of course, if a lecherous man had dared to do that, she probably would have just slapped him right across the face. Linga took his cell phone out and looked at the time. Well, half the time had passed and there was still the usual half time. It didn't take long for the flight attendant from the airplane to come pushing water. A small bottle of mineral water for one person. Lingu uncapped the bottle, then pulled the mask downwards, revealing his entire handsome face. The whole time, Lu Cece, who was next to her, had been watching, because she had long been a little curious about Ling Ji's face under the mask. The moment Lingu removed the mask, Lu Cece only felt her breath catch in her throat. It's so nice. There are such handsome boys in the world. The jawline is very smooth and the angles of the side face are very well defined. Obviously different from the current effeminate fresh meat. It was an extremely masculine and handsome beauty. The aura is clean and untainted. The fingers were long and white, bony and extremely powerful looking. Lingu took a sip of water before realizing that the girls had been watching him. What's wrong? He asked. The girl shook her head. It's okay, I just think you're pretty good looking. Just got mesmerized for a moment. Lingu smiled gently. That smile was as warm as the winter sun. Really? All the people who have seen me say I'm good looking. Lu Cece was momentarily speechless. The two men looked at each other without words. Not familiar after all. Just strangers who don't even know their names. Not long after, Lu Cece began to rest with her eyes closed again. Lingu, on the other hand, had just slept for a while so she didn't want to rest now. But then again, it's a bit boring. After thinking about it, he decided that a raffle would be good. Until now, he had saved up so much prestige value, but he hadn't taken the initiative to draw a prize once. The previous time he drew a prize, it was still a gift from the system. System, I want a lottery. Good host, may I ask if you want to open the bronze treasure chest, or the silver treasure chest, or the gold treasure chest, or the diamond treasure chest? The system's voice seemed very enthusiastic, just like a waiter at the bottom of the sea. Lingu frowned. System, why are you so enthusiastic? The host is joking. Oh, the customer is God. Treat God of course to be enthusiastic. Lingu, well, there's nothing wrong with that from the system. What are the raffle prices for each treasure chest? Bronze treasure chest, 100,000 prestige value. Silver treasure chest, 500,000 prestige value. Gold treasure chest 1 million reputation value. Diamond treasure chest, 10 million reputation value. This suggests that the host to buy the gold level above the treasure chest. Oh, more cost effective. The more rich reward. Oh. Lingu pondered for a moment, then checked his current reputation value again. That's a total of 56 million prestige values now. Not enough. He naturally couldn't smoke all of it. He had to keep half for backup. After a few moments of thought, he came to a decision. System, give me 6 golden treasure chests. Thank you for your patronage. 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 Congratulations to the host, obtaining the era playing master skill. Lingu, that's a bit of a bummer. Combined with buying 6 gold treasure chests, only one has something in it, and there are 5 thanks for the patronage. Sure enough, the raffle is a bit of a pitfall. It's kind of funny, though. After all, when this kind of treasure chest is opened, there is no telling what will be opened inside, so there is a sense of unknown anticipation. So Lingu decided that he was going to keep opening boxes. System, give me 2 more diamond treasure chests. Diamond chests are so expensive, they should open something better, right? With anticipation, Lingu waited for the results of the system's unboxing. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host, who has acquired the skill of piloting an airplane. Lingu, airplane piloting skills? What does he need this skill for? Is he going to be an airplane pilot? And this diamond treasure chest so expensive box actually can open out. Thank you for patronizing. This is outrageous. At least give a consolation prize or something is right. Lingu felt a bit speechless. At the moment, he only had 30 million prestige values left. How about 5 more gold treasure chests? Remind the host that the more times the host draws, the higher the lucky value will be, and the higher the probability of drawing something good. Oh, this reminder from the system made Lingu make up his mind. So, 5 more gold treasure chests. Okay host please wait. Thank you for your patronage. Song Chengdu. Thank you for your patronage. Song Fireworks. This time, at least the pop rate did improve a bit, and the 5 gold chests opened up 2 nice songs. Although if one were to go directly inside the system mall to buy these 2 songs, it would actually only cost 2 million prestige values. But the experience is different. He's enjoying the raffle. Suppressing the desire in his heart to still continue the lottery, Lingu began to look out the window again in boredom. The plane was about 40 minutes away from starting to land. Just simmer for another 40 minutes, Lingu thought to himself. At this point, however, among the passengers, the 2 strong men with hats and masks and glasses looked at each other. Then the 2 men untied their safety ropes and both stood up. Both men left their seats and stood in the aisle. The stewardess at the front saw the 2 men and thought they were going to the restroom, so she hurriedly reminded them, "You're not allowed to walk around on an airplane. Sir, there are currently people in the restroom, and by the way, please go to the restroom one at a time. Now please sit back in your seats and fasten your seatbelts." However, the stewardess's good advice did not have the slightest effect. The 2 big men didn't even bother with the stewardess. The stewardess was instantly a bit angry and walked up to make a theory, only to have a big man kick her directly in the stomach. The flowery stewardess immediately let out a cry of pain covering her stomach and fell to the ground unable to get up. She lay pale and wailing on the ground. There was some panic among the passengers in the cabin, but none of them dared to move on the plane. Only a small young man with a rather sturdy-looking body stood up. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people?" However, the next moment, he saw the big man violently pull out a knife from his body, which was a folding knife, and the blade was 20 centimeters straight after opening. Under the sunlight, it reflected a palpitatingly cold aura. God knows what means they used to hide the folding knives from security. Seeing the blade that was flashing with a cold aura, the youngsters suddenly trembled. These 2 actually carried knives with them. These were definitely not ordinary people, most likely some sort of terrorists. If these 2 were angered, it was possible that these 2 thugs would simply go in with a white knife and come out with a red one. The young man burst into a couple of awkward laughs. I didn't see anything. You guys go on." After saying that, the youngster sat back down again, and even lowered his head. It was as if as long as he couldn't see these 2 thugs, these 2 thugs couldn't see him. Luckily, though, the 2 big men who pulled out their knives didn't have the youngster in their sights. At this time, a stewardess saw the place from the front and rushed to call the airplane's safety officer. That stewardess ran to the safety officer's lounge and hurriedly said anxiously, "Quickly." 2 thugs appeared on the airplane. They injured Sisterly, and they were holding knives on them. There were a total of 2 security officers on the airplane, and at this moment when they heard the words of the stewardess they immediately became angry. There were actually people who dared to cause trouble on the airplane. At this moment they immediately followed the flight attendant to the cabin with their batons. "Drop your weapons, you're breaking the law, you know that?" The 2 safeties confronted the thugs. Yet naturally the thugs were unlikely to lay down their weapons and surrender. So the safety officers rushed over, ready to subdue the 2 thugs. They were professionals, very professionally trained, so they were very confident that they could take these 2 thugs down. So the 2 security officers with their batons fought with the 2 big men. The passengers on the airplane, on the other hand, were all sitting in their seats in fear, not daring to move. Fear of attracting the attention of the thugs. In case the attention of the thugs is attracted, these 2 thugs directly give them a knife. They are not cool. The 2 security officers had expected to be able to subdue the 2 thugs very easily, only to find out that they couldn't. The 2 thugs seemed to be practiced, more so than they had been professionally trained. It was just a few dozen seconds of work, only to see a thug take a direct stab, slashing a large gash in the stomach of one of the security officers. There was a rush of blood. Blood spurted onto a nearby woman, who immediately roared and screamed as if she were possessed. Murder! Murder! Soon after, another safety was also viciously stabbed in the stomach and fell to the ground out of breath. It was clear that these 2 men would not survive if they were not treated in a timely manner. Everyone in the cabin didn't dare to move. All of them were in a state of fear at the moment, and the woman splattered with blood was still yelling like crazy. One of the thugs couldn't take it anymore and knocked him out with a straight elbow. On the cabin, everyone dared not move. Very many people though unbuckled their seatbelts and cowered under the seats, curling up like a dog, as if that would make them safe. There are those who finally can't look away. A woman in pain. "What are you men doing? Why are you such wimps? There are so many of you. Are you still afraid of the 2 of them? Isn't anyone going to help?" That just happened so fast that Lingu couldn't even react before the 2 security officers were stabbed to the ground. But at the moment it was obvious that the 2 safeties on the ground were in critical condition, and it was all the more important for him to save them. Otherwise, within a few minutes, those 2 would definitely die from blood loss. Lingu checked the system mall at the moment. In the system mall, There was a skill called the surgical cleric skill. He quickly frowned again. Because although the skill was awesome, the system gave all the technical stuff, and there was no physical stuff in the mall at all. It's like if you became a master surgeon but didn't have a scalpel. It's crushingly unhelpful. System, why isn't there something like a scalpel inside the system mall? Lingu inquired in his mind. Pro, there is no physical type of props in the system. Oh, so last time, what happened to the bank card you rewarded me with? Pro, that bank card is not a physical prop, so it is only with advanced technology data show out of the virtual props only. In fact, it is essentially still data, not entity. The reason why you can touch the road, that is only because it deceived your perception only. Lingu, well, it turns out, no wonder that bank card disappeared after he bought the house and left it at home. But without a scalpel or sutures or anything like that, how was he going to save the two safeties on the floor? Ling Ji's heart flooded with worry. At this moment, Lu Cece also had a look of fear on her face. Her body kept moving closer and closer to Lingu, sticking close to him, and in the end, half of her body was almost hanging on Ling Ji's body, as if this could give her a sense of security. And at the moment, in addition to the woman who was crying out in pain, there was someone else who was also conforming. You guys go help. So many big men. Are you still afraid of the two of them? You guys are just cowards. At this point, there was a moment of reluctance in the crowd as well. If you want to go, you go. Didn't you see them with knives? The two security officers with batons were stabbed over. Aren't we giving away food by going? The crowd fell silent at those words. The men who had been aroused to a few moments of helpfulness by the words fell silent again. Because the man was right. The thugs had knives. And even the trained security guards couldn't beat them. So wouldn't they be just giving away food if they went there as ordinary people? They don't want to play the hero. If they hang up, who's going to support their wives and children at home? If you hang up, then your wife will have to be slept with by another man and your son will have to call another man daddy. It's just not tolerable. It's not that they're wimps. They're only doing it for their families. So there were so many people in the entire cabin, and not one of them dared to move. There was mockery in the eyes of the two thugs under their inked glasses. This inferiority of human nature is something they know very well. Who would put themselves in harm's way for the sake of an unrelated person? No one would be that stupid. However, at that moment, someone else stepped forward. That's an old lady. She's so old, she can't even walk. The mortar and pestle stood out. Everyone looked at her in silence. She was seen walking slowly down the aisle. That staggering Mu Sunshine seemed as if she would fall the next moment. Only one step was seen as she walked towards the two thugs standing there. Finally she came to the outlaw's side. Raise the cane in your hand. Toward one of the thugs he struck. But that was extremely forceless and didn't even hurt when it hit. No, permission, made, evil. The old lady couldn't speak very well, and could only stammer out such a sentence. Everyone watched the scene. The scene left everyone on the cabin speechless. So many big men. None of them dared to go up there. And finally an old lady in her 70s or 80s stepped forward. She was old and stumbling, but so determined, so brave. The two thugs seemed to greatly enjoy seeing the ugly humanity of these people. So these people said these things and they didn't stop them. Instead they watched everything as if they were watching a play. They are well aware of the ugliness of human nature. And there is no way that any of them will be the one to stand out. Only, I didn't expect an old lady to stand up with determination. It took them by surprise. But they didn't care. The two thugs didn't care about the old woman. And when no one else stepped forward, they headed in the direction of the nose of the machine. At this time, a man in the crowd immediately rushed over. There was a man who slammed the door to the front of the cabin hard directly behind him. Apparently this man was more familiar with the construction of airplanes. Close the door behind you and lock it. That's when the man breathed a sigh of relief. This door is locked. They can't get through for a while. It was then that some people gathered around and began to check up on the two safeties on the ground. They're dying. Do we have a doctor in the group? At this time, a middle-aged man with half-white hair and gold-rimmed glasses stood out. Let me see. I'm a surgeon at the Mordor People's Hospital. The stewardess who had been kicked earlier had already been helped up by another stewardess. The stewardess who was kicked is still wiping her tears at this moment. So one of the two safeties on the ground was her fiancé. The two have been engaged and have met both parents. Originally, they were going to get married at the beginning of this year. Who knew that at this point I would actually run into this kind of thing? Her future husband had lost so much blood from the stabbing that it was highly unlikely that he would even survive. Wouldn't that make her a prepared widow before she was even married? At this moment, when she heard some people say that they were doctors, the stewardess immediately knelt down in front of the middle-aged man as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Please sir, you must save my boyfriend. Please sir. The middle-aged man helped the flight attendant up. I try. Someone in the crowd recognized the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. Ah, It's Professor Zhang. He's the best surgeon at the Magic City People's Hospital. Hearing the man's words, everyone had a few moments of peace in their hearts at the moment. The best surgeon in the Magic City People's Hospital. This strength must be very impressive. It's a medical bigwig. Now that might have saved these two safeties. The crowd dispersed at once, allowing the middle-aged man to check out the situation, only to see the middle-aged man crouch down and start checking it out. His brows furrowed. It's not looking good. They're losing too much blood. I don't really have any tools on me right now that I can utilize. They've lost so much blood that they've gone into shock. At most, they'll last another 5 minutes before they stop breathing. Hearing this, at once that flight attendant's eyes went black and she fainted. Apparently, though, no one was bothering to worry about her at the moment. She just passed out. By far the most dangerous are the two safeties on the ground. They were in an accident to protect the passengers on the plane. So everyone in the cabin at the moment was hoping that the two safety officers would be safe. Otherwise, they have a bad conscience. And just as the crowd was at a loss, another person in the crowd stepped forward. It was an old man. He took a zippered wallet from inside his salute and walked over. I can try to help. Try to see if I can stop their bleeding with a silver needle. The old man is an old Chinese doctor. He crouched down as well. Then the zipper of the wallet was unzipped, and inside were many long, thin silver needles. Then he saw the old man take out a silver needle and start sticking it in the body of the safety officer. After a minute, the old man had stuck dozens of silver needles around the stomach of one of the safeties, and that safety's blood flow was noticeably less. It worked, but, still, it didn't stop the bleeding, and by now the old man was sweating profusely. I tried my best, old man, but I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do. The kind of middle-aged surgeon from the Magic City People's Hospital also sighed and shook his head. The two safeties could still be saved if they were immediately taken to the emergency room and treated in hospital conditions, but it's a high school at tens of thousands of meters. Even if it were to descend immediately now, the airplane would not be able to come to an immediate stop on the ground. The two safeties, therefore, can already be declared dead. Everyone's heart sank at the moment. They were all very bad in their hearts. The two safety officers, who sacrificed their lives to protect the safety of the passengers. They are heroes and martyrs, someone said with red eyes. All of them nodded in great agreement with this talk of his. Yes, these are two martyrs who died to save them. But just as the crowd was in grief, Ling Gu, however, looked puzzled. Stop the bleeding. By the way, silver needles do stop the bleeding. The old man hadn't stopped the bleeding, but at least it had been reduced. Ling Gu was instantly delighted in his heart. There's still a chance. The two safeties still have a few hopes of being rescued. System. Exchange the Patriarch level Yanhuang 9 needles acupuncture and mock Sebastian and surgery Patriarch level skills for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The exchange was successful. In the next instant, Ling De suddenly only felt that many acupuncture techniques, already surgical techniques and knowledge all appeared clearly in his mind. It was as if he was a super doctor who came out of those stories of the doctor who came down from the mountain. So Ling De stood up. As for Lu Cece, who had been half hanging on him before, she had already distanced herself from him when the two thugs had gone to the head of the cabin. She said she was too scared for a moment and told Ling De not to take it personally. Ling De naturally didn't mind this. He'd slept on someone's shoulder before. At this moment, Ling De came to the two safeties. Let me try. When Ling De said this, everyone looked at him in surprise. A youngster? Even the professors at the Magic City People's Hospital shook their heads and said it was hopeless. But then a young man came out and said he wanted to try. Isn't that a joke? Don't you mess around. Just let the heroes go quietly. Don't toss them. Someone with red eyes said. Since Dr. Zhang said it's hopeless, it must be hopeless. So, since it's hopeless, it's better to let the two heroes go in peace than to have their remains tossed around carelessly. And at this time, Fatty also came to Ling Ge's side. Fatty held his forehead somewhat helplessly. Dude, you're a civil engineering student. You're a singer at best. Why are you trying to show off again? When Fatty said this, the crowd became even more speechless. What the hell do you know about healing? A little singer studying civil engineering? Don't be ridiculous. Okay. Ling Gu, however, gave the fatty a reassuring look. This look instantly caused the fat man to freeze, because there's something very convincing about that look. As if the sight of that look made people actually believe he could do it. Ling Gu stopped talking nonsense, because if they keep on dawdling, the two safeties will be truly hopeless. Therefore, there can be no further delay. Old sir, lend me the silver needle for a moment. The old man put the silver needle into the Ling singer. These two are hopeless anyway, so let the lad try. Although, it's unlikely that a miracle will happen. Ling Gu took the bag of silver needles in her hand. Then straight away he undid the clothes on the two safeties, exposing their upper bodies. The blood was still bubbling out of the room. Let the crowd disperse. Lingo began to stand straight up. He picked up a silver needle there and didn't crouch closer. Standing straight up, he threw himself toward the safety lying on the ground. The crowd was all dumbfounded by his display. Are you throwing darts at people's stomachs like they're targets? What are you doing? You're insulting the remains of a hero. Stop it now. Some people started to question it, trying to cut Lingo off. Then Lingo was the one who pushed this obstructionist away with a gentle push. Right now he didn't have that much time to waste with these uninitiated people milling about. He moved very quickly, throwing out several silver needles in a second. It was hard to imagine that the silver needles, which were about as thin as a hair's thread, could actually be thrown so steadily into a person's skin. What kind of arm strength does it take? The crowd only felt that Ling Ji's arm strength was amazing, but only the owner of that silver needle, the old man, stared in disbelief. This was because most of Ling Ji's every throw was thrown on top of the acupoints that stopped the bleeding. As for why he said most, it was because there were some acupoints that even he didn't know what they were. A minute passed. The two safeties had densely packed silver needles around their stomach wounds. Their blood. The bleeding stopped, someone said in shock. The crowd then took a closer look and it was actually true. That wound really barely bleeds. It's a god trick. It's so awesome. I thought this little brother was fooling around before, but now it seems that he's simply hiding something deep. This little brother couldn't be an heir to the divine healer who walked down from the mountains. That throwing of the silver needle was also too handsome. It was like an aesthetic feast. Fatty had also long since been dumbfounded at this moment. Show. It's just too much show. The show made his head spin. How come his brother is so powerful? He knows how to use silver needles? Could he have learned from some divine doctor who hides in the mountains? Lingo finally breathed a sigh of relief at this point. Fortunately, this silver needle technique was really very reliable, and it was worthy of the 5 million exchange skill. Which one of you has a needle and thread in your curtsy? Lingo asked, rushing to the crowd. A grandmother held out a coil of thread to Lingo. There's another needle on the line. Lingo threaded the needle and then directly used this needle to start stitching up the two safeties. He was very fast, and in no time at all, he had stitched up the wounds of the two men. The stitches were very neat and fine. It was as if they were made by a clothesline machine. Well, they shouldn't die for a while. Just take them to the hospital as soon as the plane stops to re-clean their wounds and stitch them up. There was a burst of applause from the crowd. And just then, the plane suddenly shook and the crowd was thrown about. Damn! Those two thugs headed for the head of the cabin. They're not going to make a move on the captain, are they? Everyone's face changed drastically when these words came out. If something happens to the captain, wouldn't it be a plane crash? Then all of them, won't survive. All must die. Don't panic, guys. Go back to your seats and put your seatbelts on. I'm going to see what's going on. As soon as Lingo finished saying this, the airplane shook again and became 90 degrees to the plane. At this moment in the nose of the airplane, something even more incredibly creepy is happening. That is, the two thugs stabbed the driver as well. Then a satisfied look appeared on the faces of the two men. They thought to themselves that the driver couldn't even fly the plane. So everyone on the plane was going to die. That would also complete the task. They were actually hired by someone big to kill people. On this airplane, there is a big shot. And this big shot is a rival of a certain big shot. By getting rid of this one on the plane, that one big shot will be able to rise to power. In order not to arouse suspicion, the plan the one produced for them was to disguise themselves as thugs on an airplane. That way no one would suspect the one. After seeing that the pilot of the plane could no longer fly the plane, the two thugs opened the door of the plane with satisfaction, and then prepared the parachute that they had found before and jumped out directly. The lurching of the plane was due precisely to the fact that the two thugs had opened the door of the plane, causing an imbalance in air pressure. All of them were unsteady on their feet, and some of them were even knocked off their feet by the fall. All the crowd could do was rely on a tight grip on the seats on the cabin. Poor little brothers of the two injured safeties, who by now had fallen into a corner and were stuck in chairs. Eventually the plane veered again and finally leveled off. That was before the unconscious driver pilot used his last strength to close the door. Then the driver fainted helplessly. The airplane smoothed out a bit, but it also began to show a parabolic trajectory from high to low. Unsurprisingly, the end result would still be the destruction of the airplane and the death of the people. Everyone was filled with a look of horror at this moment. What happened on this day today? I'm afraid they would never forget it in their entire lives. Oh no! I'm afraid that's the end of this life. Quickly open this door, Lingdu hurriedly said to the flight attendant. The stewardesses were also without a backbone at the moment. Ling Ji's performance just now had made the crowd see him as the center of attention long ago. Ah, but the thugs are out front. The stewardess spoke with some fear. That's a murderous thug who just stabs people without a moment's hesitation when he says he'll stab them. Don't but it. I suspect something has happened to the pilot of the plane. Can't you feel that the plane has been going down in an abnormal downward spiral now? Once Ling Gu said this, the stewardess also finally realized that something was wrong. She flew on airplanes all the time, so she naturally knew that normally airplanes had to start landing slowly, and it was impossible for them to have such an exaggerated rate of descent. I'm afraid something really did happen to the pilot, and no one is flying the plane for this to happen. The flight attendant's face went white. If something happens to the pilot, then I'm afraid the passengers on this plane and even herself are screwed. Don't worry about those two thugs. I just saw through the window that the two of them have jumped, with parachutes on them, a male passenger in the crowd said. Hearing this, the flight attendant finally stopped hesitating and opened that door. You guys strap in. After exhorting once more, Ling Gu and the stewardess both walked towards the front. It wasn't long before the pungent odor of blood could be vaguely detected. A bad feeling rose in both of their hearts. I'm afraid something has really happened to the driver. The two men came to the nose of the plane and saw the pilot of the plane inside the cockpit had slumped unconscious all over the console, while underneath him there was blood all over the ground. The stewardess was filled with despair. It's over. We're dead this time. Looks like this is the last flight of my career. Ha! Ling Gu, on the other hand, opened the cab and carried the driver out. But there wasn't that much time left for him to stitch this drive up at the moment. He took it to the cabin. Once again, he brought the silver needle from that old man and gave the driver a few strokes to stop the gushing blood. That Dr. Zhang, right? You used the needle that I just used to stitch him up. He barked at that Dr. Zhang, then immediately rushed back inside the cab. Looks like the skills I just obtained from opening the treasure chest have a use. Ha! Ling Gu thought to himself in a self-deprecating manner. With that he resolutely sat down in the blood-covered driver's seat. The flight attendants had already come to the passenger area at the moment, so they didn't realize that Ling Gu was planning to go and fly the plane himself. At this point, the stewardess was a bit muddled, and she only felt that she was in for it today. Ah, you guys look ahead. That's a small mountain. Our airplane will definitely crash into it if it goes down on this current trajectory. Oh my god, a man in the crowd was exclaiming in shock. He was a teacher who taught math, and was particularly knowledgeable about parabolic trajectories and such. The trajectory of the plane now is 100% crash and burn. Where's the pilot? How does the pilot of the airplane fly? Stewardess, you tell us. That's just it. Come on, tell me why the plane did that. All the passengers were very anxious. The stewardess was filled with a look of despair, her face flickering. I don't know if I should tell the passengers everything or not. After a moment of internal celestial warfare, she finally decided to talk to the passengers about the situation. It would be a nice ending if the passengers could leave some last words or something to be seen by their families. Took a deep breath. The stewardess's vermilion lips parted as she choked on her voice. Actually, the one on the ground is the airplane pilot. He has bled out and passed out. So no one is flying the plane anymore. It's only a matter of time before the plane crashes. While there is still time, you should take out your cell phones and compose a message. If you're lucky, the cell phones will still be saved, and the contents will be able to be seen by your families maybe. After saying that, the stewardess wiped her tears and took her cell phone out. There was no signal on the plane, so she had to edit the text message to save it in her phone. Let's hope we can get lucky and save the phone. Oh, I'm still young. I don't want to die. A young girl in the crowd cried. Mommy, are we going to die? A little boy innocently asked a woman. The woman wiped her tears. Don't be afraid, baby. Even if you die, mommy is with baby. There was still an innocent smile on the little boy's face. Well, as long as mommy is by Tong Tong's side, Tong Tong is not afraid. The next thing the passengers in the cabin did was pull out their cell phones. They were ready to leave their last words. A man edited on his cell phone. Kids, mom, it's regrettable that this happened. Goodbye forever. I'm counting on you for the kids. It's now 4:30. My life is blessed. Thank you. A woman who had just recently become a wife left a comment. Dear, I've been in a plane crash. Please don't be too sad that I'm gone. I just bought an accident insurance policy about a month ago and put it in the binder of that basic new book on the first shelf. I didn't have a chance to tell you about it yet, and I didn't expect it to come flooding in so soon. If you are reading this message, you will be able to find that insurance policy. Forgive me for not being able to continue to love you and take care of yourself. Wife, I'm really sorry that this happened. Goodbye. Please take good care of the children. My loving wife, life with you is all wonderful. Our children will grow up to be successful. And I didn't expect that dinner last night would be our last. It's really gone this time. And if there's a next life, I'll never fly again. Wife, under the sofa there is still a few $1,000s I hid in my personal money. That is ready to buy you a birthday gift. When I'm gone, you take it out and buy a bag. And you carry it every day as if I'm with you. Others leave sprightly messages in a humorous tone. The river and mountain are left to you. I've had enough fun. Bye bye. All of the people on the plane were leaving their own last words. Even though these last words will not necessarily be seen by their families, but it is the last thing they can leave to this beautiful world. Fatty, on the other hand, was looking for Ling-gu at the moment. He didn't see Ling-gu in the cabin, and I wonder where old Ling went, he muttered. Maybe it was because he had a good brother with him, so even death didn't seem so scary. The greatest fear, in fact, is the kind of death and loneliness. Fortunately, he is not. Fatty also took out his cell phone, ready to leave a message for his family. Mom and Dad, your big number is kind of a complete write-off this time. In fact, I overheard you guys say that the big number is scrapped and you want to practice a small number. This time, the big number is not only invalid, but also completely cancelled. You guys just practice a small number. Don't miss me too much. The plane is still in a constant state of descent. It wasn't long before the crowd saw through the window that the plane was about to hit the hill in front of it. Many passengers closed their eyes in despair at this moment. They can't bear to look death in the face. It's probably a little better to close your eyes and wait to die. That math teacher is mentally mulling over the drill at this very moment. At this rate, he figured that another minute would pass before the plane crashed. Perhaps death was imminent. So he was calm instead. All people have to die eventually. However, seconds before the plane was about to hit the hill, instead, the airplane roared up, like a cloud-piercing arrow heading upward, and flew high into the sky once again. The crowd would have had their eyes closed, and they all knew that in a minute at the most, the plane would be destroyed. But gradually they felt that something was wrong. Why aren't they dead yet? Is it because the time just before one's death seems extraordinarily long? A few minutes passed. The crowd felt something was wrong. This one's obviously more than a minute old. Someone opened their eyes and looked out the window. Ah, the plane is back up. Back up, he exclaimed at once. Hearing this from him, the rest of the group looked out the window as well. Ah, it's actually true. We're saved. We're saved. All of them had a look of joy after the robbery. Tears of happiness flowed from their eyes. Fatty was also confused at the moment. He didn't see Ling-gu, and an idea came to his mind. This brother of his isn't going to start showing off again, is he? The stewardess also seemed to have thought of something. She rushed to the front of the nose of the plane. Sure enough, all of a sudden he found a boy covered in blood sitting there concentrating on his airplane. Ah, sir, you still fly airplanes? Ling-gu just nodded his head very flatly. It's okay. Slightly knowledgeable. Flight attendant. This is not a slight understanding of is clearly extremely skillful. Just almost hit you can break back. Even the previous driver cannot do At this moment, the flight attendant's heart was already in shock. What is this mysterious man? Not only is he an excellent doctor, but he can even fly an airplane? It's just too good to be true, isn't it? That's right. You pacify the passengers on the plane and tell them not to panic. The plane will be descending in 20 minutes and I will bring them back to the ground safely. Ling-gu exhorted. Yes sir. The stewardess nodded her head in agreement. She then made her way to the cabin passenger area. She was in a much better mood at this point, as the crisis had passed and the plane was clear of thugs. It was just a matter of waiting for a safe landing. The stewardess smiled again in a rare moment. Passengers, you need not fear for your lives now. The plane has now been given to be piloted by the same gentleman who healed the safety officer earlier. When the passengers heard this, they were all happy. That's too good. No one has to die. The group was so happy they were almost dancing. But there are still people who feel uneasy in their hearts, fearing that the flight attendants are just comforting everyone. So it was challenged. The gentleman from before? That gentleman with the great medical skills. Does he even fly airplanes? This one man was voicing doubts. The stewardess immediately had a few moments of displeasure in her heart. That kind of man is also something you can question? Sir, I don't have to make jokes like that. Why else would the plane have just flown again when it was on the verge of crashing? That's because that gentleman took over the plane. His skills are even better than the previous pilots, so please don't question him. That gentleman said that he would bring us back to the ground safely. The flight attendant's words caused everyone's mouths to drop open in surprise. That young man just now is not only a great healer, but he can actually fly an airplane. This is outrageous. How can one person have so many skills? Among the passengers, only the fat man's heart was clear. Fatty felt like he was on the verge of going numb. Sure enough, his brother was showing off his operation again. He can write original songs, then he can heal, and now he can fly airplanes. This, then, is outrageous. How did Ling-gu quietly amaze everyone after saying that they were going to be scrappers together? Just himself is still a million years old scrapper. Woohoo! That's too hard. Fatty's confidence was hit hard. At this moment, he was extremely skeptical. Was he born to come to Earth to play the game? If his life were written in a book, shouldn't the title be My Years on Earth as a Soy Sauce? No more waves along the way. Just like that, 25 minutes later, the airplane landed inside Suzhou Airport. As soon as the plane hit the ground, the flight attendant had already called 120 emergency. The rest of the crowd was left where they were, waiting for the police uncle to come over for questioning. Not long after, 120 came and took away the 2 safety officers as well as the driver. After a while, the police from Suzhou City arrived. After registering the information of the people as well as understanding the situation, some irrelevant people were allowed to go back. And at the scene even the director of the Public Security Bureau of Suzhou City came, and he was respectful to a middle-aged man among the passengers. The middle-aged man rushed at the chief after he left. Don't give that little brother a hard time. The little brother in the middle-aged man's mouth was naturally referring to Lingu. The director nodded his head in agreement. Then politely Lingu as well as the stewardess took back to ask some questions. After making a statement and politely sent Lingu to leave the bureau, and said that they want to award Lingu a flag of bravery and courage, and also want to recognize Lingu in the evening news program on the TV station. However, this was naturally rejected by Lingu. He didn't want any trouble. He was even honored on TV. If the thugs saw him sabotaging their plans, wouldn't they hate him to death? Fortunately, Lingu hadn't uncovered his mask the entire time except for drinking water. So even most of those passengers on the airplane hadn't seen his face. The only one who had seen his face and remembered it was probably Cici Lu. But that's irrelevant. Coming out of the police station, Ling Ji's phone was already ringing again. This was naturally Zhang Tao calling. For old brother have you arrived? Zhang Tao asked over the phone. Well, here it is. Lingu returned. Why so late for so long? Lingu laughed. Didn't something happen to delay it? Besides, it's not too late for dinner. It's just right. Director Jiang sent me the location. My clothes are dirty. I'll change and come. Oh yeah, I'm coming with my agent. Is that okay, Director Jiang? Lingu suddenly remembered that Fatty said he wanted to go with him, so naturally he had to ask Zhang Tao's opinion before he could do so, which was a basic principle of dealing with people in the world. So he added a sentence. Otherwise, if someone invites you to dinner and you don't even say hello to the proprietor who invited you, then you won't be able to handle people. Zhang Tao was very quick. This is certainly no problem. So old brother already has an agent. The two continued to make small talk for a while before hanging up. Lingu went to a clothing store and bought a new dress and pants to change into, and threw the blood-stained clothes into the trash. Then he took a taxi to his destination according to the location Zhang Tao gave him. Not long afterward, Lingu and Fatty arrived at a place called Sujiang Grand Hotel. Business is good here, and the halls are full at the moment. The waiter at the restaurant soon greeted them. Gentlemen, may I ask if it's dinner? Lingu nodded. Well, we already have a friend who made a reservation, at the Clear Wind Pavilion. King Feng, the name of a private room in the restaurant. Listening to this name is very elegant. Obviously a more upscale private room. Okay gentlemen, please meet me this way. Lingu and Fatty followed the waiter to the second floor, and then came to the door of a private room called Qingfeng Pavilion. Sir, this is it. Lingu nodded. Thank you. The waiter left while Lingu and Fatty opened the door to the private room and walked in. In front of the dining table in the house, there was a middle-aged man who was slightly fat with black-framed glasses. Lingu removed the mask and greeted Zhang Tao with a smile. Is it Director Jiang? Really refined. At first glance, it is the art of awe. Zhang Tao stood up and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Old brother is really good at talking. Come and sit over here. That fat old brother don't be polite either. Feel free to sit down. Lingu and Fatty both sat down on the chairs. Zhang Tao then handed over the menu. What do you want to eat? Old brother. Feel free to order. Don't be polite with old brother. Lingu shook her head. It's fine for Director John to keep an eye on things. After all, I'm not familiar with this place either, so I don't know what dishes are good. I'll just trouble Director Zhang to introduce the specialties here. Zhang Tao smiled and nodded in agreement. This young man is really good. He can't be faulted for being a man of the world. The steamed catfish here is considered a specialty dish, with a light flavor but tasty meat, and the sweet and sour pork here is also a specialty. Zhang Tao hooked the dishes while introducing them to Lingu. Eventually he ordered a dozen dishes and called the waiter to take the menu away. Then, Zhang Tao got down to business. It's like this old brother. This King of Masked Singer is a program with a certain competition nature. But there's no problem at all with your singing skills. I just want to say that it's good for you to play well and steadily. Don't be nervous. You know, he had pressed all his treasure on Ling Ji's body. As far as Ling Ji's looks are concerned, even if he can't get the final king of songs, I'm afraid that as long as he reveals his face, that will definitely bring super high attention to King of Masked Singer, which Zhang Tao is convinced of. However, he naturally preferred Lingu to go all the way to the end, or even get the song king, but he also knew that it wasn't very realistic. This is because the show features, in many cases, veteran powerhouse vocalists from the music industry. The vocals are very good and have been famous for a long time. Although Ling Ge's vocals weren't bad, it was unlikely that he could outshine all the veteran singers. It wasn't very realistic, and his goal for Ling Ge was just to make it to the final night of the King of Song competition. Ling Ge nodded. Nervous? It doesn't exist. Don't worry, Director Jiang. I won't be nervous. I'll do my best and play to the best of my ability. Zhang Tao nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Not enough? Have you prepared any songs? At least you have to be ready for tomorrow's song. Ling Ge laughed. Don't worry, Director Jiang. I've already prepared the song for tomorrow. Hearing that Ling Ge had already prepared a song, Zhang Tao came to a few moments of interest. Oh, can you reveal which song? Director Jiang will know tomorrow. And even if I say so, Director Jiang won't know because it's a new song that hasn't been released yet. When he heard Ling Ge say that this was a new song, Zhang Tao instantly showed a few moments of worry on his face. It's a big risk for a new song. After all, the audience hasn't heard it before. If the quality is not good, you might get eliminated in one round just to say the least. Are you sure? Zhang Tao asked rather worriedly. Ling Ge gave him a don't worry look. Don't worry, Director Jiang. There's no problem. Fatty was also chiming in at the moment. Director Jiang, right? You have to believe in our family Ling Ge's strength. He's absolutely fine. Just put 100 hearts. Zhang Tao hesitated before nodding. How to choose Ling Ge had his own judgment. And he also believed that Ling Ge wasn't the kind of person to mess around without a plan. After a meal, Zhang Tao and Fatty both drank a lot of wine. Soon enough the two of them had already called themselves brothers and sisters, rather like they hated each other. By the end of the meal, the fat man was already a little drunk, but still sober. Otherwise, Ling Ge would still have to carry the fatty back. Director Jiang, then Fatty and I will go back first. We'll see you tomorrow at the scene. Ling Ge said goodbye to Director Jiang. Zhang Guide is worthy of a long time immersed in the table of the old oil. At this moment even if you have already drunk half a kilogram of white wine is still no drunkenness. Solid bull. He waved his hand in a big gesture that looked very grand. I wonder if cultured people are more boozy when they drink. Okay, old brother. Take good care of my Wang brother. Ling Ge nodded in agreement. Okay, Director Jiang. Then he left the hotel with the muddled fat man. The fat man who was still looking muddled and drunk just walked out of the hotel and instantly came alive. He didn't want Ling Ge to help him, and it was as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, instantly resurrecting his blood, looking at Ling Ge in a daze. What's the matter? Aren't you drunk? Fatty hemmed and hawed and said mysteriously, isn't this pretending? That Director Jiang is also too capable of drinking. If Master Fatty doesn't pretend to be drunk and continues to drink with him, then he will be really drunk. Besides, if Master Fatty is drunk, can you get Master Fatty back to the hotel with your little body? Ling Ge was non-committal. I thought to myself, you weigh more than 200 pounds. It's just a rainy day. One hand can lift it. It's a small price to pay to bring it back. Without further ado, the two went to find a hotel close to the recording site of King of Masked Singer and checked in. And online, it's already buzzing at the moment. Because there was actually a mob attack on an airplane today and the plane almost crashed. This instantly became the biggest story on the evening news today. People's Daily. This afternoon, a flight from Mordor to Sujan was attacked by terrorists. And the security officer and the pilot were both stabbed and unconscious. Sojourn Evening News. This afternoon, the pilot of a flight from Mordor to Sioux River was injured. And at the critical moment a man stepped forward to save the crowd, whisking away afterwards without leaving his name. There was also a special report on this story directly from the Central Mom's news broadcast. In the hotel, Fatty had just turned the TV on to watch the news when he saw the report about the incident. On the TV, the newscaster begins to broadcast the news. This afternoon, the pilot of a flight from Mordor to Sujan was injured, and at the critical moment a man stepped forward to save the crowd. After the news presenter finished saying this beside, the picture began to appear. That's a video of a reporter from the Central Mom interviewing passengers on an airplane with an interview microphone. The first interview was with the flight attendant on the plane. May I ask how you felt when you had a crisis like that? The stewardess looked like she was having palpitations, and it was clear that there was still a shadow in her heart right now. The mood was naturally horrified. And I had thought it was the last flight of my life. You know, the plane, the pilot was stabbed and unconscious by thugs. And the situation was just too dangerous. I didn't expect to survive at all. Mentally, I was ready for the plane to be destroyed. But it was that man. He was the one who stepped up when it mattered. He took over the airplane. That's how we were saved. This was followed by footage of a reporter interviewing another passenger. It was so dangerous. You guys would never dare to imagine. The plane was just a few meters away from that hill. And in a moment it would have hit it. All of us were desperate. Most of us closed our eyes and waited for death. But when we waited for several minutes, the expected crash did not happen. At that time, I suspected that it was the illusion of death that made me feel that the time was extraordinarily long, but when I opened my eyes, I saw that the airplane was flying upwards again. It was the man. He saved us. The reporter interviewed another passenger, who had a grateful face. At that time, all of us had prepared our last words and were waiting for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. But the result was that we did not expect that man to pull us back. He not only saved the two safety officers with his excellent medical skills, but also knew how to fly an airplane and saved our entire plane. If he's in front of the TV and sees this, I'd like to say thank you to him on behalf of everyone on the entire plane. He then looked to the camera serious and stating, "Thank you, tomboy, even though I'm a guy, you're still my boy god." The reporter then interviewed the police. The policeman said with a helpless look on his face, "We also gave him the idea of giving him a banner and recognizing him in person. But that gentleman didn't want it. He said something like, but do good deeds, don't ask questions, and people should not go and manhandle him. That is his expectation. Let us respect his wishes. We will also catch the culprits as soon as possible. The sky is the limit, so please don't panic." The fact that the central bank reported directly on this event for a full 6 or 7 minutes is a testament to the importance it placed on it. And everyone in the country who saw the news was deeply shocked. But do good deeds and don't ask questions. This is the great love of mankind. It's so healing. That little brother is truly the love of the earth. The crowd of netizens exclaimed. For a while, the phrase "but do good, do not ask the future" has also become a fire, and has become the social software signature of many people. Lingo was also crying and laughing when he saw it. He refused the award from the police at that time simply because he was afraid of trouble. A casual remark was made, and he was actually thought by so many people to be a saint with great love. He's just a mediocre guy who wants to carry forward the culture of his former life's civic life. Roao Lao Ling. Actually, the central mom has used such a large space to report on your incident this time. Do you think you will directly explode in popularity if you show up for a media interview? Fatty sighed so. Ling Gu, on the other hand, shook his head. That would only invite trouble. And it's not necessary. I'm going to rely on my works to be popular, not on these positive personas. Ling Gu then washed up and rested. There was no talk all night. The next day, Ling Gu exchanged a song with the system. Tomb Raider, 10 Years on Earth. This is the theme song of Tomb Raider. One of the big reasons why he chose this song for the first show was naturally to promote Tomb Raider. If the physical book sales of Tomb Raider's notes have entered a bottleneck, then if you want to break through this bottleneck, then you will have to pull in those who don't read the novels as well. The costume he made this time was also the jade figurine worn by King Lu Gotham after his death in the first volume of Tomb Raider Volume 1. The Palace of King Lu of the Seven Stars. Of course, this costume of his is not made of real jade figurines, but a similar effect made by sewing many plastic films resembling jade slips on the costume. On December 1st, at 6 p.m., Lingo put on the jade figurine costume that he had Wang Ling make and put on a jade figurine-like mask that only revealed his mouth and eyes and left the room. Fatty didn't follow Lingo because of the confidentiality agreements signed by the program. The show's side also specially equipped the singers with temporary agents on the show to take care of all the matters of the participating singers on the show. However, in order to keep his identity a secret, so Fatty couldn't go with Lingo, but he could still go to the venue by himself. This was because he had an entrance ticket, which he had asked for from director Jiang. Since it's the king of Masked Singer, everything about the face and stuff has to be kept secret. The car sent by the program to pick up Lingo was currently waiting outside the hotel. Lingo got into the car, which had a driver, as well as an agent equipped by the program. Coincidentally, this agent, Lingo had met. She was none other than Lu Cece, who had sat next to Lingo on the airplane. Lingo immediately felt a little surprised. This is a real life changer. Hello teacher, what should I call you? Because she was wearing a mask, Lu Cece naturally wasn't able to recognize Lingo. Well, just call me King Luzhin. Lingo said this. Lu Cece frowned slightly. King Ruzin? Why does that name seem to ring a bell somewhere? A moment later, she slapped her thigh violently and suddenly realized, wasn't this a character from the novel she was chasing? Her handsome face showed a look of delight. Her willow eyebrows arched. Ah, is it that Ruzhin Wang from Tomb Raider? Lingo nodded to indicate that Lu Cece was right in this idea. Cece Lu was obviously very familiar with the role. Ah, I also like Tomb Raider too. I didn't realize that you, teacher, were actually playing a character from the novel. Lu Cece was excited for a moment, then suddenly remembered that she hadn't had time to introduce herself just because she was so excited. By the way, Mr. Ruzhin Wang, I'm your temporary manager in this program. My name is Lu Cece. During the program, you can give me any ideas and such. Linga nodded, then handed the printed song lyrics to Lu Cece. This is the song I'm going to sing on stage later, so give it to the band teachers for me. Lu Cece ended up holding it in her hand and looking at it. When he saw the name of the song at the top of the A4 paper he was stunned and then surprised. Ah, Mr. Ruzhen Wang, is this the theme song he wrote that King's Landing greatly mentioned before? Ling Ge nodded, looking at Lu Cici's fangirl appearance. She is obviously a die-hard book fan of King's Landing. No more words on the way. Soon the car arrived at the Suzhong TV program production center. Then Ling Ge was led by Lu Cici to the backstage of the competition. There are 7 singers backstage at the moment. They are a singer in a snowman doll costume, a singer with an alpaca hood, a singer with a cat mask, a singer dressed as an ancient guard, a singer dressed as a knight, and a singer with an Ultraman hood, plus Ling Ge. Exactly 7 singers. When Ling Ge arrived, he naturally had to greet the rest of the people. Hello everyone, I'm King Russian. Ling Ge introduced himself as the code name of the program. The rest introduced themselves individually. They are Snowman, Alpaca, Cat, Squire, Knight, and Ultraman. Of these, the Snowman and the Cat are girls, and the rest are boys. 8 o'clock in the evening. The program was officially announced. At this moment, the competition hall was filled with 500 judges, and Fatty then relied on Zhang Tao's relationship to become one of them. Meanwhile, the live stream opens. The network is synchronized with Suzhong TV to open the live broadcast. But young people are obviously using the internet more these days, because the internet is where you can post pop-up interactions in real time. It's more fun than a live TV broadcast. Ah, front row, bench. It's been a long time waiting for this show. Pirate Powder has come to report for duty. Pink Theft +1. Haha, I actually don't like watching variety shows. I'm here specifically to support the new song written by King's Landing great. I just want to come and see how Draven gets punched in the face by my Juanda's song. I'm so looking forward to it. There were unsure people in the crowd. Some people don't read fiction, and others don't pay much attention to entertainment news. Therefore they didn't know who King's Landing was, and many people didn't know about the conflict between King's Landing and Zhuofan. Water friends, who is this King's Landing you guys are talking about? And what's the deal with him and Zhuofan? Seeing a question asked, immediately a waterman made a science up. Many of the water friends in the live broadcast then understood. There were even many netizens who immediately went and searched for news between Zhuofan and King's Landing. That's why Sojourner TV is going with a live format. Because of the live format, the interactive fun is greatly increased compared to the recorded format. It will greatly appeal to a younger demographic. This was the idea that Zhang Tao came up with. After all, the show The Voice of Tomorrow has been around for several seasons now, and if you want to beat it to the punch, then naturally it's best to saber rattle it. The publicity of King of Masked Singer is to claim that the original music feast is restored and the whole process is free of sound modification. Of course, the main thing is that there's no way to do real-time sound fixing for live broadcasts. This is more of a test for the singers. Many viewers were also more curious about what those singers would be like without the voice modification. At this time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room have been flying all over the sky, and the number of real-time viewers has directly come to 1 million, and it is still increasing rapidly. In the passage behind the stage, a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses, a little fat, walked out with a microphone. The audience at the bottom burst into applause. This is the host brother of Suzhong TV, Gua Xiaogang, known as Mr. Gua. In order to do a good job with this program, Suzhong TV directly sent their first brother to come and pick up the slack, which is enough to prove the importance they place on this program. After all, whether or not Suzhong TV can fight a turnaround depends on this program. Gua Xiaozhuang had just the right amount of smile on his face, making him look very comfortable. He was not very tall and came to the center of the stage with small steps. Friends of the audience on the scene, friends of the audience in front of the TV, good evening to you all. I am your old friend Xiaogang. It's finally today, haha. I'm sure the viewers must have been waiting for today as hard as I was. Today, our King of Masked Singer officially begins. This will be a program that subverts the traditional music variety genre. I declare the program officially open. The King of Masked Singer is aired by Tidal, Kyoto Ninikuen. Gua Xiaogang read out the names of a bunch of advertisers. Here are our guests to appear. They are Lu Yuru, Zhang Wei, Ella, Wu Xian. Applause please. The stage erupted in a burst of shocking applause. South of the sky and north of the country, Yuru is the most beautiful. Many of Lu Yuru's fans at the scene shouted in unison. It was exciting to see the beauty of the goddess in person at the venue. Backstage 4 guests quickly came out. The one at the head was naturally Lu Yuru. Showbiz is a very realistic place where whoever is popular has a high status. Nowadays, Lu Yuru is as popular as ever, and her song Legend is a big hit, so she deserves to be the first one. Today's her, wearing a pure white long-sleeved dress, a head of black hair soft and flowing casually draped, walking clothes fluttering, hair moving with the wind, together with that exquisite stunning face, is simply a fairy down to earth. The pop-ups on the livestream also flew again. Ah, the goddess is also too beautiful today. The goddess is worthy of the domestic purity department actress value ceiling. Walker Road all bring their own fairy atmosphere. The goddess's face is so absolute. It's truly the best on earth. If only I had half the face of a goddess. Ha ha, I came to see this program because of the goddess, but unfortunately, the goddess doesn't sing on the program. It's just a regular guest. Ha ha, it's okay if the goddess doesn't sing. It's enough for me to lick my screen if she just sits there quietly. A group of people in the live room were talking, and Linggu in the background at the moment was also quite surprised. I didn't expect this little ninny, Lu Yuru, to come to the King of Masked Singer program as well. This little ninny, I don't think she'll recognize him, right? Linggu decided that he needed to slightly change his own voice and do something about the vocal line. Les Lu Yuru guessed it right away. He came to a few moments of interest at the moment. Feeling funny. I wonder what kind of surprised and shocked expression Lu Yuru will have when she sees him unveiling his face. Host Sean Zhang continues in the gag. Because the program is only 7 singers in total, but it's an hour and a half long. A singer sings a song for only 3 or 4 minutes, so the rest of the time is spent regulating the mood of the program. After Lu Yuru, several people sat down in the fixed guest seats on the side of the stage. Zhang Xiaogang began to liven up the atmosphere. Yuru, you've been on fire lately. The song Legend is on fire all over the streets. Why are you free to come to our program today? Lu Yuru winked playfully at Zhang Xiaogang. Mr. Saogang, isn't this what you guys invited me to do? Lu Yuru's words immediately left Zhang Xiaogang speechless. The scene erupted into outright laughter. The viewers of the live stream were also entertained. Ha ha, the goddess is too cute too. The sentence, didn't you invite me here? Directly made Mr. Xiaogang can't even pick up the words. Yeah, goddesses are really cute. Guo Xiaogang pouted and said in an aggravated manner, Yuru, how can I answer you like this? There was another roar of laughter. Then Guo Xiaogang began to ask about the other guests. Mr. Zhang Wei, Mr. Ira, and Mr. Wu Xian. Today's singers are all masked. Do you think you can guess their identities? Zhang Wei smiled very confidently and replied, I'm still very familiar with the songs of the singers in the music circle. Not to say that I can guess all the contestants, but I can at least guess some of them. Wu Xian and Ella nodded as well. Having been in the music business for so long, I'm kind of familiar with many of the singers' voices, so it wasn't too hard to guess the identities of a few of them. Ella said, I'm quite familiar with the female vocalist's voice, so it should be easier to guess who the female vocalist is. For his part, Wu Xian said, I'm more familiar with the older batch of singers, so if there are any veteran singers among the contestants, then I'll more than likely be able to guess 1 or 2. Guo Xiaogang smiled. Since several of you are so confident, let's wait and see. While Guo Xiaogang and the others were gagging, a few masked singers backstage were starting to draw straws. They will draw lots to determine the order in which a few people will play later. Some of them were really inconveniently dressed up, so they were all replaced by their respective temporary agents on the show. One drew a note. Lu Cixi drew a note and then came to Ling Ji's side. Mr. Russian King, I opened it? Ling Ge nodded for her to open it. Only the number 3 was written boldly on the note. Mr. Lu Wang, what do you think of this number? Lu Cixi was in a good mood. Luckily she didn't draw the first one. She thought the first one was the worst position. After all, according to the rules of the contest, it's to wait for all the contestants to finish singing, and then the 500 judges will vote unanimously to decide the ranking of the whole show. If you go out too early, it's easy for the audience's mind to fade away from the previous performance. This is not very conducive to getting votes. Stage. After livening up the atmosphere, Guo Xiaogang began to announce the first singer to appear. The first singer to come out next. His name is Night. Please welcome Night to bring us spring flowers. Fall moon. The audience then saw a singer in a medieval knight's outfit with a hat and a white mask come out from backstage. He came to the center of the stage. Then the orchestra on the other side of the stage began to accompany them. Instead of using recorded backing tracks, this program features an instrumental ensemble that accompanies the singers live. The knight's voice was a little low, husky, and very magnetic. The water friends in the live broadcast room immediately speculated. This voice? It kind of sounds like Chu Jingxian. I don't think so. Chu Jingxuan's voice is a bit more clear. I feel like he looks like the Heavenly King Lu Fucheng. You're exaggerating upstairs. How could the Heavenly King come to a program like this? Why can't the Heavenly King come? The group was in an uproar, and the regular guests whispered at the moment. This voice? It's not too familiar. It's a bit hard to guess, Wu Xian said. Zhang Wei also nodded. It's really quite hard to guess, but his singing skills don't seem to be particularly professional. Could he be a crossover singer? Ella and Lu Yuru also nodded, feeling that Zhang Wei had a point. No famous male singer in the entertainment industry seems to connect with this voice. After the night sang, It was the second turn and it was the alpaca. Alpaca's vocals are particularly awesome. Very atmospheric and swashbuckling. Hearing this voice, Oh Hyun among the guests instantly laughed. The voice is also too good to guess. His voice is very penetrating and distinctive. Zhang Wei also nodded. Apparently, after only a few moments of listening, the singer had already been guessed by them. After Alpaca sang and came off the stage, Wu Xiaogang walked back to the center of the stage. This next singer, he's called King Lucian, and he's going to bring a brand new song, which is composed by Kaijian.com's supreme god, Jun Lin Shi, and it's the theme song of Tomb Raider called Tomb Raider, 10 Years on Earth. Ha. I myself am a fan of the Tomb Raider's notebooks to come, so I'm very curious to hear how this theme song composed by supreme god Jun Lin Tian really is. I have the honor of inviting King Russian. Oh, there were cheers on the floor from those who knew the role. Instead, those on the air who weren't fans of the novel were asking questions. What? King Russian? Is that a name from some TV show? The waterbender who saw this pop-up explained it instantly. Those who don't know about King Rugotham must not have read Tomb Raider, right? This is a super good-looking masterpiece. Strongly planted grass and King Russian is one of the characters in it. Thieving fans are cheering. Ha. I thought that this singer would just sing songs written by Jun Daji, but I didn't realize that this singer actually plays all the characters from Tomb Raider. It seems that this singer must have a great friendship with Jun Linda. Hey, I can't wait to hear the songs Jun writes. Just as the crowd was talking, suddenly a pop-up flashed on the live feed. This water user's screen name is directly named Zhuofan. Dravan. Oh, I still say, what good song can a web writer write? I'm sitting here waiting for him to punch himself in the mouth. Netflix? Crap. Did Zhuofan himself pop up? Ha. I guess it's just naked. Ben Fan. Naked. Ben Fan. I don't think it's so much a matter of King's Landing greatly slapping himself in the mouth as it is slapping you in the mouth. That said, didn't I see some news earlier that Zhuofan was in the hospital? What? Is this discharged from the hospital? The live broadcast room was suddenly in an uproar because of Zhuofan's appearance. And at this moment, on a large bed in a room, a leering man with a pair of triangular eyes was so angry that he slammed his cell phone onto the covers. Naked. Ben Fan? These internet users are really good at naming people, aren't they? Pissed off enough to make his liver hurt. Humph. Just wait. I'll see how your King's Landing day makes a fool of himself later. A novel writer writing songs? That's a joke in itself. Zhuofan thought like this, then picked up his cell phone to watch the live broadcast again. The live feed at the moment. At the back of the stage, a person wearing a jade figurine with a jade figurine mask, only revealing 2 eyes as well as a mouth hole, like a terracotta figurine slowly walked out. Wow. Is this the King of Rusin? Ha. It's the same as what I pictured in my head when I read the novel. It was a marvelous feeling, as if a fantasy character had come into reality. A feeling of fantasy and reality mingling with each other came over me. This is perhaps the charm of King of Masked Singer. The title of the song and the name of the songwriter appeared on the display screen at the back of the stage. Tomb Raider, 10 Years on Earth. Lyrics, King's Landing. Composer, King's Landing. Then he saw Russian on the stage bowing to the teachers of the band. None of the previous singers had such a small gesture, and this gesture by King Russian instantly triggered a strong good feeling among netizens. Wow. King Russian actually bowed at the band teachers. God, that's too polite. King Russian must be a gentleman. I wonder which singer in the entertainment industry loved it, no matter how well he sang. At least he has warmed me up with this subtle gesture. I'm enamored. He's going to start singing. The lights on the stage began to dim for a moment, and then the beam hit the man in the center of the stage. A soothing Gucci intro plays. Is this a Shikoku-style song? Several of the singers on stage listened intently at once. After a prelude, on stage, the singer dressed in a jade-like figurine raised the microphone in his hand. A voice that was magnetic and penetrating in its clarity rang out. The light is who burns the candle to illuminate. Time to hide. Light displaces light in dark positions and flows freely. Look who's standing where. The game is full of holes. What's the harm in looking at the truest of fakes in front of you? A few of the regular guests nodded. The voice was very good. Very infectious. The vocals are also super smooth and should be a long-established powerhouse vocalist. But the front of the song is middling so far. It's not really that amazing, but it doesn't stop the song from being great. Several people continued to listen. At this point, the song jolts up a level emotionally, rendering it even more emotionally fulfilling, carrying a fiery tenacious heart toward the most tolerant penal colony. Cracked and broken, they all echo hollowly. In the end, I'm glad for the sunset. Remain on the body. It's too late to tell the story of how far it's fallen. Several of the fixture guests' eyes lit up. This bit was great. The emotional level went straight up a big notch. Before they could marvel, the next moment, something even more jaw-dropping happened to them. I only heard the singer on the stage sing in a special singing voice. There are the strangest peaks. I've made you happy and I've made you crazy. The sea and the full moon in a glass of light. There are the most solitary snow-capped mountains. I've listened to you and me. The bridge that the world envies is nothing more than ordinary. Wu Xian jerked up from his seat, mouth wide open. The accent. This is surprisingly a theater accent, he said in surprise. Currently in this world, there is no precedent for incorporating opera cadences into a song. So when these lines came out, it was instantly only a head-scratcher. It turns out that songs and opera can still make such a combination. This is simply incredible. The person who can come up with this kind of song is simply a genius. Wu Xian was directly shocked. He himself was an original singer, so he naturally knew how avant-garde it was to be able to incorporate opera into a song. Lu Yuru also stared with a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, waves of light flowing inside. So songs can be like that? And when combined like this, the song is really very good. It's a whole new kind of breakthrough. The live feed also exploded right after hearing that bit of theater. That's too good to be true, even by karma. That part is toned directly high to an octave position. Such a high tone simply can only be heard in some soprano singers. I did not expect that a boy can actually do it. It's too bullish. Yeah, the main thing is that although his voice is higher, it's still very pleasing to the ear. Unlike some singers who hiss without any beauty at high notes, especially those lines, the ones where Wu Xian just said it was an opera cadence, simply made my scalp tingle when I heard them. It was so shocking. Ha ha ha. I'm uneducated and can only say, crap, bull. It's worthy of being a song written by a big one from King's Landing. Straight from innovation. It actually combines theater with pop. Dare to be first. In the past, my grandfather also liked to listen to theater, but I thought it was hard to listen to. But today, after listening to King Russians, I think the opera cadence is so charming, and I just tried to sing it, and my tongue is almost in knots. It's really awesome. The song is well written, and this singer's vocals are even top-notch. Perfectly expressing the mood of the song. That said, why did King's Landing greatly name it 10 Years on Earth? And listening to this song, it seems like the plot behind the novel will be a bit abusive. It's not going to be separating my sulky bottle from Wu Qi, is it? Don't awe Jun Lin greatly. The thief fans on the air seem to have surmised some of the subsequent drama from the song's lyrics. However, the novel had only been updated to here in the Qinling Divine Tree at the moment, so some of the things depicted in the song were still unclear to them in relation to the novel. And they would only know the truth after Ling Gu finished the novel. The second verse of the song soon continued to begin. Everyone listened intently. The light can be found coming from a difficult road. It can also illuminate the road ahead and fill in the ugly world. Not need be measured. Look at the impermanence of your calculations. And the way you came. See if you have the courage to stand alone. The world's a ridiculous place. There are the most lonely snowy mountains that have listened to you and me reciting chapters that the world envies as nothing more than an ordinary bridge. There are the most bizarre peaks to complete you and me wild sea clear light and full moon into the cuplight. There are the most tattered books that have recorded the long hours of time and the unintentional tiles that have been picked up to count the cold. The most lonely snowy mountains have heard you and me recite a chapter that the world envies as nothing more than an ordinary bridge. The thinnest handwriting has yellowed with memory and I'm laying out the next chapter. The song, ultimately, ends on a theatrical note. After the song was finished, the crowd on the stage had their mouths wide open, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Ling Gu, dressed in a jade figurine, bowed gently towards the stage. Thank you all. Of course, when he spoke, his voice was changed. This way the crowd would not be able to guess his identity through his usual speaking voice. They could only rely on the song to guess. The disoriented audience on stage and the disoriented regular guests on one side of the stage came back to their senses after Ling Gu thanked them. So they stood up and applauded enthusiastically. Everyone's face was aglow with frenzy. Seeing that the crowd was all fairly recognized, Ling Gu didn't feel that surprised. Because of the music in this world, there is no example of the combination of opera and pop. He is the only one. So it's natural to be very surprised when you first hear it. But if there are more songs of this type later on, then the effect is average. Host Guo Xiaogang walked back onto the stage after Ling's song and stood next to Ling Gu, who was wearing a jade figurine. He rushed at Wu Xian and said, Mr. Wu, you're the highest in seniority here, and you're in the original business, so you'll review this song. Wu Xian picked up the microphone and sighed deeply. I really didn't expect a novel writer to be able to write a song like this, and I'm sure you all know that the best part of the song is the opera part. It's so amazing, and all I can say is that the lyricist who could come up with this combination is amazing. Guo Xiaogang asked to Lu Yueru again. Yueru, you comment on King Lu Zhan singing. Lu Yueru pondered for a moment. I don't know how to describe it. His vocals are really strong. I even wondered if he was one of the singers on the national team. His tone, if you will, is somewhat familiar to me. somewhat similar to a friend of mine. But not that friend of mine, because that friend of mine couldn't have such a high and clear soprano voice. After Lu Yuru finished speaking, Zhang Wei and Ella also commented, I think Mr. Lu is right. Vocally you are just too good. We are not qualified to critique at all. You are national team caliber. But the ones from the national team, they are all older singers, with voices we are familiar with. And your voice is unfamiliar. So we have absolutely no clue as to your identity. Zhang Wei exclaimed so. The several singers behind the stage all felt the pressure after hearing Ling Ji singing. There were veteran power singers among them, so they naturally knew how strong this King Ruzhen's vocals and emotional expression were. The song currently performed by King Ruzhen Wang was not a good representation of his ability to master the emotional aspect of the song. But they knew that King Ruzhen Wang must be very strong. It's a formidable foe. Right after Ling Ge finished singing, the headquarters of Sujiang TV, the staff came to the office of Sun Shigan, the director of Sujiang TV. With an excited face. Station manager, it's exploding. It's exploding. The staff was so excited they were almost on the verge of dancing. Sun Shigan had an angry look on his face. What's it like to panic? Tell me properly. What exploded? The staff brought out a tally sheet and put it on Sun Shigan's desk. Director, it's the ratings of King of Masked Singer that have exploded. The highest ratings of our previous variety programs were only 0.8, but this time it's a direct 1.9. An increase of 1. What a terrifying number. What? The director of the station's Sun Shigan face suddenly also changed. Just face the expression of calm and self-contained completely disappeared. Face or a little flushed. His trembling hand picked up the ratings report on his desk and read it. On the report is a parabolic statistical graph drawn of ratings. That shows that the ratings for King of Masked Singer started out at 0.5 then started growing upwards. It peaked at the end and then leveled off. That peaked at a 1.9 rating. Sun Shigan looked excited as he pointed his finger at the beginning of 1.9. What's going on here? How did the ratings suddenly spike from 1.2 to 1.9? The staff has naturally studied the trends of this statistical chart thoroughly. When you see a leader ask, you answer very professionally. That's right, station manager. The reason why the ratings here have suddenly shot up is because a singer called King Russian made an appearance. Sun Shigan frowned slightly. King Russian? Why is there something familiar about that name? The staff member looked somewhat breathlessly at a physical copy of Tomb Raider sitting on the corner of the leader's desk. Desk Sergeant. King Russian is one of the characters in that Tomb Raider book on your desk. Only then did Sun Shigan slap his head in realization. No wonder why I thought it was familiar. But just because he played the character, the ratings went up so much? The staff shook his head. Of course not. There's the fact that he sang an original song written by King's Landing. And his own vocals are awesome. Just go check the replay. On the internet, after Ruzhen King sings, the live feeds came out again to create a heat wave. That's where the crusade against Juefan's pop-ups went straight to the screen. Naked. Ben Fan. Come out and get naked. 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 All of the many netizens were copying this one sentence. And the entire pop-ups in the broadcast room were all neatly labeled as this one sentence. And Juefan, who was sitting on the bed at the moment, almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood directly after seeing it. He, of all people, had his confidence hit hard. What is this world coming to? Why is a random novel writer writing a theme song for a novel so strong? He's been in the original scene for so long and all his songs aren't as good as one of his debut songs. Why is the world so unfair? As for the pop-ups in the live broadcast room where a bunch of netizens called him naked, running, he took it all as invisible. Of course, he can't see that the internet won't leave him alone. Running off to comment under his previously posted Weber. Naked. Penfan. What? Dare you do it? So gutless. Are you a eunuch? Come on out and get naked. Don't try to cheat. The cell phone kept ringing with elevated tones. And Juefan was directly furious when he saw the comments from the netizens. And his three souls left his body. That tweet he posted disliking King's Landing he also immediately grayed out and deleted. Let's get you brain-dead commenters, he said viciously. Netizens were still trying to comment when they realized that the system prompted the original author to delete the video. But the netizens won't let him off that easy. That Weber deleted. There are other Webers out there. So netizens ran off to comment under the other Weebles. Naked. Penfan. Being trying to renege. I've already taken a screenshot of your previous Weebles. Get naked and run. Gutless dead eunuch. A group of netizens ranting and raving infuriated Juefan to no end. But he couldn't bring himself to turn off Web's comments, because all that ranting and raving, that's living heat, too. So he simply looked away. Uninstalled Web straight away. And on the internet, the clip of Ling Ge singing opera was recorded by many netizens and posted on the teaser. The combination of theater accent and pop, The new song from King's Landing goes against the grain. King Russian's singing is superb. And the opera is so good that it blows up. Blah, 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 blah. Headlines. Many short tens of seconds videos about King Russian's singing but quickly festered and exploded in popularity. Tonight's teaser. King Russian's heat level topped the #1 spot at a very fast pace. It directly suppressed the heat of a certain pianist whoring. Many netizens who haven't watched King of Masked Singer were shocked to the point of numbness by that bit of theater. It's too good to be true. It's great. King Russian simply sings superbly, clear and pleasing to the ear. Superb. I'm so curious to know who King Russian is. What kind of program is this? The King of Masked Singers? I missed the live broadcast. I'll show the recording later. Is King Russian a character in a novel? Is this song also the theme song of a novel? Even though I haven't read Tomb Raider, after listening to this song, I decided that I must go and buy it and check it out. If the song can be this good, then the novel must be super exciting too. The whole internet is buzzing about the King of Masked Singer, while another show in the same time slot, The Voice of Tomorrow, is being pressed into service online with no news at all. The video of the Voice of Tomorrow contestants singing released by JZTV also went unnoticed, with few likes. King of Masked Singer Liv. Linga got off the stage, followed by Kat. She sings one of the hotter lyrical songs in this world. It's snowing, but because of Ling Ji's singing in front of him, this Kat's singing didn't stir up much enthusiasm from the audience. Then came Ultraman. Finally, there is the Snowman. Snowman is an extremely powerful singer. She sang a song called Northwest Highlands. This was a classic song that was extremely difficult to sing in this world, comparable to the Tibetan plateau of Ling Ji's world in his previous life. But the Yeti is perfectly harnessed. Even the high notes were clear and loud, as if they were trying to penetrate one's ceiling, demonstrating great singing skills. Her tone is not only high, but also very beautiful. It was like heavenly music. Linga secretly memorized the singer called Snowman. This female singer is definitely on the level of a big sister in the singing world today. The vocals are not even close to Ling Ji's cheat-like vocals. Eventually, all the players were singing. Then it was time for the 500 public judges to vote. Each audience member has 3 votes in their hands, being able to choose 3 out of the 7 singers present. They are then ranked according to the number of votes they receive. The public judges on the floor had digital voting machines in their hands, and the results were available days immediately after the vote. Wu Xiaogang stood on the stage and rushed to the public jury below. Next, you have 5 minutes to vote. Please carefully pick 3 singers out who you think will sing the best tonight. And now the voting begins. After his announcement, the 500 public judges on the scene immediately began to move. Each of them has their own different preferences and therefore have their own 3 favorite songs in mind. After all, everyone's aesthetic is different. Some people like little fresh ones, some people like ballads, some people like rock, some people like sopranos. That's why the program gives each person the right to 3 votes. It would be more fair. Now enters the most tense moment in the rankings. The netizens in the live broadcast room also started discussing it. Who do you guys think will get first place this time? I think it might be King Ruthie. I do think it might be the Yeti. Although King Rusian's opera cadence is new, the Snowman's soprano voice is also superb, and the Snowman I think would be Miss Tan Hong. That timbre is really better recognized. I think Alpaca sings pretty well too. He could take first place too. I still like King Ruthie. The crowd of netizens were talking. There are those who like the Ru Gotham King's theater accent. And naturally, there are also those who are not so keen on this. Several of the singers backstage were also very nervous at the moment for some, because the singers are so strong tonight. Those ranked at the bottom of the rankings tonight will again be revealed by outright elimination. The 2 of them, Kat and Ultraman, were the most nervous at the moment, because according to their strength, they are weak. The last place will definitely be born among the 2 of them. One of the 2 of them will be unveiled tonight to bid farewell to the stage. It didn't take long for host Wu Xiaogang to get tonight's tally. He gathered several singers on stage ready to announce the rankings. What about our rankings? Let's start by announcing them in such an order as 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. The last one left is the last one with the first one. Wu Xiaogang looked down at the hand card in his hand, which recorded the rankings of all the singers in tonight's King of Masked Singer. Now that I have the results of your bids in hand, I wonder if you masked singers are nervous about the results. Nervous? Of course I'm nervous, Kat said apprehensively. Her voice speaking out as a little yellow man's voice after the voice alteration process. She is just a newcomer who debuted only this year. Although she is the champion of a certain talent show, but when it comes to singing skills, she is 100,000 miles away from those seniors in the singer's circle. There's even a good chance she'll just be a round robin and be eliminated tonight. Wu Xiaogang smiled. So, let's start announcing the 6th place winner of tonight's competition. After Guo Xiaogang finished his sentence, the scene began to resound with the sound of thumping heartbeat. Its music scored by the sound engineer to create a feeling of tension. The viewers of the live stream began to discuss it again. Who do you guys think will be in 6th place? I think it might be a cat? I have a feeling it's Ultraman. Anyway, it's right in the middle of the two cat and Ultraman, who do have a considerable difference in strength from the rest of the singers. Yeah, these two are probably newcomers. Guo Xiaogang glanced at the several singers on stage before announcing the results. The 6th place winner of this race is Cat. The cat with the cat face mask jumped up and down with excitement. Yay! She's in 6th place. Then she doesn't have to worry about being eliminated. At least it won't be a round robin. Now that's solid. When the people saw this performance of hers, they instantly realized that the cat could not be too old. Probably just a teenager. 5th place in this competition goes to Knight. Upon hearing his ranking, the knight then politely nodded at Guo Xiaogang. 4th place goes to Alpaca. 3rd place in this competition goes to Squire. Guo Xiaogang took out a certain brand of mineral water and took a sip. Of course, he wasn't really thirsty, but because the mineral water was an advertiser for the program, so naturally, he had to find a time to plant an advertisement in the program. 2nd place in this competition goes to the Snowman. Originally, the Snowman was ready to say thank you, but then he heard Guo Xiaogang pause for a moment and continue. Where's the Snowman or King Ruthie? The crowd was speechless. Pop-ups floated through the audience all at once. Crap, Mr. Guo, can you hurry up and announce it? That's it. Why are you being so abrasive? People's snowmen were just about ready to accept their placements, and you damn well pulled this whole thing again. Guo Xiaogang looked at King Lucian. King Lucian, who do you think the 2nd place winner of this one will be? Ling Gu under the mask pondered slightly, then said, it should be me, right? Snowman's performance was so strong, coming right out with a super soprano technique that was more technically challenging than the song he was singing. Therefore, it is very likely that the Yeti will win 1st place in this one. He himself, then, is most likely to be 2nd. Although it's highly unlikely that he won't get 1st place, that doesn't matter much as long as he finishes the song he wants to sing. As for the 1st place, he definitely wants to fight for it. It's definitely up for grabs during the final installment of King of Songs Night, and the first few installments are just a little more casual. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Ji's answer, Guo Xiaogang nodded. That's right, the 2nd place in this competition, King Lucian, has 487 votes. Actually, you're only 3 votes away from the 1st place. Many people in the live broadcast room were very sorry, and then Ling Ge nodded indifferently. After announcing the 6th through 2nd place finishers, all that was left next was the last and 1st place finishers. Guo Xiao was silent for a moment. This next ranking announcement means that one singer is going to be eliminated from the reveal. The soundtrack of the thumping heartbeat is back. The 1st place winner of this competition is the Snowman. Ling Ge calmly congratulated the Snowman. Congratulations, Mr. Yeti. The Snowman gave Ling Ge a gentle hug. You're strong too, and I know you haven't brought out your full strength yet. Looking forward to what you do next. Ling Ge laughed. Ha ha, Mr. Yeti. I did my best. It's you, Mr. Yeti, who's too strong. The 1st place results have already been announced, so it's obvious that the last place is Ultraman. For the next few moments, we turn the stage over to Mr. Altman. The last one will be revealed at the end of the program. The top 6 singers then left the stage. Guo Xiaogang said, unfortunately Mr. Ottoman, you didn't make it to the next round. Next, please ask Mr. Ottoman to reveal his face. Altman turned away, and then the lights on the stage went black, and then immediately afterward it lit up again. At this moment on the stage, Ultraman, who had removed his hood, turned around. The crowd erupted in cheers. Oh, Ultraman is actually Yu Pang. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that Yu Pang, a harmonic singer, could sing quite well. Ha ha. Seeing his face gives me a sense of comedy. Yu Pang looks to the audience with a smile on his face. It looks a bit naive. Hello audience? Ah, welcome to the concert of super song god Yu Pang. Yu Pang smiled and teased in a humorous tone. The audience burst out laughing. Heavenly King, Sky King. The audience laughed for a while and then screamed in a very cooperative manner. Yu Pang is very famous. Is the theater world's leader, personnel or? The audience are very fond of him. Many viewers affectionately called him Little Yu Yu. After greeting the audience, he greeted a few of the guessing guests. Hello, several teachers. Zhang Wei in the scene is the most familiar with Yu Pang, because Zhang Wei is not only a singer, but also a variety artist. It is also currently a harmonizer in the minds of the audience. Yu, it's actually you. I didn't even guess. Zhang Wei had a smile on his face. He and Yu Pang are very close friends. Yu Pang pretended to be pouting. Deadbeat. Actually can't even hear people's voices. See how people can clean you up tonight. The moment these words came out, the audience, including several guests, all burst out laughing. Even Lu Yuru was gently covering her mouth in laughter. The audience in the live stream was also overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, little Yu is too funny. Hey, how do you guys know he's joking? What if little Yu is telling the truth? Wow. Fine thoughts, fine thoughts. Just be afraid to speak the truth in a joking tone. Ha ha. Little Yu, tonight you'll just wash up and wait for Mr. Zhang Wei. Guys, I'm going to interject. Is anyone fencing? Shit. You're not right up front. Male divided male solution. In and out of two men. Feast on men. Male words addiction. Male shedding male division. No male and up. Male on clip male. Crap. You're so fucking talented up front. The building in the live room is crooked again. It was a scene of a lot of hustle and bustle. And as of this moment, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room had reached 5 million people. 5 million people watching online at the same time. What a scary number. Yu Peng was eliminated without much sadness. He was actually here with the nature of the ticket. Although he was a little nervous before, he was not discouraged by being eliminated. He left the stage and said I'll be back. After he stepped off the stage, Gui Xiaogang spoke for a while longer before calling the episode to a close. Viewers, we won't see you next Saturday for the second installment. This concludes the first installment of The King of Masked Singer. Yet the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't leave for a long time. Hey, I didn't realize that the first issue was actually over. So sad to see you go. The show was really great. I just watched The Voice of Tomorrow, but there's absolutely no comparison between The Voice of Tomorrow and this show. Big love to King Ruthie. By the way, this show, it's really all about the gods. I believe that in this first installment, there are still a lot of people who haven't come out with their true strengths. Looking forward to the next installment. I'm so enamored by King Russian's voice. His vocals are literally pregnant to the ears. And I'm already looking forward to the songs he'll bring to the next installment. See you next installment, fellow watermen. See you next issue. The King of Masked Singer ends half an hour later than The Voice of Tomorrow, which is, after all, a live-type program, while The Voice of Tomorrow is just a pre-recorded show. When the King of Masked Singer program ended, the staff of JZTV took the premiere data of King of Masked Singer to the director's office of JZTV. Because tonight was the PK of the two ace variety shows of the two stations. The station manager was still in his office at the moment and hadn't gone back. He needs to see the data to be reassured. Director, the ratings are out. Sujiang TV's highest rating is 1.9, while ours is 2.0. The director of JZTV was relieved to hear this data. The first phase of the PK ratings of the two ace programs they won at the JZT. But it's only a little bit of a win. But, the director of JZTV said. But what? The staff hesitated. Then said. But Sujiang TV's live broadcast. The number of online viewers on the network reached 5 million, while we, only 1 million. What? The director of Jiangsu and Zhujiang TV exclaimed in shock, and then became somewhat disheveled. He understands that JZTV has lost, while the TV ratings were 0.1 higher. The network side of the numbers was a total loss. The show King of Masked Singer is set to replace The Voice of Tomorrow as this year's breakout phenomenal music variety show. Lost, he sighed dismally. And compared to the decadence of Jiangxia TV, Sujiang TV is all giddy up and down. Sun Qigan, the director of Sujiang TV, patted Jiang Tao's shoulder. Not bad. The program is well produced and the contestants found are also very good. To be praised by the leader, Jiang Tao naturally cannot help but be happy. Thank you, leader. After the program ended, Ling Go returned to the hotel with Fatty. Of course, the entirety of his trip remains a secret. Directly from the garage of the TV station, he left stealthily, so that the media who were prepared to wait in front of the TV station to dig out the real identity of the masked singer were pounced on. When he went back, Ling Go directly changed the clothes on his body. Even though the dress was pretty cool, it was still pretty heavy. After all, it had film sewn all over it. After changing his clothes, Ling Go was ready to take a break. But Fatty felt like going out to celebrate. Such a good result today. Don't you celebrate against the good results you achieved? Fatty asked. Ling Go naturally didn't want to spoil Fatty's fun. Not to mention that after such a long period of time, Ling Go also felt a little hungry. So the two of them went straight to a famous snack street in Sujiang. This street is dotted with all kinds of snacks as well as delicacies. Fatty seemed to be more familiar with the area as well, so he led Ling Go to a steakhouse. This store does a great business and is open 24 hours a day. The two of them sat down in a seat against a transparent glass wall. Through the glass wall, they were able to see the crowd of people coming and going outside. What can I get you two gentlemen? The male waiter in a suit asked with a professional smile on his face. Fatty was seated across from Ling Go, and he raised an eyebrow at Lingu. Old Ling, the steaks here are especially good. Want one? Lingu wasn't picky about what he ate, so he nodded in agreement. How rare is the steak? Sir? The fat man thought for a moment. I want it medium rare. He looked at Lingu. How many points of ripeness do you want? Rare steaks are generally charred on the outside and tender on the inside, which suits most people's palates. Fully cooked meat will be tougher and harder to chew. So Lingu decided to ask for a 7-minute cooked portion just like Fatty. I'll have a medium rare. 2, and yes, 2 more juices. Okay, 2 gentlemen, wait a moment. The waiter went down with the small ticket order that Lingu and his duo had ordered. Lingu took the mask off, revealing that handsome face. Not many people knew him yet, and he could still be out in the open throwing his weight around like that. By the time King of Masked Singer is over, I'm afraid those days will be gone for good. At that point, it won't be possible to sit in the lobby and eat like this in a dignified manner. After all, as a star, it's natural to gain something and lose something. A short while later, the waiter brought up 2 glasses of juice. Here's your juice. Sir, the steak will have to wait a little while. Fatty nodded at the waiter. It's fine. We're in no hurry. Only when the waiter left did the fatty look at Lingu with some curiosity. Brother, tell Master Fatty honestly, how did you and King's Landing meet? How come he even gave you the theme song of Tomb Raider? Fatty really didn't understand how the online author he adored so much, Jun Lin Tian, could be connected to his good buddy Lingu. These two were like 2 parallel straight lines, but these 2 parallel lines that were not in the least bit connected were now intertwined? A Netflix supreme god? A student? How do these two know each other? Obviously Lingu is so skinflinty that he doesn't even love novels. Lingu was slightly silent as he pondered how he should or shouldn't tell Fatty the truth of the matter. After thinking about it he gave up. Let's tell Fatty the truth of the matter after a while. So in the flow of his mind, Lingu came up with an excuse. He touched his nose. It's like this, Fatty. In fact, I've known Jun Linshire for a long time. Fatty became interested as soon as he heard it. Clearly interested in what's going on in King's Landing, he is indeed a competent fan. Why did you recognize it long ago? How come Master Fatty has never heard you talk about it before? Lingu slightly lowered her eyes, and her ink-feathered eyelashes fluttered gently. It's like this. King's Landing is actually a distant cousin of mine. I actually didn't know about this until a while ago, when I unintentionally mentioned to him that I was going to participate in King of Masked Singer. My cousin became interested and said that he would let me sing the theme song he wrote to draw traffic to his novel. The fat man then nodded in realization. So it is. He had just been naively thinking, could Lingu be King's Landing? But it felt unrealistic. But Lingu never read novels. It seems true that he was whimsical. Lingu is bullish like that. He can't write novels that bullish too. Since Jun Lin Tian is Ling Ji's cousin, wouldn't he be able to ask for Jun Lin Tian's autograph very easily, preferably on a physical copy of Tomb Raider's notes, so he could go and brag about it in the book reviews? Thinking of the envious and worshipful and jealous gazes of a group of thieving fans in the book review section, Fatty couldn't help but feel a few dry mouths. Old Ling. Lingu looked at Fatty with some confusion. What's wrong? Old Ling, I'll bring you a copy of the Tomb Raider novel. Can you get your cousin to sign it for me? A signature? This is certainly not a problem. However, my cousin lives in the countryside, and as you know, the air is good and quiet in the countryside, so that he is more thoughtful about coding. Lingu babbled in a serious manner. The fat man, however, was deeply concerned about this. No wonder King's Landing greatly writes such great plots. This fully illustrates that if the heavens want to accomplish someone, then they must first labor their muscles and bones and starve their bodies. He was becoming more and more of an admirer of King's Landing Day. Only someone with that kind of perseverance could write a novel that arcane, right? Shortly afterward, steaks came up for both. The chef who fried the steak was very good and the steak was cooked with a nice color, which made it look more appetizing. Lingu took a sip of the juice, then picked up a knife and fork and cut off a small piece and put it in his mouth. Well, the steak was tender without being undercooked and tasted delicious without a fishy flavor. Lingu and Fatty were eating a snack here, while the entertainment news on the internet about The Voice of Tomorrow and the King of Masked Singer was flying around at the moment. Long before these two shows started, the two networks were already on fire. JZTV once released a Weibo mocking Shijang TV as a jumped-up clown. This is a touchy conflict, not to mention intense. And naturally, as an entertainment news outlet, they love this kind of conflict the most. There's conflict. That would be something to watch, wouldn't it? It's the cool gossipy readers who will buy it. As a result, many entertainment media outlets have already set their sights on the PK of the two programs even before they start broadcasting today. As the first installment of both shows ended, they immediately focused on the ratings of the two major networks as well as the network data for both shows. Therefore, it quickly learned the ratings of Jiangxia TV and Suzhou TV as well as the data of viewers who watched through the network. So one entertainment news story after another came out. Soojeong TV's ratings are no match for JZ TV. Did Soojeong TV lose? The Voice of Tomorrow vs King of Masked Singer. Who is the winner of the battle for the #1 variety show? Of course, there's no shortage of coverage of tonight's King of Masked Singer contestants. Fan once mocked the song written by King's Landing as trash, but now that song of Jun Lin's has exploded on the Jitterbug platform, is Fan willing to commit to the line to run naked? Masked Singer King Russian sings amazingly. Who is he really? What exactly is the relationship between the Masked Singer King Ru Gotham and the online author King's Landing? And so on. An extremely eye-catching story has sprung up. Each one has extremely modest view counts. There was also a storm of speculation about the singer of King of Masked Singer on the internet. Many people joined in and had a great time. Even many netizens guessed that the reasons given by the singer were justified. Regarding King Ruzin, though, the screen names almost always feel clueless. Completely clueless. This singer's vocals were amazing. Completely comparable to the god of song or something like that. But this singer's voice was unfamiliar. People are not familiar with it. So many people shared Liu Yuru's opinion that this was an unknown figure from the national team. The online buzz about the King of Masked Singer continues to fester. No one is happier in this than Soojeong TV. The more heat the King of Masked Singer gets, then the more advertisers they can naturally attract to work with them, and they will also be able to make more money. About everything on the internet, Linga didn't pay too much attention. He just needs to know a little bit about it. All he has to do is sing well. As for the song for the next installment, he had already thought of it, and used the smoke and fireworks that he had previously opened a treasure chest from the system. This song was a very classic song by Jodong that had been covered by countless singers in his previous life. Linga believed that when this song came out, it would definitely bring a strong Xia style to this world. After the first installment of The King of Masked Singer, the next installment will have to wait until next Saturday. Linga went back to the hotel to rest for the night after having a snack with Fatty, then flew back to Magic City the next day. 2 days later, Linga was sitting in front of his computer coding, and then he received a message from the editor in charge. Bing Bing. Honta, do you have time these days? Linga was a bit curious. Is Bing Bing up to something again? Linga was a bit puzzled in his heart. He hasn't been breaking his schedule lately either, has he? So it was returned with a question mark. Ice explained. It's like this. Your fans are desperate to get your autographed books, so I wanted to ask if you're available to hold a few book signings? Holding a book signing will be more beneficial to your popularity, and it will also give a boost to book sales. After all, after experiencing the Tomb Raider theme song from King of Masked Singer, many of those who don't read much novels are ready to buy them back and read them. Only then did Lingu understand Bing Bing's intentions. She was trying to get Lingu to hold a book signing to flush out the book sales again and bring up the influence of Tomb Raider rubbing off on her again. After all, his second volume of the Divine Tree of the Qinling Mountains would soon be finished as well. This volume would also be published immediately after its completion. Okay, when? Linga sent over a message asking. He'll have to make sure he staggers it with King of the Mask to make it work. Let's start next Monday. If that's okay, for a week. Ice replied with this. A week-long period of time, naturally, to open the book signing in several first-tier cities and new first-tier cities in the whole of the summer country. Lingu frowned. A week naturally wouldn't do. After all, he had to go to the second taping of King of Masked Singer on Saturday night. I think it's better to put the book signing on the back burner for the time being. It doesn't make too much sense to hold a book signing now. After all, Tomb Raider Book 1 has basically been bought by all the fans. Moreover, soon my second volume of the Divine Tree of Qinling will be finished. So I think it's better to wait until the publication and opening of the Divine Tree of Qinling to hold a book signing. That would be the best time to do it. Lingu replied his thoughts to Bing Bing. Now hold a book signing, although still able to mention the fame of Tomb Raider again. But the effect will not be too big. After all, he's already on King of Masked Singer to promote it. So how much more can a book signing boost his fame? And since his fans have basically already bought the first volume of 7-Star Roangong Palace, if a book signing were to be held now, those who have already bought the book would likely buy it again in order to get their idol's autograph. This was a bit too much for Lingu. Inside he didn't want to cut fan leaks like that. So the signing was postponed until the next volume was published and on sale. Alright, as long as you think it's good. By the way, how much longer until the end of the Divine Tree of Qinling? Ice asked about the end time for the Tree of Qinling God so she could decide to schedule the book signing. Probably just the last couple days. After receiving Ling Ji's message, Bing Bing quickly replied. Okay, so let's have a book signing next Sunday through the following Friday. Lingu didn't have any objections to the timing, so she replied. Okay, it's decided. After the two discussed the matter, they set a time for the signing. I'm afraid he won't be able to cover his vest once the book signing starts. At that time, the netizens will realize that Lingu is the supreme god of Chidian, King's Landing. I'm afraid he's going to have to raise a huge wave of fans by then. Thinking of fans, Lingu suddenly remembered that he had already authenticated Weibo and teasing voice. He hadn't cared since the certification, and it had been a while now. I wonder how many fans he has now. When he thought of this, Lingu took his cell phone out and tapped on the teasing sound that he hadn't opened for a long time. Opened his personal page. Then it was realized that he already had 300,000 followers. Although 300,000 followers is not much, what you have to realize is that he has not released a single video until now. It's just authenticating an account. The 300,000 followers were basically attracted by a video of him drawing that was posted online by netizens a while ago. A brand new account with no video at all was able to raise 300,000 fans, and I'm afraid there aren't many people like that on the internet. Even those big stars have to release a video or something if they want to increase their fan base. Lingu also saw that his private messages showed 99 plus private messages inside. He hadn't opened the teaser much before, and he liked to turn off the notifications of the software app, so he didn't see these private messages. He was also a bit bored at the moment, so he curiously clicked on it to take a look. Lingshan, I'm offering $100,000. Can you paint me a picture? Lingshan, how did you learn to draw so well? Handsome, can you add a wiki? I think you're handsome? Dudes, looking forward to your videos. Little brother, please update the video. Lingu looked at it, then he turned off the private message function of teasing voice in passing. Most of those private messages, except for those who thought he was good at drawing and painting, craved his body. He even saw a lot of guys sending him private messages wanting to add his wiki. He even saw an older man in his 50s or 60s ask him if he'd do it for $800 a night. This, then, is quite speechless. He gets tens of thousands of dollars a day just for articles. Okay, when did it get so cheap? Of course, that's not the point. He wouldn't agree to any more money from these people. He's a man of principle. After thinking about it, Lingu felt that it was time to slowly run his public account. Teaser is now a very high traffic platform, and many fans will have to coalesce later, write on Teaser and Weber respectively. Post a video just to tease the sound, and Weber if you're texting. So Lingu decided to release a short video. But what to post? Just say hello, hi everyone, I'm Lingu? Forget it, that's what the big stars do when they're in the teaser, and he's not much of a big star right now. So, a talent show? Originally, Lingu wanted to sing, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He's recently on King of Masked Singer, so he's just going to take a break from singing in public for a while, lest he be overheard. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up as he remembered the era talent he had acquired earlier. That's not all there is to it. Just perform an era talent. It just so happens that there are musical instrument stores owned by Lu Yuru. So he sent a message to Lu Yuru. Hello, is the beauty home? Lingu was going to inquire to see if Lu Yuru was at home. If he was, then he would just go directly with Lu Yuru to her store to get an arrow. Just came back from Suzhou City in the past 2 days. Lu Yuru replied. Lingu smiled. He naturally knew that Lu Yuru was participating in the King of Masked Singer program just like him. By the way, I've eaten at your house so many times before. How about I treat you to a meal too? Lu Yuru, who was lying on the sofa, jumped off the sofa when she saw this message. Lingu was taking the initiative to ask her out to dinner? You know, after knowing Lingu for so long, she was deeply aware that Lingu was a straight person, almost like a straight man of steel. I didn't think Lingu would actually take the initiative to ask her out for dinner. This immediately put Lu Yuru in a very good mood. She wasn't quite sure why that was. With Lingu, she felt both like the kind of friend she had known for many years, but every time she saw Lingu there was a stirring in her heart. It was probably because Lingu had once carried her to the hospital and took care of her for a day. No one had ever been that nice to her in her life. So, Lingu was a little different in her heart. Yeah, what are you going to treat your sister to? Seeing this message, Lingu smiled and replied, Sister, are you sure you want to be my sister? If you're sure, then let's tie the knot today as brother and sister with different surnames. Don't ask for the same year, same month and same day, but ask for the same year, same month and same day to die. Lu Yuru, tilde. For some reason, Lu Yuru blushed a little green. She felt exasperated inside. Who's going to bond with you as a half-brother and half-sister? She doesn't want it. Damn Lingu. Draw a circle to curse you. Wait a minute. Why is she so internally resistant to this? After contemplating for a while, Lu Yuru didn't figure it out. Never mind. She'd rather not think about it. So she lay back down on the couch and launched herself back into the air. Lingu couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw that Lu Yuru hadn't sent him a message back in half a day. This little ninny is probably there cursing him in aggravation. For some reason, Ling Gu always found it quite fun to tease Lu Yuru. Lu Yuru didn't reply to his message for half a day, so she was probably sulking. What? Are you angry? I'm teasing you. I don't want you to be my sister. This sentence was followed by a pitiful expression from Ling Gu. Lu Yuru couldn't help but smile when she saw it, however she quickly stopped it again. Don't want her to be a sister? Did it want her to be something else? Like, a girlfriend kind of thing? Thinking about it, she suddenly felt her cheeks burning a little. Picking up her cell phone, she was about to reply to Ling Gu, when the doorbell of her house was ringing. Lu Yuru had wanted to go over and open the door, but when she thought that it might be Ling Gu outside the door, and when she remembered that she herself was looking like a female loser at the moment, her heart was suddenly startled. Hurriedly jumped down from the sofa in front of the vanity cabinet to pick up the comb. Will be a little messy hair combed a few times. Combed soft and straight, this only satisfied to go to open the door. The door to the room was opened, so Ling Gu saw Lu Yuru, who looked a little cute in a panda plush pajama, standing in the doorway. She doesn't wear any powder, but she still has a dusty demeanor. Her face was as white as jade in her veiled face, and she had a pair of good-looking eyes with long eyelashes, even without makeup. But it is already far more than a large number of heavily made-up actresses in the entertainment industry. That's just how hard it is to give up your natural beauty, Ling Gu thought to himself. Good evening. Ling Gu smiled and greeted Lu Yuru. Lu Yuru's face was still a little hot, so she nodded her head in a faintly inaudible nod. Aha! What are you going to treat me to? It's already 9 o'clock, and I've had dinner. Ling Gu smiled and laughed. That smile was a bit wobbly, yet it made people feel warm. It doesn't matter if you've had dinner. It's not like you haven't had a snack yet. Come with me. I'll treat you to a particularly delicious one. I'll go change then, Willow Moon said. Ling Gu, however, stopped her. No, you already look so good. You don't need to change, let's just get going. So, Lu Yuru directly wore a pajama top and pajama pants, and then a pair of white sneakers on her feet, wearing a big black framed flat glasses. She followed Ling Gu out the door. She's not wearing any makeup, and she's got big rimmed glasses, and she's wearing a nightgown. So this shouldn't be recognizable to anyone, right? Can you drive? Ling Gu asked. It's now this moment. Yang Wei is not here, and Ling Gu can't drive herself. That was a little less convenient, and he decided he'd have to go get his license in a while. The system there will have driving technology skills. He directly exchange and then do not need to learn. Directly go to take the driver's license test to get a driver's license on the line. Over the course of this bout, his reputation value had increased by another $10 million. That's a total of 30 million reputation points so far. Lu Yuru followed Ling Gu around and looked at Ling Gu curiously upon hearing this. Don't you have a driver's license? Ling Gu nodded awkwardly. It's not like I haven't had a chance to learn it yet. Oh, I have a license. Old driver, Lu Yuru said confidently. Well, since it would be good if Lu Yu had a driver's license, the two of them wouldn't need to take a taxi and just drive there. Ling Gu then brought Lu Yuru to the underground garage, then took out the car keys and pressed them. The headlights of an atmospheric black Rolls-Royce off to the side then lit up. Ling Gu threw the key to Lu Yuru. I'll enjoy the beautiful chauffeur-driven car today. 2. Lu Yuru took the keys and got into the driver's seat. Ling Gu was sitting in the passenger seat. Where to? A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Ling Gu and asked. I'll navigate you. You drive. Ling Gu said so. And then he turned on the map navigation and typed in the destination. He took Lu Yuru to the very same dry pot restaurant that the original loved to go to with his roommates when he was in school. Lu Yuru nodded and drove according to Ling Ji's navigation. She was a little more curious about Ling Gu at this time. I didn't realize that Ling Gu actually drove a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce, which was enough to prove that Ling Ji's family was not simple. However, Lu Yuru had never met Ling Ji's family. It seems that Ling Gu was never at home alone. Did Ling Ji's parents live somewhere else? This Thompson mansion is Ling Ji's own private property? If Ling Gu wasn't because of his family's situation, as a student who had only finished his junior year of college, where did he get so much money for a mansion and a luxury car? You know, she bought this house with the savings she had saved for several years during the height of her popularity. Ling Gu asked curiously when he saw Lu Yuru sizing him up from time to time. What's wrong? Why do you keep sneaking glances at me? Is this a crush? Lu Yuru's face was slightly red. Who's got a crush on you? Don't be so self-absorbed. Okay, I was just wondering what your family does with the luxury cars and mansions. Ling Gu nodded. Then a fake sigh. Hey. His aura suddenly became melancholic. In fact, I'm the illegitimate son of Ma Tang, the #1 rich man in Xia. The reason why you haven't seen my family is because I'm a child who can't see the light. My cheap father won't take me back. So in order to compensate me he bought me a house with a car. And he said that giving me money is the only thing he can do to make up for it. Lu Yuru looked at him breathlessly. Those beautiful, soulful eyes held a bit of sympathy. She felt that what Ling Gu said might be true, but even though Ling Ji's dad couldn't be Ma Tang, he was certainly a big shot who couldn't be named. It's the only way to explain it all. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask you that. Lu Yuru apologized as she felt that she might have accidentally touched Ling Ji's sadness. Who knew that Ling Gu seriously looked at her side face, the next moment directly puffed out of laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm teasing you. I don't really have much of a family background. My family is from the countryside. My mom works in a factory in town. Lu Yuru blankly glanced at Ling Gu, her clear eyes slightly dissatisfied. Do you take me for a fool? And countryside? Countryside to buy $100 million house and tens of millions of dollars of cars? Ling Gu. Oh. Ling Gu touched his nose rather helplessly. Why did he believe everything he said that was false? But not the truth? The truth is, he's a country boy to begin with. Mom does work at the factory too. However, he has told his mom to quit her job, and I don't know if she listened to him and quit her job. I'm telling the truth. Just now you believed me when I said unrealistic falsehoods like my dad is a big brother. Why don't you believe me when I tell the truth? Ling Gu said helplessly. Poof. Lu Yuru let out a petulant grunt. My grandmother used to say that all men are big pigs. Who knows how many of your men's words are true and how many are not? Ling Gu smiled helplessly and bitterly. What's going on here? He's a pig's hoof? Ling Gu was truly helpless. Traveling along, it wasn't long before they reached their destination. After finding a place to park the car, Ling Gu brought Lu Yuru to that dry pot restaurant where their dormitory often got together. At the moment, the business of this restaurant was very good, and it was obvious that the evening was the main stage of their restaurant. Quite a few students and residents of the neighborhood were eating here. Considering the reason for Lu Yuru's status, Ling Gu took Lu Yuru to find a remote corner seat. Since there were many people eating here and it was not particularly well lit, there was no need to worry about revealing one's identity. The waiter at the store came over with the log sheet. What would you two like to eat? Today, he was inviting Lu Yuru for dinner, so it was natural to ask for her opinion. Want something to eat? Lu Yuru shook her head. I don't know what to eat. You're more familiar with it. Order the most characteristic one. Ling Gu looked around, then ordered a dry pot chicken claw with goose claws and some kebabs. After ordering, he said, let's have these two, and 2 more beers. Dry kebabs, naturally, are great with beer. Ling Gu looked at Lu Yuru. Can I drink it? Lu Yuru had an indifferent expression. No problem. Not if you drink too much. 2 or 3 bottles are still okay. Ling Gu gave her a thumbs up. Not bad. Say, what do you want from me? Lu Yuru asked. She was aware of Ling Ji's nature, and if there was nothing to do, she most likely wouldn't even look for her. If she was invited to dinner today for the first time in her life, it was more than likely that there was something going on. Being told the purpose by a girl, Ling Gu felt a little embarrassed and touched his nose. Look at you. Can't I buy you a meal if I have nothing else to do? Lu Yuru was non-committal. She looked at Ling Gu in a daze, waiting for Ling Ji's next words. Ling Gu smiled. Ha ha, there's really something I need to ask you a favor. I want you to help me pick out an arrow with a better sound quality. Lu Yuru nodded her head. No problem. There's an arrow in my Chin club that's very good. It's yours. I'll take you to the store to get it later. How embarrassing then. How much I'll give you? Lu Yuru hurriedly stopped his words. No, I didn't even pay you for the song you gave me. What's an arrow? After getting the business out of the way, the two made small talk. The conversation turned to New Year's Eve. Where are you spending New Year's Eve this year? Ling Gu asked her. Lu Yuru was silent for a moment. There was some darkness in a pair of beautiful eyes. Where else can I spend it? I don't have a single family member left, so I'll just spend it at home by myself. Her tone seemed to be very flat, acting as if she was greatly indifferent. However, Ling Gu was able to hear the despondency in her words. The world is lost, and there is no longer a single family member. That feeling of being abandoned by the whole world is hard. Where there's family, there's home. There's no more family, so where's the home? He felt that way in his previous life when his only family, his mom, died. That feeling as if you've been abandoned by the whole world. It was an eternal solitude. It is a long life, but you have to bear it all by yourself. Because he had experienced it, Ling Gu could understand Lu Yuru's feelings. Very empathetic too, because both had the same experience. However, Ling Gu was lucky in this life. He at least had a mom in him. He wasn't alone in this world yet. At this moment, he suddenly developed a feeling of heartache towards Lu Yuru. Why don't you come home with me and spend this year at my house? Ling Ji's words suddenly came out of his mouth. Lu Yuru directly froze when she heard this. Then the blush spread up her pale cheeks and climbed up her pink earlobes. She looked dainty in this moment. Lu Yuru pursed her lips and lowered her head. Come home with me. It was the first time she had ever heard a boy say that to her. It's not that she hasn't had her share of suitors, on the contrary, she's had quite a few. but all those guys were saying that they wanted her to be their girlfriend, even though she didn't really know those showbiz boys well at all. Maybe this era is such a fast-paced one, but it was the first time she had ever heard the words, "Come home with me." Somehow, her heart fluttered slightly at the sound of those words. There was the slightest hint of crystalline watery mist in her eyes. Seeing that Lu Yuru didn't say anything, Linga felt that maybe there was something not quite right about what he just said. Now he reacted as well. "Where do you just ask a girl to go home with him?" So Lingu hurriedly explained. "I'm not that. I mean, my mom is very hospitable. You anyway, a person New Year's table cold, just with me to my home for the New Year. After all, we are also considered good friends, is not it? Moreover, my home is just me and my mom, 2 people. Yugo can also be more lively." Seeing Ling Ji's somewhat anxious appearance, Lu Yuru suddenly let out a poof of laughter. The sound was very nice, like the pleasant and light sound of wind chimes blown by the wind. "Good." Lingu froze. "You mean, come home with me for New Year's?" Lu Yuru nodded somewhat coyly. Lingu then put his heart down. Luckily he didn't scare the other girl. At this time, suddenly in the empty aisle next to the child, a boy was on one knee in front of a girl with a bouquet of roses in his hand. "Xiaotong, will you be my girlfriend?" The boy gazed deeply at the girl. The girl covered her mouth, a little surprised, a little touched. "Promise him, promise him, promise him." The customers on the floor were all hyped up in unison. The girl was obviously interested in the boy as well, because her face was red and she had a look of lust. "Actually, I like you too, KK." When the girl said this, everyone cheered happily. Then the boy and the girl hugged each other deeply in happiness. Lu Yuru said enviously, "It's good to be young." Lingo however said, "It's okay, you're actually about the same age as them, and don't look at how happy they are right now. It actually doesn't affect the 2 of them fighting afterward at all." Lu Yuru froze, and then there was some breathlessness. "Emotionless bastard," she mentally spat. Not long after, the dry pot Ling ordered came up. The aroma and the color are so vivid that you can't help but get an appetite just by looking at it. "That's quite a pretty color." Lu Yuru sighed in admiration. She was a very good cook herself, so she was naturally able to tell that this store did have something. It's not without reason that it can be so hot. "That's natural. It was my favorite place to eat with my roommates when I was in school," Lingu said, and then picked up a goosepalm and put it in Lu Yuru's bowl. "Come and try this goosepalm. It's super soft and delicious." Lu Yuru lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. She seemed to be staring at the goosepalm in the bowl. Seeing her in this state, Lingu hurriedly urged, "What's wrong with this?" and launched a daze. "Hurry up and eat. This weather gets cold fast. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Lu Yuru nodded her head and answered in a small voice before picking up her chopsticks and picking up the goosepalms and biting into them in small bites. Lingo watched quietly. Watching beautiful women eat seems to be a treat. Hers weren't big. Her lips were pink and looked a little oily after getting oil from the goosepaws. Lingu told the waiter to bring a bottle opener and prepared to open the beer. He had just opened a bottle, but he suddenly remembered that it seemed that Lu Yuru still needed to drive, which was not allowed to drink. As a good citizen, you naturally have to obey the law. Drive without drinking, drink without driving. So the beer was returned for a bottle of Sol. He opened the only and inserted the straw and handed it to Lu Yuru. "Here, drink this." So the first date between the 2 was eating dry pot and jerking kebabs. Finally, a meal was finished. Both had a good meal, because it tasted really good, and even more so because of the people who ate with it. The 2 of them got up and left after payment, and at a table in front of Lu Yuru, a boy had been intentionally or unintentionally surveying Lu Yuru's back. Earlier when he had overlooked the girl sitting in front of him, he had thought something looked familiar, much like the man on the poster he'd put up on the wall of his dorm room. Lu Yue. He's a big fan of Ryu Tsukuru. I bought a bunch of posters of Lu Yeye, and downloaded many live singing videos of Lu Yeye on my cell phone and saved them, so I would take them out to look at them when I had something to do. Whenever something was bothering him, he watched the goddess's videos and listened to her songs, and felt as if he had been cured. He tapped the shoulder of the classmate next to him. "Blackie, do you think that girl could be the goddess Lu Yuru?" The classmate beside him froze, then laughed outright. "Brother, you can't be drunk. What kind of person is Lu Yuru? That is known as a fairy. How could she come here to eat? People's status? How can they go to a 5-star restaurant?" This girl is also followed by a boy. To know that Lu Yuru is the most cold to boys. She doesn't even have a problem with those fresh meat in the entertainment industry. And how can a goddess come out to dinner while still in her pajamas? Are you kidding me? The boys heard their classmates say this and thought it was true. And the girl was wearing glasses. Goddess Moonru is not nearsighted, much less not caring enough to wear a nightgown out to dinner. Also, it does seem like I was overthinking it. It's probably just a girl who looks a bit like a goddess. After saying that, the boys took their cell phones out again, plugged in their headphones, and played the song Legend. The The weather in November was already a bit cold, and the wind at night carried a bit of coldness. The leaves of the surrounding trees were blown and fell in pieces. It wasn't long before a sheet of white flying flowers actually began to fall from the sky. Lingu and Lu Yuru were walking on the silent road leading to the parking lot. It is? Lu Yuru looked up at the sky. White fleur-de-lis fluttered down, and she held her hand out, looking down at the fuzzy pajama sleeve. It's snowing. It's snowing, eh? Lu Yuru smiled happily. In an instant, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and the moon lost their light. So beautiful. Lingu sighed softly. Lu Yuru was as happy as a child. She held out her palm to catch the snowflake. The snowflakes melted quickly as they fell on her white, soft palms, but she continued to enjoy herself. She thought Lingu was saying that the snow was so beautiful, so she nodded her head in compliance. Yeah, it's beautiful. I haven't seen snow in years. I didn't think it would actually fall this year. Lingu just stood with her in the snow. Two similar places drenching in the same snow. This life is also considered to be a shared white head. He softly recited a line from a poem that he liked very much in his previous life. Yikes. Your poem is so beautiful. Lu Yuru sighed. Lingu is really talented. Not only is she a good songwriter, but she can also come up with such beautiful verses off the top of her head. A pair of beautiful eyes looked adoringly at Lingu with a strange luster, making Lingu look a little embarrassed. He's just borrowing a verse from someone else. Embarrassed. He touched his nose. Okay. You are too modest. Such a beautiful poem should be heard by more people. Lu Yuru sighed. With that, Lu Yuru took her cell phone out, took a picture of a snowflake falling on the sleeve of her pajama top. Then she posted the photo on web, and the accompanying text, 2 places of love with the same snow shower. This life is also considered to be a common white head. It's snowing today, and I just heard such a beautiful poem, so I'm sharing it with you. Lu Yuayu can now be considered the top stream of female singers. Web fans are now at the 30 million mark and are still largely live. So as soon as this web of hers came out, a lot of her fans received a message tweet. In an instant, a lot of fans flocked to comment underneath Weber. The goddess posted Weeble. Oh my god. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, goddess. Are you finally remembering that you have a Weber account? Yeah. The goddess's last Weber was still posted last week when she was promoting King of Masked Singer. Goddess's post Weibo are all work trips and such. Too rarely see her post Weibo of her weekday life. This poem is really beautiful. 2 places are thinking of each other and showering snow together. And this life is considered to be a white head together. So romantic. Loved it. Such a beautiful verse. Must retweet. How is it that all of you are paying attention to the beauty of the verses? And I am the only one who has noticed that the goddess sends out pictures with particularly beautiful hands? Ha ha, upstairs. You're not alone. The goddess's hands simply perfectly illustrate what it means to have hands like catkins. There was a lot of chatter in the group. Shali was also a fan of Lu Yuru, but she didn't like to bubble over the online comments. She liked to follow silently. She saw this line, 2 places are drenched in the same snow, and this life is also considered to be a white head. Suddenly she liked it. She murmured softly, 2 places are drenched in the same snow, and this life is considered to be a white head. Her eyes reddened slightly as she read, because the poem simply poked her in the gut. She's in a long-distance relationship with her boyfriend, and the two have been in less and less contact lately. She wasn't even sure if the two could go on. Ray went downstairs and she stood in the snow. She took out her cell phone and sent a friend post with a picture of snow. 2 places are drenched in the same snow, and this life is considered to be a white head. She stood quietly in the snow, eyes closed. It was as if she would be considered to have grown old with the subject. Even if we can't come together in the future, we won't have any regrets, right? She thought this in her heart. However, it wasn't long before her boyfriend called her. Honey, a while ago I was busy with the resignation handover. I'm sorry, I didn't pay much attention to your feelings, but fortunately it's already been handed over. I'm going to come to Magic City. Let's struggle together, okay? Ray suddenly burst into tears, whimpering. Eventually she answered back. Good. And the internet, too, started bristling directly because of the snow in Mordor. Many people took videos of the snow falling, and then many of them captioned, 2 places are thinking of each other and showering snow together. And this life is also considered to be a common white head. The number of video likes for such copywriting are very high. Numerous netizens have praised the romantic flavor of the poem. This poem, just 2 lines, but it outlines a poignant 1 sentence of love without love. Romantic with a touch of bleak beauty. I wonder who wrote that poem. That person must have been a very romantic person. The poem went straight to the internet in a big way. Many people even use it directly as their personalized signature. It's snowing more and more. Lingu got into the car with Lu Yuru and drove the car to Nanjing Road to the piano club to get an arrow. Then the two of them drove home. Back at home, Lingdu started preparing to record a video to say hello to the netizens. For this first video, he intends to record an arrow performance. After thinking for a while, he decided to play a very classic arrow piece from his previous life, Two Fountains Reflecting the Moon. Erquin Reflecting the Moon was created by Ah Bing and performed by him. Ah Bing's playing skill is an important part of his arrow artistic achievement. His arrow playing is delicate and profound, dashing and majestic, strong and powerful, strong and soft, touching and deep. His folk music training is broad, and his playing skill is superb, which no one at that time could be better than him. When playing the piece, he utilized the 5 handles of the arrow, and with a variety of bowing changes in strength, ups and downs in the variations, blending the scene, showing the meaning of the situation is incomparably profound, with a strong lyricism. The theme of this tune is fate, showing the bitterness and stubbornness of a wandering artiste who has experienced the ups and downs and tribulations of life in old China. The whole piece is graceful and smooth, with ups and downs, and it is a piece in the form of a variation. The deep melody is like sobbing and complaining, like sorrow and anger, sometimes euphemistic and low, sometimes agitated and high-pitched, which not only expresses the author's inner resentment and grief, but also expresses the yearning for a perfect life and dream realm. It's a super classic piece of music. Lingdu placed his cell phone and found a good angle. Lingdu sat down on a chair and picked up an arrow. In the cell phone's camera, what was captured was Ling Ji's handsome and incomparable side face, as well as the slender, white and unusually good-looking hand holding the arrow. Then, Lingdu began to move. One of his hands held the pole of the instrument and pulled it from side to side, looking extremely dashing and out of place. One beautiful note flew out of the arrow, forming a beautiful and poignant melody. The melody seemed to speak of the injustice of fate in a silent cry, like a melancholic poet whispering about his own sorrow, and like an aggrieved woman whimpering in the moonlit night. She is telling her beloved about her own troubles and bitterness, sometimes deep, sometimes stirring, sometimes sorrowful, sometimes proud, sometimes calm, sometimes jumping, letting people personally experience her dissatisfaction, aggression, and grief. Although she is aggrieved, she is a headstrong and daring woman who is resistant to struggle. Because he already had 300,000 followers, Lingdu had now opened up long video privileges and could record 1-minute videos. Inwardly calculating the time, he waited until a minute had passed and then stopped his hand, walked over and played the video on his phone and watched it. Well, the movement is suave and ethereal. The light hit the side of his face, and there was a sense of deadly seduction in the interplay of light and light. He was all hesitant to send this video out. If I send it out, what if those ladies get anemic from nosebleeds? Is he responsible? This is a serious issue. But after contemplating for a moment, Lingdu decided to send it out. After all, he was more of a pain in the ass than the sensation the video created. He doesn't want to have to re-record it. So he edited a text. Hello everyone. I'm Lingdu. I'm here for the first time in teasing sound. A little piece of music that I played casually for you all. Please take care of me. After editing, Lingdu clicked publish on this video. It wasn't long before it was released successfully. And then Lingdu stopped caring. Sit back down at the computer and start coding. Today he had continuously coded for more than an hour and finally finished the volume of the Divine Tree of Qinling. Then it was a straight upload of 40,000 words in one breath. These 40,000 words are the final chapter of this volume. After uploading it, Lingdu also posted a message in the last chapter. That's when he'll kick off a week-long signing pattern after the first volume is published. With the end of this volume, fans saw the signing message Lingdu posted and authors had your say when they got to the end and talked about it. What is King's Landing finally going to start holding book signings? Ha, joyful. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Will we finally get to see Junda's true face? I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if the real-life Junda will be a fat, middle-aged, greasy man. Ha, even if Junda is a greasy man, I love it. Yeah, we book fans won't mind Junda. When the book comes out, I'm going to be the first to buy it. That said, this volume ends today. It's really so wonderful. Old Ichi comes back from the dead, but his body is in a cave. It's just numbing to watch. Yeah, is the real Old Ich dead or not? Is that fantasized Old Ich still Old Ich itself? The power of this Qinling Divine Tree is also too weird. Wuchi fantasized about Candle 9 in his mind and it actually materialized. It's simply even more awesome than Aladdin's lamp. A group of people were discussing the plot of this volume again, and Lingdu looked at the discussion of the bookworms then shut down the computer. The snow is still falling outside the window, and it's really a bit cold today. Lingdu then turned on the air conditioner in the bedroom to warm up the air. He was ready to just blow the night away. The big deal is that it's better to spend more on electricity. Anyway, it's not like we don't have that strength. Lingdu laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Lingdu currently has over 300,000 followers on Tees. Once his video was posted, it was quickly noticed by his fans. Has Lingshan finally released a video? I wonder if it's another amazing painting. Many of his fans had followed him after watching him paint last time, so naturally they assumed that Lingo was posting another video of some painting. As a result, click in and take a look. The group was dumbfounded. Lingshan actually knows how to play the arrow, and it sounds so good. My god, does this even want to be alive? To even dabble in music? Ha ha, you ignorant people. You're afraid you've forgotten that before Lingshan drew that painting, he was a singer who had a song. Knowing how to play an arrow is naturally not a rare thing. Ha ha, I must give Lingshan credit. Lin Yuru, who had returned home, was originally lying on her bed catching up on her novel, when her cell phone suddenly prompted the person she was following to post a dynamic. Her follow is set to private, so no one else can see who she follows. Many of the ones she follows are bloggers who teach how to make food. And of the people paying attention, only one is not. That person was Lingu. She had searched for Ling Ge's teasing voice on a whim before, and then realized that Lingu was actually certified. So without thinking, I clicked follow. But a while had passed, and Lingu still hadn't released a single video. Until now. You're posting a video for the first time? Has he finally decided to make his debut? Curious in a hurry, she turned the teaser on and tapped into the prompt. Then you see the new video posted by Lingu. The video shows a boy sitting upright. The light hit his well-defined side face. Generally light and half darkness. Light and light interlacing instead has a kind of alternative mysterious beauty. He had a pole in his hand, where he was earnestly playing the arrow. That movement was suave and graceful, and she plays the arrow well, though she doesn't understand it, but it sounds good. No wonder Lingo wanted to let her get him the arrow tonight. Was he preparing to release the video? Lu Yuru directly clicked a retweet. Little brother's arrow is too good. It was followed by 3 expressions of awe. As a national-level goddess today, Lu Yuru's every move is naturally very noticeable, even if she gave a like to whichever Weber was expected to get noticed. Not to mention a direct retweet of a video. On Tease, she has 40 million followers. That one retweet instantly brought attention to her fans. The goddess actually retweeted a video. I have to hurry up and see what video caught the goddess's attention. The goddess actually retweeted a video of a guy and complimented him on his arrow? A large group of fans sat back and became curious about the video that could be retweeted by the goddess. So one by two they ran to Ling Ge's video. Then, especially the girls, one by two, their eyes widened and their breath caught. Even many of the girls had 2 streams of bright red liquid coming out of their noses. That boy in the video, that face, it's just too overwhelming, isn't it? And that hand, well boned, long and white, simply good enough to be foul. Crap. Sisters, I feel like I'm in love. Ah, how can there be such a handsome boy in this world? Too cool and out of the world. Mommy, I saw fairies. I found a new husband. This tune, even though I don't understand it, is too good. Gotta like it. Follow it. So, after Lu Yuru's retweet, the number of likes on this video of Ling Ge's went up like a rocket. 10, 000, 20, 000, 100, 000, 200, 000, 500, 000. The snow got heavier and heavier during the night. After a night of, the branches and trunks of the trees, as well as the ground, were covered in silver. Lingo woke up and washed up before taking her cell phone out and unlocking it. He's ready to see how many likes he got on that video he posted last night. So it opened the teaser software. The result was just a little bit of teasing, and then it just froze. His backend shows a straight up 99 plus number of new followers. The number of comments is 99 plus, as is the number of likes. At this moment, the number of fans in the background showed that it had come to 1.5 million, and it was still increasing. He hastily clicked on the video to view the exact data. It turns out that video of his from yesterday has reached 3 million likes. In one night, it actually went straight up by 3 million likes? He's fallen into the flow pool, hasn't he? It was only when he clicked through and saw the comments that he finally realized why this video of his was on fire. See Goddess Yuru's retweet before coming in. The result is directly fell out of the can't get out. There are with me the same sister? The comment was followed directly by hundreds of thousands of likes and was bumped to the top of the pile. Seeing this comment, he understood. So it was Lu Yuru who retweeted his teasing voice. He searched out Lu Yuru's account inside the search and took a look. Good lord, there were over 40 million followers. It's horrible as hell. Lingo clicked follow without hesitation. Add another new member to Lu Yeye's army of more than 40 million fans. After following, he realized that it actually showed mutual followers. Lu Yuru actually paid attention to him? When did this little minx pay attention to him? He doesn't even know. And at this moment, far away in Kyoto, the home of the famous national music master of Xia, Elder Chui Jian. A family of 3 is sitting at the dinner table. The table was set with soy milk with buns, donuts, and eggs. An old man, an old woman, and a pretty young girl were sitting around the dining table enjoying breakfast. There was a sigh from the old man, who looked quite kind with his white hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Hey, I've just received a notice that the new International Music Festival will start to be held in the country of me in 2 months. And our country of Xia has also received an invitation. At that time, each country will select a pure music piece to compete, and select one of the most outstanding pieces to be compiled into the International Music textbook. The old lady smiled amiably as she gave the old man a bun in his bowl. You, just invite them. Don't worry about it. Nowadays, the originality of music in Xia is declining. Where are the people who can create international famous songs? Even you can't write anymore, let alone those youngsters. Let's just invite the country, and consider it a vacation for us. The old man sighed softly. Hey, it's true that Xia can't produce the kind of musicians who are world-renowned. At this time, that pretty young girl was eating her meal while she was bored and took out her cell phone and swiped the teaser. Then she swiped a thieving good-looking little brother playing the eru. The sound of the era suddenly reached the old man's ears. The deep melody is like a sob, like a complaint, like sadness, like anger, sometimes euphemistic and low, sometimes exciting and high-pitched. Not only expresses the author's inner resentment and grief, but also expresses the desire for a perfect life and dream realm, like a melancholy poet whispering his sorrows. And like an aggrieved woman whimpering in the moonlit night, she is telling her beloved about her troubles and bitterness. At times deep, at times stirring, at times sorrowful, at times proud, at times calm, at times leaping, one can personally experience her dissatisfaction, aggression and grief. Despite her aggression, she is a stubborn woman who dares to fight. The old man was dumbfounded. He was trembling. This music, played by the eru, a traditional instrument of Xia. However, this piece of music has simply reached the level of a world-famous song. Yet, he had never heard of it. Could this be an original piece of music? The old man's voice trembled. Come on, sure K, show me your cell phone. Chui Sweki was a bit reluctant. She hadn't seen enough of this good-looking little brother, but she was obviously a dutiful girl. Despite the reluctance in his heart, he obediently handed the cell phone to his grandfather. Grandpa, you like to watch teasing sounds too? Master Chui ignored her. He wasn't into teasing. He wanted to see if that piece of music was played by the owner of this video. When he took the cell phone, the old man looked at it carefully. In the video, it was a handsome-looking boy. Those slender hands were elegantly holding the pole of the piano and pulling it. That movement was very standard, and even vaguely revealed a style of a great master. Ken Choi was originally a lifelong player of Chinese music, and he even majored in eru. But when he saw the boy's movements in the picture, he didn't think even he himself had that kind of fluidity. That silky smoothness combines every note into a beautiful poem. The eru's skills were nothing to sneeze at. But what surprised him the most was the tune that the eru played, which simply amazed him. It's a national music diva that simply rivals those internationally famous tracks. Old lady, listen to it. How about this song? The old man excitedly showed his cell phone to the old lady at the side. The old lady took a closer look and then also looked surprised. She also plays riffs, and that's how she got to know the old man. It's natural to be able to hear how good a tune is. The tune is only a minute long, but it's an awesome minute already. This tune, it seems to be very impressive. Just 1 minute alone is so stunning. I wonder how superb the whole tune will be. The old lady sighed. The old man was in a good mood. What do you say I let him represent Xia in the International Music Festival? The old lady nodded. Yes, if the full version of this piece is as stunning, it might actually make it into the International Music textbook. The young girl on the side stared in direct surprise at hearing this. Is this little brother's attainment in Chinese music so strong? Grandpa and Grandma actually think his music has a chance of being selected for international music textbooks? This is a joke, right? Ken Choi looked to his granddaughter and returned the phone. Sure Kay, find a way to look up this little brother for me. I'll see what city he's in. Chui Sweki was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that Grandpa wasn't actually joking and was actually serious. If Grandpa wanted to find this little brother, he must have met this little brother. So if he helped find this little brother, could he meet him in passing? Thinking of this, Chui Sweki suddenly had a few moments of excitement. This little brother. I wonder if he's this handsome in person. You won't roll over if you see it in reality, will you? It is important to know that the beauty function of T's voice is very powerful. There are a lot of male netizens who look very handsome on the internet, but once they go to certain TV programs, they are instantly out of shape, ugly as hell. But handsome or not, you'll know when you see it in person. Chui Sweki thought this in her heart, and her hands began to move. She started to search up Ling Ji's profile on the internet. Some of Ling Ji's basic information is publicized on the internet. After all, he is also a man who has been on several hot searches. A quick online veggie search brought up Treasure Ling Gu, age 19, junior at Mordor University. As she read on with the information, the more Chui Sweki read, the wider her small mouth opened. This Ling Gu is simply too awesome. He writes songs, plays the guitar, has paintings in the collection of the International Society, and now plays the Eru. What kind of boy is this? Really? Obviously the same age as her. But she's still in her senior year of high school. I didn't get into a good college last year, and I'm still going to repeat a year this year to fight again. But then look at others. The Qin, chess, calligraphy and painting is simply all good and she's about to graduate at 19. That's just iconic. Grandpa, I found out. Chui Sweki was a little excited. Oh, what city is he from? Ken Choi asked curiously. It's from Mordor, and it's a junior. You know, Mordor University starts internships as soon as you're a junior. So he's kind of in the community now. Ken Choi was surprised. This little brother is still a student? But look around, that calm temperament really is not quite like. Moreover, the era played so well, actually is not a music major, people or an amateur? It's just a bit unbelievable. Immediately afterward, Chui Sweki even spoke of those godlike deeds of Ling Gu, which even more shocked the two old men beyond words. At this moment they finally realized that there really were geniuses in this world. It's unbelievable that one person, in so many ways, can be so perfect. Sweki, book me a plane ticket to Magic City next month. The old man, I'm going to Magic City to personally meet this young guy. And by the way, asked to see if that song is his original. He still had things left to do this month, so he would have to go back to Mordor next month. When Chui Sweki heard the old man's words, she was instantly delighted in her heart. The old man was going to Magic City, so naturally she was going to follow along, so she could meet her idol in person. Okay, Grandpa. Ling Gu still didn't know that at this moment, there was already another bigwig who thought that the National Music Circle of Xia had their eyes on him. At the moment he was preparing his own breakfast. Today he's going to make a tomato and egg noodle dish for dinner. Over the past few days, he had often eaten meals cooked by Lu Yuru, and his stomach had been nourished to the point of being a bit grippy. Originally, his own cooking skills were okay, but after eating what Lu Yuru made, he didn't want to condemn his own stomach. Anyway, he had a lot of prestige value now, and directly exchanged a master-level cooking skill from the system. Then it was ready to cook the noodles. Master-level cooking skills seem a bit too big to use for cooking noodles, Ling Gu muttered to himself. He then thought about the fact that Lu Yuru had helped him. It seemed like he should do something to repay the favor. Why don't we just give it to her down there? I wonder if that little ninny has had breakfast yet. It's so early in the morning. I don't think she's eaten yet. Ling Gu then directly called a voice call to Lu Yuru. The phone had just called, and then Ling Gu heard a sleepy voice. Sticky, with a slightly disgruntled accent. Who is it? Let no one sleep in the morning. Ling Gu couldn't help but feel a little funny. Not up yet. The sun's going to be on your ass. Lu Yuru, who was originally lying on the bed and was squinting to catch the phone call, heard this voice and sat up from the bed in a flash. She couldn't let Ling Gu think that she was still sleeping. Rubbing her somewhat hazel sleepy eyes and grabbing a few handfuls of her hair, she then felt awake. I woke up early, but I must have been lying under the covers to warm up on such a cold day. Ling Gu smiled and didn't expose her. Then isn't it true that you're warmer with someone warming your comforter? Ling Ji's tone with teasing immediately caused Lu Yuru's face to burn, mentally muttering. Where does this guy learn all these off-the-cuff titillating things? Is it uneducated? Humph. She grunted, but there was no resentment in her heart. Instead, she was somewhat happy. What's going on with her? Men aren't bad. Women aren't good? Yanuki-ru couldn't figure it out. Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Is it bad to lie under the covers on such a cold day? Ling Gu felt funny. This little ninny was definitely shy. Alright, no more molesting you. Didn't you help me retweet the teasing sound yesterday to make me gain 1 million fans? So, today I decided to cook noodles for you? Lu Yulu? What? Do you cook good noodles? Lu Yuru expressed her skepticism. She had never eaten anything made by Ling Gu. Well, you'll know if you come over and eat. The door is open. You can just come in. I'm going to start cooking. It'll be ready in a minute. So hurry over and eat. Ling Gu hung up the phone after barking a word. Beat a couple eggs in a bowl and whisk them together. Cut up the tomatoes and set them aside. Start a pan to heat the oil. Then pour the eggs in and fry them well and stir them. In the river, tomatoes put in the pan and fry a few times. Then pour water and heat it. Soup is the key to good noodles. He boiled the soup first, then cooked the noodles. Not long after, Lu Yuru came over, still very casually dressed in a fuzzy nightgown. She wasn't going out today anyway, so she didn't need to change. Sit down, by the way. The noodles will be ready soon. Ling Gu cooked the noodles and picked them into the bowl of soup. then sprinkled the 2 bowls of noodles with scallions. 2 bowls of beautifully colored noodles are ready. Lingu brought the noodles to the table and put them in front of Lu Yuru. Come on, taste my handiwork too. Those beautiful eyes of Lu Yuru lit up. This noodle color looks so appetizing. Sniffing through his nose, an aroma hit his nose. It smells so good. I didn't realize your noodles were really well cooked. Then she ate. After taking a bite, he was a little surprised. It was because the noodles cooked by Lingu tasted delicious, even compared to those noodle shops outside. I didn't realize that you could really cook noodles. It's quite tasty. As she ate, Lu Yuru suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her nose, as if something was coming out from inside. A hard time. It seems to be a result of getting wet in the snow last night, so I actually caught a cold straight away today. She hastily blocked her nostrils with a tissue, then continued to eat her bowl of noodles. This tawdry maneuver caused Lingu to look stunned. It was because Lu Yuru's appearance at the moment looked a bit comical. So, Lingu didn't hold back a direct laugh. Ha ha ha. You look so funny. Lu Yuru frowned with some dissatisfaction. She's got a cold and this guy is still laughing at her. He's got no sense of humor. Oof. This guy, he doesn't know to care about her. She grunted, then finished her noodles. I've got a bit of a cold, so you can wash the dishes yourself. After saying that, she took a step towards the door of her room. She was going to go back and take a few cold pills then get a good night's sleep. Wait, Lingo called out to her. Lu Yuru stopped in her tracks, thinking to herself that Lingo was preparing to care for her. She turned around and waited for Lingo to follow. Then he heard a sentence emerge from Ling Ji's mouth. Drink more hot water. Lu Yuru's mouthful of 23-year-old blood almost didn't spurt out. More hot water? This guy, who is obviously very high on teasing at times, and at other times acts like he's a straight man of steel, got his more hot water. Lu Yuru directly turned around and walked away somewhat exasperated, walked to the door and even closed it directly behind him. Looking at Lingu, he froze. Is this anger? Lingu touched his nose, somewhat confused. Drink lots of hot water is right, isn't it? I'm sure you have to drink a lot of hot water when you have a cold. Even if you go to the hospital, the doctor will tell a patient with a cold to drink more hot water, right? Lingu was a very calm and peaceful person, and he didn't really like to think one way or the other when he couldn't figure things out. He felt that maybe Lu Yuru just wasn't in a good mood because she had a cold, which was understandable, and so it was back to happily coding away. He planned to save up more manuscripts. After all, the second installment of King of Masked Singer would start again soon, and then there was the week-long book signing for Tomb Raider's Tree of Qinlingad. It'll take a lot of time then, and there won't be time to code the text, so I'll have to get the manuscript ready in the next couple days, and it'll automatically update every day then. In this way, Lingu saved a total of more than 100,000 manuscripts, and placed them in the background to set up a daily automatic release of 15,000 words. Time passed quickly, and once the script was done, it was time for the second installment of King of Masked Singer again. Lingu and Fatty both boarded the airplane from Magic City to Suzhou on Friday afternoon. This time, Fatty had the same seat as Lingu. Old Ling, are you confident you'll take the number 1 spot in this installment? Fatty asked beside Lingu. You know, last time, Lingu was only a few votes away from first place. This simply shattered the fat man for a long time, and it simply gave him a bad taste in his mouth. Lingu smiled. This issue, naturally, is going to be number 1. Fatty didn't quite believe it when he heard this and looked at Lingu rather suspiciously. First isn't that easy to take. That snowman from last term was Ms. Tan Hong. She's a ceiling figure in the singing world. You lost to her last time. And there's also Alpaca who may be a powerhouse singer as well. Not to be underestimated. Fatty was quite grave. He had also read online speculations about the identity of several masked singers in the past while, so naturally he knew that there were several bigwigs in there. He subconsciously thought that Lingu, a newcomer to the industry, even if she had a few singing skills, she still couldn't compete with the big names who had been in the business for a long time. Not on the same level. The last issue was the first, so some of the big boys hadn't even made a push yet, which allowed Lingu to squeak out the second spot. This is the second installment, and the big boys are definitely coming out with the real deal. Lingu shrugged. Did Fatty have so little faith in him? Their strength is not to be underestimated, but I also have strength. Fatty was unimpressed, obviously not so convinced of Ling Ji's strength. Of course you have the strength, but it's still a far cry from the ceiling. Lingu had a cloudy demeanor. He didn't have much pressure. He wouldn't feel anything even if he didn't get first place, as long as he finished the song he wanted to sing on stage. What's more, this time he was prepared to sing Smokey and the Bandit. This is a very classic song of Zhou Dong. In the previous life was covered by countless singers in the circle, enough to explain the quality of this song. This song definitely ranks up there with all of Chow's classics as well. When this song was taken out, Linga felt that in this world, it should set off a different trend. Don't worry about it, even if you can't take first place, it's not so bad that you'll be eliminated. Lingu said this. The fat man then nodded. Well, elimination should not be too much. The Fat Master is still waiting for you to become a Heavenly King superstar. Then say out. The Fat Master is the Heavenly King superstar's agent. This say out how face. The old bullish. Lingu was somewhat helpless, hoping that Fatty is just thinking that he'll look good when he's on fire. Fatty, haven't you ever thought about being on fire yourself? Lingu looked at Fatty's eyes and asked. Fatty obviously didn't expect Lingu to actually say that either, so he froze as well. Me? On fire? He pointed an incredulous finger at his own big nose. He felt the world was metaphysical. Lingu was obviously joking, right? He admitted that he wasn't actually ugly, and was even a face ceiling amongst the fatties. But that was amongst the fatties. What audience loves a 200-pound one like him? People will just think it's greasy. Fatty shook his head. Old Ling, don't wash your hands of Master Fatty. Although Master Fatty is confident, he is not blindly confident. Lingu patted Fatty on the shoulder. Don't say that. What's wrong with being fat? Fat can't take the idol route. You can take the harmonic star route. If I say, let you go to play Tomb Raider notes in the King Fat, you willing? Fatty's mouth was open and his eyes were wide. Obviously he was shocked by Ling Ge's words. Tomb Raider notes is his favorite. One of the Tomb Raider triangle Wang Fatty, this role he really like. He feels that Wang Fatty and his character is very much like. He came to play a character in such a masterpiece? Just thinking about it got him excited and thrilled alright. He looked at Lingu with a grave expression. The expression was one of rare solemnity. Old Ling, tell Master Fatty honestly, is it possible that your cousin King's Landing has something in mind? Does he want to turn Tomb Raider into a TV series? Lingu didn't hide it, because he's had this idea for a long time. When it's a little while longer, he'll start filming the first season of Tomb Raider. Right now, he's underfunded. I'll wait for 2 more months of manuscript money before I start working on preparations. That's right, my cousin plans to make Tomb Raider into a seasonal drama. That is, 1 season at a time like in Rice. If you have the idea of acting in a TV series, I can recommend you for the role of Fatty Wang. Look at you and the fat guy in it even have the same last name. Isn't that peculiarly fateful? When Fatty heard this, he suddenly looked agitated. It would be a great honor for him to be cast in a role in the masterpiece of his heart. Old Ling, can I? Fatty's voice was tinged with a few light tremors, so one could imagine how windy his heart was at the moment. Lingu instead nodded his head with great certainty. Fatty to star in the role of Fatty Wang, that simply does not need any acting skills. Just go straight to the colors. It's no problem. You can just act in character. You'll be able to bring the role to life when the time comes. The airplane traveled through the clouds. It didn't take long to arrive at Sujian City. Lingu and Fatty both continued to stay in the hotel they stayed in last time. After a night of rest and reorganization, the next afternoon, Lingu arrived at the recording site of the second installment of King of Masked Singer. It's a little after 6 p.m. at the moment, and there's still an hour and a half before the show goes live. It was natural for Lingu to come and make some preparations in advance. At the moment, he had put on the special Rujian Wang Jade figurine clothes and brought up his mask, printed out the lyric sheet for this time for Lu Cc to take to the accompaniment group. Lingu also ran into Director Jiang while going to the bathroom to use the toilet. Director Jiang was right next to Lingu. Guide Jiang looked at Lingu with a smile on his face. The first installment can basically have such high ratings because of this pop from Lingu. Originally, when he chose Lingu, a student with no reputation, to participate in the program, some people on the station were against it. He was the one who pushed for Lingu to be on it. Plus there's the competition from JZTV's The Voice of Tomorrow, so all the pressure he's under can be no less. So Zhang Tao was all smiles when he saw Lingu. There's just something weird about the scene, and a little embarrassed. After all, both were now standing in front of the urinal booing. It's rather a social death. Lingu smiled awkwardly. Director Jiang, you've come to use the restroom too. Director Jiang nodded his head very kindly. Yeah, you go to the restroom too. Lingu. He had a feeling of speechlessness at the moment. Both were standing at the urinal shushing themselves, not going to the bathroom or something. This awkward conversation. Lingu didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhang Tao was the first to break the silence. Have you chosen your song this time? What is it? Director Jiang asked curiously. Lingu nodded. It's been chosen. It's still a new song that hasn't been released yet, and it's still created by King's Landing. Director Jiang was rather at ease with King's Landing. After all, the last song, although it was said that the quality couldn't reach the level of a classic, it wasn't a bad song either. It's rare to be able to create a song of that caliber. But director Jung took a look at Ling Ji's costume. I thought to myself that it shouldn't be too convenient for Ling Gu to do this, right? So it was very kind to try to help. That's not a very convenient dress for you. Can I help you? Ling Gu was directly frozen by the question. Help? What's the favor? He just went to the restroom. Does Director Jiang have to help him? Director Jiang thanks. No need. Ling Gu awkwardly finished thanking him, then left with a few quick steps after a few solutions. This looked inexplicable to Director Jiang. It's not like I'm some kind of flood beast, River Guide muttered to himself. Ling Gu left the restroom and went back to the backstage lounge. After the elimination of Ultraman in the last installment, this installment brings in a fill-in singer. It's called a bully flower. It was a long-haired girl in a skirt and a bully headgear. The snowman won first place in the last installment, so this time he was able to just pick the field he wanted to appear in at random. The rest of the field is still decided by drawing lots. I'll go with a fifth in the order of appearance this time. Fifth, obviously, is a better field. The rest of the group began to draw lots. This time, Ling Gu drew the second in the order of appearance. He didn't really feel anything about it, though, because he doesn't really care about the order of appearances. Feel free to make an appearance. His song tonight, Smokey and the Bandit, is sure to be a king-sized bomb anyway. He believed that this classic song would likewise blossom into its ultimate splendor in this other world. The show doesn't start for a while, so the singers wait backstage to chat after they've done their preparations. Of course, they were all already wearing voice changers. The words spoken would then turn directly into a mechanical voice, and this was also to better protect the masked singer's identity from being exposed. And online, with an hour to go before the show started, Dravan, who had disappeared for a time, popped back up. After the fermentation of the last issue, the heat of King of Masked Singer has far exceeded the voice of tomorrow and directly stood solidly on the throne of the first variety show. The heat on the internet is even greater. Countless netizens have joined the army of guessing the singer's identity. Speculation about the identities of the various masked songwriters delights. Among other things, speculation about the identity of King Ruzin has never been more intense. After seeing so much heat, as a professional rubbing heat known as Jua rubbing Jua fan, how can let go? Since the last time he rubbed the show the wrong way, he did actually rub it the wrong way. Even though he was getting a lot of heat from the netizens, a lot of people on the internet knew about him, Jua fan, so he decided to keep licking his chops and rubbing it in. As long as his face is thick enough, then he is not afraid of the netizens' keyboards. So Dravan blogged again. I said that King's Landing is a piece of trash, and the facts have proven that it is indeed as I said. The theme song he wrote is only a bit original in the sense that it incorporates an opera accent. But it's impossible to say that it's a good Xia-style song. It's just a very average, low-quality Xia-style song. The real Xiagua style should be like those individual songs of Mr. Lu Jia. Zhuofan this Weibo directly is also once again aid on the King of Masked Singer official blog. Today's King of Masked Singer is not the same as before, but now it is the king of variety shows. Any news about the counseling of the King of Masked Singer is capable of generating a great deal of attention. So as soon as Zhuofan's Weibo entry came out, the net was in an uproar. Many of the netizens were talking about it straight away. The show hasn't even started yet, and table dabbers can't wait to come out and rub it in. Sure rubbed it in, as expected of you, you simply don't miss a single chance to rub it in. Naked. Ben Fan, didn't you say you were going to be naked last time? When are you going to fulfill your own promise? Everyone, haven't you noticed that Chua rubbing this Weibo isn't just simply rubbing it in? He also indirectly said that Jun Lin's song 10 Years on Earth doesn't work, saying that it's not considered to be much of a high-class Xia-style song. Oh, so that's how it is. He's not recognizing the quality of the songs while showing that he didn't get punched in the face last time. I haven't seen Tomb Raider, and while that song does have some wow factor, especially the theater part which is a very huge innovation, the overall quality of the song really still isn't much of a high-level summary song yet. Well, someone has finally come forward to say it, and being a musician myself, I actually have the same opinion. It feels like the netizens are blowing this song out of proportion a bit. For a while, the internet once again raised questions about King's Landing. A writer of novels, why don't you write your novels properly and have to crowd the music scene? That's right, can't you write novels properly? You think you're Lin Shi, you can write classic level songs? Do you really think you're all powerful? King's Landing, get out of the music business. 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 For a while, many people took this opportunity to take offense. Instantly, the internet was flooded with many internet hackers who hacked up King's Landing. It's actually some of the music biz that's picking up the pace. King's Landing is just a novel author, but the first song is already of that caliber. If it grows up, won't they who are engaged in songwriting be given a share of the pie again? Especially those companies that specialize in songwriting. You know, the whole entertainment industry is that big. If another lyricist is born, won't their cake be moved? Naturally, this is something that some in the songwriting community can't stand, so the hacking begins. If we can hack this King's Landing out of the songwriting scene, naturally all will be happy. The best that can happen is that King's Landing can't stand the internet violence and quits the songwriting scene. Of course, even if you can't get him out of the ring, it would be nice to stink up his reputation. Without a reputation, naturally no one would seek him out to write songs, and as a fan of King's Landing, there was a lot of incomprehension. It's not just Chua fan rubbing a hotspot. How come there are so many black fans of Junlin D all of a sudden? Why are these black fans so hard to listen to? This can't be tolerated. So one by one, they began to spar with the internet hacks, knowing that the volume of fans in King's Landing was incomparably huge. It didn't take long to kill those water armies. Book fans couldn't be prouder of such a record. There was a lot of lamenting that those sailors were the battle scum of the earth. And at this moment, at the corporate headquarters of Canstar Entertainment, at the moment the employees of the company are focusing on a set of data. That would be one of their key fresh meat this year. Zhang Xing, who released a Xiaogua Feng song called Separation Sorrow yesterday. This is the first time that Zhang Xing releases a single. Before that he was quickly fired up by his role in a costume drama. So the company will focus on training him. Plus, he has very high traffic these days. So even if he released a trashy song, he'd probably have a lot of fans willing to pay for it. The thing about this kind of fresh meat is that it generally doesn't stay hot for long. After all, in a place like showbiz, there's a fresh meat or two that catches fire every year. The updates are coming so fast. So, at the height of its popularity, cut the leaks of its fans and make the company as profitable as possible. This is the company's plan. As a result, the company brought in a lyricist, Zhao Daton, who is still a little known in the lyric world, to customize a Xiaogua Feng song. The song features a catchy melody and is not difficult to sing. After all, if there were difficult songs, Zhang Xing couldn't sing them at all. Just this kind of song that didn't have much difficulty. It still took the voice repairer a week to fix it. It's been exactly 1 week since the song was released. The company naturally did a lot of publicity for this, arranging for Zhang Xing to go to several variety programs to play songs. After a series of maneuvers, the song also entered the new songs chart. It's now number 1 on the new songs chart, but naturally this is due to the fans, some of whom have registered so many little numbers to download and buy it all by themselves. The number of downloads is now 15.12 million. Zhao Xing's agent Lu Mei said. Wang Tianhao, the newly ascended big boss sitting at the top seat, nodded. This result is okay. It's already returned to the capital and should be able to profit quite a bit in another while. This ranking has to continue. This will help Zhao Xing's popularity as well. By the way, those new songs at the back of the new songs chart won't threaten Zhao Xing's ranking, right? The ably dressed agent Lu Mei had a confident look on her face. Don't worry Mr. Wang. There's no problem. The quality of those new songs is average. And even if the quality is better than Parting Sorrows, but our Zhao Xing is now the new top stream. And the fan charts are much better than theirs. Wang Tianhao nodded. Well, that's good. Adjourn the meeting. Canstar's meeting ended while the second installment of the live show of King of Masked Singer kicked off. On the stage, Hua Xiaogang, dressed in a red and black suit, walked from the backstage passageway to the stage with a calm and steady pace under the anticipation of the crowd. As soon as the program started, the live broadcast room was flooded with 5 million people. Knowing that they had waited in front of their computers early in the morning. Wow! The second installment of the show has finally begun. Looking forward to it. What 1,000 calls. I wonder what kind of performance the singers will give in this installment. I'm wondering what song King Russian will sing tonight. The last installment of the novel theme song he sang for King's Landing made waves on the internet. There are those who like it and many who are black. Whatever he sings, I'm all for it. On stage, Hua Xiaogang spoke up. We have 4 guessing guests. Then naturally there was a cheer. And then the 4 guessers took the stage and sat in their places. Hua Xiaogang reads the opening commercial and then interacts with the guests on the guessing panel. A few of you on the guessing panel. Who are you looking forward to performing this installment? A few of the guessing panel guests glanced at each other before Zhang Wei took the microphone. Mr. Gua, you're asking this question in an unorthodox manner. This is digging a hole for us. If we go along with your answer, won't we be offended? That's a hole they're not jumping into. Every teacher on stage is great and we're all looking forward to it. Yueyu Lu chimed in. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed at once. Wow! As expected of a goddess, her emotional intelligence is also so high. Ha ha, a sentence that drips with flavor and doesn't offend a single person. Love it, love it. Although Lu Yuru said so, there was actually a singer in her heart that she was looking forward to, and that was King Lucian. First of all, she was a fan of King's Landing herself, and King Rujan was playing a character from her favorite book. And then there was the fact that King Rujan's voice made her feel a bit like Lingu. Therefore, the balance in his heart unconsciously favored King Lujan. She was looking forward to the show that King Ruzan would bring today, but this thought in her heart she naturally wouldn't say out loud. Just think about it in her mind. Guo Xiaogang smiled. Worthy of being in the entertainment industry for years. It really drips with water. Next, let's invite the first singer. She is a fill-in singer. Her name is Bully Flower. Please invite Bully Flower to bring her singing. The lights of the stage dimmed, and when they came on again, a singer wearing a rose-colored cheongsam and a dominatrix headgear was already standing in the center of the stage. This dominatrix is clearly strong and a powerhouse singer very much in keeping with her name. She only took on a very difficult soprano song this time. Her soprano voice was loud and steady, and she sang a difficult song to the best of her ability. The vibe of the scene was worn by her. Ling Gu, who was on the stage, nodded secretly as he watched. This female singer was somewhat like the voice of Huang Ma in her previous life, loud and clear and impassioned, as if she could lift one's sky. The strength is very good. Ling Gu was still more appreciative. Many in the audience were also enthusiastic and clearly fired up. When Overlord Flower finished singing, thunderous applause rang out directly from the scene. Many others were cheering and whistling. The livestream was also swiping up a lot of pop-ups. Hiss, terrifying as hell. This Overlord is so strong. Yeah, that high pitch is practically capable of lifting a person's ceiling. I don't have a clue about this bully. I guess it's an extremely strong cold singer. Indeed, it feels like I haven't heard her voice before. Hey, my favorite Ru Zhenwang now has another strong opponent. Yeah, I don't know if he'll get first place for once. This King of Masked Singer is really all about the gods. All 18 gods are here, and it's a live competition. It's said that none of them are rehearsed. It's wonderfully addictive. I don't know what songs King Russian will bring in this installment. I'm kinda looking forward to it. Maybe it's because I'm a fan of the Tomb Raider books and love them? A group of people exclaimed. And at the moment a few guests sitting on the sofa of the guest seats, several guessing guests are also guided by the host to start their guesses. Meanwhile the extreme guessing team speculates on the Lemony Snicket's identity by asking her some simple questions. Like what, there are no children? Married yet? Divorced yet? Something like that. But apparently, even after asking these questions they still don't have a clue. Eventually, the bully leaves the stage. When Overlord Flower stepped down from the stage, he saw Ling Gu, who was at the entrance of the passageway, preparing to go on stage. You're strong and I'm looking forward to your performance. Ling Gu nodded politely. Thanks, you were great too. I enjoyed your singing. Ling Gu is totally guessing about these singers. Even the best guesses he couldn't guess, because the original body didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry at all. So there was absolutely nothing in the original body's memories in this regard. Naturally he couldn't even guess the identity of any of the singers. The Overlord nodded at Ling Gu, thanking him for appreciating her strength, before returning to the couch in the lounge to sit with the rest of the singers. On the stage at the moment, Guo Xiaogang was holding the microphone, his body standing straight. His voice is podcast accented and magnetic. The stage hosting skills are also solid. The next contestant to come out. The song he sang in the last installment has caused an online opinion war on the internet today. Many people on the internet said that the song he sang in the last installment, which was composed by King's Landing, was of average quality and didn't stand out in Xiagua Foam. The host pauses for a moment and looks downstage at the crowd and continues. However, the song he sang in this installment is still composed by King's Landing. What is the quality of this one song? Can King's Landing confirm his songwriting prowess in the music industry through the quality of this one song? Let's wait and see. Next up, please welcome King Ruzhin on stage. Applause to welcome King Russian once again with the song Smoke and Mirrors written and composed by King's Landing. After the host said this, the scene erupted into thunderous applause. They are aware of the public opinion war that has started on the internet today. Many people question King's Landing's songwriting ability. It was originally thought that last time, King's Landing had merely written the theme song just to publicize the novel. As a result, I didn't expect that this time around, King's Landing had actually created an original song again. Instantly many people were shocked. This guy from King's Landing can't really be trying to enter the lyrical world. Is it because of today's public opinion battle that he has struck again? And, who is this King Ruzin? And what's his relationship with King's Landing? Why was King's Landing given all of its debut songs to sing? There were so many question marks in the group's heads that it felt like there weren't enough brains to go around. Wow. It's like I can smell the smell of faggy love. Do you guys think that King Luzhin and King's Landing are good faggy friends? Is that why King's Landing wants to write a song for him to tout him? Upstairs, you have a point. King's Landing's great first time was given to King Ruzhin. What else can this be if not love? What first time? Administrator. I'm going to report someone for driving this little ragtag drive to kindergarten. What are you all talking about? Doesn't anyone pay attention to the new song written by the great King's Landing this time? Fireworks are easy to cold. Just listening to this name feels very romantic, eh? I was also thinking it was romantic. And the name, when I heard it, made me feel a sense of poetic sadness. Fireworks are fleeting, bursting into bloom and going out in a flash, leaving only soot to return to the earth. I can't wait to hear this song. In addition to the fans of King's Landing, and those who liked King Russian who were paying attention to the new song, there were also some people from the songwriting world in front of the screen. There is no shortage of capitalists who have previously plotted to blacken King's Landing. Of course, Zhuo Fan was also concentrating on the screen at the moment. If this time, King's Landing songs were still of the same quality as before, then he would have to hit the keyboard hard to abuse it. On the screen at the back of the stage, a few large words, smoke and mirrors, appear. Lyrics, King's Landing. Composer, King's Landing. A musical intro plays. Lingo on the stage picked up the mic in his hand. At once, silent, pale, empty male voices came out. The sound of prosperity is a disgrace to the world. Dreams are cold and tossed around for a lifetime of love debts. If you default to life and death, wither and wait for circle after circle of years. Everyone's eyes widened at once when these words came out. The mood of the song evokes a bleak and desolate beauty. And the word, it's really beautiful. These few lines of singing from Lingo instantly stunned everyone. Those professional songwriters in front of the screen, not the least of which are lyricists, are watching this live. After hearing the song and the sad words, they were all shocked. This song is full of national style. The mood is yet incredibly profound. It's definitely a classic masterpiece. Ignoring the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, Lingo on the stage continued to sing, whose soul is broken by the broken layers of the floating towers. The pain went straight to the door of a mountain where a lamp had collapsed. Let me wait for history to turn around. Waiting for the wine to smell good and for you to play a koto. Faust Tower. Broken lights. Tumble down mountain gate. Some lyricists with flushed faces wrote down these words in the lyrics with their pens. It's raining. The grass is deep in my old hometown. I hear you're always alone. The mottled gates of the city are coiled with the roots of old trees. The slate echoes with a further weight. The grass is deep in the old hometown. I hear you're still guarding the city. The sound of the pastoral flute on the outskirts of the city fell on that wild village. Fate has landed on us. Hearing youth usher in laughter envies many. The history books are too hard to be gentle. Lingo continued to sing on the stage, and his grandmaster-level singing ability interpreted the mood and feelings of the song completely and perfectly. The scene was silent. The densely packed pop-ups in the live broadcast room before had also disappeared at the moment. Everyone was mesmerized by the song. Reveling in that mood couldn't be helped. Fireworks are cold. People are easy to separate. And you're asking me if I'm still serious. Who will be waiting for you after 1,000 years of love? And how can history not be true to Wei Book Luoyang City? It's like you're talking to your past life. Follow the red dust and follow me through my life. The song comes to its final verse as Lingu sings. It's raining. The grass is deep in your old hometown. And I hear you're always alone. The mottled gates of the city were coiled with old tree roots, and the stone slabs echoed with re-waiting. It's raining. The grass is deep in your old hometown. And I hear you're still guarding the lonely city. The sound of the pastoral flute on the outskirts of the city fell on that wild village. It's raining. It's raining. The grass is deep in my old hometown. I hear you're still guarding the city. The sound of the pastoral flute on the outskirts of the city fell on that wild village. Fate has landed on us. Fate has landed on us. The Garana temple listens to the sound of rain and hopes for eternity. The song is over. Unlike the lively scene brought about by the previous Overlord Flower, the scene remained silent after Lingo finished singing at this moment. Everyone seemed to be still mesmerized by the mood of the song for a long time. It was only when the host, Guo Xiaogang, came on stage to speak that the crowd's thoughts were brought back. Audience, is this a good song? Good to hear. The audience under the stage then directly stood up as if they were waking up from a dream. They had to stand up and applaud. Even the guessing guests, as well as a few singers backstage, stood up and applauded. It's the only way to honor the song. It's a summary song, and it's one that's super flavorful and moody. Far from those raw piles of floating lyrics and florid summer-style songs can be compared. The pop-ups on the live feed were also a buzz. It's so good. It's so beautiful. Mom, I hear fairy music. Faust Tower. Broken lamp. Lonely city. Wild village. Oh my. When these words come out, the mood comes up instantly. King's Landing is afraid that he's going to rely on this song to seal the rhythm of God with one song. It's so awesome. So strong. Terrifying as hell. King Russian's vocals are also bullishly rasping. Simply strong. His voice substitutes one directly into the mood. The union of King's Landing and King Lushan is simply a combination of two swords that are unrivaled in the world. Guys, I'm not very educated. I can only say 3, crouch, 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 in a row. For a time, the live broadcast directly exploded. The entire competition is over. King Ruth Gotham took first place outright for the night with 499 votes. The second is a bully. The third is a snowman. Fourth is the squire. Fifth the alpaca. And sixth the knight. Last place goes to the cats. This one, cat, was sadly eliminated. When she took off her mask, the crowd was directly surprised, because she's Duan Lin. It's a talent singer who won a talent show just this year. Duan Lin, do you feel sorry to say goodbye to the stage? The host asked. Duan Lin, on the other hand, shook his head. I'm already honored to have made it to the second stage, to be able to compete with so many outstanding seniors on the same stage. This is simply the pinnacle of my life. If I've come, it's enough. End of program. However, the live show ended, but the internet was buzzing. On the internet, the topic of the song Fireworks Are Easy to Cold, sung by King Rujin Wang with lyrics and music composed by King's Landing, went straight to the #1 position in the hot searches. The lyrical world, the lyrical powerhouse, Lin Shi, was directly alarmed. Lindsay wrote the music review directly. Smokey and the Bandits' extremely listenable musicality comes from the rather complex and unusual chord progressions throughout the song. Even in the word in the phrase, modeled city gates, the chord of the song uses a BM7 chord that should not be in the phrase, and then transitions to an E7 chord, which is a complete deviation from the Chinese style of music composition. This is a complete and utter deviation from the Chinese style of music composition. In just 4 phrases, it combines the 4 elements of the beginning, the end, and the end in a wonderful way. The rain is pouring down on the old hometown where the grass and trees are deep, starting. I heard that you still guard the lonely city, undertaking. The sound of the shepherd's flute on the outskirts of the city falls in that wild village, turning. Fate has landed on the ground and taken root in us. And King's Landing writes the song as a whole in a highly unified melody, with clear and concise passages thanks to the use of a large number of chromaticisms. The tune portrays the kind of solemn coldness in smoke and fireworks in a very evocative way. And the unusual chord progression makes the song much more listenable. Believe me, the tune of Smoky Flowers Easy to Cold. Even if you don't use any instruments specially designed to create solemnity to accompany the song. Even if you don't use any singers to sing with vocals. Even if you don't use lyrics. The song, all of them, can write the song with clarity. It's a piece that can be called a classic. Netizens see all Lin Shi's analysis, although they cannot understand, but they are all straight call so powerful. In addition to Lindsay, there is also a lyricist, Huang Sticky, who has also published his own music review. The sound of prosperity disappears into the void. Listen to the youth usher in the laughter. These seemingly beautiful sounds but more reflect the bleak scene. I heard that you are always alone. I heard that you are still guarding the lonely city. The woman waited for her beloved, but unfortunately, waiting for a circle after a circle of years. The mottled city gates coiled with old tree roots echoing on the flagstone is to wait again, indicating that the woman has been waiting for a long time. Even the city gates are unbearable. Even the trees have grown old roots. But I do not know when this waiting will come to an end. The rain falls on the old hometown where the grass is deep. The sound of the pastoral flute on the outskirts of the city falls on that wild village. The clear sound of the pastoral flute seems to be telling the story, which is so touching for the people. The lingering rain fell as if the sky was touched by the story. That the history of the gentle refused to pen are too hard. And history cannot really weigh Shu Luoyang City. But everything eventually became a ruthless reality. The war hard to separate the two, love at first sight. Let a person cannot help but sigh, fireworks easy, cold personnel easy to split. True love or enemy of time grinding. Fate is rooted in us. Finally everything is over. The woman and the general's fate is also over. The woman with the regret of not waiting for the sweetheart left the world. Left the mortal world. Only the general left alone in the Galan temple to listen to the sound of rain, hoping for eternity. Every lyric, every word contains sadness. And in the high and melodious and magnetic voice of King Lu Wang, this story is best interpreted, and the lyrics are just like a fine rain drifting into people's hearts. I believe everyone who listens to this song will weep. 2 consecutive lyricists and songwriters were shocked and gave super high ratings straight away. The netizens were abuzz. I don't have much culture. When I heard this song I only felt that it was particularly good and poetic. Seeing the reviews of the 2 big brothers I realized that the song is really strong. Yeah, the parsing of the 2 big guys instantly made me feel like I was seeing a sad story. It's so touching. Oh, King's Landing is truly a man of God, actually writing such a divine work. It's too strong, and King Russian's vocals are awesome as well, interpreting the meaning completely. King's Landing, this is really sealing the deal. Those idle words from before now seem like a joke. When King's Landing comes out with his true strength, the entire music scene will have to tremble, as if his name, King's Landing. This installment of The King of Masked Singer may be over, but the impact it had continues to live on. 2 of the biggest names in lyricism came out and showed up to break down the song's tune and lyrics. directly pushing the heat of King of Masked Singer to an all-time high. The internet is full of even more entertainment news about the King of Masked Singer. Many people who don't pay much attention to variety shows are aware of this program. So there went the archaeology from the first phase. And the show, The King of Masked Singer, clearly didn't let them down. The waterman who went to archaeology fell in love with the show. Simply because the show is so good. The format of the live broadcast is such that even the singers don't rehearse and go straight to the stage to start singing. With this hellish level of difficulty, the Masked Singers yet no one disappointed. Singers actually all super. Live singing did not appear similar to run out of tune and other mistakes. All finished very well. To the audience brought an extreme music feast. In particular, several of them, singers at ceiling strength, sang breathtakingly. As more and more people watched The King of Masked Singer, the show has become a phenomenon. There is no shortage of talk about The King of Masked Singer. Whether it's in a company, on campus, on the street, in a coffee shop, and so on. This novel program format is also a great source of curiosity for netizens. Who are all those masked singers in there? The King of Masked Singer is so good, so wonderful. The stage is simply explosive. So envious of those guessing groups. They are simply live listening to an extreme music feast. That being said, all you godly waterbenders, have any of you guessed who King Russian is? It's impossible for such a powerful singer to be a bumbling nobody. I don't know King Russian's voice, even with my ears that have heard all the singers in the entertainment industry. I can't guess. Do you guys think he sang with an altered vocal line on purpose? That's why we don't feel connected to anyone in the entertainment industry? How extreme should his real voice be if he's already singing so well? If he's still singing with an altered vocal line? What do you guys say? Is there any chance that King Russian could be Lin Chi's little heavenly king? Unlikely. Lin Chi's vocals are good, but not this delicate. He's only good for some light songs. It's impossible for him to interpret the feelings of the song Smoke and Mirrors so well. I don't know who King Russian is, but the snowman is definitely Mr. Tan Hong without a doubt, and the alpaca is Mr. Zhang Nan. The King of Masked Singer was partnered with Vin Express Music, and the night the show ended, the live versions of the songs from it went straight to Vin Express Music's platform. Those who have seen King of Masked Singer and fell in love with Smokey and the Bandit have run to Vine Music to download it, and many netizens have taken it upon themselves to share the song. Sister, have you heard King Ruthie's rendition of Smoke and Mirrors? What? I can't believe you haven't heard it yet. As my sister, I won't allow you to not have heard such a great song yet. The link has been shared. Go download it. Mom, I heard a great song. I'll share it with you. Go listen to it. Class, share a song with you. It's really good. The song just goes on and on. The city's neon lights flashed as the lights came on. Linga waited until the program was over and then returned to the hotel. Fatty at the moment looked at the network that fiery heat directly smiled from ear to ear. Brother, Bull, I didn't expect you to actually get the first place. Too much for Master Fatty's face. Linga was not as excited as Fatty. If Joe Dong's song is taken out, and there is also the clan level singing power that he got from the system there to add to it. If he still can't get the first place, that would be really telling. After all, he wasn't an ordinary player. He was an open player. If he couldn't beat it even after doing his best plus turning it on, then he'd really be pulling his weight. Ling Ji's expression was calm and didn't have any major emotional changes. It was also largely because, in his previous life, he had seen too much of the human condition as a puff singer. A lot of things couldn't cause him much emotional turmoil these days. It's okay, after all. I did my best tonight, and cousin even gave me all his best songs from his box. So if I lose again, it would be a bit of a shame. When he heard Linga talk about King's Landing, Fatty instantly had a look of adoration on his face. Worthy of being the man that he, Fatty Wang, had his eye on. He was really too strong. Write novels to seal the deal. Now even writing a song has attracted two of the biggest names in lyricism to come and enjoy it. With such a record, ask who else can do it. The only one who could do it was the godlike man. He's called King's Landing. The man was not in the least ashamed of the name. King's Landing. It was like a supreme monarch, mighty in the world. He simply adored it. Fatty's face was filled with excited adoration. Yeah, June Day is just too strong. Simply not a man. Lingu had originally received a cup of water. Just drank into his mouth as a result of hearing this from the fat man. Directly a mouthful of white water sprayed out. Not a man? What man could just take that kind of insult? A pair of eyes with a few sharp points, like blades that flashed with a cold aura, shot towards Wan Lei. Fatty, you're saying he's not a man? What a heavy kill. Wang Lei's neck shrank and he hurriedly explained. Jun Lin Tian is naturally not an ordinary man. He is my male god. That's a fair argument. Linga nodded and collected himself. Those clear eyes became calm again. Naturally, he wouldn't really get angry. And he couldn't possibly get angry at Fatty's relationship with him just because of this little thing. He was just joking with Fatty too. Well, there's nothing wrong with that statement. Fatty. The fat man then scrunched his neck and gave a cry of relief. The sharpness in Ling Ji's eyes just now was really some amazing awe. I didn't think that Lingu with his eyes sharpened up actually still had a few points of majesty. But why was Lingu so heavy on the killing aura? He just said that even if his words were a bit off, but he didn't say Lingu. He said Junlin world as well. Oh, Lingu is Junlin Shi's cousin again. Fatty suddenly remembered such a layer of relationship, whispering to himself. The room the two opened was a room with 2 beds. And the fat man sat on his own bed at the moment and swiped his cell phone for a while. Suddenly he thought of something important and slapped himself on the head. So important he almost forgot. Tomorrow is King's Landing's first book signing at the Xinhua bookstore in Hangzhou. He was buying a noon flight back to Mordor tomorrow. So naturally, he couldn't make it to King's Landing's debut book signing of The Divine Tree of Qinling. He was secretly annoyed as to why he was so careless as to forget such an important thing. Luckily, though, the King's Landing signing runs from Sunday through Friday. It was almost a week in total, and he had seen the itinerary of King's Landing's book signing on the official website before. Among them is the Magic City. That means King's Landing will also be coming to Mordor for a book signing. Let's go to the Junta signing when we're in Mordor again. As a super little fan of Junlin's, he was not able to attend Junda's first book signing and didn't get to see his idol's Lushan face in person. So he became a bit depressed. AI Fatty sighed deeply. How could he have forgotten about this? Must have been a busy couple days. As Ling Ji's manager, he didn't manage much, but he still did some serious work. For example, cheering Lingu in the audience? Lingu and Fatty both naturally had different airfare. What Lingu said before was that he had to go home for some things, so Lingu had booked a plane ticket to Hangzhou at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Arriving in Hangzhou, he began his first book signing. Seeing the fat man's drooping head at the moment, Lingu felt a little curious. You know, fat people have big hearts and are always cheerful. He's definitely upbeat. What's the matter, Fatty? Suddenly you're drooping. Fatty gave Lingu a grudging look. Isn't this following you on the program these 2 days? Fat Master even forgot about the idol's book signing in Hangzhou tomorrow. Lingu now understood why Fatty was suddenly depressed. Turns out it was because he couldn't make it to his first book signing. After Lingu thought about it, he still decided to show his cards to Fatty. He is King's Landing. After all, once the book signing comes out tomorrow, he won't be able to hide his identity. Surely everyone will know what King's Landing looks like. After all, he can't wear a mask when he's doing a book signing, can he? That would be too much to ask of those fans who support him. So Lingu looked at Fatty, and his expression, brother, was very sincere and very genuine. Fatty was directly startled when he saw this expression on Ling Ji's face. Somewhat fearfully, he reached up and covered his chest. Old Ling, what are you doing with that expression? You're not going to confess to Master Fatty, are you? We're in a friendship. We can't turn into a gay relationship. Fatty was a bit flustered. After all, this expression of Ling Ji's was simply the same as the expression of the male lead of certain hegemonic dramas he had chased after when he was about to confess his love. Oh, Lingu was speechless. All the good vibes were ruined by the fat guy. So he shrugged, his expression slackening. Actually, Fatty, if I were King's Landing, would you still worship me so much then? Fatty froze, somewhat failing to understand what Lingu was trying to convey. After all, he didn't even think that Lingu would have anything to do with King's Landing. Fatty directly reached out and placed his hand on Ling Ji's forehead and touched it. Surprised, there's no fever either. Lingu was somewhat speechless. Opened the fat man's hand. I'm asking you seriously. Fatty also stopped joking, and his face became solemn for a few moments. If we follow what Lingu said, Lingu is King's Landing. Fatty carefully imagined that scene in his head, and then he realized that if it was really like what Lingu said, then the image of a godlike man in his mind was instantly disillusioned. A super idol turned into his best friend? What a hammer to idolize then. If it was really a situation like what Lingu had said, Fatty felt that all of his spiritual pillars would collapse. Who can imagine the feeling of having your idol turn out to be your brother? Icons, of course, are only to be seen from afar. That's the way to be admired. Fatty's heart at the moment suddenly had a bad feeling for some reason. Judging by Ling Ji's old sky show maneuver, it might be possible. Thinking about this horrifying guess, Fatty's expression was a bit dumbfounded. He shook his head in a hurry to shake the horrible thought out of it. One eye opened wide. Old Ling, if you really are King's Landing, then, please hide the truth from Master Fat forever. Master Fat would rather live in a false fantasy forever. Lingu. After the fat man finished speaking, he laid down on the bed and covered the quilt and went to sleep. Seeing the fatty's behavior, Lingu touched his nose somewhat helplessly. He just thought that Fatty had always admired Junlin Tian, so he didn't really want Fatty to know that he was Junlin Tian. Otherwise it would feel like idle disillusionment. It was because of this reason that he had never told Fatty. But well, sooner or later we'll find out. Lingo washed up and went to bed as well. He had to get up early tomorrow morning to go to the airport, and 6 o'clock was still a little early. But the good thing is that it's not too far from the airport, and there's not too much traffic in the morning, so you don't have to be in any particular hurry. Because of the early flight tomorrow, Linga slept early. But this is the moment when the nightlife is just beginning for many people. For example, Sue Cohen, a student at the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Sue Cohen, as a music student, he naturally has a great love for music. After playing a few games of King, the time had crept to 11 o'clock. Since he kept losing, Sue Cohen was so angry that he uninstalled the game. Garbage game, he cursed. It had apparently happened more than once though, and he'd uninstalled it many times, only to download it back within a few days. After uninstalling some of it, he pulled out his $1,000 high-quality headphones and prepared to listen to the songs. Since he has basically heard all the songs on the charts, Sue Cohen's favorite thing to do is to look for songs in the new songs chart. Shooting for the #1 spot on the new songs chart at the moment is Zhao Xing's Parting Sorrows. Sue Cohen took one look at the name and roughly guessed the style of the song. Is it a summary song? Tap the play button. The music from the headphones then reached his ears. The lyrics are something like, "It's been a long night, and I'm itching." Shit. Sue Cohen, who heard the lyrics, directly cursed. What is this song? Why is it so dirty? The night was too long so both strands itched? How did this amazing lyrics get to #1? Unpleasant. It's worse than His Chicken Too Beautiful. Oh no. His Chicken Too Beautiful is not bad at all. It's a great classic song he wrote himself, that is. Sue Cohen thought so. Zhao Xing? He went on 1000 Degrees and then he searched for the singer's profile. It turned out that this singer was a fresh meat who had burst into the scene this year with a costume drama. The reason why this song went to #1 wasn't because it was so good at all, but because those fans of Zhao Xing swiped the charts for him to take it. No wonder. The songwriting scene is really failing year by year nowadays. As long as there's traffic you'll be able to make it to the top of the charts. Humph. Showbiz. Wait for him, Sue Cohen, to conquer in the future. He thought this, and then moved on to listen to some of the songs that were ranked at the back of the list. After listening to over 20 songs in a row, he ended up with only 3 in his collection, and it's not going to be a paid download, because Sue Cohen didn't think the songs were worth his money, and just barely listened to pass the time. He's only willing to pay for really good songs. After listening to a few more songs, Sue Cohen didn't really want to listen to it anymore. None of these songs are top-notch. They're all average, if not poorer quality. He let out a long yawn, feeling a little tired. So then I was going to read today's novel and go to bed. But this time it was the name of a song that was suddenly seen slapped underneath. Smoke and Mirrors, sung by King Russian, the king of Masked Singer 2. He gave a startled gasp, because the novel he was going to read was Tomb Raider. So naturally he knew the character of King Rusin. He didn't watch The King of Masked Singer, though, but he heard his classmates talk about it. He's not too fond of variety shows, because of the singer's name, so Seogan took a few moments of interest. Looking at the title of the song again, it seems to be good, so Sue Cohen clicked the song away. The sound of prosperity is a disgrace to the world. Dreams are cold and tossed around for a lifetime of love debts. If you default to life and death, wither and wait for circle after circle of years. As soon as a few opening sentences came out, Sue Cohen directly stared at him with wide eyes, and even his previous sleepiness was gone. He listened carefully and attentively. Whose soul is broken by the broken layers of the floating towers. The pain went straight to the door of a mountain where a lamp had collapsed. Let me wait for history to turn around. Waiting for the wine to smell good and for you to play a koto. Faust Tower, broken lamp, tumble down mountain gate. These are such beautiful moods. The grass is deep in the old hometown where the rain falls. I hear you're always alone. The mottled gates of the city are coiled with the roots of old trees. The slate echoes with a further weight. The grass is deep in the old hometown. I hear you're still guarding the city. The sound of the pastoral flute on the outskirts of the city fell on that wild village. Fate has landed on us. The song seems to depict a poignant love story, which makes you feel sad, feel sorry for the love in the song. Sentimental. This is simply a great classic song. He looked at the time, and it turned out that the song had only come out tonight, so it was no wonder it hadn't ranked very high yet. But Sue Cohen felt that I'm afraid that tomorrow, the song's ranking will come to a very scary point. It's natural to download and support such a great song. So Sue Cohen did not hesitate and threw away a lot of money. It cost $2 to download. Then he looked at another song under the name of King Rusin. 10 Years on Earth. It seemed to be the theme song that the author he was chasing, Junlin Tian, had mentioned. but he hadn't paid much attention to it. He wasn't really into reading gossip and entertainment news or anything like that. He usually does nothing but play games and listen to songs. Clicked on the audition. Well, it was pretty good, especially for someone like him who had read the novel, so click download as well. This song ranks a little further down the list, but Sue Cohen thought it was normal. After all, it wasn't like all the people who listened to the song had read the novel, therefore many people were not able to understand the meaning of it. After downloading and listening to the song, he was very curious as to who was the person who wrote a song like Fireworks. It was only after searching online that his mouth dropped open in shock. Smokey and the Bandit was actually created by King's Landing as well. Junta is too strong yet. He has crossed over from the novel world to the lyric world, and is still like a fish out of water, in the posture of the world. It's so awesome. From now on, he would be the brainchild of King's Landing. At night, there are few people who like to listen to songs. Plus, Smokey and the Bandit went straight to the friend zone, as well as the teaser sound. So more and more people know the song. Throughout the night, the song's downloads have rubbed right off. A class group. A student left a comment on "Is there a resource for Smokey and the Bandit? Ask for one." As a result, when he said this, a student immediately said, "A song as good as Smoke and Mirrors. You still want to listen to pirated resources? It's only $2. The cost of a bottle of mineral water. Can't you just support the original song?" That student heard one of his classmates say that and instantly thought it made sense. What's wrong with spending $2 to support such a great song? So he went straight to Vine Music and paid $2 to download the loop and listen to it. That said, why is it that the songs of the other masked singers didn't appear in the list of new songs, but only the ones sung by this one singer, King Ru Gotham, appeared in the list of new songs? That's because what the other singers are singing are old songs that have been out for a long time. What King Russian sings is an original new song that has never been out before. Do you understand? The one who asked the question then nodded in realization. Oh, I see. This night, downloads of Smokey and the Bandit continue to soar. Early the next morning, Lingu touched his broken cap to hairspray and combed it backward into a big back head, revealing his full, glossy forehead. On his body, he wore a slim-fitting gray suit embroidered with an exquisite white crane, which was paired with a white shirt. The bottom half of his body was a pair of suit pants and a pair of high-bone leather boots. This one set off his temperament even more out of the ordinary, as if an ascetic dominatrix. It has been proved that people can hold any look as long as they are handsome. This ascetic look, on the contrary, gives Lingu a hint of a cool, princely temperament. Put on your mask and go to the airport to wait for your plane. Today's book signing is at 10 o'clock. The airplane, on the other hand, is about a 2-hour flight. Linga's takeoff time is at 6:40. After waiting for a while, Lingu boarded the airplane to Hangzhou. This time he didn't get a window seat, but a spot in the center. Next to Lingu leaning against the window was a medium-length, straight-haired woman wearing a pink coat and sunglasses. The plane took off, and since she was bored, Lingu glanced inward toward the window openings. He looked out through the window at the blue sky. The woman, however, was leaning against the side of the window, so when she saw that Lingu had been looking at the window, she mistakenly thought that she was looking at her. She sat up straight and moved slightly closer to Lingu. "Did you recognize me and want my autograph?" The woman said so with great certainty. You know, she is known as the romance diva of Xia. Most of her novels have even been remade into TV series. One of the classic lines from one of her hottest romance novels is known to the world. The heroine took the hands of the two boys and said fondly, "You are all my best friends, and you have all had the closest relationship with me, and I am touched by the fact that you cherish me and love me so much. Really, but from now on, please don't say things like who is the father of the child is who, okay? May it not be possible to bury this prayer for the child, this love, deep in your hearts, and to turn your open robbery into secret care, that you may take care of me and of the child. But just don't rob Do who is the father of the child." The dialogue is directly popularized in the novel, and she, Joan Yao, has been on major newspapers and TV several times. Her novel sales have also been at the top of the women's sales charts for years. She is a veritable romance diva and a star author. In response to the woman's behavior, Lingu could only feel 3 black lines popping up on his forehead. "Recognize you? Who are you? Still want your autograph?" In response, Lingu felt speechless. "I'm sorry, beautiful. I don't know what you're talking about and I really don't know you." Lingu explained it this way. Yet the woman was not at all convinced. She sounded very sure of herself. "You must have recognized me. Or why do you keep staring at me? You're not wrong. I am indeed the romance diva and star author you have in your head." Now Lingu was even more speechless. He was just looking out the window. Where was he looking at this woman? "I'm sorry, beautiful. I really wasn't looking at you. I was bored enjoying the view from the window. Also, I'm actually a writer." Xiaomiao wasn't too satisfied as she looked at Lingu. Don't you just want an autograph? If you want it, just say so. It's not like I won't give it to you. Why do you keep staring at me? Are you a writer? I don't know. Even if you're a writer, you're still a flop writer. Lingu felt like she was in the wind on the spot. Big sister, I really don't know you. Apparently the woman didn't think so though, only to hear the woman continue. Not all puffers are qualified to be called writers. Could it be that you become a writer by picking up a random book title on the internet and writing a few thousand words? No, that's not. That would be called a punt at best. A real writer is going to publish a physical book and have to reach a certain number of sales. Tell me, have you ever published a physical book? And what were the sales? Lingu bowed his head and thought for a while, and said rather seriously, probably, tens of millions of copies have been sold? He was a little unsure because he hadn't paid much attention to sales lately. After all, Tomb Raider hadn't been written yet. When it's finished, he'll just keep an eye on the total sales. The woman was directly exasperated by Lingu and laughed, full of ridiculous words. Forget it, don't want to bother with someone like you who lies. Her many novels had only sold more than 10 million copies in total, and this guy had sold tens of millions of copies? You're bragging too much, aren't you? It's outrageous. She wasn't interested in taking on people like this who were full of lies. This kind of person doesn't even deserve to be her fan even if they are. Talking without thinking is just so low. So low. The woman directly closed her eyes and got up, not wanting to sign for Lingu either, because she didn't think Lingu was worthy. Not worthy of her autograph as a romance diva. She had a book signing to go to later. She didn't have time to make small talk with such a mouthful of fans. She had to get her strength up. For the woman's current behavior, Lingu was naturally happy to see and hear. The chattering just now, as if it were like an old hen chiming in his own ears, was really noisy and made his brain hurt. What's wrong with writing a book? Isn't it normal to write a book? What's with this superior posture? His books sell tens of millions of copies. He doesn't feel superior. It's just a profession though. Everyone is equal in this world, regardless of whether you are writing a book, or what star, or a construction site to move bricks. In the eyes of Lingu simply does not make any difference. In this world, the existence of every profession has its value. Existence is extremely reasonable. Lingu didn't have much heart to look at the scenery outside the window. He also simply closed his eyes. After a show like that last night and then getting up so early today, sleep was seriously a bit lacking. Lingu closed his eyes and began to build up his strength for the upcoming book signing. This book signing is from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The whole 8 hours is kind of a tough battle. It's much more exhausting than the King of Masked Singer. More than 2 hours later, the plane stopped at Hangzhou Airport. Outside the airport exit, two people were already waiting at the moment. These were two young ladies who looked rather clean-cut in their down coats. They are employees of Wenchuan Bookstore in downtown HCM City. At the same time, these two were also big fans of King's Landing. They worked in a bookstore, so sometimes they would read those books during their lunch break. Ever since the two of them had watched King's Landing's Tomb Raider, they had been amazed. The two also became direct fans of King's Landing. Not just the two of them, but everyone in the bookstore read Tomb Raider and fell in love. This time, they heard from the store that King's Landing was going to come to their bookstore to hold a book signing, which instantly excited them beyond belief. Their idol, King's Landing, is coming. The man who wrote a divine work. So many of them at the bookstore wanted to come and pick up Junlin. They also got this pickup by guessing and piking their co-workers all the way to the top. The two left just after 6 in the morning and were at the airport gate by 7:30, waiting here expectantly for the arrival of King's Landing. The early morning in Hangzhou is a bit cold. Li Shuangshuang put her hands in front of her small mouth, which blew hot air at her hands before rubbing them to warm them. She rubbed her hands together as she spoke. Wow, the plane is arriving at the station. King's Landing dish should be coming out soon, right? Her co-worker, Zhao Yu, who was also stomping her feet to keep warm, answered when she heard Li Shuangshuang's question. It should be coming out soon. It's really a bit exciting. The internet says that King's Landing Data is a middle-aged greasy uncle. I wonder if that's true. Li Shuangshuang, on the other hand, didn't care. What she appreciated was Junlin's talent, that heavenly imagination. As for looks and all that, what does it matter? Talent is everything. Once a person has enough talent, his appearance is not so important. Because of the lack of appearance, all the brilliance of talent is obscured. Even if he's a middle-aged greasy uncle, don't you love reading his novels? Li Shuangshuang asked rhetorically. Zhao Yu shook his head after a moment of contemplation. That's certainly not true. It's his writing I like. It's his talent. It's not like I'm powdering his face. Li Shuangshuang shrugged. That's not all. Even if he's a middle-aged greasy uncle, we love it. Dada is coming out soon. Let's quickly hold up the sign so that Dada can see it at a glance when he comes out. When Li Shuangshuang finished speaking, a sign placed against the railing was held up. It was an oval sign with the words, Wenchuan Bookstore, written on it. It was a sign that the two of them had picked up at the store and had done an event on before. It's kind of a waste to take it out. Xiao Yu, do you think it's better for us to wear a smile? Li Shuangshuang asked somewhat nervously. I'm about to meet my idol, so I'm nervous instead. I don't know if this idol is good to get along with. After all, they've had other authors come to their bookstore for book signings before. Some of the literati are not very good and therefore not very nice to be around. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and returned. If you have a smile on your face, it should be more comforting in your heart, right? So the two men put on the smiles that greeted customers at the store. Holding the sign in both hands, she waited for her idol to arrive. One after another, pedestrians walked out of the airport exit. Xiao Niao walked out wearing a pink coat with a pink turtleneck sweater inside and sunglasses. She held her head high and her pace was calm. He soon saw Li Shuangshuang standing at the exit holding a sign. When I saw the words, Wenchuan Bookstore, written on it, I was quite satisfied. I didn't realize that this bookstore is quite good at what it does. Didn't it just say that it would be late because of the traffic jam? But I didn't expect it to be late. Must have rushed over quickly. It looks like this bookstore is taking her book signing quite seriously. Sure enough, she lives up to her name as a romance diva. Xiao Niao directly removed her sunglasses and came in front of both Li Shuangshuang and Xiao Yu. The attitude was rather cool. Go. She opened her mouth and no longer wished to say anything more as she walked forward on her own. And at this moment, Li Shuangshuang and Xiao Yu both looked at each other. Both saw shock in each other's eyes. Is it possible that the legendary godlike man, Junlin Dede, is actually a woman? That's a little too much to believe, isn't it? But on second thought, it was true that King's Landing had never announced his gender. After all, it's not unheard of for girls to write about men. There are even some girls who write men's books very well. But, King's Landing's book is so majestic. It's not like a girl wrote it at all. The two were still in shock. Xiao Niao, who had taken a few steps ahead, saw that the two of them hadn't followed up yet, and was a little disgruntled. What's going on with these two employees? Silly. She'd have to speak to the bookstore owner later. How can you sell books with a staff like that? If she can't sell books, won't that indirectly affect the sales of her novels? Her first time coming from the Bend province to the mainland for a book signing. She ran into a mouthful of fans on the plane, and now she's running into two silly bookstore employees. At once she was a little annoyed. You two waiters, what are you waiting for? Why don't you get going? Li Shuangshuang and Xiao Yu both came back to their senses. This man of letters sure has a temper. Hurriedly, he greeted them. However, Li Shuangshuang still felt inwardly that it was unlikely that Junlin Tian was a woman. So he opened his mouth and asked, Excuse me, are you King's Landing data? Zhou Niao frowned. She was in her late 30s, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes arched in an arc when she frowned. King's Landing? What the hell is that? Never even heard of it. Currently, Ling Ji's novel Tomb Raider was only being sold on the mainland and hadn't been introduced to the Bend province side. So Xiao Niao didn't know about this novel that had exploded all over the internet on the mainland. So it's not like I know the author of King's Landing. What King's Landing? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Hurry up and take me to the signing, or it'll be your sin if you're late later and my fans are waiting. Her book signing was at 9:30, half an hour before Lingu. At the moment time isn't a luxury anymore. As a result, these two waitresses were still here to rub it in, which simply made her angry. So angry that the wrinkles at the corners of those eyes seemed to have gained a few more wrinkles. Li Shuangshuang, on the other hand, was stunned. This woman turned out not to be King's Landing. It's not their Juanda, and it's actually so hoity-toity. Zhao Yu scrutinized Xiao Niao for a few moments. Then he approached Li Shuangshuang's ear and whispered in a low voice. I remembered. She's the romance diva Xiao Niao from Bend province. Wasn't that bookstore across the street from us warming up a few days ago? Saying that love diva Xiao Niao was going to hold a book signing at their store. After Zhao Yu reminded him so, Li Shuangshuang also remembered. Just across the street from them, Wenchuan Bookstore. Directly opposite, Manhwa Bookstore, is the publicity photo of Xiao Niao that is placed in front of the door. Only that publicity photo is beautiful over the face, and the real gap is really a bit big, so the two did not recognize for a while. Wenchuan Bookstore specializes in selling books and novels from the mainland, while Manhwa Bookstore mainly sells novels from the Bend province. The names of the two bookstores are so similar that it's easy to mistake them. Li Shuangshuang looked at Xiao Niao, whose face was a bit gloomy, and said, I'm sorry, you are Ms. Xiao Niao, right? We are the employees of the Wenchuan Bookstore. We are here to pick up the plane for Junlin, and today is the day that Junde will hold a book signing at the Wenchuan Bookstore. Li Shuangshuang continued after a slight pause. As for you, you should be holding a book signing at the Mandarin Bookstore. I think that you are mistaken. You can wait a little longer. I guess the employees of Mandarin Bookstore will come to pick you up soon. Li Shuangshuang finished in one breath and then stopped, ignoring Xiao Niao. Anyway, Not being a partner in their store has nothing to do with their store. They don't sell books from the Bend province side of the store either. And this Zhang Yao's attitude was just too arrogant. A mouthful of waitresses is also disrespectful. So Li Shuangshuang turned around with Zhao Yu and the two of them went back to Junde, who was waiting for them at the airport exit. Ling Gu, who was wearing a mask at the moment, had just come out of the airport's restroom. Just now he had some internal urgency and went to the toilet. So that's why there was some delay. He was wearing a slim-fit suit with cranes embroidered on the left side, which was paired with a white shirt. And his height of 1 meter 8 or so made the whole person look upright and dusty. The spine was straight, standing like a slender bamboo, and a pair of gray slim-fit suit pants set off both legs, although wearing a mask, but the exposed smooth full forehead, as well as the exquisite picturesque eyebrows are all not moving. It turns out that businessmen can be handsome like this. Many of the girls at the airport even froze. One girl even looked and walked right into a service desk inside the airport. Oh my god. Even though he's wearing a mask, I can guarantee that under that mask is definitely a gorgeous face, a girl whispered to her companion. In the past, I hated the big back of the business department because I thought it was greasy, but at this moment I realized that it's not the big back that's greasy, but the man who can't handle the big back that's greasy. This man is simply the boss of the boss Ben. So tempted to go over there and take his mask off. Ling Ji's long, white, bony hand pulled out her cell phone at the moment and looked at the message. It was from the bookstore and said that 2 employees had been called over to meet him. After reading the message, he put his phone in his pocket and then walked towards the exit with a steady pace. As soon as I stepped out of the exit door of the airport, I saw 2 girls in down jackets. One of the girls was also holding a sign with large letters, Wenchuan Bookstore, in both hands. Linda looked at it for a moment and realized that it was the bookstore staff who had come to pick up the plane, because the bookstore he is going to was Wenchuan Bookstore. Straight away, he stepped towards the 2 young ladies. Ling Ji's outstanding height, as well as his dress, and that temperament, was noticed by Li Shuangshuang and Zhao Yu as soon as he walked out of the exit door of the airport. It's like there's a phoenix standing in the middle of a flock of groundhogs that can soar to the 9 heavens. It's hard not to draw attention to yourself. It was just that what surprised Li Shuangshuang and Zhao Yu was, why is this man coming toward them? Ling Ji's straight legs are long and his steps are big. Within a few steps, he arrived in front of Li Shuangshuang and Zhao Yu. Ling Gu removed the mask, revealing the face that made the mountains and rivers fall to the sun and moon. This absolute beauty instantly caused the 2 women to be dumbfounded. The sign of Wenchuan Bookstore in Li Shuangshuang's hand all fell straight to the ground. Geez, this fresh meat Zhao Xing, who was a big hit in the entertainment industry a while ago, wasn't even this handsome. Oh no, it's not that handsome, it's not even close. It's like the difference between a white moon and a glowing fire. The corner of Ling Ji's mouth curled up into a smile. Hello, 2 young ladies, I'm King's Landing. Ling Ji's words immediately caused Li Shuangshuang and Zhao Yu to widen their eyes and mouths. This man who makes mountains and rivers fall in the sun and moonshine is the man who was rumored to be like a god in the circle of book lovers? No, it's not as if it's a god. It's simply the heavenly god himself. You are Jun De? Li Shuangshuang's voice trembled with great surprise. Does such a perfect man really exist in this world? Not only is he talented, but his face value is already on top of the clouds. Linda nodded and admitted it very graciously. That's right, as in fake. His voice was magnetic and low, like it had its own reverb. His attitude was modest and courteous, and he was not half annoyed by Li Shuangshuang's and Zhao Yu's outbursts. Instead, he was as gentle as a big brother next door. Li Shuangshuang secretly gulped. Oh, well, okay, Jun De, let's go now. In order to avoid disturbing the public order, Ling Gu put the mask back on. Sometimes being too handsome is inherently a mistake. He knew how much of an impact it would have if he didn't use his mask to seal his face. At this moment, Xiong Yao was standing not far away watching all of this. The guy who picked her up hasn't shown up yet. Says there's a traffic jam on the road, so she'll have to wait a little longer. She naturally saw Ling Gu as well. I didn't realize that the face under the mask was so handsome. Even at her ant-like age, she looked a little springy, not to mention the little girls. And the boy really is a famous writer, and it's also running a book signing. So, it's not possible that what this boy said earlier about books selling tens of millions of copies is also true, right? Xiong Yao hastily shook her head to shake the thought out. How is this possible? She is a well-known author, so she naturally knows how hard it would be for books to sell millions of copies. Today's era is a fast-paced one with the internet. A lot of people read novels and such directly online. Very few people pay for physical books to read anymore. She's written a total of many works over the years, and that's what it took to reach a total of more than 10 million copies sold. How can anyone be so young and have already sold over 10 million copies? And she'd never heard of it. Just what Xiang Yao didn't know was that Ling Ji's book had only started this month, and the Ben province side didn't know much about the mainland in the first place. More than a month, such a short time on the continental side out of a hot novel, naturally impossible to spread to the Bend province. So of course Zhou Yao didn't know. Ignoring Xiong Yao, who was in deep thought, Ling Gu directly left with Li Xuanshuang and Zhao Yu. It's rush hour time at work. In order to avoid traffic jams, Ling Gu and Li Xuanshuang Zhao Yu went directly to the subway. After all, the subway doesn't get stuck in traffic. Zhao Yu felt a little surprised when she saw that Ling Gu was only wearing 2 pieces of clothing. This weather is so cold. So many people can be wearing down jackets. Those who don't wear down coats will at least wear a sweater underneath to keep warm. But Ling Gu was only wearing a suit and a shirt. Can't you wear so little? June De, don't you feel cold wearing 2 pieces of clothing? Zhao Yu asked with considerable concern. Mind you, book signings aren't indoors. That's outdoors. There's not going to be heat or anything like that outdoors. Even if you want an electric grill fan, one can only dry out and take the cold. Ling Gu shook her head. Thanks for the relationship, but it's fine. I'm not cold. His physicality is extraordinary these days. At this temperature, it doesn't feel cold at all. When the subway arrived, a few people piled onto it. Not bad for rush hour. The subway is packed at the moment. I'm afraid you can't even get on the subway if you don't push your way in. It's a crowded space, but there's always room for squeezing. It was a little after 8 in the morning at the moment. And today on the web, many people are watching this month's new songs list. After all, it's already the end of November. And those who are going to release songs basically won't be released after this month's releases. That's because the new song charts are organized by quarter. Each period is 3 months long. This last installment is October, November, and December, because if it's beyond December, it's a new year. Also, those big names in the singing world basically release new songs around the new year. So singers who don't have much power basically avoid those months around the Chinese New Year. After all, those months were the days when a bunch of gods and goddesses fought in the music industry. Netizens even called the new song charts in the months of 1, 2, 3 the Battle of the Gods. So the best time to release songs for this last quarter of the year is actually October. The next best is November. After all, the sooner it is released and the longer it is delayed, the higher it may rank with the rankings. Fujings's new song list is still followed by quite a lot of people, because it's not just as simple as a ranking. It's also a battle for capital behind the songs on the list. Those who were able to obtain a good ranking on the list would naturally be able to obtain more resources. For example, parties, variety shows, and the like, also take these numbers into account. In the music industry, many critics also listen to new song lists. In first place at the moment was Canstar Entertainment's Zhao Xing's Parting Sorrows. Second was Donghua Entertainment Guamei's Moon Bending, while third was Smoke and Fireworks by King Ru Gotham, whose true identity had not yet been revealed. On Weber, a lot of vloggers started recommending their new songs. 80% of those critics recommended Smokey and the Bandit, which is currently in third place. This immediately made many netizens start discussing it. Smokey and the Bandit. That's a good title for a song. How come most of the music critics I follow have recommended this song? Looks like I'll have to give it a listen. It seems like today's circle of friends. Also many people recommend I do not know if it is good or listen. Since so many people are recommending, then I will go later to listen to good. I've listened to the song and it's really good. The mood is so beautiful. I've downloaded it. I downloaded it too. Love this summery style song so much. I listened to it too, but I personally don't really like the style. I'm more of a rocker, so I didn't download it. I listened to the first time directly be shocked. This song, absolutely is the summer wind songs in the ceiling that level. Like the summer wind songs can go to download do not like it, do not go. Because this song's summer wind is very strong. Thanks to all the music critics for the recommendation. I've already downloaded it. This song is definitely my favorite song of the year. King Russian's voice is simply superb. And by the way, has anyone guessed King Russian's true identity yet? I don't know. There are all sorts of speculations about the identity of King Ru Gotham on the internet, but I feel that none of them are reliable. King Ru Gotham's voice is very different from all those people. There are praises, and naturally there are black ones, especially Zhao Xing's fans. This song Fireworks Easy Cold and Zhao Xing's Parting Sorrow is the same as the summer wind song, but many professionals online discuss more as Fireworks Easy Cold, while Parting Sorrow is rarely mentioned. This immediately made Zhao Xing's fans extremely unhappy. What bullshit music critics. They're just trash who don't know anything about music. Our brother's Parting Sorrows is so good, countless times better than Smoke and Mirrors. You guys can't hear it. Are you deaf? Trashy Smokey and the Bandit. Our brother's Parting Sorrows is the ever-dropping god. Smoke and Mirrors is only in third place. How can it compare to our brother's Parting Sorrows, which is in first place? I will always support my brother. In first place, Parting Sorrows had 17 million downloads, While Moonbend in second place had 15 million downloads and Smokey and the Bandit in third place had 14.5 million downloads. There are still some gaps between a few songs. However, Parting Sorrows and Bend of the Moon have been released for a while, but Fireworks was only released last night. But the downloads have closed in on both songs, and it's continuing to grow rapidly. Zhao Xing, who was in CanStar Entertainment at the moment, was naturally following the data, because that song Smokey and the Bandit climbed the charts really fast, straight to third in just one night. This is outrageous. He had originally thought that with his popularity, he would have no rivals, but it turned out that when he woke up this morning, he realized that the downloads of Smoke and Mirrors were actually just about to close in on his Parting Sorrows. This is outrageous. It's only been one night. When he came to the office, he continued to look at the list every half hour. Then, just an hour and a half passed. Smokey and the Bandit directly surpassed his Parting Sorrows to debut at number 1. Many people on the internet even directly teased that Zhao Xing had his ass blown out by King Lucian. There was even someone who made a picture of a bursting chrysanthemum. Zhao Xing was written on the little man in the front, and King Lucian was written on the little man in the back. This directly infuriated Zhao Xing to the point that a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. He was furious and gritted his teeth. This King Russian has made him a joke. Damn you King Russian. Everything on the internet Ling Gu didn't know yet. At this moment, he has arrived at the Wenchuan bookstore. Arriving at the scene he was taken aback straight away. Good lord, a black mass of heads. It stained the sidewalk on the bookstore side and stretched out for miles. Ling Gu was instantly filled with bitterness. How long does he have to sign until he's done with all these people? At the moment he regretted it. I should have known better than to hold a book signing. But then he thought about how the fans had been waiting for this day for a long time, and bit his tongue. He signed. After all, he relied on these bookworms to feed him, didn't he? These are his bread and butter. The scene had already been set up long ago, and Ling Gu was able to start work straight away when he arrived. After Ling Gu went into the bookstore to discuss a specific signing out with the owner, he sat down at the desk that had already been prepared. The fans at the moment are all over the place. They finally met the living King's Landing data. Despite wearing a mask, you can still see that it's very classy now. It's really exciting. Ma Shan will be able to see the true face of King's Landing Data's hut. I have a feeling he's supposed to be very handsome. Look at those eyebrows. They're just so good looking. Before I thought that Junda was a middle-aged greasy uncle, but it turned out that the scene looked properly fresh meat. Ling Gu sat down and removed the mask. There was a loud squeal. Junda is so handsome. I feel like I'm in love. Honey, I love you. This is my husband. In the crowd, the female fans who were at the front of the line to see Ling Ji's real face went straight crazy, and because the crowd was lined up so long, the people in the back didn't realize what was going on. All they heard was a guttural scream. Some fans of the book are curious. What's happening here? And at this moment, Xiong Yao, who was at the entrance of the bookstore, Manhwa bookstore, across the street, directly froze when she saw this pomp and circumstance. There were also too many people waiting in line across the street for the signing. On her side, there were only a few hundred girls in line in total. The popularity of both parties is obvious. Why are there so many people across the street? She directly approached the staff of Mandarin Bookstore and asked, "Is that King's Landing hot? Why are there so many fans?" The staff, on the other hand, said with truthful admiration, "It's not just a fire. It's a fire. His book is a series, and this is the second volume. The sales of the previous book have already sold 30 million copies in just less than a month. Moreover, he was the supreme god of Qi Dian, the veritable number one person in Xia's online literature." Xiong Yao directly opened her mouth wide, shocked beyond words. It's amazing that what that young man on the plane said was really true. The funny thing is that she is shrinking in that small place in the Bend province as if she were a frog at the bottom of a well, sitting in a well and watching the sky. Xiong Yao felt very slightly flushed. Sitting up in her deathbed, the clown is actually herself. People's influence is obviously so much stronger than hers. The line for a book signing has been lined up for miles, and look at herself here, only a few dozen meters into the row. For the first time, she was skeptical of her own title of romance diva. Then, more and more, she wanted to know more about the author of King's Landing. The staff was very patient in explaining things to her, and as she learned more the more shocked she became in her mind. Turns out there really are talented writers in this world. The first book of King's Landing was written just over a month ago, and it was a straight-up book. The day it hit the shelves at Qidian, it set a direct single-day subscription record. Tens of millions of copies sold directly from physical book publishing. Fans are even directly in the tens of millions. Xiong Yao was directly dumbfounded, thinking that she had worked so hard for so many years to write, and in the end, she still couldn't catch up with someone else's month or so. It's true that there are some people in this world whose existence just doesn't make sense. Zhou Yao sits down, ready to sign her book properly. The girls waiting in line for her to sign were now hearing screams from the other side of the line. Words like, handsome, husband, what's going on over there? Why does it feel like those girls are crazy? A girl in line in the crowd asked in surprise, and a girl beside her took out her cell phone. Look at this. This was taken by my sister's son. This is the author called King's Landing. The girl took a look and covered her mouth in surprise. Then a lot of the other girls in line around them gathered around to watch. Then after seeing the handsome and dusty ascetic male god in the photo, one by one, all of them had peach blossoms in their eyes. Their eyes were round, and they were directly not calm. How in the world can there be such good-looking boys? This is just like the god of men. Why don't we go buy a copy of Tomb Raider and wait for the signing too? A girl made a suggestion. I think it's fine. Let's hurry over and line up, or else so many people across the street won't know if we can get the male god's autograph up close today. A girl also seconded. Then a number of the girls around me immediately got up the idea of going over there and lining up. It was clear that a glimpse of the god's beautiful face was more appealing to them than the signing of Zhou Yao's novel, so the group of girls ran straight away. He also didn't wait for Zhou Yao's autograph, and directly jogged over to the Tomb Raider book signing over there. Seeing the already small number of people leave, Zhou Yao was directly anxious. Hey, what are you guys doing? Don't you want your autographs? She shouted towards the girls' backs. One of the girls said without looking back, that Auntie Zhou Yao, we have a bit of diarrhea, so we won't queue up for your signing first. We'll leave first. Come next time. Zhou Yao was so angry that she directly clenched her fists so hard that her nails were almost set into the flesh of her palms. So many people have diarrhea together? This is looking down on anyone's intelligence. And Zhou Yao also saw that those several groups of little girls were clearly going to the back of the queue over there. They were going to queue over there. She was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth, and the anger inside her rose 3 feet high. These people are traitors. In the old days of war, this would have been called traitorous. Is this Tomb Raider really that good? Isn't that a men's book? Why do so many girls like it? Shouldn't a girl be into her Zhou Yao style of love? Suddenly Zhou Yao thought of Junlin's face. In a flash she realized that she guessed that the so-called Tomb Raider's notes didn't really look that good. It was probably just hype to stir up the heat. That's a very common tactic in the writer's circle as well. Some writers are so good looking that they are packaged as face star writers. Many fans are willing to pay for their faces. Book sales naturally went through the roof. In her mind, she felt it was very much a possibility. King's Landing is so handsome. It's definitely going to operate as such, which is why there are so many book fans. The jealousy in her heart was suddenly released. Writers who rely on hype rather than the quality of the work itself are, in the end, writers who don't make it into the stream. She would also buy a copy of Tomb Raider to read later, so she would probably be able to verify the conjecture in her heart. So Zhou Yao started signing books in a calm manner. A girl came up with a book. Zhou Yao Didi, sign this center for me. Zhou Yao nodded, then signed the girl's autograph in the center of the first page of the book, and in front of the Wenchuan bookstore, across the street from the Mandarin bookstore. Linggu also started his book signing for the day. A boy came up with books and placed his hands on the desk in front of Linggu. The boys looked excited. He was too much of an admirer of King's Landing, and it was great to finally get a book autographed by King's Landing today, and he was the first one to do so. Juanda, I like you so much. Ling Ji's signature is beautiful. Dragon flying and dashing, holding the book out to the boys. He smiled and joked. Dude, you can worship brother, but don't obsess over him. He's just a legend. The boy rubbed his head, then grinned. He felt that June Dai was also too approachable, not a bit of the big writer's frame, and joking with him, a little fan. The boy was sensible and knew that Linga had a busy schedule today, so he didn't bother him too much. I took the signed book and put it on my chest as if it were a treasure and left happily. The next person to come up for an autograph was a round-faced, thick-browed girl. This girl's looks were very personalized, with a pair of thick eyebrows that were almost very similar to the eyebrows of the crayons that Lingo had seen in his previous life. The girl's eyes were sparkling with stars and her expression was also very excited. A pair of chubby hands placed the books in front of Lingu. Then a pair of squinty eyes were directly born looking at Lingu. So handsome. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? It would be nice if this man was her husband and was at home every day wearing only an apron, cooking and doing laundry for her. Thinking of such a beautiful image, two bright red liquids came out of the girl's two direct nostrils. Warm nosebleed directly, uncontrollably, directly as a spring. Snappy, 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 snappy. Dropping to the ground. Lingo had just signed the book, and when he looked up, he ended up seeing the girl looking at him in a demented manner, and two nosebleeds spurting out as if they didn't need any money. Lingo was directly taken aback. He had obtained professional surgical medicine and Chinese medicine skills from the system. The girl was in such a condition that he understood why as soon as he looked at her. In the human nasal cavity, the septum of the arterial plexus. If ruptured, the amount is this very raging situation, like a fountain of blood flow. Look at the demented look on the girl's face. A little thought will enable us to arrive at the result. Apparently too much emotion caused the artery at the nasal septum to rupture. Hey, Missy, are you okay? Ling-gu asked with some concern. Yet the girl still looked silly. She smiled dementedly and nodded. Good. Very good. Never been better in my life, she replied with a swooning expression of happiness. Then after saying that, she fainted straight away, throwing her head back. A skinny boy behind her had wanted to be heroic and go to the girl's aid. He turned out to be dry and skinny with little strength. Not only did he fail to hold on, but he was directly crushed by the girl. Ah, the dry, skinny boy let out a cry of pain. He only felt that his stomach had suffered a physical attack of 100,000 points of force, rolled his eyes in pain and almost didn't pass out. The people of the Summerland, who have never been able to look at the situation. Most people believe in a saying, don't panic when it comes to everything, send a friend first. Many people took out their cell phones at once, afraid of video to take videos, and photos to take photos, and the girl who had already passed out on the ground. At this moment, there was still a steady stream of bright red nosebleeds bubbling outwards from her nostrils. After all this time, it's probably already spewed out 2 or 2 straight away. The only way to stop the bleeding in this case is to press on the nose with the index finger of one hand and hold the septum for about 10 minutes to gradually stop the bleeding. Ling-gu immediately stood up and came to the girl's side, moving it away from the dry, skinny boy. Then one hand pressed directly against the girl's nose. At this moment, he could not care what his hands would be stained with blood. Saving people is the first priority. The bookstore employees who had previously stood on either side of Ling-gu were directly dumbfounded, stuck there not knowing what to do. Quickly call the 120 emergency number. Ling-gu hurriedly turned around and rushed the 2 staff members. Ooh, okay. The staff then snapped out of their stupor and started pulling out their cell phones to call the 120 emergency number. Ling-gu hadn't moved as he crouched there, pressed the girl's nose to stop the bleeding. The reason for the girl's coma was apparently due to anemia caused by blood loss. It wasn't a big problem, but Ling-gu couldn't deal with it right now. This anemia can obviously only be regulated slowly. You'll wake up when you get to the hospital and get a fluid infusion. It's not life-threatening. At this moment, Ling-ji's white right hand was already stained with blood. However, Ling-ji's handsome, castless face didn't have the slightest expression of disgust or impatience. The super handsome writer who was so down-to-earth and grounded and considerate of his fans has instantly made his fans' hearts even more full of goodwill. Their junta is simply great, selfless and helpful. Although his hands were full of blood, the scene was too positive and heartwarming in the hearts of his fans. Someone had hastily captured this scene and posted it to the book review section of Chidian's Toon Raider, directly in the form of a thread with pictures. Title: Oh my, our June-dae is also too down-to-earth, too righteous. Content: brothers and sisters, here's the revealing photo of June-dae that you've been waiting for. Today at the book signing, a fan had a hemorrhage. The bleeding kind. June-dae was simply an angel on earth. Not caring in the slightest that blood would stain his white artist's hand, he directly squatted down and pressed the girl's nose to stop her bleeding. It's so cute, isn't it? Do you love this kind of junta? By the way, June-dae is also too handsome, countless times more handsome than the recently exploded fresh meat Zhaoxing. As soon as this book club post was made, instantly the comments section of Toon Raider exploded. I'll be damned. June-dae is too warm. I don't think any of this is the point. The main thing is that don't you guys realize that June-dae is also too good looking? Someone directly sent out such a comment. The crowd immediately transitioned from Ling-ji's warm gesture to his looks. June-dae is simply amazing. Look at that side of his face. That jawline line is so clear. The silhouette is too perfect. Who has a front face photo of June-dae? I can't wait to see June-dae's whole perfect face. Crap. Why are you guys so shallow? The focus should be on June-dae's heartwarming act of rescuing his fans. Yeah, June-dae's hands are covered in blood, but there doesn't seem to be any expression of disdain on his face at all. Suddenly, I remembered that someone said that June-dae was a middle-aged greasy uncle before. Ha ha. You guys are now looking at it. He's clearly a top-notch male god. How can a person be so perfect? There was a lot of talk inside the book review section, and a new headline was posted on one of the headlines by a fan of the book who was at the signing. After all, posting original content on headlines can earn you some pocket money if it gets enough views. Maybe they'll be able to make the money they spent on books and cabs today. So this group of fans of the book who like to play with headlines have meditated on eye-catching headlines. For example, shocked that the author was too handsome to stun female fans at the book signing. Shocked that a major netizen writer actually caused his fans' nosebleeds to flow wildly because he was too handsome, and eventually fainted. Fans fainting with nosebleeds, King's Landing, and so on. A series of headlines then popped up. Such headlines instantly attracted a large number of people's eyes. As long as they see this headline, more than 80% of the people will be curious to click in to see. Many people are very curious about how handsome a person would be to give someone a nosebleed. He also ended up passing out from blood loss. This is just a bit of bullshit. Because this kind of episode only happens in the bridge of a TV show. How does that happen in reality? So with that in mind, many netizens clicked in to see the content of this headline. Then it was discovered that a fan actually did pass out from a nosebleed at the book signing. And judging by the photo, the writer who stopped a fan's nosebleed is actually really handsome. So the netizens have been checking up on this writer. I eventually found out through various searches that this writer is called King's Landing. The name is not unfamiliar to many internet users, especially those who love to read novels, and those who love to watch music variety shows. The name is famous in both fiction and variety. Write a novel. A booktoon writer directly asked Chidian Supreme God. Write a song. A fireworks easily cold power over the new top stream Zhao Xing topped the new song charts this quarter, but also attracted Lin Xi and Huang Zhan, two top music industry bigwigs, for appreciation. This man is a living legend. But before that, this person called King's Landing could be described as unusually mysterious. As a supreme god writer, it's amazing that not even Weber and Teasing Voice have official accounts, and no one knows what he really looks like, or even his real gender. And today, because of the book signing, this mystery man finally couldn't hide. In today's day finally revealed the face of MT. And before that, everyone thought that Jun Linshur was a middle-aged greasy uncle, because King's Landing had previously said something about his school in the novel. It led to the crowd of netizens speculating that he was a teacher at a certain school or something like that. But apparently not. King's Landing is young and handsome. Now that the real face has been revealed, its identity will naturally be unearthed by savvy netizens. Wow. I seem to have discovered something remarkable. Jun Lin Tian. Isn't it that little brother who splashed ink into paintings that was particularly hot on Teasing Voice before? Hearing you say that, I also remembered that he was still a junior at Magic City University. At the graduation party his song Wish You a Safe Journey then directly sang and cried a lot of graduates. I remembered too. He also participated in a singing competition organized by Goddess Moonru and won first place, receiving a guitar from the Goddess Moonru's piano club. He's Lingu, a junior in civil engineering at Mordor University. Crap, brothers, I've discovered even more of a thinly veiled problem. Seemingly, the lyricist of the song legend that Goddess Yuru made her comeback to slaughter the charts is also Lingu. As one thing after another about Lingu came to light, netizens became more and more shocked and surprised. This guy, he's a legend. It's horrible. He made it to the top in novels, songs, and paintings. Is this still human? In an instant, the search phrase teasing the sound of King's Landing instantly ranked number 1. Then, the crowd also realized that Jun Linshur was Lingu, and Ling Ji's comma is still certified. Then, many netizens ran to follow Ling Ji's teaser. With this attention, the netizens were even more surprised, because Lingu actually knew how to play the eru, that extremely nice and bleak era tune they had never heard. So many people ventured to guess that it was Ling Ji's own original. This speculation, moreover, makes netizens feel thinly veiled. Is there anything else he won't do? How much energy does a person really have to be extreme in so many areas? Terrifying as hell. Netizens were in awe, and Ling Ji's teeming number of followers grew even faster straight away. At this moment, in a certain luxury villa in Magic City, Fatty sat in front of the computer desk. Seeing the news that refreshed his 3 views, his mouth was wide open, his expression dull and mute. His worst fears had come true. It turned out that Lingu really didn't lie to him. His good brother was actually really King's Landing. Fatty simply couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. The man he treated as a god in his heart was really his brother. The godhead is gone in an instant. Fatty swiped a comment and looked at the various awe-inspiring ones from the netizens. And suddenly he felt like looking away again. He did know that his good buddy, who was also the king of Russian and the king of Masked Singer, was here. He should be honored to have such a wonderful brother. Fatty directly booked a ticket to Hangzhou in the afternoon. As a qualified agent, how could he not be by Ling Ji's side at this time? In the meantime, Lu Yuru, who was waiting for her flight in the VIP lounge of the Magic City airport, was currently looking at the news on her cell phone in boredom. Today, she's flying to the capital to attend this year's National Drama Festival as a singing guest. After scrolling for a while, she came across the headlines about King's Landing. There's a photo in this headline. The person in the photo, even though it was only a side face, Lu Yuru knew very well that this person was bound to be Lingu. She stared wide-eyed, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with doubt. How did Lingu get involved with the news about King's Landing? She herself was a fan of King's Landing, so naturally she was extra concerned about her idol's every move. Of course at the moment she was even more curious about Ling Ji's picture appearing here. This headline content is hot and has several thousand comments at the moment. Lu Yeye suddenly remembered that today is a book signing in King's Landing. So, the ever-mysterious King's Landing should finally reveal itself. At the thought, her slender fingers clicked into the news. Then came what happened today at the book signing. After scrolling through the comments again, Lu Yuru finally realized why Ling Ji's picture had appeared here. It turned out that Lingo was Junlin. Lu Yuru pursed her pink lips tightly, and a little bit of resentment surfaced in her pretty peach blossom eyes. This Lingu guy. It's too much. She had mentioned more than once before in front of Lingo that she loved the novels of Junlin and that she was a big fan of Junlin. But this Lingu guy was all calm and unperturbed at the time. It was as if King's Landing and he were two unrelated strangers. As it turned out, King's Landing was Lingu. Tomb Raider was written by Lingu. Pretty shell teeth biting her lower lip, Lu Yuru was a bit unhappy. This guy, Lingu, hid so much from her. Thanks to her, she had been bragging in front of Lingo before about how awesome Junlin World was. No wonder Lingo didn't react in any particular way at that time. Zhao Qin, the agent at the side, felt curious when she saw Lu Yuru in this state. What's wrong, Yuru? Why do you look like you're gnashing your teeth? Who made you angry? Hearing Zhao Qin's concerned question, Lu Yuru then took a deep breath and shook her head. It's alright, Sister Qin, it's just that I saw a piece of news that made me not too happy. Zhao Qin then nodded in understanding. It's okay. In this world, there are so many things that happen every day. There's no need to get angry over irrelevant things. Lu Yuru nodded. Hangzhou Wenxuan bookstore. Ling Gu, who had been helping the female fan press her nose for 10 minutes, finally waited for the ambulance to arrive. It was only when he watched the paramedics carry away the excited, fainting female fan that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point he didn't realize how much of a shock it had sent through the internet because of the exposure of his identity. After going to the bathroom in the bookstore and cleaning the blood off his hands, Lingu started his book signing tour again. This time he reattached the gag. After all, what had just happened? He didn't want to go through it again. At the moment he sighed inwardly. Sure enough, good looks are a fault, dazzled the other little girl with her handsomeness. Get back in your seat for the signing. He has fast hands. After all, it's the hand speed of being single for decades and signing autographs on the fly. A single dragon signature tumbled across the pages. And across the street, Zhonyao was signing quickly because she didn't have many fans. She'd have to keep signing in the afternoon, though, because after all, the signing was a full day. Finished at the moment, she also went and bought a copy of Tomb Raider, then flipped through it. The beginning of the novel shocked her. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were glazed over. So that's how novels can be written? And to be able to write about grave robbing and have so many fantastical things going on while doing it. The story is simply brilliant. The content is heavenly and highly imaginative. The men's fiction over in the Bend province is simply not even remotely comparable to this book. At this moment she finally understood. Lingu is not relying on his so-called face value, but his book is originally a masterpiece. It was the originator who started a genre. At this moment, she was finally convinced. The popularity of King's Landing is well deserved. At noon, Lingu ate a boxed lunch directly at the signing site and then continued to sign. There are just too many fans here today. He stayed signed until 11 p.m. The normal signing was supposed to end at 6 p.m., but there were still so many fans at the venue that people came early in the morning to line up. Lingu naturally couldn't let his fans wait in vain, so gritting my teeth and signing straight through until 10 p.m. in one breath. When Fatty arrived at Hangzhou Wenxuan bookstore by plane, Lingu had not yet finished this superb workload. If ordinary people are afraid that they will be exhausted directly to the point of weakness. Luckily, Ling Ji's current physique was unusual and had long since been transformed by the system to be very strong, which made it resistant. Watching the last fan leave with a signed book, Lingu finally took a long breath of relief. It's finally over. And the fat man sitting with a chair at the entrance of the bookstore had long since fallen asleep. Lingu stretched his waist, then stretched his body and came to Fatty's side. Shake the fat man's shoulder. Fatty, wake up. Wake up. Fatty opened his eyes in a bit of a daze and felt his eyes a bit sore, so he reached up and rubbed them. Finally done? Lingu nodded. That's right. Done. After a grueling day today, we finally got today's book signing done. A book signing went straight to 10 p.m. Lingu felt that there was no one else who could have done it. I'm afraid. It's almost like setting a record, right? If it was like this every day. Lingu felt that he was afraid that he himself would have to die of that. The original plan was to have the book signing today until 6 p.m. and then fly to Mordor in the evening. There's another one at the book signing tomorrow. Originally, Ling Ji's original plan was to sign today's book signing to 6 o'clock this afternoon. The result of the scene of the fans is too much. There were even some fans who traveled from far away. In order not to disappoint the fans of the book, he insisted on signing for an extra 4 hours. Originally, The plan was to end the book signing at 6 o'clock and fly to Guangdong City, and continue the book signing tomorrow. It's already late, and it's too late to make it to Guangdong City. Why don't we just change it to the day after tomorrow? Good job June Day. We signed a total of 35,000 copies today. Li Shuangshuang, an employee of Wenchuan bookstore, came over and said eagerly, Junta is also too powerful. It is important to know that in the past, when they held book signings in their store, the highest record was only more than 10,000 books signed in one day. I didn't realize that Junta actually signed over 30,000 directly in one day. There's no one else with that hand speed. At this book signing today, the boss had said that he would give them a bonus as long as more than 20,000 copies of the book were sold. So even though she worked overtime for several hours today, Li Shuangshuang was still happy inside. Well, it's not hard work. You guys are the ones working hard, picking me up so early today and now working so long overtime. Ling Gu said this. This little girl had been waiting for him at the gate of the airfield early in the morning today, and now she was working such a long overtime shift because he wanted to finish signing books for all the fans who had arrived to buy them today. This was because Ling Gu was still quite upset internally, so it was decided to treat the bookstore staff to a late lunch today. Of course, the fact that he had invited everyone for a snack was just in passing, and the main reason was because he was already hungry himself. After all, with such a large amount of labor today, what little Ling Gu had eaten at noon had long since been digested, while in the evening, he hadn't had time to eat yet. Anyway, now that it's finished, you guys should be off work as well. I'll treat you all to a midnight snack tonight. Li Shuangshuang revealed his adoration. Look at Junta, how kind he is. He himself was obviously the most tired, but he ended up sympathizing with them instead and had to treat them to a midnight snack. What a nice, warm person, and handsome and gold. Without hesitation, this is simply the embodiment of the dream lover of countless young girls. Even though she wanted to eat with Ling Gu inwardly, Li Shuangshuang shook her head. No need June De. You've worked so hard today, you should take an early rest. Besides, you have a book signing tomorrow. She didn't want to bother Ling Gu too much. Ling Ji's attitude was still very gentle. It's okay, it's fate that we can meet today. Next time maybe I'll have to come to your store for a book signing, and I'll have to continue to trouble you then. Fatty, on the other hand, helped out by saying, it's alright Missy, let's go together. Your June Day hasn't even eaten yet tonight. He's definitely going to eat. Let's go together. There are more people. Isn't this still a bit more lively? Li Shuangshuang hesitated. After thinking internally for a while, he felt that the fat man's words were also very reasonable. Since June Dudu had invited him twice, it would be a bit ungrateful to excuse himself. The two who stayed in the store to work overtime today were still her and Zhao Yu, and the rest of the staff had long since gotten off work and gone back, so she and Zhao Yu turned off the lights in the store and locked the door. The four of them were then ready to go for a midnight snack. What would you like to eat? Ling Gu inquired. Since he was the one who invited the guests to dinner, he must have asked for their opinion. Zhao Yu and Li Shuangshuang both looked at each other. It's okay Juanda, we'll eat whatever we want. Ling Gu shrugged his shoulders, rather helpless inside. He wasn't familiar with this Hangzhou city, so naturally he didn't know what was good to eat. That's why the two of them were asked about Li Shuangshuang. But these two were obviously a little too polite. Ladies, I'm not familiar with Hangzhou, so naturally I don't know what's good to eat in Hangzhou. So I need you to take us to eat Hangzhou's food. Li Shuangshuang and Zhao Yu then remembered that Ling Gu was not from Hangzhou. People are from out of town. How can they know what's good to eat in Hangzhou? Both of them immediately felt in their hearts that they were about to cry at their own stupidity. Luckily, Junde was gentle and didn't bother with them about such trivial matters. Zhao Yu had a serious discussion with Li Shuangshuang. It's so cold today, and Junte is wearing so little to be out in the cold all day. So naturally it's better to go for hotter foods. In the end, the two of them discussed and decided to take Ling Gu to one of the hotter hot pot restaurants in Hangzhou. June De, how about we go eat hot pot? In this weather, it's warmer to have a hot pot. Ling Gu nodded in agreement. Fatty was also very much in favor of it. It's good to have hot pot, and this weather is best for red pot, the super spicy kind. Hearing Fatty say this, Li Shuangshuang and Zhao Yu introduced a hot pot restaurant to the two of them. It was a hot pot restaurant owned by a mountain townie and business was booming. Most of all, if you want spicy food, then the red pot at this hot pot restaurant can definitely spice people up to the point of overkill. The group decided on a place to go and then went to the intersection to prepare for a taxi. But obviously it wasn't much of a taxi at the moment, so the fat man just used the software to call a private car. It didn't take long for a white Land Rover to pull up to the curb. Ling Gu, on the other hand, felt kinda surprised. The Land Rover isn't a particularly top-of-the-line vehicle, but it's not a popular one either. This white Land Rover sells for at least $1 million. I didn't realize that the owner of a car that drives over $1 million would come out and run an online car. That's quite rare. Several people got into the car, and Fatty directly couldn't wait to sit in the back seat with the two Wenchuan bookstore ladies. Apparently, he was happy to sit with the two clean-cut young ladies. The smile on his face was blossoming into a flower. Linggu had to sit in the passenger seat. The driver was a slightly chubby round-faced man in his 30s, and his appearance seemed quite easygoing. Is this the passenger bound for Mountain City Hot Pot? Tale number 8679? This is the process of internet dating, where the passenger's information is verified to match before the passenger gets into the car. Fatty responded with a grin from the back row. That's right, master. We are. Master? Hearing this title, Zhang Jun was bitter inside. Once upon a time, he was a boss with tens of millions of dollars in assets, and all those who dealt with him addressed him as Mr. Zhang. But last month the company suffered a crisis and had no choice but to go bankrupt. All of his assets are zeroed out and he has over $100,000 in debt. If it was before, maybe more than $100,000 would be just a small number for him. Spend it out without even blinking an eye. But now, he is penniless. His wife at home has recently been asking him again for money to pay for his children's tuition classes. But where did he get the money? If he wasn't afraid that his wife would notice that he was broke, I'm afraid he would just sell the car he's been driving for years without hesitation to pay off the bills. But he had to keep the car so that his wife wouldn't worry. People over 30, nowadays he can hardly find a job, because he is studying computer. This line, as long as to 35 years old, that basically cannot find a what good job. This business, after all, is about eating youth. After several consecutive interviews with the wall, Zhang Jun gave up, chose to run an online car, in order to earn tuition money for his children. He gets up early and runs late every day. Where is the word easy in the world of adults? After confirming the message, Zhang Jun reminded a word to fasten his seatbelt before starting the car, while Linggu, who was on the side, frowned slightly in contemplation after seeing Zhang Jun's face. He repeatedly scrutinized the driver of the online car. Finally, the information about this person was finally found in the memories of his mind. The man's name is Zhang Jun, used to be in the same village as Linggu when he was a kid. The reason why Linggu had memories of this person in his mind was still because this person had once helped Linggu. This man is from their next village. When Linggu was a child, he once went to play by the river with a group of children. At that time, Linggu was still only 5 or 6 years old. But 5 and 6-year-olds are not exactly innocent sometimes. One of the children traveling with him pushed Linggu directly into the river with one hand because it was fun. Linggu didn't know how to swim at that time, and choked on several mouthfuls of water after flopping around in the water. Yet his small group of friends were standing on the shore laughing at the sight of his appearance. They laughed on the shore while taunting. Ha ha, look at this fatherless one. He's so funny flopping around in the water. Linggu struggled a few times in the water, then finally gradually sank down into the water. At that time, it was still because Zhang Jun, who had come to bathe by the river, found out and jumped into the river to save Linggu. Since then, Ling Ji's character has become very mute and withdrawn. He's not in the mood to make friends or have too much contact with strangers. The reason why he was so infatuated with Li Wei later on was because Li Wei had helped him. Although it was just an insignificant little thing, Linggu kept it firmly in his heart. He's one of those people who easily remembers the good in others. Therefore for Zhang Jun he had always been grateful in his heart. Later, Linggu often heard her mom talk about Zhang Jun, because Zhang Jun was simply one of those children from other people's families. It was a role model in the mouths of parents in many nearby villages. Because Zhang Jun had good grades, he was admitted to Huaqing University and studied computer science. Then a few years of socializing and designing a hot mobile game, and then with that step by step, he became the president of a network technology company, worth tens of millions of dollars. He also got out of the small mountain village and bought a house in the big city. Only, Linggu did not expect. This village people's mouth is often mentioned in other people's children. At this moment actually in the night at 10 o'clock already still outside to run the network car. It feels a bit incredible. However, Linggu was smart enough to figure out the key to this with just a little thought. I'm afraid that this savior who once saved his life, this child of someone else's family according to his parents, it was sunset at the moment, obviously down and out. It's really easy to grow an industry related to the internet, but it can also sink in easily. This is an industry that renews itself very quickly. Once you fail to keep up with the times, you may be eliminated from the game in the next second. Linggu hesitated for a moment as he pondered whether or not to explain his identity to Zhang Jun at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtaining senior talents in the computer industry. The system automatically consumes 50 million prestige values, unlocking a copy of the core program code of the original God of the Fine game, which has been placed in the host's warehouse. Linggu froze. How did this system pop up again? And every time it does so of its own accord, nothing good happens. This time it only picked up and swallowed $50 million worth of him. One should know that with the fire of the songs on The Masked Singer King during this period of time, as well as today's showdown of the identity of King's Landing, he had gained a total of 60 million prestige values. I was going to save the prestige value for a few more draws when I got bored. As a result, the reputation value was directly scratched by the system. Unlocked Proto-God though, which seems to be fine. In this world, there was the existence of the King's Canyon, yet there was not yet the existence of the original God. Lingo was aware of how hot this game was in his previous life. He remembered he had read about it. On the day of the launch of Original God, it successfully hit the top of the download list in many countries and regions, and then smoothly entered the top 5 of the bestseller list in many markets such as the United States, Germany, France, Japan, Korea, and so on. According to Sensor Tower data, when Progenitor was launched for only 1 week, it had a global water flow of $60 million, excluding third-party Android platforms, second only to Honor of Kings for the same period. In addition to the $25 million from the Chinese market, overseas markets contributed a total of $35 million, with Japan and the United States accounting for the bulk of the total, at $17 million and $8 million respectively. Without a doubt, this is a phenomenal game. The money-sucking ability is very strong. Now he had stumbled upon such a high-level talent in computers as Zhang Jun, so maybe he could start a gaming company? When the time comes, he can just be a handful, and it will also provide a steady stream of funds for the entertainment company he is going to prepare to open in the future. It's simply awesome. It was as if Lingo saw large sums of money beckoning him. After thinking about it, Lingo finally decided to show his cards to Zhang Jun, though it might be slightly embarrassing for Zhang Jun. After all, originally a successful man who was regarded as a model by the village people and the owner of the company surely did not want others to know that he was now actually down and out to run an online car. But that's life. Moreover, Lingo felt that since the heavens had allowed Zhang Jun to meet him, then it was the turning point in Zhang Jun's life. When the two work together, it's a win-win situation. Zhang Jun is sure to still be able to stand higher than he did before, a blessing from saving people when he was a child. Of course, Lingo mainly wanted him to help him make money. It also makes money for Zhang Jun himself. At least the situation is better than driving an online car in the morning and evening now, isn't it? Ahem. Lingo coughed softly and softened his voice. He took the mask off his face, turning slightly sideways. A pair of clear eyes looked at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun? Lingo softly called out. Zhang Jun, who was originally concentrating on driving the car, shuddered. Why was his name called out by this passenger? Could it be a known acquaintance? Zhang Jun's heart was a little messed up for a moment. If it's an acquaintance, wouldn't it be known that he's driving an online car? Zhang Jun's mood was mixed for a while. The expression on his face changed and changed. Should I or shouldn't I? And who exactly is this passenger beside me? Zhang Jun's heart was in turmoil, as if it was like a lake being stirred up and the water was raging. In the end, after a heavenly battle within, he finally gave up the struggle. It's just a matter of time before it comes. Sooner or later, what is to be faced will be faced. Gathering his courage, he looked sideways at Lingu. He didn't dare to look too closely because he was driving. However, when Fang gave a slight sideways glance, a slight tremor ran through his insides during the startling glance. This boy, he's just so good looking. Zhang Jun was quite certain that he did not recognize this person. Someone who looks so stunning, even if he's a man, will be remembered fondly at first sight, because such people are so rare that they only need a glimpse to be memorized. Traveling far to the Earth's amazing feast, a glimpse of the Earth's blooming face. You are? Zhang Jun's words were tinged with doubt. This person he really didn't remember at all. Lingu wore a smile like a spring breeze. The bright smile was like a warm winter sun, able to warm the heart. Jun, don't you recognize me? I'm Lingu from the village next to yours. When I was little I drowned or you jumped into the river and saved my life. Ling Ji's words seemed to have lifted distant dusty memories. Zhang Jun held the steering wheel with both hands and frowned in contemplation. He searched his mind's memory for that long ago memory. Finally, he thought about it. Most of the children in the countryside liked to bathe and swim in the pond or then the river. He was only a teenager at the time. It was a summer day and it was so hot he was going to take a bath in the nearby river. Then a little boy was seen being pushed into the river by his companions, flailing in the river. Apparently little boys can't swim. If this continues, the little boy will absolutely drown in the river. So without saying a word, he hurriedly ran to the place where the little boy had fallen into the water. He couldn't even take off his clothes before he jumped right in and scooped up the little boy. Later that little boy's mother even carried eggs and an old hen and took the little boy to the door to thank him. That little boy's name was Lingu. Zhang Jun finally remembered that if Ling Gu hadn't talked about him saving Ling's life, I'm afraid that this matter wouldn't have come back to him a long time ago. After all, in Zhang Jun's opinion, it was just a trivial matter. You're the little boy called Ling Gu back then? Zhang Jun said with a rather excited voice. It is always easy to get in the mood for this kind of meeting someone from another country. How did you recognize me? Zhang Jun was a bit curious. After all, so many years had passed since the incident. He's also blossomed in appearance, and is a very different image from the teenage boy he was back then. Ling Gu smiled. The reason why he was able to recognize Zhang Jun was because a few years ago, there was a Chinese New Year when Zhang Jun drove back to his ancestors, and it so happened that Ling Gu passed by and saw Zhang Jun. However, Ling Gu was very introverted at that time, plus Zhang Jun had already become the big boss in the village's mouth, so naturally he didn't bother to say hello. However, he had memorized Zhang Jun's looks. After all, Zhang Jun was at least his savior. It was a couple years ago when you went back to your ancestors for New Year's Eve. I saw you. So it is. Zhang Jun nodded. So that's how it is. He would go back to his hometown every year after the spring festival to pay homage to his ancestors, and it wasn't surprising that Ling Gu happened to see him. After all, the two villages were not far from each other. He sighed a little for a moment. I didn't realize that the skinny, bony little boy back then had grown into a handsome man who could charm thousands of girls. Time is truly the most subtle of sculptors. Zhang Jun is a former boss, and has seen a lot of rich and noble men, as well as big shots. He was able to tell that the clothes Ling Gu was wearing must be worth a lot of money. He himself, on the other hand, is now broke. You can only make a living this way by running an online car. There's really a sense of things being different. Fatty exclaimed in the back, rather surprised. Old Ling, so you guys know each other, and this old brother actually saved your life as a child. Ling Gu nodded his head in favor of goodness. Exactly. Fatty and Li Xuanxuang as well as Zhao Yu and the others were all surprised. There are some people that are just so meant to be. Shortly afterward, the Hill City Hot Pot restaurant arrived. This store is owned by a mountain town. The most famous and delicious hot pots in Xia are in the mountain city and Rongqing. This is because the business of this hot pot restaurant was very good as soon as it opened. It's also open straight through the night until 1 a.m. Here it is. Ling Gu said. Brother Jun, if we two brothers meet in this other country, let's have a drink together. He was going to develop Zhang Jun into his own employee, so naturally he couldn't just let Zhang Jun leave just like that. Zhang Jun was a little hesitant. He's in a different place now. Seeing Zhang Jun hesitate, Ling Gu continued. Older brother, you're my little brother's savior, and having met in this strange city, naturally, I have to natter on. Finally, Zhang Jun nodded his head in agreement. Several people entered the fondue restaurant together. The decoration of this hot pot restaurant is that rather Chinese and quaint style of decoration. A few people stepped up the red carpeted stairs to the second floor. The store lived up to its name, and even though it was already 10:30, it was still crowded. The lobby manager of the hot pot restaurant immediately greeted the guests when they came in. There was a big smile on his face. Gentlemen, there are currently no seats available in the lobby, so perhaps a few of you will have to wait a bit. The fat man stepped forward. There's no room in the lobby. Is there any in the private room? When the lobby manager heard this from the fat man, he thought to himself that these people turned out to be big customers. The private rooms are naturally still available. The lobby manager replied enthusiastically. Fatty thought for a moment and said, that'll take 2 private rooms. Ling Gu looked at Fatty with some confusion. Fatty explained, Old Ling, didn't you meet your hometown? Hometown meets hometown. 2 tears in your eyes. You guys definitely have a lot to say, so you guys have a private room to chat slowly. I'll accompany the 2 young ladies. Being alone with 2 good-looking young ladies, Fatty felt that this was simply too happy. It's a little exciting to think about. It was because Fatty had made a very reasonable point. So Li Xuanxuang and Zhao Yu were also very much in favor of this decision of Fatty's. Ling Gu instantly understood what Fatty meant. However, he didn't refuse. After all, it just so happened that Ling Gu did have something to talk to Zhang Jun about. Something about a game company. This aspect of things Ling Gu is a complete layman, the details of which naturally need to talk to Zhang Jun in detail. Several people, please follow me. The lobby manager personally led Ling Gu and the others towards a private room on one side. The fat man was very happy, and a big smile spread over that fat face. And, just the thought that he would soon be alone with the 2 young ladies felt great. Come, 2 young ladies, follow me. Fatty was very enthusiastic in leading the way for the 2 young ladies. Without Ling Gu, a super handsome guy on the side, wouldn't he not have to act as a green leaf for Ling Gu, wouldn't he? He was going to have a good chat with the 2 young ladies later. From poems and songs, it talks about the philosophy of life. Fatty was really especially happy at the moment. However, he looked at both Li Xuanxuang and Zhao Yu with a puzzled look on his happy face. It's just a hot pot. Why are you so happy? You don't look like you've never eaten before. The two thought this in their minds. It wasn't long before they arrived at the private room. Ling-gu went in with Zhang Jun, while Fatty happily entered another private room with the two young ladies. June, feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite. Ling-gu had a smile on his face and was very cordial. He handed the menu to Zhang Jun. The expression looked especially sincere. With the support of his own passive skill of plus 50 charisma, this sincerity seemed to be particularly deep. As a boss, surely you have to be good to your future employees, so that they will be willing to die for you to sell their lives, is not it? Zhang Jun was someone who had been a boss before, and he was obviously very familiar with such occasions. After excusing himself, he saw that Ling-gu was still insistent, so he stopped being pretentious. Lowering his head, he took his pen and picked out the dishes on the menu. Ling-gu, on the other hand, took advantage of this and sent a message to the editor in charge. Bing bing. He wanted to get Ice to change his book signing schedule for tomorrow to the day after tomorrow, and change the book signing schedule a bit after that. Editor in charge, I think I'll reschedule tomorrow's signing to the day after tomorrow, and then cancel the signings in a few remote cities for now. It didn't take long for Ice to message him back. Okay, you yourself will give the fans a heads up on the changed signing plans in the book review section as well. Ling-gu typed a reply. Good. Ice quickly sent another message. Today you are signing books in Hangzhou. Originally I was supposed to come over, but something came up temporarily today, and we, Qi Dian, are preparing to jointly organize this year's poetry competition selection with all the major websites and the Poetry Association, so I'm a bit busy today. Don't mind. Ling-gu naturally wasn't the kind of person who was careful. Besides, it's useless for the chief editor to come over. He still has to sign the book himself. Even if Ice came over, the most she could do was sit around as a mascot. It's okay, chief editor. You do your job. After ending the conversation with Bing Bing, Zhang Jun had already ordered a few dishes. Then he handed the menu to Ling-gu again. After all, he didn't know what Ling-gu liked to eat, so naturally he wouldn't just order randomly. It's protocol. After so many years in the business world, he had gotten this aspect of etiquette spot on. Ling-gu turned out the menu, then ordered a few dishes as well, then handed the menu to the waiter waiting at the table in the private room. That's all for now, please. The waitress had a smile on her face. Though having been a waitress at the store for a long time, the smile on her face was basically one of those professional fake smiles. But at this moment, the smile on her face, it was absolutely sincere. She recognized Ling-gu. This little brother who stood like a Jilan jade tree and smiled like a bright moon entering his arms was the same little brother who had previously exploded on the internet and was also the author of Toon Raider's notes. If it wasn't there for her working hours at the moment, I'm afraid she would have already rushed up to ask for Ling Ge's signature. Yes sir. Just a moment. The young lady took the menu and went down to prepare the dishes. Ling-gu, on the other hand, started exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Jun at the moment. A while ago my teacher heard my mom talking about Jun became a big boss. He's doing very well. Zhang Jun had a bitter look on his face. Mix it up. It's like a joke. But it did used to be okay. After all, it was also the owner of a company. But for now, he's just an online taxi driver. That's all in the past, old brother. It's not like you haven't seen it. I'm just running a net car now. To tell the truth, today I'm still more than $100,000 in debt. A few months ago, my company went out of business. Running an online car. It's also to make a living. Your sister-in-law at home asks me every day to pay back the money for the child's tuition classes, so I can only get up early and run harder every day to make up for the tuition fees. Ling-gu deliberately acted as if he had just realized it. A rather regretful nod. So that's how it is. Then does old brother have any plans for the next step? Is it always just running a net car like this? Zhang Jun took a sip of the tea on the table and then sighed. It can't be helped. Old brother is already in his 30s this year. You also know that I studied computer science. This profession is to eat youthful rice. Around 35 years old, not many people will want it. Besides, many of the bosses in Hangzhou who are doing this part of the network technology company, I know them all. They were itching to get me out of the business. Ling-gu nodded in understanding. This is normal. Zhang Jun was in competition with those people before, and now that he has fallen on hard times, those people will only fall on hard times. How could any of them help him? Even a handout of a job is out of the question. This society is so realistic. Ling-gu comforted, it's okay, June. Life is all about who won't experience a low point. If we fall down, we can get up again. Maybe we can even stand higher. Zhang Jun opened the bottle of beer that was sitting on the table, then directly raised the side of the bottle and took a big gulp. In this life, I guess there's not much chance. He sighed. When he was successful, it was only because he happened to catch the era when only cell phones were growing at a high rate. he developed a little game that was a hit. It's only since then that it's risen. However, in these years, the game industry has almost all been monopolized by Tingshuan, and other people's games are directly leading the trend of the whole summer country. How is this going to go about getting a piece of the pie out of the mouth of such a behemoth? As a result, so many small gaming companies have gone out of business over the years. My previous line of work doesn't work anymore. The game is now the world of Fujisun. It's not easy to fight against it. Find a way to change careers in the future. Nowadays, in the handheld game industry, Fuji's King's Canyon is simply the ceiling of handheld games. Other games have been made and simply cooled off without making a single wave. Lingo was naturally aware of Zhang Jun's worries, but well, these so-called worries were naturally not a problem in his opinion. You know, in the previous life, the original Gods game was directly out of the summer country, and it's also something that can compete with the Game King. There have been several quarters where revenue has directly surpassed King's. Plus, the world, as of yet, has no peaceful elite, and no LOL handbook. If you get all of these games up and running, it'll be like creating a handheld game empire. When the time comes, the bills aren't coming in huge amounts. He had just checked the system mall, in which the game Peaceful Elite required 50 million prestige values if it was to be exchanged. LOL handily the same 50 million prestige value. Currently he only had 10 million prestige values left, so forget it for now. It would be good to redeem it after he became more famous and earned more prestige value. For now, if you want, make the game Protogod work. Thinking of this, Linga had a confident smile on his face. June, if I say that I have a game in my hands that can compete with the King's Canyon game, do you think we can still hang out in the circle of handheld games? Ling Ji's words fell on Zhang Jun's ears like a flat thunderstorm. What? He jerked up from his seat, his face full of shock. How is this possible? You should know that King's Canyon is a game that is popular in Xia. The players cover an extremely wide range. Middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s, down to teenagers, men and women, young and old, are devoted players of this game. And, several years on, the game is still hot. How horrible for such a universal game. How can there be a game in Ling Singers that can compete with a game like this? After the excitement and shock, Zhang Jun's first reaction was that Linga was joking with him. After all, he knew how hard it was to produce such a game that could compete with King's Canyon. Are you kidding me, old man? Zhang Jun asked suspiciously. In his heart he still felt that what Lingu had just said was impossible. Lingu didn't move and said in a bland, self-assured manner, if it's not a joke, do you think you can develop this game well? Jun? Zhang Jun pondered for a moment. Finally, he sighed. Even if it's really a high-quality game like that, but if you don't throw money at it to promote it, it's going to be hard to catch fire. This world, after all, is the world of capital. Lingu pondered slightly. Propaganda? Wouldn't it be the best publicity for him to personally publicize it after a while, when his fame has reached a certain point? You don't have to worry about this, June. I can invest in setting up a company from scratch. At that time, the company's management and operation and so on will be left to you. Of course, that game I can send to you tonight, so you can take a look at the quality of the game first. As for publicity, I'll figure it out when the time comes. You manage the company, and I'll give you 10% of the shares. You'll first recruit the people well and get the preliminary work for the company's establishment done. June, what do you think? Lingu ignored Zhang Jun's surprise and directly gave out a stream of ideas in his head. The conditions he offered could be considered extremely favorable, because Zhang Jun only needed to manage the company. He was given 10% of the shares directly. If Ling Ji's handheld game empire was established in the future, by then, Zhang Jun's value would probably be tens of times the highest value he had ever had in the first half of his life. After all, Lingu was aware of how strong the money-sucking ability of those handheld games really was. Lingu spoke seriously, not like he was joking at all. Zhang Jun was a little surprised in his heart. Registering a company, that registered capital are not a small amount, plus labor wages, and other miscellaneous expenses. You can't get it without $10 million. But did Lingu trust him that much? Aren't you afraid he'll take the money and run? You trust me that much? Zhang Jun hesitated for a moment, but still asked the doubts in his heart. He felt that even though he had once saved Lingu when he was a child, he didn't let Lingu trust him to this extent. How could Zhang Jun know that the reason Lingu trusted Zhang Jun so much? On the one hand, it was the fact that Zhang Jun was the one chosen by the system, which was enough to show that Zhang Jun was reliable. On the other hand, Zhang Jun is a smart guy. $10 million and the future development of the future. Which is more important? I think a smart person will know how to choose. Of course, despite what Lingu thought in his heart, in reality, he definitely couldn't say that. He looked over at Zhang Jun, a pair of clear eyes filled with sincerity. He decided to deliver the killing blow. Jun, you saved me. So of course I trust you. Don't you want to, once again, get back to the top? Think about your wife. Your children. If you continue like this, think about it. Your wife might leave you and marry someone else with your child. And the other man will sleep with your wife. And your son will call the other man dad. And your wife will have children again. And then your son will have the equivalent of a stepdad. And with a stepdad, then the real mom will become a stepmom. How tragic. Zhang Jun's face darkened one point without a word from Lingu. He thought about it seriously. And it seemed like a real possibility. After all, that wife of his, he probably married him in the first place because of his money. Now that he's broke, if his wife found out, she might actually buy a station ticket overnight and run away. When he thought about what Lingu had said, he simply couldn't stand it. Teeth are clenched. Lingu looked at Zhang Jun's expression and felt that he had pretty much said it all. It was thought that Zhang Jun's fighting spirit had been fully energized by him. So Lingu extended an invitation. Join my family and let's create a brilliant and glorious tomorrow together. Let's trample all the game horses under our feet. Let's make this world tremble. Finally, Zhang Jun's heart completely broke down. A flushed color appeared on his face, and his breathing had become rapid. He just felt his heart beating abnormally hard. That's entirely the result of overexcitement. The tomorrow that Lingu depicted was simply brilliant. To put the game horses underfoot. It's a man's lifelong dream. Good. Let's create a glorious tomorrow that belongs to us together. Together, let's make this world tremble. Seeing Zhang Jun's current performance, Lingu would smile. He knew that. It's a done deal. In fact, apart from his own eloquence which accounted for part of it, the more important thing was because of his passive skills. The one that, as long as he's serious, is able to increase sincerity and people can't help but believe in his abilities. After a meal, Lingu and Zhang Jun exchanged prestige with each other. Lingu said that he would pass the game program to Zhang Jun at night to see the quality. The two finished their fondue. Zhang Jun wants to send Lingu and the others back. After all, the future Lingu would be his direct boss, so it was natural to have this eye for the future. The two of them went to the private room next to Fatty and the others. At this moment, Fatty and the two young ladies had already drunk away. Fatty was currently speaking earthy words of love with Li Shuangshuang as well as Zhao Yu. A few people laughed very hard. My love for you is like a tractor. With a bang. There's been a rumor going around lately that I like you, and I'd like to clarify that it's not a rumor. Li Shuangshuang felt that this earthy love story is quite interesting. There is well, really interesting. Fat man, you continue to say ah. Fatty looked her in the eyes and said, I suspect you are essentially a book. Li Shuangshuang asked in disbelief. Why? The fat man, on the other hand, replied, why else does it make me want to sleep more and more the more I look at it? Do you know what my flaws are? It's the downside. You. Have you gained weight again lately? No. Why do you say that? Then why is it weighing more and more on my mind? I'm 9 and you're 3. Except you're still you. I don't think you're the right person for a relationship. Why? Fit to be married. Do you know the difference between you and the stars? The stars are in the sky and you are in my heart. Guess which side of my heart is on? Left? Wrong? On your side. Why are you trying to hurt me? Harm you what? For making me like you so much. I'd like a bowl of noodles. What kind of noodles? Inside your heart. Hee. Silvery laughter came from the booth. Lingu was a bit surprised. I didn't expect the fat man to tease the girl and still have a hand in it. Alright Fatty, don't eat the noodles. How's your hot pot going? Lingu smiled. Fatty heatedly smiled and raised his eyebrows at Lingu. That smug little look as if he was saying again. You see, I'm bullish. Almost. I had a great time eating with both of my ladies. Fatty looked at Li Shuangshuang and Zhao Yu. What do you say? 2 young ladies? Li Shuangshuang and Zhao Yu nodded with some embarrassment. Aha. The fat guy is really funny and would be the perfect humor boyfriend if he wasn't so fat. Pity. Both ladies sighed this in their minds. Too bad it's too fat. They don't like fat people. They still preferred Ling Ji's type. A gentle boy who stood like a magnolia tree and smiled like a bright moon entering his heart. Then let's go back when we're done eating. Lingu went to pay the bill the day before. And then a few people went back in Zhang Jun's car. Luckily, Zhang Jun remembered that he had to drive after taking a few sips of wine earlier. And then he didn't drink anymore. Hangzhou was very beautiful at night. Even though it was almost 12 o'clock now, there were still many pedestrians on this busy street. Under the brilliant neon lights, men and women walk into hot pot restaurants or KTVs in groups. As you can see, urban youth have a rich nightlife. Since the 2 young ladies were closer, Zhang Jun sent Li Shuangshuang and Zhao Yu back first. Then he sent Lingu and Fatty to the entrance of a hotel. Lingu said goodbye to Fatty and Zhang Jun and went into the hotel. Hello gentlemen, may I ask if you have a room? The fat man stepped forward and said with great bravado, that's right, we'll get a room. His voice immediately caused the 2 customers, a man and a woman, who came in behind him to look at each other. Two grown men. Getting a room? What's this about? The female customer, on the other hand, suddenly thought of something and an ant-like smile appeared in her eyes. She specializes in the Socialist Brotherhood genre of novels on some river. These past few days she had been conceptualizing what type of new text to actually write. However, there had been no clue, so she had been very agonized for the past 2 days. So she took her boyfriend's vacation and asked him to bring her to Hangzhou for a break and inspiration. The scene she saw tonight instantly inspired her. That is, she could write a socialist bromance novel about a prince and a beast. The girl hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and sent a message to her gut editor. Editor, I already have an idea for a new novel. I'm going to write a socialist brotherhood novel of a prince and a beast. I'm sure that this novel is very interesting at one point. At the moment at the front desk. The lady at the front desk was obviously not surprised by this kind of thing. There are 3 other rooms with queen beds. They are the 188 regular room, the already 288 medium room, and the 588 tram couple room. This room, the tram couple room, has a king-size bed that also simulates the feeling of a rocking tram and the speed can be adjusted. The fat man froze outright. What is this? Trolley couple's room? He doesn't have a girlfriend. Who needs a room like that anymore? Wait, did this receptionist misunderstand something? Just now he appeared to ask if he wanted a room. His answer was to get a room. That doesn't seem to be a problem. It must be this front desk lady who's thinking the wrong way. Missy, I think you've misunderstood. We're not looking for a king-sized room. Nor are we looking for a couple's room. We're looking for a standard room. The kind with 2 beds in 1 room. The receptionist gave him a look. But the whole expression said, I don't believe it. Just a room. She thought to herself. I've seen enough to need a room with 2 beds to cover my ears. Despite what she thought in her mind, she nevertheless had to check in according to the customer's request. There's another 380. Want to stay? The fat man nodded. Of course I live. The young lady nodded. Register both of your IDs for me. Fatty nodded. He turned around and took Ling Ji's ID card from Lingu, then took his own ID card out and put it together and handed it to the receptionist lady. Hello, here's your room card. Room 1323. Fatty took the room card and said thank you, then followed Lingu into the elevator inside. When the young lady saw that the elevator had gone up, she began to check in the customers behind her. Miss, the 2 of us would like to experience that 588 tram couple room, the female customer said as she handed over her ID card. Trolley couples room with speed adjustment. It just sounds and feels like a lot of fun. I wonder what it's like to sleep on it. She was getting a little impatient. The receptionist gave the female customer a look with an I get it expression on her face. I thought to myself that this little couple is quite good at what they do. Here's your room cards. The girl took the boy's hand and hurried off to the elevator to go upstairs. At this moment, Lingu and Fatty had already entered the room. Lingu transferred $200,000 directly to Zhang Jun's wiki. He had heard Zhang Jun say that Zhang Jun owed $170,000 when he had dinner earlier. He transferred $200,000 to tide Zhang Jun over first. However, Lingda knew that Zhang Jun's personality would definitely refuse, so he added a message. The money is advanced to you out of your future dividends, and will be deducted when the company makes a profit. Just got home to Zhang Jun. Only as soon as he stepped into the house, his wife yelled, have you got your funds turned around yet? When will you pay me for the child's tuition fees? You're not giving them now. Do you not want your child to go to tuition classes and lose them at the starting line? The woman droned on and on, crackling out of her mouth like a spraying machine gun. Zhang Jun had a bit of a headache. Where is he going to find the money now? At this time his cell phone rang and then he opened it. It was actually Lingu who transferred $200,000 to him, and there was a message behind it. The money is advanced to you out of your future dividends, and will be deducted when the company makes a profit. Zhang Jun's eyes instantly turned red. It was really a blessing for him to follow such a boss. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would do what Lingu had given him. With money, the originally coy Zhang Jun instantly hardened. Looking at his chattering daughter-in-law, Zhang Jun said, all right, stop arguing. The money will be transferred to you immediately. After transferring the child's tuition to his wife, Zhang Jun soon received another program from Lingu. This program is the complete, current version that does not require an internet connection. You can click on it directly. Once he had installed it, he opened the game. When inside, his eyes just lit up. There's something about the way this game is drawn. Very nice 3D secondary modeling, and the scenery inside is beautiful. Zhang Jun tried playing it for a while, then was instantly amazed. Freedom of exploration is extremely high. The fights are also very smooth and gorgeous. He breathed in sharply for a few moments. This game, it's awesome. If it can be accompanied by a certain amount of publicity, it is definitely capable of catching fire very quickly. Zhang Jun's heart, all of a sudden, was excited. The jumping is also extremely fast. Take such a great finished game and the owner has said that the publicity boss wants to do something about it. Then he just has to take care of operations and optimization, etc. Let alone putting him in charge. Even a pig could probably make it work. Zhang Jun hurriedly picked up his cell phone and prepared to call a few of his previous company's right-hand men, turned his cell phone contacts on and rummaged through them. Late night, Su Chang was still sitting in his car, smoking a cigarette. At the moment he had been sitting in his car smoking 3 of them, but he still doesn't want to go home, because he recently lost his job. The owner had to close down the company and he was already over 30 years old and had a hard time finding another job in the business, even though he is experienced in his work. For a while now, he's been going out early and coming home late every day, pretending to go out to work. In fact, he had been out looking for a job for a while and hadn't found one, so he found a part-time job at KFC, $15 an hour. This is a low income, but it's better than no income at all. He has to face the thirsty eyes of his family and the nagging of his wife every day when he opens his eyes, surrounded by people who depended on him, but no one he could depend on. It all became so demoralizing that he tried to run away, so he preferred to stay out there himself a little longer to give himself a reprieve. And this time, his cell phone rang. When I picked it up, it was actually my ex-boss calling. The boss is calling him now. What is this about? Press the answer button. He sounded a little tired. Hey June, what's up? However, Zhang Jun on the other end of the phone was clearly in high spirits and spoke in a pleasant voice. Keiko, have you found a job lately? Su Chang had a helpless colorful look on his face. Sigh. June, you don't know that at our age, it's not that easy to find a job in this field. We can only change careers. However, Zhang Jun on the other side of the phone was laughing. Ha ha, it's good that you didn't get a job. It's good that you didn't get a job. Su Chang's face froze at once. Didn't get a job? Well, where's the good in not getting a job? How does he not know? Could it be that the owner didn't find it himself so he thinks he didn't find it either so he's mentally balanced? But it's not right. The owner doesn't seem to be like that. Just as Su Chang was puzzled, Zhang Jun finally spoke again. It's like this, Keiko. Come back. Let's start over. From the top? Su Chang was very puzzled in his heart. Isn't the owner all broken in debt? Worse than him. How do you start over? Did you borrow money somewhere? But a while ago the boss himself said that no one would lend him money at all. Boss? What from the top? I didn't quite get what you meant. Is it really what he thinks? At this time, I only heard Zhang Jun say on the phone, I have a little brother. He is going to open a cell phone game company, and the game is already done. Even the publicity and other things he has wrapped up. He told me to go get the company, and just operate the game directly when the time comes. If you come back, you'll be promoted one level higher than your original position. When our company succeeds, you'll be the company's patriarch. Su Chang was immediately delighted in his heart. As long as there's work. Good. He agreed in a huff and was in a good mood. After ending the call with Zhang Jun, he returned home with a rare smile on his face. Zhang Jun, on the other hand, invited one by one those men from the previous companies that he thought were capable. He was rejected by Zhang Fan when he called what was once a 29-year-old youth. I'm sorry Jun, I've found a game company. It's a company that makes web games. I won't be coming back. Zhang Fan felt that there was no future in following Zhang Jun. Might as well just stay in the company I'm in now, because maybe following Zhang Jun after a while will be unemployed again, and the luck is almost not even receive a salary. Zhang Jun naturally did not force himself. Well then, I wish you a bright future and flowers all the way ahead. Zhang Fan ended the call after thanking him perfunctorily. He sneered. Still dare to do hand travel. You are afraid that you do not know how to write the word death. He was smug, yet does not realize what kind of opportunity he is now missing out on. Not long afterward, when the handicraft company managed by Zhang Jun exploded all over Xia, he was unable to get in even if he wanted to. At that time, he could only look up to the sky and sigh, missing an opportunity to soar. Zhang Jun continued to make phone calls and prepared to assemble his team. Ling Gu, on the other hand, had already washed up and was lying on the bed at the moment. At this moment, the Tomb Raider book review section was already buzzing with activity, because Ling Gu showed up for a book signing today. His true looks were revealed, so the book club blew right up. You guys absolutely can't imagine just how handsome Junde is. I'm simply heartbroken as a man looking at him. Yeah, a female fan who saw Junda's face actually had a direct nosebleed gushing out and ended up passing out. Junde still doesn't mind getting dirty to stop that female fan's nosebleed. There was a handful of nosebleeds on the hand. Stained. If it were me, I would never be able to do this to Junde. Yeah, Junde is really a nice and gentle person. In order not to let the fans on the scene make a trip for nothing today, Junde hard to sign for several more hours, directly signing until 10 o'clock in the evening. Dinner did not eat. In this life, I'm always going to be a JU fan. Juwunda is simply so loving, I will always support. Ah, I'm really envious of my brothers and sisters who were there today. Lingu logged into Chidian, then posted an announcement inside his book review section. Good evening, brothers and sisters. Since today's signing session went too late, the Cantonese City signing session scheduled for tomorrow has been changed to the day after tomorrow. As soon as this review of Ling Ji's book came out, fans of the book saw it. Ah, it's Juwunda. Juwunda posted a book review. It's okay Juwunda. You've had a hard day. Have a good rest tomorrow yo. We'll see you the day after tomorrow in Guangdong City yo Juwunda. Love you mwahahaha. That said, how come I didn't see this guy, black Land Rover white Audi fatty in the middle of a million people, today? This guy in the past is not every day in the book review section to mix it. Didn't really see him today. There was an outpouring of bookworms who were all over Fatty. Fatty's cell phone is turned on for cell phone notifications. As soon as the bookworms had AIT'd him, he received a notification. So he also logged into the Chidian app and entered the book review section. What's the matter? Do you guys miss it that much when Fatty isn't around for a day? Fatty commented directly. The book lover who had asked him to reply at once, yes. One day's absence is like 3 autumns. What is Fatty busy with? Did you go to Junda's book signing today? Seeing this book lover's question, Fatty burst out laughing. I can't believe I asked him if he went. Of course he went. That's for sure. And let me tell you, Master Fatty is at the hotel right now with your junta. Fatty replied smugly. But apparently, the bookworms were not at all convinced by this news that he had revealed. Blow it up. Just blow it up. We won't have anyone to believe us even if we blow all the cowhide. That's right. This Fatty guy is full of shit and is too capable of blowing. And still junta at the hotel? You think we'd believe that? Seeing that the bookworms were pressurized into disbelief, Fatty continued to reply. Everything the Fat Master says is true. The Fat Master swears on his honor. Bookworms in the comments section laughed outright. Fatty, you still have the personality thing. That's right. No picture. No truth. And if you want us to believe it, you'll post a picture of Juwunda at the hotel. Yes. Send a quick picture of Juwunda. We'll believe it once you've sent it. Seeing the replies from the bookworms, Fatty laughed outright. These old drivers, just wait and tremble. Fatty turned his cell phone camera on and then took a picture of Lingu who was checking out today's hot news. This angle of his captured Ling Ji's perfect jawline under the light, and his features were extremely well defined. The fat man grinned. Shudder. Scum. He clicked this photo to upload it once. Then, the bookworms who were ready to taunt Fatty saw this photo and were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? And actually sent out pictures. It couldn't be a random web map, could it? At once, someone replied Fatty. You're downloading the web map from the internet, aren't you? Today have the honor to see the true face of Junda book lovers. You quickly come out to recognize looking at the side photo is not Junda. Hey, won't you guys go see for yourselves what Junda looks like? Teaser searching for Lingu. Junda's real identity has been blown out. It's Lingu. It's a junior at Magic City University. Hearing this book lover so say, at once many book lovers will open the sound search up Lingu this name. Then, he saw a video of Lingu playing the arrow, as well as some previous videos related to when he sang and drew. Then the bookworms were shocked. Crap, should Junda be so all-round? Singing, painting, writing songs, playing arrow, playing guitar are all good at everything. Understood. Guys, I think let's not marvel at Junda's talent just yet. Don't you guys realize that the person on the picture Fatty posted is really Junda? Crap, it's still true. It's really a fine thought. Fatty is actually really in the same hotel as Junda? What the hell is going on here? Could it be that June is good at this? A group of book fans were messed up. Fatty come out and explain. How do you have pictures of Junda in the hotel? You damn well can't have installed a camera in my Junda's room, right? Fatty was speechless. What's the point of installing cameras? Master Fatty doesn't have that fetish. Bookworm continues to ask questions. Then how do you explain that you actually have a picture of Kunda at the hotel? Under the bombardment of a group of inquisitive bookworms, Fatty saw the atmosphere finally reach a climax before finally telling the truth. To tell you the truth, the Fat Master and your admired Junda are good brothers. This is of course to accompany your Junda to the book signing. Someone in the comments section instantly reacted after Fatty said that. That's because of all those book lovers who saw Fatty when they attended the book signing. They suddenly remembered the fat man who had sat next to Lingu and played games during the signing today. In an instant, those bookworms came to a realization. I remember that too, and am still pretty much a noob at the game. Yeah, I heard him swearing at other players, laughing my ass off. Yeah, it seems to be playing assist without an assist outfit and then also hiding behind the shooter to output. Fatty was having a good time sniping with his book friends inside the book review section. Ling Gu, on the other hand, received a call from Lu Yuru at this moment. Lu Yuru just finished attending a TV station's national drama ceremony today. At this moment, when he returned to the hotel, he remembered the fact that Ling Gu was Junlin. Ling Gu had kept her in the dark so badly. She definitely had to call and ask about it. Once Ling Gu saw Lu Yuru's call, he couldn't help but smile. As expected, news about him was flying all over the place today. Even Lu Yuru, a busy person, saw his entertainment news. This little ninny, calling must have come to question him. Ling Gu touched his nose, then put the call through. Hello, why are you up so late? Is it because you miss me so much you can't sleep? Ling Gu habitually joked. Lu Yuru instantly blushed. Who misses you? That's not why I'm calling you. I'm asking you why you keep lying to me when clearly then you're King's Landing. Ling Gu laughed softly. He was rather happy to be able to see Lu Yuru in this exasperated state. When did I cheat you? This meal can be eaten carelessly. Words cannot be said carelessly. Oh. Lu Yuru pouted with a very disgruntled expression. Still weaseling. It was clearly cheating on her. Otherwise, why not tell her he's King's Landing? Lu Yuru instantly thought of how she had been in front of Ling Gu earlier, raving about how great Junlin Tian was and how imaginative the novels she had written were. But it turns out that the person is King's Landing himself. This feeling of social death made her feel a little ashamed. Why do you keep lying to me about you being King's Landing? This little ninny, she's actually still obsessing about it. I didn't deceive you. Think about it, did I not say that I wasn't King's Landing at all? Ling Ji's voice was soft and carried a slight compulsion. Lu Yuru knitted her pretty eyebrows in contemplation for a while. It seems to be true. It was true that Ling Gu had never denied that he was King's Landing. At best, it's a concealment of identity. At that moment, Lu Yuru didn't seem so angry anymore. Well then, why didn't you say so? Ling Gu smiled. I'm not being low-key for people. After all, I can't just meet someone and yell out that I'm King's Landing. Lu Yuru beamed. Okay then. She accepted this from Ling Gu. It's right to keep a low profile for people. In a few days, South Lake TV is going to hold a music award ceremony for the music style charts. Do you want to go with me? Lu Yuru began to talk about business. There's a music award ceremony coming up in a few days in South Lake. This award ceremony is organized by South Lake TV. It's also one of the more prestigious awards. After all, South Lake TV is now the largest entertainment TV station in the country. The ratings, overall, are also in the #1 spot in the country. Ling Gu froze slightly. Why would a novelist go to a music awards show? Lu Yuru instantly felt a bit speechless. Writing a novel? Aren't you forgetting something? She asked in amusement. Ling Gu, on the other hand, was a bit uncertain. What could he have forgotten? I don't think I forgot anything. Lu Yuru was speechless. This bean, you're forgetting that in addition to being a fiction writer, you're also a songwriter, and you've released singles alright. For this music award ceremony, Ling Ji's song Smoke and Mirrors, as well as Legend are very likely to win the songwriting award. After Lu Yuru reminded him of this, Ling Gu then remembered. The two high-quality songs Legend and Smoke and Mirrors are now known to be written by him, and both songs are apparently very well received by the general public. So there's a chance I might that trophy for fun too? Ling Gu said with a little leap of faith. In his previous life, he had never had anything to do with these so-called awards, so he wasn't familiar with award ceremonies. Not even once in his previous life had he gone to one of those occasions. As a flopping 18th line singer, who would remember to invite him? This life, though, has been different from the previous one. This bean, Lu Yuru was somewhat helpless. And take a trophy for fun. If any other lyricist musician heard this, they wouldn't know how they'd be shell-shocked. But with this kind of strength, Ling Gu is really just taking a trophy for fun. Other people might not get an award once in their lives, but Ling Gu, he was able to write a novel and set the fiction world on fire. Writing a few songs has also been a big hit, even drawing big names in the songwriting world to appreciate them. This achievement is simply unimaginable. Are you coming with me or not? Lu Yuru's voice was a few points milder. Ling Gu smiled. Go on. Of course I'll go. It's my honor to go with a great beauty, isn't it? Of course. The main thing is to go and see if you can claim your prize. Ling Ji's words made Lu Yuru feel very comfortable in her heart. Although she was often called a rare beauty in 5,000 years by netizens as well as people in the entertainment industry, she didn't feel much. But hearing Ling Gu say this made her feel a bit happier all of a sudden. Well then, you make arrangements for your book signing. The awards ceremony is on Friday. Friday? Ling Gu pondered his recent trip, and then it felt like the book signings and stuff had to be scaled back 2 more times. And it can't be signed for as long as it is today. Otherwise it will be too late to catch the next one. Okay, then we'll go to South Lake together on Friday. The two continued to make small talk for a few more moments before finally hanging up. Fatty said with some envy, "Old Ling, who are you talking to on the phone?" I vaguely heard the voice on the phone as a sister. "This old Ling guy, he's not off the hook, is he?" Ling Ga nodded. "That's right, on the phone with a girl." The fat man pouted at once. "A look of you being heartless and uncaring. Old Ling, you're not being generous. We agreed to be single together, but you quietly took off." Ling Gu laughed. "You're overthinking it. I'm not discussing business with someone. Right. I was just talking to your goddess on the phone." Ling Gu looked at Fatty with a smile at the corner of his mouth, snickering. Fatty, on the other hand, was a picture of great incomprehension. "What goddess? Which goddess?" Ling Gu said. "Didn't you like the song Legend she sang before?" Ling Ge's words came out. The fat man's eyes rounded at once. A look of incredulity. "What? Goddess Yuru? How is this possible? Are you teasing Master Fatty? How can you be so familiar with a goddess?" Looking at the fatty's appearance, Ling Gu felt a little amused. He explained, "Didn't I tell you before that I wrote that song Legend? Moreover, I'm actually still neighbors with Lu Yuru, and we're going to go to the music award ceremony together this time." This explanation from Ling Gu was even more shocking to Fatty. "What? You and the goddess or neighbors? Shit, why didn't you tell Fatty earlier?" If Fatty had known earlier, he would have just moved to your house and stayed there. "When the time comes, you'll meet the goddess every day by chance. That would be a very messy day." Ling Gu shrugged helplessly. "As you wish, as long as you're happy." The next day, Ling Gu flew to Guangdong City with Fatty. The third day of the book signing at GD City until 6 p.m. Then he flew to Rongqing. Then there's Kyoto. After these book signings, Ling Gu and Fatty hurriedly flew to South Lake City again. After all, the award ceremony is just one more day away. Definitely had to get to South Lake early. The next afternoon, Ling Gu and Fatty headed to a few fields to pick up Lu Yuru. When Fatty learned that he was going to pick up Lu Yuru, he was so excited that he ran out and bought a suit, and wearing sunglasses. Fatty thought that it was cool for him to dress like that as a thief. Ling Gu didn't stop him, as long as Fatty liked it. Although Ling Gu felt that the fat man, dressed like that, was more like a bodyguard, or one of those black, social big brother followed by a little brother type of character. Before leaving, Fatty looked at the mirror repeatedly for a long time. "Old Ling, do you think Master Fatty is handsome?" Ling Gu nodded. "Well, handsome." Fatty was ecstatic. "Well, Master Fatty feels the same way." Ling Gu was also dressed formally today. After all, this was to go to the award ceremony with Lu Yuru, so he couldn't lose face to Lu Yuru. He was wearing a white suit today with a dark blue shirt underneath. The staggering of two different colors adds a bit of glamour instead. Putting on his mask, he took a cab with the fat man to a few field exits. Not long after, a girl in casual clothes with sunglasses and a middle-aged woman with glasses who looked very competent were seen walking out. This was naturally Lu Yuru and her manager, Zhang Qin. Currently, Zhang Qin was not only Lu Yuru's manager, but also acted as an assistant. Zhang Qin was carrying a bag that contained the evening gown that Lu Yuru was going to wear for today's award ceremony. Fatty's eyes instantly glowed when he saw Lu Yuru. Then he came directly to the front of the room. "Hello," he said, taking off his glasses full of excitement. This is his idol. I used to only be able to see it on TV, but I didn't expect to be able to see it in reality now. It's incredible. It's great to follow Ling Gu. In the future, maybe those goddess-level characters in the entertainment industry will have the honor to meet." When Lu Yuru saw the fat man come forward to greet him, she nodded out of politeness. She didn't know the identity of the fat man, and looking at the fat man's suit and sunglasses-like outfit, he directly assumed that the fat man was the bodyguard Ling Gu had hired or something like that. The heart was a little surprised. "It's just a music awards show. Why do you need a bodyguard? It's not like it's a concert." Besides, Ling Gu was very hot in the online literature circle, but he didn't really show up in public that much. Many of you may have heard of his pen name, but not many of you know what he looks like in person. After all, Ling Gu hadn't yet swiped his face on major TV programs or anything like the stars did on a regular basis, because there's no need to bring a bodyguard, and it didn't look as if the bodyguard had much of a professional demeanor. Zhang Qin, on the other hand, said at this time, "The car that came to pick us up from South Lake TV has already arrived." This was not the place to talk. After all, Lu Yuru was a popular star now. Later on, in case you're recognized, you might get mobbed if you're not careful. Ling Gu also understood this. Without saying much, he followed Zhang Qinchao outside. The staff from South Lake TV who came to pick up the plane was already waiting at the exit in a car. It's a little black car not far away. "Miss Lu, Mr. Ling." In the car, the staff of South Lake TV who was responsible for leading the way gave the two of them a greeting. Lingu was the one that South Lake TV had asked Lu Yuru to invite, as the staff naturally knew that this was the same Lingu who had written Legend in Smoke and Mirrors. Well, hello. A few people took their seats and were taken by South Lake TV to the ready room to get their makeup done first, then on to the red carpet. And then there's the evening's award ceremony. A few people got into the car waiting after Lu Yuru then took off the sunglasses. Lingu also took the mask off to introduce the fatty to Lu Yuru. Yuru, this is my manager and my good brother Wang Lei. Just call him Fatty. The fat man suddenly pouted his lips in a rather disgruntled manner. What the hell? Have you ever introduced your brother in front of a goddess like that? Fatty looked towards Lu Yuru, and his face instantly became a grin. That smile looked a little naive. Goddess. My name is Wang Lei. Just call me Lele. Lu Yuru instantly cried and laughed a little. What Lele? She had never even called Lingu so intimately. She didn't know what to call Lingu now. Called Mr. Ling, I guess, but the relationship between the two seemed to be more than that. Called Ling Ling or Gugu? No, that's too mushy. Let's just say hello. As for this fatty, well, he was at least Ling Ji's brother, so it's better to be enthusiastic. A fairy-like smile appeared on her porcelain white, sinister face. Okay Lei. There should be nothing wrong with calling it that. After all, she was obviously about the same age as Wang Lei, but after all, she had been out of society for so many years, so just be generous and call Xiao Lei. Fatty didn't really care what Lu Yuru was called. He liked whatever he was called anyway. Heartfelt. If before, someone had said that he, Wang Lei, would one day be able to talk and laugh with Lu Yuru, I'm afraid he would have directly dismissed that person as being whimsical. It's a fool's errand. What kind of person is Lu Yuru? That's the perfect goddess in the hearts of thousands of young men. A fairy. How can a fairy have any contact with mortals? But this is now a real thing. It was all because of his good buddy Lingu. This feeling of dabbling in the light was something that Fatty felt very good about. Later on, he would be able to follow Lingu to see more female celebrities, and this wasn't watching them on TV, but seeing the unattainable ones in reality. This is simply exciting. At this moment, Lu Yuru then also introduced her manager, Zhang Qin, to Lingu. Lingu, this is my agent Zhang Qin. Just call her Sister Qin. Sister Qin, this is the Lingu I told you about. He's the author of the internet masterpiece Tomb Raider's Note, and he's also the one who wrote Legend for me. Zhang Qin was very polite to Lingu with a smile on her face. Hello, Mr. Ling. After all, this was the person who had made Lu Yuru popular with one song. It's the big man in the lyrical world. Such people are to be respected for sure. Previously, she had only heard Lu Yuru mention Lingu, but she hadn't heard him mention Ling Ji's age. So she took it for granted that the Lingu in Lu Yuru's words must be a middle-aged romantic genius who had been through the storm, because those lyrics were written to give that feeling. But to her surprise, the truth was the exact opposite of what she thought. Not only was Lingu not very old, but on the contrary, he was very young. Looks like he's only in his 20s, too. But although the person was young, there was an air of lightness and dustiness about him. Such an aura would not dare one to treat him as just a youngster. Lingu had a friendly attitude. Hello Sister Qin. Thank you for taking care of Yuru. Zhang Qin froze when Lingu said this. Lu Yuru, on the other hand, had a direct scarlet blush creeping up her cheeks. Zhang Qin was a bit unresponsive. What the hell is this? What do you mean thank her for taking care of Tsukuro? How does that sound and feel weird? Lu Yuru, on the other hand, was a little dissatisfied as she took those beautiful peach blossom eyes and gave Lingu a look. Why is this Lingu guy talking nonsense? That sounds too ambiguous, doesn't it? It was almost as if Zhang Qin had just said, thank you for taking care of my family Yuru. But although Lu Yuru's expression as she looked at Lingu was a bit grumpy, there was a trace of stolen joy inside that even she didn't notice. Zhang Qin froze slightly. The fat man also froze slightly. Old Ling's words were full of meaning. It's a fine thing to think about. Is there something going on between Old Ling and the goddess Lu Yuru? Fatty carefully sized up the two men, wanting to check out any clues through their expressions. Zhang Qin, on the other hand, didn't know what to say for a while. The atmosphere was a little weirdly awkward. Seeing Zhang Qin's eyes flickering as if she was thinking about something, Lu Yuru hurriedly spoke out to diffuse the awkward atmosphere at the scene. Sister Qin, Lingu was joking. He prefers to make jokes that aren't very funny. Oh, Zhang Qin nodded thoughtfully. Lu Yuru's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Lingu. It was all because of this guy Lingu. After the awards ceremony was over later, Sister Qin still didn't know how she would interrogate her. This guy, he's really giving her a hard time. She saw that Ling Ji's hair today was combed into a 3/7-pointed style today, making an angular face look even more like a finely carved sculpture. He was wearing a white suit with a blue shirt. The pants' word heel is also white, plus those picturesque eyebrows. Looks like a prince out of a fairy tale. Lu Yuru suddenly wasn't angry at all. Looking at such a face, even the greatest anger would instantly dissipate into nothingness. This guy is foully handsome, she thought to herself, but soon both eyebrows wrinkled again, because she realized that Lingu was wearing very little. The weather in South Lake can and does get colder. I wonder if Lingu will be cold dressed like this. This guy, doesn't he know to put on something thicker and change when he gets to the makeup prep room? How can you wear so little at this time of the year and not freeze to death? Why don't you wear more? Her words of concern came directly and naturally out of her mouth. Lingu, on the other hand, was stunned. Is this little girl afraid he'll freeze? The heart warmed slightly. He laughed. It's fine. I'm not afraid of the cold. I am practiced. This temperature is not cold at all. Lu Yuru nodded. Well, but if you're not afraid of the cold, you should still wear more. After all, it's not like not being afraid of the cold can't feel the cold. The smile on Ling Ji's face was very bright and nice. Okay, little housekeeper. I'll know next time. Lu Yuru was speechless. Ling does such a picture of a doting tone. Now she couldn't explain it even more. She glanced sideways at Zhang Qin, who was seated off to the side. Sure enough, Zhang Qin was squinting her eyes slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. And Fatty was also shocked by Ling Ji's tawdry maneuver. How did his brothers suddenly become so enlightened? It's just a great way to pick up girls. It wasn't like this before when I was chasing that what's her name Livy. The lingo at that time was quite mute. It's almost like an unenlightened elm. The difference from now is simply too great. There was also the fact that before he felt that Lingu had suddenly become handsome, and what Lingu had told him was that he was wearing makeup, but Fatty had never seen Lingu wearing makeup at all. That porcelain white skin is almost as if it was born that way. But Fatty was so nervous that he didn't think much about these things. His brother got better and better, and that's a good thing. There's no need to go deeper than that. It wasn't long before the preparation room was reached. Celebrities have to do their makeup and change their costumes here, get changed and then take a bus to the red carpet outside the entrance. Only after the red carpet was walked and signed was it time to go inside the awards arena. Lingu and Lu Yuru, on the other hand, went in together towards the backstage. On the other side of the street, a woman with big wavy hair wearing a bright red low-cut dress that showed off her deep cleavage and flaming red lips was just about to brush up against them. This woman is extremely beautiful. It was a sexy, thick-faced beauty with 9 strong winks. She came in with a catwalk and a shapely figure. Seeing this woman, Lu Yuru instantly made her eyes cold for a few moments. It was Li Qi, her former best friend. The best friend who stole her endorsements instead, as well as stabbed her in the back when she was at her worst. When she was sick and went abroad for treatment, she was instead rumored by Li Qi to be a drug addict by the media. It left her popularity in tatters. The woman naturally saw Lu Yuru as well. She had a smile on her face, but her gaze was full of shade. She had thought that Lu Yuru would never have a chance to turn her life around again, and that she would never have to see that nasty face in the entertainment industry again. As it turned out, I didn't expect Lu Yeye to return with a song called Legend. It's almost as disgusting as a stomped on little man who can't be stomped on. In the past, when she was in the company, Lu Yuru was like a heavenly maiden. It easily gained a lot of popularity and resources. She, Li Qi, on the other hand, could only follow behind Lu Yuru like a follower. Obviously in her heart, she was ruthless towards Lu Yuru, but she still had to create a sisterly love with Lu Yuru all day long. It simply disgusted her. But it can't be helped. Who made her not as red as Lu Yuru? It would just be a matter of brushing up behind Lu Yuru. On what grounds? Why should she, Li Qi, only be able to act as a dog and wag her tail at Lu Yuru? Obviously she has to have the looks and the vocals, to have the body. Even a woman's career is higher than that of Lu Yuru. Why can't she be hot? She's not happy about it. She vowed then that she would step on Lu Yuru ruthlessly in the future. Then finally, Lu Yuru was spotted by Zhang Tianhao, the young master of the company. However, this idiot Lu Yuru actually didn't know how to seize the opportunity and instead rejected Zhang Xiao, thus offending him. She, Li Qi, on the other hand, wisely took the opportunity to climb into Wang Xiao's bed. As for Lu Yuru, she was snowed in by the company. She, Li Qi, on the other hand, rocked up to 90,000 miles. In one fell swoop, she became a top-tier actress, and still the one closest to a diva. For her part, Ryu Yuyu was sick and had to leave the country for treatment. Originally, she thought that she would never see Lu Yuru's face that made her sick in her life. But this time, Lu Yeye is back. As soon as she finished her contract with the company, she released the song Legend on her own and made a direct return to popularity once again. And the popularity closed right in on itself. On what grounds? He had obviously struggled so desperately for so many years. But Lu Yuru had caught up in one song. That's not fair. Why does the world always give so many trials and tribulations to those who try? Therefore, Li Qi extremely hated Lu Yuru. Her face was trying desperately to control her anger. The red manicure poked and dented the flesh of his palms. A smile was barely squeezed from his face. Tsukuru, long time no see. She had to sound nice and friendly. This simply made Lu Yuru so nauseous that she was about to spit out her overnight meal. But that's the way it is in show business. Even though they are torn apart in private, they are still doing the work on the surface. Yeah, it's been a while. Kiki. A mocking smile appeared on Lu Yuru's face before she stopped talking and passed right by Li Qi. Which one of us do you think is going to win the Female Vocalist of the Year Gold Award tonight? Lu Yuru smiled unenthusiastically. Well, I'm sure the officials have their own arrangements. When he finished, he simply walked away, never looking back at Li Qi again. Broker Zhang Qin, on the other hand, ignored Li Qi and hurriedly followed him. Li Qi looked at Lu Yuru's back and revealed a mocking smile. She then sized up the boy who had come in with Lu Yuru. Those seductive electric eyes were filled with amazement. Cool, it's just too handsome. And there is also a very ethereal and dusty air, like a god sitting high in the clouds, completely disregarding all that is mortal. This person she knew was called Lingu. The legend of Lu Yuru was written by the very person in front of me. If it wasn't for this person, then it was simply impossible for Lu Yuru to stand up again. She reached out and asked her assistant behind her to get her a business card and handed it to Lingu. Handsome, get acquainted. This has my number on it. Yo. After saying that, he even threw a wink at Lingu. But apparently Lingu wasn't a fan of the set. He had checked some of Lu Yuru's online profiles, so he knew that this woman was called Li Qi, one of the most hated women in Lu Yuru's life. I'm afraid. Lingu showed a picture of concern. Beauty, why do your eyes keep blinking? Do you have red eyes? Hurry up and go to the hospital to have a look before you do. After saying that, he and Fatty hurriedly walked in. Leech froze. He then looked at Ling Ji's back in exasperation. Red eye? Was this sarcasm about her being jealous of Lu Yuru? Oh, let's go. She shouted at the assistant behind her, then walked out in a huff and clenched her silver teeth. Fatty, on the other hand, hurriedly followed Lingu inside at the moment. He was a little curious. Old Ling, that beauty just now is also pretty. It's Li Qi, right? It's kinda sexy. Lingu directly handed the business card in his hand to Fatty. So you add her wiki to talk? The fat man took the business card and put it in his pocket. Faithfully, she said. No. The goddess doesn't look like she's on good terms with her. Then I don't like this woman either. Linga shrugged. Then the staff led the way to the boys' dressing room. There are separate men's and women's dressing rooms in here. One on the left, one on the right. The boys' dressing room is on the left. After Lingo walked in, she was led by the staff to prepare to sit down on a seat in front of a mirror. However, someone had already noticed Lingo when he came in. That person is Zhao Xing. Today, she became popular with an old-fashioned fairy drama. Become the traffic star you are today. He lost to Ling Ji's Smoke and Mirrors on the last new songs chart. He doesn't pay much attention to non-showbiz people, though, but after seeing Lingu come in, a sense of crisis immediately rose. A sense of crisis as a flow. Zhao Xing has always thought that he is very handsome and his face value is one of the best among the fresh meat in the entertainment industry. But after seeing Lingu, he froze. A crisis surged directly within. This boy in the white suit is so handsome, standing there as if he were a sesquipedalian tree. The temperament is also excellent and untainted. He didn't recognize the boy, because it felt like Lingu might be a newcomer to one of the companies. It's as if women become newly jealous when they see a woman who is more beautiful than they are. Boys are no exception. A wave of jealousy instantly surged in his heart when he saw Lingu. He had a feeling that this person was going to steal his job from him in the future. Seeing that Lingu was about to sit down on that chair, he snatched a step ahead of him and ran over to sit on it. Sorry, this chair is occupied. Zhao Xing deliberately showed an apology on his face. Then he called the makeup artist on the side to do his makeup. The makeup artist lady was directly confused by Zhao Xing's operation. Didn't Zhao Xing just finish his makeup? What's with the makeup again? But Missy has seen it all before, after all. So a little pondering made it clear what was going on. This is obviously bullying the newcomers. She glanced at Lingu and was instantly amazed. In a flash, he understood why Zhao Xing was doing this. I guess I want to bully people just because they look too handsome. How classless. The makeup artist lady mentally spat. Yet on the surface, he still had to cooperate and go up to melt in Zhao Xing's face. Rely on STH. Seeing Zhao Xing's reaction, the fat man was instantly enraged. What's this guy doing here? Taking a seat with his brother? Fatty didn't think he could stand it. Hastily, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to go up and give Zhao Xing some color. However, he was stopped by Lingu reaching out. There's no point in getting angry with someone like that. The staff looked at Lingu with an apologetic face. Then let's go to the location over there. Lingu, on the other hand, shook his head. No need. I don't actually have to wear makeup. Only those who don't look too good themselves and don't have the confidence to put that thick layer of powder on their face, I guess. Zhao Xing was directly infuriated by Ling Ji's words. Both eyes were angry, but he held back, thinking to himself that later he's going to post a Weeble and tell his fans to cyberstorm this guy. Ling Gu and Fatty left the place directly and went outside to wait for Liu Ru. Looking at Ling Ji's departing back, Zhao Xing was so angry that his teeth itched. He lined up the makeup artist lady who was powdering his face. No need to get it. He glanced at his assistant. Why don't you go ask around and find out which newcomer that guy was just there? A newcomer actually dared to be so arrogant. This was simply intolerable. He's going to show this newcomer why the flowers are so red. The assistant rushed to the staff to find out more. A lot of the staff didn't recognize it though, until a staff member spoke up. He's not from the entertainment industry. He's from the online literature circle. His pen name is King's Landing. Tomb Raider's Notes is written by him. It's a good read. I recommend you to take a look at it. The little assistant hurriedly thanked the staff member. Looked up Ling Gu on the internet. Casually, he returned to Zhao Xing. Brother Xing, that guy just now isn't some newbie. He's a novel writer. Hearing the news that the little assistant had pried back, Zhao Xing directly froze. What? Writing a novel? A novel writer is so damn handsome. Why would a novel writer come here? Zhao Xing asked in surprise. Isn't this a music award show? What's a novel writer doing here? The little assistant looked at Zhao Xing with some sympathetic emotions. Brother Xing, his pen name is King's Landing. Zhao Xing had an impatient face. What does the old man care what he calls King's Landing? Just after saying this, Zhao Xing suddenly froze, exclaimed out loud. What? He's King's Landing. It's the same King's Landing who wrote Smoke and Mirrors? The young assistant nodded, feeling sympathy for Zhao Xing. It was important to realize that Zhao Xing had been trying to find someone to inquire about the contact information of King's Landing after losing to Smoke and Mirrors before. He wants to get King's Landing to create a great song for him. This is so that you can get a foothold in the music industry. After all, a good top streamer must surely dabble in all three: singing, dancing and acting. If King's Landing wrote him a good song, wouldn't he quickly gain a foothold in the music industry? But what did he just do? He actually directly offended the very leg he was trying to hold. Zhao Xing's eyes rounded. His body slumped against the back of the chair as if his strength had been drained. He no longer had the aggressive and arrogant look he had just had. All that was left in his heart now was endless remorse. It was over. His plan to ask King's Landing to write a song was out of the question. This is a complete Barbie kowtow. The makeup artist young lady on the side saw Zhao Xing's appearance, almost couldn't hold back the outright laughter. Luckily, she hastily lowered her head to hide the unimpeded grin on her face. But Zhao Xing, at the moment a picture of a lost soul, also did not pay attention to the makeup lady. Since he had already offended King's Landing, the matter of finding the other party to invite a song was definitely out of the question. Zhao Xing only felt particularly speechless inside at the moment. Who would have thought that one of the newbies he just wanted to casually bully someone else was a lyrical powerhouse? You know, in the singing world, the lyricist is a particularly big deal. Like Lin Shi, Huang Zhan, a kind of curved father-level characters. Even if the King of Heaven to see also have to be respectful. After all, if you want to be in the singing business, then you definitely need good songs. A great song can instantly put a singer on the map. It was with the song Legend that the previous Ryu Yukiru directly became popular again. Zhao Xing hung his head, his heart incomparably lost. But in a whirlwind, he regained his composure. The eyes showed a fierce look. Since he had already offended King's Landing, he could simply do neither. Go straight to the original plan. At night he'll post a weeboo for his brainwashed fans to hack King's Landing. Can't get it? Then it might as well be destroyed. Ling Gu and Fatty both walked to the exit to wait for Liu Ru. From time to time, stars come out of the exit. However, it was obvious that none of them were familiar with Ling Gu, and many of them didn't even recognize Ling Gu and just thought that Ling Gu was some small newcomer, so didn't even bother to say hello. Showbiz is so realistic. When you're not popular, no one will even bother with you. But if you're popular, then that group of stars will just swarm around you. To please, flatter. Fatty was indignant on the sidelines. These stars are so realistic that they don't even bother with us. He had just seen an actress, one whose songs he usually liked. So they said hello, but they just walked away as if they hadn't heard, didn't even blink. Ling Gu was rather open-minded about it. That's the reality. This is true not only in the entertainment industry, but everywhere, even ordinary people. If an ordinary person has no money, I'm afraid that every relative and friend in the family will look at you in the eye. But if you suddenly get rich, I'm afraid that all those relatives who are not even close to you will come to your door to give you gifts during the festivals. The entertainment industry is all about popularity. Same reasoning, like Ling Gu in his previous life. as a puff singer. It's also unattended. The people have been used to it for a long time. It's okay, fatty. The reason why people don't care about you is because you're not standing tall enough. When you stand at the very top. Look again, Lingu said in a cloudy voice. The fat man nodded thoughtfully. He remembered his family, and how many friends and family members would come to his door with gifts every time the holidays rolled around. But he didn't know most of those so-called family and friends from home. I'm sure it's the same thing in the entertainment industry. That's true. I'll see what kind of attitude they'll have the day you become a heavenly king. If Lingu became a heavenly king, then he'd be the heavenly king's manager. It must have been a bullseye too. The two made small talk. Not much longer. Lu Yuru had slowly walked out. A light pink, long-sleeved evening gown she was wearing. Her long hair was dark and oily, and her slightly powdered face looked even more beautiful. She had to have an evening gown with long sleeves, and it was one of those very conservative evening gowns. It's very different from the evening gowns of the various actresses who find ways to show off their flesh. However, Linga felt that this kind of Lu Yuru looked even more generous. It's obviously more appropriate to wear it this way. Several people got into their cars and headed for the red carpet outside the awards center. South Lake TV has opened a live stream of the ceremony at the moment. It's the red carpet stage at the moment. The beautiful hostess in a short-sleeved evening gown held out in the wind to officiate the red carpet ceremony. The hostess, Zhang Cheng, was wearing a decent and generous smile. There's another car coming. Who could that be in it? At this moment in the South Lake TV webcast room, the crowd of netizens were posting pop-ups. I'm so looking forward to my family's brother Zhao Xing. I wonder what kind of red carpet look he'll be sporting tonight. Yeah, Xing must be very handsome. The most handsome being among all male singers. Yes, he's just the most handsome. No rebuttals accepted. Seeing a group of people swiping at Zhao Xing, some netizens who hated Zhao Xing spoke up. How come there are you guys everywhere? Zhao Xing is a sissy. Where is he handsome? That's just it. I don't know how thick the powder is on my face every time. It's almost like you can go play a male ghost in a horror movie. Zhao Xing's fans were instantly dissatisfied. What do you guys know? Don't hack your brother like that. Do you guys know how hard brother works? There was a lot of talk in the live room. And at the moment, the camera on the screen is focused on the car that has stopped. Then the car door was pushed open. A woman in a big red brightly colored deep the evening gown with sexy curly hair got out of the car with a male singer. The host, Zhang Cheng, was wearing a smile on his face. Next to come towards us are the famous first-tier female singer Li Qi, and the male singer Su Yuliang. Li Qi is worthy of being a national-level intense goddess. A red dress is really sexy and beautiful. It's really beautiful. I'm a woman who's moved by it. Our male singer Su Yuliang is also very handsome and handsome. In the live broadcast room, at this moment, seeing Li Qi appearing, many male fans instantly could not sit still, have popped up to speak. Ah, it's my Kiki goddess. The goddess really does love the color red. But red really goes well with the goddess. It's so gorgeous. I'm practically drooling. Ha ha, upstairs. Where are you drooling? Auditor Dad. I'm going to organize someone to drive the car. I can't believe you can drive on such a broken road. Bullseye Russ. Ha ha, but the goddess is really beautiful. The ones that like Leech are posting their awe. Thought Leaky was beautiful. Very beautiful. But naturally many women on the air didn't like Leech. You men. Really? You see a hot, beautiful one and you like it. Exactly. A bunch of shallow men. Can't even walk when you see a pretty girl, can you? Men sure are piggish. There were also people posting pop-ups too. Li Qi is here. So Lu Yuru should be here tonight as well. It's estimated that it will. This month Goddess Yuru's legend is very hot. So I guess I can win the award. Ha ha. Suddenly I remembered the love-hate relationship between Lu Yuru and Li Qi. What do you guys think it would be like for the two to meet at the award ceremony? Haters gonna hate each other. Suddenly there's an inexplicable anticipation. I wonder what Goddess Moonru will be dressed up as tonight. But her looks are completely different from Li Qi's. Goddess Moonru is a light-faced goddess. The two are two different types. But without a doubt, both are beautiful. These two, I'd be fine with either one of them being my girlfriend. Upstairs, but not so much as a single peanut. A group of netizens were talking about it. At this moment the male singer Su Yuliang holding Li Qi's hand had already walked up past the red carpet and onto the autograph table. With her left arm folded over her curvaceous figure, she posed at various angles for the media to take photos. Then the host said, "Kiki, you are very pretty today." Licky was smiling. The hosts are flattered. Zheng Qing continued to ask, "Do you think that tonight, you will be able to win the award?" Licky smiled and answered with a decent smile, "This I naturally don't know. I'm sure the jury will naturally have their vetting criteria." The host then went on to question male singer Su Yuliang a bit more. The two men signed their names on a panel at the back and then entered the award ceremony hall. Immediately afterward, another car came by. when the car door opened, a tall, pinkish-white, center-parted, textured iron boy stepped down from it. As soon as the boy stepped out of the car, the crowd erupted into an explosion of excited screams from female fans. Brother, I love you. Brother, you're so handsome. Brother, I want to marry you. The boys smiled and waved to their fans before walking onto the stage. He was alone and did not have a female companion. Live in the booth, a large group of Zhao Xing's female fans were excited. Brother is so handsome today. You guys, look at that granny gray hair color of his. It's absolutely perfect. I'm going to love my brother for 10,000 years and never change. Some netizens directly disliked Zhao Xing when they saw those pop-ups that swiped him. What's so handsome about being handsome? But it's just drawn with makeup. The powder on his face is so thick. Disgusting. That's right, if you don't wear makeup, you probably won't look much better than me. Here are some of the boys making comments. They found it a little unbelievable that the women were so crazy. Is this what a brainwashed fan is? As soon as those words came out of their mouths, they were immediately scolded by those girls. What's wrong with makeup? Who says boys can't wear makeup? You think you look good with makeup? Don't tease. Ugly than one. And hopelessly ugly with makeup. That's just it. Makeup needs a base too, okay? You guys are just jealous. Jealous that my brother is handsome and good. A group of men and women on the live feed were at each other's throats very badly. After Zhao Xing interacted with the host, he signed and entered the hall as well. Shortly afterward, another vehicle arrived on the scene. The car door pushed open and a girl wearing a light pink long-sleeved dress with waist-length hair and a delicate face got out of the car. She had long eyelashes and a pair of peach blossom eyes that were purely beautiful, like a descending fairy, with a very ethereal air. The crowd erupted into a cheer from the boys. South of the sky, the moon is the most beautiful. Goddess, I love you. Lu Yuru waved at her fans with a smile on her face. The live broadcast room was instantly buzzing. Goddess Yuru is really too beautiful. I like her temperament so much. Like a fairy sister, breezy and out of the way, clear and beautiful. Look at the goddess's clothes, very conservative, totally different from those divas who hate to wear just a piece of cloth on their bodies. She falls and stands tall. There are good people in the north who are left behind. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, on the other side of the car, a boy got down. As soon as the boys came out, everyone in the scene froze. Between them he was dressed in a white suit with a blue shirt underneath, a pair of slim white pants on the bottom half, and a pair of white boots on his feet. That a white in the reveal a little bit of blue instead of the boys with a little more added a sense of spirit. Naturally, they weren't surprised at what the boys were wearing. Rather, the boys' looks. They had never seen boys with such perfect looks in their lives. It's just perfect to the point of impeccability. The boys' eyes are a pair of very large Rue Phoenix eyes, with sharp inner and outer corners of the eyes. The outer corners of the eyes are slightly raised, and the lower eyelids are curved, with a very strong sense of oriental beauty. The lining gives a bright and clear look. There was a sense of story in those eyes. The nose is high and straight with an inwardly directed nose with very nice and seagull lines. The jaw is full of power. His features have a sense of softness and oriental beauty. But the ancient phase is very hard. 2 and 2 fusion. But let his face just soft. Show or bad. Ing but not crazy. As early as the moment Ling Gu appeared on camera, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly became much quieter. There were only a few floating sporadically, because most people aren't shocked anymore. The cameraman in charge of the camera froze, directly resting the camera on Ling Ji's face for a long time. Half a minute passed before the pop-ups finally floated out of the livestream. Boy, is that still a human's proper face? The man's pop-up came out like a fire engine setting off a firecracker. The pop-ups crackled instantly. Dying. How can there be such handsome boys in this world? Oh my god. Is this face real? Come on. In a minute, I want all the information I can get on him. Is this a newcomer to the entertainment industry? In the live broadcast room, some people who knew Ling Gu immediately marveled. If it isn't Honta. Jundi actually came to the award ceremony at this moment. Is this going to cross the border? Fans of Lingo's books popped up. His fan base is spread far and wide, and a number of people have recognized him at the moment. Upstairs, have you forgotten that Jun De has written songs? His Smoke and Fireworks was analyzed by Lin Shi and Huang Zhan. Brothers, I've discovered a small detail. And I understand why Jun De appeared at the same time as Goddess Yuru. Jun Da's real name is Ling Gu, and the lyricist and composer of Lu Yuru's Legend is also Ling Gu. So, Legend is also capitalized by Jun. Oh my god. It's simply fine. Jun De is really too awesome. And after seeing Ling Gu, the girls in front of certain screens went completely crazy. God. So handsome. Why didn't I meet such a handsome man sooner? I declare that I'm not going to be Zhao Xing's fan anymore. I'm going to fan Ling Gu. And I'm going to die to death in this life. Hey, upstairs, remember you. Didn't you say before that you would love Xiaoxing forever? Why did you defect so quickly? It's none of your business. I can fan whoever I like. Through the pop-ups in the live broadcast, for a moment, many people who had taken a liking to Ling Ji's face value but didn't know about Ling Ji's biography instantly ran to the internet to search for him. Then the search came up with results that directly dazzled those girls. He wrote a book that was recognized as a god. His paintings were used as art teaching materials, and his songs were highly recommended by Lin Shi and Huang Zhan. The world turned out to be such a great place for people. Thinking compared to that, the Xiaoxing that they powdered who could only dance. His acting skills weren't too good, and his singing skills were average instantly seemed to have become a waste. One is the moon in the sky, while the other is just a firefly on the ground. How can a firefly compete with the moon? Many of the girls instantly felt how ridiculous and pale their previous words that had been praising Xiaoxing's efforts were. People, what they fear most is comparison. With the comparison, it instantly becomes clear that you were completely wrong about the person before. So a large number of Xiaoxing's fans dislodged their fans and turned to Lingu. And on the scene, after the silence, there was an instant clamor. Wow, so handsome. Ah, it's June Day. I've finally seen the living June Day. Even an unusually excited shout rang out directly from the scene. It was a gruff male voice. Honey, I love you. This was the cry of a male fan who had been captured by Ling Ji's face. Lingu didn't feel disgusted or anything like that. Instead, he laughed, he smiled, and those Rue foam eyes instantly looked somewhat like curved crescent moons. Super healing. Naughty, he teased as he looked over at the boy who had yelled. With this flirtation, he immediately detonated on the air. Wow 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 wow. It's so hard for me too. Not only do I have to compete with the female fans, but the male fans as well. Woo woo. Lingu signed Liu Ru's hand and walked down the red carpet towards the autograph table where the hosts were in front. The slightly stunned host, Zhang Cheng, snapped out of his daze. She had to have in her hand the handcard that had been prepared long ago, which had Ling Ji's identity information on it. She began to narrate. Walking towards us is our goddess Yu Ru, and the boy beside her is the great god Jun Linshi, who has recently triggered the netizen world. Goddess Yu Ru's legend was also created by him. This is super excellent boy even I'm mesmerized. I'm afraid I'll have to fall into its fans in the future. Zhang Cheng joked. At this time, Lingu and Lu Yuru walked up to the autograph stage. The media, on the other hand, went crazy and started taking pictures. Many people have been more curious about the songwriters and composers of legend before, but this person is very mysterious and never crosses the road. That's all anyone knows by name. Even people are afraid to associate the songwriter who wrote that great of a song with a junior on the internet. But at this moment, the identity is revealed. The lyricist and composer of legend is none other than the author of Tomb Raider, whose name is Lingu. When several identities and titles all fall on the same person, the man became an instant legend. Lingu and Lu Yuru stood on the autograph table. The host continued. Yuru, do you think you can win this time? Lu Yuru stared for a moment. I think I'll be able to. But, well, everyone is judged differently, so it's up to the jury to decide whether or not I'll win, or what award I'll get. Zhang Cheng smiled and nodded as she asked Lingu again. Mr. Ling, you're still considered a newcomer in the singing world. Do you think you can win? Lingu smiled a bright smile that almost mesmerized the host. This can win the award is the best. If not, that does not matter. This time in fact is to accompany Yuru to come. Can win the award in fact I do not care too much. Hearing Ling Ji's words, the host suddenly grasped the point of it. What Lingu means by this? He should be very familiar with Lu Yuru. May I ask Mr. Ling, do you know Yuru well? Lingu nodded. I'm neighbors with her. Live across the street from each other. So of course this is familiar. The host nodded. So it is. She couldn't be bothered to ask more questions. So the next star to walk the red carpet was already here. Then good luck to Mr. Ling and Yuru. Lingu and Lu Yuru both smiled and nodded before the two of them walked towards the venue together. Lingu disappeared into the camera. The netizens of the live broadcast wailed. Don't, Lingshan. I haven't seen enough. Why are you leaving? Lingu is known as Lingshan on the internet and June by his book lovers. The girls who were newly fanning Lingu had already looked up the information online. She is not a fan of the book, but a fan of the face. That's why they called Lingu the Lingod. That's right. You really can't get enough of such a face. Not enough to look at him for such a short time. I wish I could watch him all the time. Sisters, I'm off to search the video archaeology of the male gods. Yeah. I'm also using my cell phone to search for video archaeology of male gods. A group of people in the live room were talking. Lingu, on the other hand, was walking towards the venue with Lu Yuru at the moment. Lingu, on the other hand, was a bit curious about the so-called trophy. Tsukuru, have you ever won an award before? Lu Yuru thought about it then nodded. She has won awards before, but it was years ago. She had only been on the scene for a short time at that point, and then had gotten an award for Best New Artist, but it hasn't won an award since. Lingo was more curious about the material of the trophy, because in his previous life he had never even been inside such an award ceremony. After all, he used to be a flop singer. Who would invite him? Lu Yuru recalled. Apparently she didn't remember much either. Well, the trophy I used to get seems to be clear. I don't know if it's made of crystal or plastic. Lingo was a bit disinterested. Surprisingly, it's made of crystal or even plastic. That's too much of a deduction. Lu Yuru cried and laughed a little. What's the deduction? It's just an honor. It's not like the trophy has to be worth much. Lingu said. The gold medals won by other Olympic champions are at least made of gold. Lu Yuru froze. Very speechless ensued. Made of gold? How much would it cost if a trophy that big was made of gold? The organizers aren't stupid. Between jokes, the two had arrived at the studio hall. The award ceremony hasn't officially begun at this moment, but the singers as well as the songwriters are seated at this moment. Some people were talking to each other. Others were exchanging business cards. And Lingo and Lu Yuru were not positioned together. Lingo was invited as a songwriter this time, and the seats were with the other songwriters. For her part, Lu Yuru was seated with the singers. The organizers had already assigned everyone what seats they would sit in. The chairs are then labeled with the names of people. Lingo and Lu Yuru temporarily separated, each going forward to find their own location. Lingo came to the songwriters' seating area and soon saw the word Lingo written on one of the chairs, and on either side of his seat were two middle-aged men each. One of the men with glasses was single-eyed and somewhat dry and thin. The other a somewhat richer balding man with somewhat thicker lips. Ling walked straight over and sat down in his seat. Ha! There were two soft eeps in his ears. These two voices were coming from Ling Ji's left and right. It's the two middlemen. These two are none other than lyricists and songwriters Lin Shi and Huang Zhan. And at the moment some people in the lyric world had also noticed Lingu. This immediately made them feel amazed. This handsome boy should be a star. Why did he come to sit in their lyricists' area? Didn't you notice the names posted on each seat? Hey, do you guys recognize the young man sitting in the middle of Lin Shi and big brother Huang Zhan? There was a small mutter in the composing section. I don't know. I've never seen it before. The look of it. It must be some young little singer. The songwriting scene is a small one, so anyone with a little bit of notoriety will basically be known to someone. However, the young man sitting between Lin Shi and Huang Zhan was unfamiliar to all of them. I've never seen that before. Could it really be that some little singer wasn't paying attention and sat in the wrong seat? It's not out of the question. A lot of these youngsters nowadays who got their start on the talent show don't have much education or insight. It's not surprising that such jokes are made. The songwriting community is a bunch of creative people who basically don't care much about gossip and other news. So surprisingly, not a single person recognized Lingu at this moment. Plus, Lingu was so handsome. This is a fresh star any way you look at it. The thin middle-aged man with glasses beside Lingu looked at him curiously. Little brother, are you sitting in the wrong seat? This seat is Ling Ji's seat. When he first saw the name Lingu, he was curious as to why the organizers placed this person next to him and Huang Zhan. It was only later that I realized that the original name of the gentleman who wrote Smoke and Mirrors was called Lingu. However, Lin Shi took it for granted that the person who was able to write such poetic lyrics must be a great scholar who had been through a lot. No longer too young. At this moment, when they saw Ling Ji's handsome and young appearance, they also took Lingo as an idol-like singer who was sitting in the wrong place. After all those idol singers who debuted on the talent show nowadays, one by one, are not bad-looking. Huang Zhan was of the same opinion as Lin Shi at the moment. It felt like Lingo was sitting in the wrong seat. Little brother, this isn't the singers section. This side is the songwriters section. Are you sitting in the wrong one? Seeing both middle-aged men ask this, Lingo couldn't help but feel speechless. Is he that unlike a lyricist? And there were so many people behind him whispering about him, but he heard them. After obtaining the clan master martial arts skill before, his hearing was also far beyond that of an ordinary person. Linga shrugged helplessly. Both of you, isn't this Ling Ji's location me? Yes. Lin Shi said. Yeah, you also know that this is Ling Ji's location. Are you sure you? Lindsay suddenly froze when she said this. This little brother wasn't wrong when he said that this was Ling Ji's location. Then wouldn't that mean that this little brother is Lingu? It's King's Landing, the guy who wrote classic Xiagua foam songs like Smoke and Mirrors? Lin Shi and Huang Zhan were both shocked. That powerhouse lyricist that he and his two thought was at a level even comparable to theirs was such a young man? This scene simply overturned both of their inherent perceptions. It's amazing that a song that cultured and poetic was made by such a young man. How can someone so young have that kind of depth of culture? You're King's Landing? Linga nodded. Right. That's me. You are? After determining Ling Ji's identity, Lin Shi was instantly much more pleasant. He was very appreciative of Ling Ji's talent. Just the song Smokey and the Bandit will be able to compete with them. Lindsay smiled, then held her eyes above the bridge of her nose. My name is Lin Shi. Maybe old brother has heard of me. The one on your left is called Huangzhan. Ling Gu froze. Even if he hadn't paid much attention to the songwriting world, he had heard of their names. These two are lyrical powerhouses. It's a veritable summer lyrical bearer of the ceiling. The two have composed countless popular classic songs for many divas and have created enduring soundtracks for many TV series. So it's these two big guys. Ling Gu immediately revealed a very humble expression. So it's the two of you. I've been admiring you for a long time. I've finally met you today. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Huangzhan heart ton Ling Gu this words but 100 do not believe. What long time? If they were really long-time admirers, how could they not even recognize the two of them when they saw them? However, this kid was quite polite, so he did think that Ling Gu was a good young man. The three of them talked to each other for a while, and then they began to refer to each other as old brothers and sisters. The rest of the songwriters saw that Ling Gu was actually able to call himself a brother with Lin Shi and bigwigs like Huangzhan, and all of a sudden, their eyes went straight. Those eyes are full of envy and jealousy. In this circle, if they could get on good terms with Lin Shi as well as bigwigs like Huangzhan, then the benefits to them would naturally be self-evident. However, many songwriters have already made overtures to Lin Shi and Huangzhan, but the people just nodded slightly and stopped caring about them. But now, it was such a bullseye that the two bigwigs all of a sudden looked at this young man so differently. Some songwriters are instantly unbalanced in their minds. What is it about that little kid that makes him worthy of another look from two songwriting gurus? Just because you're handsome? Some people are outraged. However, some sensible lyricists explained, that guy, a song called Smokeflower is Easy to Cold has attracted the appreciation of Lin Shi and Huangzhan, and he is also the lyricist of Legend. I think you guys should know how hot Legend is. What do you think people are based on? Hearing someone say that, it dawned on these songwriters. People are favored by the two bigwigs, and that's because they are powerful in their own right. At such a young age, he has already reached such a level, and has written several good songs. So in time his achievements will not be lower than those of Lin Shi and Huangzhan, right? Such a person was indeed worthy of the two bigwigs. Lin Shi and Huangzhan, looking at him differently, that balanced them out. Some of them have written songs for half their lives without writing a single classic, but Ling Gu had already written 2 songs in a month. That's just genius. So some of the unbalanced songwriters were somewhat relieved in their hearts, and some are even more jealous. For example, lyricists from certain companies that had secretly attacked Ling Gu online before were present. Seeing Ling Gu talking and laughing with the two lyricists at the moment, they were simply flying with jealousy. But there was nothing to be done about it. Older brother, I think you should be able to win at least one award for Best Lyricist or Best Composer this time. And if not, a Best Newcomer Songwriter award. Lindsay said smilingly. Huangzhan expressed his deep concern about this. Ling Gu was able to win an award anyways. It was impossible to make an empty trip. Yeah, old man, the lyrics to your song Smokey and the Bandit are simply brilliant. I love it. In the face of the two bigwigs' lavish praise, Ling Gu only humbly concurred. Today's award is not the most prestigious in the summer music scene. Therefore Ling Ji's mind was at peace. Who cares if he wins an award? It didn't matter if he himself won the award or not. It was best if Lu Yuru could win. Of course, it would be great to win an award, because if you win an award, well at least the resume is a few points prettier. In the future, someone else might come and ask him for a song or something like that. There was an entire library of songs from his previous life in the system. Selling certain songs that are of average quality that don't fit his vocals. That's pretty good too. At least it's a way to make money, isn't it? And over in the singers area, Lu Yuru was also sitting in the middle of a group of male and female singers at the moment. Coincidentally, this Li Qi's position was actually only one position away from her. At this moment, many male singers came up to greet Lu Yuru. Want to make a good impression on this light-faced goddess. After all, Lu Yuru's face value was considered to be at the ceiling level in the real entertainment industry. So it's inevitable that many male singers have something in mind. After all, it doesn't hurt to try. What if it works? Wouldn't that be one more fairy-like girlfriend? Yuru, I think you are very hopeful of winning the award this time. After all, your legend is so hot. A male singer whose seat was to the left of Lu Yuru said beside Lu Yuru. Thanks. Lu Yuru's attitude had been light. It's rather alienating. The male singer couldn't find much to talk about at once, so he had the good sense not to strike up a conversation. On the other hand, Li Qi, who was a seat away from Lu Yuru, was instead chatting away with a group of male singers. Many top-tier male singers are well acquainted with her, talking and laughing with each other. Obviously, They naturally preferred chatting with a woman like Li Qi compared to the rejecting Lu Yuru. To this Lu Yuru didn't care. Not long after, Li Qi, who had finished chatting with the male singer, took the initiative to change places with a male singer next to her. She sat down next to Lu Yaya. Lu Yuru's pair of beautiful eyes instantly turned cold for a few moments. She didn't say anything, but then Licky leaned in close to her ear. Yuru, we've all been nominated for Best Female Vocalist. Who do you think will end up getting the Best Female Vocalist award this time? Lu Yuru smiled lightly, but her eyes were still very cold. That I don't know now. Won't I find out later? Why rush now? Li Qi smiled sweetly, but her eyes were filled with disgust. This Lu Yuru, still so pretentious. I'm afraid I'm looking forward to winning the award, but I'm trying to act like I don't want it. It really disgusted her. She must strike a good blow against Lu Yuru. My good sister, after the Spring Festival, I will release my 5th album. The title song in this album was customized for me by Mr. Lin Shi, who was invited to create it for me, just for the sake of striking the position of diva by then. When sister becomes a heavenly empress, she will definitely give you a good lift. As if she was seeing a bright future in which she would ruthlessly trample Lu Yuru under her feet, Li Qi couldn't help but lose her voice in laughter. Really looking forward to that day. Diva? Lu Yuru wasn't irritated by Li Qi's words. Instead, he remained calm. Since the release of Legend Exploded, she has participated non-stop in more than 20 variety shows. Busy on his feet every day, he has finally regained the popularity he lost in the past. Once again, she is a top-tier female singer. What's all this for? It was all about stealing the diva spot from Li Qi. Since at one time, Li Qi stole everything from her and made her endorsement fame all go down. Then, she's going to take away what Li Qi values most with this return. Since Li Qi wanted the position of diva so badly, then I'm sorry, she wanted this position too. Besides, this time, she was no longer fighting alone. She had to have Zhang Qin behind her. And even more so, Ling Gu. So this time she was full of fight. The corners of his good-looking lips quirked up slightly. Lu Yuru came close to Li Qi's ear. Those who don't know Sia thought that the two had already put aside their old grudges and made up. Sisterly love. Lu Yuru said in a voice that only she and Li Qi could hear. Really? I'm sorry. The position of diva. I actually wanted to. What? Licky's eyes widened. Lu Yuru actually wanted to storm the diva position as well. How is this possible? Who is she? Suddenly Li Qi thought of Lingu. Could it be that Lingu was going to write another song for this bitch Lu Yuru? Why did this Lingu help Lu Yuru so much? These two must be having an affair. Lu Yuru must be that Ling Ji's concubine. There had to be a skin deal between the two. As long as that was the only way to explain why Lingu had helped Lu Yuru so much out of his heart. If Lingu knew about it, he would have snorted in injustice. If it was now he would definitely help Lu Yuru. But when the task of building Lu Yuru into a diva was released by the system, Lingu wasn't very familiar with Lu Yuru alright. He was only forced to do so by the system. After all, it's still the main system task that can't be left unfinished. Li Qi, who only thought she had guessed correctly, was so angry at this moment that fire was about to spurt out of her eyes. One hand was clenched in death, the red direct almost about to stab into the flesh. You're going to rob me? Licky was a little incredulous. Lu Yuru actually tried to snipe her, trying to be a stumbling block to trip her up on her way to diva. Even tried to steal the diva position from her. Don't even think about it. Lu Yuru, on the other hand, was enjoying seeing Li Qi so furious. It was also like the look on her face when she was stabbed in the back by Li Qi. Angry, incredulous, exasperated. She had to be in a good mood. That's right, my new album will also be released after the Spring Festival. By then, it'll be up to each of us to decide which one of us can storm that spot. Li Qi was straight up pissed off and laughed. Could it be that Lu Yuru was thinking that Ling Ji's ability to create energy could be comparable to everyone in Lin Shi? How is this possible? Although Ling Gu is very strong, but Lin Shi that is the ceiling figure in the lyric world. It is the creation of several divas in divas. Even if Ling Gu had some ability, it was still a far cry from everyone in Lin Shi. Li Qi's heart stabilized slightly at the thought. It was impossible for Ling Gu to be compared to Lin Shi. She had to have the title track of this album, but she had asked Lin Shi to write it a long time ago, and Lindsay has been working on it for a year now. This is to get to the point of excellence. Just as soon as this song was created and released, she flew straight to the top. Be the phoenix that catches the eye. Poof. Li Qi snorted coldly. Do you think that concubine of yours can be compared to everyone in Lin Shi? Sister advises you to stop dreaming. Lu Yuru actually didn't know why, though by general thinking, Ling Gu really couldn't win against Lin Shi in any way. But, for some reason, Lu Yuru was thinking that Ling Gu could. She believed him. If it was Ling Gu, then it would definitely be able to accomplish a miracle like that. Outside, people were still coming in, and they found their seats where they belonged. Naturally, those who can come here are singers and songwriters who have been nominated. The ones that didn't manage to get nominated will at most have so many invited over as award presenters to give the winners their trophies. With all the guests already in, then a little while later, it's time for the award ceremony. The lights on the stage suddenly went black, and then a very atmospheric pure music tune was played live. It was a tune from a martial arts drama composed by Huang Zhan, and it was being used in the opening ceremony of the award ceremony at the moment. The grand and good music played for several minutes. The stage was then lit up with various spotlights shooting out rays of light, and the stage was instantly lit up like day. A gaping hole suddenly opened in the center of the stage. Then the male host in a black suit and the female host in a sky blue floor-length gown slowly rose up from the gaping hole. Ling Gu nodded secretly as he watched. This stage, something. This kind of elevated stage is much more costly than those ordinary stages. This speaks volumes about the wealth of South Lake TV. Even an entrance stage is so gorgeous and techy. Crap. It can be. South Lake TV deserves to be the richest TV station of all. Even a stage is so technologically advanced. That's of course. South Lake TV is the #1 TV station in the entire summer country in terms of ratings. Every year, it receives a lot of advertisements, and the advertisement fees are still expensive. South Lake TV is simply a tycoon TV. You guys look at the lighting on the stage. It's absolutely impossible to take it down without millions of dollars. The whole thing is so grand for just a stage. It's a riot. The live bloggers were marveling at the gorgeous stage of South Lake TV. The two hosts on stage are the first brother and sister of South Lake TV. The male host is called Wang Xiaohan and the female host is called Li Xiangxiang. Whenever South Lake TV had any major party programs, these two would pick the big ones. They're kind of the face of South Lake TV. Huang Zhan, who was beside Ling Gu, patted Ling Ji's shoulder. Old man, do you think the song that just came out was good? Huang Zhan was somewhat looking forward to seeing the adoration and shock in Ling Ji's eyes. He enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped, especially, worshipped by his more valued postulants. Ling Gu froze slightly, then carefully recalled the tune just before the host came out. Just now he was shocked at the wealth and power of South Lake TV, so he didn't pay much attention to listening at all. But after recalling it, the melody that had just come to mind, his memory was very good now, and he could recall the melody he had just heard in a way even if he hadn't listened to it carefully. He nodded. Well, the melody is still good. With a bold, spirited sense of chivalry, Huang Ji nodded. Obviously he was very satisfied with this answer from Ling Gu. There was also a picture of complacency on his face. Lin Shi, who was on the side, held up the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose and smiled. Older brother. This tune was written by Brother Huang. It used to be pure music for a martial arts drama. You can see how proud he is. Ling Gu smiled slightly. So that's how it was. No wonder Huang Ji asked him. It's a good thing he didn't just say something about the tune being average or something like that. Complimentedly, he gave a thumbs up towards Huang Zhan. Elder brother Huang is bullish. This compliment from Ling Gu caused Huang Ji's already happy smile to suddenly become even brighter. It was almost as if the smile was turning into a flower. The host on the stage began to speak the opening lines at this moment. Dear friends and viewers in front of the TV, I'm glad you've come to the 11th annual South Lake Music Festival. The stars on stage at the moment applauded cooperatively. Then the applause stopped. The two hosts started gagging and began naming the more famous singers on stage. Gee, I saw so many great people there today. Lin Ji, little heavenly king. Look, so many people are calling you heavenly king. When are you going to sit on that title? When the host said this, many of the singers laughed. A smile appeared on Lin Chi's face as well. Heavenly king. He wants to be a heavenly king too. Yet it was always some distance away from that position. The host read off a few more famous singers. The male and female hosts then went on to say hilarious dialogues that drew laughter from the audience on the set as well as in front of the screen. Ha ha, Han's segments are still humorous. Yeah, if Han doesn't work as a host someday, he can still go to Yunxi to talk about comedy. Ha ha, but yes, Han is not only humorous, but also very emotional. End of previous gag session. Then it was officially time for the award ceremony. The awards have officially begun. For the 11th South Lake Music D Award ceremony, the winner of the Best New Male Vocalist is Su Xiaosong. Let's give a round of applause. As the host announced the end, a male singer in a black suit with slightly curly hair stood up. He gave a deep hug to his best friend Xuesign beside him before walking onto the stage to receive his award. The person in charge of giving him the award was an old singer. Ling Gu was suddenly a little envious. He's got a lot of titles now though, even across the board. But what he wants most is to be on top of the music scene, because it was a regret from his previous life. I wonder when he will be able to go on stage as a singer to receive an award. However, Ling Gu believed that that day wouldn't be long in coming. After all, with such a cheat as the system in place, If he still couldn't stand at the top, then it would be too much of a fee. There's no rush. All in all, it had only been a month or two since he had come to this world. The awards continued. None of the awards enacted earlier, though, were obviously particularly big. After each celebrity receives their award, they say the same old thing about thanking their parents, thanking the company and so on. This made Ling-gu really a bit bored of listening. He turned his head, searching the singers area for the head of Yunuki-ru. After all, everyone was seated and only a black mass of heads could be seen. Ling Ji's eyesight was also very good, much better than an ordinary person. Ling Ji's eyes searched through a sea of blackened heads. It didn't take long to find that pretty face. Lu Yuru's position was in the very front rows, so Ling-gu quickly found it. At the moment, Lu Yuru was instead watching the singers on the stage receiving their awards very attentively. The light hit the smooth side of her face, and she could even see the long, ink-feathered eyelashes, which looked especially beautiful. Ling-gu sighed slightly. Lu Yuru was worthy of being second only to him in terms of face value. A sideways face is also that perfect. It looks small, yet sophisticated. Lu Yuru, who was originally concentrating on the stage, suddenly sensed something before turning back to look at Ling-gu. She then saw Ling-gu sizing her up. This guy. What's the point of watching her at an awards show? So far away. And it's not like the two haven't seen each other in a long time. Lu Yuru winked at Ling-gu, looking unusually playful at this moment. Instead, her one move was just captured by the camera moving above her, clearly rendered in the viewer's screen. I'm going crazy. The always cool goddess actually has such a side. Yeah, the goddess winking is so cute too. Love it, love it. I can't even hold it as a girl. Goddess Yuru is really too beautiful. That said, who is she winking at? Right. Who on earth could cause the expression of Goddess Moonru's little daughter? Guys, I suddenly have a guess. The goddess isn't winking at Ling-gu, is she? Yeah, the goddess walked the red carpet with Ling Shen, and they seem to have a good relationship. The goddess said earlier that they were neighbors. I wonder if it's true. Lu Yuru still didn't know that her blinking action had triggered a huge earthquake in the live broadcast room at the moment. All the netizens have been guessing who she was winking at. This scene was also seen by Li Qi, who was beside him. Li Qi directly in her heart, bah, cursing slut. Ling-gu was also stunned when he saw this blinking action of Lu Yuru. With that, he laughed outright. His eyebrows were smiling and he was obviously in a very good mood. Ling Ji's smile was also well and truly caught by the moving camera at the moment. At once, the pop-ups in the live stream exploded once again. Crap, Jun-da looks really handsome. When he smiles, it's almost as if the whole world has been healed. That's right, I have depression. But just now when I saw Ling Shen smile, it felt like my depression was directly cured. My legs don't hurt anymore. My waist isn't sore anymore. And I have no problem climbing up to the 80th floor in one breath. Jun-da's handsome is too foul. I can't resist even as a male. That smile just now was like Cupid's arrow that hit my heart. It's over. It's over. I feel like I'm bending as a big man. Don't. You male fans go away. Ling Shen is for us female fans. The live stream was swept straight to the screen, and someone had directly made a short video of that smile Ling-gu had just made, as well as the image of Lu Yuru blinking. It's paired with Legends, which has recently exploded in popularity with Ryu Tsukuru. It exploded directly above the short video. The likes on this video are going up at a crazy rate, at an unbelievable rate. Countless female fans were enamored by Ling Ji's smile. Apparently, though, these two parties don't know what's going on the internet. The hosts on stage continued to announce the awards. This next award is a very heavyweight award. That is the award for the most popular female singer of the day. You know, this award is the highest recognition for a female singer. It represents who the most fan-favorite female singer of the year is. Next we have the director of South Lake TV to announce the winner of this year's most popular female singer and present her with the award. The singers on stage were applauding even more at the moment. After all, the person in charge of awarding the prizes was the director of South Lake TV. That's a big one. He is able to directly decide who gets to be on South Lake TV. South Lake TV, as the highest-rated TV station in the whole of Xia, the benefits of the stars are naturally self-evident if they go on South Lake TV's program. The director of South Lake TV was a middle-aged man with slightly gray hair. He took his handcard and announced, "Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd, I've never forgotten your face since then." The winner of the 11th South Lake Music Awards ceremony, the most popular female singer, is Miss Lu Yuru. Let's applaud and congratulate. Lu Yuru also revealed an incredulous expression. Although she had fought with Li Qi before, she didn't expect this award too much. She thought it would be nice to get one of the other awards. Ling-gu flashed an encouraging gaze at Lu Yuru, while on the side, Li Qi's hands were clenched. The palms of her hands were poking through the skin with her own nails, a mouthful of silver teeth clenched. Why Why is the most popular female singer Ryu Tsukuru? Even though this award ceremony didn't contain much gold, she was still a little unable to accept that she had been stepped on by Lu Yuru. The live feeds were outright raucous. Lu Yuru's fans were exceptionally happy. Ha ha, I knew the most popular female singer was Yuru. She's just too popular this year. Yeah, the goddess's song is a direct fire in the streets. Did you guys just see Li Qi's expression? It looks like she had to contort her face. Ha ha, I saw that too. It was hilarious. Scene. Many of the singers and songwriters in the audience applauded. For Lu Yuru, they were heartfelt on admiration. He was hidden by CanStar Entertainment for several years, but he still returned again. She has to exude a spirit of self-improvement and defiance. In the eyes of all, Lu Yuru, who had black waist-length soft straight hair, stood up, looking beautiful in a long-sleeved pink dress, beautifully unearthly. She took a step, that hair fluttering gently. It's almost like the first love of any man's heart. For a while, so many people looked dumbfounded. Lu Yuru walked onto the stage. Standing at the very center of the stage, the director of South Lake TV held a transparent trophy in the shape of a small person in his hand and handed it to Lu Yuru. Lu Yuru bowed slightly, then took the trophy. The host laughed. Yuru, having gotten the favorite female vocalist award, what do you have to say in your acceptance speech? In front of the screen, many fans watched in silence. They also wanted to know what the goddess would say. After all, it was so hard for the goddess to take one step at a time. All of the recent variety shows have recorded more than 24. For over a month, there was hardly a break. She was trying so hard. The effort is so beautiful. The applause died down. Lu Yuru looked to the bottom of the stage. Looking over at the many singers, she saw Licha's rather grim face. He also saw Ling Ji's smiling appearance. Linga saw that Lu Yuru on the stage was being watched by millions of people, especially with the stage's gorgeous lights hitting her delicate little face. She was instantly like the brightest star in the night sky. That's how Ryu Yuki should shine on stage. Linga suddenly had some expectations for Lu Yuru to stand on a bigger stage. It would be best if he himself could stand right next to Lu Yuru. Maybe it was because it was the first time she won such a big award, so Lu Yuru was still a bit nervous. The mood at the moment was also a bit emotional, and for a while I didn't know what to say. There appeared to be a few moments of nervousness in those good-looking eyes. Linga was able to tell. At this moment, Lu Yuru's gaze on the stage locked with Ling Ji's. Seeing Ling Ji's ancient and calm eyes, her slightly nervous mood instantly calmed down. Ling Ji's body seemed to have a kind of magic power of the years. The heart is stabilized and peaceful. Lingu opened his mouth at Lu Yuru on the stage. Go for it is said silently with a mouthful of words. Lu Yuru read Ling Ji's mouth. That was Lingu giving her encouragement to cheer up. The heart, suddenly, settled. Lu Yuru stood in front of the standing microphone with the trophy. To be able to stand on the stage from new. First of all I want to thank my fans who have been supporting me, and then I want to thank my manager, Sister Chin. I would also like to thank my neighbor Mr. Lingu for composing Legend for me. Thank you all. You gave me strength. Finally, I would like to thank South Lake TV Music Festival for awarding me this honor. Thank you. After Lu Yuru finished speaking, she bowed deeply towards the stage. The crowd felt a little confused for a moment. What's with the two sentences in the acceptance speech? Which of those singers didn't talk for several minutes during their acceptance speeches? You're done with just a few crackling sentences? The fans on the live feeds were straight up happy. Ha ha, the goddess is too cute. Finished her acceptance speech in 3 words. That's right, it's too fast. When you look at the last singer who won an award, they were talking for 5 or 6 minutes. It's so succinct. The goddess has thanked everyone she wanted to thank in those few words. Lu Yuru wanted to get ready to get off the stage after she finished speaking, but the hosts obviously wouldn't let her off the stage so quickly. After all, the session, at least as envisioned, had to be several minutes long. After all, this is such a big award at this ceremony. Yuru, please still stay. The host called Lu Yuru, who had just sidestepped and was ready to get off the stage, to a halt. Wang Xiaohan and hostess Li Xiangxiang approached Lu Yuru. Wang Xiaohan holds the microphone in her hand and then looks for a topic of conversation. We all know this year, Yuru sang Legend that was very hot, but this is only one single. What Yuru released is a total of 2 singles, 1 Legend and 1 Granny Says. I would like to ask Moonru if she has any plans for next year? Li Xiangxiang also picked up. Right, Yuru. Next year, if you will continue to release new singles, or is there any plan to release a new album or something like that? Lu Yuru smiled. I'm very grateful to brother Han and sister Xiang for their concern, and for next year, I do have plans. After the Spring Festival, I will release my brand new solo album. As soon as Lu Yuru's words came out, instantly her fans in the live broadcast room had exploded. Is the goddess finally releasing a new album? That's great too. Yeah, Can't get enough of Goddess. The Goddess has only released 2 singles this year, which is too few to listen to in a few minutes. Looking forward to the Goddess entire album. Hey, when the Goddess album is released, I'll be lining up overnight to buy it. The fans on the air were talking. Wang Xiaohan and Li Shangshan, on the other hand, were stunned. They didn't expect Lu Yuru to release a new album after Chinese New Year as well. It is important to know that Li Qi has been building up the momentum for her upcoming new album, which will be released after the Chinese New Year, for a long time. I didn't realize that Lu Yuru was also preparing to release a new album in that time frame, after associating that delicate relationship between Lu Yuru and Li Qi. At once, many people's minds were made up. I'm afraid this is going to be a Lu Yuru versus Li Qi sniping match. After all, Li Qi's release of a new album could be a run for the diva position. But Lu Yuru is actually going to release her new album in that time frame as well. Could it be that Lu Yuru also wanted to attack that position? The Ryu Tsukuro has made a strong comeback and is very popular nowadays, but compared to Li Qi still lacks some seniority. Li Qi has released a lot of great songs over the years and has accumulated plenty of popularity and credentials. Plus, Li Qi has joined forces with Lin Shi to customize her song this time, which is a direct run for that position. It's a little hard for Lu Yuru to succeed. After all, the position of diva is not that simple as just relying on popularity. Popularity is only one side of the coin. The album has also sold at least over 20 million copies, reaching the level of a diamond record. It also has to contain at least a couple of songs that can be certified as Gold Songs of the Year by Xia's most official Xiao Wind and Cloud Chart. Wang Xiaohan and Christina Lee are both very professional hosts. It was a quick response after just a slight freeze. I wonder which master will be collaborating with Moonru's new album. Many people are also very curious. After all, if you want to release a new album, there should be at least 10 songs on it. With a new album like this ready to give Li Qi a shout out, I wonder who Willow Moonru will be working with to create it. Lu Yuru was instead very honest. The songs on the new album will also all be written for me by Mr. Ling. The two hosts froze along with the people on the set. All created by Mr. Ling? That's 10 songs, and when the time comes, even if Lu Yuru is going to include the 2 songs she's already released now, she's still going to need 8 brand new songs. That's 8 songs. All created by Ling Gu alone? Does Ling Gu have such awesome creative abilities? One guy straight up covering an entire album? But naturally the 2 men said nothing to question it. Instead, it was a very warm blessing. Then I wish Tsukuru's new album in the coming year will be a big seller. Everyone please applaud and send off Ms. Tsukuru. The stage applauded. Many people have marveled. I didn't realize that Lu Yuru would be releasing a new album so soon. And all the songs on the new album were also engineered by Ling Gu. It really makes them envious. You know, it's usually very rare for singers like them to buy a song from a famous songwriter. But I didn't realize that Lu Yuru's entire album was composed by Ling Gu. What kind of creative talent does it take? 102nd Ling Gu Award. Even Lin Shi and Huang Zhan couldn't guarantee that they could have that much inspiration, right? Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Yuru walked off the stage. As soon as she sat down, Li Qi beside her scoffed outright. She felt that a whole album, all by herself was not a good thing. Because there are so many songs on an album that would have been written by the same person, then the quality of each song is bound to slip. In that case, what would Lu Yuru fight her with? Yuru I didn't expect that Ling Gu to actually help you so much. The relationship between you two shouldn't be simple, right? Li Qi faced a few moments of mockery. If this was really a general neighborly relationship, then would Ling Gu do so much to help Lu Yuru? This is clearly impossible. Therefore, Li Qi guessed that Lu Yuru had more than likely sacrificed herself long ago in order to obtain Ling Ji's help. Obviously, she's also a prodigal hoof, but she spends all day acting like she's ice cold. It's just disgusting. Lu Yueru then said, "Does your family live by the river?" She said this because she often mixed with Ling Ji's book review section and saw it. Those book lovers in the book reviews were all talented. Speaks well again. But she said this. Leech froze outright. She lives by the river? What's that supposed to mean? What are you talking about? Lu Yuru lightly skimmed Li Qi. It's such a wide pipe because you live by the river. Li Qi was suddenly furious. A pair of good-looking beautiful eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. When did this Lu Yuru become so good at being clever? One must know that the previous Lu Yuru could not have said these words at all. At the moment, the live broadcast was buzzing again. Crouching Nay, I am uneducated. A sentence of crouching goes all over the world. June Day is also too awesome. That's right. One person actually bagged all the songs of Goddess Yuru's new album. Sows aren't even that productive. June Day is going super god here. While preparing an album for Goddess Yuru, he's also writing songs for King Lucian. That's a total of several dozen songs to write. It's too prolific. Horrible as it is. I just don't know if Honta can still maintain the quality of the songs with such high production. Yeah, dozens of songs. It's horrible. handsome and so talented. This instantly makes me feel like those men around me are losers. Oh my god. How am I going to get a date in the future? That's right. They always say you can't meet anyone too amazing when you're young or you'll have regrets for the rest of your life. He was bright enough to light me up for years and years to come. But she didn't end up staying by my side to be my lighthouse, so much so that no matter how much light appeared around me, I was told to compare it to him. And then there was an unspeakable loss. There was a lot of chatter on the air. There were people who were shocked at Ling Ji's so-like high production. There were female fans who were shockingly infatuated with Ling Ji's talent. The awards ceremony continues. Now that the favorite female singer has been revealed, the next one is the favorite male singer. Shortlisted for 2022. The most popular male singers are. Please see the big screen. The award was still presented by the director of South Lake TV. After all, favorite female vocalist is on the same level as favorite male vocalist, because it's best if the leader of the award is also the same person so that it doesn't fall through the cracks. The director of South Lake TV looked at the handcard in his hand and read. He led a school storm with his song 17 Years Old Rainy Season. He is the idol of thousands of girls, the winner of the most popular male singer in 2022. He is the little Asian whirlwind, Lin Shi. Lin Shi stood up and then the singers around him greeted him. He responded with a smile one by one. He then stepped on stage to receive his award. After saying a bunch of thank yous on stage, he got off the stage. Lingo looked a little disinterested, feeling a little bored with this award, because an award is really just an award. What about all the singers on the floor, and not knowing to utilize them by having the winning singers perform a song from their winning repertoire? The award ceremony was well organized. The host continues to read from the stage. Next up to be announced, the Best Songwriting Award for 2022. The host still followed the process of calling in the honorees. This time, the guest of honor was the previous president of the Lyric Society. Before Lin Shi and Huang Zhan, it was the president of the Songwriters Association who led an era. The old man was now 80 years old, but still in good spirits. Lu Yuru slightly clenched her palms. She was more nervous at the moment than she had been earlier when she went on stage to receive her award, because she knew that it was this award that Lingu had been nominated for. I just don't know if Lingu will end up winning the award. Her heart was more eager at the moment than she wished she herself had won the prize. She, hopefully, wanted Lingu to win the award. The heartbeat was gradually starting to speed up at the moment. On this side of the lyric area, Lingu was sitting upright, a look of utter disinterest. That shogun is a plastic one anyway, and there's no point in getting it. It's not worth it. And this award show is only average in terms of gold. If he could win the award, he would. And if he couldn't, then he wouldn't be in a mood to lose anything. Older brother, do you think you'll be able to get this award? Lin Shi beside him couldn't help but be a little curious when he saw Lingu looking so bland. Why is Lingu so blasé? Is it a chestnut or something? When Lingu heard Lin Shi's question, he naturally couldn't say what he was really thinking inside. Gain or lose as you wish. No desire is too great, he said casually. However, Ling Ji's words directly caused Lin Shi's heart to tremble. Gain or lose as you wish. No desire is too great. What kind of light-heartedness must this be? Even he couldn't reach such a state of mind. Could he? Lin Shi's heart at the moment was even more high on Lingu. This son will never be a pool animal in the future. The achievement was only higher than him and Huang Ji combined. Huang Zhan was also shaken inside. I didn't realize that Ling Ji's state of mind had already reached this level at such a young age. Perhaps, in the Chinese music industry, there will be a super lyricist in the future. On stage, the former president of the Lyric Society opened his mouth to read the winners. I announced that the songwriter who has won the Best Songwriting Award for 2022 is the author of Smoke and Mirrors, Ling Gu. A round of applause broke out. In the live broadcast room, Ling Ji's fans were unusually excited at the moment. I didn't realize that it was actually June De who won the award. Yeah, June De is simply too awesome to write a random song and be able to win an award. It's so talented. It's absolutely perfect. Lingu stood up from his seat. At this moment, those who were still a bit unclear about Ling Ji's identity in the lyrics and music area before finally realized why Lingu was able to sit next to Lin Shi and Huang Zhan. He's also a lyricist. Okay. And on top of that, a fucking crossover. This is outrageous. The group of lyricists in the lyric area were speechless. They haven't won an award like that in all the years they've been writing songs in this business. It turned out that Lingu, such a writer of novels, was able to create a favorite female singer with a random song called Legend, and was able to win the Best Songwriting Award with a random song called Smoke and Mirrors. Same people. Why do they seem like such losers? Many of the songwriters have been unfair, cursing the heavens in their hearts. However, no matter how unfair it was in his heart, the fact that Lingu had won the award was always a fact. That can't be changed. There's always that kind of dazzling genius in this world. Lingu stood up. He smiled and greeted Lin Shi as well as Huang Zhan beside him before heading towards the stage. At this moment, all the singers as well as songwriters looked at him, looking at this talented man who was previously notorious, but now stunned the entire music scene. He was tall and stood up as if he were a sesame tree, his body straight. He was wearing a plain white suit with a blue shirt underneath. It looks like a nobleman's son. Most of all, he's just so handsome. I'm afraid everyone would subconsciously think he was some popular male celebrity if they didn't say he was a songwriter. Such a person, if he entered the entertainment industry, I am afraid that he would bring an unimaginable storm to the entertainment industry. Ling Ji's pace was steady and his walk was very dashing. When Liu Ru saw Ling Gu take a step onto the stage, a smile finally appeared on her face, which had been so cool all along. Being able to see Ling Gu win an award made her even happier than if she had won herself. Ling Gu came to the center of the stage, and then the previous president of the Lyric Association came to present him with the trophy. The president of the Lyricist Association took the transparent little man trophy and handed it to Ling Gu. Ling Gu took the trophy in both hands and held it in his hands, bowing slightly towards the former Lyric Association president in a modest and courteous manner. Young man, I've heard the song you wrote, it's very good. I like it a lot. Keep up the good work. The president of the Lyric Society encouraged. When he first heard that song Smokey a few days ago, he was wowed. The lyrics in it are just beautiful. Ling Gu bowed slightly, maintaining this attitude of respect for his elder seniors. Okay, thank you president. I'll keep up the good work of creating better songs. The lyricist president nodded. I'm looking forward to it. After presenting the awards, the lyricist president left the stage. Host Wang Xiaohan smiled and said, June De, I'm also a fan of yours. Oh, Tomb Raider's notes is just too good. My favorite thing to do every night after I get off is to go and finish reading the updates of Tomb Raider's notes. Ling Gu nodded. Thank you for liking it. Wang Xiaohan continued to interview Ling Gu. I'm sure many of the viewers of the live broadcast are wondering why you, June De, would suddenly cross over from the world of fiction to the world of lyrics. Ling Gu smiled faintly, the corners of her pretty lips rising slightly. Actually, I don't think that qualifies me as a crossover. The host was at a loss. The audience at the scene and even in the live stream was puzzled. You've come straight from the world of fiction to the world of songwriting, and that's not even a crossover. Only Ling Gu explained. Recreation is not separate. Wang Xiaohan froze, then laughed. That's true what you said, June De. Then next, please ask June De to say his acceptance speech. South Lake TV was obviously giving Ling Gu face. Keeping Ling Gu in front of the camera has not been short-lived. Ling Gu held the trophy in both hands and looked to the stage and spoke very seriously. In fact, to be able to win this award, there is one person I need to thank the most is Zhuo Fan. What? When Ling Gu said this, all the singers and songwriters at the scene were baffled. Even all the aquanauts in the live stream froze. Totally all a picture of uncertainty. Some people are starting to post pop-ups. What's going on with June De? Could it be that he's so happy to have won the award that he's confused? Why are you thanking Dravan? Isn't Dravan a professional dabbler? Yeah, Zhuo Fan has blasted June De several times on the internet before, saying that June De's songs are trash. Saying that June De's crossover doesn't work at all. Yeah, and ended up tragically getting slapped in the face by Juan De. What a discredited guy who didn't do what he said he'd do when he said he'd be naked, and then didn't do it. I'm so curious, why would June De say he wants to thank Zhuo Fan? There was a lot of talk on the air, and Zhuo Fan, as a character who mixes in the lyrical world, is also paying attention to the award ceremony at the moment. He didn't expect that this June Lin, whom he had been shelling, would actually look so handsome. How the world is so unfair. Why is it that someone so handsome can still be so talented? God is not fair. But didn't this man have a grudge against him? So why did he say thank you? What the hell is going on here? Dravan watched quietly. He wanted to see what this Ling Gu was up to. The host was also very puzzled and asked, as I recall, Zhuo Fan and June De, you were in conflict before. Why do you still want to thank him? Only Ling Gu smiled. It was because he said that the 10 Years on Earth I wrote was trash that I wrote Smoke and Mirrors. It can be said that if it wasn't for Zhuo Fan, I probably wouldn't have created a Xiaogua Feng song like that on the spot, and it was because of creating that song that I stood on the stage to receive the award. Do you think that I am thanking him for that? This explanation from Ling Gu instantly made everyone present understand. Ling Gu is not really thanking, but is clearly using the opportunity to satirize Zhuo Fan. Those who knew about the conflict between Ling Gu and Zhuo Fan in this roared with laughter. The viewers of the live stream also came to a realization. Ha ha, I told you how June De would thank Zhuo Fan. It turns out that it wasn't really a thank you at all, but a naked mockery. Ha ha, but June De is right. If Zhuo Fan didn't satirize the Xia-style garbage written by June De, an excellent Xia-style masterpiece like Smoke and Fireworks might not have been born. So, Chuafan is really indirectly responsible for making this song possible. Thanks to Dravan. 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 The live broadcast room was directly swept by a colorful thank you Chuafan. As for Chuafan, who was also watching all this in front of the screen at the moment, his face was twisted with anger at the moment. There was a sudden sharp pain in his heart. He was pale, right hand over aching heart, thinking to himself that it was over. He wouldn't be directly pissed off by this Lingu, would he? Wouldn't he be the laughingstock of the entire entertainment industry then? He hastily forced himself to hold back the pain in his heart and opened the chest of drawers, unscrewed the cap from the bottle of quick-acting heart pills and just dry swallowed a few pills. Then it took a long time to calm down, and that's when the heart finally stopped hurting. Damn Lingu, he cursed. Is this Lingu the nemesis sent by heaven to kill him in this life? Simply, below the stage, Lu Yuru couldn't help but smile. It's only Lingu that doesn't take the awards so seriously anymore, saying that the acceptance speech was still a dig at Chuafan. But this Chuafan deserved it. He actually blasted Lingu, saying that the songs Lingu wrote were not good. And don't look at the level of the songs you write. Lingu finished his acceptance speech and then went off the stage holding that trophy. Upon returning to his seat, he began to study the trophy. On the side, Lin Shi and Huang Zhan were both congratulating him. Congratulations, our old brother. You just mixed the lyric circle and won the award. Other people have been mixing for more than 10 or 20 years are still not necessarily able to win the award. Lingu smiled in the face of the two's congratulations. Thanks, old man, but it's just okay. When he finished, he looked down and held the trophy in his hands, turning it over and over again. The good-looking brows were knitted together slightly. Reaching out, he tapped his finger gently on the trophy. It made a dull sound. Ling Ji's series of maneuvers looked very confusing to the two Lin Shi Huangzhan beside him. What is this little old man doing? Why are you knocking on it? What are you up to, old buddy? Huangzhan was really curious, so he finally couldn't help but ask. It's fine. I'm just looking to see what material this trophy is made of. With this knocking sound, and this weight, it feels like it should be plastic. Huang Jian. The expressions all froze right up. It's a trophy, an honor to represent. What does it matter what material it is made of? As Huang Zhan thought this, he heard Lingu continue to mutter, Hey, I'm afraid I can't even sell it for $1 by selling it for scrap. Huang Zhan and Lin Shi heard Ling Ji's whispered mutterings, and the two of them were directly winded. So you're thinking of taking the trophy and selling it for scrap? Lingu didn't know what was going on in the minds of the two. He was just casually commenting on the trophy. After all, in his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to see the trophy up close, so naturally he didn't understand the material of the trophy. Lingu was more curious if the South Lake TV trophies were like this, or if all trophies were made of this plastic. So he asked Lindsay, Elder brother Lin, are the trophies for the music awards at all these music festivals this plastic? Lin Shi was a bit speechless. This little old me is still so hung up on the trophy material. It's an honor. It shouldn't matter what it's made of. Despite this thought in his heart, he nevertheless answered Ling Ji's question. That's not true. For example, the most authoritative summer music power song Golden Song Award in Xia. That trophy is made of crystal. Another example is the world's most famous Grammy Awards, whose trophies are gold-plated and lined with precious metals. Lingu nodded thoughtfully. Maybe in the future, collect a trophy from each of these major music awards for the house. When the time comes, get a glass display case with a turnstile to place the trophies. While the materials used for these trophies are not very good, the styling is not. It's pretty. Lindsay, this little old me actually wants to get these trophies as art and put them in a display case? How many trophies is that for? Young people, really ambitious. The awards continue. Soon the awards were nearing the end. The next award presented was a very heavyweight one. That would be the Golden Song of the Year, Golden Melody of the Year, which is the greatest recognition for a singer. Host Wang Xiaohan and Li Shangxiang were talking to each other on stage, obviously trying to build up the anticipation for this Golden Melody Award. Both of them are the leading hosts of South Lake TV, and both of them are very good at doing this in terms of pulling the sense of anticipation. The name of a song flashed across the big screen. These are the songs that were nominated. Those singers who were nominated on the stage were clenching their teeth one by two at the moment. All were obviously keen that it was they who would ultimately win the award. These nominations were exemplified by legends sung by Yuki Ryu. The rest of the nominees were songs by some first and second tier singers. Among these, Li Qi was also among the nominees. South Lake TV invited another leader to come and announce the winner of the Golden Melody Award. It was a leader above the broadcaster. The fact that such a leader came to personally present the award speaks volumes about the importance of the award. I announce that the winner of the 2022 Golden Song of the Year Award is Li Qi the Long Night. Let's congratulate Li Qi. At once, Everyone on stage applauded. It's very welcoming. This was not only because of the congratulations on Li Qi's award, but also because, selling the face of the capital behind Li Qi. Li Qi is backed by CanStar Entertainment, one of the two major entertainment companies in the entertainment industry. Such a capitalist predator is in control of so many resources, because naturally, everyone is happy to give face. A smile finally appeared on Li Qi's face. She had to have this song, which was released at the beginning of the year, and after such a long time of fermentation, naturally its data in every aspect was better than Lu Yuru's Legend, which had only been fermenting for a month, and the song was also written by a top-tier songwriter in the lyrical world. Leech stood up. Her seductive eyes glanced at Lu Yuru with a smile on her face. That smile looked a little smug. I'm sorry Sister Yuru. The most important Golden Melody Award tonight was taken by Sister Yet. This is really embarrassing. Originally Sister thought that you would be able to win this award. Li Qi's words carried a few hints of sarcasm, which Lu Yuru was naturally able to hear. She didn't really care though. This song by Leech is very good indeed, and released a full 10 months before she got the song. Plus, Legend had already won the award, and all aspects of the judges' deliberations made it inevitable that the award would go to Li Qi. Lu Yuru smiled. Congratulations then. The two were conversing, and those who didn't know about their relationship were afraid that they would think that they were sisters when they saw the smiles on their faces. They are indeed sisters in love, but the word love is in quotation marks. Lizzie schlepped her hips up to the stage. Looking at Li Qi on the stage, Lu Yuru's eyes deepened. This one award is nothing. What the two are really fighting for is the diva position next year. That's when it's an official PK between the two. At this moment, Li Qi's fans in the live broadcast room were overjoyed. When they saw Lu Yuru winning the award earlier, they all held their breath in their hearts. At this moment, Li Qi had won an award, and it was still the Golden Melody Award, which was obviously just a notch higher than Lu Yuru's award. It was a lot of fun for the girls. Ha ha. Kiki is mighty. Sure enough, Kiki is much stronger than Lu Yuru. Kiki is the best. Our Kiki, the diva. Don't think Lu Yuru can compete with our Kiki. And naturally, Lu Yuru's fans couldn't see Li Qi's fans being so arrogant. It's just an award. What's the big deal? That's right. Seeing how joyful you guys are, those who don't know would think that Li Qi has sealed the queen. Next year, our Yuru is going to release an album. And there's also the Ling God himself creating it. So maybe the one who will be crowned queen will be our Yuru. You guys are too happy too early. That's right. Our family Yuru has only been back for more than a month, and this can be the most popular female singer. Your family Li Qi has been in the music industry for how many years? It's still a good thing. That's right. Let's see who's the strongest next year. Yes, we believe in Ling Shen's songwriting ability. He will definitely be able to create very classic songs. Suddenly there's an inexplicable anticipation for Tsukuru's new album. Li Qi, on stage, spoke directly about the acceptance speech for a full 5 minutes. That can be a tearful look on stage. It was as if it had taken a lot of hard work and effort on her part to win the award. Once she was off the stage, several more awards were handed out. This award ceremony ended with a farewell proclamation from the host. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers in front of the screen, this is the end of the 2022 South Lake TV Music Festival. We'll see you next year. Then the stage was sprinkled with fireworks. That concludes this year's South Lakeview Music Festival. The singers as well as the songwriters on stage got up and left one by one. Lingdu said goodbye to Lin Shi as well as Huang Ji after they exchanged wizards. Old brothers, let's not change the green mountains. The green water will flow forever. We will meet again. What's going on? Contact directly with Wilson. Lin Shi nodded with Huang Zhan. Okay, Wilson contact. Several people then left the meeting. Linggu came to Lu Yuru's side and left with her. Linggu shook the trophy in his hand at Lu Yuru. It's like saying, look, I've got a trophy too. Lu Yuru pouted, then unwillingly raised her trophy towards Linggu as well. And then the two of them laughed unanimously. The two left the hall, and just as they reached the door, it was in the doorway that they saw a man. A man in a down jacket with a large gold necklace, thick lips, and a snarky look on his face. The man belonged to the kind of character that was not the least bit conspicuous when thrown into a crowd. Probably the only attractive thing about him was the expensive down jacket and the large gold necklace that was exposed. Lu Yuru frowned slightly. This man was not unfamiliar to her. It was none other than the former young master of the brokerage company, Zhang Tianhao, the cockney guy who once tried to subvert her. Why was Zhang Tianhao here? And it looks as if it's waiting for someone? Sure enough, Zhang Tianhao also saw the two of them, Lu Yuru and Linggu. His eyes lit up at once. Hurriedly, he came to the two men. Yuru, congratulations. I heard you won the most popular female singer award. Zhang Tianhao smiled brightly, as if he had long forgotten what he had once done to Lu Yuru. Like an old friend he was thanking Lu Yuru. Thanks, Liu Yuru said in a salty voice. Regarding Liu Yuru's coldness, Zhang Tianhao seemed to not care at all. He was long gone from the cocky guy who only knew how to play with women. A few years have passed since then, and he is now the general manager of CanStar. Of course, his dad is the chairman of the board. After all these years as a manager, he's not what he used to be. He is a businessman, and businessmen attach the greatest importance to profits. As long as there were enough benefits, he didn't mind breaking the ice with Liu Yuru. He then looked up at Lingu beside Liu Yuru. Mr. Ling, right, I admire your talent. If I can, I would like to invite you to join CanStar with Yuru. As long as you join CanStar, I promise to give you the best resources. At that time, with the company's resources it will only be a matter of time before you become a heavenly king and queen. These two, if they were able to join CanStar, then they could definitely bring great benefits to CanStar. First of all, Liu Yuru's popularity is now at the level of a first-tier actress, and her ability to absorb money naturally goes without saying. Ling Gu, on the other hand, is even better. The creative ability is top-notch, and its own hotness is also very high. As long as it develops towards the entertainment industry, it can definitely become a huge money tree. Zhang Tianhao's thoughts were beautiful, but the reality was cruel. It was naturally impossible for Ling Gu to go work for him. You know, he's still working for the system. If there's a boss coming in, he won't be drained dry? Ding, please be careful with your wording. We are in a partnership. The host is not working for me, the host is for himself. Ling Gu bristled and didn't refute the system's words. As for Liu Yuru, it was naturally impossible for her to return to CanStar. What did CanStar do to her before? Zhang Tianhao wanted to submerge her, and she was snowed under by Zhang Tianhao when she refused. Later, Zhang Tianhao even joined forces with Li Qi to slander her and ruin her reputation. All of this was still fresh in her mind to this day. She would never forget it in her life. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I don't think we need to talk about this. Have you forgotten how you treated me before when I was in CanStar? Liu Yuru was on the verge of being infuriated. How can there be such brazen people in this world? Had this Zhang Tianhao completely forgotten about the harm he had done to her before? It's not like she's hopelessly stupid. How could she possibly give it back? That pit of fire was one she had a hard time jumping out of. How could it be stupid to jump back in? Zhang Tianhao didn't feel the slightest bit surprised by Liu Yuru's reaction. This reaction is normal. However, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. If you're still so hung up on what happened before, then I apologize. However, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. So, I hope you can seriously consider it. After saying that, Zhang Tianhao looked at Ling Gu. Mr. Ling, what do you think? Ling Gu had naturally read about Liu Yuru's feud with CanStar on the internet. Therefore, for Zhang Tianhao to be so brazen, he was quite speechless. I didn't think it was possible for someone to have such thick skin. He smiled on his handsome face and said slowly, "Why doesn't your excellency rise with the wind and rock up to 90,000 miles? Zhang Tianhao froze. What did Ling Gu mean by that? He had always been a school dud in school before, and couldn't understand Ling Ge's words at all. It was only thought that Ling Gu was reciting a poem. But even if he couldn't understand it, he couldn't show it. Otherwise it would be a disgrace." Zhang Tianhao squeezed out an awkward smile on his face. Good poem, that's a really good poem. Ling Gu had a meaningful smile on his face that Zhang Tianhao could not understand. Mr. Zhang, we'll leave first. We'll go back and consider your invitation. Hearing Ling Gu say that she would consider it, Zhang Tianhao then smiled sincerely. Well then, take your time and I'll wait for your good news. He pulled out a business card from the pocket of his down jacket and handed it to Ling Gu. Here's my card. Call me when you're ready. Ling Gu nodded before leaving with Liu Yuru. Zhang Tianhao, on the other hand, joyfully returned to the Ferrari on the side. On the Ferrari, Li Qi is sitting very bashfully in the passenger seat. She naturally knew that Zhang Tianhao was trying to invite Liu Yeye and Ling Gu to join CanStar, but she did not stop it. She was nothing more than a plaything to Zhang Tianhao. She was not qualified to stop Zhang Tianhao. Plus, she knew all about Liu Yuru's nature. That was a fiery person. How could he still accept Zhang Tianhao's invitation to return to Sanqing? It was unlikely that Liu Yuru would return, and thus her position in CanStar was unrivaled. Therefore, Li Qi was very calm. Did you send an invitation? What did they say? Zhang Tianhao hesitated for a moment, then said, Liu Yuru rejected it outright, but that Ling Gu said. Li Qi was slightly surprised. Did Ling Gu agree? She hurriedly asked after him. What did Ling Gu say? Zhang Tianhao carefully recalled it. Why doesn't your excellency rise with the wind and rock up to 90,000 miles? Ricky frowned slightly. She didn't understand the meaning of the words either. The two searched on Chidu and couldn't find the poem. So Zhang Tianhao posted a Q&A. May I ask what is the meaning of why don't you rise with the wind, Your Excellency? Thousands of degrees of Q&A on a lot of users. There are some very talented characters among them. Someone quickly replied to Zhang Tianhao. The phrase is to say, why don't you go to heaven? It's really wonderful. 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 Whoever could write this poem is a real talent. Zhang Tianhao's face darkened immediately after he opened his cell phone and saw this reply. The phrase is actually a curse. Lean. Fucking hell. He had actually complimented Lingu for saying this as a good poem before. Isn't that a disguised compliment to Lingu for scolding him so well? When he thought about how he had acted in front of Lingu before, he felt a great sense of anger. This Lingu is simply too arrogant. Get me the water army. I'm going to hack them to death. The reason why this Lingu was treating him like this was because of Lu Yuru. I thought, in that case, he should not let either of them go. Even if it couldn't be destroyed outright, it would at least put a thorn in these two's heart and make them feel bad. Lingu and Lu Yuru separated from Zhang Tianhao and then walked out of the awarding hall door. As soon as he went out, he saw a whole bunch of reporters blocking the doorway. Apparently, they were waiting for the stars to come out of the interviews. At the moment they saw two more come out, they immediately swarmed up. As an artist, being interviewed is definitely a must. It's only fair to at least symbolically answer a few questions. Soon, many reporters passed the interview microphone to Lu Yuru's mouth. Yuru, may I ask why you said today when you received your award that you would release your album after the Chinese New Year? Is it because you want to compete with Li Qi for the position of diva? Yuru, may I ask if the relationship between you and Li Qi has reached the point of incompatibility? Yuru, may I ask what is your relationship with Mr. Lingu? Are you guys in a relationship? A whole bunch of questions were thrown at Lu Yuru. Lu Yuru stood still, then began to answer. First of all, I do have to release the album after the Chinese New Year. After all, everyone has money in their pockets at that time, so there's no deliberate attempt to compete with Li Qi for any diva position. I'm quite a bit away from that position. Then again, I really don't have a great relationship with Leech though. Lastly, Mr. Linga and I are just neighbors and good friends at the same time. It wasn't just Lu Yuru. At the moment Lingu was also being handed a whole bunch of microphones. Mr. Lingu, may I ask if you're moving from the fiction world to the lyric world? Mr. Lingu, may I ask how certain you are about creating a new album for Lu Yuru? Are you able to create that many songs? Mr. Lingu, why are you doing so much to help Miss Lu Yuru? May I ask if you guys are in a relationship? When faced with the reporter's questions, Lingu answered them calmly. Well, first of all, I'm not going to give up on the novel piece, so please don't worry, fellow fans. As for the songs for the new album, I'm actually almost close to writing them. And as for whether or not the album will be well received, that will depend on the tastes of the fans. However, I believe that the quality of the new album will definitely not be bad. Lastly, Yuru and I are actually neighbors plus good friends, so please don't read too much into our relationship. Well, that's all we have to answer for now, so please move over. After Lingu finished speaking, he escorted Lu Yuru directly to a car. This is where Fatty and Zhang Qin called a car to pick them up. Both men put their masks on and got into the car. Mr. Lingu, Miss Yuru. The reporters were still trying to catch up and ask something, but Fatty rushed the driver to drive. The car sped off, leaving the reporters far behind. Fatty and Zhang Qin were both smiling at the moment. The faces were all full of joy. Lu Yuru and Lingu both won awards, so of course they were happy. Old Ling, quickly show Master Fatty what the trophy looks like, Fatty said excitedly. He's never touched a trophy himself. Seeing this excited appearance of the prize Fatty, Lingu casually threw the trophy over. It was a plastic one anyway, and wasn't heavy. It was naturally impossible to smash the fat man. Seeing Lingu act this way, Fatty was terrified. What if this breaks the trophy? He hastily reached out and caught the trophy with a heartbroken look on his face. What are you doing? Be gentle. This is a trophy. It's an honor. What if it breaks? Lingu naturally looked unconcerned. It's a plastic one. It's not that easy to break. Don't worry. It won't break if you drop it. This is something that is resistant to falling. The fat man took the trophy in both hands and scrutinized it. The trophy is clear with a square seat underneath and then a clear note on top. He weighed it carefully in his hand. Why is this thing so light? Lingu then replied. It's plastic. Of course it's light. Ha! The fat man outright marveled. Just a plastic ah. Fat Master thought it was made of crystal. This organizer is also really too buckle it. They staged to spend so much money to set up. How the trophy is made so low? Lingu shook her head. Who knows? Maybe it's just that this award show is a little low class. He had heard Lin Shi say that the trophies for the Golden Melody Power ranking in Xia were the only ones made of crystal. The texture of this trophy clearly signifies the class of the award ceremony. Lingu thought like this. At this time, Lu Yuru was suddenly reminded of the poem that Ling Gu had said to Zhang Tianhao earlier, so she asked curiously, her voice unusually clear and nice, like a lark. Ling Gu, what was the meaning of the poem you told Zhang Tianhao earlier? Lu Yuru's education was not high, although later she had been admitted to a conservatory to study music through her own efforts, but her understanding of this aspect of the text was not much better. Therefore she couldn't understand the meaning of Ling Ji's verse. You said that one. Ling Gu laughed, then replied, that phrase means, why don't you go to heaven? But, Lu Yuru laughed outright. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. Thinking about when Ling Gu said this in front of Zhang Tianhao before. Zhang Tianhao was still saying good poem there. That guy, Zhang Tianhao, was also not much cultured, so he naturally did not understand the meaning of this poem. He didn't understand it, but he did it to save face, while also pretending to understand. Lu Yuru could even imagine how furious Zhang Tianhao would be when he knew the meaning of that verse. Presumably, the face would be furious. Thinking of that kind of scene, the corners of Lu Yuru's mouth involuntarily rose up. Apparently, she was in a very good mood and, soon, though, she was a little worried again. Zhang Tianhao was, no matter what, the general manager of Canstar Entertainment. That's the real capital side. If he wanted to deal with Ling Gu, wouldn't that be a tough situation for Ling Gu? Ling Gu, what do you think Zhang Tianhao will do if he retaliates against us? He is the general manager of Canstar after all, and he has a lot of energy in his hands. Ling Gu, on the other hand, said indifferently, it's fine. We're not their company's artists. There's no need to be afraid. Besides, since he's the capitalist, then if we become the capitalist ourselves then we won't be afraid of them. Ling Gu wasn't worried in the slightest. When his proto-god game goes live, it will bring him big money. In time, he himself will be the capital. There's nothing to be afraid of. And, in the future, when he sets up an entertainment company, he'll definitely be even better than Canstar. After all, he was the man with the golden finger. One hang in the hand. The world is mine. Lu Yuru's beautiful eyes widened slightly when she heard Ling Ji's words directly. The heart was very shaken. Surprise was on all faces. She didn't think that Ling Gu actually had such an ambition. Such lofty ambitions. Seeing Ling Ji's confident demeanor, Lu Yuru suddenly felt that perhaps what Ling Gu said was really true. Perhaps at some point in the future, Ling Gu would really be able to do something like that. Fatty smiled directly after hearing Ling Ji's words. Not bad, old Ling. You have ambition. Fat Master will follow you to mix. Later also when a general manager, what do you think? Ling Gu patted Fatty's shoulder with great bravado. That's certainly no problem. The car arrived at the hotel that Ling Gu and the others had rented a short while later. A few people got out of the car and went to their rooms. And at this moment on the internet, the news of Hei Linga and Lu Yuru had already erupted. First there was some Weber blooper posted by some trumpet. He directly released Weibo, saying that Ling Gu was playing a big game, that he was bullying newcomers in the dressing room and stealing newcomers' spots. Others said that there were shady deals between Ling Gu and Lu Yuru. That's why Ling Gu helped Lu Yuru so much. When these tidbits of information came out, it straight away made Netnod boil. You have to know that Ling Gu and Lu Yuru are very hot characters and bring a lot of traffic with them. One is a novel god, King's Landing, or a new award-winning songwriter, and the other is an ice-clear goddess. The tidbits of news about these two are, naturally, very eye-catching. Seriously, Ling Gu is actually playing a big game and bullying newcomers. What's wrong with that? Isn't it normal? He's a songwriter now. Bullying a small newcomer isn't a matter of minutes. That's right. If it's not true, how could people tell the details so clearly? Words like the dressing room, grabbing seats, and even cursing were all said. How could they describe these details so clearly if they didn't experience it themselves? Why do I get the feeling that this isn't true? Ling Gu clearly seems like a very easygoing person. Easygoing bastard. You just see that he is handsome. I'll tell you, those who are engaged in the arts, their temperament can be eccentric. And between Lu Yaya and him those things, clear-eyed people with a little brain to think a little will be able to know. What kind of relationship does Lu Yuru have with him? Just a neighborly relationship. And Ling Gu is going to help her so much? That's right. Ling Gu is taking too much care of Lu Yuru, writing legend and creating album songs for her. This is very unreasonable. There's definitely some catfighting between these two. These two must be having a private affair. More than a leg. I guess I don't even know how many. Lu Yuru is also really disgusting. On the surface she puts up a picture of a pure fairy persona, but secretly she's actually so nasty for the sake of red, pink to black, cursing her every time I see her from now on. The two were instantly catapulted to the forefront of public opinion, led by people with an axe to grind, especially about the relationship between the two. After all, people are right. That is, what makes Ling Gu so helpful to Lu Yuru? It just doesn't make sense. It was just as well that he had helped write a very hot song called Legend before. Then it could still be explained that Liu Yu bought the song from Linggu. But at today's awards ceremony, it was actually revealed that they were going to create a customized album for Liu Yu. And all the songs on the album were written by Linggu. How many brain cells must die to create that many songs? Just how good is the relationship between the two going to be? If this was really a normal friendship, everyone wouldn't believe it. At first, both Linggu and Liu Yu's fans were still arguing on the grounds that the two were just friends. But then, it was directly sprayed back by those black fans, because they insisted that the two were just friends and that it was a pure friendship between a man and a woman. It's not even remotely convincing. In between, the black fans disliked the phrase "there is no pure friendship between men and women." This caused Linggu and Liu Yu's fans to be very passive. At this moment, in the hotel room, Zhang Qin's face instantly changed when she saw the public opinion on the internet. Because at the moment the internet was filled with discussions about the relationship between Linggu and Liu Yu. There's also a lot of black fans carrying the beat. Even Liu Yu's fans were a bit wobbly, and some even said they were going to turn from pink to black. If things were allowed to fester like this, then Liu Yu's popularity would absolutely plummet, because her persona is one of innocence and unearthly. But if at this point, everyone thinks she's actually a woman who will go to any lengths to be popular, and even has some kind of private dealings with men, then imagine how badly that persona will crumble. In the entertainment industry, the most taboo thing to do is to collapse your persona. There is a popular male star in the entertainment industry set up a persona is a schoolboy persona. But in a live broadcast he actually said that he did not know what the knowledge network is. This handle was exploited by someone who had the intention to use it, and suddenly the persona collapsed. You damn a school bully, a high school student, even do not know what the knowledge network is, you still have the nerve to say that you are a school bully? So the incident festered directly on the internet. Then the authorities were alarmed, checked this male star's paper directly and then realized that 60 to 70% of his paper was duplicated online. This means that he found his paper online. As a result, the actor's immediate persona collapsed and he was reduced to the laughingstock of the entire internet. It was never seen in the entertainment industry again. That's showbiz. The cruel world of show business. A little inattention and you could have your years of hard work cleared in an instant. It may even be directly listed as an inferior artist. Want to go to be a netizen, live with goods are not allowed. Never have the opportunity to turn the tide. Zhang Qin's face was grave, and she knew that something had gone terribly wrong. Yu, take a look online. You've suddenly been hacked by Blackie. What's going on? Zhang Qin hurriedly and anxiously called Liu Yu, who was chasing Ling Ji's novel on the side, to look at the hotspots on the internet. Liu Yu was concentrating on chasing the novel to come. Heard Zhang Qin anxious words, then also checked the online public opinion. Then it was seen that the internet used the fact that she was in a relationship with Linggu to make a big-style smear campaign against her. Linggu, on the other hand, apart from this, has been criticized by the people concerned for playing big names and bullying newcomers, grabbing makeup spots with the newbies. A pair of good-looking beautiful eyes immediately became a few points heavier. Linggu playing a big game? Bullying newcomers? How is this possible? She knew exactly what kind of person Linggu was. That's a guy who is mild-mannered, as if he never knows how to be angry, and somewhat straight. The treatment of people has always been modest and measured, and it is simply impossible to appear to be bullying newcomers. It's obvious that this is a deliberate smear. What is it? Do you see anything? Zhang Qin asked. Liu Yu nodded and spoke solemnly. This must be someone deliberately smearing Linggu. I know him very well. There's no way he's the type to bully a newcomer, and grabbing the makeup position with someone. How is this possible? He wouldn't care about that at all. Zhang Qin was speechless at the moment. She was letting Liu Yu read Liu Yu's opinion, not Ling Ji's. As it turned out, Liu Yu was good. She didn't seem to care much about her own affairs, but instead, she was unusually attached to Ling Ji's affairs. At this moment, he was even more certain that Linggu was not that kind of person. Zhang Qin didn't know what to say for a moment. Took a deep breath. My missy, you still have the time to care about how Linggu is doing now. Now that you yourself are a mudblood yourself, look at the public opinion on the internet. If you don't want to come up with a way to clarify it, I'm afraid that your persona is going to collapse. You know, in reality, netizens are much harsher on female stars than male stars. Ling Ji's problems are minor. He's a creator. Unlike you, even if his reputation crumbles, he can still go back to writing novels, and he can even still write songs. You'll be screwed if your word of mouth crumbles. Hearing Zhang Qin speak like this, Liu Yu realized the seriousness of the matter. She thought for a moment, then told the story of how she met Zhang Tianhao tonight night. When the award ceremony ended tonight, I met Zhang Tianhao at the entrance. He wanted to invite me back to CanStar, and he also wanted to invite Linggu in with him, but I refused. And Linggu even recited a poem to scold him. Lu Yuru's good-looking eyebrows wrinkled up. It's probably because of this reason that Zhang Tianhao is looking for hackers on the internet to hack us. Zhang Qin, who figured out the truth of the matter, helplessly held her forehead for a moment. So it is. No wonder all of a sudden the internet is exposing the two to blackmail. Even though the blackmail is not true. Yet, people are all over the internet. Besides, Linggu did treat Lu Yuru a little too well. This alone is inexplicable. What's the best thing to do? Why don't we just release a statement saying that what's going on online is purely unfounded and a false accusation? Lu Yuru suggested. Zhang Qin, however, shook her head. On the internet, the last thing you need is to be among the drama-watching crowd of eaters. They can't wait to have melons to eat. How can we let this go just because of a statement? However, this matter is not over yet. Someone else on the internet has come forward. The man is called Wang Nan, a first-rate male singer. It's very much a part of the music scene. He directly retweeted the post that blackened Lu Yuru and posted his own opinion on it. Certain people, who are still preparing to release a new album, wanting to attack the position of diva, wanting to PK with Li Qi. It's ridiculous. In all these years, what do you have other than a mouthful of songs a few years ago, and a more recent one called Legend? What can you compare to Li Qi? How dare you want to rush to the position of diva? What are your credentials? Is it just because there's a guy on the list who can write songs? It's simply a fool's errand. One person is still trying to create a whole album's worth of songs. Why don't you go to heaven? I assert that the quality of this album must be poor. Let's wait and see. Wang Nan retweeted the post and blasted Lu Yuru, which instantly created a buzz on the internet. Crap. Wang Nan actually came forward. What he's saying is Lu Yuru releasing a new album because she wants to attack the position of diva? I don't think it's possible. Lu Yuru has been very hot lately, but the bottom line is ultimately a bit weaker. It can't be compared to a first-tier actress like Li Qi who has a deep heritage in the music industry. Why is Wang Nan coming forward at this time? Could it be to rub off on him? He's been losing some fame lately, and he's almost out of fashion, so he's coming out to find a sense of existence? Ha ha, are you guys stupid? Wang Nan is from Canstar Entertainment and is on the same boat as Li Qi. He naturally wants to defend Li Qi. That's right. It's said that Li Qi has some kind of relationship with Canstar's general manager Zhang. So isn't his defense of Li Qi a sign of goodwill with general manager Zhang? It's the same as a subordinate kissing his boss's ass. The internet was abuzz with opinions for a while. Many in the eating group have joined the army of discussion. Eat your melon and eat it. Originally, he hadn't thought clearly about how to explain his relationship with Linggu, and now another hotspot incident had popped up. Both Lu Yuru and Zhang Qin's brains were mushy. The two couldn't think of anything good to do at the moment. Why don't we go and discuss this with Linggu and see if he has any solutions? Lu Yuru suggested. At the moment, she couldn't think of any good solutions, so she offered to go find Linggu. Zhang Qin frowned slightly. What's the point of looking for Linggu? He's not even in the entertainment industry yet. Does he know the crooked ways of the entertainment industry? Linggu is just a songwriter who has written novels. Lu Yuru didn't know how, but she just felt that Linggu might have a solution. Deep down there was this inexplicable feeling of trust in Linggu. Anyway, there's nothing else we can do now, so let's ask him and try. She said so. Zhang Qin sat on the hotel bed, reaching out and cupping her chin in serious thought. Lu Yuru seemed to be right. They really didn't have anything else to do now, so they would just go find Linggu and try it out. Consider it a dead horse. What if they really had a stroke of luck and Linggu happened to be able to solve this trouble? If that's the case, naturally everyone will be happy. They were staying in the same hotel as Linggu and on the same floor. The two of them got up and went to put on their shoes in preparation for Linggu. The moment Linggu was in the hotel with Fatty. Fatty had just finished reading the latest chapter of the novel that Linggu had automatically set to auto-update. Although he knew that Linggu had a lot of stockpiled manuscripts there, he didn't want to ask Linggu for them, because things like catching up on writing still need to be done regularly every day to feel happy. The life of catching up on the writing every day and then blowing off steam with the thief fans in the review section or whatever is simply wonderful. And the fans often complimented Fatty since they knew he was Ling Ji's agent. Fatty has still become a big redneck in Linga's book review section. Quite a star-studded flavor. Especially some female fans are often Fat Brother Long Fat Brother short called, because they wanted to get Ling Ji's raw pictures from Fatty to lick or something. Today, Fatty had just finished reading the novel, and then he saw the book review section was in an uproar. One book review thread has thousands of replies under it at the moment. The fat man was instantly a little puzzled. What's going on here? It's usually unlikely that a book review post would get this much heat if there's nothing going on. Fatty was straight up curious and opened the book review post to look at it. Then he realized why this book review post was so hot at the moment. Turns out there was something going on with NetNod. Someone is hacking Lingu. Fatty hastily launched the Chidian app and searched online. Then they saw the Weibo that smeared Lingu, and those on the internet that blackened Lingu and Luyuru. Especially when Fatty saw the Weibo that smeared Lingu, he was so angry that his face turned blue. Shit, how can there be such a shameless one? What that Weibo said was that Lingu was playing a big game in the preparation room today, and bullying the new singer and taking the new singer's spot. This is just so upside down. Because today, it was clearly that fresh meat called Zhao Xing who tried to bully Lingu. It also took Ling Ji's makeup position. As it turned out, in this Weber, it actually turned out that Lingu was the aggressor who bullied the newcomer. Obviously Lingu is the victim alright. Fatty was simply infuriated. Old Ling, take a look. You're on the hot search again. Oh, Ling Ji's face showed surprise. He's on the hot seat again? What's it on the hot seat for this time? Fatty handed his cell phone to Lingu and then cursed. Whoever posted this Weibo smeared you, saying that you played a big game today and bullied the newcomers, robbing them of their makeup bits. When Lingu took a look at it, he immediately felt a bit speechless, because the smear of web is so unskilled too. Straight away, Lingu switched places with that Zhao Xing, and the whole thing was exactly the same. To say that this had nothing to do with Zhao Xing, Lingu would never believe it to death. Rather breathlessly, he shook his head. Lingu felt sad for Zhao Xing's intelligence in his heart at the moment. With an IQ like that, I don't know how I survived this long. How come he didn't get himself stupid? Nothing else? Lingu looked at Fatty. If it's just a little thing, it's not a big deal. The fat man froze. Then rather breathless, Lingu was actually so calm now, and didn't seem to be in a hurry after being falsely accused. Instead, he, the agent, was in a hurry. It's almost like the legendary emperor is in a hurry. And, of course, there's the one that hacked you in Luyuru, saying that you had some kind of private so-and-so deal, and that's why you're helping Luyuru so much. Fatty turned the hotspot over again to show Lingu. At the same time, he felt in his heart that it seemed that people were quite right. He even felt that there was something wrong with Ling Ji's mode of getting along with Luyuru. Call them friends, there's something too forced. Call them lovers, but they don't seem to be close enough to do that. Fatty was a little confused. Is this the legendary friends over lovers? Of course, this was just what Fatty saw through Ling Ji's interaction with Luyuru today. If he had known that Lingu often dallied at Luyuru's place, and that the two of them even laid in the same bed for a night, I'm afraid he wouldn't have thought so. Lingu looked carefully, but the mind already knew roughly who had done it. Other than Zhang Tianhao, who else could it be? After all, at the door after the award ceremony, he was equivalent to scolding Zhang Tianhao, though there wasn't a dirty word in the words. But come to think of it, Zhang Tianhao reacted when he went back. Retaliation was therefore carried out. He flipped through it carefully. At the moment many of the eaters have been brought up to speed in the group. All of them felt that there was something between Lingu and Luyuru. The denigration of insults has begun. Lingu carefully flipped through the pages and soon flipped back to Wang Nan's Weibo that denigrated Luyuru. Finally, Ling Ji's face, who had been looking calm and breezy all along, finally turned a few degrees colder. Although there were no obvious mood swings on his face, Fatty could feel the storm brewing under Ling Ji's calm countenance at the moment. At this moment, Lingu seemed as if all the warmth in her body had disappeared, as if she had turned into a small iceberg. So cold, Fatty couldn't help but shiver. It was as if a substantial chill was emanating from Lingu. Fatty hurriedly took a few steps away from Lingu. Just as Fatty was about to say something to Lingu, there was a knock on the door of the room. Bang bang bang. Who's knocking at the door in the middle of the night? Lingu was slightly stunned, and then he thought that it might be Luyuru. It was estimated that this little ninny was already a little bit six-faced at the moment and didn't know what to do. After all, the power of public opinion is still very strong. Fatty, on the other hand, rushed over and opened the door to the room at this moment. At this moment, outside the door stood the official Zheng Qin with a somewhat anxious face. Behind Zheng Qin stood Luyuru. Sister Qin, Goddess Yuru, what brings you here? Zheng Qin's tone was quite grave. I came to find Lingu to discuss something. Fatty was busy nodding his head. Come on in. Zheng Qin walked into the room with Luyuru, and the two of them took a seat on a small sofa chair to the side. Fatty, on the other hand, looked left and right towards the outside of the room for a few moments to make sure no one was there and then closed the door behind him. Luyuru and Lingu could both be considered public figures now, especially since Luyuru was even more famous. If she was found to have gone into a man's room with her manager in the middle of the night, it was possible that some other strange hot search would pop up. For example, a pure goddess singer went into a man's room with her manager late at night. What did she want to do? Is it a moral degeneration or a distortion of human nature? Shocked, an agent and an artiste enter a man's room at the same time. Is this a double return? Shocked that Lu Yeye is such a person in private. And so on. For someone who reads a lot of news on a certain browser, the eye-catching headline routine has long been familiar. After making sure he wasn't seen closing the door to his room, the fat man even wandered around the room. He looked around. Ling Ge looked at the fatty in a somewhat strange manner, and so did Lu Yuru and Zhang Qin. "Fatty, what are you doing?" The fat man continued to check it out as if he was looking for something. One moment you look at the eyelets of the jacks, the next at the TV. You don't get it? Haven't you seen the frequent reports on the news about how many hotels are hiding hidden pinhole cameras? Before we two big men naturally don't need to care about these. But now well, Goddess Yuru is here. In case there is a camera in this room, and Goddess Yuru is photographed, then wouldn't it be even more difficult to jump into the Yellow River and not be able to wash it? Hearing Fatty say this, several people instantly felt admiration for Fatty's safety awareness. That's too much detail. The fat man carefully searched the room for a while, making sure there was nothing before stopping. "You guys discuss yourselves and leave me alone." Ling Ge nodded his head before he looked at Lu Yuru. Lu Yuru and Zhang Qin exchanged a glance, then spilled the beans. "I don't know if you've seen what's hot tonight." Lu Yuru looked at Ling Ge with a rather grave expression. Ling Ge, on the other hand, nodded. Of course he saw it, or Fatty just showed it to him. Lu Yuru nodded. Since Ling Ge had already seen the hot search, she didn't need to repeat what happened on the hot search. "Sister Qin and I don't have any good ideas at the moment, so we came over to find you guys to discuss it. It's not thinking that 3 ignorant cobblers are better than 1 Zhuge Liang." Ling Ge was speechless, and 3 black lines surfaced on his forehead. 3 ignorant cobblers add up to a genius? He's not a stinker alright. What a skank. That's not an adjective I'm comfortable with. I'm not a skank. Lu Yuru was speechless. A pair of peach blossom eyes glanced at Ling Ge. "Let's not worry about that at this time, okay? Do something quick?" If she and Ling Ge both didn't make a statement tonight, I'm afraid that many netizens would then think that they had acquiesced. That's not a good thing. It's better to phase out countermeasures early. Ling Ge nodded, no longer joking, and a touch of gravity was added to his handsome face. In fact, he had already been thinking about this as early as just now when he saw the hot search of Lu Yuru with himself. Maybe he could get Lu Yuru to join his studio. That way, there is an excuse. Claim directly to the outside that it was the owner who helped his employee make a name for himself. That would make sense. After all, if one staff develops better, then the owner is sure to earn more. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. This was the plan Ling Ge came up with. So Ling Ge spoke out this idea in his mind. "Yuru, I created a personal studio a while ago. Would you like to come to my studio as my contracted artist?" Lu Yuru froze. Zhang Qin was also stunned. Ling Ji's change of topic was too fast. Just now they were talking about how to solve the problem on the online hotspot, and now they're inviting her to join the studio? A pair of good-looking eyes rippled and brimmed with doubt. Are we going off on a tangent? Aren't we talking about what's on the hot seat?" Ling Ge very calmly said. "That's right. It's just talking about what's going on in the hot seat. Aren't I in the process of coming up with a solution?" Lu Yuru still didn't understand. On the other hand, Zhang Qin, who was on the side, came to a sudden realization. She has been an agent for so many years, so naturally she is very experienced. When Ling Ge said this at the moment, she had already figured out the key. She said with some surprise, "Mr. Ling, you're saying that you're letting Yuru join your studio, and then this way you can directly announce to the public that you're Yuru's boss. It's natural for a boss to want his employees to be as popular as possible. This way the question of why you are helping Yuru so much will naturally be answered." Ling Ge gave Zhang Qin a rather appreciative look. "That's right. Sister Qin is worthy of being a very old-fashioned agent." And she figured out the key in a flash. Although Zhang Qin understood Ling Ji's thoughts, she still looked at Lu Yuru with some concern. But she knew that Lu Yuru didn't like to be pressed by others. Lu Yuru also wants to create her own studio. I wonder if Tsukuru will say yes. According to Yuru's character, she shouldn't have agreed, right? At this moment, when she heard Zhang Qin's words, Lu Yuru instantly understood this idea of Ling Ji's. This is really a good solution to the current online rumor mill. Lu Yuru was pleasantly surprised. "So it's like this. No wonder you asked me if I wanted to join your studio. This is indeed a good idea. Ling Ge, you're so smart." Ling Ge touched his nose. "So do you promise?" Lu Yuru smiled like a flower. "Very splendid. Yeah, of course I promise. I just didn't realize that you actually created a studio. I haven't even had a chance to do so yet." Zhang Qin, who had thought that Lu Yuru would not agree, directly froze. How is this nothing like the imagined plot? Wasn't Tsukuro sick of being squeezed under someone else? Why did you even happily agree to it? Is it just because Ling Ge is handsome? Is this the privilege of being handsome? Zhang Qin scrutinized Lu Yuru and looked at and then at Ling Ge. At this moment, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that those rumors on the internet are not actually empty? but are actually true? Ling-gu also smiled. Ha ha, prepare yourself first. There's no harm in being prepared. It's a studio now. In a while it might be upgraded to an entertainment company? Luyu looked adorable as she nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Ling-gu directly drew up a contract, then sent Fatty out to print it. Shortly afterward, the fat man brought back the contract printed. Incidentally, I also brought 2 pens. He also had a cone in his hand and was licking it there. Ling-gu looked very speechless. Fatty, aren't you cold eating ice cream on such a cold day? The fat man licked it with great pleasure. Pain and pleasure. Ling-gu was speechless, ignoring the cone-eating Fatty and handing the contract to Lu-yu-ru. Then the next marvelous thing that left Zhang Qin dumbfounded happened again. Just see Lu-yu-ru did not look. Directly pick up the pen to turn to the need to sign the place directly brush on the sign up. Zhang Qin's eyes widened slightly. My aunt, you should at least read the contract, and sign it directly? What if you get sold? She cried out in her heart. However, Lu-yu-ru was able to sign it in a few clicks. The contract was then handed over to Ling-gu. Ling-gu reached out and took it. He was only doing this to relieve Lu-yu-ru. Naturally it was impossible for him to really bind Lu-yu-ru with bars. This contract he has. It's a free contract. That is, he wouldn't be in charge of Lu-yu-ru, but instead, he would also provide resources for it. Willow Moon, on the other hand, is ready to economize and does not have to pay liquidated damages. Next, leave it to me, you guys just go back and keep an eye on the internet. Lu-yu-ru obviously trusted Ling-gu very much. She felt that it was impossible for Ling-gu to lie to her, because everything she had was actually given to her by Ling-gu. If it wasn't for Ling-ji's songs, she would probably still be stuck as the owner of a piano club, with no hope of making a comeback. And Ling-gu didn't even ask for the download fee for the previous song. There was no need to deceive her at all. She trusted Ling-ji's character. It's all about trusting a person. Unconditional trust. After saying goodbye, Lu-yu-ru and Zhang Qin opened the door and left Ling-gu in their room after looking at the door to see that there was nothing outside. After going back, Zhang Qin finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. Yu-ru, you're usually a very rational person. Why are you so impulsive today? Don't you even read the terms of the contract when you sign it? Lu-yu-ru, on the other hand, laughed sardonically. Sister Qin, everything I have is bestowed upon me by Ling-gu, so do you think there's anything else I can do to deserve him to lie to me? Besides, for someone as outstanding as him, do you think it's necessary to lie to me? Zhang Qin was silent. Ling-gu is indeed excellent. I guess you've made hundreds of millions of dollars just from writing novels, and with such a handsome face, he will be at least a first-tier male star when he takes the path of the entertainment industry in the future. People also write songs. Thinking this way, Zhang Qin suddenly released her mind. Ling-gu really didn't have to lie to Lu-yu-ru. Moreover, looking at Ling-ji's relationship with Lu-yu-ru, it didn't seem simple. Ling-gu is so handsome, like an immortal in a painting. He has a good personality and seems to be a good match for Lu-yu-ru. Zhang Qin suddenly had such a thought pop up in her mind. Maybe these two came together. But instead, it's still Lu-yu-ru who got the light of day. Well, since you believe in him so much it's fine. A lot of people online at the moment are waiting to eat. It was impossible for Ling-gu and Lu-yu-ru, who were the parties involved, not to come out and make a statement. The netizens would like to see how they would explain it. 11 p.m. In Ling-ji's room, he took a picture of the contract in his hand. Then it was uploaded to the internet. I apologize for taking up public resources, and I think I have to offer an explanation about what happened online. Although in my heart I would like the truth to have something with Lu-yu-ru like the hot search said. After all, Yu-ru is such an excellent girl, but the truth is not like that. The reason why I helped her so much is actually because I am her boss. As the boss, I naturally hope that the more popular she becomes, the better. Then wouldn't that make her my money tree? Ling-ji's remarks came out with the photo. The internet was abuzz. What? So the truth is like this. Lingshan is actually Moonru's boss. No wonder Lingshan is helping Moonru so much. Because what boss doesn't want their employees to be popular and make as much money as possible? Ha ha, I can't imagine that Lingshan is actually a capitalist. Oh, my goddess Yu-ru is actually Lingshan's wage earner. Some people raised questions, thinking that Ling-gu was not faking. However, they were soon disliked by Ling-gu and Lu-yu-ru's fans. Fudging? Look at the date on that contract. That's exactly 1 month ago. The goddess hadn't even made a comeback at that time, and it was because she signed up with Lingshan's studio that Lingshan wrote songs for her. So forcefully, Lingshanji is trying to make goddess Yu-ru into a money tree. The evil capitalist? Ha ha ha. The truth of the matter has finally come out. I think these rumors on the internet might be that someone is jealous of goddess Yu-ru. There's a lot of right and wrong in people. It's just that I'm wondering if it all has something to do with Licky or something, and they're related to each other, as I'm sure the old fans know. Yeah, But Yu Ru was going to release her new album at the same time as Li Qi. Thinking about it like this, it looks like some kind of unimaginable truth is surfacing. A group of netizens were shocked and thought they had discovered some unimaginable truth. Fine minds think alike. I'm sorry Tsukiyokari. I want to apologize for doubting you before. I shouldn't have followed those black people's train of thought. That's just it. Damn black people. I almost got carried away. Upstairs, it looks like you're not almost being taken for a ride. You're already being taken for a ride. That's just it. I can clearly see that I was talking about turning pink to black before. Hey, look beyond the obvious. We're still good friends. Understand. After this storm, I will definitely stand firmly on Goddess Yuru's side from now on. That said, doesn't Lingshan still have a hat for bullying newcomers? I wonder if he'll dispel the rumors. On the internet, the public opinion about Lu Yuru's relationship with Linga finally gradually calmed down. Zhang Qin, who had been following the online developments in the hotel, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is finally settled. Only, at this moment, Lu Yuru was still frowning, because she didn't know what to do about Ling Ji's own problems. After all, the Weber who broke the story that he was bullying the newcomers talked about it as if he had experienced it himself. However, Lu Yuru still believed that Linga would be able to solve this matter. At this moment, after getting the statement out, Linga was indeed starting to work on this matter. So as the average star encountered this kind of slander post, I am afraid that is to issue a statement. Simply cannot get the evidence. But Linga was no ordinary person. He's the one who got the hacking skills from the system. Now this technology, finally, is once again in line for use again. Turn the hotel computer on. Lingdu sat down in front of the seat. Then came a fierce operation. Those fingers jumping and flying across the keyboard are simply dazzling. Fatty had already looked on with wide eyes. The heart was overwhelmed. Ling Ji's hand speed was too fast. Those who have been single for 50 years don't see that kind of hand speed. I'm afraid. It's almost as if your fingers are flying. And the code displayed on the computer screen and so on the fat man is even more cannot understand one. Although his expression was shocked, Fatty was already numb inside. Obviously, he was already immune to Ling Ji's various divine maneuvers. So Xiao Xior, knocking on the keyboard a little faster, seems to be in Ling Ji's many skills can only be considered ordinary. It didn't take long for a smile to appear on Ling Ji's face. This Xiaoxing is really stupid. Just now Lingo had cracked the IP address of the one that sent Weibo through hacking technology. And that was the small number that Zhao Xing had registered himself to send. It was even the same cell phone as the one that Zhao Xing usually used. Actually, I can't blame Zhao Xing for this. After all, who would have thought that a denigrating web he posted from his trumpet could have the IP traced back to him? If you have that skill, why the hell don't you go into some State Department and come check the IP? It's so full of shit. And at this moment, Zhao Xing, who was lying down in a luxury hotel, was currently chatting with netizens using his small number, and it's under that Weber who dissed Lingu. He replied back to the comments replying to them. The feeling was just great. Hiding in the world of NetNod, cloaked in a vest, unleashing the demons within. Take a keyboard trial. Dislike whoever you want to dislike. Impossible. I don't believe Lingshan is that kind of person. He's obviously so easygoing. Here's a comment from a user. Seeing this comment, Zhao Xing instantly replied below. Knowing people, there are some people who seem quite kind on the surface, but who knows that he is actually evil behind the scenes. You don't believe it, and for that I can only say you're too young. Others commented, impossible. There's no need for Lingshan to bully a newcomer in the entertainment industry. After all, Lingshan doesn't have any conflict of interest with the so-called newcomer. Zhao Xing immediately replied, conflict of interest? A few days ago, an old lady on the street was inexplicably hacked to death by a madman. Do you think there was a conflict of interest between them? Sometimes, there is no need for any conflict. It's just a simple matter of looking at you in a bad light. Zhao Xing happily replied to the netizens' comments, wantonly smearing Lingu. This, in turn, gave him a thrill. Since he couldn't get Ling Ji's help, he was going to destroy Lingu and hack Lingu. However, Shushu is not aware of it. What a trial awaits him. In the hotel, seeing that Lingu had finally stopped the crackling of his hands, Fatty asked curiously, finished? Lingu nodded. This IP address, it's the same as Zhao Xing's cell phone IP, so you get the idea. Fatty nodded. So this Weibo that defamed you was also posted by Zhao Xing using a trumpet? Yes, that's him. Fatty couldn't help but feel a little amused. How stupid is he to just register a small number on his cell phone to hack you? At least call someone else to post this web. Lingu but smiled. It was estimated that Zhao Xing himself hadn't been able to think that Lingu was actually capable of possessing such superior hacking skills. Who in their right mind would have thought that? Lingu directly posted the results of the IP he had checked on his Weibo. I did not expect. That's N Weibo Black my actually Zhao Xing's trumpet, said Zhao Xing children's shoes. You are too lazy. At least let your agent to find someone to send this Weibo actually their own personal hair. You are thinking that their own vest will not be exposed? Luckily, I have a hacker friend who found out the IP address that sent this Weber. Look at it. Isn't it exactly the same as Zhao Xing's? And the bullying of the newcomer. Let me clarify. The newcomer who was bullied was actually me. Maybe Zhao Xing took me as a newcomer because he didn't really know me, but I just didn't expect that in Zhao Xing's Weibo, I was actually switched with him. Weber's end of the lingo was accompanied by a helpless emoji. It looks rather comical. It was the first time Lingo had logged into Weibo since the last time he made Weibo real name authenticated. He clicked on Weber's follower count to check it out after he posted it. It's a shock not to see. It turns out that somehow, his Weber fanbase has actually reached 25 million. That's almost comparable to the fanbase of some of the top streams in the entertainment industry. However, Lingo did know that the fans were mostly book fans. However, he is sure that he will still gain a large number of fans when he is unveiled at the King of Masked Singer. As soon as Lingo posted this Weibo, Lu Yuru's site instantly received an alert. It was because Lu Yuru had long ago said Lingo is a special concern. When she clicked on the Weibo and saw the Weibo posted by Lingo, she instantly understood everything. It was followed by an even more unhesitating retweet. With this Weber one place of Lingo, the internet was in an uproar. What? So that Black Lingod's Weibo was actually posted by Zhao Xing using his own trumpet? I didn't expect Zhao Xing to be so insidious as to actually register a small number specifically just to hack Lingshan. And what Lingshan said, I feel like it's the truth. After all, Lingshan is a new face in the entertainment industry, so he was mistaken for a newcomer by Zhao Xing, so he bullied me. Lingshan. Yeah, it's been rumored for a long time that Zhao Xing bullied the newcomers before and played a big game. It's said that when he was filming on the set, he asked a staff member to drive him to the hospital because he cut his hand, and the scene was delayed. As a result, the doctor said, if you had come a little later, the wound would have healed itself. Shit. Sinister Zhao Xing actually registered a small number to hack my Lingshan. Brothers, charge with me. At this moment, Zhao Xing was still interacting with the netizens underneath the Weibo posted by the trumpet, completely unaware of what was happening on the internet. Until, that is, someone started speaking up under the Weebles posted by his trumpet. Zhao Xing, why are you still gossiping here? Don't you look online? You're on fire, on the hot search. Zhao Xing, you'd better log on to your big number and see what's going on. Your Weber is bursting. Ha, it went straight to number 1 on the hot search. Zhao Xing was still playing dumb. What Zhao Xing? What are you guys suddenly talking about him for? He doesn't realize he's been exposed. Until his phone rang. Zhao Xing glanced at the caller ID. This is his agent calling. Zhao Xing, hurry up and check Ling Ge's Weibo. Your hacking Lingo with a small number has been discovered. Zhao Xing hurriedly picked up his phone and tapped on Weibo's hot search. At this moment Ling Ge's release of Weibo went straight to the hot search. It's hanging straight up high in the number 1 spot on the hot search. In that Weibo, Lingo directly exposed Zhao Xing's use of a small number, and posted the IP of Zhao Xing's large and small numbers, which is clearly the same IP. Zhao Xing's heart suddenly thumped. He knew it was over. I'm afraid, this time it was supposed to be a hack of Lingo, but it's going to be a black mark on his career instead. This is simply a typical case of stealing a chicken and losing the rice instead. Zhao Xing lay down on the bed with a disheveled look, logging his Weber big in. Weber exploded straight away. That one message beep sounded at a frequency of several times per second, and it just wouldn't stop at all. He scanned randomly, and the bottom was full of cursing him. Zhao Xing, you sinister villain. Actually using a trumpet to hack our Lingod. You're simply a piece of trash. Zhao Xing, don't compare your face. A sinister villain like you is a waste of air to live in the world and a waste of land to die. Zhao Xing, you really can turn black and white upside down. Clearly you are the one bullying the newcomer. Yet you still want to backpedal. What a long time to live. Zhao Xing, get out of the entertainment industry. Seeing Ling Ji's fans running to leave messages, Zhao Xing's fans were not happy. What how could our brother do something like that? That must be Lingo framing him. That's right, brother, hurry up and send Lingo a lawyer's letter. Sue them for slander. You people are so hateful. Can't you see my brother is good? Do you know how hard he works? However, Zhao Xing fans were completely inadequate in front of the angry Lingo fans. The facts are in front of us. So where's the washing? Disgusting stars, disgusting fans. Your brother works hard, and by working hard he can go and bully newcomers. If he hadn't bullied the wrong person this time, I don't know how many newcomers in the entertainment industry would have to be bullied by him. Artists of such corrupted quality are recommended to be banned. Zhao Xing's fans were completely inadequate in front of Ling Ji's anger-filled fans and were disliked to the point of losing. Of course, the main reason for this was still because Xiaoxing was not justified at all and could not stand up. Truth is on the side of Linga fans. The blood-drenched evidence was like a big mouth that ruthlessly smacked Xiaoxing's fans in the face. They couldn't match the furious Linga fans. It's over. Xiaoxing sighed dismally and smacked a big, hard mouth on his own face. I want you to have a cheap hand and have to go and slander Lingu. He was cursing himself. At this moment, he could be said to be regretting it. Why would he be so dead set on using his own cell phone to log into his trumpet? That's just the biggest trick in the book. But then he thought that he couldn't blame himself. After all, who would have thought that Lingu actually had hacker friends? So if you really want to blame, that can only be blamed on bad luck. Lady Luck wasn't on his side. No, I can't just sit back and wait. Xiaoxing's originally disheveled mood was suddenly revitalized for a few moments. He has to save himself. He can't just play it out. There's only one thing to do nowadays, and that's to find someone to take the heat. And the best person for this top pot would be his assistant. The only way to make sense of this is to say that his web is being tended to by an assistant. So Xiaoxing hurriedly made a call to his assistant. His assistant quickly put the call through. Little one, how's Auntie doing these days? The young king was silent for a moment. Okay. Xiaoxing continued. 1. How do you think I usually treat you? Xiaoxing asked directly. The young king on the other end of the phone was silent again. How is Xiaoxing treating her? Naturally, it's pretty bad. Because of Xiaoxing's bad temper, Xiao Wang hadn't suffered a lot from Xiaoxing. In the past, Xiaoxing lost his temper and even slapped Xiao Wang. But these Xiao Wang naturally wouldn't say anything, because she needs the job. This job is a bit more aggravating, but the income is quite respectable. Her mom is sickly and needs income to make ends meet. Of course Joe's been good to me, she said against her will. In that case, will you do something for Joe? Xiaoxing spoke. His tone was a gentleness that had never been seen before. Xiao Wang is a very intelligent girl and knows that if Xiaoxing says this, there must be something bad. Joe, you say? Xiaoxing said. I'll give you $100,000, and then you issue an apology statement, saying that my Weibo is usually you taking care of it, and that the online Black Linga thing is also your own initiative, and I, without any knowledge. Got it? Wang hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Good, she uttered the word good softly. Instead, there was a sense of relief inside. If it wasn't for the money, I'm afraid she'd have left a long time ago. $100,000. She needs it badly. Take the money and go. That turned out well too. So what if she carries a reputation? Founder, she is not in the entertainment industry either. Soon after, Canstar Entertainment released a statement. Said Xiaoxing's Weibo was taken care of by his assistant, and the previous incident was purely done by his assistant on his own initiative and had nothing to do with Xiaoxing. The company has fired the assistant and released a letter of apology to Lingu, and the previous hot search was withdrawn at Canstar's expense. Needless to say, Canstar's response was well timed. Xiaoxing's fans were instantly happy. Great. I knew my brother couldn't be like that. It's all that assistant's doing. She's the one who caused her brother to be misunderstood. It's better to fire an assistant like that sooner rather than later. She's just a pain in the ass. Great. I knew I wouldn't be wrong about anyone. My brother isn't the kind of sinister villain who registers small numbers to hack others. Fly without fear, brother, and the stars will always follow. Love always, brother. Xiaoxing's fans are happy. They think their idols are the perfect ones, and the rest of you can see it clearly. This Xiaoxing just had an accident and an assistant came out to take the blame. It's obvious to anyone with eyes to see what's going on. Oh, Canstar's PR is still doing quite well, so quickly thought of a way to find someone to cover the pot. I have to say, this method is brilliant, perfectly removing the hat that Xiaoxing is a sinister villain. Not bad for a big company. The PR aspect is really well done. However, before, Lingshan could have also said something about Xiaoxing stealing the makeup position. This matter can't always be washed away, right? The internet is buzzing. Fatty, who was in the hotel at the moment, following all this, was indignant. Crap. I didn't think they could still have an operation, actually taking the assistant out of the pot. Linga smiled. He wasn't really surprised by this result. After all, when something like that happens, the only solution left is to find someone to take the heat, because the artist's persona is too important to fall apart. Xiaoxing has been hanging out in the entertainment industry with a naive big boy persona. Naturally, you can't do the kind of thing where you open a trumpet to hack someone, so the only people who do this kind of thing are assistants. That's how everyone can accept it. Nothing. Originally I didn't expect to be able to break him down just like that. What do you think it takes to break a man's confidence? Ling Ji's words caused Fatty to ponder slightly. Break a man's confidence? How do you break someone's confidence? Looking at Fatty's perplexed expression, Linga no longer sold out and spoke bluntly. The natural way to break a man's self-confidence is to defeat him in that area in which he is most confident, and trample him hard underfoot. It dawned on the fat man. He directly gave Ling Gu a thumbs up. Hiya, brother, you're the murder and execution that only exists in legend. Ling Gu smiled faintly. What is the most confident aspect of Zhao Xing? That's nothing more than a television set. Zhao Xing got his start in dramas, so he must be extremely confident in this aspect of dramas. Then all he had to do was destroy that confidence for him. That day is not too far away. Zhao Xing was not in his eyes, so stop bothering about Zhao Xing. Instead, they focused on Nan Wang instead. This singer who dared to denigrate Lu Yuru. Ling Gu looked up information about Wang Nan on the internet. Then a couple of Nan Wang songs were played to listen to. Nan Wang is a rock singer. In a world where rock has fallen out of favor and become a niche, Wang Nan is considered a rock and roll leader. So naturally it has its pride. The corners of Ling Ji's mouth rose slightly after listening to a few songs. Although it looked good, it made Fatty feel extremely dangerous. It's like the most beautiful roses, often with thorns. After listening to a few of Wang Nan's songs, Ling Gu realized something interesting, so he couldn't help but smile. That is, Nan Wang is actually a singer in The King of Masked Singer. It's the singer called Knight. The first two installments of this night have been ranked poorly. That's because Knight dropped his best rock and sang lyrical songs instead. Therefore the ranking is not high. Obviously, Wang Nan was doing this to hide his own strength. Ling Gu believed that soon, Wang Nan would be singing the genre he specialized in. Because the singers behind us are getting stronger and stronger, there's no room to keep hiding. Wang Nan is very likely to roll over and be eliminated if she continues to sing a style she doesn't specialize in. Rock and roll? Ling Gu gazed slightly and searched the system mall for a suitable rock-type song. Soon, Ling Gu selected one. Flying Higher. The song Fly Higher is a song written and performed by rock singer Wang Feng in his previous life, and is included in his solo album Laughing and Crying, released on June 29, 2004. The song was selected as one of the top 10 most popular golden songs for changers in the 2005 China Song Chart, and won the Best Lyricist Award in the 12th Oriental Wind and Cloud Chart. System, redeem Fly Higher. Ling Gu directly shouted in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 prestige value and successfully redeeming the song Fly Higher. The host's current remaining prestige value is 69 million. Please host actively consume O. The system will provide the host with the best quality service. The corner of Ling Ji's mouth twitched slightly. Got his active consumption. Not bothering with the system's prompts, Ling Gu began to think. This Wang Nan dared to slander Lu Yuru. This point was simply unforgivable. Ling Gu even felt that it was fine to denigrate him, but to denigrate Lu Yuru, that was excessive. Zhao Xing can only temporarily educate him appropriately. But Wang Nan, well, I'm sorry, he's going to teach him to behave. Wasn't he known as the bearer of rock and roll? Then he was going to rub it hard under his feet in the realm of rock and roll. Friction, friction, friction. It's the devil's pace. So Ling Gu immediately continued to post a Weibo. The fireworks in this Weber one are simply overwhelming. Is it any of your business whether or not my artiste can make it to the diva position and whether or not she is whimsical? Does it stand in your way? Do you want to be a diva too? But you're a man. Are you planning to go to a siren country to have an operation and come back to grab the diva position? Ling Gu directly etched Wang Nan. No mercy at all. Clean, direct dislike, no euphemisms. The netizens who had already eaten enough melon for the night walked ready for bed. It turns out that I didn't realize there were actually melons. Crap, what's going on here? Ling Shan directly got into it with a top-tier male star in the music industry? This is a bit out of character for the Ling God. You know, when Zhao Xing hacked the Ling God like that, the Ling God didn't even get much angry. He just mildly clarified and threw out evidence to hit Zhao Xing in the face. But Ling Shan actually directly hardened Wang Nan? And Ling Shan is too overbearing, isn't he? Directly trying to defend his own employees. Ha ha, I didn't think that fighting Ling God disliked people so much. Directly ask Wang Nan if she wants to compete for the position of diva. Wang Nan, a male get. Compete for the position of diva. That is not the only way to go to the country of transsexual sex change. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Ling Shan is too domineering, isn't he? It's great to have a boss who defends his employees like this. Oh, so touching. Ling Shan is really a good boss. Moonru Goddess fans express their gratitude. Thanks boss. Thanks boss. Thanks boss. Thanks boss. Ling Gu released Weibo, and Lu Yuru saw it again at the first opportunity. Then she saw Ling Gu directly hard anal Wang Nan's Weibo, but she knew that Ling Gu wasn't that kind of character. Ling Gu was clearly the type of character that didn't take everything in his eyes and was very bland. Lu Yuru's beautiful eyes were heavy with a hint of water mist. She was very moved. Ling Gu must have done this for her, right? It just didn't occur to me that Ling-gu had actually directly offended a top-tier male star in the music industry for her. That's just a bit unwise. But it's all about her. Otherwise Ling-gu wouldn't have offended. Lu Yuru continued to focus on the relationship between Ling-gu and Wang Nan. She had spent time at CanStar before, so she naturally knew what kind of personality Wang Nan had. That wasn't a master who gave in, and when Ling-gu disliked him like this, he definitely had to respond as well. Sure enough, it didn't take long. That's the response over there. Who are you to judge me? You're just a fiction writer who wrote a few songs. Do you really think you're somebody? I'll say it straight. You, Ling-gu, are a piece of trash, a complete and utter piece of trash. When Wang Nan said this, there was a direct internet outcry. Crap. Wang Nan spoke out, directly angrily calling Ling Shan trash. So bullish? That's right. Actually calling my Ling god trash. How great are you? Wang Nan? Wang Nan, you can write a few rock songs and you think you're a rock god? You don't take it seriously when people lift you up and say you're the man of rock and roll. Do you? I, Ling god, am not strong enough? Are you telling jokes? That's right. I, Ling god, have a song called Legend and a song called Smoke and Mirrors that directly seals the deal. So all-powerful. And you damn well say that my Ling god is trash. You also really dare to say it. It's almost like you're not afraid to get hit in the face. Someone laughed. In the face? How to hit the face? Wang Nan is a rocker. And Ling Shan's songs are in the national style. Love songs. These two different genres can't be compared together. Yeah, unless Ling Shan can also compose a rock song and can directly surpass Wang Nan's rock. That way Wang Nan can keep his foul mouth shut. The internet is buzzing. I feel that Wang Nan, who is so arrogant because he knows some rock and roll, actually insulted Ling Shan. Some people hope that Ling-gu will create a rock to hit Wang Nan in the face, but we all know how difficult it really is. Keep in mind that rock is very niche these days, and very few people delve into the field. Even Lin Shi and Huang Zhan, two of the biggest names in lyrics and music, that's also not even daring to step into the realm of rock and roll. Those fans who were very supportive of Ling-gu sighed in dismay. Ling-gu does, indeed, not compare to Wang Nan when it comes to rock. The moment. I've seen the internet objectively analyzing all the talk about Ling-gu not being able to rock with Wang Nan. The corner of Wang Nan's mouth directly inside the villa rose slightly. Rock and roll. He, Nan Wang, is the eternal god. Who dares to say that they can compete with him in this aspect of rock? Not even Lin Shi and Huang Zhan, two big names in the lyrics and music industry. He, in this field, is the absolute master. Ling-gu, you're nothing, he murmured mockingly as he looked at the comment. The moonlight was like water, casting a thin veil over the gradually quieting night. The world outside grew quiet, but the internet is still buzzing. When the fat man saw Wang Nan's Weibo, he was directly angry and his face turned blue. This Wang Nan, it's just so hateful. If Wang Nan stood in front of him, he would teach him to be a man and let him know why the flowers are so red. Old Ling, this Wang Nan is simply too arrogant. The fat man gritted his teeth and used his strength ruthlessly. Does he really think he's anything more than a rock god? That confident face is unbearable to watch. Fatty huffed, yet he saw a faint smile on Ling Ji's face. Fatty was speechless. So the emperor is in a hurry, is he? He's fiddling around here, gnashing his teeth and grimacing in anger. As a result, the rightful owner of the house was still smiling, as if a spring breeze was blowing on his face. Old Ling, what's your situation? How can you still laugh? Can't you see how ferociously others, Wang Nan, are barking like a mad dog on the internet? Ling-gu laughed. Calm down, calm down. Fatty was speechless. How is this going to calm Master Fatty down? Ling-gu, however, said, didn't I just say to you before? What's the best way to break someone's confidence? Fatty thought carefully. Ling-gu did say that to him before. He recalled and repeated what Ling-gu had said before. The best thing you can do to break a man's confidence is to beat that man so hard in his strongest areas that you will hold him down in a whispering friction rub. Ling-gu nodded in satisfaction. Isn't that right? The fat man had a surprised look on his face. Eyes rounded, mouth slightly open. Could it be that Ling-gu is preparing? Is it trying to rub Wang Nan on the ground in this aspect of rock and roll? But how is that possible? Wang Nan is a rock songwriter. He's the man to beat in the rock world. Even Lin Shi and Huang Zhan wouldn't dare to say something like that, right? Fatty pinched Ling Ji's face fiercely. Ling-gu was in pain and somewhat speechless as he dislodged the fatty's hand. Fatty, what are you doing? Ling-gu asked. What's with the hand in his face? Fatty didn't answer Ling Ji's words. Instead he asked himself, does it hurt? Ling-gu said breathlessly, nonsense, of course it hurts. The fat man nodded. It hurts just it hurts just fine. It proves that Master Fatty is not dreaming. 3 black lines popped up on Ling Ji's forehead. That's an odd way for a fat man to prove it. Proving it wasn't a dream. Shouldn't the fat man screw himself? Screw someone else for what? Could someone else's pain still be transmitted to his nerves? Magical brain circuits. Only to hear the fat man continue. Do you want to beat Wang Nan in rock and roll and rub him on the ground? Ling Gu nodded his head very pleasantly. Yes, that was his intention. He'd already heard a couple of Wang Nan's rock songs. It may be the ceiling within the world that is the bearer of rock and roll. However, in Ling Ji's previous life in the discursive music scene, the era of the great fights between the gods and goddesses, this so-called rock songs of the rock antagonists were in fact garbage. It's not even worthy of giving those rockers from a previous life a shoe. Ling Gu directly opened his cell phone's Weibo and then directly typed it in. Nan Wang, you're the guard from King of Masked Singer, right? It's been 2 installments and you haven't even sung your rock. It's really hard for you. However, since you think you're the rock world's bearer, do you dare to compete with me? I'll compose a rock song for King Rujan to sing on the stage of King of Masked Singer, and at that time, you'll also bring out your peak rock and roll chanting, and I'll show you what real rock and roll is like. Rock, not by the way, add some strong rhythm. Shaking your head is rock. I watched your rock and roll video where you were shaking your head around, and it felt like you were on ecstasy pills. After Ling Gu edited this Weibo article, he directly edited Wang Nan again, and the internet exploded directly because of this Weibo from Ling Gu. Crap, what's the situation? Ling Xin is actually going to PK Wang Nan on rock music? That's a blatant call to arms. Ling Xin is also too rigid, directly piking rock with Wang Nan. You know, Wang Nan is known as the godfather of rock in the singing world. Ha ha, Ling Xin actually said that Wang Nan's rock is shaking his head and is stoned, laughing my ass off. Ling Xin is also too amusing. That's right, Ling Xin is simply going to laugh his ass off, directly saying that Wang Nan is high on drugs. That's too funny. Wang Nan's rocking actually looks like head shaking to Ling Xin. I never thought that the Ling God could actually be so amusing. Obviously, he's usually so high and cold. Ha ha, Ling Xin is high-strung? You won't feel that way if you read Ling Xin's novels. He just treats things more coldly. I just didn't expect Ling Xin to have a drastic change in temperament this time. What change in temperament? Isn't this because Wang Nan denigrated goddess Yuru? That being said, I can smell a strong sense of CP, and when I think about it, Ling Xin and Yuru really do look good together. Romance between a small boss and a female subordinate? It feels like it could be written as a romance. Say, can Ling Xin really create rock? Yeah, rock is hard. Even Lin Shi and Huang Zhan didn't dare to try it. I didn't expect Ling Xin to actually write rock. Inexplicably looking forward to tomorrow night's broadcast. I didn't realize that the guard was Wang Nan, and he actually tried to hide his strength by not singing his best tunes. Tomorrow night is going to be great, I think, and I'm honestly looking forward to Ling Xin rocking out. Many people didn't think highly of Ling Gu either, thinking that he was simply looking for death. It's a fool's errand to use one's own least best to go against the other's best. Who would be so stupid as to attack the enemy's strengths with their own weaknesses? Many people felt that Ling Gu was bound to lose. This was because although Wang Nan was a bit cocky, he did have a few brushes when it came to rock music. Otherwise it wouldn't be called the godfather of rock and roll. It's simply hard for Ling Gu to beat Wang Nan in this aspect of rock. The netizens are buzzing. Inside they were incredibly looking forward to the live broadcast of the King of Masked Singer tomorrow night. And at this moment, Wang Nan was stunned. He didn't expect that even though he deliberately didn't sing rock and hide his strength, he was actually still discovered by Ling Gu. How did Ling Gu find out? He's not so sure. However, since Ling Gu had openly called his bluff in the field of rock and roll, he would bring out his strongest strength and trample Ling Gu under his feet. Stomped its face all over. Since you're sincerely begging me to stomp you, I'll begrudgingly oblige. That's right, I'm showing my cards. I'm the squire on the King of Masked Singer. And tomorrow I'm going to bring out one of my treasured rock songs that hasn't been released yet. Let's show you what real rock and roll is all about. Wang Nan spoke confidently. It was as if he had already seen the scene where Ling Gu was reduced to a laughingstock by him stepping on his feet. He wanted to make Ling Gu realize that not just any minion could call his bluff. He is the bravest tiger in the mountains. He is the king. Ling Gu, on the other hand, was just a humble and insignificant cat or dog. How can a dog or cat compete with the king of the mountain? A sinister smile appeared on Wang Nan's face. Tongue licked his lips. Tomorrow, he would make Ling Gu look good.